Here lies the majestic continent where Eastern and Western civilizations converge. Here, mighty martial arts and dazzling magic coexist. This is a sanctuary shared by humans, magical beasts, dragons, elves, dwarves, and various other races. A mischievous youth from a humble general's household, endowed with unparalleled martial prowess and awakened magical talents, is compelled to embark on the path of becoming a formidable warrior due to the weight of familial vengeance. Witness how this young lad, wielding dual blades charged with lightning, traverses through trials and tribulations, revealing a tapestry of both humorous and heartrending tales, ultimately leading him towards his unique ascent to divinity. Chapter 1. The Troubled Youth. In the vast expanse of the majestic continent, within the unassuming study of a general's residence from a minor nation, a 14-year-old boy with ebony hair is hunched over a desk, fervently transcribing from a medical tome with his right hand. His left hand incessantly rubs his swollen posterior, occasionally letting out pained exclamations of ouch. Ouch! My father is truly severe, am I not his son? My grandfather, too, is rather unreasonable. Is it such a crime to accidentally explode his alchemical furnace? Must he report me to my father, and then go off on a journey to clear his mind? The boy mutters complaints to himself. His name is Ashura, the third son of the renowned General Affinction, protector of the nation of Olai. The Ashura family has held military command for 3 generations. His grandfather, Adolf, aided the royal family in expanding their territory and establishing their current legacy. His father, Affinction, established the formidable Han army, serving as the strongest military force to safeguard their homeland. His mother, Lan, is a gentle and virtuous wood mage, adept in household management. His maternal grandfather, Zongren, is a distinguished physician and alchemist, renowned within the Olai nation. Yet, Olai is merely one of the 14 vassal states of the Valencian Empire, wielding power as minuscule as that of ants upon the majestic continent. General Affinction and his wife, Lan, have 4 children. The eldest son, Anaga, 18 years of age, is both scholarly and martial, having reached the rank of martial artist and capable of commanding troops independently. The second son, Asubo, 15, is obsessed with martial arts, showing little interest in anything else, and has already attained the rank of warrior. He aspires to enroll in the prestigious Augustus Academy in the latter half of the year. The youngest daughter, Jia, at 12, has blossomed into a striking beauty, having awakened the same wood magic as her mother, and currently stands as a second-tier magic apprentice, with a promising future ahead. However, the family's brilliance is overshadowed by the troubles of their third son, Ashura. From a young age, Ashura exhibited extraordinary intelligence, particularly in his remarkable memory and keen understanding. Yet, his brilliance was misdirected. He showed no interest in academics or martial arts, preferring instead to engage in mischief, climbing roofs and chasing after chickens, relishing in playful antics. The tutors hired to educate him were often driven away in frustration, with several fainting from exasperation. Relying on his photographic memory, Ashura would skim through books before tests, managing to pass with a semblance of success. His father, Affinction, frustrated by his antics, decided to enlist him in the Han army, hoping that the military environment would temper his unruly spirit. However, the army soon became a theater of chaos. At times, urgent calls to assemble echoed through the barracks at midnight, leaving officers and soldiers bewildered, only to discover they had been tricked and were sent back to bed after standing in formation for half an hour. Soldiers would encounter explosive surprises in their latrines, while cavalrymen found their saddles greased, leading to perilous falls during training. All these mischiefs were orchestrated by the young Ashura, who took delight in his cleverly devised pranks. His escapades continued unabated until one fateful day when the vice commander, Han, discovered a toad hidden within a bun during lunch. This burly man, a paragon of strength, knelt at the general's doorstep, weeping uncontrollably, pleading for the general to remove his troublesome third son from the barracks, threatening to remain there in prostration until his wish was granted. General Affinction, often exasperated by his son, could only sigh in resignation, while his father, Adolf, would stroke his beard and smile, proclaiming, "This third child shall undoubtedly achieve greatness in due time." Meanwhile, their mother, Lan, protective of her son, would intervene whenever Affinction's temper flared, cradling Ashura and glaring at his father, as if to say that any punishment would result in her withholding his bedtime. The bond among the siblings was remarkably close, with Ashura never bullying his elder brothers or sister. Whenever he found himself in trouble, his brothers would kneel before their father, pleading for leniency, even offering to take his punishment. his sister would rush to summon their mother or grandfather to rescue her wayward brother. Thus, Ashura grew up in a military family, reluctant to pursue martial arts, believing that the path of warriors was fraught with hardship and devoid of joy. Nevertheless, his innate talent allowed him to glean insights while standing in punishment as he observed his brothers practicing. His resilience, forged through the trials of punishment, propelled him from a martial apprentice to a warrior in no time. Today's punishment stemmed from his unauthorized venture into his grandfather Qin Zhongren's alchemy room, where he accidentally detonated the alchemical furnace, destroying both the furnace and its potions. Attempting to flee, he was caught red-handed by his grandfather. Qin Zhongren had once lavished affection upon Ashura, marveling at his exceptional memory and understanding. The boy could recite medical texts after a single reading, and after only 3 days of instruction in the family's renowned acupuncture technique, he demonstrated remarkable progress. However, the day Qin Zhongren discovered Ashura had used his newfound skills to incapacitate the family's black dog, he was left bedridden for weeks from sheer indignation. Upon witnessing the destruction in the alchemy room, Qin Zhongren felt his patience waning and, without a backward glance, entrusted Ashura to his father, Afengtian, before embarking on a journey to clear his mind. Upon learning the circumstances, Afengtian was unwilling to grant Ashura a carefree childhood. This time, Qin Lan refrained from defending her son, and the other siblings remained silent, casting their eyes downwards. After a lengthy reprimand, Afengtian realized he could not subdue his ungrateful son through punishment alone. He consoled himself with the thought of his 2 good sons and 1 good daughter, and with a resigned sigh, commanded, "Go to the study and copy the medical texts. No food until you finish." Having issued his decree, he departed, leading to the scene of Ashura rapidly transcribing while rubbing his sore backside. He transcribed with remarkable speed, hardly needing to glance at the text, for he had memorized it entirely. Now, he simply wished to finish the tome quickly. A hungry belly could not bear to miss a single meal. Though Ashura muttered complaints under his breath, his mind was preoccupied with a secret he had never shared with anyone. Chapter 2. The boy's secret. In the heart of the young Ashura lies a secret he has never shared with anyone. It is the revelation of his magical talent, awakened at the tender age of 10, and it is a rare affinity for the elemental magic of thunder. Following his awakening, Ashura could distinctly sense the silver magical elements dancing in the air around him. He vividly recalls his mother, Qin Lan, recounting her own experience of awakening her magical prowess through tales she told during his childhood. He understood that he might also be destined to become a sorcerer. Yet, why has he never spoken of this to anyone? It is because he fears that his family would impose greater expectations upon him, urging him to diligently pursue the study of magic. How could he then enjoy his playful youth? Thus, Ashura has kept his thunderous magical talent a closely guarded secret, never once engaging in the practice of magical skills. This continued until his younger sister, Azia, awakened her own affinity for wood magic. While their mother instructed Azia in the fundamentals of magic, Ashura clandestinely learned how to engage in magical meditation. The first time he nestled beneath his blankets to meditate, he felt the exhilarating surge of silver thunder magic elements joyfully entering his being. He sensed an extraordinary affinity with the thunder elements. Unbeknownst to him, alongside the silver thunder elements, some gray magical elements also entered his body through meditation, vanishing without a trace. As a novice in magic, he remained oblivious to this detail, and thus he has concealed this secret from his family until now. It is no wonder his family has not detected his awakening in the realm of the king's continent. Those with martial prowess capable of advancing from apprentice to warrior are exceedingly rare. The path of a martial artist demands both innate talent and often a familial legacy of training. Furthermore, it requires substantial resources that impoverished families cannot afford. Warriors are classified into 9 major ranks: apprentice, warrior, master, grandmaster, mage warrior, mage master, grand mage master, sage, and god of war, each subdivided into tiers. As one ascends through these ranks, the challenges become increasingly formidable. Upon reaching the rank of mage warrior, one's vitality becomes imbued with elemental attributes. While lacking the sheer destructive force of magical skills, it still enhances one's damage output. The ratio of warriors to sorcerers is a staggering 20-to-1, making sorcerers a rare and treasured breed. Common magical affinities include earth, water, wood, fire, and wind, while rarer attributes encompass ice, thunder, light, darkness, and space. Sorcerers themselves are classified into 9 ranks: apprentice sorcerer, sorcerer, master sorcerer, grand sorcerer, mage scholar, mage tutor, grand mage tutor, sage sorcerer, and god of sorcery, each also divided into tiers. The journey of a sorcerer is more arduous than that of a warrior, demanding vast resources. The incident that transpired today was sparked by Ashura's curiosity after he read in his grandfather's medical tome about how sorcerers could enhance the quality of pills by infusing them with their magical elements. Driven by curiosity, Ashura stealthily ventured into his grandfather's alchemical chamber. At that moment, the chamber was deserted, and his grandfather, Qin Zongren, was busy concocting a calming elixir to soothe his own frayed nerves after being vexed by his grandson. However, Ashura had never learned how to manipulate magic and was at a loss for how to release the thunder elements within him. In a flash of ingenuity, he recalled his understanding of the human meridians. He silently sensed the thunder magic within him, guiding it to dance through his meridians. Initially, the thunder elements obediently traversed his meridians, but before long, they began to swell uncontrollably, akin to a snowball rolling down a hill. Realizing he had lost control, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The thunder elements surged faster and more violently within him. Ashura understood that he could not delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, he focused his intent and expelled the thunder elements from the labor palace in his palm. A silver orb, the size of a grape, pulsated with light and shadow as it floated lazily towards his grandfather's alchemical furnace. The boy gazed at the magical sphere he had conjured, a mix of confusion and trepidation filling him. Sensing a hint of danger, an uncontrollable peril, he hurriedly positioned himself at the doorway, peering inside. As the magical orb made contact with the furnace, a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the chamber. The once prized third-tier alchemical furnace, beloved by his grandfather, was marred with cracks. The chamber lay in disarray, and the pills within the furnace were scattered beyond recognition, leaving no trace of any magical infusion. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ashura wasted no time in fleeing the scene. He knew he had caused a calamity and needed to distance himself from the site of the incident. Just as he was about to escape the building, he collided with his grandfather, who was returning after hearing the thunderous noise. Seeing the boy's shifty eyes, Qin Lao immediately suspected his involvement. Grabbing Ashura by the scruff of his neck, he dragged him back to the alchemical chamber. Upon witnessing the devastation, Qin Lao's anger manifested in visible veins on his forehead. Yet, when he beheld the cracked furnace, his expression shifted to shock. His cherished third-tier furnace, forged from the rarest earth core iron, boasted a strength so formidable that even a full-force strike from a master warrior could not damage it. Yet, the scene before him unmistakably bore the mark of his grandson's mischief. Suppressing his fury, Qin Lao demanded, "You little rascal, how did you manage to ruin my precious furnace? Speak the truth." Ashura, fully aware that he could never confess, stubbornly replied, "It has nothing to do with me, grandfather. I was merely passing by when the explosion occurred, and in my fright, I ran outside, only to bump into you." Qin Lao recognized the boy's fib. Knowing his grandson's impulsive nature, Ashura would have surely been drawn to investigate the explosion rather than flee in guilt. Despite repeated inquiries, Ashura remained obstinate, insisting on his innocence and claiming it was his grandfather's alchemical mishap that caused the explosion. Fuming, Qin Lao felt the room spinning before his eyes. In exasperation, he tossed Ashura to the awaiting hands of a Feng Tian, who had rushed over, and set out to clear his mind by wandering the world, contemplating the search for a new alchemical furnace. As the young boy frantically scribbled, the door creaked open, revealing a small girl with a bun hairstyle peeking in, cheerfully calling out, "Third brother." Ashura looked up at the newcomer, throwing his pen down onto the desk in relief. He extended his left hand towards the girl, exclaiming, "You've finally arrived. I was starving." Handed over. With a bright smile, the girl skillfully produced a large piece of braised beef from her pocket and handed it to him. She picked up the pen that Ashura had discarded and began copying from the medical book for him. This scene of sibling camaraderie was a familiar sight. Whenever Ashura was punished and denied meals, his sister would always find a way to deliver food and assist him in his studies. After devouring several bites of the braised beef, Ashura inquired, "How is father? Has he calmed down?" The girl pouted, her radiant face reflecting her displeasure. "You've made father quite angry, and mother is upset too. Usually, she would allow me to bring you food and healing herbs, but this time, she only let me bring you food. Quickly eat. The eldest and second brothers are distracting father up front, and he'll have to leave soon." Upon the mention of medicinal ointment, the youth felt an intensified ache in his lacerated backside. Grimacing in discontent, he lamented, "It is utterly unjust of my father. Why must he single me out for punishment when I have 3 siblings?" Am I not his flesh and blood? Humph. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West one day. When I achieve supremacy in martial arts, I shall. What will you do? Before the youth could finish his boast, a commanding voice echoed from the threshold of the study. Chapter 3. A sudden change at home. Upon hearing that authoritative voice, Ashura froze, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, his hair standing on end. He stiffly turned to see his father, a Fengshen, standing at the door with a composed expression. His younger sister, Azia, hastily set down her pen, her head drooping as she retreated to a corner of the table. A Fengshen slowly entered the room and inquired, "Go on. What will you do once you claim the title of the world's best?" Glimpsing the cold smirk at the corner of his father's mouth, Ashura was inundated with vivid memories of his childhood, filled with painful beatings. He understood all too well that a poor response could lead to yet another harrowing experience. Thus, he immediately resorted to flattery, proclaiming, "Once I seize the title of the world's best, I shall return triumphantly to the Olai kingdom, bringing glory to the A family, ensuring that all know a tiger father begets no dog son. My accomplishments today are entirely due to your wise guidance, Father. As many formidable individuals seek your counsel on raising such an exceptional son, in due time, I shall father several more children to strengthen our family, allowing us to become the foremost family under your leadership." Upon hearing his third son's words, a Fengshen's lips twitched uncontrollably, his eyelids fluttering, as he struggled to suppress the urge to strike. Meanwhile, Aza's face turned crimson, finding it exceedingly difficult to stifle her laughter. A Fengshen turned to her and remarked, "Have you completed your magic assignments?" The girl swiftly dashed out of the study, not daring to look back as she sought her mother. Ashura, witnessing this, inwardly lamented her disloyalty. Yet, upon gazing at a Fengshen's serious visage, he was at a loss for how to position his hands, managing only a smile that was more painful than tears. A Fengshen continued to observe his tall, slender 14-year-old son. The boy's face was like a jade crown, his eyes akin to shooting stars, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger's strength and a monkey's agility, his black hair casually tied behind him. Aside from the cheeky grin upon his face, he was indeed a strikingly spirited youth. Realizing that his third son had matured, a Fengshen reflected on how his son's mischievous nature persisted, perhaps due to his own failure as a father to engage him in earnest conversation. With this thought, a Fengshen settled into the chair at the desk, while Ashura remained standing awkwardly at the corner, his discomfort preventing him from sitting. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence. After a brief moment, a Fengshen turned to the young man and spoke softly. "Do you recall, no matter how unruly you were, your grandfather would always say that the third child would achieve great things?" Taken aback by his father's seemingly nonsensical statement, Ashura pondered for a moment before responding. "Grandfather truly has an eye for talent." Upon hearing this, the veins on a Fengshen's forehead pulsed. After a moment of self-reassurance, he adjusted his mindset to continue. "Among you 4 siblings, you possess the greatest innate talent. If you dedicate yourself to cultivation, your achievements will surpass all within the A family." The young man did not anticipate his father would share such sentiments, and he cautiously replied, "I believe that both elder brother and second brother possess great talent as well." A Feng Tian cast a glance at him and remarked, "Your elder brother possesses remarkable talent. However, he is the firstborn of the A family. The A lineage has served in the military for generations, and it is imperative that the command of the Han Mountain Army be entrusted to a member of our family. Your brother has invested considerable time in studying military strategy and tactics, which has hindered his ability to focus on his martial cultivation. His achievements in martial arts should not be vastly different from mine. He is also aware of his responsibilities. Hence, he has never broached the subject of furthering his martial studies at the academy. This year, he is also to wed the daughter of Su Guixiang." Without waiting for Xiao Luo's response, a Feng Tian continued, "Your second brother is engrossed in martial arts, wholeheartedly devoted, yet he is inflexible and lacks adaptability. With limited aptitude, although he has made progress through diligent training in the initial stages, his advancement will inevitably slow in the later stages. Our family has not provided him with the martial techniques to enhance his combat prowess. If he can gain admission to the Augustus Academy this year, it will fulfill a wish of his. As for your younger sister, she has decent talent, yet her playful spirit mirrors yours. Our family lacks the resources to nurture a high-ranking mage. Your mother attained the third rank of mage through the accumulated resources your grandfather gathered over a lifetime of healing. Your sister's achievements are likely to surpass your mother's, but ultimately, a girl must marry. Asho Luo remained silent, fully aware that his father's words held truth. However, he was perplexed as to why his father felt the need to share this with him, with an elder brother and a second brother in the family. Surely he was not required to take any action. Afeng Tian seemed to perceive his son's thoughts. After a moment's deliberation, he stated, "Our country, Olai, is merely a minor vassal of the Valencian Empire, and our family is but a small hereditary military clan. The continuous conflicts in our vicinity and the civil officials within the court have criticized our family for amassing military power, claiming we are beset by internal and external troubles. I have lingered at the third rank of Grand Martial Master for quite some time, without any opportunity to break through. Your grandfather, in his prime, was a second-rank magic warrior, having dedicated his life to the nation. After sustaining several grave injuries, he has since fallen to the first rank of Grand Martial Master. We are all acutely aware of the limitations of our martial prowess and what we can contribute to the A family for our lineage to thrive in safety. Each member of the next generation must strive and exert effort. The world is not as idyllic as you may envision. The truth of survival of the fittest is an unchanging reality." Upon concluding his discourse, Afeng Tian rose, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, said no more, and departed from the study. Asho Luo stood in silence for a while, then turned to continue transcribing medical texts, this time with a slow and meticulous approach. It was the first time in 14 years that one had seen a young man so tranquil. As day transitioned to night, when the first light of dawn graced the horizon, he completed his transcription and succumbed to slumber upon the desk. Outside, Afeng Tian observed the boy's furrowed brow in sleep, uncertain whether their conversation from the previous night was right or wrong. With a sigh, he turned and left. It was not long before the sounds of hurried footsteps and the panicked cries of servants echoed from the general's residence. "Come quickly. The eldest son is in trouble." The shouts jolted Asho Luo from his dreams, instilling within him a disquieting premonition. Ignoring the pain from the beating he endured yesterday, he hurriedly rushed to the gate of the general's residence. Upon arriving, he found a throng of people gathered in a distressed cluster. The furious roar of his father, the scathing rebukes of his elder brother, the anguished cries of his mother, and the frantic shouts of the servants intermingled, causing the young man to momentarily slow his pace, fervently praying in his heart for no ill tidings to emerge. As he approached the entrance, he beheld his elder brother kneeling on the ground, eyes bloodshot, cradling their grievously tortured sibling. His mind went blank, disbelief washing over him at the sight before him. Anaga lay grievously injured in Asubo's arms, his knees stained crimson with blood, breath shallow, and consciousness fading. He had been mercilessly discarded at the gates of the general's residence. As Azura stood there, stunned for a considerable time, he suddenly dashed back into the courtyard and soon returned with a set of silver needles, rushing to Anaga's side to perform acupuncture, staunching the flow of blood. As he treated him, he discovered multiple fractures in Anaga's body, and that his kneecaps had been cruelly removed. Unable to contain his fury any longer, the youth let out a visceral roar towards the heavens. Just then, mocking laughter echoed from the street in front of the general's residence. A young man in splendid attire emerged from the shadows, flanked by 4 martial artists, casually commenting, "Is he dead? I distinctly left him with a breath. How can he be so fragile, expiring so swiftly?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Azura, like a shadow, lunged towards the young man, aiming a silver needle at his eye, determined to silence this wretched scoundrel. However, before he could reach him, one of the martial artists behind the young man stepped forward and kicked him several meters away. Azura, seemingly numb to pain, spat blood but rose again, charging once more at the young man. The martial artist who had struck him approached with a sinister grin, ready to deliver another blow, but at that moment, a figure stepped in front of Azura, parrying the incoming punch. The martial artist staggered back a few steps, smirking. The general of the mountain army is nothing extraordinary after all. Afeng Tian restrained the enraged Azura, suppressing his fury as he asked in a low voice, "Is it you who harmed my son Anaga? Why unleash such venomous force upon us? Do you truly think the A family is so easily bullied?" The young man in splendid attire retorted with feigned bravado, "Others may fear you, Afeng Tian, but I do not. Hear me well. I am Sang-Kuan, the legitimate heir of the Blackwater family. Even your king of the ally kingdom must treat me with respect. What are you? A mere gatekeeper and guard. Sang-Kuan's words ignited a Feng Tian's fury even further as he grasped the significance of the young man's lineage. The Blackwater family was a renowned martial arts clan within the ally kingdom, boasting numerous formidable experts, with both the clan leader and the eldest elder possessing the strength of third-tier magic warriors, thus existing beyond the constraints of royal authority in the small kingdom. A Feng Tian spoke solemnly. My family bears no grudge against your Blackwater family. Why then unleash such malevolence upon my eldest son? The young noble, Sang-Kuan, spoke viciously. I have taken a liking to your son's fiancée, the youngest daughter of the prime minister, Su. Yet, that wretched woman would rather die than submit, even shaving her head in resolute defiance. No woman I desire has ever dared to disobey me. It seems your son is simply unfortunate. I shall see how that wretched girl feels about marrying him once I render him a cripple. Ha ha ha. Before Sang-Kuan could finish his derisive laughter, a blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at his face. The warriors behind him quickly pulled him back, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Trembling with fear, Sang-Kuan broke into a cold sweat as Adolf, holding a large blade, stood resolutely at the center of the arena, proclaiming in a fierce voice, "You have gone too far, forcing me, Aja, to this extent. Do you truly believe I am incapable of wielding a sword?" Furious, Sang-Kuan retorted, "You old fool, dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. I know your powers have waned, and I have 2 third-tier grandmasters at my side. Can you and your son withstand them? Can the others protect you? If you dare to touch me, I will unleash a massacre upon your clan. What, do you intend to summon the mountain-shaking army to surround me? Do you think your king will allow that?" Adolf trembled with rage, never having endured such humiliation. Yet, for the sake of his kin, he reluctantly lowered his blade. At that moment, Asubo, cradling a naga, raised his crimson eyes and glared at Sang-Kuan, swearing, "I shall remember this grievance today, and I will certainly seek retribution in the future. I will not let any of you who harm my brother escape." Sang-Kuan was momentarily taken aback by Asubo's fiery gaze, but quickly recovered, sneering, Asubo? I have researched your pathetic brothers, and your realm is far too lowly to catch my eye. By the way, weren't you hoping to enter Augustus Academy this year? Planning to return and collect debts from me? Let me assure you, you will not set foot in Augustus Academy. I will place spies in the surrounding areas to ensure you cannot participate in the Academy's assessments. Today, we are within Olay City, bound by our family's ancient pact with your royal family not to kill within city. Outside of Olay, killing you would be as simple as squashing an ant. Ha. Asubo's eyes turned even redder, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. This Sang-Kuan had not only injured his brother, but was also intent on shattering his dreams of martial arts. Listening to Sang-Kuan's arrogant declarations, Ashura found an unexpected calmness. He gazed intently at the faces before him, knowing he was powerless at that moment. Yet he vowed to make these scoundrels suffer 100-fold for the pain inflicted upon his brother. The once troubled youth seemed to mature in an instant. After his laughter subsided, Sang-Kuan cast a disdainful glance at the others, spat on the ground, and arrogantly turned to leave. Behind him, a young man fixated on his retreating figure until they vanished at the end of the street. Chapter 4. Breaking the stalemate half a month later at the general's residence. Silence enveloped the premises. The servants moved with extreme caution, fearful of making even the slightest sound. Anaga, clad in a simple white robe, sat in a wheelchair, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. He held a military treatise in his hands, its pages untouched for an extended period. Asubo had long ceased to immerse himself in the training grounds, often drowning his sorrows in drink since the incident involving his elder brother, rambling incoherently and shouting aimlessly. Adolf remained silent, frequently retreating to the ancestral hall or the grave of his deceased wife, mumbling apologies to his family. Their mother, Qin Lan, wept daily, poring over the medical texts left behind by their father, desperately hoping to see her eldest son rise once more. Deep down, she understood that even if their father were present, he could not restore her son to his feet. Yet, she clung to the belief that somewhere in the world, a miraculous elixir existed that could mend his broken bones, though such treasures were far beyond the reach of a mere general's estate in the small nation of Ally. Each time she glimpsed her son in that wheelchair, Her heart ached, as if it were being torn asunder. Tian continued his daily journeys between the military camp and the general's residence, his countenance betraying neither joy nor sorrow. However, the sudden appearance of 2 strands of white hair at his temples lent him an air of weariness. Ajia, typically a lively little girl, had also lost her smile, dedicating herself to practicing wood-based magic. She had heard of yellow-tier wood magic capable of healing the gravely injured and, having never encountered blue-tier magic, resolved to master such yellow-tier spells. Ashura sequestered himself in his room for 3 days and nights, abstaining from food and drink. It remained a mystery what the youth contemplated within those walls. He could only despise his own helplessness at that moment. He penned a letter to his future sister-in-law, assuring her that his elder brother would surely rise again to bring her into their family. Ashura vowed, with his life at stake, that he would eliminate the Heishui family within a decade. He concluded the letter with a solemn address, urging her to take care. On the morning of the 3rd day, Ashura slowly emerged from his chamber, making his way directly to the training grounds. Standing at the center, sunlight illuminated his still youthful profile. As he gazed at the array of weapons upon the racks, he hesitated to grasp one, feeling a mix of fear and embarrassment. After a moment of silence, he reached for a large blade and began a practice, recalling the techniques taught by his father to his brothers. Once a place he dreaded, the training grounds now ignited a fierce resolve within him. He cursed himself for his delayed awakening and lamented his late grasp of the blade. Just as Ashura was drenched in sweat from his vigorous training, a loud crash echoed as a heavy object fell. He turned quickly to see Asuobo sprawled on the ground, clutching a wine jar. Rushing over to assist his elder brother, Ashura exclaimed, "Brother, you must drink less. I understand your heart is heavy, but you have the entrance exam for Augustus Academy approaching, and you cannot continue like this." To his surprise, Asuobo erupted into a melancholic laughter before responding, "Ashura, your blade work is commendable. Alas, I cannot attend Augustus Academy. I'll be fine. Just let me drink for a few more days, and then I'll stop. So do not worry." Asher was taken aback and exclaimed, "Why have you decided against the examination, brother? Is it not your aspiration to gain admission to the Augustus Academy? Are you perhaps fearful of the retribution from the Blackwater family?" Asubo gazed contemplatively at the wine jar and replied, "The Blackwater family is an adversary I must eradicate. How could I possibly fear them? My elder brother can no longer rise, and the 8th family needs me. The mountain-shaking army requires my presence. The tasks left unfulfilled by my brother shall be carried out by me, and it is my duty to protect our lineage. Thus, the Augustus Academy pales in significance." After speaking, Asubo turned to his astonished younger brother, Asher, and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Third brother, your talents far exceed mine. You are destined to be the hope of our family. You must carry our elder brother's dreams to the academy and strive to become a formidable force in this realm. It is upon you to help realize our brother's aspirations." Asher had never contemplated such matters. He had not considered that after their elder brother's fall, their second brother would also relinquish his own dreams for the sake of the family. He looked into Asubo's eyes, perceiving the mixture of helplessness and hope within them. Without uttering a word, he solemnly nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice imbued with authority yet tinged with weariness resonated from behind them. "Third son, are you truly willing to pursue your studies at the academy?" Tian approached the 2 brothers with a complex expression. Without much deliberation, Asher nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Yes. Father, I intend to gain admission to the Augustus Academy, and upon my return, I shall avenge our family against the Blackwater clan." Tian gazed at his sons and sighed. "It is I who have failed in my duties as a father, and I have let you down." Both brothers shook their heads, with Asher hastily asserting, "The rise and fall of our family is a shared responsibility. It is time for us to bear the duty of safeguarding our heritage." Tian observed the youth, whose features were marred with a subtle sorrow. The boy, once full of laughter, had not smiled in quite some time. Nevertheless, they were right. The fate of the family rested upon their shoulders. With a serious demeanor, Tian continued, "Your second brother is to assume the position of vice commander of the mountain-shaking army. Furthermore, it is rumored that the Blackwater family has dispatched spies throughout the towns leading to the Augustus Academy, bearing your brother's likeness. If they spot Asubo, they will strike without hesitation." Asher immediately responded, "Father, I am here as well. I will make my way to the Augustus Academy." and I am confident I will pass the examination. Tion shook his head and replied, "You cannot attend the Augustus Academy. The Blackwater family is monitoring all routes. I fear that if you go alone, you may encounter peril. Moreover, your grandfather and I are unable to escort you due to our obligations to the family. Additionally, the admission criteria for any academy require one to achieve the rank of Warrior Level 3 or Mage Level 3 before the age of 16 to qualify for enrollment. You are currently at Warrior Level 1, and with less than 6 months before the examination, you will not pass. Alas, the academy only recruits every 3 years, and you will miss the age requirement for the next enrollment." Asher's face clouded with indignation as he pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Father, I have a plan to gain admission to the academy. The Valencian Empire is not solely represented by a single academy. If I cannot attend the Augustus Academy, then I shall seek my fortune at the distant St. Goban Academy. Although I am currently at the first rank of a warrior, I firmly believe that within 6 months, I shall ascend to the 3rd rank. I must gain admission to the St. Goban Academy." The resolute words of the youth rendered Fengtian speechless. After a considerable pause, he replied, "This is no trivial matter. The St. Goban Academy lies at the far end of the empire, a considerable distance from us. The journey is fraught with countless dangers, and you have never ventured beyond the city of Alai. How can we trust you? Furthermore, how can you find the time to enhance your martial prowess while on the road? Even if you reach the St. Goban Academy, you may not pass the entrance examination. This plan is unfeasible." Ashura gazed steadfastly at his father and proclaimed, "Father, please have faith in my abilities. I will grow stronger at the St. Goban Academy and return to clear our family's name of disgrace." Asubo interjected, "Father, I believe in the 3rd brother. We all know he is the most intelligent and talented among us." Fengtian responded slowly, "Within the academy, there are countless individuals with exceptional talent. The young elites of the King's continent will be vying for admission to various academies. Do not presume that your intelligence and talent set you apart. Do not be a frog at the bottom of a well." After a moment of contemplation, Fengtian closed his eyes and thought deeply. "Since you are determined to venture forth, I shall support you. However, you must agree to one condition. Until you have truly matured, you must act with humility and grow quietly. Even if you do not gain entrance to the academy, you must continue to cultivate your strength while wandering outside. Your exuberant nature concerns me. Our family cannot withstand further turmoil. Can you promise me this?" Ashura bowed his head in thought before responding, "I promise you, I will act modestly and bide my time." Fengtian looked deeply at his younger son and said, "Tomorrow morning, come to the training ground. I will teach you our family's ultimate technique, the Thunder Fist. Once you master it, set forth on your journey to study, and do not let me down." With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 5. The Art of Combat and Farewell. The following morning, Ashura arrived early at the training ground, clad in his martial attire, awaiting his father's arrival. Fengtian approached, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet as he gazed upon the tall and handsome youth standing before him, an inexplicable sense of pride welled within him. He mused, "My lineage is indeed remarkable. All 4 of my children are exceptionally gifted." Meanwhile, Ashura observed the slight upward curve of his father's lips, filled with questions. He also noticed faint scratches on his father's neck, but could not comprehend their origin. Unbeknownst to him, the previous evening, after Fengtian had shared his decision with Qin Lan, she had nearly confronted him in a frenzy, brandishing her wand. After much persuasion, he had finally calmed his wife, burdened by his own constraints. The Blackwater family was pressuring the king of Alai to take action against the A family, and Ashura's departure might indeed be the best course of action. Regaining his composure, Fengtian declared sternly, "Time is of the essence. I shall now impart to you our family's cherished technique, the Thunder Fist. You must memorize it diligently. Once you have mastered it, embark immediately for the academy. Do you understand?" Ashura nodded vigorously, declaring, "I will study earnestly." Following his words, Fengtian ceased further conversation and immediately commenced a demonstration of the 8 forms of the Thunderclap Fist within the training grounds. While showcasing each technique, he elucidated the principles of martial arts and shared his personal insights with the youth. Ashura stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on every movement his father made. In the realm of the King's continent, martial arts and magical skills are categorized into 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and yellow, arranged from the lowest to the highest. The higher the tier, the rarer the skill, The thunderclap fist, a treasured technique of the A family, belongs to the blue tier. Even the royal family of the Olay kingdom may not possess purple tier skills, let alone yellow tier techniques. The blue tier thunderclap fist is an exceptionally vigorous style. Once mastered, each strike resonates with the sound of thunder and channels internal energy to injure the foe. Upon achieving minor mastery, one can produce 2 thunderclaps and 2 bursts of internal energy. With major mastery, 3 thunderclaps and 3 bursts ensue, each strike more potent than the last. Awakens has dedicated nearly 30 years of arduous training to the thunderclap fist, having perfected it to its fullest potential. With the swiftness of thunder and the strength to pierce stone, each of the 8 strikes resounds with 3 thunderclaps, epitomizing the pinnacle of this martial art. After completing the final punch, which echoed with 3 thunderous sounds, Awakens paused to steady his turbulent energy and turned to his third son, inquiring, "This is our family's ultimate skill, the thunderclap fist. I had wished to pass it on to you before, but you showed no interest. Now that you have seen me demonstrate it, how much have you retained?" Azura tilted his head thoughtfully and replied, "I remembered it all." Awakens, momentarily taken aback by his son's exceptional memory, responded, "Excellent. Now, demonstrate it for me. Do not fear making mistakes. Focus on feeling the power of the technique." Upon hearing this, Azura stepped forward and took his stance, embodying youthful vigor. He lowered his head to recall his father's recent movements and principles. Suddenly lifting his gaze, he began to execute the fist forms one by one. Initially, Awakens maintained an air of authority, but as he observed, his astonishment grew. His third son executed each movement flawlessly, with even the subtle details performed with precision. Yet, he pondered whether the techniques were applied correctly. However, the sound of thunder that accompanied the final punch left Awakens stunned, as if a bolt of lightning had struck him directly. Azura, elated by the thunderous sound, understood it signified that he had executed the thunderclap fist correctly, albeit only the final strike resonated. He turned to his father, hoping for guidance. But when he looked at Awakens, he found him with his mouth slightly agape, frozen in disbelief. It took Azura calling out to his father twice before Awakens snapped back to reality. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he slowly inquired of the youth, "Well done. Have you practiced the thunderclap fist before?" Azura shook his head, replying, "I know my eldest and second brother can perform this set of techniques, but I have never seen them practice. Previously, the thought of training would give me a headache." After hearing this, Awakens slowly exhaled a heavy sigh and said, "Then focus on your training. Remember the key movements and the method of exerting force. When each punch resonates with the sound of thunder, you will be ready to embark on your journey." The youth nodded earnestly in response, declaring, "I will strive to master it as soon as possible." Awakens gestured for the boy to continue and, with his hands clasped behind his back, turned to leave. However, the pallor of his right hand betrayed his inner turmoil. Reflecting on his own past at the age of 14, he recalled how Adolf had imparted the thunder fist technique to him. It took Adolf 3 complete demonstrations for him to grasp the movements and techniques. On the 8th day of his practice, he finally struck with a thunderous sound, vividly remembering the approving nod and smile of his father, who praised him as a promising martial artist. Now, it was his turn to teach his children the art of combat. His eldest, Anaga, produced a sound of thunder in just 4 days, while the second, Asubo, managed it in 7. As for his youngest son, who once struggled to practice even thrice a day, he generated a thunderous sound on his very first attempt. How could Awakens' heart remain undisturbed? Meanwhile, the training ground behind him intermittently echoed with sounds of thunder, confirming that what he had witnessed was no mere coincidence. Awakens alternated between frowning and chuckling, and suddenly he struck a nearby tree with a fierce punch, causing its branches to sway and leaves to fall. In a fit of mild exasperation, he exclaimed, "Where has that little rascal been all this time?" Unbeknownst to him, Ashura was diligently immersed in perfecting the thunder fist technique, oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently bruised his father's fragile pride. He spent an entire day in the training ground, only pausing to eat simple meals delivered by servants, quickly returning to his practice. A few onlookers outside the training area observed him curiously. Some stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, others cradled wine jars, some sat quietly in wheelchairs, and a few had their hair tied in buns, their faces marked by age. Ashura tirelessly practiced the thunder fist technique until the first rays of dawn illuminated the training ground. and each punch he delivered resonated with thunder. Exhausted, Ashura collapsed to the ground, grinning foolishly as he reveled in the joy of his newfound martial success. The onlookers, after witnessing this, quietly departed, their lighter steps hinting at a burgeoning hope within the general's estate. By midday, Ashura silently gathered his belongings, aware that time was of the essence. He needed to hurry to St. Goban Academy to participate in the entrance examination, his only chance. At that moment, a belt was handed to him from behind, and he turned to see his grandfather Adolf's kind smile. Adolf spoke first. "My dear boy, fasten this belt. It possesses a storage space, albeit only as large as a study. It will greatly facilitate your travels." Ashura recognized that this belt was a gift from the king to his grandfather during the founding of the Olay kingdom, a symbol of honor earned through sacrifice. Now, it was being offered to him for his journey. The boy choked on his words, saying, "Grandfather, Before he could finish, Adolf waved his hand to interrupt, saying, "No need for further words. It is merely a storage belt, and its greatest value lies in its usefulness to you. Grandfather may not be able to provide you with exceptional equipment. Nevertheless, I wish you a smooth journey in your studies." The young boy gritted his teeth and nodded emphatically, then fastened his belt around his waist. With a mere thought, he entered the storage space within the belt. Although the space was modest, it was adequate for him to stow away some weapons, clothing, and provisions. Adolf gazed upon his tall grandson with satisfaction, as though he were beholding a reflection of his younger self. At that moment, Qinlan entered the room carrying a wooden box, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she regarded her youngest son. This mischievous child often provoked her ire, yet he was also the one most adept at charming her with his affections. "These are some medicinal pills left by your grandfather for healing. Though their grade is not high, they are practical. Take this set of silver needles as well. Be cautious while you are out in the world, and do not allow yourself to be harmed." Upon hearing his mother's admonitions, the boy, in days gone by, would have covered his ears and dashed out. But now he found himself reluctant to interrupt. Just then, Asubo wheeled a naga into the room. Today, Asubo had refrained from drinking and had reverted to his former martial demeanor. He produced a pair of twin daggers from behind him and said, "Shura, as you embark on your journey, I have nothing to bestow upon you. But these daggers are of decent quality. Take them for your protection." Shura grinned as he accepted the daggers, twirling them with flair. "Thank you, second brother. With these daggers, I shall appear even more like an expert." Observing his carefree demeanor, Asubo's spirits lifted considerably. Anaga, the elder brother who had remained taciturn since the incident, now wore a long-missed smile as he retrieved a pouch of coins and handed it over. "Little brother, I do not have much to offer you, but take this pouch of gold for your journey." Shura glanced at the pouch but did not accept it, instead furrowing his brow and countering, "Is this money intended as a bridal dowry for sister-in-law?" Anaga's smile faltered momentarily before he responded with a wry grin. "The Heishui family is formidable, although she resisted fiercely. The Prime Minister's family has already returned the dowry." Pausing, he added with a chuckle, "Take it. I have no use for it now. If you do not accept it, I may have to give it to your second brother as a dowry, and then you cannot claim I am biased." Shura regarded his elder brother, who had always shielded him from danger and defended him in times of trouble, and suddenly smiled faintly. "Very well. Let this money be an investment from you in my future as a formidable warrior. Rest assured, once I grow strong, I shall repay you 100-fold. This will indeed be a wise venture." Anaga, bemused yet resigned, nodded deeply and passed the pouch to him. At that moment, a tender, delicate hand emerged, grasping a few gold coins. With tear-streaked cheeks, Adia sobbed, "Then I shall invest in you too, third brother. Remember to repay me 100-fold once you become strong." Shura, looking at his sister, embraced her first, then accepted the coin she offered, saying, "I, Shura, am a man of my word. I promise to return a substantial pouch of gold to you as your dowry." Adia's tears transformed into laughter as she blushed and nestled into her mother's embrace. The family of Ajia has always been frugal, maintaining a simple approach towards expenditures for their children. Any surplus funds are typically allocated as compensation for injured soldiers. The handful of gold coins before the young girl are the result of her years of saving her New Year's money, representing her entire fortune. After meticulously packing her belongings, Ashio Luo turned to exit the room, just as her father, a Feng Tian, hesitated to speak. With unwavering resolve, Ashio Luo declared, I shall return as a formidable guardian for our family. Await my return. She cast a lingering gaze upon those present, etching their faces into her memory. Without further delay, she dashed forward and vaulted over the wall, aware of the watchful eyes of the He Shui family lurking outside. She knew that departing through the main entrance would attract unwanted attention. In her heart, she vowed, He Shui family, await your reckoning. Today, you have forced me to flee. One day, I shall return to dismantle your ancestral shrine. The group of spirited youths vanished at the end of the street. Chapter 6. The journey of trials in a narrow alleyway of the capital of Olai. A Xiao Luo concealed herself in the shadows, cautiously observing the city gate. This was the third city gate she had scrutinized. Each entrance was monitored by members of the He Shui family, both overtly and covertly surveying those entering and exiting. A Xiao Luo understood that the moment she revealed herself, she would undoubtedly face pursuit. Thus, finding a way to exit the city became her foremost dilemma. Fortunately, this gate was situated in the opposite direction of the Augustus Academy, making it the least fortified area of He Shui City. Gazing at the bustling marketplace within the city and the throngs of people at the gate, a smile crept across her face as a clever plan formed in her mind. Gradually, she retreated deeper into the shadows of the alley. Before long, a group of children appeared, seemingly on an excursion outside the city. Shortly after their departure, they hurried back, clutching a silver coin and rushing towards the crowd. As they ran, they shouted, "Mother, we found a silver coin in the grass outside the city. I want to eat braised pork." The bystanders were taken aback, and a woman selling snacks intercepted her own child, snatching the coin and biting into it, confirming its authenticity. She quickly inquired where her child had discovered such treasure. The child pointed towards the outskirts, proudly stating, "We found it while playing in the woods just outside the city. Mother, I want to buy braised pork." The woman, maintaining her composure, pocketed the coin, realizing that it could cover a month's expenses for their family of 3. Whether or not they would indulge in braised pork was of little concern. Upon hearing this, the quick-witted vendors at the marketplace began to rush towards the city's exit. Those who were slower to react soon recognized the commotion and joined the throng, resulting in a surge of people clamoring to leave the city. The guards of the He Shui family, perplexed by the sudden rush, were unable to comprehend the situation. The crowd surged forward, making it impossible to inspect those exiting the city. In a matter of moments, the marketplace at the city gate was left with only a few vendors who had been unable to pack up their stalls, lamenting their ill fortune. After some time, behind a large tree in the woods outside the city, a Xiao Luo emerged from her concealment. He had just emerged with the flow of people, an event that was meticulously orchestrated by him. The silver coin in the child's hand was also a gift from him, and the words spoken were lessons he had imparted. The advantage lay in the fact that by following his instructions, one could return with a silver coin. He had previously hidden several more silver coins in the alley where he had concealed himself, ensuring that the children would discover them when they sought him out. Casting a glance back at the city gate of the capital of Aulai, Ashura's gaze was resolute and profound. With the twin blades gifted by his elder brother strapped to his back, he sprinted towards the direction of St. Goban City. He chose not to travel the main roads, instead opting for narrow paths and traversing through forests. This was to evade the pursuit of the Blackwater clan and to hunt beasts to enhance his own strength, as the criteria for assessment at the St. Goban Academy required proficiency at the warrior level 3. However, he had not anticipated that the beasts he encountered along the way were few and far between. Instead, he found himself besieged by bandits eager to rob him. Previously, he had refrained from killing bandits, but after witnessing a destitute girl of a similar age to Argia being brutally slain by them, he no longer hesitated. He understood that to kill was to save. In the dead of night, beside a forest creek, the raven-haired youth, Ashura, was roasting a wild wolf for dinner. Having always had a penchant for culinary exploration, the small creatures he had captured previously had all found their way into his stomach. Now, the prospect of feasting on wolf meat left him both amused and contemplative, leading him to conclude that wolf meat was rather unpalatable. The boy had been away from home for over 3 months, constantly on the move without daring to linger. The hardships of living outdoors and battling bandits had imbued him with a wildness. The mischievous smile that once adorned his face had morphed into a charmingly wicked grin. He had advanced to the second tier of warrior status, a progression that seemed almost effortless for him. Life in the wilderness had imparted many lessons, yet also deepened his sense of solitude. Naturally sociable, He had not engaged in meaningful conversation with anyone during his 3 months away. His youthful exuberance had been tempered, rendering him calm and composed in the face of challenges. Gazing at the moon above, the boy sighed, pondering. How was his family faring? Had his grandfather returned? Was his elder brother's leg healed? Would his sister-in-law continue to wait for him? Muttering to himself, he gradually succumbed to sleep against the sturdy tree behind him, feeling a pang of homesickness. The following day, as the sun began to rise above the horizon, Ashura awoke from his slumber, stretching lazily. After confirming his direction, he set forth towards St. Gobain City, with his destination being a town called Linquan. Ashura was aware that he had escaped the clutches of the Blackwater clan, yet continuing to traverse mountains and valleys on foot would hinder his timely arrival at the academy. Therefore, he intended to procure a steed in Linquan town to expedite his journey to St. Gobain City. Linquan was a modest town, reputed for a spring that was said to enhance one's strength and prolong life when consumed. Upon hearing the rumor, the youthful Ashura rushed to the spirit spring, bending down to drink deeply from its waters. Upon raising his head, he was dismayed to discover a cow beside him, also drinking from a spring, which soured his mood instantly. Ashura then made his way to the stable where mounts were sold. Immediately, a gaunt man in his 40s, sporting a goat-like curly beard, approached him with eagerness. Despite the boy's simple attire, his noble demeanor suggested he hailed from a wealthy family. The man bowed and said, "My lord, I am Cha, and it is my honor to serve you. Please share your desires with me, and I shall ensure your satisfaction." Ashura glanced at him, replying coolly, "I wish to see what mounts are available." Chaha promptly led the way, exclaiming, "This way, my lord." Following Chaha's guidance, Ashura arrived at the mount-selling arena, a place he had never visited before. Various mounts were displayed in enclosures, with over a dozen breeds of steeds, alongside windwolves, earth dragons, unicorns, and even tamed flying beasts. The magical beasts required taming, and once subdued, they would wear a beastmaster ring, significantly reducing their ferocity and ensuring obedience to their master's commands. Naturally, the higher the beast's level, the more challenging it was to tame. Without an early bond formed through nurturing, a weaker master would struggle to command a magical beast. However, powerful families often raised these beasts, which would then submit to their kin and obey their commands, serving them in battle as well. Ashura gazed longingly at the magical creatures, imagining the prestige of riding one. Yet, he was aware of his own limitations and feared attracting unwanted attention. Thus, he turned to the man with the goat beard and inquired, "I wish to purchase a dragon horse for transportation. The faster, the better. Do you have anything suitable?" Chaha's expression dimmed slightly, as he had hoped the youth would be a wealthy patron. However, upon consideration, he replied, "My lord, we do have a dragon horse, exceptionally majestic, capable of traversing 1,000 miles a day, yet it remains untamed and wild. I wonder if this piqued your interest?" Intrigued, Ashura immediately requested to see the dragon horse. Chaha led him to a stable where a tall black horse was bound, its coat entirely black without a hint of mottling, exuding an extraordinary presence. Two burly men took turns whipping it, while the black horse neighed in protest, its cries unmistakably revealing its indomitable spirit. Ashura commanded the men to cease their actions and circled the magnificent creature with keen interest. The black horse, noticing a similarly dark-haired boy circling it, snorted disdainfully at him. Amused by the horse's demeanor, Ashura found himself genuinely fond of the black dragon horse. Contemplating how to tame it, a mischievous idea struck him. He turned to Chaha and said, "You may leave. I wish to converse with this dragon horse." Chaha was momentarily taken aback, yet refrained from retorting, turning instead to exit with two beast tamers. The young boy, grinning mischievously, gazed at the black horse, which inexplicably felt a twinge of fear at the sight of his smile. The boy tilted his head and asked, "Can you understand my words?" The horse, ignoring him, merely raised its head. Undeterred, the boy produced a package from his belongings and declared, "I have learned a bit of medicine since childhood. Here is a pack of silver needles. I wonder if they will have any effect on you. I hope you behave, for I intend to let you experience the joy of acupuncture." Although the black horse possessed spiritual awareness, it was perplexed by the boy's mention of acupuncture. Could such long needles be instruments of torture? Was he attempting to compel me through punishment? Ashura withdrew a silver needle and proclaimed, with his first needle, "I shall render your left hind leg numb." Before the horse could react, the needle was swiftly thrust into an acupoint on its left hind leg. The horse felt no pain, yet suddenly its left leg lost all sensation, nearly causing it to topple. In terror, the horse gazed at the boy, who wore a mischievous grin as he retrieved another needle. The boy then announced, "This needle will render your right hind leg numb." With that, another needle was sent flying into the horse's right hind leg, causing both of its hind legs to sag, forcing it to crouch on the ground. The horse struggled, attempting to regain its footing. Azura slowly extracted another silver needle, chuckling, "This one is meant for your front." "Oh, wait, I almost forgot you have another leg in the back." With that, he prepared to launch the needle toward the horse's undercarriage. However, this time, the horse bit down firmly on his sleeve. The black horse looked at the little fiend before it, eyes filled with fear and pleading. Gradually, it knelt on its front legs. Chapter 7. The mysterious figure in black on a road beside a dense forest, a black-haired youth, bearing twin blades, rode confidently atop a magnificent black steed. The pair had galloped tirelessly at full speed for an entire day without displaying any signs of fatigue. The youth glanced at the dimming sky and the surrounding terrain. Patting the horse's head as he instructed, "Black charcoal, let us find a water source ahead and make camp." The horse let out a resigned snort. The name Black Charcoal was one bestowed upon it by the boy. Although it despised the name, it loathed even more the thought of enduring those terrifying silver needles again. Upon locating a campsite near a water source, the boy dismounted and rubbed his sore thighs. He patted Black Charcoal, allowing it to graze and drink, entirely unconcerned about the beast, adorned with a beast-controlling ring, making its escape. As Azura ventured into the forest in search of game to satiate his hunger, he wandered for some time without encountering any signs of small animals. Having braved the elements, he had become an adept hunter. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the woods, he suddenly perked up, quickly climbing to the top of a nearby tree. With a short knife drawn in his right hand and his left arm wrapped around the trunk, he concealed himself among the leaves, gradually lowering his breathing rate. Before long, the tranquility of the dense forest was interrupted by a rustling sound, and soon a group of individuals cloaked in black emerged. Their flowing robes and dark hoods obscured their faces from the gaze of Ashura, who observed from a higher vantage point. The leader of the black-clad assembly approached at an angle to Ashura's concealed position, glanced down the path, and spoke in a gravelly voice. "This is the inevitable route of those little dwarfs. We shall set the ghost lock formation here. Tomorrow, follow my commands without fail. Not a single one must escape." The followers responded in unison, "We shall obey your orders." The multitude of black-robed figures swiftly dispersed along the path, forming a circular area with a radius of 10 paces. Their agile movements revealed them to be formidable martial artists. Some began digging pits while others inscribed magical runes. From his perch atop the tree, Ashura could clearly discern each action. Although he was unaware of the specific formation they were crafting, he had encountered a general introduction to formations in his grandfather's miscellaneous writings. It was evident that any formation required prior arrangement, including the drawing of runes and the placement of energy cores. The final step in establishing a formation was the so-called focal point, which was also crucial for breaking the formation. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the leader surveyed the diligent efforts of his companions and nodded in satisfaction. He then took 8 steps to the right and retreated 9 steps before planting a small black flag into the ground behind a large tree. The moment the flag pierced the earth, a cacophony of ghostly wails erupted within the previously serene circular area, only to fade back into silence. The dark-clad leader let out a series of sinister chuckles before gesturing with his hand, causing the black-robed figures to vanish into the depths of the forest. Initially, Ashura suspected that the Blackwater clan had pursued him, but it was clear that this group was not after him. He sensed an ominous threat emanating from these individuals. However, he found himself in a precarious position. He surmised that the black-robed figures were lurking nearby and feared that any movement on his part would attract their attention, leading to unnecessary troubles. The youth was particularly anxious about whether his foolish steed would come searching for him due to his prolonged absence, as that would surely reveal his hiding place. He doubted his ability to escape with his meager prowess as a second-tier warrior, and thus fervently prayed for safety throughout the night. So it was that the young man clung to the great tree, enduring a tension-filled evening. Thankfully, his black steed did not appear as he had wished, but the experience of sleepless anxiety weighed heavily upon him. He longed to vacate this perilous locale and not delay his aspirations of entering the St. Gobain Academy. The surrounding woods remained eerily silent, devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, leaving Ashura in uncertainty regarding the whereabouts of the black-robed figures. As noon approached and Ashura began to feel drowsy, he was suddenly roused by the sound of distant hoofbeats. Instantly alert, he peered into the distance and beheld a caravan slowly approaching at the end of the path. To his astonishment, he realized it was a convoy of dwarves. A total of 10 heavily laden wagons, accompanied by more than 20 stout dwarf warriors, came into view. Though short in stature, they were robustly built, clad in leather armor, with bushy beards and wielding identical battle axes. The diminutive leader of the dwarves wielded a battle axe nearly as tall as himself, his sinewy muscles brimming with strength. He strode at the forefront, surveying his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he did not falter in his steps. This marked Ashura's first encounter with the dwarves. He had never ventured beyond the borders of the kingdom of Olai, and everything outside was a marvel to him. His grandfather had recounted tales of the dwarves' fiery tempers, yet they were fundamentally benevolent and unpretentious. The dwarves were particularly adept in the art of forging and possessed an insatiable thirst for ale. However, they were not particularly amiable towards humans, making it arduous for mortals to earn their friendship. Ashura surmised that the group of cloaked figures aimed to target the dwarven warriors before him, as the leader of the black-cloaked men had mentioned the dwarves in his ominous discourse the previous night. Ashura instinctively felt that these black-clad individuals harbored malicious intentions. Unable to act, he could only fret silently for the dwarven warriors, unwilling to see them fall into a trap. As the dwarven caravan fully entered the Tenjong area, the horses pulling the carts froze in fright. The dwarven leader finally sensed the impending danger and signaled for the caravan to halt. The dwarven warriors raised their battle axes defensively, their vigilance palpable as they scanned their surroundings. At last, you little folk have arrived. I have awaited your presence for far too long. A raspy voice echoed as a throng of black-cloaked figures emerged from the dense foliage, encircling the dwarven caravan. The dwarves displayed no fear. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. The foremost dwarven warrior slammed his axe into the ground, bellowing, "Who are you? Are you the ones who previously attacked our tribe? Are you prepared to face the wrath of the dwarves?" His voice was so thunderous that the leaves trembled and fell. The leader of the black cloak scoffed, "There is no need to inquire about our identity. From now on, you shall address me as your master. Return with me to forge, for you little ones are still of great use." No sooner had he spoken than the dwarven leader lunged forward with his massive axe aimed at the black-cloaked men, for the dwarves were not known for their eloquence. Yet, their seething rage and the sharpness of their axes served as their most potent response. However, just as the dwarven leader charged, numerous crimson chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the dwarven warriors one by one. The leader, aflame with fury, swung his axe to cleave the chains, but the red tendrils seemed to flow like liquid, reconstituting themselves immediately after being severed, leaving the dwarven warriors increasingly sluggish. The black-cloaked leader cackled ominously. "Now that you've entered my ghost-lock formation, you are but lambs awaiting slaughter. Dwarves, cease your resistance and obediently become my slaves for forging." The dwarven warriors ignored his taunts, tirelessly seeking ways to free themselves from the peculiar crimson chains. The black-cloaked leader's expression darkened, and he coldly declared, "Since you refuse to recognize your situation, I shall slay a few disobedient slaves." With a wave of his hand, the encircling black-cloaked figures drew their weapons and charged at the dwarven warriors. Bound by the chains, several dwarves soon bore injuries. Nevertheless, the dwarven leader fought fiercely against 4 black-cloaked assailants, refusing to yield. The leader in the black robe let out a cold snort, unsheathing a dark dagger to launch an assault on the dwarven warrior chief. Chapter 8. The Friendship of the Dwarves. The black-robed leader clearly possessed formidable strength, to the extent that Ashura could not discern his martial arts level. He could only hide among the trees, anxiously rooting for the dwarves. With the black-robed leader's intervention, the dwarven chief found himself at a distinct disadvantage, his mighty axe swinging with increasing sluggishness. Just when the black-robed figure believed victory was assured, the dwarven chief suddenly roared with renewed vigor. His muscles bulged, and faint red flames enveloped him, causing the crimson chains that bound him to loosen. Then, The dwarven leader unleashed a powerful martial technique, sending the 5 surrounding black-robed figures flying. All 5 fell to the ground, injured, including the black-robed leader, who spat out blood, evidently wounded as well. Ashura watched in exhilaration, having never witnessed such a fierce battle before. The dwarven chief had seemingly tapped into his innate battle prowess, abruptly elevating his combat effectiveness. Seeing the dwarven warrior begin to gain the upper hand brought Ashura a sense of relief, intensifying his own yearning for strength. After sending the 5 adversaries flying, the dwarven chief turned to assist his fellow warriors in vanquishing the black-robed figures. Observing that most of his comrades were injured fueled his wrath as he glared at the recently wounded black-robed leader. With a furious roar, he charged forward, raising his axe high, intent on cleaving the black-robed leader in two. The black-robed leader, both astonished and infuriated, had not anticipated such prowess from a dwarf. It seemed he had underestimated this race. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he grasped the chests of 2 injured subordinates beside him, crushing their hearts with his claws while exclaiming, "Blood sacrifice and ghost binding." With his incantation, the bloodlight of the formation surged brightly, and the previously slack chains binding the dwarven chief suddenly tightened. Several more chains appeared, ensnaring the raised axe, halting its descent. The dwarven chief exerted every ounce of strength to break free, but the chains held fast, wrapping tightly around his once unassuming frame. Other dwarves, witnessing their leader's plight, rushed to his aid, but were met with fierce resistance from the remaining black-robed figures. The black-robed leader stood up with a sinister laugh, brushing off the dust from his garments and approaching the dwarven chief. He taunted, "You dare to resist, you little creature? Do you truly believe I cannot subdue you? Once I bind you with my seal, you shall be my strongest slave. Rest assured, I will capture more dwarves to keep you company. It will be your honor to serve as a slave in our esteemed organization, Bloodveil." Ashura, hidden in the trees, grew increasingly alarmed. What nefarious purpose did these black-robed figures have for capturing so many dwarves? Moreover, he had never heard of the organization known as Bloodveil. Their behavior suggested they were an evil faction, especially the act of sacrificing their own subordinates to activate a formation skill. Such madness was beyond comprehension. The dwarven warrior chief, filled with shame and fury, summoned all his strength to strike down with his axe, yet remained ensnared, unable to move an inch. The figure cloaked in black erupted into laughter, striding boldly towards the dwarf chieftain, the massive axe raised by the dwarf warrior, hovering perilously close, merely a fist's distance away. The black-robed leader, with a mocking glance, taunted the dwarf warrior, "Come now, strike if you dare. Are you brave enough to bring that axe down? Surrender and become my servant, little one." With that, he reached out as if to pat the enraged face of the dwarf chieftain. Yet in an unexpected turn, the crimson chains that had bound the dwarf and the great axe flickered and then vanished. The axe, propelled by the dwarf warrior's momentum, descended with ferocious force, cleaving the unsuspecting black-robed leader cleanly in two at the left shoulder. All combat ceased as onlookers stood in stunned silence, transfixed by the unfolding scene. The dwarf chieftain stumbled forward, confused by the sudden disappearance of his restraints, unsure of what had transpired. Only the still-breathing remnants of the black-robed leader slowly turned to gaze back. There, beneath a distant tree, stood a figure shielding their face with one arm while clutching a small black flag in the other, the very flag he had planted as a focal point the previous night. Though he wished to utter words, the black-robed leader could only cough up blood. His eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to grasp the identity of the one who had orchestrated his demise. The crowd soon comprehended the gravity of the situation. Unshackled, the dwarf warriors erupted with astonishing ferocity. The recently fallen black-robed figure was now in disarray, his will to fight extinguished, as he was relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the dwarves, turning the tide into a one-sided massacre. As Ashura concealed himself behind the tree, anxiously shielding his visage, he gripped the black flag tightly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, fearful that a black-robed figure might seek vengeance. Fortunately, the skirmish concluded swiftly, with the black-robed figures meeting their demise, leaving only the heavy breaths of the dwarf warriors echoing across the field. Ashura, relieved to see that none of the black-robed figures had escaped, quietly exhaled, wishing to avoid further entanglements as he began to retreat slowly from the scene. Suddenly, the dwarf chieftain called out, "Halt!" and charged toward him with great strides. Ashura, having recently witnessed the chieftain's formidable charge, felt a chill run down his spine, though this time the axe was not raised. The chieftain approached Ashura, scrutinizing the boy who still shielded his face, then glancing at the flag in his hand, deep in thought. Ashura, apprehensive that this seemingly not-so-intelligent dwarf might misinterpret his intentions, quickly spoke up, "I mean no harm. I just aided your kin." He recounted the tale of how he had arrived at this place, ensnared in the tree, and witnessed the events unfold. A throng of dwarf warriors gathered around him, listening intently. Upon concluding Ashura's narrative, the dwarf chieftain relinquished the fiery red aura enveloping him. As the flames dissipated, the warrior's fervor noticeably waned. He retrieved a large wine barrel from his portable storage space and, upon opening the lid, began to drink heartily. Dark red liquid dripped from his beard onto the ground, and Ashura could distinctly smell the potent aroma of the wine. Observing the dwarf's indulgence, he couldn't help but silently marvel. Indeed, his grandfather's assertion that dwarves are utterly devoted to their drink was not unfounded. Ashura was unsure why he had so boldly involved himself in this conflict. Perhaps it was the innate kindness within him that had compelled him. All he could do was disrupt the magic formation, shielding his face with his arm, mindful not to thwart the black-robed figure's schemes. And he planned to vent his frustration upon seeing the man's true visage. After the dwarf warrior chief had consumed a significant portion of the strong liquor, he noticeably felt invigorated. Spotting Ashura still shielding his face, he suddenly burst into laughter. He then reached out and pulled Ashura close, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. His robust arms patted the boy's back with sincerity, exclaiming, "Thank you, my friend." As the dwarf chief's pull revealed Ashura's youthful countenance, the genuine embrace nearly left the boy breathless. The two firm pats on his back caused Ashura to grimace in pain, rendering him momentarily speechless. The surrounding dwarves erupted in hearty laughter at his expense. The dwarf chief, noticing the boy's frail physique, sheepishly scratched his head and inquired, "My friend, I am Kassa. What is your name?" With that, he offered the barrel of wine to Ashura, still leaning against the tree and gasping for breath. A peculiar thought suddenly crossed Ashura's mind. His father still loved him. Throughout his childhood, he had been struck numerous times. Yet none of those blows were as forceful as the dwarf's hand. He quickly shook his head to dismiss this strange notion, focusing instead on the enthusiastic gazes of the dwarf warriors. The boy's spirits lifted considerably, and he smiled, saying, "I am Ashura, hailing from the kingdom of Olai." He then accepted the wine barrel from the dwarf chief, who was hefty in weight, and imitated the dwarven warriors, taking a hearty swig. Unbeknownst to Ashura, the dwarves' fervor for wine meant that if they were willing to share their fine drink with you, it signified the genuine friendship of the dwarven race. What he also did not realize was that Kassa had bestowed upon him the dwarven war god's wine. The potent brew coursed down his throat like molten lava and possessed extraordinary effects. Chapter 9. The war god's wine in his youthful mischief. Ashura had often pilfered wine from his grandfather and father, gradually developing a commendable tolerance. However, he had not anticipated the dwarven brew to be so intensely potent. Upon swallowing a mouthful, his face flushed crimson, and warmth surged through him, overwhelming his senses and breaking through the barriers of the third tier of martial arts. Ashura was both astonished and elated. He had inadvertently achieved a breakthrough to the third tier of martial arts with just a single sip of wine, thus meeting the admission requirements for the St. Goban Academy. Initially worried that the journey would hinder his cultivation, jeopardizing his chances of entering the academy, the youth found this dilemma effortlessly resolved. His heart brimmed with joy. He raised the barrel and took a hearty swig of the dwarven ale, only to find himself nearly toppling over after the first sip. Although his vitality surged, the exhilarating sensation of a breakthrough was absent this time. The surrounding dwarves could not help but burst into hearty laughter at the boy's drunken antics. Kassa, the leader of the dwarven warriors, observed the youth's embarrassment and surmised his thoughts. He remarked, "My friend, this is our dwarven war god's brew, the finest wine in the world. Consuming it invigorates one's blood, heals wounds, restores strength, dispels negative states, heightens fighting spirit, and even enhances virility. Of course, the effect is most potent with the first sip. Have you experienced a breakthrough in your cultivation? Subsequent sips may lack the first intensity, but still offer numerous beneficial effects. Once you marry, A nightly sip will surely keep your fighting spirit alive. Asura hastily waved his hand to interrupt the increasingly outrageous dwarven ramblings, as the blunt dwarf seemed unable to cease his praise of the exquisite wine. At just 14, Asura was a naive youth, filled with curiosity and longing for contact with the opposite sex. Yet he lacked the audacity to openly discuss such matters. He returned the barrel and bowed deeply to the dwarves, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this marvelous wine. I truly enjoy it, and it has aided me in advancing a small realm. I have never tasted such fine ale before." Upon hearing Asura's compliments about their war god's brew, the dwarven warriors beamed with delight, feeling more pleased by the praise of their drink than by accolades for their bravery. Kassa, particularly elated, grasped Asura's arm and exclaimed, "Come, Kulme, return with me to our clan. You are our friend, and I wish to introduce you to everyone. There will be plenty of wine and roasted meat." He began leading Asura towards the caravan. Asura, seizing Kassa's iron-like grip, hurriedly replied, "Not this time, Kassa. While I would love to visit your clan, I have more pressing matters to attend to. I must reach the St. Goban Academy for my studies. The journey is long, and with less than 3 months remaining, I am unsure if I can make it in time. I cannot afford to waste time on leisure." Kassa paused, turning to regard the anxious youth, recognizing that he indeed had important matters to attend to. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Very well. The St. Goban city is still quite distant, and with the ongoing war between the countries of Beluin and Yeti, the roads are perilous and may require a detour. Time is indeed of the essence." Asura was astounded by this information. Fortuitously encountering the dwarves had provided him with critical news. Otherwise, he might have blundered into a war-torn territory. A predicament indeed. Perhaps this was a case of good deeds yielding good fortune. Regaining his composure, Asura inquired, "Kassa, do you know who these hooded figures are? Why are they attacking you?" Upon hearing this, Kassa silently approached the dismembered body of the black-robed leader and lifted the dark cloak, revealing a pallid, bald man beneath. He searched the body and retrieved a spatial belt, knowing that the storage imprint would vanish upon the death of its owner. Upon opening the belt, he discovered a handful of gold and silver coins, alongside some potions and a change of clothes. The only item of potential interest was a leather map, which he unfurled with a scowl. "I do not know who these black-robe individuals are," Kassa spoke gravely, "but our tribe was recently attacked by them, unable to defeat us. They besieged our settlement, and our supply caravans have frequently fallen prey to their ambushes, leaving many of our kin unaccounted for. I led a procurement team this time, and had it not been for your timely assistance, we would likely have met a grim fate." This map indicates the locations of several dwarf clans. It seems our brethren have also suffered assaults. A nearby goblin tribe has faced similar attacks. I must return and report this to the chieftain. As Kassa spoke, Ashura looked on in astonishment. Who would dare provoke the wrath of the dwarves, a race renowned for their fiery tempers? At that moment, Ashura noticed a peculiar tattoo on the black-robed leader's body, depicting a black sun and moon, which instilled an unsettling feeling. I recalled during the battle, he mentioned something about capturing you for an organization called Bloodforge. Are you familiar with it? Ashura inquired. Kassa shook his bearded head. I have not heard of it. Our dwarven kin typically limit our interactions to acquiring basic necessities. We have never sought conflict with any organization, yet appears someone has set their sights upon us. Are they prepared to face the fury of our battle axes? He brandished his enormous axe, which seemed taller than himself, with a furious flourish. Ashura swallowed hard, wary of the weapon's proximity, remembering the fate of the last unfortunate soul who had come into contact with it. Meanwhile, other dwarves began to gather the spoils from the fallen black-robed men, piling them before themselves. Observing the heap of items, Ashura noticed none appeared particularly valuable. He turned to Kassa. What shall we do with these spoils? Kassa shrugged nonchalantly. Take what you fancy. I merely wish to keep the map for my report. Without hesitation, Ashura collected several healing potions into his own storage belt, leaving the gold and silver untouched, knowing these coins would be of greater significance to the dwarves. Kassa, noticing Ashura's actions, regarded the youth with newfound respect, acknowledging his admirable character. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly retrieved 2 barrels of divine ale from his own storage belt and offered, My friend, as you must continue your journey, I shall not detain you further. Take these 2 barrels of ale for the road. Next time you pass by, do make sure to visit our tribe. We shall indulge in delightful libations together. For our tribe resides within the caverns of the nearby Mount Phalang. As Ashura laid eyes on 2 barrels of divine warrior wine, his spirit soared, and he joyfully stowed them away in his storage belt. This enchanted elixir, possessing miraculous properties, is indeed a rare treasure. While he collected the exquisite wine, he spoke to Kasa, assuring him, "I will certainly come to visit you when my academy is on break. Please be cautious of that organization known as Bloodlight. If things become dire, unite with the other tribes to collectively confront them." Kasa, invigorated by these words, found the suggestion splendid, acknowledging the brilliance of human intellect. Ashura then embraced each of the dwarves in farewell, their camaraderie characterized by its simplicity and sincerity. Subsequently, he waved goodbye and made his way back to the previous camp. On the journey, Ashura suddenly retrieved a small flag from his chest, the very focal point of the formation established by the black-robed leader. The sight of the flag unsettled him, prompting him to discard it into the river ahead. The black flag floated downstream, carried away by the current. Upon returning to the camp, Ashura discovered his black steed leisurely grazing, exuding an air of tranquility. Frustration surged within him, and he approached the horse, Black Charcoal, with a sardonic smile. Black Charcoal, in a blissful mood, mused that its mischievous master had nearly forgotten it after a day and night of absence. If he doesn't return in a few more days, I shall be free to roam, just as it was lost in dreams. It spotted the boy approaching with a mischievous grin. The sight of that smile made its 4 legs tremble, and it affectionately trotted over, nuzzling its head against its master's arm. Ashura, intending to reprimand the rebellious horse, reconsidered. A day had been wasted, and he must hasten his journey. With a cold huff, he mounted the horse and galloped toward the direction of St. Goban. Unbeknownst to the boy, on the 3rd day after his departure, 2 figures in black robes stood by a riverbank, perched upon the rocks. One of them held a damp small flag and rasped. "This was the formation flag I lent to the envoy Nero. Its presence here signifies his failure." After a brief pause, he added, "Who disrupted our plans? If he bore my flag, the soul mark upon it would eventually lead me to him. Yet he discarded it. He must either be an extraordinarily powerful individual or a master of formations." The other replied, "With a powerful being appearing, it seems we have drawn attention. Inform our operatives in this area to cease all activities, conceal themselves, and await directives from the organization." With that, their figures vanished from the giant stone. The mighty warrior who had cast away the flag was now racing into the distance on horseback. A seemingly simple decision had spared him from a considerable crisis. Yet he appeared to be entangled in a vast web of conspiracy. Chapter 10. Arrival at St. Goban. Beneath the pale moonlight, a black-haired youth galloped down the main road. While cautiously steering his galloping steed and deftly avoiding the branches of trees that reached out from either side, Ashura found himself in a perilous situation under the cloak of night. However, the urgency of the moment eclipsed his fears, for it was the 2nd day of the Academy's admission assessment, a rigorous 3-day affair. Should he fail to arrive at the city of St. Goban by the morrow, all his efforts would be rendered futile. Fortunately, he was aware that he was nearing his destination. With a flourish of his whip, the ebony steed beneath him sensed his master's anxiety and, obediently and resolutely, surged forward. At the break of dawn, as the sky lightened to a pale hue, Ashura beheld in the distance the grand walls of a city nestled against the mountains. He realized he had arrived at St. Goban, where the esteemed St. Goban Academy awaited him within its majestic confines. Elation coursed through him as he reflected on the arduous journey and the hopes of his family back home. Standing tall atop his horse, he let out a triumphant shout, feeling the weight of his burdens lift considerably, revealing his youthful exuberance. As more passers-by appeared on the road, they cast curious glances at the young man with dark hair, much like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Ashura nonetheless straightened his posture in deference to the teachings of his upbringing within the general's household. His steed, Black Charcoal, shared in his delight, galloping joyfully toward the city. St. Goban, built against the mountains for the sake of the academy, may not have been vast, but it was a city of freedom. Here, individuals from diverse races and social strata coexisted. Young scholars from the St. Goban Academy were a common sight, embodying the elite of the King's continent. Upon graduating, these students would emerge as formidable young powerhouses. The The King continent was home to four formidable empires: the Valencian Empire, the Pagadin Empire, the Sindabor Empire, and the Jalanan Empire. Each of these vast territories was nearly equal in strength. Ashura hailed from the Olay Kingdom, one of the 14 vassal states of the Valencian Empire. The borders of the four empires formed a circular expanse, encircling the continent's most perilous region, the Beastmaster Forest. Even the strongest of the age dared not venture into the depths of this treacherous realm, where high-level beasts and relentless hordes could obliterate anything in their path. Beyond the empires lay the endless sea, the vastness of which remained a mystery. No one knew the extent of its waters, nor whether another land or civilization existed across its depths. While the continent boasted numerous academies, 8 stood out as the most illustrious. Each empire was home to 2 renowned institutions: the St. Goban Academy and the August Academy of the Valencian Empire, the Bartle Academy and the Romeo Academy of the Pagadin Empire, the Honus Academy and the Tassio Academy of the Sindabor Empire, and the Bernal Academy and the Badoli Academy of the Jalanan Empire. Each year, these 8 academies cultivated countless strong individuals for the 4 empires, remaining free from imperial oversight. Moreover, the 8 academies share a common characteristic. They're all situated at vital gateways to the treacherous beast forest, serving as bulwarks against the greatest threat to humanity, the monstrous tide of beasts. Consequently, the young champions who graduate from these esteemed institutions garner the admiration and support of the common folk, making them prime targets for various factions eager to court their allegiance. Of course, there are other academies within the realm of the King's continent, which may be royal institutions or funded by particular powers, or may focus on specialized fields of study. These too have birthed numerous formidable individuals, yet in terms of comprehensive educational prowess, the 8 academies undoubtedly surpass the rest. Geographically, the Augustus Academy is closer to the country of Olay. However, due to the looming threat of the Blackwater family, Ashura has arrived at the Sanctus Goban Academy in the Valenzi Empire. He is filled with curiosity about all that Sanctus Goban has to offer, especially as the city has become extraordinarily lively due to the triennial admissions assessment being held at the academy. Without needing to inquire for directions, Ashura follows the throng of people towards the academy perched atop the hill. There, he finds a considerable crowd gathered, undoubtedly at the admissions assessment site. Ashura, firmly gripping the reins of his companion, Black Charcoal, pushes his way through the throngs. The spectacle is simply too captivating to resist. Local residents join the excitement, while spies from various factions gather first-hand intelligence on the prospective young powerhouses, and noble young ladies come in search of potential suitors. To marry a student of the Sanctus Goban Academy, even as a secondary spouse, is considered a prestigious match. Likewise, certain students require the influence and resources of noble families to advance further in their pursuits. For those exceptional students who pass the academy's assessments, invitations from noble ladies are promptly bestowed upon them, with the subsequent developments hinging on the willingness of both parties. At last, Ashura has made his way to the assessment site, only to find that there are not many candidates present. It seems that the majority have already completed their evaluations in the previous days. Overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation at the thought of soon becoming a student of Sanctus Goban, he takes a moment to tidy his tousled hair from the journey before hastening to the assessment point. Before him, at a long stone table, sit 3 examiners, 2 men and 1 woman, uniformly clad in the academy's mentor attire. Aside from the older male instructor in the center, the other 2 mentors are relatively young, all bearing stern expressions indicative of their serious demeanor. Ashura approaches and fills out a personal resume form, which merely contains basic personal information and his hometown address. After taking a deep breath, he respectfully presents the resume to the young male instructor, who is designated with a plaque indicating the martial arts assessment. The young male instructor swiftly glances over the document and then observes the tall and well-proportioned youth standing before him. He states in a measured tone, "Candidate awaiting assessment. Grasp the vitality testing stone to activate your inner energy and ascertain your martial level." Upon hearing this, Ashura glances at the red stone on the table, steadies himself, and grasps the stone, channeling his internal energy. The stone immediately emanates a warm red glow, vibrant yet not blinding. The young male instructor, after witnessing the red glow, softly announced, "The assessment result indicates a warrior tier 3. Ashura's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. for he was aware that the Academy's admission criterion required candidates to be of warrior tier 3 or above. He had met the entry standards. However, the murmurs and derisive laughter from the crowd behind him were unsettling. Before Ashura could comprehend the source of their mockery, the young instructor continued, "The assessment result is invalid. You are not eligible for admission. Please leave." This statement struck Ashura like a thunderclap, echoing ominously in his ears. The laughter from the onlookers intensified, and Ashura could hardly believe the news he had just received. He then retorted angrily, "Why am I not qualified? Is it not true that the admission standard for the 8 academies is warrior tier 3 or mage tier 3? I have clearly met the assessment criteria. Why am I not allowed to enroll?" The young instructor seemed to anticipate Ashura's reaction, responding calmly, "Because the academy has already filled its quota for warrior tier 3 students. Every 3 years, we admit 1,600 warriors of tier 3 or above, along with 300 mages of tier 3 or above. Additionally, there are 100 spots for specialized students. The academy provides resources for around 2,000 students, which is the saturation point for admissions." He then added sternly, "The 2,000 slots were filled yesterday. The path to strength is reserved for those who are proactive and prepared. Your lack of diligence, arriving on the final day of assessments, raises questions about your commitment to this opportunity. You should return and consider other ordinary academies." Ashura did not feel shame from the reprimand. He was acutely aware of the hardships he had endured to arrive at this juncture. The instructor was oblivious to his circumstances, and Ashura did not wish to defend himself excessively. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he pressed on, "If the slots are already filled, why are you still conducting admissions?" The young instructor was taken aback by Ashura's quick response. The others who had arrived late either shouted in anger or wept bitterly. It was indeed rare for a youth to remain so composed while posing questions. The instructor replied flippantly, "Because we still have slots for exceptionally talented students. Should you attain the rank of a master, you could still enroll. Unfortunately, you do not meet the requirements. Please leave and do not disrupt the assessment for the others." Numbly, Ashura turned to walk away, grappling with turmoil within his heart. What was he to do? He could not simply return. He was the hope of his family. Yet, what options remained for him now? Representatives from various factions and teachers from ordinary academies began to approach him, extending invitations in an attempt to recruit the young man into their ranks or institutions. Perhaps due to his youth and humble attire, few noble young ladies ventured forth to engage him. The crowd that had gathered around Ashura grew increasingly boisterous, further muddling his thoughts. At that moment, a luxurious silver-white carriage, guided by its guards, glided through the throng and arrived at the assessment point. This was an exceedingly opulent carriage, drawn by 4 pristine white horses, which far surpassed Ashura's own black steed in elegance. The carriage bore the family crest, intricately depicting a lightning bolt intertwined with a scepter. Although Ashura was unfamiliar with the family, the aura emanating from the driver conveyed an unmistakable sense of danger. He must be a formidable individual, and the family capable of employing such a powerful figure undoubtedly hailed from a distinguished lineage. As the silver carriage made its entrance, the crowd that had encircled Ashura suddenly dispersed, flocking instead to behold the carriage's occupant. Ashura scoffed and turned his attention to the carriage, curious whether the scion of this noble family would, like him, be denied entry to the academy for arriving late. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, the imposing driver announced something to those within, then slowly opened the carriage door. A breathtaking young girl with silver hair descended from the carriage. Despite her tender age, she was undeniably a paragon of beauty. Her skin was as pale as snow, her features exquisitely refined, and she wore a fitting silver gown that accentuated her regal presence, instilling a subconscious sense of inferiority in those who beheld her. Ashura, too, was momentarily captivated by her stunning appearance. He had never encountered such a striking young lady. Yet, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of passing the assessment and gaining entrance to the academy, preventing him from succumbing to the allure of her noble grace. The 3 instructors displayed no overt enthusiasm in response to the girl's beauty or her family's influence. Only the young male instructor's eyes sparkled with interest as he subtly straightened his posture. The silver-haired girl slightly inclined her head in greeting to the 3 instructors before filling out her application form. She then strolled over to the young female instructor, who was standing by the magic assessment placard, and handed her the completed form. Upon reviewing the details, the young female instructor widened her eyes in surprise, but quickly regained her composure, stating, "Candidate for assessment. Grasp the magic testing stone to awaken the magical energy within you and ascertain your magical attributes and level." The silver-haired girl nodded in acknowledgement, without any further preparation. She grasped the white magic testing stone placed upon the table. Instantly, the stone radiated a brilliant silver light, glowing exceptionally bright. This was soon followed by gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The young female instructor, visibly astonished, declared, "A lightning mage, and she has reached the first rank of mage." The crowd behind her inhaled sharply, and soon began to speculate about the girl. Some pondered her age, others conjectured about her family's background, while many wondered what heights she might achieve as a powerful mage in the future. However, the murmurs and exclamations of the crowd elicited no reaction from the silver-haired girl. She still exuded an aura of cool elegance and nobility, as if she had long since grown accustomed to the admiration and adulation of those around her. Gently, she inquired, "Mentor, have I successfully passed the assessment to enter the academy?" The young female mentor, momentarily taken aback, pondered the abundance of gifted students this year. Just days prior, several candidates had already met the criteria for genius scholars, and today, this striking beauty was an exceptionally rare talent in lightning magic. It seemed the incoming class was indeed formidable. One could only wonder who would earn the title of newcomer king. A senior male mentor coughed softly, jolting the young female mentor back to reality. Slightly embarrassed, she quickly adopted a warm demeanor and declared, "Of course, you have passed. As a rare lightning mage, your mere existence qualifies you for admission. Moreover, you have already reached the first tier of mage cultivation, marking you as a prodigious new student of our academy. Clara, welcome to St. Gabain Academy." With the mentor's affirming words, the surroundings erupted into enthusiastic applause. Everyone bore witness to the admission of a genius student. And perhaps this girl named Clara would one day become a renowned master of magic in the realm of kings. This was a tale they would boast about to their friends in the future. Clara's face lit up with joy, for she was still but a young girl of 14 or 15, although she had delayed her arrival at the academy due to her breakthrough in mage cultivation. The mentor's acknowledgement filled her with elation. Just as the girl happily accepted the St. Gabain Academy badge handed to her by the mentor, a sudden youthful voice interrupted. "Wait a moment, mentor. Is it true that any lightning mage is considered a genius student and thus granted an additional opportunity for admission?" The crowd turned in astonishment towards the source of the voice, revealing a tall boy with black hair who had hurriedly squeezed out from the gathering. It was Ashura, who had just undergone the warrior assessment. The onlookers were bewildered, recalling that he had just been advised against admission due to a full quota for warriors. What was he doing inquiring about magic? Had he succumbed to despair, or was he attempting to garner favor with the mentor by asserting his presence? Unfazed by the murmurs around him, the boy's gaze remained intensely fixed on the female mentor behind the stone table. Clara, too, turned to look at the tall boy. Initially, she thought the shout was merely an attempt to capture her attention, as she had encountered many boys before who foolishly sought to impress her. However, upon noticing that his fervent gaze bypassed her entirely and focused on the mentor, she realized she had misjudged him. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, mingled with an inexplicable hint of displeasure. The thoughts of young girls are often inscrutable. The young female mentor furrowed her brow. Seemingly displeased by the interruption, she remarked, "Not just any student of the lightning affinity can be bestowed the title of a prodigy. It is merely due to the rarity of lightning mages that the Academy has stipulated that any lightning mage may be admitted for further studies." As soon as the young instructor's words fell, Clara, the girl, noticed a glimmer of excitement in the eyes of the black-haired boy who had posed the question, though she could not ascertain if it was merely her imagination. Shortly thereafter, the boy exclaimed loudly, "Are you certain, instructor? Any new student who is a lightning mage can enroll?" The young female instructor, with a hint of impatience, responded, "I am certain. Do you think I can alter the school's admission policies?" After uttering this, she felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet, though she could not articulate why. Before she could unravel the source of her unease, the black-haired boy hastily stepped forward, swiftly drafting a personal resume and placing it upon the stone table before the instructor. He then seized the white magical testing stone resting on the table and shouted, "Illuminate for me." amidst the boy's fervent declaration and the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. The magical testing stone he grasped in his hands emitted a faint silver glow. Chapter 12. The first day of admission, gazing at the soft silver luminescence emanating from the testing stone, the crowd appeared as if petrified, fixated on the boy who was fervently channeling magical elements to ignite the stone. Even the three instructors were rendered speechless by their astonishment. Ashura felt a surge of anxiety within him. The remaining lightning magical elements in his body were dwindling, yet the instructor had yet to announce the evaluation results. Hadn't they agreed just moments ago? He felt he could barely hold on any longer. Aside from occasional meditations following his awakening, Ashura had never practiced magic, and now he was sweating profusely with urgency. The delicate silver glow, akin to a flickering candle, seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Yet beneath that luminous silver light, a mysterious gray shimmer flickered intermittently, unnoticed by the crowd. At that moment, an incredulous voice broke the silence. Lightning magic level, apprentice tier 1. The stuttering voice of the young instructor salvaged Ashura. He quickly set down the magical testing stone, ignoring the sweat on his brow. He fixed his intense gaze upon the young instructor. Thunderous thoughts reverberated in everyone's minds. They could not comprehend why a warrior possessed the talent for magic, particularly the rare lightning affinity. Why would a lightning mage choose not to practice magic and instead pursue a path as an unremarkable warrior? Wasn't the prestigious life of a mage appealing? The silver-haired girl, Clara, was equally astonished, her mouth agape, as she pondered the boy's motives, which mirrored her own awakening to lightning magic. She vividly recalled the fervent celebrations and jubilations that ensued in her family upon her own awakening. Her grandfather had even designated her as the foremost candidate for cultivation within the younger generation of their lineage. Could it be that this boy had just recently awakened his magical talent? As Ashura observed the crowd staring at him in a daze, he could no longer restrain himself and inquired of the female instructor, "Dear mentor, should you not bestow upon me the academy badge?" The female instructor, jolted back to reality by his question, furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the young boy before her. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to articulate, "Though you're a lightning mage, your level of strength." Before she could finish her sentence, Ashura interjected, "Mentor, you did not say that just now. Everyone heard you declare that the admission criteria for the academy permit rare lightning mages to enroll. You cannot take advantage of my youth and disregard your own words." As he glanced at the murmuring crowd, the female instructor found herself at a loss for words and turned to her two colleagues for guidance. The elder male instructor cast a disapproving glance at Ashura, recognizing that this black-haired boy had deftly ensnared his female colleague and was now inciting the audience to exert pressure. Although he was still young, he displayed a cunning spirit that required intervention to end this farce. He quickly conferred with the other two instructors, and after a hushed discussion, they reached a consensus. With a smile, the middle-aged male instructor addressed Ashura, saying, "Since you are a lightning mage and so eager to learn, we shall, without contravening the academy's admission principles, congratulate you on passing the assessment. Student Ashura, welcome to St. Gabain Academy." Upon hearing this, Ashura leaped with excitement, realizing that he had finally fulfilled his long-held aspiration. However, the knowing smile of the middle-aged instructor left him with a lingering sense of unease. Ashura eagerly accepted the academy badge presented by the instructor, reveling in its significance and beaming with delight. Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl Clara, who had just witnessed the event, pondered how she might have fared in a similar predicament. She believed she would not have been as resourceful, for she was not one to resort to trickery. She felt a flicker of admiration and curiosity towards this boy of her age, having distinctly heard his name, Ashura. At that moment, as one laughed foolishly and the other mused curiously, the middle-aged male instructor's voice rang out, "Take good care of your student badges. They hold functions for scoring, trading, and message delivery. They are also proof of your membership in the academy, so do not lose them. You may now enter. Once inside, the information within your badges will guide you on your next steps." In unison, the two responded with a respectful bow. "Yes, mentor." Clara then turned on her heel and strode toward the grand entrance of the academy without looking back, while Ashura turned to retrieve his black horse, Charcoal, tethered to a nearby stump, and followed her toward the gates. A new chapter of academic life awaited the arrival of these two youthful souls. As they passed through the towering gates of the academy, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista. Majestic trees and ancient-style classrooms formed a harmonious backdrop, while students clad in warrior attire and magical robes traversed the pathways of the academy. In the academy, apart from the standard attire, there were no other garments, save for newcomers like Ashura, who donned their own outfits. Not far ahead, a cacophony of voices attracted attention, as a throng gathered around a silver-haired beauty, who had arrived earlier than Ashura. The male seniors surrounded her, eager to curry favor and obtain her contact information for her badge. The frequent furrowing of her brow revealed her evident annoyance. Ashura, with a slight grimace, chose not to intervene and turned to walk away in the opposite direction. However, his departing figure caught Clara's eye, inciting further vexation within her. As Ashura ambled through the academy, he was struck by its profound historical significance. Statues of formidable alumni adorned the grounds, each one a testament to the inspiring feats that propelled successive generations of students to strive for excellence. The more he observed, the more exhilarated he became, yearning to grow stronger. He did not aspire to have a statue erected in his honor, but merely wished to attain sufficient strength to return and resolve the tribulations facing his family. He recalled the conversation he had with his father before departing, particularly the admonition to remain patient and low-key until he truly matured. Resolute in his decision to cultivate his strength quietly and return to avenge his brother, Ashura was interrupted by a message transmitted through his badge. With focused intent, he read the information. New student Ashura, please proceed to your dormitory, room 138, which contains your private quarters. Arrange your belongings accordingly, and if you possess a mount, please deposit it at the academy's stables, where it will be cared for by dedicated staff. All new students are required to assemble at the War God Square at dusk. Latecomers will be expelled without exception. Please take note. Upon reading the message, Ashura first entrusted his mount, Black Charcoal, to the stables. The creature, upon seeing several mares within, frolicked with unrestrained joy. Ashura, with a furrowed brow, recalled the 10 gold coins he had spent to acquire it, and he gradually quelled his impulse to scold the exuberant animal. Following the map within his academy badge, Ashura meandered through the campus, unable to dismiss the academy's vastness. After wandering for what felt like half a day, he found himself nearing dusk. The dormitories were quaint 2-story buildings, with separate accommodations for male and female students flanking either side of the path. Upon locating room 138, Ashura inserted his badge into the designated slot, and the door swung open. The interior was modestly sized, featuring a living area and dining table on the ground floor, while a staircase led to the upper level, containing 4 bedrooms, 3 of which were already occupied. Calling out to see if anyone was present yielded no response, likely due to their attendance at the War God Square. He quickly ventured into the last unoccupied room, which was sparsely furnished with a wardrobe, a desk, a chair, and a single bed with bedding, with nothing else to arrange. Ashura closed the door behind him and hastened towards the assembly point at the War God Square. Chapter 13. The Academy's rules. As Ashura hurriedly made his way to the God of War Square, inquiring along the way, he found a throng of new students already gathered. They appeared somewhat unfamiliar with their surroundings, casting curious glances at one another, while a small group of boys from the same dormitory huddled together, engaging in hushed conversations. Occasionally, remarks about particularly well-endowed girls or those with long legs would emerge, accompanied by suggestive laughter. This was Ashura's first experience of communal life away from home, and he was filled with curiosity about everything around him. As he surveyed his fellow students, his gaze unexpectedly locked onto a pair of icy, piercing eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Clara, the silver-haired girl who had participated in the assessment with him earlier that day. Elated to encounter someone familiar, Ashura waved enthusiastically at her. However, Clara merely scoffed and turned her head away, exuding an air of aloofness. Ashura's hand lingered in the air awkwardly before he sheepishly lowered it and shifted his attention to other students. At that moment, the sound of a bell resonated through the square, signaling the arrival of 2 instructors, one a warrior and the other a mage. The 2 hovered gracefully above the ground, silently observing the new arrivals. The sight was a profound spectacle for the freshmen, who erupted in excited shouts as they gazed up in awe at the instructors, their admiration for such strength palpable. Ashura felt a surge of exhilaration. He was unsure of the caliber of the individuals capable of flight. but he was certain that no one from the Heishui family possessed such power. How glorious it would be to return to the kingdom of Olai, soaring through the skies. Just as he was lost in these daydreams, one of the hovering figures spoke, their voice soft yet resonant in the ears of every new student. Silence. The square fell abruptly silent. The imposing figure of a robust, middle-aged man stepped forward and addressed the gathering. Greetings, young ones. I am Fearman, the Dean of the Warrior Academy at St. Gabain Academy, and beside me is Saining, the Dean of the Mage Academy. With that, the refined middle-aged mage beside him tipped his hat in acknowledgement. On behalf of St. Gabain Academy, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. I hope your time here will be fruitful and enriching. He continued, now, I would like to outline the rules of the Academy and the structure of your studies moving forward. The new students attentively raised their heads, focused on Dean Fearman's words. He spoke with gravity. First and foremost, regardless of your origins or the power of your families, once you enter this academy, everything relies solely on your own efforts. Your family's influence holds no sway here. Do not attempt to leverage it, or you will be expelled from the academy. Some students, adorned in luxurious attire, visibly paled at this proclamation, while others remained unconvinced. Unfazed, Fearman continued. Within the academy, all resources for cultivation must be earned through your own endeavors. Here, gold, silver, and even jewels hold no value. Only academy points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources. The academy's points are acquired through your rankings within the institution and the completion of assigned tasks. Naturally, they can also be privately utilized for the exchange of goods. Upon hearing this, the students began to murmur amongst themselves, with those from modest backgrounds feeling particularly encouraged, while those from affluent families expressed their discontent. The Academy's measures have effectively diminished the disparities among all students. Dean Fearman continued, stating that there are few regulations within the Academy to restrict you. You are entirely free to manage your own time. You may attend any mentor's class or even choose to forego classes altogether in favor of personal cultivation. The Academy will impose no interference. However, each student is allotted a maximum of 9 years of study. If you achieve the rank of Grand Martial Artist or Grand Mage within this period, you may apply for graduation. The Academy will issue you a diploma upon completion. Yet, should you fail to meet the graduation requirements within 9 years, you will not receive a diploma, and your descendants will be ineligible for admission to any academy. At this, the students collectively gasped in shock, but those who had successfully passed the entrance test to the academy were undoubtedly among the most talented individuals of the continent, instilling confidence in their eventual graduation. The two deans exchanged satisfied glances as they noted the reactions of the new students. They had heard rumors of several promising candidates in this cohort and were eager to see if they could nurture them into talents that would elevate the academy's prestige. In comparison to other academies, their only competition lay in the excellence of their own students. Fearman added, the specifics of the academy's regulations will be summarized in the badge notices, so I shall not reiterate them all. However, one point to note is that many areas within the academy do not permit private dueling, and violators will face severe consequences. The new students nodded in agreement. Coming from various regions, they were all gifted individuals, yet youthful exuberance could lead to trouble, making this regulation a prudent measure. After observing the students and seeing no dissent, Fearman declared, since the Academy's rules have been conveyed, let us now invite Dean Sanning to discuss the recent arrangements for you. Dean Sanning stepped forward with a warm smile and said, Dear new students, I trust you have all been assigned your respective dormitories. Tomorrow, we will organize you into classes according to your individual circumstances. The badge notifications will inform you of which class to report to, and upon reporting, you will receive your uniforms. Within the academy, only the uniform is permitted as attire. Dean Sanning's voice was gentle and pleasant to the ear. However, what followed sent a shiver through the new students. After class assignments, a homeroom teacher will oversee your progress in cultivation. While the academy encourages open freedom, a small assessment will occur after 3 months. Currently, the majority of you are at the 3rd rank of warrior or mage, and the academy requires that all of you must advance to the rank of martial artist or mage within this time frame, with the exception of non-combat professions. Your homeroom teacher will guide you as a class during the assessment, which will involve utilizing martial techniques or magic to inflict lethal damage on test dummies. Those who fail to meet the required level or do not inflict sufficient damage will be expelled from the academy. Do you all comprehend this? As Dean Sanning's voice faded, a fervent discussion erupted among the students in the square. They had anticipated a sense of security upon passing the entrance assessment, only to discover a myriad of challenges awaiting them. Observing the tumultuous crowd below, Dean Sanning felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He continued addressing the students, urging them not to be astonished, as the academy would impose numerous comprehensive evaluations and tasks in the future. Those who failed to complete them would be eliminated. Gradually, they would acclimate to this reality. Historically, our graduation rate hovers around 50%, with an unfortunate accidental death rate of nearly 30%. Therefore, you must strive diligently. Upon hearing this, the square fell silent. A graduation rate of approximately 50%? Why had I not been informed of this earlier? It was understandable. Those who had not graduated would hardly boast about their lack of success. And what of the nearly 30% accidental death rate? How perilous was this academy? As confusion enveloped them, Dean Sanning spoke with gravitas. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current, without effort and determination. One risks becoming mere dust upon this vast continent. Should you achieve mastery and rise above the rest, you shall become the brightest star in the night sky. Thus, dear students, your future resides firmly in your own hands. The individuals you aspire to become will be shaped during your time here in the academy. I wish you all the best. Dismissed. With that, the two deans turned and soared away, their words lingering in the minds of the young students. Chapter 14. Roommates and class assignments. Ashura lingered in the square longer than most, his thoughts consumed by the words of the two deans. He yearned for strength and sought the guidance of the powerful. The sight of those soaring through the air had left an indelible impression on him. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he discovered 3 young men seated in the common area. As he entered, their gazes converged upon him. Ashura surmised that these 3 would be his future roommates and managed a stiff smile. Before he could utter a word, a distinguished youth clad in elegant attire rose and exclaimed, "You must be the latecomer to room 138. I have heard that the last arrivals are all exceptional talents." The refined youth's words were like a refreshing spring breeze, prompting the other 2 to scrutinize Ashura with newfound interest. Flushing, Ashura stammered, No, I'm merely fortunate. That's all." The other 3 dismissed his modesty, and the elegant youth chuckled heartily. "Since we will all share this roof for the next 9 years, let's not be shy. You are all from the Valentian Empire, I presume? Let's introduce ourselves. I am Jean Zay, a 3rd-tier water mage." With that, he gestured towards a golden-haired youth seated in the chair. The golden-haired youth, though dressed simply, exuded an air of sophistication characteristic of a scion from a prominent family, his every gesture revealing an innate grace. After offering a slight nod to Ashura, he introduced himself. "I am Arthur, a practitioner at the 1st level." Upon hearing this, Ashura couldn't help but marvel silently at the plethora of talents within the academy. Here was a student already meeting the standards for the upcoming assessment in March. Next, the last to stand was a shy boy with tousled hair resembling a bird's nest, who said, "I am Angelo, but you may call me Little Lo. I am a student specializing in weapon and equipment forging." Ashura recalled the mentor's mention of the academy admitting 100 students in non-combat disciplines, and it was likely that Little Lo was among those talented individuals. At this moment, all 3 turned their attention to Ashura, awaiting his self-introduction. Straightening his posture, Ashura declared, "I am Ashura, at the martial artist 3rd level." Upon his declaration, the trio regarded him with skeptical glances. Ashura sensed their lingering doubts about his admission as a genius student and considered explaining the recruitment process. But the elegantly dressed youth, Jinza, interjected to ease the tension. "Very well, let us assist one another from now on. By the way, how old are you?" Ashura stated his age, revealing that all 4 boys were of the same year, albeit differing in months. Arranging them by age within the dormitory, Jinza took the lead, followed by Arthur, Ashura, and then Angelo. After this brief exchange, the conversation waned, and the 4 sat in the common area in a somewhat awkward silence. Eventually, the cool and composed Arthur broke the ice, stating, "I will retire to my room for some rest," which prompted the others to bid farewell as they returned to their quarters. Upon entering his dormitory, Ashura gazed at the humble single bed with immense joy. After 6 months of enduring the elements, this was the first time he would sleep in a bed since leaving home. As he lay down, a wave of emotion surged within him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cry, yet he stifled the tears. He understood that tears would provide no solace. He could only rely on himself. In just one day, he had encountered 2 classmates who were a level above him, instilling in him a profound sense of pressure and a pressing urgency to strengthen himself. Lost in contemplation, the young man unknowingly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Ashura, accustomed to rising early for travel, awoke promptly and engaged in some light physical activity. He used his consciousness to examine his academy badge, which contained a message instructing him to report to classroom 13 in the teaching building as indicated on the map. Upon exiting his room, he observed the elder Jinza and the second, Arthur, enjoying a simple breakfast in the dining hall. The academy provided complimentary meals, yet most students prefer to procure food for their bags or storage spaces for convenience, saving the time spent dining for training, thus allowing for greater freedom. Jinza, noting that Ashura had arrived late the previous day and likely hadn't secured any provisions, kindly offered him a portion of roasted meat sandwich. Gratefully accepting, Ashura sat down to eat, while the 4th, Angelo, had yet to rise, leaving Ashura curious about their respective schedules. After finishing their meal, the 3 brothers parted ways, heading towards their respective classrooms after a brief farewell. Ashura, clad in a full set of warrior garb, pondered what instructional activities awaited him that day. However, upon arriving at his designated teaching building, he sensed something amiss. The students entering and exiting the building, whether upperclassmen or newcomers, were all adorned in magical robes, leaving him as the sole figure in warrior attire, standing awkwardly at the entrance. At that moment, a disheartening thought crossed Ashura's mind. Had he been assigned to the Magic Academy? Yet he had never practiced magic. The prospect of being a mere apprentice in the realm of sorcery was a disheartening beginning indeed. Suddenly, he recalled the knowing smile of the middle-aged instructor during the entrance assessment and, with youthful indignation, silently vowed to one day pluck that mentor's beard. But what was he to do now? After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolutely stepped into the venerable halls of the Magic Academy. As Ashura found classroom 13 and stepped inside, he discovered that the once spacious room had grown even quieter. The 8 or 9 early arriving students stared at the black-haired youth in warrior attire with astonishment. Ignoring their gazes, Ashura walked directly to a seat at the back by the window. A chubby boy seated in front of him snapped back to reality and turned to inquire, "Excuse me, are you in the wrong classroom? There are no warrior classes in this building." Ashura, at a loss for words, could only respond with resignation. "I wish I were in the wrong class, but I am indeed here to register." The chubby boy was bewildered by Ashura's words, and the other students regarded him as an oddity, soon returning to their conversations. As they chatted in small groups, the entrance remained unremarkable until, with graceful steps, a girl with long silver hair entered the classroom. The students were once again rendered speechless. If Ashura's peculiar presence had astonished them, the girl's beauty captivated them anew. The girl walked into the room with an air of indifference, prompting a slender male student in an opulent mage robe to break into a radiant smile. He hastily drew back the chair beside him and said to the girl, "Dear lady, please take a seat," as he gestured gallantly. However, the girl did not spare him a glance and walked straight past him. The slender boy's expression faltered, yet the gaze of all remained fixated on the girl. No one noticed his embarrassment, which allowed him to regain some composure and return to his seat. Ashura recognized the newly arrived girl as Clara. Realizing that she was also a lightning mage brought him some comfort. It was no wonder they were in the same class. As he recognized her, Clara caught sight of him as well, unable to ignore his striking attire, despite his efforts to blend into the background by sitting at the rear. Clara was momentarily taken aback by his incongruous attire, which subsequently reminded her of the boy's playful antics during the assessment. A faint smile tugged at her lips, and this smile nearly captivated the chubby boy seated before Ashura, who could only think, "The goddess actually smiled at me." But what astonished the chubby boy even more was the sight of his beloved goddess approaching him. She ultimately took a seat diagonally behind him, to Ashura's right. Although they were not seated side by side, a narrow passage separated the two. The chubby boy was so overwhelmed with excitement that he dared not move, his mind racing with thoughts. Why did the goddess choose to sit there? Was it so she could see me easily? How should I conduct myself? Will my hairstyle enhance my profile? After Clara settled in, she briefly scanned her surroundings before suddenly tilting her head and fixating her gaze on Ashura without uttering a word. Ashura, caught off guard by the girl's behavior, found himself puzzled, recalling how she had been reluctant to greet him just yesterday. What could this mean? Nevertheless, he decided to adopt a magnanimous attitude and greeted her. With a stiff smile, he raised his hand, then let it drop awkwardly, stammering, long time no see. This clumsy attempt at conversation elicited a soft giggle from the girl. Clara, with a sweet smile, playfully called him a fool. Chapter 15. The magic apprentice of class 13. Upon hearing the girl's teasing greeting, Ashura's face immediately clouded over. He swiftly turned his head away, vowing never to acknowledge this silly girl again. Clara found his sulking demeanor even more amusing. Since her childhood, the only boys she had known apart from her family were well-mannered and charming, like peacocks displaying their finest feathers around her. In contrast, this seemingly clumsy boy with black hair struck her as refreshingly unique. Her curiosity about him swelled, compelling her to take a seat beside him. Their conversation was hushed, and the others could not discern their words. They merely observed the silver-haired girl stifling laughter behind her hand, seemingly mocking the black-haired boy's attire, just as they were. Meanwhile, several boys discreetly shifted to the back of the classroom, eager to be closer to their goddess. The other girls in the class exchanged exasperated glances, as they lacked the courage to compete with the silver-haired girl's beauty. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the back of the classroom, a melodious bell rang out. At that moment, a young female instructor, whose beauty rivaled Clara's, entered the classroom. The teacher possessed a strikingly alluring appearance, yet her demeanor exuded noble elegance. Clad in a purple magical robe that accentuated her enticing figure, she embodied a more mature and sophisticated charm than Clara. After standing firmly at the center of the podium, the female instructor warmly addressed the new students of the 13th magic class. Greetings, dear students. I am your homeroom teacher, Ella. I shall be your guide in this magical journey, and you may approach me with any queries regarding your magical training. I sincerely hope that we shall enjoy our time together in the days to come. Thank you. Her eloquent introduction jolted the audience back to reality, leaving the boys particularly exhilarated. To their astonishment, their small class boasted 2 goddess-like beauties. Indeed, enrolling at St. Gobain felt like a stroke of fortune. Aya, a recent graduate and distinguished student of the academy, was the granddaughter of the renowned Professor Ivy, a prominent figure in the realm of magic whose prowess had ascended to the formidable level of a grand sorcerer. Having grown up under her grandfather's tutelage, Ella's parents served as high-ranking officials within the empire, which led her to remain at the academy as a teacher upon graduation. With her own commendable ability as a level 2 mage, she was more than capable of assuming the role of class instructor. As Ella began her teaching career, many of her equally accomplished male peers, who had pursued her during their studies, also chose to stay on as instructors in hopes of winning her affection. However, none had yet succeeded in capturing her interest. Though this was her inaugural experience as a homeroom teacher, she felt a twinge of nervousness. Fortunately, the academy, recognizing it was her first time leading a class, assigned her the 13th magic class with the fewest students. Comprising a total of 14 students, 7 boys and 7 girls, all specializing in lightning magic. This class highlighted the rarity of lightning mages. Otherwise, the institution would not have made an exception for the enrollment of a new lightning mage. Initially, Ella felt a sense of pride over managing a smaller class deemed easier to oversee. However, upon reviewing the roster of students, her elation turned to concern. On the positive side, 4 of the 14 students had already attained the level of mage, a higher ratio than in any other class. Yet, the troubling aspect was the clear indication of a magical apprentice among her students. In disbelief, she rushed to her best friend's office, who was responsible for admissions, to inquire if there had been an error in the student information. The young instructor who managed admissions recounted the circumstances of the enrollment process, leaving Ella both amused and exasperated. Her compassionate nature did not stem from anxiety over the potential impact of this struggling student on her class's overall performance. Rather, she feared that the apprentice would be eliminated from the academy during the assessment in 3 months' time. Thus, she made a firm resolution to provide the student, Ashura, with ample guidance and support to help him improve his grades and avoid expulsion, lest she be left with merely 13 students. Noticing the eager expressions on the faces of her new students, Ella felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. She was suddenly taken aback to find that many of the front row seats which should have been hotly contested, were conspicuously vacant, with students opting to sit in the back. Upon catching sight of a silver-haired girl in the rear, all her doubts evaporated. With a smile, she declared, "Now, when I call your name, please stand and respond." Ella systematically called out the names of the students in the class, glancing at each one as they stood in recognition. When she reached Clara's name, a wave of cheers erupted from the boys. She merely smiled, not paying it much mind. Upon reaching the final name on the roll call, her expression turned serious as she announced, "Azura." At that moment, a tall boy with black hair stood up and responded affirmatively. Ella gazed intently at the youth, pondering whether he was indeed Azura. How could she assist him in elevating his level? Would being overly deliberate encroach upon his sense of pride? As Ella's mind raced with thoughts, the other students remained oblivious to her musings, only observing their strikingly beautiful instructor gazing dreamily at the peculiar black-haired lad. Could it be that she was captivated by him? This boy was hardly more handsome than I am, they whispered among themselves, even Clara furrowing her brow slightly. Azura, on the other hand, was perplexed as to what might have gone awry. Was it truly his handsome appearance that astonished the instructor? Surely not. After all, Azura was a youth with a modest demeanor, unable to withstand the weight of the beautiful teacher's lingering gaze. He called out, "Instructor, may I sit down?" His voice broke Ella from a reverie. Realizing her lapse in composure, her exquisite face flushed, and she hurriedly replied, "Yes, of course." This unusual exchange caused the eyes of the class to dart back and forth between the two, with several girls catching the scent of gossip in the air. Ella composed herself and continued, "From today onward, we shall officially commence our lessons. The schedules for each instructor's courses are posted on the bulletin board outside the main classroom." She gestured to the classroom they occupied. "Classes may not always be held here. Students are welcome to choose from the courses and instructors they prefer. Our primary goal is to prepare for the assessment test in 3 months, and I hope all of you will strive diligently. I will do my utmost to assist each of you." She cast a lingering glance at Azura. "Next, we shall elect class officers. Given our small class size, we will select a class monitor and an academic committee member. The 2 officers must work closely together to manage and serve the class effectively. Any student wishing to run for election may stand and make their declaration." Upon hearing this, the students exchanged glances, hesitant to speak, likely fearing that taking on such responsibilities might hinder their own cultivation. Observing their reticence, Ella smiled gently and added, "I forgot to mention, students who take on class officer roles will receive additional academy points." At this announcement, enthusiasm surged through the classroom as students eagerly rushed to sign up. For the importance of academy points had been emphasized by the dean just the day before, and everyone wished to accumulate as many as possible. However, with the emergence of a single voice, the classroom fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into fervent applause. The voice that echoed was Claire's application to become the class monitor. No one in the class voiced any objections, nor was there any sense of competition. After all, her beauty eclipsed everything. Mentor Ella joyfully declared, "Then Clara shall be the monitor of our 13th class. Now, who wishes to be the study committee member?" As soon as the words left her lips, several boys eagerly expressed their interest. However, Azura, who was observing from the sidelines, noticed Clara shooting him a glare that seemed to convey, "You should sign up for the study committee." Instantly, Azura backed down, averting his gaze towards the window to avoid her eyes. It was a jest. How could a mere apprentice in magic dare to take on such a role without inviting ridicule from the other classes? Ultimately, it was the slender boy, Kyle, who had previously assigned Clara her seat, that successfully secured the position of study committee member. Kyle, a practitioner of lightning magic, hailed from a powerful family and was thrilled to partner with Clara in their responsibilities. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he occasionally turned to glance at Clara in the back row, while she sat expressionless, internally casting lightning bolts at someone. Eventually, Mentor Ella distributed the school's magical robes to all the students, insisting that they must wear them for future classes. With that, the formal teachings of St. Gawain Magic Academy commenced. Chapter 16, Confusion and Heart-to-Heart. Azura donned the dark green robe of St. Gawain Magic Academy. Clad in the uniform, he no longer felt as out of place among his peers. Thus began his inaugural class at the academy, a foundational course in magic taught by their homeroom mentor, Ella. True to her reputation as an exceptional graduate of the academy, coupled with her enchanting appearance, she captivated the attention of the new students. However, one exception sat in the back row, Azura, who had never been exposed to any magic-related knowledge. He had only gleaned some insights from his younger sister regarding magical meditation methods, driven by sheer curiosity about the nature of magical elements. Now, he was thrust into an advanced magic course, a daunting experience for someone with no foundational understanding. Despite his keen intellect, he was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as if he were deciphering an ancient tome. The classmates were engrossed in their lessons, oblivious to Azura's distress. Only Clara, sitting nearby and comfortably absorbing the material, sensed his discomfort. Yet, she chose to remain silent, occasionally casting a discreet glance in his direction. The academy held classes in the morning, leaving the rest of the time for free practice. With 5 days of classes and 2 days of rest each week, Azura diligently attended 4 lessons in one morning, each led by a different instructor covering distinct magical disciplines, including 2 specialized courses in lightning magic. Despite his unwavering focus, the vast gulf of foundational knowledge left him bewildered. He struggled to comprehend what the teachers were conveying. After all, he was several years behind his peers in terms of academic progression, and families that produced mages were invariably of considerable strength. The cultivation of resources and the guidance of a dedicated instructor are privileges that a mere third son of a minor feudal lord cannot possess. Consequently, he finds himself at a considerable disadvantage on the path of magic compared to his classmates. Ashura is acutely aware that he cannot bridge this gap within the next 3 months. The impending evaluation may very well lead to his expulsion. The youth is engulfed in frustration, coupled with uncertainty and confusion about his future. With a heavy heart, Ashura pushes open the door to dormitory 138, where 3 individuals are seated, engaged in tea and conversation, and they all turn their gaze towards him. Upon noticing Ashura clad in a robe of magic, the trio is rendered even more perplexed. Did they not hear that he was merely a warrior of the 3rd tier? How then did he find his way to the Magic Academy? What secrets is he concealing? Faced with their curious stares and feeling despondent, Ashura opts not to offer any explanation. He waves his hand in a casual greeting and heads toward his room upstairs. However, the eldest, Jinza, calls out to him, "Third brother, I have some exquisite tea here. Come sit and share a cup with us." The term third brother causes Ashura to pause momentarily as it resonates with him. His own brothers often refer to him in the same manner, warming his heart. He turns back to see the 3 smiling youths and reciprocates with a smile of his own, saying, "All right, I could use a drink." With that, he makes his way to the tea table. Ashura, in his magical robe, sits down without concern for appearance, crossing his legs and gulping down a cup of tea. He cannot discern the quality of the tea. He merely seeks to quench his thirst. Observing him, Jinza shakes his head with a wry smile before pouring him another cup of tea made from the rarest leaves. The second brother remains quiet and cool, savoring his tea as if he can taste its value. The fourth brother, however, gazes at everyone with bright eyes, seemingly eager to share some good news. Once Ashura finishes his second cup, Jinza, while refilling it, inquires, "What troubles you, third brother? You seem rather downcast. Have you encountered some predicament, or perhaps faced a failed confession of love? If it's the former, feel free to share. We might be able to assist. If it's the latter, alas, we cannot help you there." Ashura casts a grateful glance at Jinza for steering clear of inquiries regarding his magical attire and instead posing a simple question in such a light-hearted manner. As long as Ashura wishes to remain reticent, he can easily fabricate a minor excuse to deflect, allowing them to continue enjoying tea and engaging in banter. After a moment of silence, Ashura divulges to his 3 roommates his current abilities, the reasons he had not pursued magic in the past, how he managed to pass the entrance exam yesterday, the class allocation today, and his struggles to comprehend the lessons in magic class, all while omitting the threats his family faces and the details of his journey to the academy. He was uncertain as to why he had chosen to open his heart to the 3. Perhaps it was the release of pent-up emotions that had been suppressed for too long. The trio listened in astonishment, taken aback by the fascinating story behind this seemingly harmless youth. They had never anticipated his audacity in breaching the academy's confines. It appeared that his earlier modesty was not a facade. Rather, it was sheer luck and courage that had granted him admission to the institution. The 3, not lacking in intelligence, quickly discerned the predicament the young man found himself in, yet they could not conjure an effective solution in the moment. The eldest, Jinzei, spoke gravely. "Third brother, among us in the dormitory, only you and I are magicians. My progress in magic has been slow over the years, as I have been preoccupied with managing our family business. However, I can certainly impart some knowledge on the fundamentals of magical enlightenment. As a water mage, I may not be well-versed in thunder-related magic, but I will share a basic meditation technique that will allow you to accumulate more magical elements." Ashura sincerely thanked Jinzei, who waved his hand dismissively, asserting it was only natural among brothers in the same dormitory. The second brother, Arthur, pondered for a moment before saying, "I am not knowledgeable in magic, so I cannot offer much assistance. However, I do have a cousin in the upper grades who specializes in earth magic and ranks among the top of his class. I can arrange for him to tutor you." Ashura expressed his gratitude, but insisted that Jinzei's instruction was sufficient for his current magical foundation, and he did not wish to trouble Arthur's cousin. The fourth brother, Angelo, then retrieved a bracelet from his storage ring and addressed Ashura. "Third brother, though I lack magical knowledge, my family specializes in artifact crafting. This bracelet is one of my proud creations. It can enhance the power of low-level magical skills by 20%. Since you will need to attack the dummies during your assessment in 3 months, this should prove beneficial. However, it is a one-time use item, as I have yet to create one for unlimited use." With that, he shyly handed the bracelet over, scratching his tousled hair. As Ashura accepted the bracelet, he glanced at the 3 sets of encouraging eyes surrounding him, his own eyes slightly reddening. He was profoundly moved by their selfless assistance and silently vowed to repay their kindness in the future. Indeed, his candidness had forged a stronger bond among the 4, dispelling any preconceived notions and bridging the gaps between them. They were all young men, after all. Who could refuse the company of a few good friends? If Ashura's self-explanation had tightened their camaraderie, then Angelo's news further elevated their small circle. With sparkling eyes, Angelo shared some thrilling news: the ranking of the top 10 beauties among the new students. It was unclear how he had managed to acquire this information in just a single morning. Angelo lewdly divulged the names of various enchanting women along with their class information, declaring that the current rankings were not in any particular order and that further evaluations would be conducted for a definitive ranking. Ashura's ears perked up at the mention of a familiar name, Clara. He grimaced. The silver-haired girl was indeed strikingly beautiful, yet her intellect seemed somewhat lacking, even daring to label him a fool. Had it not been for the high probability that he would be outmatched, he would have relished the opportunity to bring her proud nose down a notch. As Angelo finished relaying the last of the beautiful women's information, he smacked his lips, indicating he would continue to refine and augment his list. Suddenly, he lamented originally. "We had a stunning alchemist named Tangua from the non-combat department who could easily have ranked in the top 10. Alas, she appears to be visually impaired, which greatly diminishes her appeal and prevents her from making the list. Such a pity." The 4 young men, having absorbed the details of the top 10 beauties, gazed with predatory glints in their eyes towards the girls' dormitory, just a street away from their own. The air in room 138 was thick with the exuberance of youthful hormones. Chapter 17. The sound of a youth's heartbreak. The 4 youths engaged in fervent discussion about the topic for quite a while, each sharing their opinions and recounting their encounters with captivating women that day. Ashura mentioned the stunning mentor, Ella, to which Angelo acknowledged his awareness, stating that suitors who had pursued her in the past could be counted from the academy to the depths of the monster forest. However, due to Ella's high standards and her grandfather, the esteemed Grand Sorcerer Ivy, no one had succeeded in winning her affection. Casually, Ashura inquired, "Xiao Luo, how did you come by this information?" With a proud grin, Angelo replied, "I gathered this exclusive intel this morning from a few of my classmates in the refining department. Guaranteed first-hand information." Ashura chuckled. "Your skill is impressive. You could sell this information for a fortune, or rather, trade it for academy points. You could profit immensely without even undertaking any tasks." However, as he spoke, he noticed the expression on their leader, Jinzei's face shift dramatically, deep in thought. After a moment, his eyes began to gleam with excitement. With a resounding clap on Angelo's shoulder, he declared, "Old 3, that idea is brilliant. Old 4, you continue to gather information while I handle the selling. We'll trade this for academy points, and we'll share the spoils among our brothers. With a surge of inspiration, Zay stood, placing a foot on his chair as he animatedly outlined his business plan. Ashura rubbed his shoulder, bewildered by the transformation of their leader. Angelo, being rather innocent, immediately supported Zay's proposition and vowed to compile the most comprehensive data on the top 10 beauties. At this juncture, Arthur, the second of their group, interjected anxiously. While you collect and sell information and you propose ideas, what about me? I want to share in the points too. What can I do? After a moment's contemplation, Angelo proposed, second brother, I have thought of a role perfectly suited for you. Given that our trade carries certain risks, you are currently the strongest among us. On the day when we might find ourselves confronted by the suitors of those enchanting beauties, you must come forth to protect us. Arthur, with a bead of cold sweat trickling down his otherwise composed visage, timidly remarked, I wonder if I can withstand it. The leader, Zay, patted Arthur on the shoulder and said, we believe in your strength. We have high hopes for you, our second. Thus, an organization dedicated to collecting and trading in clandestine tidbits of information was born. After their conversation, the four indulged in a modest meal before retreating to their respective quarters for training. Zay, alongside Ashura, spent over 3 hours in the living room, imparting fundamental knowledge of magic to Ashura. He relayed the teachings he had received from the elders of the Zay family precisely as they were conveyed to him. In the end, he also taught Ashura his personal meditation technique, which Ashura realized was far superior to his own. There was no need for excessive words. The bond of brotherhood among the four deepened significantly that day. As dusk settled, Ashura returned to his chamber, revisiting the foundational knowledge Zay had shared. It seemed that the basic magical principles taught by the morning instructor were now clearer to him. He understood that this gap could not be bridged overnight. Nevertheless, the youth did not allow himself to slacken. Seated upon his bed, he silently commenced his meditation using the newly acquired technique. He could distinctly sense the magical elements in the air rushing into his body at an unprecedented speed. What he did not realize was that the meditation technique he had just learned was among the finest in the King S continent. In the dead of night, Ashura maintained his meditative posture. Typically, a magician's ability to draw magical elements is limited by their own magical level, and they would exit their meditative state once they reached their capacity. However, Ashura had been meditating for 4 hours and should have logically emerged from his trance by now. Yet, the youth gritted his teeth and persisted, gathering magical elements as if he were an abyss. The night passed, and as the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Ashura finally withdrew from his meditation. A profound fatigue, a consequence of excessive mental exertion, enveloped him, but astonishingly, his magical level had ascended to the 3rd tier of an apprentice magician overnight. Ashura did not succumb to complacency, for he was aware that early levels were easily attained, while the challenges multiplied significantly in later stages. He found it remarkable that he could meditate throughout the night and sense something peculiar within his body. Yet, he could not pinpoint the source of this anomaly and decided against sharing this revelation with others, fearing he might be treated as a mere specimen for experimentation in the alchemy chamber. After gathering his thoughts, Ashura exited his bedroom to freshen up. Rising early, he first went to the cafeteria to fetch 4 breakfasts, which he brought back to share with his 3 companions. As the basic meals on the 1st floor were provided free of charge, the special delicacies and restorative monster meat on the 2nd floor, however, required the expenditure of academy points. After a brief exchange among the brothers, they each proceeded to their respective classrooms. As Ashura entered his classroom, he immediately sensed that the atmosphere was far more animated compared to the previous day. It appeared that students from other classes had come to attend the lesson. Yet Ashura paid little heed to this development. Approaching his seat from yesterday, he intended to take his place when an arm obstructed his path. Looking up, he recognized Kyle, the study committee member from his class, who coolly said, "Please change your seat. This spot is mine." Ashura was momentarily taken aback, glancing over at the expressionless silver-haired girl beside him, quickly deducing the situation. With a playful glint in his eye, he retorted, "On what grounds? I sat here yesterday, and my notes from the previous lesson are still on the desk. You, as the study committee member, should be up front paying attention, not causing a ruckus back here." Kyle was momentarily speechless. Then, filled with indignation, he exclaimed, "You black-haired brat, I've looked into your background. Be sensible and step aside, or else I'll make you regret it." With that, He brandished the ornate magical staff bestowed upon him by his family. Ashura chuckled and replied, "What is this? Planning to resort to violence over a seat? Come on, I dare you. Let us see if the Academy dares to expel you for assaulting me." He stood tall, leaning forward defiantly. Kyle was caught off guard by Ashura's brazen words and, realizing he could not retaliate, found himself at a loss for words. Clara, eavesdropping nearby, seemed quite pleased with Ashura's audacity, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Just as everyone assumed the matter had reached a conclusion, Ashura suddenly declared, "The seat is mine, but since we are classmates, I suppose you could sit here too." Kyle, initially taken aback, quickly brightened and exclaimed, "Are you really willing to give up this spot for me?" "You are too kind." Before Kyle could fully revel in his excitement, Ashura interrupted, "Hold on, I never said I'd just let you have it. Such a prime position deserves some compensation, don't you think? How about I sell it to you for 200 points? What do you say?" Kyle was left speechless. Each new student badge contained an initial 100 points, and since Kyle had recently been appointed as the study committee member, his teacher, Ella, had rewarded him with an additional 100 points. Yet this impudent boy expected him to relinquish all his points for just a seat. Noticing Kyle's silence, Ashura feigned disappointment, saying, "It seems this seat isn't of much importance to you after all. It must rank lower than those 200 points in your estimation. Very well. I shall see if any of the other students are interested in a trade." He then began to move towards a seat. However, Kyle seized his arm, gritting his teeth as he conceded, "Fine, 200 it is, but you better not change your mind." Elated, Ashura jumped up, promptly retrieving his badge to conduct the point exchange with Kyle, unable to suppress his gleeful laughter upon seeing his balance rise to 300 points. However, he failed to notice the silver-haired girl behind him, whose hair subtly crackled with tiny sparks of electricity. Kyle hurriedly took his seat in front of Ashura, shaking off the loose strands of hair that fell over his forehead, stealing a glance at the goddess of his heart from a charming profile. He instantly felt that 200 points were a mere trifle. Once Ashura regained his senses, he observed that the surrounding desks were largely occupied. He couldn't discern whether the students from other classes had come to see Ella or Clara. As he scanned the room, he noticed only one desk that remained relatively vacant. Thus, he procured a stool from the rear of the classroom and, under the puzzled gazes of the others, plopped down beside the silver-haired girl's desk. Sharing a desk with her, the boy flashed a mischievous grin, saying, "Beautiful lady, do you mind if we squeeze a bit closer?" Clara regarded the smirking boy without responding, simply shifting slightly to grant him more space. With a haughty little huff, she made her distaste known. Yet, at that moment, the sound of shattered hearts among the boys in the classroom was far louder than the girl's disdainful sigh. Chapter 18. The mage in the training grounds. Kyle gazed blankly at the dark-haired boy sitting next to his dream goddess. That wretched fellow had positioned himself squarely between them, effectively obstructing her from view. What was the use of purchasing this seat? The audacity! The other male classmates ground their teeth in frustration, pondering whether they too would have been welcomed by the goddess had they chosen to sit beside her. It was truly regrettable that the dark-haired boy had seized the opportunity first. Unbeknownst to Ashura, he had drawn the ire of many, hastily retracting his neck and feigning interest in his notes. Beside him, Clara seemed oblivious to his embarrassment, idly toying with a strand of her silver hair, appearing to be in good spirits. Before long, the instructor entered the classroom, prompting everyone, save for Kyle, to avert their hostile glares and focus attentively on the lesson. However, after 2 classes, Ashura's expression soured. He found he could only comprehend a fraction of the basic magical principles. Anything more advanced eluded him entirely. Realizing that continuing in this manner was a waste of precious time, he understood he could not afford such delays. He buried his head in his arms, lost in thought. Clara, perplexed by his demeanor, contemplated poking him to rouse him for the lecture, but her hand hesitated before withdrawing. Meanwhile, the class representative, Kyle, scoffed disdainfully, thinking, has he already begun sleeping in class after just 2 days? How could my goddess ever be interested in such a poor student? Surely, she's growing weary of him. What can I do to rescue my goddess from this inept classmate? Before Kyle could fully contemplate the situation, Ashura suddenly sprang to his feet, an unexpected spark igniting in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he turned and dashed toward the exit, leaving both the instructor and his classmates bewildered. They were left wondering whether Ashura's mind had faltered or if something else was amiss. The academy itself embodies a spirit of freedom and openness, and soon everyone resumed their studies, forgetting the brief incident. However, the girl beside the empty seat appeared somewhat disheartened. Ashura dashed out of the Magic Academy and made his way toward the training grounds. His sudden departure was not an act of madness. Rather, he had thought of a means to remain here, albeit a rather desperate one. The headmaster, Sarneen, had mentioned that as long as one reached the level of a warrior or magician and inflicted effective damage on the testing dummy, they would pass. Although Ashura was merely a third-level apprentice at the Magic Academy, he was indeed a third-level warrior. If he diligently trained for 3 months, could he not ascend to the rank of warrior and triumph in the assessment? The more Ashura pondered this, the more feasible it seemed. Furthermore, the Academy's regulations did not prohibit magicians from attending warrior classes. The young man felt quite clever about his plan. Yet, upon arriving at the training grounds, he drew the attention of numerous students, who began to point and whisper among themselves. It was indeed a rare sight to see a magician clad in robes venture into the training arena, paying no mind to the gazes of the crowd. Ashura endeavored to locate Arthur's class to attend their warrior lesson, hoping to consult with Arthur should he encounter any difficulties. However, the training grounds were vast, and with nearly 2,000 new warriors present, he struggled to find Arthur. Just as Ashura wandered about like a lost goose, a voice called out to him, "Hey, you in the magic robe, what brings you to the training grounds?" Following the voice, Ashura noticed a middle-aged instructor clad in silver light armor looking at him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that this was the very instructor who had overseen his entrance examination. Hastily, Ashura replied, "I came to attend a class at the training grounds." "Sir, please do not mind me." With that, he attempted to escape this place of potential trouble. The middle-aged instructor also recognized him. After all, the impression left by the black-haired youth was quite unforgettable. After a moment of contemplation, the instructor surmised Ashura's purpose for being there. As he was well aware of Ashura's background, he then called out, "Since you wish to attend a warrior class, come over. I happen to be teaching a class right now." Ashura dared not enter his class, having recently played a trick on the instructor. Attending his class would be akin to walking into a trap. He quickly exclaimed, "No need to trouble yourself. I can attend another instructor's class." But the middle-aged instructor smiled knowingly and said, "If you prefer to seek another instructor, I shall not insist." As for the assessment, the instructor left his sentence hanging. But Ashura had already halted in his tracks. He understood that the middle-aged instructor had discerned his intentions, knowing full well his history. The young man promptly turned and hurried to stand before the instructor, with a hint of flattery in his tone, stating, "I fear I may take up too much of your time. It would be my honor to receive your guidance." The middle-aged mentor expressed his satisfaction with the youth, nodding appreciatively as he said, "Now, let us gather over there and regroup." With that, he turned and walked toward the nearby group. Ashura followed closely behind, inwardly cursing the mentor's female relatives 100 times. However, when he arrived at the class led by the mentor, he was taken aback by the sheer number of students, over 100, while other classes had only 30 or 40. Could it be that this middle-aged gentleman was an exceptional teacher? The martial arts students in a line were whispering and pointing at the young man in the magic robe, speculating about his intentions. Was he perhaps planning something against some of them? At that moment, the middle-aged mentor spoke, "Step inside, young man. By the way, your name is Ashura, right? I remember you. If you wish to take martial arts classes in the future, make sure to come to me." Ashura lowered his head and replied, "Yes, uncle." The mentor was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time in years someone had called him uncle. His forehead twitched as he said, "My name is Engel. You may call me Mentor Engel." Ashura pretended to be serious, replying, "All right, Uncle Engel." Engel remained silent for a long while, not angry but rather amused, and waved Ashura into the line. He surveyed all the martial arts students and declared, "This black-haired lad is named Ashura. He will be joining our Class 8 for lessons. Now, let us continue our practical training. Everyone, gather into groups of 10 and attack me with all your might. Begin." Ashura was bewildered. Was the martial arts class truly this straightforward and brutal? The 10 new students from Class 8 charged towards Mentor Engel. Moments later, each student was sent flying out of the encirclement, landing on the ground with cries of pain. Watching his classmates repeatedly charge and only to be knocked away, Ashura swallowed hard, wondering if he would be the one to fly the farthest. Regretting the 2 times he had called the mentor uncle, he wished he could slap himself. But soon, it was the turn of his row of 10 to attack. With a flicker of determination, Ashura joined the rush towards Minter Engel. The sound of fists connecting with heads rang out, and predictably, this group was also sent tumbling back, sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. However, Engel furrowed his brow. Noticing something amiss, it seemed he had only thrown 9 punches. His gaze fell upon a particular student rolling on the ground in pain, clad in a magician's robe, which caught his attention. Engel smirked, thinking, this lad dares to play tricks on me. I shall teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Ashura lay on the ground, mimicking the others, groaning and writhing in pain. He had just attempted a clever maneuver, following the crowd into the charge, but before reaching Engel, he had jumped back voluntarily. He was there to learn martial arts, not to be beaten. Not an ounce of guilt stirred within him. At this juncture, the final team charged towards Minter Engel, while Ashura pretended to be injured. Suddenly, a powerful blow struck him from behind, causing Ashura to gasp in pain. A cascade of fiery red hair fell across his face. Gritting his teeth, Ashura reached out to push the weight off him, only to discover that the sensation under his right hand was surprisingly elastic. Instinctively, he squeezed, and before he could comprehend the situation, the owner of the red hair slowly turned to face him. With a visage strikingly beautiful, her features sculpted to perfection, she coldly inquired, "Is it enjoyable?" Chapter 19. The golden medal sparring partner. Upon hearing the girl's icy words laced with menace, Ashura realized where his hand had strayed. It dawned on him that this incident could not be resolved amicably, so he adopted a rogue demeanor, squeezing the girl's delicate form a couple more times while commenting, "Truly delightful." The girl was momentarily taken aback. In her experience, this was the first encounter with such shamelessness. With a swift leap, she extracted a colossal sword from her spatial ring mid-air. Ashura, having anticipated her action, executed a nimble roll and swiftly concealed himself within the crowd. The girl landed and brandished her sword towards the assembled students. Tall and statuesque, she towered over most boys, her alluring silhouette accentuated by curves that captivated the eye. Her exquisite face bore eyes as bright as autumn waters, radiating an indescribable aura of valor. With a massive sword gripped in her hands, she resembled an ancient goddess of war, instilling fear in all who beheld her. The students recoiled 2 steps, bewildered by her fierce demeanor. Some boys from Class 8, who had come merely to attend her class, looked upon her with admiration, utterly enchanted by her wild spirit. The girl's gaze, sharp as a blade, scoured the crowd for the audacious face she wished to strike down, her anger palpable. No boy had ever dared to touch her in such a manner before. It was utterly humiliating. She thought, "I shall sever his audacious hands." Ashura, crouched low in the throng, dared not breathe, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a ferocious beast in the jungle on his way to the academy. He mused, "Has this girl gone mad? I cannot remain in this class, barely a lesson in, and already 2 wish to obliterate me. Class 8 is perilously dangerous." Little did Ashura realize that had his transgression against the red-haired girl become known among the other students, the number of those wishing to retaliate would have doubled. From a distance, Minter Engel observed, surmising that Ashura had once again stirred up trouble. He found himself rather fond of the boy, as Ashura's antics brought a welcome diversion to his otherwise monotonous lessons. He continued, "We shall not take a break during this class. Let us proceed with the next training exercise." He feared that should he announce the end of class, Ashura would undoubtedly flee. The crowd promptly formed an orderly line, and the crimson-haired girl temporarily reined in her fierce demeanor, returning to her place in the queue, albeit with her classmates standing a respectful distance away. The girl still exuded an astonishing aura. With a smile gracing his lips, Instructor Engel conceived an excellent idea to discipline that insufferable boy. "Your earlier attacks were utterly haphazard, clearly lacking any real combat experience. Since my course is designed to teach you effective fighting techniques, it is imperative that you acquire genuine skills. Therefore, I will now pair you off for practice. In the future, once you have mastered any combat skills, you may spar with your partner. However, be mindful not to cause any lasting harm." The students of the Martial Arts Academy buzzed with excitement, except for 2 individuals who seemed distracted, surveying their surroundings. One was the magic boy, and the other, the red-haired girl. I now announce the practice pairings. Ferrero against Shinji, Sans against Lisa. Instructor Engel called out the names of the combatants. Upon hearing their names, the selected students stepped out of line and made their way to the designated area on the training grounds, awaiting the instructor's signal to commence. As the queue dwindled, Ashura felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. The fewer people there were, the more exposed he felt, acutely aware of a chilling gaze fixed upon him from the side, yet he dared not turn his head. Finally, Instructor Engel cheerfully announced the last pairing, Magina versus Ashura. In an instant, Ashura noticed the students who had already reached the training ground casting him complex glances, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, some with pity. Yet none suggested switching partners. Magina? That name sounded vaguely familiar, as though he had encountered it before. Turning his gaze to the diagonal front, he spotted a tall, red-haired girl, arms crossed, smirking at him. Her rapidly rising and falling chest accentuated her alluring figure. However, Ashura could not find joy in this spectacle. He turned to Instructor Engel and declared, "Instructor, I wish to switch partners. I never strike a woman." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a heavy kick propel him onto the training ground, landing face first in a most undignified manner. Silence enveloped the scene. No one laughed at him, but the looks of pity multiplied. Ashura spat out the grass he had inadvertently ingested and pounded the ground in frustration. For no woman had ever dared to kick him before. Hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, Ashura sprang to his feet. Assuming the stance of the Ashura family's signature technique, the Thunder Fist, anger surged within him. He was determined to teach that little girl a lesson. Instructor Engel's amusement only deepened as he uttered two words, "Begin." No sooner had he spoken than Ashura charged toward the red-haired girl like a bolt of lightning. Approximately half an hour later, Ashura lay sprawled in the center of the training field, utterly disheartened. His disheveled hair framed a swollen face with dark circles under his eyes, and his wizardess robe bore numerous footprints. Magina clapped her hands together, tucking her fiery locks behind her ear. A triumphant smile graced her lips, and her mood was undeniably uplifted. The young girl mused to herself, "It truly feels satisfying to beat this guy up. I allowed him to touch my backside. HM?" At this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. Although this fellow possessed merely the strength of a third-tier warrior, with mediocre martial skills and a haphazard technique. His underhanded tactics and rapid reflexes, coupled with remarkable agility, rendered him a formidable opponent. It was only through exerting all her strength that she managed to land a good thrashing on him, which was immensely gratifying. In her mind, the thrill of striking him was far greater than that of sparring with the other trainees. Suddenly, she gasped in astonishment as a surge of energy coursed through her, causing her bones to crack audibly. In less than a moment, amidst the astonished gazes of her peers, Margina let out a fierce roar, her aura swelling dramatically as she unexpectedly broke through to the second tier of martial mastery. Overwhelmed with joy, a radiant smile graced her exquisite face, leaving the surrounding male students utterly mesmerized. Instructor Engel, with a look of approval, acknowledged Margina's achievement, then mischievously added, "Margina, your swift advancement is undoubtedly thanks to your excellent sparring partner. From now on, you two should frequently train together. Who knows? You may soon reach the third tier of martial mastery." He proposed that they be placed in the same training group, declaring him her golden sparring partner. Margina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the black-haired boy lying motionless on the ground, pretending to be incapacitated. The other students exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, while Ashura internally marked Margina with 100 crosses. How can this girl be so powerful? Her strength, speed, and reflexes far surpass mine, and she hasn't even wielded that great sword yet. Is this the disparity between levels? Once I can defeat her, I will surely give her 100 crosses in return. And that Uncle Engel, what a ridiculous golden sparring partner. I become nothing more than a human punching bag, while this girl just leveled up again. Only a fool would engage in such nonsense with her. Tomorrow, I'm definitely switching classes. As the bell rang signaling the end of class, Ashura, battered and bruised, made his way back to the dormitory. Along the way, fellow students pointed and whispered about him. He was too preoccupied to pay attention to the onlookers. Unbeknownst to him, his reputation as a golden sparring partner had been exaggerated by the students of Class 8, becoming the hottest topic among the newcomers. Chapter 20. The Golden Sparring Partner, Part 2. Ashura staggered back to the dormitory and collapsed onto a chair in the living room. The eldest, Jinza, and the second eldest, Arthur, stared at Ashura, whose face was disfigured with shock. Arthur then shouted in anger, "Who the hell did this to you? Is there no justice in this world? Tell me who it was. I'll avenge you. I'm going to challenge him in the arena." Rising with fervor, Arthur rushed toward the door. Azura, touched by his brother's concern, felt a swell of emotion. This was the essence of brotherhood, with tears welling in his eyes. He called out to Arthur just as he was about to leave, "Brother, please avenge me. It was a red-haired girl from Class 8 who attacked me. Her name is Margina. Yes, that's right, Margina. She is tall and easily recognizable. Make sure to give her a good thrashing. She has been such a bully." As Azura continued to vent his grievances from the day, Arthur, who had his hand poised on the doorknob, suddenly halted and turned to inquire, "What is the name of the one who struck you? Is she a woman?" With a face full of indignation, Azura replied, "Her name is Magina. That little vixen is fiercer than any man. She wields a sword taller than herself, and strikes with a ferocity that has left my eyes swollen. Moreover, dear brother, you must exercise caution. After thrashing me today, she has ascended to a new level of prowess. It is utterly unjust. However, she likely does not stand a chance against you." As Azura continued to ramble, Arthur, feeling a twinge of apprehension, retreated to his seat. Azura looked at his newly acknowledged elder brother in confusion, but before he could voice his thoughts, Arthur hesitantly spoke, "Brother, I fear I cannot assist you in this matter. Firstly, she is my aunt's sister. We are relatives. Secondly, I have never been able to best her since childhood. Given her recent advancement, my chances of faring any better than you would be slim." Upon hearing this, Azura fell silent, and Jinza, the eldest, was at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew rather awkward. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Angelo dashed in, exclaiming, "Big news! Big news! I heard that today a wizard went to the training grounds seeking a beating. He insisted on being a sparring partner for Magina, who ranks 5th on the beauty list. And after being soundly thrashed, he inadvertently helped her ascend to a new level. Isn't that hilarious?" Angelo eagerly shared the latest gossip from the academy, but soon recognized the tension in the living room as Jinza and Arthur exchanged uncomfortable glances with Azura. It dawned on Azura why the name Magina sounded so familiar. She was the one featured on the beauty rankings released by Angelo the day before. How did news of his defeat spread? How could he possibly maintain his standing within the academy now? In a fit of rage and despair, Azura shouted and stormed into his room, prompting Jinza and Arthur to nervously knock on the door in an attempt to console him. After a considerable time, with no response, they reluctantly made their way downstairs. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Angelo asked, "What has happened to third brother? Why is he so agitated?" Jinza patted his shoulder and replied, "The protagonist of the story you just shared is none other than our third brother." This revelation left Angelo in a state of shock, and after a moment of silence, he weakly suggested, "Should I inform him that there is a bounty of 200 points for someone to beat him up? Perhaps it could help him advance." Meanwhile, in his room, Azura grew increasingly furious as he reflected on his inadequacies. He sighed, realizing that his lack of strength was to blame. He replayed the events of the day in his mind, assessing his gains and losses. Finally, he rubbed his sore backside and sat on his bed to meditate, acknowledging that if he wished to catch up with his peers, he must seize every moment. Unable to comprehend the magic lessons, he resolved to begin with fundamental meditation. The following morning in the classroom of Class 13 at the Magic Academy, Clara took her seat and, glancing at the empty chair beside her, felt a surge of irritation. At that moment, a strikingly handsome wizard from another class approached Clara and said, "Beautiful sorceress, may I occupy this vacant seat to attend the lesson?" With that, he tossed his freshly styled hair. Kyle, standing nearby, immediately felt a surge of anxiety. However, Clara did not even glance at him, responding coolly, "This seat is taken." The handsome wizard was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Clara raised her voice again. "Did I not make myself clear? This seat is occupied." The wizard's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed as he overheard the whispers of his classmates, ultimately gritting his teeth and leaving the classroom in disgrace. Kyle felt as if the world had become significantly brighter, thinking to himself, "My goddess still holds a place for me in her heart. She rejected another for my sake." At this moment, Azura was stealthily walking along the edge of the martial arts training ground, observing the lineup of Class 8. He had resolutely decided the night before that he would not attend a class today. From the Magic Academy, He would only attend the fundamental magic courses that he could comprehend. For the more advanced magic skills, he would skip class to train at the Warrior Academy. Today, the first two classes coincidentally were magic skills lessons. Thus he had come to the training ground. He noticed another class, also numerous, lined up awaiting the instructor. Confirming they were not Class 8 students, he confidently approached the side of the line and stood there. The students in this warrior class looked at him with puzzled expressions. With his most charming smile, Azura said, I'm here to join your martial arts class, if that is all right. Of course, welcome aboard. Who would refuse a gold medal sparring partner? A teasing baritone echoed from behind him. Azura stiffly turned around to find the middle-aged, handsome instructor, Instructor Engel, smiling at him. Azura felt a rush of despair and managed to force a stiff smile. Good morning, Instructor Engel. Please go teach Class 8. I'm quite content here. You need not worry about me. Instructor Engel laughed heartily for a while before finally calming down, stroking his goatee and saying, I am teaching this class for the first 2 periods today. This is Class 7, and I'm also the instructor for the martial arts course. Upon hearing this, Azura instinctively turned to flee, only to be caught by a large hand clutching the back of his collar and yanked back. Engel tossed Azura back into the lineup, giving him a warning glare before beginning the lesson. Azura, with no choice but to follow along, soon found himself engrossed in the class, pondering that although the old man lacked character, he certainly possessed teaching prowess. Whenever Engel demonstrated martial techniques, he would call Azura to be his demonstration partner, which resulted in a few blows landing on him. Nonetheless, Azura did not mind this practice. It allowed him to delve deeper into the nuances of the movements. However, the pleasant experience was short-lived, as during the second period, Engel arranged for pairs to practice sparring. Azura glanced around and sighed with relief. This class did not include that red-haired sorceress. The mentor, King, called out with a smile. Lanyu, I have found you a formidable sparring partner. Yesterday, Magina from Class 8 gave this lad quite a thrashing, elevating his realm. Seize this opportunity, haha. Ashura, stop hiding and come stand properly. Ashura, feeling a wave of frustration, suspected that the news of his beating, mentioned by Angelo the day before, had indeed been spread by this old man. Clenching his fists, his desire to grow stronger and confront the old man intensified, though he remained uncertain of the old man's strength level. As Ashura lost himself in thoughts of becoming stronger, a pair of long, elegant legs entered his line of vision. Chapter 21. The Gold Medal Sparring Partner, Part 3. Ashura quickly looked up to see a girl with flowing blue hair standing before him. The most striking feature of this girl was her long, slender legs, creating a visual impression that was all leg below the waist. Her face was cool and graceful, with fox-like eyes adding an enchanting allure. Coupled with her high ponytail of blue hair, she embodied the vibrant essence of youthful beauty. Noticing Ashura's gaze lingering on her legs, the girl narrowed her captivating eyes but chose not to speak. However, Ashura's innate sense of danger instantly heightened, prompting him to avert his eyes from her legs. He could easily surmise, given Kang's mischievous nature, that this blue-haired girl was indeed a formidable character, and he could no longer afford to be beaten without cause. He exclaimed loudly, I protest. I must return to my magic class. Find her another partner. That tall fellow over there seems eager to assist her. Why not switch to him? As he spoke, he pointed towards a tall male student who had been sneaking glances at the blue-haired girl, causing him to awkwardly lower his head in embarrassment. However, Mentor King paid no heed to Ashura's objections, merely stating begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than Ashura felt a rush of wind behind him, prompting him to roll forward to evade a kick aimed at him. The girl gracefully landed after retracting her leg, adopting an offensive stance and beckoning Ashura with a finger. This infuriated Ashura. After all, who could endure being pummeled by a girl every day? He quickly rose and shouted, Since you compel me to act, I shall not hold back. Be careful, for you shall witness my ultimate technique, the wind god leg. Behold my legs. Upon hearing his fierce declaration, Lanyu immediately focused her attention, bracing herself for his approach. Yet, as she looked closer, she saw the boy sprinting away from the training ground after shouting his battle cry. Lanyu's face paled with indignation. With a huff, she unleashed her long legs, swiftly closing the distance to catch up with the fleeing boy. Thus, the training arena became a stage for the spirited chase and duel between the young man and woman. To be precise, it was a relentless pursuit, one fiercely fleeing. the speed of the young girl causing the Azura to lament. He could only rely on his quick reflexes to defend against the girl's whip-like kicks, the imprints on his magical robe exceeding those of the previous day. On the other side of the playground, the red-haired maiden, Magina, glanced around the queue but found no sign of the black-haired boy who always wore a mischievous grin. Coupled with the somewhat tedious physical training lesson led by the substitute instructor, she idly surveyed her surroundings to alleviate her boredom. Suddenly, she spotted two figures engaged in a frenzied chase near the training grounds, and she immediately recognized the black-haired rogue she had just been seeking. The other figure was none other than Lan Yu from the Lan family. Their cities were not far apart, and both were distinguished members of their respective families' younger generations. What was that scoundrel doing associating with Lan Yu? Was he acting as her sparring partner? Magina's mood soured instantly, akin to the feeling of a beloved toy being snatched away by other children. The Azura, having been kicked down and rolling several times, finally came to a halt against a large tree. Just as he attempted to rise and flee again, a pair of long legs executed a split, one foot pressing against his neck while the other anchored to the ground, leaving him pinned against the tree. At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the second lesson rang out. The Azura hastily grasped the foot pressing against his neck, creating a small gap to plead, "Class is over. No more fighting. If you continue, it will be considered unjustly assaulting another student, and I will report you to the academy." Lan Yu, slightly breathless, realized this fellow was far too cunning. Renowned for her speed, she found herself expending nearly all her energy to chase this slippery character, who constantly shifted direction and launched surprise attacks. Yet, the practice was genuinely engaging, perfectly suiting the cultivation of her family's techniques. At that moment, she noticed he was still gripping her foot with both hands. His face flushed as he attempted to withdraw it, but his grip was too firm to escape. With a mixture of embarrassment and irritation, Lan Yu narrowed her enchanting fox-like eyes. The Azura promptly released her foot and slid down the tree, panting heavily. Lan Yu, glancing at the numerous imprints on his magical robe, felt a smile creeping in, though her composure held her back. "Training with you is quite enjoyable. Remember to seek me out next time," she said lightly, before skipping away with her hands clasped behind her back, her blue ponytail swaying gracefully. The Azura, grimacing at the retreating figure of the girl, mused, "Am I a masochist? Why would I seek you out again? Just because of your long legs? Next time, I shall simply change classes. I refuse to believe that Eng teaches in every class." Leaning against the tree, he was about to rise and brush off the imprints on his robe when another pair of long legs appeared before him. Numbly, he lifted his gaze to find Magina, fiercely glaring down at him, the sunlight filtering through the leaves accentuating her youthful and radiant visage. As Azura swallowed hard, he pondered the intentions of this madwoman. He wore a smile he deemed radiant, yet before he could utter a greeting, Magina coldly interrogated him. "Did you enjoy being her sparring partner?" Her abrupt inquiry left Azura bewildered. What did she mean? Did she think he had a penchant for masochism? Without waiting for his response, Magina leaned closer, her gaze piercing into the boy's eyes, asserting with a commanding presence, "From now on, you shall only serve as my sparring partner. Rest assured, I will protect you and ensure no one dares to bully you within the academy." Upon finishing her declaration, Magina noticed the boy's silence and followed his unwavering gaze downward. To her shock, the profound cleavage of her bosom was laid bare before him due to her forward bend. With a startled gasp, she quickly grabbed her collar and straightened up, her hand poised to draw a large blade from her spatial ring. Sensing impending trouble, Azura hastily called out, "Please calm down. Dear sister, we are on the same side. I am your cousin Arthur's roommate. Let us speak civilly." Upon hearing this, Magina scoffed. "So you are the roommate of that useless Arthur? Perfect. If I can't find you, I shall come to your dormitory. Remember my words." With that, she haughtily turned and departed, leaving Azura wallowing in self-pity. Meanwhile, Lan Yu, in high spirits, skipped back to the ranks of Class 7 warriors, exhilarated by her recent bout. Suddenly, she paused, gasping softly before trembling violently. The surrounding students sensed the anomaly and promptly summoned Instructor Engel. However, as Engel pushed through the crowd and reached the front, Lan Yu lifted her delicate face, uncertainly exclaiming, "Instructor Engel, I think I just advanced to the second tier of warrior." At her revelation, the crowd fell silent, mouths agape, until Engel burst into laughter. The charming middle-aged instructor remarked, This Azura truly is a lucky star. Yesterday, Magina advanced to the second tier after sparring with him. And today you have done the same. Could he be some kind of rare treasure, able to elevate others with a mere beating? Huh, you amuse me. Lon, you couldn't help but join in the laughter, though the mention of Magina caused her brow to furrow slightly, realizing he had aided that woman in her advancement. Next time, I shall insist he spar only with me, she mused inwardly. At that moment, Azura, weary and drained, returned to the 13th class of the Magic Academy, collapsing onto the desk of the silver-haired girl. Chapter 22, worth 500 points. Clara was startled by a sudden descent. Noticing the dirt-stained robe adorned with footprints and the faint scent of sweat emanating from Azura, Clara wrinkled her delicate nose. After a moment's thought, she poked him with her finger and inquired, "Where have you been skipping class? What happened to you?" As Azura merely lifted his eyelids to glance at her without uttering a word, Clara felt a surge of frustration. It was her first attempt to engage a boy in conversation, yet she found herself so blatantly ignored. Consequently, she raised her voice, declaring, "I am the class monitor, and you skip class without reason. I will inform the teacher." Azura inwardly lamented, pondering why beautiful girls always seemed to oppose him. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "The dean himself stated that the academy is a place of freedom. One may attend whichever classes they choose." Clara, recalling the dean's words, felt her cheeks puff up in indignation. After a moment of contemplation, she retorted, "That does not justify your absence. The 3-month assessment is approaching, and you are neglecting your studies." Before Clara could finish, Azura impatiently waved his hand to interrupt her, asserting defiantly, "What does it matter to you?" This remark struck a chord deep within Clara's heart. It was the first time someone had spoken to her so harshly. Stubbornly, she raised her chin, torn between displaying her pride and suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. At that moment, Kyle, the diligent class representative who had been eavesdropping, sprang into action. He indignantly shouted at Azura, "How dare you speak to the class monitor like that? You, a slacker, will tarnish our class's reputation with your behavior." Before Kyle could finish his impassioned tirade, Clara unexpectedly exclaimed, "What does it matter to you?" The collective voices of Kyle and their classmates fell silent, particularly Kyle, who felt as though his tender spirit had been crushed under 1,000 blows. Now he was the one on the verge of tears. Azura stared in astonishment at the silver-haired girl, who was still haughtily fuming. Realizing he had perhaps gone too far, he acknowledged that he should not have projected his frustrations onto Clara, especially since she was the class monitor. With this in mind, he retrieved his notebook and penned a brief apology. "I'm sorry, I had no choice. I do not comprehend the magic class." He then pushed the notebook toward her. Clara, initially resolved to ignore this insufferable boy, found herself inexplicably drawn to the notebook. Upon glancing at it, her face transitioned through a spectrum of emotions: shock, confusion, contemplation, realization, and ultimately, relief. Clara, having learned about Azura's circumstances at the school gate, was astute enough to grasp his current plight, and her earlier displeasure dissipated like mist. Biting her lip, she wrote in the notebook, "What will you do? Do you have a plan to pass the assessment? What have you been doing these past few days to end up in such a state?" Azura perused the note before responding with a detailed account of his plans and recent activities, sharing them with Clara. The two exchanged notes back and forth, filling an entire notebook, marking Clara's first experience of passing notes with a boy and engaging in such extensive dialogue. Finally, Clara bit the end of her pencil and wrote, "I cannot say if the path you have chosen is wise, but if you have any questions regarding magic, feel free to ask me anytime." As Azura received the notebook, he was greeted by the earnest goodwill of the girl inscribed within its pages, which lifted his spirits considerably. He lifted his pen and wrote, "Very well. Let me first pass this 3-month assessment before we discuss further." Unbeknownst to them, the two had engaged in conversation for quite some time, and the abrupt ringing of the dismissal bell startled them both. They had been so engrossed that they scarcely noticed the passage of time. The girl, still writing, felt a slight flush creep onto her cheeks as she hastily closed the notebook. Azura, stretching as he stood, told Clara to keep his secret before departing for the dormitory. Clara, like a thief, stealthily tucked the notebook away in her spatial ring. Upon returning to the dormitory, Azura found his older companions, Jinza and Arthur, already waiting for him in the living room. The concerned expressions on their faces warmed Azura's heart, as he understood their worry stemmed from the events of the previous day. With a smile, He greeted them and settled down to ask Jinza for some tea. Both of them noticed that, despite Ashura's disheveled appearance, he had not returned with any visible injuries, which relieved them. They speculated that Margina had refrained from unleashing her full wrath. Just as the trio was sharing laughter and tales of recent happenings at the academy, Angelo burst into the room, his eyes fixed intently on Ashura without uttering a word. The other three were left puzzled, awaiting Angelo's revelation. After a moment, Angelo finally spoke. "Third brother, I heard that today you were soundly thrashed by one of the top 10 beauties of the warrior class 7. Lanyu?" Ashura's expression darkened. How did this fourth brother manage to know everything? The other two were initially stunned, then filled with envy. In just a few days since the semester began, the third brother had already established a connection, albeit not a favorable one, with two of the academy's most beautiful students. They could only imagine the jealousy that would ensue if they discovered Ashura had been sitting next to Clara, one of the top beauties. Before they could express their envy, Angelo dropped another bombshell. "Third brother, did you know? After beating you, Lanyu has also broken through to the second stage of a warrior." In the midst of sipping tea to calm his nerves, Ashura inadvertently spat the beverage across Angelo's face. Wiping his face, Angelo continued, "Third brother, the word on the street is that anyone who can land a blow on you will elevate their rank. Some are willing to pay 500 points for the opportunity to strike you. The new students in the warrior class are eager for you to visit their classes, hoping to practice against you. Third brother, your current worth is 500 points. What do you say? Would you accept the offer to take a hit for that price?" "I have buyers lined up." Ashura was about to retort with a dismissive, "I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole," when he noticed Arthur gazing at him with fervent excitement, as if he had just laid eyes on a stunning beauty in the nude. Arthur, with a smirk, quipped, "Third brother, who would have thought you possessed such talents? I've been stuck at the first stage of a warrior for over half a year. The spoils should not float to outsiders. Why not spar with your second brother? As soon as my elder brother ascends to the second rank of martial master. No, the third rank. He shall assist you in avenging yourself against Magina, if you so desire." Ashura, sensing the predatory gaze of his second brother, hastily sought refuge behind the elder. Jinza, fearing that Arthur might succumb to the temptation of advancement and unleash his wrath upon him, Jinza quickly intervened to diffuse the commotion, allowing Arthur to gradually regain his composure. His competitive nature flared up upon hearing that many had advanced to the second rank of martial master, causing him considerable anxiety. After posing several fundamental questions about magic to Jinza, Ashura retreated to his room, overwhelmed by the gravity of his situation. The thought of the formidable opponents from the new martial artist classes eagerly waiting to confront him plunged him into a deep despondency. How did matters devolve to this point? All I wished for was to attend a martial arts class. While Ashura was consumed by worries, he remained in meditation until dawn, his body continuously absorbing magical elements like an insatiable void. He had inquired about the duration of meditation with Jinza, who could only manage around 3 hours before being compelled to stop. Uncertain of what affliction plagued his body, he lacked the inclination to ponder the matter further. The following morning, as Ashura approached the training ground once more, he resolved that rather than being struck by the strong from other classes, he would prefer to endure the blows from those two young ladies instead. Comparatively, he found Lanyu somewhat more agreeable, as she refrained from striking his face, making it more bearable for him. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the training ground, he spotted two girls with distinctly different hair colors, one blue, the other red, waiting for him. He swiftly turned and dashed towards the Magic Academy. Surely, they had conspired to confront me together? How could my physique withstand the dual onslaught of two second-ranked martial masters? Upon witnessing Ashura's retreat, the two girls at the entrance clearly expressed their displeasure. Lanyu turned to Magina and remarked, "This is your fault. The moment he saw you, he fled." Magina retorted immediately, "It was I who sought him for a sparring partner first. You had the audacity to come and steal him away." Lanyu countered, "I did not steal him. It was instructor Engel who assigned him to me as a sparring partner. Besides, he has already expressed his willingness to train with me." "Skeptical," Magina replied. "I find that hard to believe. What do you, a little sprite, have to offer? He promised me he would only train with me yesterday." Having been at odds since childhood, their rivalry intensified over this matter, leading to a heated exchange of words. Ultimately, they resorted to physical confrontation within the training ground. resulting in a stalemate before their respective mentors intervened and separated them. That day, the explosive news of the two new female students clashing in a fierce rivalry over a sparring partner spread rapidly throughout the student community. Chapter 23. The highest bidder wins. Unbeknownst to Ashura, he had resolved to forego the training ground that day, choosing instead to attend classes at the Magic Academy and grant his body a day of rest. After all, enduring blows can be detrimental to one's health. Yet, before he could step into the classroom, he was summoned to the office of his homeroom teacher, Ella. Reluctantly, Ashura followed instructor Ella into her office and stood before her, whereupon she instructed him to take a seat. However, he directly refused and clearly expressed his intention to stand and listen to the mentor's lecture. The reality was that he stood there, his gaze lowered, revealing a stark white trench. Ella glanced at the boy, who had a mischievous smile, pondering how to inquire in a more tactful manner without undermining his confidence. Finally, she managed a gentle smile and asked Ashura, "May I inquire what level you are currently at, if it is convenient to share with the teacher?" Ashura nonchalantly replied, "I am currently a level 3 magic apprentice and feel on the verge of breaking through to level 1 magician." Ella was taken aback. She had not anticipated such remarkable progress within just a few days of school. She sincerely hoped he had not lost time before this, for he would undoubtedly be among the top thunder mages in the class. She sensed a spark of intellectual agility in the boy, as many powerful magic users possess a vibrant and open mindset, which Ashura evidently embodied. Ella further inquired, "I have heard from classmates that you often skip classes to hang out at the training grounds. Is there any truth to this?" Ashura, without needing to guess, knew that it was certainly Kyle who had reported him. He resolved to keep such petty individuals at a distance in the future. He candidly admitted, "Yes, mentor, my foundation is too weak, and I struggle to comprehend certain lessons. Rather than waste time here, I would prefer to hone my martial skills at the training grounds." Ella was taken aback by his sincere response, and a wave of concern washed over her. She anxiously asked, "Ashura, is there anything I can do to assist you? Please do not hesitate to speak up. I believe that if you dedicate yourself to your studies, you can pass the assessments." Ashura looked at his homeroom teacher with surprise. Her sincerity appeared genuine. He then smiled and said, "I too believe I can pass the assessments. What you can do for me is to stand by my side on the day of the evaluation." "Well, mentor, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he waved his hand and turned to head back to the classroom. Ella did not quite understand the meaning behind his final words. After pondering for a while without clarity, she decided to let it go. He was a clever individual, and she trusted he would navigate through challenges successfully. Upon returning to the classroom, Ashura settled beside Clara, inhaling the unique fragrance that emanated from her. The silver-haired girl beside him, however, showed no reaction. Her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. The two exchanged no notes, but quietly listened to the lesson. Yet, during the morning break, Ashura's desk was inundated with a scattering of challenge letters that had been passed in from outside. With a bewildered expression, Ashura looked at the notes. Some wished to spar with him to level up, while others sought a duel out of jealousy over Magina and Lanyu. Frustrated, he tossed them all into the trash bin, exclaiming, "This is infuriating. I thought they were love letters, but they are all just invitations to fight." Clara, beside him, giggled, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. "With your disposition, what girl would ever write you a love letter?" Before Ashura could retort, a group of chubby boys rushed in, led by a somewhat narcissistic student named Nawe, who had previously sat diagonally in front of him. He sprinted, drenched in sweat, to Ashura and excitedly exclaimed, "Ashura, I have heard that the two stunning beauties, Lanyu and Magina, have clashed in the training ground over you. Please, teach me your ways of courting women. How have you accomplished this? You cannot possibly be more handsome than I am." Nawe continued to chatter on, but the silver-haired maiden, who had just been beaming with delight, turned away, her feather quill nearly bending under the pressure of her grip. Ashura, bewildered by the news, pondered, "What do you mean they fought for me? Wasn't it due to disputes with me?" It dawned on him that the numerous challenge letters he had received were simply a source of trouble for him. Anxiously, he finished the remaining magic class and swiftly made his way back to the dormitory. In the common area, Ginza and Angelo were engaged in hushed discussions, sketching and writing. Ashura leaned in to see that they were crafting a tabloid-style card featuring the top 10 beauties. It appeared they were intent on launching a gossip venture. Not wishing to interrupt, Azura ascended the stairs and lay on his bed, contemplating his course of action for the following day. Despite having faced some beatings over the past few days, the practical sparring had been immensely beneficial, particularly against the two formidable girls. He had exerted every ounce of effort, which in turn had led to significant improvement in his abilities. Ultimately, he resolved to negotiate with them the next day. After coming to this conclusion, he rose to meditate further, sensing that he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his magical prowess, perhaps within the coming days. Early the next morning, before the classes commenced, Azura arrived at the training ground to await their arrival. This venue was reserved solely for new students. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Lanyu and Mage arriving almost simultaneously, their uniforms slightly damp, indicating they had engaged in morning exercises. Indeed, true strength is born of discipline and diligence, which made Azura feel somewhat ashamed. However, recalling his night spent in meditation, he felt a sense of balance restored. The two girls paused upon seeing Azura, momentarily stunned. Did he wait for them? In an instant, they dashed towards him, each grabbing an arm and tugging him towards their respective team line. Azura nearly split apart and shouted, "Stop, stop, you two crazy women." As soon as he uttered those words, they released their grip, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a swift kick and a powerful punch sent him hurtling away. Before he could rise, the weight of two pairs of martial shoes pressed heavily on his chest. Looking up, he saw the furious expressions of the two maidens, clearly intent on inflicting further harm. He hastily cried out, "Wait, I am here to negotiate. If you kill me, who will serve as your practice partner?" Upon hearing this, the two girls reluctantly withdrew their feet, glaring at Azura, awaiting his next words. Rising from the ground, he dusted himself off with an air of feigned elegance. With an exceedingly refined smile, he remarked, "I have heard that both of you have greatly benefited from our sparring sessions and have ascended to the second rank of martial artist. Is that correct?" Indeed, battling with formidable opponents is the swiftest path to growth. The two ladies, however, were too indifferent to respond, simultaneously rolling their eyes in exasperation. Azura, unfazed by the silent treatment, continued, "I also heard that you two clashed yesterday over me, which I find quite detrimental. Since both of you wish to spar with me, let us refrain from fighting amongst ourselves. How about this? In the future, you may use your points to invite me for practice. Whoever offers the higher points shall have my attention. The points I collect merely serve as compensation for my recovery and my service fee. With points, I can elevate my own rank more swiftly, ensuring that our training sessions are better matched, thus allowing you to progress more rapidly under my guidance. Wouldn't you agree? Are you aware that some individuals are willing to spend 500 points just to spar with me? Many are queuing for a chance to train with me. I am a sentimental person. After all, having known you two and considering the sacrifices you have made for me, I cannot disregard that. So, you may begin bidding now. The highest bidder shall prevail." Chapter 24. The sprint assessment. The two ladies stared blankly at Azura as he eloquently elaborated on his negotiation strategy conceived the previous night. The youth's words transcended their comprehension. They had never encountered someone with such brazen audacity. Exchanging a glance, they silently established their first tacit collaboration. Mage, in a low voice, remarked, "Your proposition sounds appealing, but I believe we can still beat you without spending any points." With that, Lanyu executed a swift kick, sending the still defensive Azura flying once more. Azura, taken aback by their unreasonable behavior and witnessing them approach with determination, hastily shouted, "Calm down, calm down. If you find the price excessive, we can negotiate. I never said we couldn't haggle. Let us settle on 400 points for friends, shall we? Please, don't come any closer. 300 points. How about 300 points? I have my limits too. I'll make a concession to 200 points. Isn't that generous? 100. Just 100 points per month. If not, I shall cease my lessons at the training grounds. I am serious about this." Upon hearing this, the two ladies genuinely paused, exchanging glances before whispering to each other for an extended moment. Turning back to the dejected Azura, Mage stifled a laugh and declared, "All right then. It's settled at 100 points per month. We'll give it a month as trial, and if you dare to renege, we'll come to your dormitory and give you a thrashing." Azura let out a quiet sigh of relief and impatiently replied, "Fine, fine. But you must pay the points first before we begin." With that, he produced his badge to initiate the transaction. The two ladies, inwardly amused by his demeanor, maintained their aloof facade while presenting their badges to transfer the points. However, when Ashura saw the amount they transferred, he immediately objected, shouting, "Are you two incapable of counting? Do we not agree on 100 points per month? Why are you each transferring only 50 points?" The two young women suppressed their laughter as Lan Yu spoke nonchalantly. "Let's split the days. Each of us will take a turn. Today you belong to Magina, and tomorrow you are mine. Remember, no skipping or tardiness. Otherwise, you will face a double-team punishment." Ashura stared blankly at the two beautiful girls, pondering the notion that lovely girls are always virtuous. The two were undeniably bullying him, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Fueled by indignation, Ashura's fighting spirit surged within him. Yet, before he could even assume the stance for his family's secret technique, the Thunder Fist, a colossal broadsword and a shimmering blue dagger were already poised at either side of his neck. In an instant, Ashura's bravado evaporated, and his hands fell limply to his sides as he declared with his last shred of stubbornness, "It's agreed. No hitting my face from now on." Thus, Ashura embarked on a tumultuous journey of training at the Magic Academy and the martial arts arena, opting to skip the magical lectures he found incomprehensible. He charmed his classmate Clara into taking notes for him, which he would later study at his leisure. Clara, aiming for thoroughness, crafted her notes with clarity, ensuring they were accessible for the young man to comprehend. Occasionally, she would even pose challenging questions, anticipating his inquiries the following day. Training at the martial arts arena proved to be even more grueling. Despite his inability to match the two girls, they had both advanced to the second tier of martial mastery. Ashura found it increasingly difficult to defend himself, yet the two girls remained undeterred by his apparent weakness. Instead, they relished in their practice sessions, finding joy in their spirited exchanges. Within less than a month, Ashura broke through to the first tier of martial mastery, much to the delight of the two girls, who eagerly renewed their practice membership. Of course, the renewal process was quite brutal, as Ashura, feeling emboldened, allowed the girls to unleash a combined onslaught upon him. Time flew by, and the third month of the new student's enrollment was drawing to a close, heralding the impending assessment at the academy. Among the new students, some were elated while others were anxious. Some aspired to make a remarkable impression during the assessment, even wishing to compete for the title of newcomer king, while others, lacking diligence, now felt the pressure as they scrambled to improve their skills. In a vacant area of the martial arts arena, two figures were engaged in a fierce exchange, with the fiery-haired girl Magina gaining the upper hand, fiercely attacking the dark-haired boy before her. This boy was none other than Ashura, the academy's eccentric, whose reputation had spread among the new students as a magician who frequently ventured to the training grounds to spar with the two beautiful girls. Enduring frequent beatings, yet returning joyfully each day, they believed he was enduring the pain to get closer to the girls. Unaware of the stark inequality in their agreement regarding the 100-point system, Ashura's wizard robe, emblematic of his status, had become tattered from the incessant practice. Acquiring a new magical robe required 100 points, a sum he was reluctant to spend, as earning those points was no simple feat with the ascent in their levels. Their confrontations became increasingly thrilling, shifting from a one-sided affair to a more balanced exchange, with Ashura enduring fewer beatings with each practice session. Across from her, Magina felt increasingly alarmed. She was astonished by Ashura's remarkable progress. Although he still lagged slightly behind her in rank, their exchanges had become quite balanced. She realized that without exerting her full strength, she could hardly best the black-haired youth. She had privately observed the sparring sessions between Lan Yu and the boy, and it was evident that Lan Yu was no longer as composed as before. Even as her speed had improved, she found herself struggling against Ashura in their exchanges. Though she kept her struggles to herself, neither of the young women had employed their family's formidable martial techniques, as some of these skills were beyond their control in terms of damage. Magina had once repelled Ashura's thunderous punch, which he had first unleashed upon her chest during a surprise attack at the beginning of the month. Though she had managed to block it with her arm, the internal force reverberated against her left chest, leaving no sound to escape her lips at the time. Later, upon returning to her dormitory and disrobing, she discovered a faint purple bruise in the shape of a fist on her ample left breast. The following day, she sought out Lan Yu, insisting they switch partners for practice, determined to continue sparring with Ashura. Predictably, the next day, Ashura found himself struggling to walk. much to Lan Yu's displeasure at the change in training order. Over the past 3 months of rigorous practice, Azura's martial prowess had significantly improved. He was now on the cusp of reaching the second level of a martial artist, and his mastery of the thunder fist technique had become increasingly refined. He was capable of producing 2 resounding strikes, indicating a second level of internal strength. However, he had yet to reveal this 2-strike thunder fist before the 2 young women. He intended to surprise them with it upon advancing to the second level of martial artist, feeling that enduring 3 months of training should yield some reward. Azura had even adapted the thunder fist technique to his dual dagger skills. The dual daggers gifted to him by his elder brother before leaving home felt comfortable in his hands, though he lacked specific techniques for them. The exceptionally intelligent youth had successfully integrated the thunder fist momentum into his dagger techniques, yielding unexpectedly impressive results. Moreover, Azura's magical abilities had progressed astonishingly. He had diligently practiced from dusk until dawn without pause, and he had now attained the 3rd level of a magic practitioner, though he still needed to reach the 1st level of a certified magician for the assessment. Thus, the assessment for new students loomed just 3 months after their enrollment. The newcomers were all adjusting themselves to present their best selves for this significant evaluation. Chapter 25. The day of the assessment, one fateful morning. The new students of St. Gabain Academy rose early, for today marked their first assessment since enrollment. These prodigious individuals brimmed with confidence, having prepared extensively for this moment. Azura, too, rose at dawn, as was his routine, to fetch breakfast for his 3 roommates from the dining hall. The 4 of them shared a harmonious relationship, particularly as they had concocted a ranking of the top 10 beauties among the new students, complete with half-truths and sensational tidbits, which had surprisingly garnered them over 1,000 points through the sale of their information cards. The excitement among the 4 brothers was palpable, as the eldest, Jean Zhe, proposed that they share their points equally. Ashura, who felt somewhat embarrassed for contributing nothing, resolved to do his utmost to repay this small circle. After finishing their breakfast and exchanging encouragement, they each headed to their respective classes to await the assessments, while the youngest, Angelo, enjoyed the luxury of sleeping in every day without the burden of exams. Upon entering the 13th class of the Magic Academy, Ashura found most of his classmates already present. They largely ignored the black-haired youth, who had a notorious reputation for skipping classes, often to pursue martial arts in a misguided attempt to impress girls. This only deepened the disdain of the self-proclaimed noble magicians around him, especially given the rumors of his low magical rank. The only 2 who were somewhat friendly towards him were the silver-haired Clara and the chubby Nawe, who were among the few friends Ashura had in the academy. Clara's affinity for Ashura likely stemmed from their shared experience in gaining admission to the same institution, while Nawe, who struggled academically, felt a kinship with Ashura, believing him to be a kindred spirit among the underperformers. Nawe's greatest passion was food, and he spent all his points on the culinary delights available in the cafeteria's 2nd floor. Ashura had visited that floor before and found the prices of the point-based delicacies to be exorbitantly steep, leaving him reluctant to squander his hard-earned points on mere indulgence. As whispers filled the air regarding the impending assessments, Clara turned to Ashura and quietly inquired, "Are you ready for the assessment today?" Leaning lazily against his chair, Ashura nonchalantly replied, "A man cannot claim he is incapable." Clara rolled her eyes at him, accustomed to his flippant demeanor. Despite his somewhat carefree attitude, she enjoyed conversing with Ashura, as he did not engage in the typical pretenses that other boys employed to win her favor, nor did he approach her with ulterior motives. Recently, a ranking of the Academy's top 10 beauties circulated, detailing her interests and habits, which only served to attract a swarm of suitors, much to her annoyance. Little did she know that many of those details had been divulged by the mischievous boy beside her, which might alter her sentiments towards him if she ever discovered the truth. At that moment, Nawe turned around and said to Ashura, "Once the assessment is over, let us head to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria to spend those points of yours. After all, you're bound to be eliminated from the academy, so don't let those points go to waste." In response, Ashura grabbed his notebook from the table and aimed to toss it at Nawe's head. But Clara shot him a sharp look. He sheepishly returned the notebook to the table, knowing it contained the notes Clara had diligently prepared for him, as well as records of their conversations. Should he dare to throw it away, Clara, a second-tier magician, would not hesitate to unleash a bolt of lightning upon him. Indeed, The talented Clara had long surpassed the first tier of magical proficiency. In this class, the study committee member, Kyle, has recently advanced to the second tier of wizardry, which has led him to believe he is the destined one for the goddess, convinced that only he is worthy of her. As Azura shot an annoyed glance at the chubby Nalwe, he retorted, "Wretched crow, you ought to worry about yourself." Upon hearing Azura's words, Nalwe shrank his neck. Although he was a first-tier wizard, he had not diligently studied magical skills. His basic lightning magic was executed inconsistently, and he feared failing the puppet test. Was he to resort to that ancestral magical technique? Just as Nalwe was lost in his thoughts, the beautiful homeroom teacher, Ella, entered the classroom, dressed in formal attire. With a serious yet hopeful gaze upon the 14 magic students before her, she declared, "All students of Magic Class 13, follow me to the magical assessment arena." At her command, the students rose solemnly, following their mentor to the testing grounds. The magical assessment arena was a spacious, curved area, illuminated by sunlight streaming through the open roof, making it exceptionally bright. Upon entry, they encountered students from Magic Class 12 who had just completed their assessments. A few of them exited disheartened, clearly having failed. One girl was crying inconsolably, which heightened the anxiety among the students of Class 13. Noticing their unease, Mentor Ella encouraged her students, saying, "Everyone relax. As lightning wizards, your damage output is the highest among magic types, making it easier to pass the puppet assessment. I am aware of each of your abilities, and I firmly believe you all can succeed." Her words invigorated the students. After 3 months together, Ella not only captivated with her beauty and teaching prowess, but also earned respect for her character, making her classes the most attended by auditors. It was no wonder so many male teachers pursued her. At that moment, Ella's gaze fell upon the tall figure of Azura, whose physique had been honed through 3 months of martial training, making him stand out among the group of wizards. The tattered magical robe he wore clung tightly to his muscles. She often focused on this particular student, eager to assist him in keeping pace with the class. However, Azura was a boy of strong opinions, merely smiling at her suggestions for academic guidance while continuing on his own path. Even when she offered to use her own points to buy him a new magical robe, he politely declined. She felt a twinge of frustration, unsure of how to assist him as a homeroom teacher. On this day of assessment, all she could offer him was a supportive glance. Azura, in turn, merely responded with a slight smile. It was now time for Class 13 to undergo their assessment. In the center of the arena stood a life-sized, pure white testing puppet, made of an unknown material, adorned with intricate blue magical patterns. On a high platform not far from the testing dummy, 3 esteemed magic mentors were seated, one presiding, one recording, and one determining the outcomes. Particularly notable was the hawk-nosed Mage in the center, whose demeanor exuded an air of stern authority. At that moment, the male mentor in charge stood and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "We shall now commence the inaugural magical assessment. The method is quite simple. If you can inflict damage upon the test dummy, you shall be deemed successful. The dummy will change color upon receiving effective harm, and as long as it alters its hue, you will have successfully passed the evaluation. Of course, only mages of sufficient rank and mastery in magic can inflict such damage. I trust that during your 3 months at the Academy, you have adequately prepared. Without further ado, I hereby declare the magical assessment for Class 13 to commence." Chapter 26. The bewildered examiner with a mentor's command, the students of Class 13 stepped forward in turn as their names were called. Each student unleashed their signature magical skills against the test dummy, with some opting to wield the magical staffs bestowed upon them by their families to amplify their magical prowess. This practice was permitted by the Academy, as fine equipment is indeed a facet of one's strength. The lightning-based spells proved to be the most devastating, with the first few students summoning bolts that transformed the dummy into a vibrant blue before it swiftly returned to normal. The hawk-nosed mentor on the platform acknowledged each student's success in turn. When the class representative, Kyle, made his entrance, he adjusted his flowing hairstyle and drew forth a magnificent staff from his storage ring. Its tip adorned with a lightning attribute magic core the size of a pigeon's egg. The value of this staff indicated that Kyle's family was either affluent or aristocratic. Relishing the envious gazes of his peers, he turned his attention to Clara, hoping to discern admiration in her expression. However, the class president remained impassive, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly displeased by his ostentatious delay, which had disturbed the flow of the examination. Feeling a pang of disappointment, Kyle soon rallied his spirits. Convinced that only he possessed the prowess worthy of the goddess he adored, he began to chant the incantation, channeling the power of his staff to unleash a bolt of lightning, 3 fingers wide, aimed at the test dummy. The dummy, struck by the lightning, emitted a crimson glow before swiftly reverting to its original state. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Kyle was the first in their class to evoke a red hue from the dummy, a testament to his formidable skills. Pleased with his performance, Kyle turned to await a response from his beloved goddess. Yet, to his dismay, Clara did not even glance in his direction. Engrossed in conversation with a dark-haired boy beside her, this ignited a fury within Kyle. What was so commendable about that boy named Ashura? Rumors spoke of his lackluster abilities and his constant companionship with 2 girls from the warrior class. How could Clara associate with such a scoundrel? Jealousy surged in Kyle's heart like a raging inferno. The host's voice resonated through the air, announcing, "Kyle has passed the assessment. Next up, Clara." Upon hearing her name, Clara immediately ceased her playful banter with Ashura, playfully stuck out her tongue, and dashed to the stage. The youthful and radiant beauty of the girl instantly captured the attention of all her classmates. She was recognized as one of the top 10 beauties among the new students in the academy, and having such a stunning class leader was indeed a delightful sight. As the silver-haired girl took the stage, she focused intently on the testing dummy before her. With no superfluous movements, she silently recited her incantation while her right index finger performed a single-arm downward thrust toward the dummy. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a fist, descended from the heavens, striking the testing dummy with a brilliant flash of red light that lingered for a full 3 seconds before reverting to its original white hue. The audience watched in astonishment. This silver-haired girl truly embodied both beauty and strength. Her lightning spell surpassed the power of the one Kyle had cast with his wand by a considerable margin. Kyle, the class monitor, felt a wave of emotions wash over his face, but upon realizing that it was only fitting for the goddess to be superior, he found solace in that thought. The hawk-nosed mentor presiding over the evaluation nodded with a smile of approval. Upon learning of her success, Clara offered a slight bow before skipping back to the side of the black-haired boy, resuming their whispered conversation. Kyle, witnessing this, felt as though that bolt of lightning had struck him directly, causing him great emotional pain. Next up, Nawe. The host continued. Nawe, a slightly plump boy, approached the center of the stage with a hint of trepidation, brandishing a wand that, while unadorned, elicited widened eyes of surprise from the hawk-nosed mentor overseeing the assessment. After reciting his incantation, Nawe waved his wand, conjuring a bolt of lightning of similar thickness. However, it veered off course, merely grazing the shoulder of the testing dummy and landing at its feet, producing a barely perceptible blue glow. The audience erupted in laughter, and Nawe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hurriedly attempted to cast the lightning spell again, but his anxiousness only caused further chaos. His lackadaisical approach to learning magic manifested in errant bolts that missed the dummy entirely. The laughter from the crowd grew louder, with his magical energy depleting rapidly. Nawe realized he was on the brink of failure. The mentors on the platform furrowed their brows in concern. Just as panic set in, a voice rang out. "Stay calm, keep your focus. Imagine that dummy as your favorite dish." Nawe's heart trembled upon recognizing the voice, and he cast a grateful glance back. He turned his attention back to the testing dummy, licking his lips in anticipation. Suddenly, Nawe closed his eyes, concentrating deeply as he recited an impassioned incantation. Gradually, he raised both hands above his head, and as the spell unfolded, a circular ring of lightning manifested above him. Thus, Nawe stood in the center of the testing ground, cradling the ring of lightning above him. As the final syllable of the incantation resonated through the air, Nawe's eyes widened abruptly. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the lightning circular slash, hurling the electrified ring towards the test dummy. A resounding explosion echoed as the lightning-shaped ring sliced through the air at an astonishing speed, seemingly poised to cleave the dummy in two. The ring embedded itself into the chest of the figure, and an intense crimson light erupted forth, more brilliant than the glow produced by Clara's earlier lightning strike. After a few moments, both the circular lightning and the vibrant light dissipated into nothingness. The other students stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that such devastating power emanated from the gluttonous chubster. Nawe, panting heavily and supporting himself on his knees, clearly bore the toll of the formidable spell he had just executed. Meanwhile, the hawk-nosed instructor on the platform bore an expression of anticipated approval. Indeed, the Yi-Heener family's ancestral magic, the lightning circular slash, was truly formidable. However, it was evident that this young man had yet to harness its full potential. With a nonchalant tone, he declared, "Student Na Wei has passed the assessment." This announcement snapped the students out of their astonishment, and they began to speculate about the nature of the magic skill displayed. Those with noble backgrounds might surmise it was an ancestral technique, yet their limited knowledge left them guessing as to which illustrious family it belonged. Clara, however, recognized the spell. The interconnectedness among the nobility was often more profound than one might assume. Nevertheless, she merely felt a fleeting joy for Na Wei's success, for she possessed her own arcane abilities, though this trivial display did not compel her to reveal them. Ecstatic, Na Wei danced with delight, already contemplating what delectable feast to indulge in at the cafeteria to celebrate as he dashed back to his class. The gazes of his classmates had shifted, no longer filled with disdain. He immediately enveloped Azura in a hearty embrace, causing Azura to roll his eyes in exasperation, while Clara stifled a giggle nearby. Na Wei eagerly inquired of Azura whether his ancestral magic skill had been impressive and domineering. However, before Azura could deliver a witty retort, the instructor on the platform called out, "Next student, Azura." Instantly, all eyes in the classroom were upon him. Azura calmly adjusted his tattered magic robe and strode confidently to the center of the arena, taking a position 10 paces from the test dummy. He then reached into his spatial belt, retrieving an object that shimmered with white light. Initially, the spectators assumed he had drawn a wand, but upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find he held a pair of dual blades. With a flourish, Azura twirled the knives in his hands, creating a dazzling display before striking a pose reminiscent of a thunderous punch. The onlookers were left bewildered. What kind of magic skill could possibly require dual blades? What arcane art necessitated such an unusual stance? The confusion was palpable among the students below, and even the instructors on the platform were left scratching their heads in perplexity. At that moment, Azura bellowed a fierce cry and dashed toward the test dummy with remarkable speed, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the young man wielded his dual blades, crossing them to slash at the throat of the dummy, producing a muffled thud that echoed through the arena. The head of the test puppet soared high into the air, only to tumble and roll a considerable distance before finally coming to rest. Ashura remained in a poised stance. Dual blades in hand, his arms extended backward. He looked up in confusion at the test puppet, questioning why it had not changed color despite having sustained such damage. Was it not said that inflicting harm would lead to a change in hue? The puppet, though headless, still retained its original pale complexion, albeit devoid of its blue magical runes. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, and Ashura glanced at the dazed mentor on the platform, then at his equally bewildered classmates, pondering whether anyone could enlighten him on the status of the puppet's coloration. Just as his confusion deepened, the hawk-nosed mentor on the platform was the first to react, his lips trembling as he stammered, "Student Ashura, you have deliberately damaged the test puppet. You are hereby penalized 1,000 academy points." What? Ashura could hardly believe his ears. Since entering the academy, he had not spent a single point, intent on amassing them for his training, and had only managed to accumulate a little over 800. This hawk-nosed man dared to impose a fine of 1,000 points? Ashura retorted immediately, "On what grounds, mentor? If the puppet is so frail, what am I supposed to do? Did not the dean state that as long as we inflicted effective damage causing a change in color, we would pass? Are the dean's words not to be trusted? Or have you altered the rules on site?" With a sweeping accusation, Ashura confronted the hawk-nosed mentor, who, visibly irate, slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed, "Preposterous! The test puppets in the Magic Academy are resistant to magical attacks and do not withstand physical harm at all. You have no justification for damaging the test puppet." Ashura, feeling somewhat chagrined, replied, "Mentor, I was unaware that the test puppet had different attributes. Furthermore, the Academy did not provide prior notice." Before he could continue his defense, The hawk-nosed mentor interrupted in fury. In my 40 years at the Magic Academy, I have never seen a mage student wield dual blades against a test puppet, and you dare blame the Academy for not informing you? Out with you. Seeing that the hawk-nosed mentor was genuinely enraged, Ashura refrained from further argument, but still dared to inquire. Mentor, does this mean I have passed? The blue magical runes have vanished. Does that not count as a change in color? The hawk-nosed mentor gazed incredulously at the raven-haired youth, his forehead pulsing with anger. He then shouted past, "How Navi! You will leave my presence immediately. As for your punishment, I will report to the Academy and a decision will be made." A chill ran down Ashura's spine. He feared that if this matter escalated to the Academy, he would undoubtedly face expulsion for failing the test. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, a melodic voice rang out from behind him. "I object." Turning around, Ashura saw that it was his homeroom teacher, Mentor Ella, who had spoken in his defense. With a look of anxiety, Mentor Era hastily approached Ashura and addressed the mentors on the platform. "Mentor Kaid, I firmly believe that my student has committed no wrongdoing. It is indeed our oversight that we failed to clarify that the testing dummies do not withstand physical attacks. My student Ashura is an exceptional talent, adept in both magic and martial arts. He intended to pass the assessment through his martial skills, and he possesses the capability to do so. However, due to our lack of clear communication, a misunderstanding has arisen. As his homeroom teacher, I accept my share of the responsibility and am willing to compensate the Academy for the damage to the testing dummy. But please, do not expel my student from the testing arena. That would be profoundly unjust. I also hope that Mentor Kaid can grant him another opportunity." Having spoken these words with dignity and resolve, Mentor Era observed as the hawkish-nosed mentor on the stone platform resumed his seat. As a seasoned instructor at the Magic Academy, he need not yield to Era, yet he could not disregard the esteemed reputation of her grandfather, the Grand Mage Avi. After a moment of contemplation, Mentor Kaid replied, "Very well, we shall proceed as you propose. You may negotiate the compensation among yourselves, but I will not pass him in this assessment. I only have new magical testing dummies, not those for martial arts. He should inquire at the Martial Arts Academy for assistance. I am unable to grant him passage in this test." With that, he prepared to announce the next candidate. At this juncture, despair enveloped not only Mentor Era, but also Clara and Nawe, who were reluctant to accept such an outcome. However, as the chief examiner, Mentor Kaid had already made a concession, leaving them with no better alternatives. Just as anxiety gripped them, Ashura called out, "Wait a moment, Mentor Kaid. If I accept the penalty for my previous actions, does that resolve the matter? If I can strike the testing dummy with magic and cause it to change color, would that count as passing the assessment?" Upon hearing this, Clara's eyes sparkled momentarily, only to dim again, as she realized that her companion currently possessed only the third rank of magical prowess, which was insufficient to effectively harm the testing dummy, unless, of course, he had access to potent family magical skills like Nawe. Mentor Kaid, glancing once more at the dark-haired youth below, admired the boy's calm demeanor even in dire straits. However, as the chief examiner, he had to uphold the integrity of the evaluation. He nodded in tacit agreement with the youth's assertion and retrieved a new dummy from his spatial ring, placing it diagonally in front of the platform. Mentor Kaid then stated, "I shall grant you another chance. Prove to me, right before my eyes, that you have the capability to pass this assessment. I have yet to witness a student who is equally proficient in both magic and martial arts." Mentor Era wished to interject, but Ashura tugged at her sleeve, then smiled warmly as he said, "Thank you. Mentor Era, you truly stand by my side. Leave the rest to me." Mentor Era was momentarily taken aback by Ashura's words, suddenly recalling their conversation 2 months prior, when she had summoned him to her office to discuss his requests. She had not considered this aspect earlier, acting solely out of a mentor's protective instinct for her student. As Ashura stood before her, Mentor Ella suddenly perceived this youth, 6 years her junior, as remarkably composed and imposing, exuding an air of self-sufficiency. Blushing, she chided herself silently, casting a fleeting glance at the boy's silhouette before gradually retreating to the rear of the line. Before Ashura lay a test dummy that was identical to the one he had encountered previously, and his mind raced as the situation exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that the test dummies would possess varying resistances to magical and martial forces. How could he possibly overcome this challenge under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers? Aware that employing the lightning spell, like his classmates, would likely lead to failure, he found himself grappling with the most daunting predicament. Suddenly, inspiration struck the young man. He recalled the magical skill recently demonstrated by the chubby student, Nawe, who had mentioned it was a family legacy. Ashura remembered that he, too, had devised a unique lightning-based magical skill, one he had used to obliterate his grandfather's alchemical furnace before arriving at the academy. However, he had refrained from employing that skill since then, as he struggled to control the surging lightning energy. He privately dubbed his improvised technique Dynamic Light Wave. Recognizing its potential power, resolute, he decided to take a leap of faith. With determination, Ashura raised his right hand, palm, facing the test dummy, and summoned the lightning elements within his body to traverse through his meridians. The lightning elements coursing within him had evolved significantly. 3 months of relentless meditation had amassed a tremendous reservoir of lightning energy. Like a snowball rolling downhill, the energy surged through his veins, growing increasingly uncontrollable. Just as he felt on the brink of losing mastery, he shouted, "Behold my ultimate move, Dynamic Light Wave." In an instant, a lightning sphere the size of an apple erupted from his palm, wobbling erratically as it sped toward the test dummy. Chapter 28. Passing the assessment as Ashura unleashed the Dynamic Light Wave, he was immediately engulfed by a sensation of dizziness and fatigue. It seemed that expelling the lightning sphere not only depleted his magical elements, but also sapped a significant portion of his mental energy. Without the luxury of contemplation, he glanced up at the wavering dynamic light wave and felt his pupils dilate in astonishment. He recalled that 9 months prior, the sphere he had created was no larger than a grape. Now, it had grown to the size of an apple. Its fluctuating dimensions indicated a precarious instability. "Goodness gracious!" Ashura exclaimed, retreating hastily. As he backed away toward the line, he noticed Clara and mentor Ella regarding him with bewilderment. Without a word, he seized one of each of their hands, pulling them backward while shouting, "Everyone retreat. Get down." His fellow classmates looked on in confusion at the sight of this peculiar figure, who was frantically urging them to flee while dragging along their mentor and Clara. The lightning magic he unleashed left everyone bewildered, and his subsequent actions were even harder to comprehend. Only the portly Nawe hesitated little and took a few steps back. Before Jura could even crouch down, the dynamic light wave collided with the test dummy in an instant. A resounding boom echoed, and the lightning radiated outward for several meters from the dummy, filling the area with electric energy. A tremendous shock wave erupted beyond this zone. The first to bear the brunt was the instructor's magical platform, which was engulfed by the lightning's reach. Teacher Kid's eyes bulged in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such destructive magic could be wielded by a mere freshman. Fortunately, his formidable power allowed him to conjure a magical shield in an instant, intercepting the advance of the lightning. The students of Class 13 were not so fortunate. Though they were somewhat distanced, they were still affected by the shockwave. One by one, they were sent sprawling. Even the hefty Nawe was toppled multiple times by the force of the blast. Ajura, along with the 2 dazed girls, managed to retreat the farthest, though they fell to push from behind, causing them to stumble forward a few steps. Turning to survey the chaotic scene, Ajura wiped the cold sweat from his brow, while the 2 girls beside him remained utterly confused. Nawe, groaning as he struggled to rise, was the first to get back on his feet, followed by the others, all of whom were voicing their discomfort as they slowly stood up. The fragile bodies of the mages could hardly withstand such a fall. Once upright, they were momentarily stunned at the sight of their classmates, all appearing as though they had been struck by lightning, their bodies charred and hair disheveled. Standing at the forefront, Kyle's only visible features were his eyes and teeth, as his golden hair had turned to sooty black, resembling a tangle of weeds while still emitting wisps of smoke. He remained in a daze, staring blankly at his surroundings. A few girls, pulling out their handheld mirrors to check their appearances, nearly fainted in horror, weeping and glaring at the instigator, Ajura. One girl even brandished her magic wand, intending to treat Ajura as the test dummy. Ajura panicked, shouting, "Calm down. Calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. Quick, put down the wand, Shima." The 2 girls beside him regained their composure and immediately began to soothe the crowd. Fortunately, it appeared that no one had sustained any serious injuries. Their appearances, however, were significantly marred, necessitating a thorough wash and grooming upon returning. Just as the students clamored to denounce Azura, a commanding voice echoed from the stands. Silence. The crowd fell silent, turning their gazes toward the hawk-nosed Instructor Kid, witnessing the chaos before him. Instructor Kid's fury was palpable as he pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Yet, amidst his anger, he was astonished by the magical skill displayed by this audacious student. Even with his extensive experience, he could not identify which family's ancestral magic this was. He surmised that the boy must possess a strength not yet on par with that of a full-fledged mage. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to martial skills to navigate challenges or unleashed such a mysterious magical ability. The magical prowess exhibited by a mage of the third tier astonishingly rivals the might of a full-force strike from a grand sorcerer. He stood resolutely in the tempestuous storm, confronting the magical force, albeit not at the very epicenter. One could only speculate whether the core would unleash a power akin to that of sorceress. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Although this magical skill required extensive preparation and was executed with a languid pace, rendering it ill-suited for combat, its sheer power was undeniably staggering. Should an opponent of equal standing be unaware of the spell's intricacies, they would surely meet a dire fate. Reflecting on this, Mentor Kid cast a glance at the test dummy situated at the heart of the storm. It had been utterly charred and now emitted faint wisps of smoke. Its azure magical runes dulled to a shadow of their former brilliance. Witnessing this left Kid in a state of profound unease. The atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence, with the remaining students regaining their composure, acutely aware that they had escaped with merely the aches and pains from the shockwave. In this tense moment, they exchanged glances, each suppressing laughter at the comical sight of one another. Yet the gravity of the situation kept their mirth at bay. Just as Ashura was about to inquire about his test results, Mentor Kid, with an exasperated yet resigned tone, announced, "Student Ashura, you have passed the assessment." With that declaration, he retrieved a new test dummy from his spatial ring and placed it in the center of the arena. The moment the words left his mouth, Ashura sprang up in exhilaration. The immense weight that had burdened him for 3 months was finally lifted, and in his elation, he embraced the two individuals beside him, sharing his joy. It was only after the embraces that he realized he had just hugged Mentor Ella and Clara. Mentor Ella maintained her composure, her cheeks flushing slightly as she smiled at him, genuinely pleased for his success. In contrast, Clara's face turned as crimson as a ripe apple. She stomped her foot in playful embarrassment and scampered away to join other female students. The youthful and radiant Clara stood out even more as she joined her disheveled peers. Feeling a bit awkward, Ashura scratched his head and turned earnestly to Mentor Ella, saying, "Thank you, Mentor Ella, for advocating on my behalf. May I repay you for the points of the test dummy in installments? I currently possess only a little over 800 points. I shall transfer them to you now and repay the remainder gradually." Mentor Ella regarded the black-haired youth before her heart fluttering from the embrace, a sensation she had never experienced before. Of course, she understood that the boy harbored no ill intentions, and she felt genuine happiness for her student's accomplishment. She smiled warmly and replied, "Congratulations, Ashura. Your success in this assessment is a testament to your own diligence. I'm delighted to see your rapid progress. There is no need to repay the points. Consider it a reward for your advancement. Moreover, upon your passing, the Academy will grant you access to the Magic and Martial Arts Pavilion, as well as training rooms that require points for enhancement. Keep your points for further strengthening your abilities in preparation for the next assessment." After hearing this, Ashura felt a surge of happiness, yet he insisted, "No, Mentor. The points must be repaid. I understand that even as a mentor, you, like us, must earn points for cultivation at the Academy. How about this? I will owe you 1,000 points for now, and when I undertake tasks to earn more points in the future, I shall repay you. Let's seal this promise with a pinky swear." With that, the youth extended his pinky finger towards Mentor Ella. Ella, witnessing this childlike ritual, felt a flutter of youthful exuberance. Though she was a mentor, she was merely 6 years older than the new students. She reached out her own pinky to intertwine with the boys, their thumbs touching as well. With a radiant smile, she proclaimed, "Pinky swear, unchanging for 100 years." Chapter 29. The Quirky Academy. After completing the pinky promise with Ashura, Mentor Ella proceeded ahead to observe the remaining 2 students in their assessment. A few male students nearby looked on in shock and envy at Ashura. Had he just embraced Mentor Ella and even touched her hand? Not to mention, he had also just hugged their goddess, Clara. Ashura, oblivious to the envious gazes from the surrounding boys, contemplated sniffing his fingers but dismissed the idea as somewhat inappropriate. Just then, a voice beside him remarked, "Ashura, you scoundrel who prioritizes beauty over friendship." Startled, Ashura turned to see the disgruntled face of his chubby friend, Wei. Ashura smirked and retorted, "What are you talking about? Just because we have a good relationship doesn't mean you can slander me." Wei, fuming, shot back, "Slander? Just moments ago, before that explosion, why didn't you take me with you? I was closest to you, yet you chose to run with Mentor Ella and Clara." Ashura felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Wei was indeed correct, but he could not admit it. He quickly countered, "It's not that I couldn't pull you along. You're far heavier than both of them combined. Besides, I did try to alert you. Look, you're fine. Aren't you?" Just as Wei was about to argue further, Ashura interrupted, "All right, Wei, do you remember who cheered you on during your assessment? If not for my encouragement to steady your nerves, you would have been eliminated by now. Let us consider this matter settled, and you needn't repay me." Wei, rendered speechless, realized he could never outwit Ashura, whose sharp mind and eloquence left him at a loss. However, he was still astounded by Ashura's impressive score of over 800 points, given that students received only 100 points each month. Most had around 300 points after 3 months. The fact that Ashura possessed over 800 points left him utterly amazed. Unbeknownst to Wei, Ashura's impressive total included 300 points from his personal achievements, 300 points earned as a sparring partner over 3 months, and additional profits from the gossip surrounding the goddess. The portly Na Wei had just the whimsical desire to coax Ashura into taking him to the second floor of the cafeteria to indulge in a delightful feast of merit-based delicacies. After all, he possessed over 800 merit points. However, Ashura's sharp retorts left Na Wei feeling quite disgruntled. Ultimately, both test participants navigated the student assessment successfully, much to the delight of their instructor, Ella, from Class 13. Despite her class being small in number, the fact that every student passed filled the newly appointed mentor with immense joy. The students of Class 13 were equally elated, yet as they exited the testing grounds, they encountered the students of Class 14, who were rather oblivious to the circumstances and pointed fingers at their disheveled appearance. This left the members of Class 13 unable to hold their heads high, cursing Ashura in their hearts for the predicament they found themselves in. Meanwhile, the students of Class 14 were struck with fear upon witnessing the sorry state of Class 13, unsure of the trials that awaited them inside. Wasn't the assessment supposed to involve striking dummies? How had it devolved into such a ghastly scene? A timid girl among them was reduced to tears. After the morning assessments concluded, there were no further classes, allowing the students some freedom to roam. Ashura hurried to the dormitory, his spirits soaring. He was now officially recognized as a student of St. Gobe. Upon opening the dormitory door, he found the other 3 roommates waiting in the common area. As he entered, they all stood and gazed at him in silence. Ashura beamed at his 3 brothers, exclaiming, "We made it." Their jubilant cheers seemed to threaten to lift the very roof of the dormitory, as they embraced one another in celebration. Jean-Zay and Arthur had completed their tests earlier and had also passed without incident. Jean-Zay, now possessing the strength of a first-tier mage, had never inquired about his family background, but his demeanor and poise suggested he was not of ordinary lineage. However, Jean-Zay had a penchant for commerce. He saw opportunities everywhere, and his eyes sparkled at the sight of valuable items. His sales of decorative cards were thriving. Arthur had reached the second-tier strength of a martial artist well ahead of time. Ashura had engaged in friendly sparring with him and noted the solid foundation of his martial arts training and the high quality of his techniques. Yet to Ashura, Arthur's style seemed overly orthodox, as if instilled through rigid instruction. When Ashura shared his impressions with Arthur, the cool-headed youth pondered for a long moment before nodding in agreement. He had indeed received traditional martial arts training since childhood, with scant practical experience. His sparring partners adhered strictly to conventional techniques, never going beyond the basics. Arthur expressed his intention to learn from Ashura, aspiring to master the cunning tactics and clever tricks that Ashura employed. This remark left Ashura feeling somewhat perturbed. The 4th roommate, Angelo, had a much more leisurely academic experience, studying blacksmithing without any assessments. Consequently, no one truly knew his strength. His daily classes were quite easygoing, and he was the last to rise and return to the dormitory. My greatest passion lies in collecting intriguing anecdotes from the campus, which I then share with the other three, while collaborating with our leader to edit delightful tidbits about the campus beauty to earn points. Among the four brothers, apart from a fourth brother who inadvertently revealed the existence of his illustrious family dedicated to crafting, the others have refrained from inquiring about each other's familial influence. Perhaps in the future, they might share such information, or perhaps they fear that disclosing their backgrounds might tarnish the purity of their friendship. However, that afternoon, Angelo returned, knocking on the doors of the other three and summoning them to the living room downstairs. He recounted numerous sensational stories circulating around the campus, one of which featured the third brother, Azura. This assessment had yielded many significant revelations. For instance, the dual-wielding swordsman of martial arts class 3, Monroe, has already attained the status of a third-stage martial master, astonishing everyone by cleaving a test dummy to reveal a purple hue. Additionally, Decaler from Magic Class 6 has also reached the third stage of magic, exploding a fire-based spell that similarly rendered a test dummy purple, becoming the only mage in the academy to achieve such a feat. Upon hearing this, Azura merely scoffed. He felt Clara could easily achieve the same result with the test dummy. Moreover, he had transformed the dummy into a blackened, smoking wreck. What was that all about? Angelo further disclosed that over 100 new powerful students had registered for the Academy's Newcomer King competition. The second brother from their dormitory had also signed up, and they planned to cheer him on together. Angelo continued. One of the top 10 campus beauties, the water magic practitioner Gerades from Magic Class 9, astonishingly failed her assessment and is to be expelled from the Academy. It is rumored that her pursuit of the martial arts newcomer Monroe hindered her training, compounded by the inherent weaknesses of water magic. It is said that her more than 30 admirers collectively kneeled at the president's door to plead for her case. Just as Azura was engrossed in these juicy tidbits, Angelo abruptly shifted his tone, stating, "The most outrageous rumor circulating is about you, third brother. It is said that you decapitated a test dummy in the magic testing arena with dual daggers, followed by a massive explosion that injured your classmates. And it was only through the intervention of Tutor Ella that you managed to pass the assessment. The most shocking part is that you supposedly acted inappropriately and kissed the beautiful Tutor Ella. Rumor has it that over 30 young male tutors are eager to duel you. Is it true that you are so remarkable, third brother?" Azura was left dumbfounded, wondering who spread such nonsense. "I clearly faced adversity and mounted a heroic comeback, unafraid of power, culminating in a legendary tale of triumph. How did it morph into the narrative of a foolish rogue? Furthermore, I never kissed Tutor Ella. I merely embraced her in a moment of impulse. If I had kissed her, that would have been one thing, but now I have inadvertently provoked over 30 male tutors." The more Azura pondered, the angrier he became. Yet, the other three regarded him with admiration, and suddenly, the fourth brother, Angelo, delicately remarked, "Third brother, the Academy now refers to you as the first peculiar phenomenon akin to St. Go." Chapter 30. The Guide upon hearing the peculiar term oddities of the Academy. Ashura felt an immediate surge of anger. He withdrew his twin blades from his spatial belt, intent on confronting the source of such slander. However, his elder brother Ginza and second brother Arthur swiftly restrained him, preventing his impulsive outburst. Yet, Angelo's light-hearted remark, "Third brother, just be cautious when you step outside. Avoid those male instructors who are scouring the academy for you," silenced Ashura, prompting him to retreat upstairs to his room in contemplative silence. Ashura, despite his tempestuous spirit, was reassured by the knowledge that as long as the academy's rule against casual brawling remained intact, he was safe. He reflected on the tumultuous assessment he had undergone that day, weighing his gains and losses. He recognized that his success in passing the evaluation was largely fortuitous. Initially, he had intended to take a less conventional path through the assessment, only to be met with numerous unexpected challenges. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the kinetic light wave, yet he also understood that the casting of such a magical skill was excessively slow. His adversaries would not remain stationary like puppets, waiting for him to strike. Ashura had long sought a balanced approach, a method that would allow him to cultivate both martial prowess and magical abilities. Although his training speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to the Academy's top students. leading him to ponder whether he should specialize in either martial arts or magic to accelerate his progress. With his extensive experience and the influence of his family, he found himself lacking in sound advice. He was uncertain if there existed any successful dual practitioners within the academy. Perhaps a visit to the library would yield the answers he sought. He also harbored a secret that set him apart from others, compelling him to seek answers independently. After a brief period of contemplation, Ashura decided to focus on the present rather than indulge in futile musings. He resumed his meditation on magic, gradually replenishing his depleting mental energy. As dawn approached, a hearty laugh reverberated through the dormitory. Ashura's magical level had ascended to the rank of a mage. On the following morning, Ashura hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the training grounds to refine his martial skills. The breakthrough in his magical level filled him with exuberance. He was scheduled to audit the 8th class of warriors today, and he would also serve as a training partner for Magina. Unlike her usual routine, Magina arrived at the training grounds earlier than expected, and so did Lan Yu from the adjacent 7th class, who had completed her morning exercises ahead of time. Upon seeing Ashura sauntering nonchalantly at the entrance of the training grounds, both women exhaled in relief, their smiles radiant. Ashura ambled over to the 8th class lineup, and Magina, who was of similar height, stepped forward with a teasing remark. "I never expected you to pass the Academy's assessment. I thought my 50 points would go to waste." Instantly, Ashura's mood soured, and he fantasized, "You little minx, just wait until my level rises. You'll see how I deal with you then." With that thought, he cast a lingering glance at Magina's perfectly developed figure. Magina noticed his gaze and felt uncomfortable, realizing that this mischievous boy was not as innocent as he appeared. She resolved to make him pay during their practice session today, before the instructor arrived to commence the class. A single individual's entrance elicited gasps of astonishment from the students of Class 8. A tall young man with a strikingly handsome and resolute visage, his hair cropped short like steel needles, approached with a bouquet of fresh flowers in hand. The female students were starry-eyed in his presence, while the male students displayed more of a sense of inferiority and trepidation. From the exclamations of the female students, Ashura discerned that this young man was Monroe from Class 3, reputed to be the foremost martial artist among the newcomers. As Monroe drew nearer, carrying the flowers, a dreadful thought suddenly crossed Ashura's mind, and his expression shifted to one of fear. Fortunately, Monroe halted beside him, tenderly offering the bouquet to his companion, Magina. Ashura exhaled a sigh of relief, regaining his composure. Monroe's magnetic voice resonated as he addressed Magina. "Please accept my flowers and my affection. I wish to safeguard you with my sword for eternity." Ashura felt a shiver run down his spine. He had not anticipated that the strongest newcomer, Monroe, would have such a peculiar taste, being enamored with the fierce Magina. As Ashura turned to observe Magina's response, she suddenly cast a cold glance in his direction before addressing Monroe icily. "I wield a knife and require no protection from you. Take your flowers and leave this place, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Instead of being disheartened by her harsh words, Monroe's gaze grew more resolute, and with a spirited declaration, he proclaimed, "I shall become the strongest among this cohort of newcomers. When I claim the title of Newcomer King, I shall stand before you once more." With that, he turned and departed, flowers in hand. The surrounding students buzzed with chatter, and Ashura marveled at Monroe's boldness, thinking such a steadfast individual was indeed rare. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the air from behind him. "Why didn't you step in to stop him?" Ashura turned, startled, to find Magina glaring at him with a menacing intensity. He instinctively leaped back, fear evident in his voice. "What do you want?" "He was looking for you. Why should I intervene?" To his surprise, Magina laughed, though her smile only heightened Ashura's unease. Highly attuned to danger, he wasted no time in fleeing the scene. As anticipated, before the class commenced, a sparring session had already begun. Ashura, his body aching, made his way toward the Magic Academy, bewildered as to why Magina seemed intent on punishing him simply for witnessing someone pursue her. Why did she not confront Monroe instead? He hadn't summoned him. Just as he indignantly entered the Magic Academy, a voice called out to him, "Ashura, wait a moment. Could you spare some time to chat with me?" Turning towards the sound, Ashura recognized a slender man with a notably large head, flecked with gray at the temples, who was one of the male instructors responsible for recording during the assessment yesterday. His presence had been almost imperceptible throughout the proceedings. Azura inquired. Mentor, have you summoned me for something specific? The male mentor stepped closer and replied, Azura, we met yesterday, and I wish to discuss a rather delicate matter with you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yuanda, and I am a professor of magical theory at the Academy. I observed your assessment in its entirety yesterday, and I was astounded by your dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Your final magical skill left a profound impression on me. I have long harbored a theoretical hypothesis regarding the integration of magic and martial arts, and I believe I can assist you in this endeavor. At this juncture, Yuanda gazed at Azura with eager anticipation, yet Azura's countenance shifted, and he resolutely declined, saying, I appreciate your offer, Mentor, but I do not require your guidance. My dual cultivation is merely an intriguing pursuit for the time being. I may abandon one path in a few days. Yuanda, upon hearing this, hastily clarified. Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I have devoted my life to the study of magical theory. I firmly believe that the synergy between magic and martial arts can significantly enhance the strength of a dual cultivator. However, I have struggled to translate my research findings into practical training opportunities. The Academy's past students who practice dual cultivation have been exceedingly rare, and most have experienced uneven progress in their magical and martial training. Until I encountered you yesterday, I believe you're the individual I have been searching for. Thus, I implore you, Azura, to take some time to explore my research findings. If successful, you could embark on a unique path to becoming a formidable warrior. Azura was taken aback by this revelation. He indeed required guidance on the path of dual cultivation. However, he refrained from hastily agreeing to the eccentric mentor's proposition. Instead, he sought to ascertain the true nature of this Yuanda, wondering if he could genuinely serve as a beacon on his journey of cultivation. Chapter 31. An opportunity. Azura entered the magic class 13 in a daze. Although he had not committed to Yuanda, the possibility of what the mentor proposed lingered in his mind, presenting a potential pathway to strength. Should he take the gamble? Upon entering the classroom, Azura fell into silence, his thoughts consumed by the notion of dual cultivation. Clara, noticing the usually flirtatious boy's unusual quietness, poked him with her slender fingers. Azura looked up at her, responding playfully, What do you want? Missing a man? Her irritation flared at his words, causing her to withdraw her attention momentarily. Yet curiosity eventually compelled her to ask softly, Hey, is something bothering you? Azura, without meeting her gaze, leaned on the desk, his eyes unfocused as he contemplated. If presented with two paths, one devoid of risk that leads to becoming a moderately powerful warrior, and another fraught with uncertainty, the outcome unknown, yet potentially leading to the stature of the Academy's revered statues, which path would you choose? Clara was taken aback by the boy's seemingly thoughtless declaration, which appeared to seek her opinion. The young girl refrained from hastily responding. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, Haven't you already decided which path to take? Why do you still ask me? Upon hearing this, Azura abruptly straightened in his seat, his gaze intensifying as he earnestly declared, You truly understand me. With that, he opened his arms, attempting to embrace Clara. At first, Clara was somewhat flustered by his intense stare, but upon noticing his mischievous grin and outstretched arms, she let out a cold snort and swiftly recited a magical incantation. Azura promptly leaped back, feigning nonchalance as he went to tease the portly Nawe. Clara's lips curled into a triumphant smile. She had not actually conjured any spell, merely attempting to frighten him. Yet, what if he had stubbornly insisted on embracing her? The girl bit her lip, uncertain whether she felt fear or regret. Upon returning to his seat, Azura pondered the path to his own empowerment. After some reflection, he devised a two-pronged plan. First, he sent a message via badge to his informant, Angelo, instructing him to gather detailed information regarding Professor Yuanda. Secondly, he intended to visit the newly opened college library that afternoon, searching for the growth narratives of past formidable figures within the Academy or even across the continent, hoping to glean insights from their experiences. In less than a class period, Angelo sent Azura the requested information about Professor Yuanda. As Azura meticulously perused the document, he noted, Yuanda, aged 57, unmarried and childless, a level 3 Grand Mage specializing in wood magic, serving as a mid-level instructor at the Academy. He primarily taught theoretical magic. Due to the tedious and esoteric nature of his courses, few students attended his lectures. His peculiar appearance had earned him the nickname Big Head Yuan among students. Devoted to the study of magical theory, he had authored over 30 papers that went unnoticed, and his physical injuries had hindered any further advancement in his magical prowess. Having taught for 30 years, he invested all his earnings from teaching in a magical research, with no vices whatsoever. Upon reading this detailed personal report, Ashura first admired Angelo's intelligence-gathering skills, then hesitated as he considered Professor Yuan Da's capabilities. A level 3 Grand Mage, truth be told, Ashura felt confident he could achieve that rank before graduation. Even the young instructor, Ella, was a formidable magus. In this realm, where strength reigned supreme, particularly in an academy teeming with prodigies, it was understandable that Professor Yuan Da might not command much respect. No wonder he had merely recorded during the freshman assessment, speaking not a word throughout. However, after a short while, Ashura found himself recognizing Professor Yuan Da's merit. A mentor without offspring or vices, who devoted everything to the study of magical theory, deserved respect regardless of the outcomes of his endeavors. Thus, Ashura slowly rose and exited the classroom that had only just commenced. Clara pursed her lips and took out her notebook to begin making notes of the young boy. Ashura silently approached the door of a large classroom, having learned that Mentor Yuan Da was currently lecturing there. He wished to audit Yuan Da's teaching prowess. As he craned his neck to peer inside, he was taken aback. The vast classroom housed only 3 students, sprawled over their desks in slumber, while Mentor Yuan Da remained unfazed, diligently delivering his meticulously prepared lesson. The snoring of the students was jarring, yet Yuan Da remained focused, passionately articulating his 30 years of understanding of magic as if to share it with the entire world. Ashura stood at the doorway, mesmerized by the scene before him. An inadvertent glance from Mentor Yuan Da caught sight of Ashura, and the once vigorous lecturer instantly felt a wave of shame, lowering the hands he had been gesturing with. The two exchanged silent glances, lingering in quiet contemplation. Suddenly, an incongruous voice shattered the stillness. "Hey, Yuan Da, why have you stopped teaching? Last night's meditation was exhausting, but your class is so comfortable that it puts me to sleep." The newly awakened student, lacking respect for the teacher-student relationship, roused the other 2 classmates, and they jovially brushed past Ashura, leaving the classroom without a care. Mentor Yuan Da glanced at the young boy, his lips moving as if to explain himself. Yet no sound emerged despite his prolonged effort. Perhaps this boy no longer trusted him. Just then, the sound of steady footsteps broke the tension, prompting Yuan Da to look up in surprise. The boy had not spoken or asked anything. He simply resolutely walked to the center of the first row and sat down. Silently hegajin, Mentor Yuan Da. For over half a minute, Yuan Da remained astonished, his eyes gradually brightening. He tossed aside the lesson plan he had prepared for that day and resumed passionately expounding on the principles of magic, akin to a fervent artist unveiling his most cherished masterpiece. Fully immersed in his enthusiasm, he captivated Ashura, the sole listener, who merely furrowed his brow, attentively absorbing the somewhat eccentric mentor's display of talent. As the bell, signaling the end of the morning class rang, the lesson concluded. Yuan Da, somewhat perspiring and out of breath from his excitement, fixed his gaze on the black-haired boy in the classroom, seemingly awaiting the boy's verdict. Ashura slowly stood up, met Yuan Da's eyes, and spoke deliberately. Mentor Yuan Da, to be honest, I understood scarcely 10% of what you just taught. At this, Yuan Da felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body trembling uncontrollably. Was it still not sufficient? Did no one wish to believe in him? Yet, the boy's subsequent words left him in disbelief. The youth spoke softly, "But I truly wish to grow stronger. I long for it deeply. I would even willingly become a subject for your research. Should I place my trust in you?" Mentor Yuan Da? Mentor Yuan Da, visibly moved, opened his mouth as if to express something profound, perhaps to make a promise. Yet he ultimately fell silent, lowering his head in resignation. The boy, however, offered a faint smile and then, with newfound seriousness, declared, "If you had just promised me that I would become stronger, I would have turned and walked away. But since you two are uncertain, I shall provide you with an opportunity. This is not only a chance for you, but for myself as well. I am troubled by a magical conundrum, a personal dilemma, which is my secret. I will share it with you, and if you can provide me with an answer, I shall willingly accept your guidance and instruction. However, if you cannot answer my query, I implore you to keep this secret safe for me forever. Chapter 32. The Arcane Repository. As Ashura pondered his thoughts, he strolled along the path leading to the Academy's library. He had just confided in Mentor Yuanda about his magical secret, the ability to meditate and absorb magical elements endlessly, akin to an abyss. Mentor Yuanda was taken aback, rendered speechless, before suddenly displaying the joy of a child with a new toy, as if he had stumbled upon a fresh research endeavor. He requested Ashura to demonstrate his meditation process in a flicker of lightning magic. After posing a few questions and jotting down notes, Mentor Yuanda solemnly promised to provide Ashura with an answer promptly. Ashura found himself questioning the wisdom of revealing his innermost secret to a mentor he had only just met. He was no longer an innocent youth. He understood the potential troubles that could arise if Mentor Yuanda chose to betray him, leading to endless complications and possibly attracting madmen eager to capture him for study. Yet, he felt an inexplicable affinity for the diminutive, unseemly man, coupled with his actions, as Ashura had noted. It was about giving both himself and the mentor a chance, a gamble worth taking. Having come to this realization, Ashura no longer hesitated and hastened towards the library, which had recently been opened to their cohort of new students. Only those who had passed the Academy's rigorous 3-month assessment were granted access to this historic library. The St. Godhood Library lay to the east of the Academy's famed war giant tree, a marvel in its own right, said to be thousands of years old and rumored to possess sentience. At the base of the war giant tree were 4 hollows. To the east lay the library, housing a vast collection of books. To the north was the armory, where weapons and equipment were stored and sold. To the west was the herbarium, dedicated to the collection and sale of medicinal herbs and refining elixirs. And to the south was the Magic and Martial Arts Hall, which held and sold magical skills and combat techniques. The library was the most bustling of all, primarily because the books within were free to peruse, though none were permitted to take them outside. The first floor encompassed a plethora of subjects, including the history of the continent, encyclopedic knowledge of daily life, a compendium of magical beasts, and introductions to weapons and potions, among countless others. On the second floor of the library, there exists a magical door, accessible solely to those who have attained the rank of magus or warrior of magic and above, as well as to instructors. Those of lesser rank will be promptly ejected. Within lies a wealth of biographies and cultivation insights from historical luminaries. It is rumored to also contain maps of perilous, forbidden zones from the continent of kings and the adventurous diaries of powerful figures. Additionally, at the eastern entrance, there is a bustling square featuring a task wall, where both the Academy and its students can post assignments, offering appropriate rewards to those who complete them. This serves as an excellent venue for students to earn points. Each day, numerous students gather to select tasks suited to their abilities, predominantly upperclassmen who, upon completing their assignments, utilize their accrued points at one of the 3 other venues to procure items they require. Furthermore, the shaded square to the east is also a marketplace where students can set up stalls to sell or exchange goods. Every afternoon, hundreds flock here to trade until dusk, making the eastern square a lively hub of activity. As Ashura observes the surroundings with curiosity, he finds particular delight in the marketplace. The wares offered by the upperclassmen are remarkably diverse, ranging from weaponry and equipment to martial arts elixirs and magical beasts. One male student showcases an old tree root, claiming it to be a millennium-old vine that will enhance one's rank if consumed. Another student presents a magical beast egg, asserting it will hatch into a land dragon, a level 7 creature at one's command. There is even a tattered spellbook touted as containing ancient forbidden spells for those fortunate enough to master them. These vendors share a common trait. They enthusiastically promote their goods to newcomers, with prices seldom exceeding 300 points. Ashura can discern the intentions behind these upperclassmen' schemes. Yet trading here relies on one's own acumen. Should one stumble upon a bargain, it is a testament to skill, and if deceived, one has no one but themselves to blame. Ashura lingers at the stall of a strikingly beautiful female mage, who deliberately unfastens a few buttons of her robe, selling intimate garments with utmost honesty. Occasionally, male students approach, hastily paying for items before departing. Ashura, captivated yet silent, observes until the flustered mage fastens her robe once again. prompting him to reluctantly wipe away his drool and depart. Some might wonder how Ashura, often seen in the company of three stunning school beauties, remains so unabashedly infatuated. In truth, Ashura possesses a clear understanding of his own position. The three young ladies are unmistakably the daughters of distinguished families. As the son of a general from small nation, he may indulge in flirtation, but harboring unrealistic aspirations towards these refined women is simply impractical. Thus, such thoughts do not cross his mind, nor do they serve any purpose even if they did. Moreover, the three young ladies have not revealed any such privileges for him to contemplate. Having reached the age of burgeoning maturity, Ashura finally navigates through the crowd to the library entrance, where he finds a male instructor adorned with a prestigious mentor badge, cautioning incoming students about the prohibition against damaging or removing any of the books within. With a gaze as sharp as an eagle, he scanned the throngs of fellow students. After listening to the mentor's admonitions at the entrance, Ashura stepped into the library's tree hollow. As the light flickered, he marveled at the expansive space before him. One word was large. Three words were immensely large. Hundreds of students were engrossed in their books in front of the various shelves. The tree hollow must possess a spatial barrier. Otherwise, such a vast area could not possibly fit within it. Ashura casually perused the library in search of biographies, hoping to find accounts of formidable figures with experiences akin to his own. However, after several hours of searching, he had yet to explore the entirety of the first floor. Shaking his head, he noted the scarcity of biographies of strong individuals, the majority being historical accounts. Perhaps the biographies he sought were on the second floor. Ashura felt an urgent desire to strengthen himself. Yet, the overwhelming abundance of books in the library left him bewildered. Since childhood, he had preferred his grandfather's eclectic assortment of literature over treatises on cultivation. He was particularly fascinated by the diverse customs and unique products of various regions across the continent. This curiosity ignited a longing within him to traverse every corner of the land in the future. Reluctantly, Ashura exited the library, resolving to dedicate time to read miscellaneous books henceforth. Just as he intended to return to his dormitory, he suddenly paused, turning toward the Southern Magic Weapon Repository. With over 1,000 academy points at his disposal, he wished to explore whether the repository housed any martial techniques suitable for him. Having witnessed the martial skills of the Academy's prodigious students, he felt that relying solely on his family's signature thunderclap fist would not suffice to make a name for himself within the Martial Arts Academy. Particularly when sparring with the two young women, they had already discerned the 8 movements of the thunderclap fist, aside from the second strike of force. Ashura had yet to impress them. With just a slight gesture, he found they could easily anticipate how to defend against the 8 techniques, leaving him increasingly challenged. Thus, Ashura resolved to investigate the magic weapon repository, harboring the intention to memorize all the martial skills, then return to practice them diligently. Upon arriving at the repository, he was greeted by a middle-aged mentor stationed at the entrance, who remained silent, seemingly indifferent to any rules needing to be conveyed. Ashura proceeded into the tree hollow of the repository, encountering a fork in the path. One side bore the emblem of a magic wand, while the other was marked with the symbols of a sword and shield. He chose to enter the martial skills vault on the right. Upon discovering over 800 blue-level martial skill texts, comparable to his family's cherished thunderclap fist, Ashura was astounded. The profound repository of the St. Gore Academy once again made him acutely aware of his own insignificance in relation to his lineage. As Ashura shook his head and smiled wryly, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Instead of perusing any of the blue-tier martial arts techniques, he cast his gaze upon the more advanced collection of over 100 purple-tier techniques. Had there been higher-tier yellow techniques available in the arsenal, he would have foregone the purple ones altogether. He had intended to engage his astute mind in memorizing these techniques, but upon opening the purple-tier manual, he discovered that he could only see the introductory descriptions, with not a single word beyond that. This revelation left Ashura momentarily dumbfounded and with a sense of reluctance. He turned back to the blue-tier manuals, only to find that they too offered merely the introductory summaries. At that moment, Ashura realized the naivety of his earlier assumptions. No wonder the mentor at the entrance refrained from discussing the rules within. The unwritten rule here was that one must spend points to access the readings. He scrutinized the labels affixed to each martial arts book, which not only bore the names and ranks of the techniques, but also displayed a value termed borrowing points. This indicated that one could enjoy the privilege of reading a particular technique by expending their points. Azura clicked his tongue, noting that the borrowing points for blue-tier techniques range from approximately 800 to 2,000, while the purple-tier techniques demanded a minimum of around 10,000 points. Of course, white and green-tier techniques were available for free, and it was likely that few would bother with the gray tier on the upper shelf. Azura had believed that his 1,000 points were substantial among the newcomers, only to find his options for martial arts quite limited. In truth, he still owed mentor Ella 1,000 points, and it was rumored that the cost for magical skill books was even steeper. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Azura steeled his resolve and began to leaf through the 1,000 blue-tier martial arts techniques. He aimed to read each summary in its entirety before selecting the techniques best suited to him, mindful of his financial constraints. Fortunately, Azura was quick-witted and grasped concepts swiftly. After an indeterminate amount of time, he had perused all the blue-tier technique summaries. He pondered for a moment before quickly reviewing them all once more. By the time he had completed a third round of reading through the summaries, he found himself holding a manual titled Ascending the Tower, which detailed a particular sword technique. The summary was straightforward. The technique was akin to ascending a tower, with each level offering a distinctly different view. The sword play involved harnessing one's internal energy to deliver successive strikes, each blow surpassing the strength of the last. For practitioners, their innate talent determined the maximum number of strikes they could deliver. Even with relentless practice, mastery of the technique would only allow them to execute a few additional strikes. The creator of this sword technique was said to be a wandering swordsman, rumored to be capable of delivering 18 strikes. Though it seemed that 18 was not the ultimate limit of the technique. The borrowing points for this particular sword technique were precisely 1,000. Resolutely, Azura bit his lip and pressed his badge against the technique's label. When his badge indicated a remaining balance of 20 points, he finally gained access to ascending the tower. Azura was uncertain of the time, but he could hardly contain his eagerness as he settled onto the ground and opened the manual, immersing himself in its contents with great diligence. In the magic martial arts hall, it seemed that only the young boy remained. As the sky brightened, Ashura rubbed his eyes and stepped out of the hall. To his astonishment, he realized he had spent the entire night engrossed in martial arts techniques. He quickly retrieved some provisions from his spatial belt, munching as he walked while pondering the tower blade technique. Ashura approached the lineup of the 7th class of warriors, where the lesson had already commenced. Instructor Engel cast a glance at the boy clad in a magical robe. It was the first time in a long while that he had arrived late. However, Engel chose not to confront him and instead initiated a sparring session among the students. Lanyu observed the seemingly distracted boy before her and sensed something was amiss. A slight furrow creased her delicate brow as she coughed softly twice. Awakened from his reverie, Ashura noticed the blue-haired beauty across from him, flashed a grin, and remarked, "I won't be able to play with you today. I'm off to find Magina." The previously proud, blue-haired girl instantly flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, darting towards Ashura and delivering a swift kick to his backside. Ashura, no longer the weakling he had been months prior, felt the rush of wind behind him and quickly executed a sideways roll to evade the attack. He then assumed a defensive stance and exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? Why are you acting so bizarre?" Lanyu huffed in response, refusing to answer, and charged at him with all her might. An hour later, she found herself perched on Ashura's back, her small fists playfully thumping against him. Ashura, with his head buried in his arms on the ground, stubbornly held his ground. Ultimately, Lanyu could no longer endure the suspense and asked why he was seeking Magina. Ashura felt somewhat wronged by the beating he received, thinking, had she asked earlier, he would have answered sooner. With a hint of annoyance, he explained, "I just practiced a formidable blade technique, and I have yet to unleash it. I'm uncertain of its power, so I wish to find someone to test it against. Your strengths lie in speed and explosive power, while Magina excels in both offense and defense. Thus, I thought it more appropriate to try it with her to avoid hurting you." Upon hearing this, Lanyu understood his intentions were for her benefit, and warmth spread through her heart. Yet, she felt somewhat underestimated, considering she was ranked a tier above him. She then rose from his back, drawing a dagger emitting a blue glow strapped to her thigh, and disdainfully declared, "I wish to see what impressive blade technique you have acquired. Come at me with all you've got. Rest assured, You won't be able to injure me. Ashura rose from the ground, stretching his sore shoulders, and thought to himself that he would test his skills against this spirited girl. Resolutely, he drew twin blades from his spatial belt, closed his eyes, and focused on the energy flow of the technique. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and charged forward, executing a flawless series of strikes. Lanyu met Ashura's blade technique with her dagger, effortlessly parrying his strikes, thinking to herself, "Is that all?" After her right hand had blocked his first strike, Ashura spun around without hesitation, swinging his right hand in a wide arc for another downward slash, while Lanyu similarly countered with her dagger. With each strike, the onslaught of Ashura surged like a relentless tide, and Lanyu met each blow head-on. Ashura, employing the new sword technique known as ascending the tower for the first time, found himself increasingly attuned to its rhythm. Each swing ignited a fervor within him, filling him with exhilaration, despite the considerable energy it consumed. Lanyu, initially unperturbed, soon felt the growing intensity of each strike. After the ninth blow, each seemed like a colossal wave crashing against her dagger, each more powerful than the last, leaving her no respite. Yet, she gritted her teeth, refusing to flinch or evade, steadfastly parrying with her dagger. However, when Ashura unleashed his 15th strike, perhaps the limit of his youthful strength, he bellowed and swung with great force. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the dagger was knocked from the girl's hand, sending her staggering backward. Ashura, caught in the moment, was about to revel in his newfound technique when he noticed Lanyu lifting her hand, examining the blood trickling from her injured palm. She glanced from her wound to Ashura, and then, overwhelmed, she burst into tears. Chapter 34. A bounty task in a secluded corner beneath a tree in the training grounds. Ashura clumsily tended to Lanyu's delicate hand. Her eyes were still glistening with tears, her lips pursed in discontent. Although her injury was not severe, lighter than many she had sustained during training, she had inexplicably succumbed to tears. Ashura quickly covered her mouth, ushering her to the shade. Fearing that if others saw him make Lanyu cry, her suitors would storm over to rip him apart. After much coaxing, he finally calmed her down, and then the boy set about bandaging her hand. Having never done such a task before, he resorted to tearing a piece of fabric from his own robe to use as a bandage. However, Lanyu pouted, disdainful of the sweat-soaked cloth, and produced a clean handkerchief from her spatial pocket for him to use instead. Ashura was quite annoyed but complied, recognizing that her well-being was paramount. Observing her hand, now wrapped like a dumpling, she remarked, "It looks truly ugly." Ashura chose not to respond, turning to leave the training grounds, intent on revisiting the ascending the tower technique in a magic armory. Yet, Lanyu called out to him, insisting that he treat her to something delicious as compensation. Ashura felt a wave of frustration, regretting ever inviting this young lady to spar. Nevertheless, he was pleased with the power demonstrated by the newly learned technique. He revealed his badge to her, noting that only 20 points remained. Lanyu, aware that he had just spent points to learn the technique, was not inclined to let him off easily. She insisted he accompany her to the cafeteria on the second floor after class to purchase 20 points worth of treats. Reluctantly, Ashura acquiesced and then inquired of Lanyu, "What do you think of my technique?" "Isn't impressive? It cost me 1,000 points." Lanyu tilted her head thoughtfully before responding. "Isn't this a blue-level technique? The initial 9 strikes are rather ordinary, yet beyond the 9th, one may attain the formidable prowess of the purple-level techniques." Upon hearing this, Ashura exclaimed with unrestrained joy, "Is that truly the case? With my 1,000 points, I must have struck gold. Ha ha ha." However, Lanyu, witnessing his triumphant demeanor, doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, stating, "Yet your technique possesses notable flaws. I have identified 2 significant issues. Firstly, the momentum of your strikes cannot be interrupted. Each blow must follow the last. If an opponent of superior strength forcibly breaks your momentum, you will be unable to amplify your damage. Secondly, your technique requires each strike to connect with the opponent. I suspect that if even one strike misses, it will diminish your momentum. How many opponents will allow you to strike freely, like I do? Although the continuous nature of the strikes can restrain an adversary, should the opponent be swifter than you, evading just one of your blows will sever your momentum, rendering subsequent strikes ineffective." Ashura, rendered speechless, recognized that as a scion of a prestigious family, his discernment was far beyond that of the ordinary. Within merely a few exchanges, He had uncovered the weaknesses of the ascending blade technique. Clearly, the Academy's points are reflective of their worth. Where could one acquire a purple-level technique for merely 1,000 points? Nevertheless, Ashura did not succumb to despair. At the very least, he believed he could unleash the damage of a purple-level martial skill. The potential of the ascending blade remains high, and he has yet to master the 18th strike of its founder. Initially, Lan Yu aimed to tease him for his smug expression, but upon witnessing the shift in the youth's demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a mix of irritation and amusement as he reverted to his carefree self. The two lingered under the shade, sharing laughter until the morning classes concluded. When the time came for their agreed visit to the cafeteria, Ashura found himself in a quandary. As he walked alongside Lan Yu, fellow students pointed and whispered about them, with some boys glaring at Ashura with gritted teeth, causing him considerable anxiety. He wished to quicken his pace to create some distance, but Lan Yu maintained a leisurely pace beside him, her cheeks flushed and silent, seemingly fearful of him slipping away. Upon reaching the second floor of the cafeteria, they gazed at the dazzling array of delicacies available for purchase with points. Ashura bluntly remarked, "You see, I only have 20 points. Do as you wish." Lan Yu shot him a reproachful glance, as if chiding him for his stinginess, and then meticulously selected her meal. Ultimately, she chose a cup of special floral tea reputed to enhance beauty, which conveniently cost 20 points. Ashura reluctantly paid the points, while Lan Yu happily held the cup with her uninjured left hand, sipping it joyfully. However, as they turned to depart for their respective dormitories, they were met by the striking figure of Magina, arms crossed, standing behind them with a smile that was more menacing than welcoming, her posture accentuating her impressive physique. Ashura dared not linger his gaze and quickly averted his eyes, awkwardly muttering, "Here to eat?" Beside him, Lan Yu raised an eyebrow and cheerfully remarked to Ashura, "The floral tea is delightful. Thank you." With that, she hummed a little tune and walked away. As Ashura dared not utter a word, he lowered his head and hastily walked past Magina. Upon reaching the first floor, he let out a long sigh, before he could contemplate what to dine on for lunch. A message from Magina arrived on the Academy emblem pinned to his chest. "If you don't procure that delightful floral tea by tomorrow after school, you shall face dire consequences." Instantly, Ashura felt that even the prospect of a meal had lost its allure. Was this not extortion? Yet, he could only seethe in silence, for he had intended to approach Magina to practice swordsmanship the following day. However, he currently possessed not a single point, making the acquisition of the tea an impossibility. Should he perhaps broach the topic of next month's training fee, suggesting that she grant him 30 points? Or would it be wiser to request an advance on the upcoming month's payments? Ashura shook his head, realizing that such a proposal would undoubtedly lead to him being pummeled on the second floor of the cafeteria. Ultimately, Ashura resolved to check the task board outside the library to see if any suitable assignments were available for him to earn some points before the deadline. Thus, he sauntered over to the task board, where, having just dined, the crowd was still sparse. Ashura surveyed the plethora of various academy tasks listed before him. However, given his current capabilities, he found that he could not undertake the more adventurous tasks and was left with menial labor, cleaning and organizing the library, among others. Yet, such physical tasks yielded only 1 or 2 points at a time, while a cup of floral tea cost 20 points. Ashura aspired to become a formidable champion of the continent of kings. How could he squander precious training time on such drudgery? Then he noticed the bounty task board nearby, where students posted an array of peculiar assignments, some offering generous points and others meager rewards. Ashura quickly perused the bounty tasks, and suddenly, one particular task astonished him. It read, "Obtain the personal belongings of Magina from Class 8 of the Newborn Warriors. Reward, 1,000 points." He could hardly fathom that the fierce girl was worth such a bounty. Noticing that the task had just been posted, Ashura wasted no time in affixing his emblem to the board to claim the assignment. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a windfall, 1,000 points. Eagerly, Ashura raced back to his dormitory, contemplating what he could offer as a submission for the task. This was certainly a matter he could not disclose to Magina. Otherwise, he would not only fail to acquire the items, but would also surely face her wrath. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding what he might procure for Magina. In an instant, he sprang up with renewed vigor, joyfully commencing a night filled with meditation. Chapter 35. The Dual Element Mage on the following morning. Azura hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the Magic Academy. It was evident that he was in high spirits, perhaps buoyed by the belief that the 1,000 points were already his to claim. His plan was to attend Professor Ella's class in the Magic Academy before heading to the training grounds to practice with Magina. After all, it was best not to skip the professor's lessons. Yet, as he stepped through the academy's entrance, he was met by the diminutive figure of Minter Yuanda, who awaited his arrival. Yuanda, the Minter, appeared with bloodshot eyes, yet exuded an extraordinary vitality. Ashura felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that his inquiries had yielded results so swiftly? Following Yuanda, Ashura entered the same classroom where they had previously met, only to find it deserted. After closing the door, Yuanda candidly declared, "I believe I have discovered the answer to your continuous meditation." Although Ashura had anticipated a resolution, he was taken aback by the promptness with which Yuanda provided it. Perhaps this unassuming middle-aged man could indeed offer him guidance. Without waiting for Ashura to pose a question, Yuanda produced an object and handed it to him, instructing, "Use your magic to activate it. Do not cease until I say so." Upon inspection, Ashura recognized it as the magical testing stone used during the new student orientation. Unsure of Yuanda's intentions, he complied and channeled his magical energy into the stone, illuminating it with a silvery glow that indicated his proficiency as a first-tier lightning mage. However, Yuanda leaned in closely, his gaze fixated on the testing stone, and then, with a sigh of relief, he exclaimed, "Just as I suspected. Ashura, take a closer look. Do you notice anything different about the testing stone?" Still in a state of confusion, Ashura scrutinized the magical testing stone, but failed to detect any anomalies in its silvery sheen. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly noticed a faint gray luminescence beneath the brilliant silver light. The dazzling brightness of the lightning magic obscured the subtle gray glow. Ashura stared bewildered at the gray light, uncertain of its significance. Yuanda, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "You see that gray light, don't you? Ashura, it signifies something remarkable. You are a dual-element mage. The gray represents spatial magic. You are a master of both lightning and spatial magic." Stunned into silence, Ashura had never considered himself a dual-element mage. Although he knew there were many dual-element mages in the academy, he believed he was likely the only one specializing in both lightning and spatial magic. Before Ashura could respond, Yuanda continued, "Your ability to continuously absorb magical elements stems from your prowess as a spatial mage. The spatial magic elements you meditate upon allow your body to function like a storage space, enabling you to retain a greater quantity of magical energy. Typically, spatial mages are single-element specialists and cannot absorb other types of magic as you do. This extraordinary talent grants you an unparalleled advantage in magical cultivation. Although your magical journey began late, if you persist in your meditation, your magical achievements will far surpass your martial accomplishments." Yuanda's enthusiasm grew with each word, as if he were even more elated than Ashura himself. However, Ashura was more shocked than excited upon hearing this. He realized that Minter Yuanda was likely correct. As he introspectively examined his magical essence, he discovered the inconspicuous gray spatial magic elements. Perhaps due to their dull hue, he had previously overlooked their existence. After a prolonged silence, Ashura suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fervent as he looked at his smiling Minter, Yuanda. He slightly bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Minter Yuanda, for enlightening me. I shall also fulfill my promise. However, I have two requests to make of you. First, I kindly ask you to keep my dual magical affinity a secret. I do not wish to attract too much attention from the academy. Second, I seek your guidance on how I should cultivate. I wish to train in both martial arts and magic simultaneously, aiming for a harmonious balance in their levels. Could you enlighten me on how to achieve this?" Minter Yuanda regarded this humble and respectful youth, who did not let the fact that he was the academy's sole dual-element mage of lightning and space lead him to arrogance. He greatly admired the boy's mature and composed demeanor. Hearing Ashura's respectful inquiries stirred profound excitement within him, and he responded, his voice trembling slightly, "Before meeting you, I had less than a 50% confidence in successfully guiding a student through dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. However, witnessing the skills you demonstrated during the test has bolstered my confidence to 60%. Now that I know you possess dual affinities in lightning and space, My confidence rises to 70%. I cannot predict how far I will be able to lead you, but as long as we trust each other and collaborate sincerely, I believe the sky is your only limit. You shall become the most dazzling star in the vast cosmos. Ashura, witnessing his mentor's excitement mirrored his own, solemnly performed a formal bow of apprenticeship, saying, "Please teach me, mentor." Yuanda quickly assisted the remarkably gifted youth to his feet, recognizing that he was perhaps the only student in the entire academy willing to place their faith in him. He understood the weight of his responsibility and felt compelled to honor this trust, striving to prove that his 30 years of research were not in vain. Although not particularly eloquent, Yuanda's eyes conveyed the answers Ashura sought. Thus, they agreed to meet in this very classroom each afternoon, where mentor Yuanda would work with him to explore how to harmoniously cultivate both magical disciplines and maximize his innate potential. Yuanda expressed his intention to return and gather more information to devise a comprehensive training plan for Ashura. Despite having gone without sleep since the day before, he felt an exhilarating vigor, as if he had regained 20 years of youth. Ashura, equally stirred, quietly entered the classroom and sat in a daze, much to the annoyance of Clara, who had intended to share her notes with him. Unbeknownst to her, Ashura was merely contemplating how to cultivate his spatial magic, a field in which the Academy had only 3 or 4 practitioners, a lamentably scarce number. It was said that spatial magic skills were exceptionally rare and exceedingly costly. Surely, it cannot merely serve the function of absorbing magical elements through meditation. Ashura occasionally furrowed his brow and then broke into a silly grin, leaving Clara beside him utterly perplexed. She speculated that the young man harbored a secret he was not willing to share, making him increasingly inscrutable in her eyes. The homeroom teacher, Ella, noticed the black-haired boy's peculiar behavior and contemplated calling him to answer a question, but hesitated, fearing he might falter and embarrass himself, potentially leading him to skip her class altogether. She had heard tales of his exploits in the training grounds. After all, in such a vast arena, it was hard not to notice the lone boy clad in a magical robe practicing martial techniques. This had made the female instructors of the Magical Academy chuckle behind her back for quite some time. Lost in thought, Ashura left the classroom as soon as the bell rang, not waiting for Clara to speak. His sudden departure made her grit her teeth in frustration. Yet, before Clara could gather her thoughts, Ashura dashed back, leaning over her desk with a tender gaze fixated on the silver-haired girl. As a blush crept onto her cheeks, Ashura gently inquired, "Beautiful lady, may I borrow 20 points?" Chapter 36. Completing the bounty task after borrowing 20 points from Clara, Ashura raced toward the training grounds, brimming with excitement as he had a lucrative deal worth 1,000 points to finalize that day. Upon entering the training arena, he eagerly dashed to the lineup of Class 8 warriors, his eyes fixated on Magina. She had anticipated that Ashura would avoid her today, yet his intense gaze sent shivers down her spine. She even noticed that when the instructor announced the sparring session, Ashura's lips curled into a smile. This unusual behavior made Magina apprehensive, for Ashura had always donned a grim expression during their previous sparring matches. However, she was not worried about any tricks he might employ. After all, he could never best her. With this thought in mind, Magina confidently followed Ashura to a spacious area. Ashura, still wearing a smile, said, "I just practiced a new sword technique yesterday. Let us have a friendly match today. You'd best give it your all." With that, he drew his dual blades. Magina felt slightly reassured upon hearing this. His joy stemmed from acquiring a new technique. Curiosity piqued, she retrieved her formidable horse-slaying sword from her spatial ring. Ashura wasted no time and charged forward, engaging in a few tentative exchanges before unleashing a powerful shout, locking onto Magina as he executed the ascending blade technique. One strike followed another, each faster than the last, his onslaught relentless. Magina initially handled his strikes with ease, but after the 9th blow, she distinctly sensed the ferocity of his attack intensifying. Staying focused, she decided not to withstand the 14th strike. Instead, she evaded the descending blade with a sidestep and countered with a sweeping motion of her broadsword, forcing Ashura back. The retreating Ashura sensed an immediate decrease in the intensity of his blade's momentum and could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, as Lanyu had said the day before, if one cannot firmly lock onto their opponent, and if the adversary possesses greater speed, even a single missed strike would result in a significant reduction of power. With this thought in mind, Ashura ceased his ruminations and, with a swift turn of his eyes, bellowed, "Behold my yellow-grade martial skill, and those who gaze upon it shall find themselves in a state of expectancy." With that, he charged forward with great fervor. Majina, taken aback by Azura's proclamation, was not fearful of the yellow-grade martial skill itself. Rather, as a young woman, she instinctively felt a twinge of apprehension at the name of the technique. Consequently, she positioned her horse-slaying blade defensively before her, half closing her eyes to avoid directly meeting Azura's gaze. In a flash, Azura feigned a strike before swiftly maneuvering behind Majina, seemingly delivering a blow mid-turn. Majina quickly realized she had been toyed with by this mischievous scoundrel. Reacting promptly, she pivoted, brandished her sword, and executed a side kick aimed at Azura. To her astonishment, the kick sent Azura flying a considerable distance. In midair, he let out a cry of dismay, rolling upon landing and lying still on the ground, groaning in agony, insisting he needed a moment's respite. Majina stared in bewilderment at the boy sprawled on the ground, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate what it was. However, she was certain that Azura, with his skills, could not have been so easily dispatched by her earlier kick. Squinting her beautiful eyes, she scrutinized the rogue youth on the ground, perplexed as to what had gone awry. After lying there for a while, Azura noticed that Majina was ignoring him and grudgingly rose to his feet. The two engaged in a back-and-forth practice session until the bell signaled the end of class. Just as Azura was about to dash out, Majina seized the collar of his magical robe. Without uttering a word, she raised an eyebrow in a threatening manner. Azura, displaying a carefree demeanor, waved his hand and said, all right, let us go. I'll treat you to some floral tea. It's no big deal." His sudden generosity left Majina bewildered as she regarded him with suspicion while he hastily walked ahead, betraying his own unease. Walking side by side toward the cafeteria, they became the subject of much speculation among their fellow students. The allure of beauty proved to be an undeniable force. Today, Azura strode confidently towards the cafeteria, a stark contrast to his previous timid demeanor, while Majina appeared slightly bashful. Upon reaching the second floor of the cafeteria, Azura readily used his points to purchase a cup of nourishing floral tea, which he handed to Majina, who received it with a faint blush on her cheeks. Azura, growing impatient, remarked, "I've bought you the tea. Please refrain from causing me any trouble, all right? I'll be on my way." Without waiting for Majina's response, he turned and began descending the staircase. Unbeknownst to him, Majina, frowning, followed closely behind, clutching the floral tea. Not far away, at a dining table, several young women gazed in terror at the silver-haired girl from their dormitory, who was eating with a piece of scorched beast meat in her hand. After exiting the cafeteria, Ashura busied himself with his academy emblem, having just notified the task issuer of his completion, inviting them to the lakeside park at the academy's center for the exchange. His spirits were high, anticipating the imminent acquisition of 1,000 points, an amount that the academy typically disbursed only once every 10 months. This thought made Ashura feel somewhat euphoric. Yet unbeknownst to him, a girl sipping floral tea silently trailed behind. The rendezvous for the task handover was set at a bench nestled within the dense foliage of the woods, a secluded spot often frequented by young couples at night. After a brief wait, Ashura spotted a rather rotund, unsavory-looking man approaching, a figure even more corpulent than Nawi. The two exchanged no words, silently scrutinizing one another. The approaching man appeared distinctly unseemly, with curly brown hair and a large face, while his eyes, nose, and mouth were notably small. He wore a school uniform from a higher year than Ashura's, yet was not that of a warrior or mage, but rather akin to the Forging Academy attire sported by Angelo. To Ashura's surprise, just as he pondered how to initiate the conversation, the lecherous fat man broke the silence. "Hey, brother, are you the one who accepted the task? Do you have the item?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Ashura recognized that the main character had arrived, yet he refrained from hastily producing the task item and instead retorted, "Senior, have you prepared the 1,000 points?" Upon hearing this, the rotund man realized he had indeed found the right person and impatiently waved his academy emblem. "Rest assured, it's only 1,000 points. Once I see the item, I'll transfer it to you immediately." Ashura was taken aback by the man's apparent wealth and, with a sense of pride, retrieved an item from his spatial belt to present to the man. In his hand, he held a strand of fiery red hair, though few in number. Each strand blazed like flames. The rotund man's eyes lit up at the sight, and he reached out to snatch it. However, Ashura was quicker, retracting his hand with a calm demeanor. Senior, I've shown you the item. You mentioned wanting a personal possession, but this is far more valuable. It's Magina's hair. Freshly cut less than 2 hours ago. Now, tell me if it meets your expectations. Recognizing Ashura's intent to raise the price, the rotund man, not one to be easily manipulated, smirked and replied, "Who knows if it's authentic? Perhaps you acquired it for some other girl to deceive me. Let me examine it first." Despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the strand of hair. Observing the man's feigned skepticism, Ashura scoffed, "Senior, you underestimate me. If you wish, inquire around. Kyle from Class 13 of Magic is renowned for his honesty and integrity. How could I tarnish the reputation of this honest young lad for such a trivial matter?" At noon today, I accompanied Magina to the cafeteria where many witnesses were present. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire. Furthermore, consider the trials I endured to procure this mere strand of hair for you. The countless beatings and hardships that have left me scarred. This is a price paid with my very life. As Ashura continued to chatter incessantly, he was aware that the rotund individual was engaged in dubious activities and would not seek out the truth indiscriminately. Thus, he spoke with a mix of sincerity and jest. The lecherous fat man, taken aback, interrupted him impatiently, declaring, 1,200 points. The extra 200 shall serve as your compensation for the toil you've endured. Without a moment's hesitation, Ashura extended one hand with the hair and the other with the badge. As the two badges made contact, a notification chimed in Ashura's mind, confirming the deposit of 1,200 points. At that moment, in the lakeside park of the academy, a plump man and a tall sorcerer stood side by side, one clutching an academy badge and the other a lock of hair, both wearing expressions of gleeful intrigue. While Ashura reveled in thoughts of how to spend his newfound points, the rotund man placed a greasy hand upon his shoulder and exclaimed, "Brother Kyle, the item you brought is truly remarkable. I adore it." Ashura, beaming with enthusiasm, replied, "I assent to it, Senior. I pride myself on my sincerity." "So, you have an affinity for Magina? Why do you seek to collect her belongings?" The fat man, blushing with embarrassment, confessed, "One day, I inadvertently came across a card featuring the top 10 campus beauties, and upon reading about Magina, I was utterly captivated by her fiery charm. I have secretly observed her a few times, and the more I gaze, the more entranced I become. Just yesterday, I couldn't resist posting a quest, expecting to receive something as trivial as a cup she drank from or a spoon she used, but you have presented me with such an extraordinary surprise. I must cherish it dearly." Observing the entranced fat man holding the lock of hair, Ashura smirked, realizing he was a customer of their dormitory's whimsical card service. Likely a client cultivated by their leader, Jinza, he confidently assured the fat man, "Senior, as long as you can afford the points, I can procure any of Magina's garments, clothes, belts, socks, you name it." The fat man's excitement surged as he grasped Ashura's hands, exclaiming, "Is that true? Can you really do that? I have plenty of points. You needn't worry." He continued, "If you can arrange for me to dine with Magina, I will reward you with 10,000 points." At that moment, Ashura's mind buzzed, drowning out all other sounds, fixating solely on the prospect of 10,000 points. He scrutinized the lecherous fat man anew, pondering whether all upperclassmen were so affluent or if this particular individual possessed some extraordinary trait. Thus, Ashura feigned intimacy and reassured the fat man, "Rest assured, Senior, I shall return with a plan to facilitate this. But such arrangements require points to pave the way and sometimes a touch of finesse. I'm not requesting points from you at this very moment. Rather, I am uncertain whether you can bear the cost of these points." The stout fellow, upon hearing this, proudly proclaimed, "Brother Kyle, I cannot speak for many things, but when it comes to points, few in our academy can rival me, Saman. Moreover, I am not a combat student. Aside from indulging in my personal pleasures of feasting and merriment, I have little need to spend points." Ashura then inquired, "Senior Saman, I observe that you are adorned in the uniform of the Forging Academy. Are all the students there as affluent as you? How might I become as exceptional and prosperous as you?" With these words, Ashura flattered the stout Saman, causing him to puff out his chest with pride. "I am indeed one of the finest rune engravers in the Forging Academy. Numerous magic students and warriors seek me out to engrave runes on their equipment, which is why I possess such a wealth of points. However, my friend, this is not your line of work, and and you cannot earn points as I do. But Brother Kyle, when you require rune engraving for your equipment, come to me, and I shall offer you a 20% discount." Ashura's words revealed Saemon's true nature. It turned out that rune engravers were indeed quite remarkable, garnering the admiration of others while raking in substantial points. Ashura expressed genuine envy, wishing to become such a rune engraver himself, so that he would not need to spend points seeking others for engraving when the need arose. Reflecting on this, Ashura felt compelled to take action, considering a visit to the library to search for texts on rune engraving, or perhaps returning to consult that unreliable old four. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Saemon, Ashura prepared to depart, agreeing to contact him immediately should he acquire any items from Magina, with Saemon promising a generous price. As he watched the black-haired youth depart, Saemon sincerely remarked, "Brother Kyle is truly a good person." With that, Saemon, lost in his reverie, lifted a lock of his fiery red hair above his head, basking in the sunlight filtering through the forest, immersed in his fantasies. Suddenly, a blade, radiating red flames, sliced through the air between his hands, instantly singeing and curling the red hair. Momentarily stunned, Saemon turned in fury, eager to confront the one who had ruined his treasure. In that instant, he forgot he was a non-combatant. He yearned to charge at the offender. However, upon recognizing the figure before him, he stood transfixed. The girl before him, with her flowing crimson locks and fearsome greatsword, was undeniably the enchanting beauty he had longed for. Yet before he could express his excitement, the blade, wreathed in red flames, was rested upon his shoulder. He could distinctly feel the searing heat radiating from the blade, causing the curls at the side of his head to tighten further. The stout fellow trembled uncontrollably, taken aback by the terrifying presence of such a stunning beauty wielding a weapon so fearsome. Magina coldly instructed, "Explain to me in detail the matter concerning you and that fellow from earlier. Should you dare to conceal even a single word, I shall strip you of every ounce of your excess and use it as kindling." In an instant, a wave of urgency surged through the rotund figure, transforming into an overwhelming heat that coursed down his legs. Magina wrinkled her nose and glared at him with piercing eyes, instilling a profound dread within the stout Saemon. He stammered as he recounted the transactions and communications between him and his close companion, Kyle, divulging everything to the irate maiden before him. Upon hearing his account, Magina let out a cold chuckle, her gaze fixed upon the repugnant figure before her. She spoke ominously, "Should I ever catch wind of you collecting any information about me again, I will ensure that you are sliced into pieces and buried in this very forest as fertilizer. Furthermore, you are to refrain from leading him astray. Do you understand?" Saemon, bewildered, comprehended the first part of her declaration, but was utterly perplexed by the second. Who was she referring to? His mind was in a muddle, but the sight of Magina's raised brows compelled him to exclaim, I understand. I shall never dare again." Magina slowly withdrew her blade from his shoulder, leaving Saemon with the sensation that his collarbone was on the verge of fracturing. He contemplated visiting the apothecary to procure some healing potions and perhaps change his trousers in his dormitory. His admiration for Magina had been extinguished, replaced solely by a profound fear. The girl wielding the blade was simply too terrifying. After retracting her sword, Magina paid no further heed to the loathsome Saemon and turned to retrace her steps, her mind already having imagined inflicting 1,000 more cuts upon a certain individual. She sensed that the nefarious character had ulterior motives today, and to her dismay, he had indeed harbored ill intentions, seeking to barter her hair for points. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became. Earlier, she had unconsciously activated her ancestral enhancement technique, pondering how best to deal with that wicked fellow. The individual she envisioned was currently in the library, searching for books on magic rune engraving. Chapter 38. Consulting old for the affluence of Saemon deeply provoked the young Ashura. At this moment, Ashura yearned intensely to master the skill of magic rune engraving. He had already spent half the day poring over books related to this craft in the library, marveling at the exceptional wealth of knowledge housed within the St. Gabain Academy. He had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of magic rune engraving, recognizing that it requires a formidable mental acuity and an intricate comprehension of complex runes. Engraving magic runes must be executed in a singular flow, without interruption or pause. Otherwise, the work is rendered null and void. The primary function of these runes is to augment martial techniques and spells, and there are also runes that enable instantaneous offensive or defensive skills. Some rune sets are capable of unleashing formidable abilities, yet as time progresses, an increasing number of advanced runes gradually fade from the annals of history, rendering rune engravers all the more precious. Realizing that time was of the essence, Ashura calculated that he should meet with Mentor Yuan De to discuss his dual training plan in martial arts and magic. He hastily departed from the library, making his way to the Magic Academy in search of Mentor Yuan De, who was already waiting for him in the grand classroom. However, their exchange that day was not particularly deep or extensive. Mentor Yuan De continues to engage in enlightening discussions with Ashura, gradually deepening his understanding of the latter's journey. He does not hastily propose training plans without due consideration. Ashura, in turn, is exceedingly cooperative, sharing his personal circumstances and the challenges he faces in his practice with Mentor Yuan De. Their discourse extends into the twilight hours. Mentor Yuan De assures Ashura that he is welcome to visit him whenever time permits, as he will be in the classroom awaiting his arrival in the afternoon. Curious, Ashura inquires whether Mentor Yuan De possesses knowledge of magic rune engraving. Mentor Yuan De responds that he has not delved into this area of study. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ashura encounters his senior, Jinja, along with the fourth member, Angelo, who are engrossed in discussing the latest draft of a decorative card in the common area. Gritting his teeth, Ashura departs for the second floor of the cafeteria, spending 100 points to procure an array of delectable treats. Upon returning to the dorm, he invites the other three to partake in the feast. Though all three hail from prominent families, evidenced by their possession of spatial rings, they have rarely indulged in the Academy's point-based delicacies, preferring to conserve points for their cultivation endeavors. Their curiosity is piqued by Ashura's sudden display of generosity, particularly as his wizard's robe is in tatters. Yet he hesitates to invest in a new one. The four engage in lively conversation about amusing anecdotes from the Academy, with most of the revelations coming from Angelo. Seizing an opportune moment, Ashura interjects to ask Angelo if he knows of Salmon. Angelo affirms his acquaintance, describing Salmon as the most distinguished magic rune engraver from the previous cohort of the Forging Academy, someone he aspires to surpass. Upon hearing this, Ashura eagerly probes deeper into matters concerning magic rune engraving, initially met with indifference from Angelo. However, as the questions become increasingly specialized, Angelo realizes that his younger brother is exhibiting remarkable insight, necessitating careful consideration to provide adequate responses. Jinja and Arthur remain silent, merely enjoying the food, while Angelo eventually catches on, playfully asking Ashura, "Dear brother, are you perhaps interested in learning magic rune engraving?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Ashura scratches his head, omitting the fact that he has been trading haircuts for points, which he finds slightly embarrassing. Instead, he expresses his admiration for Salmon, who has accrued considerable points through his expertise in rune engraving, igniting Ashura's desire to explore this skill and discover his own potential. Angelo, somewhat bemused by his brother's aspirations, acknowledges that while the foundational requirement for magic rune engraving is indeed a robust mental acuity, success is far from guaranteed. He himself has achieved moderate success only through the inherited talents of his family. His tendency to rise late is a consequence of the fatigue induced by the family's rigorous mental training methods. Unbeknownst to him, his brother has been meditating through the night, honing his mental faculties beyond the ordinary. Contemplating the situation, Angelo, wishing to preserve his brother's confidence, gently advises, "Brother, you may certainly give it a try, but remember that mastery requires dedication to a specific discipline. Do not allow this pursuit to hinder your own progress in cultivation." The essence of magic rune engraving lies in the control of mental energy, and as a magician, you possess a solid foundation. However, I cannot disclose the core mental training techniques of my family. However, I can show you the mental cultivation methods of the collateral family members. Though I cannot teach you verbally, I hope you understand. Additionally, I have a book on the analysis of magical patterns that I can lend you. Feel free to ask me any questions, and I will share all that I know. Upon hearing this, Ashura excitedly grasped Angelo's hands, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Although he had not completely opened his heart to the other three members of the dormitory, he cherished their kindness and assistance. Before Angelo could finish his meal, Ashura was eager to learn about magical pattern engraving from him. Angelo was reluctant to part with such delectable points of food, as Arthur was currently vying with him for a piece of the magical beast's rib. Thus, he retrieved a thin booklet from his spatial ring, containing about a dozen pages densely filled with text. He tossed the booklet to Ashura, informing him that it contained the methods for mental cultivation, and resumed his struggle for the magical beast's rib with Arthur. To his surprise, before he could finish that half-piece of rib, Ashura had already returned the booklet to him. Initially, Angelo thought Ashura had given up after reading it, but to his astonishment, his third brother claimed he had memorized it and wished to see the analysis of the magical patterns again. Not only Angelo, but Arthur and Ginza were also left dumbfounded, as the brief time had sufficed to read through the booklet. Yet Ashura asserted he had committed it to memory under their strong insistence. Ashura recited the contents of the booklet from memory, and upon completion, the three fell into silence. To be honest, they had heard various rumors about their third dormitory member, most of which were negative. He was considered an oddity within the academy. Arthur had almost confronted other students for mocking Ashura, though he had never mentioned it to him. Despite living in the same dormitory, Arthur could not comprehend this enigmatic third brother. Aside from some astonishing ideas, he had not observed any remarkable qualities, nor had he heard of Ashura's extraordinary cultivation talent. Arthur and Ginza had known each other since childhood, and while they had never discussed their respective families, both belonged to the most esteemed lineages on the continent. Thus their families maintained a close connection. Though they had just met Angelo, they recognized that his family was also formidable. However, Ashura certainly did not belong to a renowned family in their understanding, yet they had never looked down upon him because of it. To have memorized an obscure and intricate mental cultivation method in such a short time is indeed a rarity among the talented scions of these prestigious families. What left them even more astonished was when Angelo handed Ashura the two-finger-thick analysis of magical patterns. Under the gaze of the three, Ashura meticulously perused it, then closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before returning the analysis to Angelo. This time, none of the three acknowledged Ashura, quietly retreating to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, Ashura lingered in the afterglow of the knowledge imparted by the various magical patterns, even dipping his fingers into the tea on the table to sketch the magical patterns. The intricate art of magical rune engraving necessitates the use of the lifeblood of high-level magical beasts as pigment, along with feathers from the tail of a bird known as the nine-lee, which serves as the engraving pen. Lacking both materials, Ashura found himself uncertain of his potential to become a rune engraver and resolved instead to familiarize himself with the designs of these runes. This endeavor, apart from his cultivation, became a steadfast commitment. Chapter 39. Techniques of Wind and Thunder. On the following day at the training grounds, Ashura once again employed the ascending blade technique, only to miss the ninth strike for the third time. He breathed heavily as he confronted the smug expression of Lanyu across from him. Today, she chose not to engage him head-on. Instead, she elegantly evaded his slashes as soon as he initiated the ninth strike, rendering Ashura's momentum futile. The youth felt an irksome frustration boil within him, yet he remained powerless to change the outcome. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Ashura hastily departed without a backward glance, while Lanyu, pouting in discontent, stomped her foot and turned towards the direction of Class 7. Ashura, foregoing his magic class, made his way to the martial arts hall. He understood that his ascending blade technique must be complemented by a swift movement technique. Otherwise, he could not harness the full power of his martial skills against his opponents. In his mind, he recalled a brief introduction to a movement technique he had seen previously, a blue-tier skill named Wind and Thunder Pursuit. This technique, valued at 1,000 points, would elevate in rank to purple tier if the practitioner possessed either wind or thunder magic within them. This stringent requirement had resulted in few individuals opting to learn it, relegating it to the status of a blue-tier skill. After all, who among the mages would seek to master a martial technique? Yet now, Ashura stood out as an anomaly, possessing the requisite thunder magic for its cultivation. He had long coveted this technique, but had initially chosen to enhance his attack with the ascending blade. Now, having recently exchanged points earned from selling Magana's hair for this skill, he was brimming with anticipation. Upon reaching the martial arts hall, Ashura, leveraging his exceptional memory, swiftly located the movement technique, wincing as he spent 1,000 points on it and began to study it intently. As he delved into the text, he discerned that while the movement technique was inherently blue tier, it contained incantations for wind and thunder magic that could bestow a magical speed enhancement upon the user. When combined with the technique itself, this could elevate its skill level to purple tier. Furthermore, should one possess both wind and thunder magic, the skill could even ascend to yellow tier. After committing the entire technique to memory, Ashura felt a surge of confidence and eagerly sought a moment to practice wind and thunder pursuit. Estimating that his magic class still had time remaining, he proceeded to class 13. However, upon arriving and preparing to take a seat, he found Clara had already claimed the space at the center of the table, her arms spread wide, leaving no room for Ashura. Perplexed, he tilted his head, observing the silver-haired girl who pouted in irritation, utterly bewildered as to what had provoked her displeasure. The surrounding classmates gazed at the pair with curiosity, leaving Ashura feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Ultimately, he discreetly exited the classroom through the back door, while Clara remained seething, contemplating what he must do to earn her forgiveness. This insufferable fellow had dared to borrow points from her to treat other girls to that extravagant flower tea. She had refrained from indulging in the 20-point delicacy herself. He would pay unless he purchased one for her as well. Clara was still devising ways to give Ashura a hard time when she realized the commotion behind her had ceased. Turning around, she discovered that Ashura had already left the classroom. This revelation ignited Clara's fury. No one had ever disregarded her so brazenly. She sprang to her feet, her hands grasping the hem of her magical robe as she swiftly pursued him, leaving her classmates exchanging bewildered glances. After running for a while, Clara spotted Ashura walking down the corridor towards another classroom. With her silver teeth clenched, she quickened her pace and aimed a kick at his backside. Ashura, preoccupied with thoughts of discussing his training issues with Mentor Yuanda, was lost in contemplation when he suddenly sensed a movement behind him. With the reflexes of a warrior, he pivoted to evade the surprise attack, his right hand poised like a blade, ready to strike at the assailant's knee. However, as he turned, he caught sight of Clara's angry yet beautiful face, prompting him to retract his hand and instead catch her leg. Clara, lacking any martial skills, merely intended to deliver a forceful kick to vent her frustration. However, her excessive force caused her to stumble into Ashura's embrace. In that moment, both were momentarily stunned. Clara's hands pressed against Ashura's chest, while his right hand still gripped her long leg, creating an impression of a young couple caught in an intimate moment. Before either could fully comprehend the situation, a group of girls from another magical class approached, exclaiming in surprise. They gushed about the audacity and romance of the scene, while Clara's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Though Ashura felt equally embarrassed, he maintained his composure, discreetly squeezing the smooth thigh he held. Clara's face reddened further as she instinctively reached for the soft flesh at his waist. However, upon hearing more footsteps approaching, they quickly separated and dashed down different corridors. Clara raced back to the classroom of Magic Class 13, her beautiful face still tinged with a faint blush. She remained silent, resting her head on the desk for an extended time, while the curious stares of those around her were filled with confusion. Ashura, finding himself in a secluded area, lifted his right hand to his nose and inhaled deeply, a look of rapture washing over his face. He was oblivious to what had driven that young lady to such a frenzy, having also forgotten that he had borrowed 20 points from her. Whistling a cheerful tune, he entered Mentor Yuan Da's spacious classroom, where the only sounds were the snores of students and the passionate voice of the instructor. Upon the entrance of Ashura, Mentor Yuan Da, albeit somewhat disgruntled, touched his nose and glanced at the students soundly asleep in the classroom. With a resigned shake of his head, he instructed everyone to self-study before making his way towards Ashura's desk. Ashura refrained from mocking his unappreciated mentor and instead elaborated on the shortcomings of his current training in the ascending blade technique, as well as the advantages of the wind-chasing, thunder-striking movement technique he had chosen for the day. After a moment of contemplation, Mentor Yuanda acknowledged Ashura's insights and the martial skills he had selected, subsequently engaging in a profound discussion regarding the challenges Ashura faced in his training. On this occasion, Mentor Yuanda presented Ashura with a future training plan he had meticulously prepared, which aimed to integrate magic and martial skills. Due to Ashura's ability to manipulate magical elements through his meridians, akin to the activation of a warrior's vital energy, the plan promised to be highly effective. Moving forward, As Ashura continued to meditate and accumulate magical reserves within himself, his magical proficiency would elevate in tandem with his martial arts level, given that the strength of his meridians directly influenced the capacity for higher magical levels. Minter Yuanda had researched numerous biographies of historical figures who excelled in both magic and martial arts, discovering a common trend. Their combat effectiveness often surpassed that of specialists in either field alone, likely due to the compounded damage resulting from dual proficiency. Ashura's recent learning of the wind-chasing, thunder-striking technique further validated this hypothesis, prompting Minter Yuanda to boldly assert that mastering both magic and martial arts would enhance each aspect's growth. Listening intently, Ashura nodded frequently, finding many of Minter Yuanda's thoughts resonating with his own. He perceived that this mentor, far from the weakling others might deem him, possessed profound wisdom and insight. Chapter 40. Stealthy Growth. Just as Ashura was deep in thought regarding his training plan, Minter Yuanda unexpectedly produced his mentor's badge and clashed it against Ashura's student badge. Ashura gazed in astonishment at the mentor's actions and the sudden addition of 8,000 points to his account. With a shy smile, Minter Yuanda explained, "I am merely a mid-level mentor. Over the years, I have expended my points on magical research, leaving only this 8,000 for you. Use it to accumulate further points for either a set of purple-level martial skills or a tome of magic, and I hope it proves beneficial to you." He continued, "Your unique path of dual cultivation in magic and martial arts diverges from that of other students. The synergy between your magic and martial skills must be honed through practical combat experience. Engaging in life and death battles with all your might will yield the greatest growth. Therefore, your journey will be significantly more arduous than that of your peers. However, all I have shared is merely conjecture, which you must validate through your own efforts in the future. I believe your strength will continue to grow, and your future will be bright." Ashura quietly regarded the unassuming mentor before him, his eyes glistening with emotion after hearing these words. Having fled his family's vendetta in search of knowledge, he had received support and assistance from many. Yet this mentor appeared to be the most selfless and genuinely invested in his growth. Observing the worn magic robe of Minter Yuanda, one could discern that the 8,000 points represented a culmination of his years of frugality. Yet, he selflessly devoted every bit of it to his own advancement, demanding nothing in return. Ashura shook his head, restraining the tears that threatened to fall from the corners of his eyes. He refrained from uttering excessive words, instead offering a radiant smile in return and playfully questioning, "Do you hold such high hopes for me, old Yuan?" Minter Yuanda, taken aback by the affectionate address, responded bashfully, "You are the only one who believes in me. Thus, I support you unconditionally." Ashura found himself both amused and moved by this earnest reply. Minter Yuan was indeed straightforward. He then rose, stretching languidly, and declared with newfound seriousness, "So, old Yuan, please commence my specialized training. I can hardly wait to grow stronger. Prepare yourself to be the mentor of the future martial mage." Time flew by, and 6 months swiftly passed. During this period, Ashura diligently attended magic classes in the mornings, honing his martial skills at the training grounds. In the afternoons, he engaged in exclusive training sessions with Minter Yuanda, while his evenings were devoted to meditation or practicing magic rune drawing in his dormitory. Gradually, he began to keep pace with the magic curriculum, no longer being thoroughly suppressed during sparring sessions with the two girls. Both Lan Yu and Mag-Ina felt the pressure mounting due to his presence, prompting them to embark on intense training regimens of their own. However, unbeknownst to them, Ashura had been holding back during their sparring. Firstly, it was impossible to unleash his full power, as they were not foes, and he could not control the damage inflicted. Secondly, he was mindful of his father, Afong Tian's parting advice to remain low-key until he had fully matured, concealing his brilliance. Thus, he wished to avoid drawing excessive attention to himself, even though he had already attained the ranks of a third-stage martial artist and third-stage mage, placing him among the elite of the Academy's new students. This rank was also the level that Monroe and Deckler, champions of the Newcomer Challenge, had reached, standing on the brink of breakthrough themselves. Currently, no other new students had ascended to the levels of great martial artist or great mage. Yet Ashura was the sole newcomer to simultaneously achieve the third stage in both disciplines. As Ashura faced the red-haired girl wielding a horse-slaying blade, He focused intently on employing the technique of pursuing wind and chasing thunder to evade her strikes. Magina had unleashed her family's signature enhancement technique, Fighting Flame, for without it, she could not hope to contain Ashura, who seemed to take advantage of the situation with feigned nonchalance. She marveled at Ashura's growth, having secretly observed his sparring sessions with Lanyu. Besides her speed advantage, Lanyu had little recourse against him. Of course, they had potent skills yet to be unleashed, but the youth's progress had already instilled a sense of urgency within them, driving them to train harder than ever and pushing them to the brink of their own breakthroughs. Ashura was equally satisfied with his own enhancement in strength, having also refrained from exerting his full potential. The dual cultivation of martial and magical arts had elevated his abilities beyond his expectations. He felt immense gratitude towards Mentor Yuanda for his guidance. Recently, life has been pleasantly relaxed, with the only minor incident being the leg-touching episode, after which Clara ignored him for a while. It was only when he had the bright idea to bring her a cup of rejuvenating flower tea, worth 20 points, that Clara resumed their previous rapport, leaving him to ponder the inscrutable nature of a woman's heart. Presently, he found himself on the cusp of a breakthrough and planned to consult Mentor Yuanda today on how to achieve this. The 8,000 points Mentor Yuan that had previously given him, along with the recent earnings from the School Flower small card, had allowed him to accumulate a total of 10,000 points. He wondered if acquiring a purple-level skill might assist in his advancement. In the afternoon, Ashura arrived punctually at Mentor Yuanda's classroom, where the latter was already waiting. Mentor Yuanda was exceedingly pleased with this disciple, recognizing his sharp intellect, exceptional comprehension, and remarkable dedication to practice. In just a few months, Ashura's cultivation level had risen swiftly, and the mentor saw the potential of a future powerhouse in him. With a casual demeanor, Ashura inquired, "Old Yuan, I've recently hit a bottleneck in my cultivation level. What do you suggest?" After a moment of contemplation, Mentor Yuan seemed to arrive at a resolute decision and, with a determined expression, replied, "I believe it is time to initiate your next cultivation plan." Ashura's interest piqued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yet the subsequent words from Mentor Yuanda left him utterly astonished. Mentor Yuanda, with great difficulty, articulated, as I have previously mentioned, only through combat can your martial skills be honed, unlocking your potential and allowing for a better integration of your magic and martial prowess. Thus, I propose that your next training ground be not within the academy, but rather in the beast forest located behind it. Upon hearing this, Ashura was rendered speechless. The terrors of the beast forest were known throughout the entire King's continent. Even the mightiest martial saints would not dare to claim they could emerge unscathed from the beast tides of that forest. The various academies were established at the forest's entrance to maintain order in the region. Daily, numerous adventurers or mercenary teams ventured into the beast forest to hunt monsters, seeking the resources and magic cores they possessed, as well as the treasures hidden within. However, he had never heard of anyone entering the beast forest to cultivate for the purpose of leveling up. After all, the forest was fraught with peril. The deeper one ventured, the more dangerous it became, and countless adventurers had failed to return from its treacherous depths. With Ashura's current level, he might only be able to wander the periphery, but even there, many poisonous creatures and toxic swamps could swiftly claim his life. Yet, upon witnessing Mentor Yuanda's earnest and sympathetic gaze, Ashura exhaled deeply, resigning himself to the challenge. "Very well, let's embark on this next phase of my cultivation," he declared nonchalantly. "Are the monsters in the beast forest palatable?" Chapter 41. Asking for leave in the office of the enchanting Mentor Ella at the Magic Academy, the beautiful instructor gazed in astonishment at the black-haired youth before her, who had just requested a leave of absence, stating his intention to leave the academy for solitary cultivation and that he would not be attending classes in the near future. The St. Gaben Academy has always afforded its students the utmost freedom, permitting them to arrange their training as they see fit, provided they pass the various assessments of the academy and successfully meet the graduation requirements. However, the current situation regarding the 16-year-old boy before her makes her reluctant to approve his request. It is said that he has hardly attended any classes, focusing instead on his martial arts training in the dojo. While she does not oppose the dual cultivation of magic and martial skills, she is entirely uninformed about Ashura's level and training progress. This dark-haired youth never communicates with her regarding his academic issues, leaving her utterly perplexed by his behavior. Now, he seeks leave from the academy to train elsewhere, without disclosing his destination or the duration of his absence. This student truly gives her a headache. Instructor Ella gazed at Ashura with a hint of dissatisfaction, her right hand rhythmically tapping on the desk. She was on the verge of asserting her authority as a teacher to deny Ashura's request for leave. Yet, before she could speak, Ashura promptly produced a cup of floral tea from behind him and placed it on her desk, sweetly proclaiming, "Instructor, you must be weary. Have a cup of rejuvenating floral tea." No girl could resist the allure of such a delightful beverage, and she gently pressed her lips together. Glancing at the boy's ingratiating smile, with a resigned sigh, she conceded, "Very well, I shall allow you to train independently, but you must agree to 3 conditions." Ashura immediately feigned compliance. "Instructor, please tell me, I am all ears." Instructor Ella spoke earnestly. "First, you must ensure your own safety while outside the academy. You are responsible for both yourself and the institution. Second, the academy will arrange a crucial assessment test in 1 year. You must return in time for this examination, or you will be expelled. Third, since you are venturing out to train alone, it implies you possess confidence in your training plan. Should your strength upon your return not meet my standards, I will not permit you to train outside again, or I will expel you outright. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Ashura inwardly clicked his tongue. In truth, Instructor Ella's demands were not unreasonable. She consistently supported him in her role as a good teacher. After a moment's contemplation, he timidly replied, "Aside from the first condition, I cannot guarantee that. The rest is no problem." However, upon hearing this, Ella, who was sipping her floral tea, inadvertently sprayed Ashura's face with it, raising her voice in shock. What exactly do you intend to do? What kind of dangerous training is a student like you pursuing?" Ashura awkwardly wiped the tea off his face, observing the agitated beauty of his instructor for the first time with a sense of respect. He recognized her goodwill towards him, yet he also had compelling reasons for his actions. Quickly, he attempted to pacify her. "Please calm down, instructor. I was merely making a metaphor. Consider it akin to my fear of choking while eating, if you will." This response evidently did not satisfy Instructor Ella, who continued to glare at the troublesome student. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. She could not discern which of his words were true and which were mere fabrications. Yet she sensed that if she did not acquiesce, he might still choose to skip class. Rather than allow him to vanish without a trace, she felt it better to fulfill his request. At least it would ensure he would return to her for communication in the future. With a huff of defiance, she sank back in her chair and, after a prolonged silence, spoke in a low voice. "Remember the 3 promises you've made to me. Return promptly after your training." Upon hearing this, Ashura exhaled deeply, promptly responding with a playful grin. Instructor Ella found his demeanor both amusing and infuriating, and she waved him away from her office. As Ashura exited, he managed a rueful smile, acutely aware of his uncertainty regarding the first demand. After all, it was the Beast Forest, a place fraught with unknown peril that sent shivers down his spine. He needed to make some preparations before setting off and bid farewell to those he was familiar with. With a heavy heart, Ashura returned to the classroom of the 13th magic class, only to find another student from a different class attempting to take his vacant seat, promptly chased away by a few icy remarks from the silver-haired girl beside him. Countless male students had expressed an interest in occupying his seat, yet it seemed Clara accepted no one but him. At times, when he returned from the training grounds, drenched in sweat, the surrounding magic students regarded him with disdain, as if a noble mage should never appear so disheveled. However, Clara had never looked down on him. She even prepared a towel for him to wipe his sweat. Apart from Clara, only the plump student, Nawi, would engage him in conversation, while the others deemed him a peculiar underperformer. Yet he knew that his current abilities could easily overpower his classmates, causing them to weep for mercy. Beyond Clara, he constantly sensed an ominous aura emanating from her. Ashura returned to his seat with an impassive expression, remaining silent for an extended period, neither joyous nor sorrowful. Before long, a notebook with elegant handwriting appeared beside him, bearing a concern-laden inquiry about his well-being. Ashura casually took the notebook and scribbled, "It's nothing. I just wanted to inform you that I will be leaving for a while, possibly for an extended duration. Please do not reserve this seat for me. I intend to auction it off. Whoever offers the most points will have it. I will ensure to give you the points as a token of appreciation. So drink as many cups of the rejuvenating flower tea as you wish. When Ashura returned the notebook, he distinctly heard a low gasp from the girl beside him, disregarding the curious gazes of their peers. Clara hastily wrote in the notebook, "Where are you going? What will you do? You dare." Upon reading her words filled with both concern and a hint of threat, his heart warmed. Despite her often difficult temperament, she truly was a good person who had tutored him and taken notes for him. He had always remembered her kindness, which was why he planned to auction off his seat to leave her some points. Perhaps this was the only way he could repay her. He did not rush to respond in the notebook, instead resting his head on the desk in silence. To claim that one is unafraid of the beastly forest is a falsehood. It is a paradise for monsters and a forbidden realm for humans. Yet, he understands that his unique dual training in martial and magical arts makes his ascent in levels significantly more arduous than that of ordinary students. Without engaging in combat, rapid enhancement of his abilities remains elusive. While following the curriculum at the academy and practicing diligently will gradually bolster his strength. He will never ascend to the ranks of the most formidable students. He is determined to elevate his power swiftly, to return to the kingdom of Olay and resolve the troubles posed by the Blackwater family. He yearns to be revered like the formidable statues within the academy, instilling awe in his foes, safeguarding his loved ones, and earning the admiration of future generations. Chapter 42. Farewell. Before departure, after a prolonged silence, Clara could no longer contain her impatience. She felt a bit flustered. The young maiden prodded Ashura's arm with her slender fingers and shot him a piercing glance, motioning towards a notebook on the table. Only then did Ashura snap back to reality, hastily scribbling in the notebook, "I wish to venture out for some practical experience. I have a cultivation plan that necessitates leaving the academy, and I will likely be away for quite some time. Instead of reserving this seat, it would be wiser to transfer it and earn some points." When the notebook returned to Clara's hands, she felt even more at a loss. After much internal conflict, she wrote, "Is it absolutely necessary? You are quite astute, and I believe you will excel at the academy. If you dare to act recklessly with your seat, I shall cease to acknowledge you." Ashura accepted the repeatedly handed notebook, chuckling to himself and nodding in acknowledgement, refraining from offering any superfluous comments. Perhaps he too was unsure how to respond to the young lady's forthcoming inquiries, simply hoping that he would still have the opportunity to reclaim this seat in the future. Clara, observing his mischievous demeanor, gritted her teeth in frustration, uncertain of what else to say or write. During that lesson, she was oblivious to what the instructor was discussing. Her mind was a tumult of thoughts. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, she intended to converse further with Ashura. Yet he rose and whispered a few words into the ear of the plump student, Nawe. Clara distinctly noticed Nawe's shocked and bewildered expression as he looked up at Ashura. However, Ashura merely chuckled and patted Nawe on the shoulder before departing the classroom. Clara was left grappling with a mixture of anger and disappointment, her expression chilling enough to deter nearby classmates from approaching her. Ashura then made his way to the training ground, strolling into the martial arts class 7. He had become something of a celebrity at the training arena, known to all new martial students as the peculiar figure clad in a magical robe who frequented the training grounds. Chosen by the two strongest new female students from classes 7 and 8 as their sparring partner, he endured daily beatings. Many new martial students envied Ashura for being the sparring partner of these two beautiful warriors. However, they were reluctant to lower their pride, and being pummeled by beautiful women was hardly an enviable position. Thus, despite the countless admirers of Lanyu and Magina, none considered Ashura a rival in love. For who would believe that the peculiar individual who faced daily thrashings could possibly capture the affections of two enchanting beauties? As Lanyu beheld the swaying figure of the dark-haired youth approaching her, a smile involuntarily graced her lips, indicating her delight at encountering Ashura. She gracefully strode towards him, her long, elegantly proportioned legs carrying her with poise. However, before she could utter a word, Ashura waved his hand dismissively and proclaimed, "Not today. Let us find Magina. I have matters to discuss with both of you." Instantly, the smile faded from Lanyu's face, replaced by a frown as she retorted, "Aren't we supposed to practice together today? What do we need Magina for?" Ashura, observing the defiant young lady, chose not to elaborate, instead taking hold of her school uniform sleeve and pulling the reluctant beauty towards the training line of Class 8 warriors. Magina was equally surprised to see Ashura bringing Lanyu to her. Perplexed, she followed him to the shade of a large tree at the edge of the training area. Exchanging glances with Lanyu, who shook her head in response, they turned their attention to the mischievous young man who had summoned them. Ashura squinted at the two distinctively beautiful women before him, their presence truly captivating, as long as he refrained from being overly forceful during their practice. Serving as their sparring partner would indeed be a delightful experience. In response to Ashura's lascivious gaze, Lanyu and Magina shared a knowing look. One withdrew a broadsword from her spatial ring, while the other unsheathed a dagger, radiating a soft blue light from her thigh. Realizing the precarious situation, Ashura quickly raised his hands and exclaimed, Wait. This is not about fighting. I have something important to share with you both. Please put down your weapons." The two women halted their advance, casting cold glares at the insufferable youth, yet neither lowered their arms. Swallowing hard, Ashura sought to diffuse the tension. "Hand me your badges, and I shall return each of you 10 points. I must embark on a journey outside the academy for a while. I may not return soon. You both need to work hard. I do not wish to find you in tears upon my return." Normally, such taunts would provoke the two young women into action, yet they remained still, gradually lowering their weapons. Magina, impatient by nature, furrowed her brows and inquired, "Where are you going?" "I have never heard of any student leaving the academy for training within their first year." Lanyu chimed in, "Exactly. Why the sudden urge to venture out? If it comes to that, we can take it easy on you in the future. Just don't leave us, all right? It's rather dull without you." Ashura, feeling exasperated, countered defiantly, "I refuse to believe you both don't realize that I am no longer the weakling you once bullied. I fear injuring you both may lead to trouble, particularly with that new top student, Monroe. If he discovers I harmed Magina, he would undoubtedly drag me to the dueling grounds for a fierce confrontation." At this, Magina, who had initially relaxed her grip, instantly raised her broadsword, her voice sharp and resolute. "I have no connection to Monroe. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Seeing the genuine anger in Magina's eyes, Ashura wisely chose to refrain from further flippancy. Immediately after, the remedial character stated, "In any case, I have made myself clear to both of you. I will not be attending the martial arts arena for the time being, as I will be departing in a few days. As for the points, do not expect any refunds in the future." Upon hearing this, both young women wished to voice their thoughts, yet the presence of one another rendered them speechless. They could only watch as the young man turned his back to them, waved his hand, and departed with determination. Unbeknownst to Ashura, in the days that followed his departure, a few audacious martial arts students willingly volunteered to train with the two young women. However, the two ladies displayed an increasingly fierce demeanor, and after several training sessions left their companions with broken bones and injuries. None dared approach for fear of suffering further consequences. Everyone began to admire the peculiar sorcerer who had somehow managed to keep these two formidable ladies in check. Upon Ashura's return to the dormitory, he knocked on the doors of his 3 roommates, summoning them to the common area. The bond among the 4 had grown quite amicable over the past year, further solidified by their shared venture into the realm of decorative cards. Last month, they had published a series of cards featuring the top 10 newcomers after the previous edition, celebrating the 10 most beautiful individuals, resulting in a lucrative profit. Being young, they reveled in the spotlight, and many students sought to challenge the new elite in the arena to secure their ranks among the top 10. Observing his companions, Ashura calmly articulated his intention to embark on a journey of experience. The 3 were taken aback, perplexed by the motives of the most enigmatic member of their dormitory. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest, Jinzei, produced a token and handed it to Ashura. Upon receiving it, Ashura discerned its significance. It was remarkably heavy and appeared to be made of a substance akin to jade rather than metal, inscribed with a golden character. With a smile, Jinzei remarked, "My dear third brother, I have yet to share much about my family. I hail from the Jinli Trading Company, and I am the legitimate eldest son of the current patriarch. This token serves as my emblem. Should you encounter difficulties during your travels, feel free to seek assistance at any of Jinli's establishments." At Jinzei's revelation, Ashura and Angelo gasped in surprise, while the second brother, Arthur, remained unfazed. Seemingly already aware of Jinzei's lineage, the Jinli Trading Company is one of the 4 most powerful commercial enterprises on the continent. With establishments in every city, Their financial and social influence is unfathomable. The realization that Jin Zhe, with whom they shared daily life, could potentially be the next heir to the trading empire was astonishing. No wonder Jin Zhe was particularly attentive to opportunities for earning points. He was evidently born to be a businessman. Before they could fully recover from their astonishment, Arthur also presented a token, which bore no inscription, only the vivid emblem of the Valency Empire's guardian beast, the fiery lion, depicted with a majestic and lifelike presence. Arthur continued, "Third brother, while I am unaware of your sudden desire to venture out, I suspect your journey will not be an easy one. This is my token. I am the second prince of the Valency Empire, and bearing this token grants you the privilege of seeking assistance from any general's residence within the empire." Upon hearing the revelation, Ashura was taken aback. Arthur was, astonishingly, the second prince of their empire. According to the laws of propriety, he should have performed a kneeling salute. Yet, this flamboyant second brother failed to evoke any sense of regal authority, particularly given that his homeland, the Kingdom of Alai, was merely a vassal state of the Valency Empire. It seemed Arthur was concerned about imposing a psychological burden on him, which was why he had only now disclosed his lineage. Holding two tokens in his hand, Ashura felt a tempest of emotions within him. He understood the significance of these tokens and the reason why the eldest and second eldest had chosen to share their backgrounds with him. It was not an exhibition of superiority, but rather a testament to their profound camaraderie. With that thought, he turned to look at the fourth brother, Angelo. Angelo, scratching his head awkwardly, remarked, "Third brother, you are aware of my circumstances. I lack any tokens myself. If I had one, the most I could do is receive a discount at my family's equipment shop." The other three exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. The air was filled with genuine friendship, resonating through the entire dormitory. Chapter 43. The Monster Forest on the following morning. In the library east of the Academy's war giant tree, Ashura was engrossed in a tome detailing the flora of the monster forest, a warm smile gracing his youthful face. A stark contrast to the despondency he had felt just days prior. With one less burden weighing on his mind, he had resolved to cling tightly to the two powerful allies, having heard Jinza and Arthur speak of their family influences. He also shared with the others the story of why he had come to the distant St. Gaban Academy. Upon hearing his plight, both Jinza and Arthur were incensed and intended to send a message to their families to eradicate the Blackwater clan in retribution for Ashura. However, Ashura halted their well-meaning intentions. He yearned to protect his family through his own strength. If a year hence he had not returned to the academy, he would entrust the task of eliminating the Blackwater clan to them, to safeguard his family. With worries lifted, Ashura's spirits soared, and the monster forest no longer seemed as daunting. He devoted his time in the library to studying various texts on the monster forest, finalizing his preparations for his impending venture. He had no intention of visiting the Magic Academy or the training grounds. Instead, he focused solely on the study of the monster forest. The vast collection of the St. Gaban Library instilled him with considerable confidence, as the books provided insights into the monsters and plants, along with maps of the monster forest that alleviated his concerns. Utilizing his extraordinary memory, he swiftly absorbed the relevant knowledge and formulated a general route for entering the forest. Messages began to arrive within his badge. The first was from the portly Nawe. With his dwindling points, had procured some snacks for Ashura to take on his journey. Another message from Clara inquired why he had not attended class that day and when he planned to depart. She offered to lend him her magic staff, on the condition that he return it promptly. The message from Lan Yu conveyed that he had prepared a dagger as a weapon for him to carry for self-defense, as his dual blades lacked adequate strength. Magina's message indicated that she had lent him a set of soft armor for his protection, urging him to return soon so she could practice with him. Furthermore, the three residents of the dormitory pooled their recent earnings from the decorative cards to buy food and emergency supplies for Ashura. Ashura felt profoundly moved, realizing that beyond his family, many others cared for him. He silently vowed to return alive and to repay their kindness when the opportunity arose. After spending 3 full days in the library, Ashura engaged in a lengthy conversation with Mentor Yuanda throughout the night. The following morning, he donned a sleek black warrior's outfit, layered with the soft armor borrowed from Agina. He secured the dagger gifted by Lan Yu at his waist and carried the dual blades bestowed upon him by his brother Asubo on his back. resolutely making his way through the Academy's rear mountains toward the entrance of the monster forest. He declined Clara's offer of a magical staff, fearing the burden of such a valuable item and preferring his dual blades, which he had always trusted over any wand for casting spells. Upon reaching the entrance of the monster forest, he found a small town, more accurately described as a camp, populated predominantly by mercenaries and adventurers. Named Triumph Town, it featured a single main street line with establishments selling food, weapons, potions, herbs, pawn shops, bars, casinos, and brothels. There were also shops that specialized in purchasing magic cores and rare treasures. Where many adventurers and mercenaries sold valuable items they had painstakingly retrieved from the depths of the forest. The gold earned was often squandered in the town's bars, casinos, and brothels, as the inhabitants led lives that could be fleeting. There were formidable mercenary groups that undertook various tasks or hunted monsters within the forest for rewards, commanding considerable respect. Such mercenary towns are commonplace at the entrances to many monster forests, attracting numerous individuals hoping to strike it rich. Yet many remain forever lost within the woods. Taking a deep breath, Ashura hesitated before entering the forest, choosing instead to visit the adventurer's bar. The library had informed him that the bar was the best source of information regarding the monster forest, and many tasks will be posted on the bar's task wall. However, entry to the bar required the purchase of a rum, a favorite drink among adventurers, though Ashura found its murky quality somewhat nauseating. He settled at a table beside a pillar, surveying the diverse array of adventurers and mercenaries surrounding him. Most were muscular warriors clad in various types of leather armor and crude metal armor, clearly reflecting a rough craftsmanship. A few wizards donned in tattered magical robes maintained an air of nobility befitting their status. The adventurer's tavern was a cacophony of noise, filled with shouts and vulgarities that assaulted the ears. Ashura, wary that his youthful visage might attract unwanted attention, drew his warrior's cloak over his head, shrouding his features in shadow. He then turned his gaze to the task board mounted on the wall, where an array of quests awaited. Some required magical beast cores. Others sought the hides of magical creatures, various herbs, and even eggs or juvenile magical beasts. There were also quests for treasure hunting or locating the remains of lost adventurers, transporting goods, mapping territories, and even those seeking vengeance against foes within the magical beast forest. The plethora of tasks left Ashura both impressed and bewildered. The immediate impression this small town imparted was one of chaos. After sitting in the tavern for quite some time, without gleaning any useful information, only overhearing boastful banter, Ashura dismissed several shifty-eyed men who approached him with offers of potent potions or beast-repelling elixirs. Taking advantage of the early hour, he rose and exited the adventurer's tavern, traversing through the town of Triumph before slowly vanishing into the dense forest. As Ashura walked along the periphery of the magical beast forest, he found himself on a narrow, well-trodden path devoid of significant danger, owing to its frequent use by passers-by. Armed with dual blades, he remained vigilant, drawing upon his outdoor survival experiences from his time at the academy. He was not overly anxious, but each time he heard the sound of footsteps or voices nearby, he would conceal himself behind a tree, waiting for others to pass before re-emerging. He recalled a phrase from a biography about the magical beast forest. In this realm, humans are more peerless than the beasts themselves. This was a place beyond the reach of human morality, and Ashura understood that with his current strength and life experience, he could not evade dangers posed by his own kind. Thus, he resolved that this journey of training would be a solitary one. Chapter 44. Trials in the Forest in the blink of an eye. Over 3 months had elapsed. In the thickets bordering the magical beast forest, a black-haired youth stood poised against a level 4 magical beast, the iron-armored beast. This youth was none other than Ashura, who had ventured forth for training. His warrior's attire was now tattered beyond recognition, revealing numerous wounds on his youthful form through the fabric's torn edges. His once innocent face bore the beginnings of stubble, and paired with his fierce gaze, he exuded an air of valor. It seemed Ashura had grown taller. The trials of 3 months spent braving the elements had taken their toll, but he had also reaped considerable rewards. His grandfather's spatial belt was now brimming with treasures such as magical beast pelts, along with 2 level 4 magical beast cores. While this filled him with joy, he could not help but feel exasperated at the limited capacity of the spatial belt. At present, with his martial arts prowess at the 3rd tier, Ashura should be capable of battling level 3 magical beasts. However, owing to his formidable dual cultivation in both magic and martial arts, he can vanquish level 4 magical beasts beyond his rank. Naturally, he selects level 4 magical beasts with relatively low offensive capabilities for combat, such as the iron-armored beast before him, which possesses exceptional defense but mediocre attack strength. The tomes on magical beasts from the Academy's library have been immensely beneficial to him. Through 3 months of practical engagement with magical beasts, particularly in battles against level 4 foes, Ashura has found his mastery of both magic and martial techniques to be increasingly harmonious. Currently, his ancestral martial art, the Thunderclap Fist, has progressed to the point where each strike resonates with the sound of thunder, leaving charred imprints upon the beasts he strikes. This is a testament to his dual cultivation, as the lightning element directly inflicts damage upon the target through his fists, an effect his father, Tion, was unable to achieve. His blade technique, too, has developed to the extent that after 9 strikes, each cut on the beast carries a paralyzing effect, rendering the creature sluggish as if struck by electricity. His wind-chasing thunderbody technique is as swift as lightning, making it exceedingly difficult for typical level 4 magical beasts to evade him. However, the enhancement of his abilities has not come without considerable hardship. In the initial days, during meditation, he suffered facial swelling from the gaze of venomous insects, and the lacerations from toxic plants left him with excruciating pain throughout the night, not to mention the numerous wounds acquired from battles with magical beasts. Except for the facial wounds, which he has treated with scar-reducing ointment, he has chosen to keep the other scars as reminders. Each scar serves as a mnemonic of the injuries he sustained, guiding him on how to avoid similar harm in the future and instilling a sense of caution. As Ashura gazed upon the iron-armored beast, a wicked smile spread across his face. He swiftly closed the distance, executing his blade technique, landing strike after strike upon the same wound on the beast's neck. The iron-armored beast roared in fury, attempting to dodge his slashes while charging at Ashura with brute force. Yet, utilizing the wind-chasing thunderbody technique, Ashura nimbly evaded the creature's onslaught, maintaining a firm focus on its wound to execute his technique. With the 15th strike, the iron-armored beast finally succumbed to its injuries, letting out a mournful cry as it collapsed. Elated, Ashura noticed that during his previous encounter with the iron-armored beast, he had needed to employ the 16th strike to achieve victory, indicating his evident progress. After scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no threats, he approached the head of the iron-armored beast and retrieved the dagger gifted by Lan Yu, plunging it into the creature's skull to search within. His dual blades were unable to penetrate the beast's formidable cranium, and after days of intense combat, they were nearly rendered useless. Suddenly, a surge of joy filled Ashura as he extracted a yellow magic core the size of a peach pit from the depths of the beast's head. This was the iron-armored beast's earth-type magic core. Typically, the higher the level of the magical beast, the greater the likelihood of acquiring a magic core. Having slain over a dozen level 4 magical beasts, this was only the 3rd core he had unearthed, with none from level 3 beasts thus far. Though merely a tier 4 magic core, it brought great joy to the avaricious Ashura. This single core could be exchanged for 300 gold coins in Triumph Town, and a single coin sufficed to cover a commoner's sustenance for an entire year on the continent. He intended to save up for a pair of dual daggers, for he had grown accustomed to wielding such weapons. Even when casting spells like lightning, he instinctively raised his dual blades and struck down with force. The iron-armored beast, aside from the magic core, possessed only its body, which was as valuable as steel. Triumph Town had facilities to recycle such hides for crafting gear. Yet Ashura's spatial belt was already brimming with leather, forcing him to abandon the thought in frustration. Ashura sought a nearby brook to cleanse the bloodstains from his skirmish, then climbed a sturdy tree by the water's edge, finding a broad branch to lean against. He produced a piece of dried rations to replenish his strength. Although he was on the periphery of the beast forest, where the beasts were generally not formidable, he refrained from igniting a fire to cook his food, fearing the attraction of higher-level beasts or other adventurers. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he seldom cooked openly, having only roasted meat in a cave after dispatching a few delectable Tier 3 creatures. Gradually, he had honed a commendable grilling skill. As he ate, Ashura contemplated his future training plans, aware that a level breakthrough was imminent, merely a matter of time. Regrettably, his spatial belt was full, necessitating a return to Triumph Town to process its contents. Otherwise, he would be unable to store any valuable finds. Thus, he resolved to return to Triumph Town the day after tomorrow to manage his belongings before resuming his force training. With this decision made, he glanced at the iron-armored beast's carcass nearby and, with a thought, leapt from the tree. He retrieved his dagger once more and began to dismember the beast's body, scattering the remains near the brook's edge among the trees. Climbing back into the branches above, he waited patiently for other creatures drawn to the scent of the carcass. The pungent aroma of blood quickly permeated the air, and before long, several Tier 2 beasts arrived to feast upon the iron-armored beast. Azura paid them no mind, holding his breath in anticipation of his desired prey. Soon, a pair of glimmering green eyes emerged from the thicket, causing the Tier 2 beasts to instinctively retreat. Moments later, 5 three-eyed demon wolves emerged from the forest. Their greedy gazes fixated on the carcass. They hesitated slightly, seemingly detecting the presence of a human. However, their appetite prevailed over caution, and they approached eagerly to indulge. Azura lamented his misfortune from his perch, wondering how he had attracted such a multitude of three-eyed demon wolves. While they were merely Tier 3 beasts, their collective strength was formidable, especially given their swiftness and coordinated attacks. They would encircle a wounded foe, gradually exhausting them before delivering a decisive blow. Thus, Ashura had not intended to provoke these 5 beasts. However, upon reflection, he realized that he would be departing the following day, and such a fitting adversary might not present itself again soon. With this thought in mind, Ashura cast aside his hesitation and seized the opportunity to dive down from the tree. Upon landing, he wielded his twin blades and swiftly cleaved the 2 three-eyed demon wolves that were still gnawing on the carcass of the armored beast, slaying them at his feet. Chapter 45, The Earth-Shattering Bear. The tomes within the Academy's library describe the three-eyed demon wolf as having a copper head, iron back, and a fragile waist. This creature's vulnerability lies in its midsection, which allowed Ashura to strike swiftly and eliminate 2 of the three-eyed demon wolves in an instant. The remaining 3 wolves sprang back, baring their fangs and glaring menacingly at the human before them. The brutal demise of their companions only heightened their ferocity. The trio of demon wolves quickly encircled Ashura. Ashura, not daring to underestimate them, pressed his back against the stout tree and faced the 3 wolves, gripping his blades in an offensive stance. The three-eyed demon wolves were the first to lose their restraint, launching an assault on Ashura. 2 of them leaped, aiming for his throat, while another made a bid to bite his calf. As Ashura swung his blades toward the heads of the 2 leaping wolves, he deftly sidestepped the sneak attack from the one targeting his leg. The clash of metal resonated in the air as the 2 struck wolves merely shook their heads and regained their stance. Ashura noted with dismay that, as described in the texts, the skulls of the three-eyed demon wolves were indeed remarkably tough. Determined, he advanced towards the 2 wolves, attempting to strike at their waists. Yet, the wolves proved cunning, deftly evading his strikes with their speed, even opting to absorb Ashura's blows with their heads and backs. The struggle between Ashura and the 3 wolves was fierce and unyielding, but soon a sharp crack echoed as Ashura's right blade shattered upon striking one wolf's back, the other blade also nearing the brink of dullness. Sensing the fragility of his weapon, the three-eyed demon wolves let out a more ferocious howl, slowly closing in on Ashura. He cursed his misfortune and discarded the remaining blade, drawing forth a dagger gifted by Lanyu from his boot. This dagger was no ordinary weapon. It glimmered with a chilling blue light and could slice through steel with ease. Ashura had refrained from utilizing it against the 3 beasts earlier, fearing that such a swift resolution would deprive him of valuable experience in combat. He believed that, armed with his combat experience, he surpassed the Academy's students significantly. Few could contend with him against the onslaught of the 3 three-eyed demon wolves. Observing the waning daylight, he resolved to conclude the battle before nightfall. Licking his lips, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the 3 beasts. Yet, before he could mount his counterattack, the trio of three-eyed demon wolves suddenly turned and fled, as though struck by an unseen terror. Ashura found himself bewildered by this turn of events. Did these creatures sense his impending lethal strike and retreat in fear of his overwhelming presence? Before he could ponder further, he felt a sudden dimness envelop him, accompanied by the sound of breaking branches behind him. As Ashura swiftly turned, brandishing his blade before him, The sight that met his eyes prompted an exclamation of dismay. With the agility reminiscent of a trio of magical wolves, he fled, employing the wind-chasing and thunder-pursuing technique. Before him stood a colossal, earth-shaking bear, towering at 5 meters, akin to a small mountain, glaring menacingly at the intruder in its territory. The bear let out a thunderous roar, unleashing its innate ability, the gravitational quagmire. Beasts of the 5th level and above possess such innate skills, and the gravitational quagmire, once activated, creates a gravitationally oppressive quagmire within a 100-meter radius centered around the bear. Any creature weaker than it would find their movements hindered, with the severity of the impact increasing with the disparity in strength. Azura, whose power fell far below that of the bear, felt as if an immense weight bore down upon him, drastically reducing his speed. Having perused the library's texts on the earth-shaking bear, Azura was aware that the likelihood of encountering such a formidable beast on the outskirts of the beast forest was exceedingly low. Yet against all odds, he found himself in this dire situation, likely a consequence of the battle with the triad wolves that had drawn the bear's attention. A wave of dread washed over him as he sensed the imminent threat to his life. The bear, with its 4 limbs propelling it swiftly towards him, rendered escape from its gravitational domain seemingly impossible. Faced with such a predicament, he resolved that rather than succumb to the claws of death, he would fight with every ounce of his being for a glimmer of hope. Azura was not one to waver. With a deep breath to dispel his inner fears, he suddenly pivoted, unleashing the full force of his dagger technique, the ascending blade, as he charged at the earth-shaking bear. The bear, taken aback by the sudden counterattack from the seemingly fragile human, momentarily faltered, its mind grappling to comprehend this unexpected behavior, which starkly contrasted with its previous encounters with humans. Before it could fully react, Azura's first strike of the ascending blade had already found its mark upon the bear's shoulder, the dagger slicing through its thick fur and eliciting a surge of blood. Though only a superficial wound, it ignited the bear's ferocity, enraged that this diminutive human had dared to injure it. With a bellow that resonated painfully in Azura's ears and induced a wave of dizziness, the bear charged. Yet, he could not afford to relent. Evading a swipe from the bear, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, his second and third blows aimed at the formidable creature. This time, however, he could not concentrate his attacks on a single point. The bear's massive form and ferocious claws left him scrambling to evade. To maintain the momentum of his assault, he could only manage to strike the bear with the ascending blade in a more scattered manner. Azura executed his 8th strike, yet he bore wounds from the bear's claws, each grazing his skin and drawing blood. In this brutal close-quarters combat, despite the level disparity, Azura skillfully avoided any fatal injuries. He is currently enduring great hardship under the oppressive weight of the gravitational mire. His vital energy is depleting at twice the usual rate, and the blood loss from his injuries is further draining his strength. Fortunately, the reservoir of magical power within him remains ample, allowing him to continuously execute the wind-chasing thunder pursuit technique. Azura understands that his only chance lies in the final strokes of the ascending blade technique. He has managed to reach the 16th strike, but has yet to unleash the 18th. He is uncertain whether the power of these final strikes can grant him a glimmer of hope. In contrast, the earth-shattering bear, despite bearing several wounds, suffers only from superficial injuries, as speed is not its forte. The agile young man before it moves with the dexterity of a monkey, causing its attacks to consistently miss, inciting its fury. However, upon Azura delivering the 9th strike, the bear shudders, a sensation akin to electric shock coursing through its massive frame. It realizes that the lethality of this human-s blade technique has suddenly intensified. It comprehends the urgency of eliminating this black-haired youth, raising its forepaws high before slamming them down with tremendous force. The ground-shaking impact nearly topples Azura, causing him to stagger visibly. In that moment of instability, the bear's right paw crashes toward him. Azura has underestimated the bear's intelligence. Had he attempted to evade, there was a chance he could have avoided the strike. However, such an evasive maneuver would sever his momentum in the ascending blade technique at the 10th strike, leaving him with no opportunity to resume it. Thus, in a split second of recklessness, Azura makes a desperate decision. He swings his right hand to deliver the 10th strike of the ascending blade towards the bear's chest, while channeling all his strength into his left hand to unleash the most powerful blow of his family martial art. The Thunder Fist, to counter the bear's descending right paw. With a beastly roar, Ashura is hurled through the air, crashing into several trees before bracing himself against the ground to avoid falling completely. His left hand hangs limply at his side, already fractured and rendered incapable of further combat. Meanwhile, the earth-shattering bear suffers a gash across its chest, staining its fur with blood, though it is not a mortal wound. The three thunderous impacts from its right paw merely momentarily hinder the strike, leaving it with a tingling sensation but no real harm. Enraged, the bear resolves to tear apart this human, determined to sever his head from his body. Yet, despite his grievous injuries, Ashura charges at the bear with his blade once more, fully aware that his chances of victory are dwindling. He must fight for his life, executing the 11th, 12th, and 13th strikes in rapid succession. The bear's innate ability, the gravitational mire, has weakened significantly over time. Though Ashura's injuries are severe, he finds that he grows bolder in battle. The surge of adrenaline heightens his senses, sharpening his focus to a razor's edge. This marks his first encounter so perilously close to death, and his mind is devoid of all thoughts save one. If his offensive falters, it will spell his doom. Upon the 16th strike of the ascending blade, the weapon cleaved diagonally into the right shoulder of the Earth Rage Bear. It was evident that the blade had struck bone, delivering a potentially fatal wound. The bear's roar was unmistakably laced with agony and fury. Yet, Ashura had also been transformed into a bloodied figure. After executing the 16th strike, his vitality was nearly depleted, and multiple wounds inflicted upon him caused him to wince with every movement. Ashura pondered within himself. Was he destined to perish in this cursed place? Just as he was about to lower his raised hand, he suddenly halted. There were still countless dreams he had yet to fulfill. His family awaited his triumphant return, and he had yet to taste the lips of a maiden. How could he allow himself to fall to such a beast? With a shared roar, Ashura and the Earth Rage Bear charged at one another. Ashura leapt high, summoning the dwindling remnants of his vitality to execute the 17th strike of the ascending blade, aimed directly at the bear's right eye. In retaliation, the bear swiped at Ashura's abdomen with its unscathed left paw. The sounds of flesh tearing echoed simultaneously. A dagger was lodged deep in the bear's left eye, causing it to thrash wildly in an attempt to dislodge the weapon. Meanwhile, Ashura knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen, blood gushing from the wound inflicted by the bear's claws, which had torn through the soft armor gifted to him by Mage. Without that armor, the bear's strike could have easily ripped him apart. Though protected, the full force of the level 5 beast had carved a substantial gash across Ashura's abdomen. In a desperate exchange of injuries, Ashura had resolved to strike with the 17th blow, aiming to deliver a crippling blow to the Earth Rage Bear. Observing the bear writhing in pain before him, Ashura disregarded his own injuries and surged forward, using his remaining right hand to unleash the thunder fist upon the hilt of the dagger embedded in the bear's left eye. With 3 resounding thuds, the bear's roar abruptly ceased, and its massive form collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Ashura, kneeling amidst the remnants of the level 5 beast, erupted into laughter, a cathartic release after his harrowing ordeal. Few would believe that a mere novice martial artist at the 3rd rank had single-handedly vanquished a level 5 beast. Yet, as laughter turned to cries of pain, the adrenaline that had sustained him began to fade, and the tide of agony washed over him, threatening to render him unconscious. He knew he could not afford to lose consciousness here. Even a second-tier beast could claim his life at this moment. Determined to remain alert, Ashura bit his tongue to stave off the encroaching darkness. He then bent down to push the protruding intestines back into his body. The wound on his abdomen was grievously large, and he could feel his vitality waning. In haste, he retrieved several hemostatic and restorative pills, swallowing them down to stem the flow of life from his body. With only his functioning right hand, he extracted a dagger and rummaged through the skull of the earth-shattering bear, ultimately unearthing a magical core the size of a walnut, glowing a brilliant yellow. He yearned to laugh, yet the agony rendered him incapable of such joy. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, and stars danced before his eyes. As Ashura surveyed the corpse of the earth-shattering bear, he recognized its immense value as a level 5 magical beast, with treasures hidden in its fur and bones. However, he understood he lacked the time to properly harvest the remains. Gritting his teeth, he severed the 4 claws of the beast and stowed them away in his storage space, sacrificing the corpse of a level 4 beast to create room for his prize. Having completed this daunting task, he immediately clutched his abdomen and staggered towards Triumph Town. The dizziness from excessive blood loss and the overwhelming fatigue of depleting his life force crashing upon his mind like relentless waves. Ashura, now akin to a mere shell of his former self, pressed on solely through sheer willpower. Yet, after approximately 2 hours of laborious progress, he could no longer endure and collapsed in a thicket near Triumph Town, succumbing to unconsciousness. As darkness descended, a small band of mercenaries, numbering around a dozen, approached with several carts from a distance. This was a mercenary company tasked with transporting exotic goods from the magical beast forest, led by a middle-aged knight named John. The overall strength of the mercenary group was modest, which explained their assignment to transport goods from the periphery of the beast-laden forest. Among the carts following the knight was a radiant young girl clad in red, no more than 16 or 17 years of age, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Her skin remarkably fair. A single black braid danced behind her as she maneuvered the cart, standing out amidst the rugged mercenaries. The middle-aged knight glanced at the darkening sky and called out to his comrades, declaring, "Let us halt for the day. We shall set up camp here for the night. Remain vigilant at your posts." At his command, the group cheered in unison, halting their carts to establish camp and prepare their evening meal. The girl in red approached John sweetly, saying, "Father, I will fetch some firewood from the woods for our dinner." John affectionately patted her head, urging her to be cautious and return swiftly. She nodded in agreement and dashed into the forest. The girl was the orphan daughter of the mercenary group's vice captain, Lumbo. When she was born, her biological father sacrificed his life to save Captain John, who subsequently took her in as his own, treating her as his daughter. The mercenaries, grateful for the kindness shown by their late vice captain, cared for the girl with great affection. Having lost her father at birth, her mother succumbed to sorrow soon after. When John adopted her, he named her Duffy. Duffy had a penchant for donning red garments, which accentuated her beauty and fair complexion, drawing the admiration of several young men in the mercenary group, who often found themselves vying for her attention. As Xiao Daifei approached the edge of the forest, she did not hasten to gather firewood. Instead, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stepping into the underbrush behind a tree to unfasten her belt and lower her trousers. In a band of rugged mercenaries, attending to one's bodily needs daily could indeed be a troublesome affair. Just as Xiao Daifei was about to finish, she suddenly felt something brush against her rear. Looking down, she was horrified to see a bloodied human hand beneath her fair skin. A scream escaped her lips, echoing through the woods. Chapter 47. Surviving the great calamity. Upon hearing the girl shriek, the mercenaries outside the forest, save for a few tasked with guarding the supplies, swiftly armed themselves and rushed toward her location. Fortunately, upon hearing their footsteps, Daifei hastily pulled up her trousers. Otherwise, she would have been too embarrassed to face anyone. Captain John, brandishing a long gun, was the first to reach Daifei's side. Relieved to find his goddaughter unharmed, he inquired about the cause of her alarm. Though young, Daifei had traveled extensively with the mercenary band and had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death. The suddenness of the event had caught her off guard. Feeling the eyes of her comrades upon her, she blushed slightly, then mustered her courage to return to the spot where she had been crouching. There, she discovered a person collapsed in the grass. Approaching cautiously, she turned the figure over and discreetly shifted the damp arm to the side. However, upon seeing the young man, she gasped in shock. Despite his youth, he was covered in wounds of varying severity, his black warrior garb saturated with blood. The gaping wound on his abdomen, roughly the size of a palm, was particularly harrowing, with portions of his intestines protruding from his body. The others present gasped in sympathy, finally understanding the reason behind the girl's outcry. They speculated that the young man must have been a noble scion from a minor family, gravely injured by a beast of the forest before collapsing here. Such corpses were not uncommon in the beast-infested woods, but the severity of his injuries sparked discussions among them. Yet, seeing someone of a similar age, Daifei felt a pang of compassion and instinctively checked for a pulse at the young man's neck. With a sudden exclamation, she cried, "Godfather, he is still alive. He can be saved." Captain John, upon hearing this, rushed forward to check the boy's pulse as well. After cautiously assessing the unconscious youth's attire, he concluded that he did not appear to be a villain or a target of vengeance. He signaled to the others to carry the unconscious young man back to their camp. Daifei instructed her comrades to place him on the wagon where she usually rested. This wagon, though modest, served as her personal sanctuary, containing little more than some mercenary supplies and a small bed where she often slept. Small mercenary groups like theirs wander far and wide, and it has long been the young girl's heartfelt desire to possess a little courtyard with a room that truly belongs to her. As the mercenaries had yet to set up their tents, they could only carry Ashura to her small bed. Daifei, possessing some first aid knowledge, was responsible for tending to the wounded within the mercenary group. She requested the other mercenaries to fetch some warm water, intending to treat the unconscious boy. At that moment, however, Captain John halted her as she was about to board the carriage, furrowing his brow and saying, "Daughter, have you truly thought this through? We know nothing of him. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Upon hearing this, Daifei cast a glance at the unconscious boy and his damp sleeves. Her face suddenly flushed crimson as she replied, "Father, I believe he is not a bad person. He has been injured by a beast, and without our help, he will not survive the night. He is so young. I must save him." John nodded in agreement. His daughter's kindness was her most treasured virtue. He merely cautioned her to be careful before returning to the task of setting up camp. Taking the basin of warm water handed to her, Daifei entered the carriage and used scissors to cut open the unconscious youth's shirt, removing the damaged soft armor. Gazing at the young man's strong, youthful physique, her cheeks turned a deeper shade of red. However, upon noticing the wounds adorning his body, a pang of sympathy struck her heart. Shaking her head to dispel her flustered thoughts, she focused on treating Ashura's injuries, first using strong liquor to cleanse the blood from his body. She carefully pushed his protruding intestines back into his abdomen, prompting a slight furrow of pain across the young man's brow. Noticing this, Daifei softened her touch significantly. From a pouch at her waist, she retrieved an embroidery needle and plucked a strand of hair from her head to thread through its eye. With the finesse of sewing, she stitched together the gaping wound on Ashura's abdomen, her skill in needlework proving quite adept as the sutured wound appeared rather delicate. She proceeded to address the other wounds requiring stitching, applying crushed herbs to the injuries before bandaging them. After setting and wrapping his crooked left arm with herbs, she looked at the young man, now entirely swathed in bandages, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Emerging from the carriage with a basin stained with blood, she found several young mercenaries peering curiously at her. As their eyes met, they quickly turned away, pretending to be nonchalant. Daifei held little regard for these immature peers, having heard of their brawls over her affections, as if she were merely a commodity with no consideration for her own feelings. At that moment, a robust young man stepped forward and said, "Daifei, this stranger's origins are unknown. Since you have saved him, you should let him leave quickly." Daifei glared at the tall young man, displeased, and responded, "Can't you see the severity of his injuries? He remains unconscious since I have saved him. I will wait until he has healed." The tall youth immediately retorted, "But he has taken over your compartment. If he is here, where will you sleep tonight?" It was at this moment that Daifei comprehended why these young individuals had congregated here. Angrily, she replied, "What business is it of yours? I can manage by leaning against the compartment for the night. There is no need for your concern." With that, she carried her basin away, leaving the surrounding youths exchanging glances filled with resentment before dispersing. That evening, the mercenaries gathered around the campfire, enjoying a simple meal while exchanging tales from far and wide. Meanwhile, Daifei, having finished her rations early, returned to the compartment with a bowl of thin porridge. As she entered, several gazes fell upon her, filled with unspoken sorrow. Daifei intended to feed the unconscious youth some porridge, but his tightly sealed lips rendered him incapable of eating. Thus, she settled into a position, hugging her knees as she gazed at him. This was her first time saving someone outside her mercenary group. Observing the soft armor she had helped him remove, she marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship, clearly not an ordinary piece. However, the scars upon the armor were alarming. What sort of magical beast could inflict such damage? Why would someone so young venture alone into the beast-infested forest? Lost in thought, she eventually leaned against the compartment and fell asleep. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the compartment, the campfire had long extinguished, and the mercenaries had yet to rise and prepare for departure. As Ashura lay in the compartment, he suddenly twitched a finger. Upon opening his eyes, he instinctively reached for the blade at his waist. but the movement caused his recently stabilized left arm to dislocate once more, eliciting a quiet gasp of pain. Although the sound was faint, it roused the sleeping girl beside the window. Daifei looked at the youth before her, drenched in sweat from weakness and pain, and exclaimed with delight, "You're awake. You are truly fortunate. Do you know your intestines were nearly exposed yesterday? Luckily, you encountered me. I saved you." Azura, having just regained consciousness, instinctively sought to defend himself. But the pain from his injuries caused cold sweat to trickle down his body. Before he could fully grasp his surroundings, he found a bright girl chattering away beside him. Azura, unable to process the situation, merely stared blankly at the girl looking down at him. Noticing his silence, Daifei reached out to touch Azura's forehead and remarked, "Are you mute by nature, or has your injury rendered you incapable of speaking?" Azura gazed at her in silence. He understood that this girl had saved him. Yet he was not mute. He attempted to express his gratitude, but his throat burned as if on fire, and the hoarse sound he produced was reminiscent of a mute's utterance. Seeing this, the girl's expression softened with sympathy, and before he could speak again, she continued, "So you really are mute. Don't worry. You are now with our Beta mercenary group. How did you end up in the beast forest? What kind of beast did you encounter? Where is your home? Are you with us? Or shall I send someone to fetch your family and convey a message for them to come and retrieve you?" Upon hearing himself being referred to as mute, Ashura found himself at a loss for words. However, he soon realized that, given his current predicament in an unfamiliar environment, perhaps remaining silent would be the safer option. Thus, he chose to keep his lips sealed, attempting to rise, but finding every movement agonizing, particularly as the wound on his abdomen began to bleed anew. Seeing this, Daffy immediately intervened, her tone laced with displeasure. "Do not move. Do you comprehend the extent of your injuries? Can you hear me? If you can, please respond." Overcome with embarrassment, Ashura nodded slightly. Daffy, instead of being disheartened, expressed her relief. "It's fortunate you're merely mute. Wait here. I shall fetch some warm porridge for you." With that, she dashed out, leaving Ashura to ponder her exuberance. Nonetheless, he felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the girl for saving his life. Without her intervention, he would likely have been devoured by the beasts. Using his uninjured right hand, Ashura reached for his storage belt and retrieved several healing pills to assess his condition. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment, realizing he had made a significant breakthrough. Ascending to the ranks of Grand Warrior and Grand Mage, his unique ability to cultivate both martial and magical powers allowed him to progress in tandem, making such breakthroughs mutually reinforcing. Advancing to a higher tier proved far more challenging than lower levels. Ashura had ventured into the beast forest to attain this very goal, and yesterday's life-and-death struggle had facilitated his aspirations. It appeared that Mentor Yuanda's assertion was indeed accurate. Proximity to death in battle accelerated his progress. Ashura savored the newfound power of a Grand Warrior and Grand Mage, marveling as this breakthrough occurred far more swiftly than he had anticipated. Although he lay motionless in bed, he was confident that once he recovered, he would face the Earthshaker bear with ease, confident in his ability to emerge unscathed. Before he could fully indulge in his thoughts of revenge against Lan Yu and Mag Ina upon his return, the curtain of the carriage was drawn back, and Captain John peered in, casting a glance at the prone Ashura. Instantly alert, Ashura regarded the middle-aged warrior with a cautious demeanor, both parties maintaining a palpable distance of wariness. After a moment, Captain John broke the silence. "You are the one my daughter Daffy rescued last night." Ashura nodded in acknowledgement. Captain John furrowed his brow, continuing, "For which family do you hail? I could dispatch someone to inform your family to come and retrieve you." Ashura shook his head in response. The captain's frown deepened as he contemplated for a moment before stating, "Our mercenary corps must proceed to Pro City. Once your injuries are healed, you will need to depart on your own. You must arrive by the latest at Pro City. Do you understand?" After a moment of contemplation, Ashura nodded once more. He was aware that Pro City was a large urban center located to the southwest of St. Gabain, not far from the St. Gabain Academy, and he anticipated reaching it in approximately 10 days. He expected to recover sufficiently in less than that time, as his status as a grand martial artist had enhanced his bodily recuperation speed. Upon seeing Azura nod in acknowledgement, Captain John lost interest in further conversation, turning to exit the carriage and arrange for the team's departure, believing that the youth's injuries posed no threat to them. He perceived Azura as a young noble who had fled familial discord, perhaps an uncherished, illegitimate son, and thought that bringing him to Pro City was a gesture of considerable kindness. Not long after he left, the red-clad girl, Dafy, bounded into the carriage with a bowl of thin porridge, gazing at the frail Azura and inquiring, "What did my godfather say to you earlier?" Azura, meeting her gaze, shook his head. Dafy, uncertain, continued, "He didn't give you a hard time, did he? Rest assured, we are all good people." Azura remained silent, but this time he nodded slightly. Dafy, noticing his nod, allowed a smile to grace her face as she extended the bowl of porridge towards him, saying, "You should drink some of this porridge. It will help you regain your strength." Azura was famished, feeling as though his stomach was pressed against his back. Yet he could not sit up, and his other hand was unable to grasp the bowl. Dafy recognized his predicament, biting her lip in embarrassment as she scooped a spoonful of porridge and gently offered it to Azura's lips. He, without pretension, opened his mouth and consumed the porridge. Dafy, witnessing his eagerness, stifled a giggle and continued to feed him the entire bowl, noting his apparent desire for more. With a playful smile, she remarked, "You've just sustained serious injuries, so overeating would hinder your recovery. Once you're healed, I shall treat you to meat buns." Azura gazed at the radiant girl before him, and his spirits lifted instantly, breaking into a smile alongside her. For the remainder of the journey, Dafy expertly navigated the cart as they traveled towards Pro City, chattering animatedly with Azura. He, adopting the role of silent listener, found himself unable to meditate amidst her incessant tales of amusing experiences from her life thus far. Sometimes he yearned for quiet contemplation, yet her relentless chatter made it impossible for him to focus, leaving him to stare absent-mindedly at the roof of the carriage. The mercenary group traveled tirelessly throughout the day, stopping briefly at noon to partake in some rations before continuing on their way. Surrounding the carriage, other mercenaries would often ride by, teasing Azura with jests about whether the little weakling had awakened, and if he had, to come out from hiding under the girl's bed, eliciting raucous laughter from the crowd. Each time, it was Dafy who shooed away the boisterous mercenaries. Azura could sense a few unfriendly gazes directed at his carriage, although there was no murderous intent. There was a palpable air of resentment. After setting camp for the night, Dafy finished her meal early and, with a light-hearted bounce, returned to the cart with a simple meal to continue feeding Azura. Then, she hugged her knees and leaned against the carriage, continuing her conversation with Azura until fatigue overtook her and she fell asleep in her seat. At that moment, Azura found himself with a brief respite to meditate and cultivate. He pondered whether this girl had once been mute, only learning to speak yesterday. Otherwise, how could she possess such an abundance of words to share? Thus, the days passed in a delightful cacophony of her laughter for 5 consecutive days. On the morning of the 6th day, Azura gazed at the girl curled up beside him, peacefully asleep. He rose slowly from the carriage and stepped out without disturbing Dafy or the other mercenaries. Only 2 mercenaries were yawning and keeping watch on the outskirts of the camp, their eyes scanning the depths of the forest. Azura's injuries had healed significantly. He removed the bandages to inspect the wound on his abdomen that the girl had stitched. The wound had already begun to mend, with her delicate black hair woven into the tender flesh that had regenerated. Azura sincerely appreciated the artistry of her stitching. The fractured bones in his left arm had also healed. Although he could not yet exert full strength, he was able to move it with ease. Azura cast another glance at his abdomen, filled with a sense of nostalgia. He had been perilously close to death, yet his desperate tactics had ultimately triumphed. He believed no other new student at the academy could have performed better than he had in that dire moment. Even the top freshman warrior, Monroe, would not have managed. With this thought, Azura's confidence surged, and he stretched widely, his bones cracking from the stiffness of lying in the carriage for several days. Just then, a figure burst from the tent, brandishing a spear aimed directly at him, likely alerted by the sound of his stretching. It was Captain John who, upon seeing Azura standing in the middle of the camp in the midst of his stretching, was struck with astonishment. He vividly recalled the grievous injuries the youth had sustained just 5 days prior. The rapidity of Azura's recovery was nothing short of alarming. Noticing John's tightening grip on the spear, Azura immediately donned a friendly smile and opened his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he meant no harm. Captain John, however, did not lower his weapon but coldly remarked, "Have you recovered from your injuries, sir?" Azura, still smiling, shook his head. John continued, "If your injuries are no longer a concern, I kindly ask you to leave. We, The mercenary guild wished to avoid any conflicts. Understanding John's apprehensions, Ashura nodded, then shook his head again. Before John could inquire further, the others in the camp began to stir, drawn by the commotion. Deify, upon awakening and discovering the absence of anyone on the bed, was initially startled. However, upon hearing the conversation outside, she lifted the curtain of the carriage to look out. When she spotted the mute boy, whom she had conversed with daily, standing bare-chested in the center of the camp, she joyfully leaped down from the carriage and rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Are you better now? You've recovered so quickly. It seems that I have taken good care of her," as the young girl continues to chatter incessantly, oblivious to the thoughts of her guardian. She is simply delighted at the recovery of Ashura. Ashura, with a smile, gazes at her and expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Deify, unfazed, responds nonchalantly, "No need to be polite. I'm merely..." Suddenly, she falls silent, her eyes widening as she stares at the dark-haired youth before her, stammering, "Why, you're not mute?" Ashura bursts into laughter, replying, "I never claimed to be mute. That was your own assumption." Upon hearing this, the girl's face flushes with embarrassment, and she stomps her foot before retreating to her carriage. Observing her reaction, the older mercenaries burst into hearty laughter, while the younger ones glare at Ashura with hostility. Captain John once again addresses Ashura, inquiring, "My lord, what are your plans moving forward?" Recognizing the underlying tone of dismissal in the question, Ashura offers a wry smile and replies, "Captain John and esteemed friends, first and foremost, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. I wish to offer a reward as a token of my appreciation for your kindness. Furthermore, I have yet to fully recover from my injuries, but I would like to accompany you to Pro City. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions and will not involve myself in any conflicts. Once we reach Pro City, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, John and the others exchanged glances. After a moment of contemplation, John replied, "You may accompany us to Pro City, but I hope your words hold true. Additionally, it was Deify who saved you. You need only express your gratitude to her." Ashura smiled and nodded in agreement. Yet the girl in red suddenly retreated into the carriage, refusing to show her face again. It was only when Captain John commanded the mercenary group to set off that Deify reluctantly emerged from the carriage, taking her place at the front to guide the horses. Ashura chose not to enter the carriage, instead sitting comfortably beside her, observing as she skillfully maneuvered the vehicle forward. He couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's pouty expression and asked, "After all your chatter these past few days, how is it that you've suddenly become mute?" Deify ignored him completely, turning her head away in disdain. Ashura, experienced in coaxing girls, having often entertained Lan Yu and Magina during his time at the academy, decided to employ his skills. With a quick flick of his wrist, he retrieved a snack gifted to him by Nawe upon leaving the academy, a juicy, elongated fruit smeared with the royal jelly of a fourth-tier beast, the Tuku queen bee. Not accustomed to snacking nor willing to waste the precious food, he had saved it for a moment like this. He brought the sweet-smelling treat to Deify's lips. Her eyes widened in fascination. She had never encountered such a delicacy, and the enticing aroma hinted at its exquisite taste. However, she refrained from reaching out for it, as her upbringing and manners prevented her from accepting gifts so readily. Ashura sincerely spoke, "Please eat. You are my savior, and this is a token of my gratitude. I would never harm you. Trust me." Upon hearing this, the young girl, Dafe, bit her lip and retorted with a hint of pride, "I did not save you for any reward. It seems fate has spared your life. Besides, I am not afraid of you. I possess the strength of a third-level warrior. If you harbor any ill intentions, humph." With that, she waved her small fist playfully. Ashura immediately raised his hands in surrender, acknowledging her prowess, and offered the snack smeared with royal jelly towards Dafe. The girl was still grappling with her thoughts. After stealing a glance at Ashura, she said, "You are truly despicable, tricking me into believing you were mute. I only shared so many of my secrets with you because I thought a mute wouldn't spill them. Yet here you are, remaining utterly still in the carriage, making yourself quite unbearable." Ashura, both amused and exasperated, pleaded, All right, it was my fault. I was genuinely unable to speak due to my injuries at that time. Rest assured, I shall not disclose what you confided in me. Please, I beg for your forgiveness. Consider this snack as my apology." Hearing his conciliatory tone, Dafe's anger dissipated, and with a light huff, she reached out to take the snack, eagerly biting into it. The sweet flavor flooded her palate, and she had never tasted such a delightful treat. As she indulged, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons of happiness. Ashura, having seen a similar expression on the plump Nalway, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Dafe, noticing the teasing grin on his face, blushed slightly and shook her small fist again before tossing the reins to Ashura. Leaping from the carriage, she called out to Captain John, eager to share the snack with her foster father. Upon learning that the treat was from Ashura, Captain John hesitated but ultimately succumbed to his daughter's charm. Tasting a morsel of this exquisite delicacy he had never encountered before, Dafe then returned to the carriage where Ashura was seated, not reclaiming the reins, but allowing him to continue driving. She nibbled on the sweet snack, her chatter resuming as she spoke animatedly. Ashura reciprocated her joviality, often cracking jokes that sent her into fits of laughter. The young mercenaries around them gripped their reins tightly, almost crushing them in envy. They wished to take Ashura's place, as such delightful conversations with the girl were the stuff of dreams for these young men. Chapter 50. The Black Wind mercenary group, Ashura and Dafe, continued their leisurely chat while guiding the carriage. Time flew by quickly, and before long, it was once again time to set up camp for the night. Throughout their journey, the two had discussed many topics, including Ashura's inquiry into why their mercenary group chose the perilous route along the outskirts of the monster forest. Dafe responded that the mercenary group could only accept tasks with limited commissions. Taking the route around the outskirts of the Warcraft forest would save some time and reduce the exploitation by city officials, allowing everyone to earn a little more to support their families. Ashura also inquired about the young girl's wishes. Dafe expressed her dream of owning a shop in a city where she could sell delicious food, believing that experiencing good cuisine was the greatest happiness in the world. However, when Ashura asked her what kind of delicacies she would sell, she admitted she did not know. Until today, she thought the tastiest food was the meat bun sold in the city. Yet after tasting the royal jelly snack that Ashura provided, her perspective was completely transformed. Dafe then posed her most pressing question. What was the boy's name, and why was he in this place? Ashura, not shying away from her inquiry, introduced himself as Ashura from the distant country of Aulai, explaining that he had come here to hone his skills and enhance his strength. He did not, however, disclose his identity as a student of the St. Gabain Academy. At noon, Ashura intended to offer another snack to Dafe, but to his surprise, she shook her head in refusal. Firstly, she believed the snack must be expensive. Secondly, she feared that if she became accustomed to such delicious treats, she would be saddened when they were no longer available. Observing Dafe's reaction reminded Ashura of his sister, Azia, as they both shared a similar kindness and gratitude. He found himself missing home, wondering if his family was well. That evening, while setting up camp, Ashura, like everyone else, gathered around the campfire to eat. Each mercenary was boisterous, and a burly mercenary named Tyler asked Ashura what beast had wounded him. Shyly, Ashura replied that he had not clearly seen what had injured him. He had simply fled for his life after the attack. His response elicited laughter from the group, and Tyler teased him further, to which he did not take offense, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the mercenaries. However, trouble soon approached as several young mercenaries gathered, eager to spar with him. Dafe, like a protective hen, placed her hands on her hips and admonished the young men to leave Ashura alone. With a calm smile, Ashura replied that his strength was limited and being heavily injured, he would concede. The young men, satisfied with his submission, exchanged a few jests before dispersing. Dafe, frustrated with his lack of resistance, kicked his foot lightly in annoyance and returned to her previous spot, for in the realm of the King's continent, strength was always revered. Tyler, meanwhile, handed Ashura a flask of liquor. Ashura took a glance at the flask before gulping down a large swig, the harsh liquor causing him to cough, resulting in another round of laughter from the group. Tyler, draping an arm around Ashura's shoulder, jokingly asked if this little weakling was still a virgin, suggesting that once they reached the nearby town, he should find a familiar courtesan to remedy that. In a fit of anger, Dafe snatched the flask from his hands and returned it to Tyler. Only Captain John remained silent, quietly observing Ashura, sensing that this young man was extraordinary. Despite his severe injuries, Ashura seemed capable of more than he appeared. When the group finished their meal and began to disperse for rest, Duffy became somewhat bashful. Ashura merely smiled and said nothing, finding a large tree near the campfire to lean against, feigning a desire to rest. This action relieved both Duffy and Captain John, who was watching from a distance. After a moment of contemplation, Duffy hurried back to the carriage and returned with the blanket that Azura had previously used, offering it to him with a flushed face. "You're still injured, and the ground is damp. You should use this blanket." Azura protested. "Oh, I couldn't possibly use your blanket." Yet he accepted it and spread it out to create a makeshift bed. Duffy, exasperated by his stubbornness, thought of kicking him, but instead retorted, "Well, since you've dirted it, I want to wash it." With that, she turned and returned to the carriage. Azura watched her retreating figure with a smile, acknowledging the bloodstains on the blanket, remnants from when she had saved him. He noted in his heart that she likely had no spare blankets to change into, and he vowed to make amends once they reached Pro City. Leaning against the tree, he covered himself with the blanket and entered a meditative state, having grown accustomed to such all-night reflections. The following day, he awoke with vigor, feeling no fatigue, and accumulated a substantial amount of magical energy, determined not to squander the night. In the morning light, as the first rays of sun filtered through the trees and illuminated Azura's face, he slowly opened his eyes and stretched luxuriously. Feeling the surge of power coursing within him after his recent advancement, he was eager to test the newfound strength of a grand warrior and grand mage. Believing himself to be several times stronger than before, his injuries had healed nearly 60%, with most wounds already closing. Duffy had inquired about his rapid recovery the previous day, to which he attributed the effectiveness of his ancestral healing salve, offering her some in return. She had gratefully accepted, exclaiming how valuable it would be for their mercenary group in saving lives. As the mercenaries emerged from their tents to pack their gear for departure, Azura assisted in gathering their belongings, receiving friendly smiles in return. However, a few middle-aged mercenaries took the opportunity to jest about the little weakling. Azura playfully mimicked their teasing, inquiring about the female relatives of the mercenaries, and amidst their laughter and banter, they finished packing the campsite and resumed their journey. As usual, Azura plopped down onto Duffy's cart, holding a piece of jerky he had acquired from the bearded tailor. He broke it in half and offered it to Duffy, who accepted the jerky without hesitation, chastising him for picking up bad habits from the other mercenaries as they shared the snack. The surrounding young mercenaries seethed with resentment, their teeth grinding in anger, determined to engage in a contest of skill with the dark-haired youth that very night. Thus, as the convoy progressed to the zenith of noon, before Captain John could issue the command to rest, Ashura, perched upon the wagon, instinctively perked up his ears. He swiftly shifted his position, placing himself protectively in front of Duffy. In that moment, the air was pierced by a few ominous whistling sounds, prompting Captain John to sound the alarm. Beware of an ambush. Barely had the warning left his lips when two mercenaries were struck down from their horses by arrows, fortunately sustaining non-fatal injuries. The mercenaries immediately raised their shields, forming a defensive line. Their adept movements indicated that they were no strangers to such encounters. Emerging from the thicket were over 30 burly men wielding weapons, their attire and demeanor suggesting that they were no ordinary brigands. Among them, a robust figure clad in black iron armor stepped forward, laughing boisterously as he proclaimed, "You traversed the territory of the Black Wind mercenary group without paying the toll? How inconsiderate! Do you wish to perish here as fodder for the beasts?" The members of the Beta mercenary group paled at the mention of the notorious Black Wind mercenary group, known for their ruthless pillaging in the monster forest. Their leader, Kid, was a formidable warrior, a master of the first rank, surpassing Captain John's prowess of the third rank. Captain John's countenance grew grave upon hearing this. With a tone of humility, he addressed the assailants. "Esteemed gentlemen, we are from the Beta mercenary group, merely passing through. We implore Captain Kidd for leniency and are willing to part with a portion of our commission to treat your brothers to a drink." The Black Wind mercenaries erupted into raucous laughter, with Kidd arrogantly retorting, "Since you are aware of my name, you must comprehend the size of my appetite. Hurry and present us with your treasures." The members of the Beta mercenary group felt a wave of indignation and despair wash over them. Yet, they were powerless against the Black Wind's might. They understood their captain's intent, to avert disaster through financial sacrifice. With a resolute yet sorrowful expression, Captain John declared, "We are transporting a shipment of goods to Pro City, primarily herbs from the monster forest, valued at 100 gold coins. Our employer provided us with 50 gold coins as a deposit. I am willing to relinquish this amount for safe passage. The mercenaries of Beta were taken aback, feeling both astonished and resigned, fully grasping their captain's reasoning, yet lamenting the loss of their hard-earned efforts over the past 2 months. However, Kid of the Black Wind mercenary group dismissed their plight with a contemptuous spit, declaring, "Do you take me for a beggar? 50 gold coins won't even suffice for a couple of days of revelry at the city's brothels. Hand over the full 100. Captain John suppressed the fury swelling within him and spoke in a low voice. The employer has only provided us with a deposit of 50 gold coins. Our journey along the periphery of the beast forest was merely to economize our resources, and now we have relinquished those 50 coins to you. The remaining 50 coins can only be collected upon delivery in Pro City. Does Captain Kidd intend to accompany me to Pro City to retrieve them?" Upon hearing this, Captain Kidd scoffed heavily. He certainly dared not venture to Pro City to claim the 50 coins, as he was still on the wanted list within the city. Not to mention the formidable lord of Pro City. Even a mere general from the city would be beyond his capacity to confront. He cast a sidelong glance at Captain John and bluntly remarked, "Consider yourselves fortunate, you impoverished lot. Leave behind the 50 coins and all the horses, and I shall spare your lives this time." The members of the Beta Mercenary Corps erupted in outrage. The horses were more precious to them than their own lives. Without horses, how could they transport their goods? This was undoubtedly a severance of their lifeline, prompting the group to voice their vehement dissent. As Azura observed the unfolding situation, he contemplated that if he could part with some wealth to avert disaster, it would be preferable. Once in Pro City, he could sell items from his spatial belt and later replenish the Beta Mercenary Corps with the 50 gold coins. Better to avoid conflict. But he did not anticipate that this band of Black Wind mercenaries would be so merciless, even desiring to seize their horses. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Daifei sprang forth from behind Azura, brandishing a longbow and aiming it at the opposing Black Wind mercenaries, exclaiming, "Father, we cannot concede to them. Without our horses, the Beta Mercenary Corps will have nothing left. How shall we accept new tasks? We must fight back." Hearing her outburst, Azura sighed internally, while Captain John sternly ordered her to retreat to the back of the formation. However, the ruffians of the Black Wind mercenary group were captivated. They had not anticipated such an alluring young woman among their ranks, evidently untouched and exquisite. Leader Kid surveyed Daifei with lewd eyes, exclaiming, "Who would have thought we could encounter such a gem in this desolate wilderness? You need not surrender the horses. Just hand over the 50 gold coins and this lovely maiden for my pleasure. Surely, this is far more exhilarating than riding a horse." "Ha!" The surrounding ruffians chimed in eagerly, "Boss, once you tame this little red mare, let us brothers have a taste too. We've been cooped up for too long." Leader Kid jested, "Gutsong, you rascal, that thing between your legs has sprouted mushrooms, and you still dare to toy with my woman? Best you find that widow you fancy in the town ahead." Listening to the vile words of the Black Wind mercenary group, the members of the Beta Mercenary Corps turned pale, yet they only shielded Daifei behind them, refusing to back down. With a resolve to fight to the death, they awaited their captain's command, while Captain John raised his spear, prepared to clash with Kid. As Duffy was suddenly struck by a thought, tears streaming down her cheeks, she turned to the Azura, who was leaning against the carriage, and whispered, "When the fight breaks out, you must run as far back as possible. I will hold off the bandits for you." Azura gazed at the girl, whose face was as tear-streaked as a little kitten, and could not help but smile wryly. It seemed that his attempts to remain inconspicuous were in vain. He then leapt down from the carriage, walking slowly toward the front of the group, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The crowd looked on in bewilderment at this seemingly frail youth, unsure of his intentions. A few familiar mercenaries called out for him to stop, yet he paid them no heed. Duffy, her complexion ashen, wanted to rush forward to bring him back, but the mercenaries around her dared not let her approach, firmly keeping her behind them. Even the members of the Black Wind mercenary group, who were still hurling insults, regarded the tall boy advancing toward them with puzzled expressions. As he walked, the dark-haired youth muttered to himself, "I had hoped to avoid conflict while I was still recovering. Yet you insist on bullying her? She is a good girl I have yet to even lay a hand on, so you shall pay dearly." No sooner had he finished speaking than Azura unleashed his full power, activating the wind-chasing thunder-calling technique, rushing towards the leader of the Kid mercenary group. This marked the first time he had fully employed this technique since his promotion to a grand martial artist, approaching the leader with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. The leader of Kid was taken aback, not expecting this seemingly delicate boy to possess such formidable strength. Though he was also a grand martial artist, he only mastered a single set of green-level martial techniques. As the wind-chasing, thunder-calling technique, augmented by lightning magic, closed in on him, he could only raise his arms in defense. With a mighty thrust of his right hand, Azura delivered a thunder punch that struck the leader's arm. The leader felt an overwhelming force, causing his arms to tingle and forcing him to stumble back several paces. Before he could regain his composure, 3 thunderous booms erupted from his chest as the internal force of the thunder punch pierced through his arms and armor, striking his torso directly. The leader immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly injured internally. As the leader reached for his weapon to retaliate, a powerful hand seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. In terror, he clawed at the hand, constricting his neck, his legs flailing in a desperate struggle. Azura, holding him aloft, remarked coolly, "The Black Wind Mercenary Group? I have a particular aversion to organizations with the word black in their names." With that, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm was summoned from the heavens, crashing down onto the suspended leader of Kid. The onlookers witnessed a blinding flash followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The leader, along with his black armor, was rendered charred and emitting faint wisps of smoke. Azura casually tossed the lifeless body of the leader back to the ground, disdainfully wiping his right hand on his clothing. Then, he turned to the stunned members of the Black Wind Mercenary Group and grinned wickedly, saying, "Aren't you all going to run?" Chapter 52. Dividing the Spoils After a Brief Respite. Ashura drew the dagger from the back of a fallen member of the Black Wind Mercenary Group, surveying the surrounding circle of lifeless bandits. He flashed a self-satisfied smile towards the terrified members of the Bidar Mercenary Group in the distance. However, upon witnessing his grin, cold sweat broke out on their brows, particularly among a few middle-aged mercenaries who often jested at his expense. Initially, they had not lost their fighting spirit upon encountering the Black Wind Mercenary Group, but now, faced with the frail youth they had lived alongside for several days, they were paralyzed with fear at his terrifying prowess and ruthless methods, causing their legs to tremble uncontrollably. The young mercenarians who had intended to spar with Ashura were overtaken by dread. The boy, who had always feigned weakness, now seemed more formidable than the beasts of the monster forest. Captain John had just assisted Ashura in dispatching 3 members of the Black Wind Mercenary Group. Although he had suspected the boy possessed remarkable strength and had been attentively monitoring the movements of the cart, he had not anticipated such horror. Now, he was exceedingly anxious, fearing that the boy might turn his formidable abilities against the Bidar Mercenary Group, rendering them akin to the corpses strewn about. The only one brimming with excitement was Duffy, the girl who was exuberantly exclaiming, albeit a tad frightened by the dead bodies at Ashura's feet, preventing her from approaching. Ashura, unfazed, scanned the area for any remaining survivors before leisurely striding towards the Bidar Mercenary Group. As he approached, the others instinctively took a step back. Only Duffy bounced forward to greet Ashura, but upon noticing the bloodstains covering him, she wrinkled her nose in disdain. She offered him a handkerchief to wipe off the blood, gazing at him with adoration. While wiping away the blood, Ashura softly urged Duffy, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and have your godfather clean up the battlefield and gather the spoils. Don't just stand there looking foolish." Duffy's eyes brightened at his words, and she dashed to Captain John's side, whispering a few words. Captain John hesitated, glancing at Ashura, who appeared indifferent to him. After a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth and commanded the others to begin clearing the battlefield. The mercenaries, after casting furtive glances at Ashura, set about burying the dead and collecting the spoils. Approximately half an hour later, Ashura emerged from the cart, now clad in clean attire, only to be met with a mountain of spoils piled beside the wagon, leaving him somewhat perplexed. The mercenaries observed from a distance, while Duffy was pulled behind Captain John, seemingly silenced by an unspoken command, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. Captain John spoke, "My Lord Ashura, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your timely assistance. The Bidar Mercenary Group will forever remember your kindness. Here are all the spoils. We have gathered everything for you to take." Ashura, taken aback, glanced at Duffy, who was making faces behind John. With a bemused expression, he replied, "Captain John, please do not be so formal with me. Duffy has saved my life, and you all have treated me with great care. It is only fitting that I contribute my share to today's situation. I shall no longer take these spoils. Instead, I will distribute them among my comrades as a token of gratitude for their assistance in recent days." John wished to utter something further, yet Ashura gestured to halt his words, instead telling Duffy that he would rest for a while and should be called for dinner in the evening. Having said this, he turned and returned to the carriage's cabin. In the distance, the mercenaries could hardly contain their joy. They ceased to be fearful and rushed toward the carriage, clamoring for the spoils. Young Duffy also dashed toward the loot, but just as she reached for a few items, she was shoved aside by a burly mercenary behind her. This infuriated the girl, who began to shout in frustration, rolling up her sleeves to dive back into the crowd. Fortunately, at that moment, Captain John bellowed, "Equal distribution. No one is to snatch." This call restored order to the tumultuous crowd. Meanwhile, Ashura hid within the carriage, shrouded in a blood-stained blanket, drenched in cold sweat. The recent exertion had seemingly reopened the wound on his abdomen. Yet, he was filled with exhilaration, for he had nearly vanquished a foe of equal caliber. Minter Yuan had indeed spoken the truth. The dual cultivation of magic and martial arts became increasingly formidable in the later stages, rendering him nearly invincible among his peers, even capable of defeating opponents of a higher level. How could this not thrill him? Soon, Duffy excitedly flung open the carriage's curtain and entered without regard for Ashura's rest. Chattering animatedly, she exclaimed how magnificent Ashura had been, how no one had anticipated his youth belied such strength, avenging her grievances and saving the Bidar mercenary group. She then inquired why a bolt of lightning had struck down when he mentioned Kid coincidentally killing the captain. She continued, sharing that they had just equitably divided the spoils, with each person receiving nearly 20 gold coins worth of treasures, possibly equivalent to 2 years of their earnings. Everyone was immensely grateful to him. Captain John had acquired a spatial storage belt, which would facilitate their transport of supplies in the future. Ashura, anxious that she might discern his discomfort, endeavored to calm his emotions and project an air of mastery, feeling elated that Duffy could still unconditionally trust him. Thus, he listened as the girl recounted her spoils while driving the carriage until they reached their encampment for the night. As Ashura emerged from the carriage, he could distinctly sense the mercenaries working with renewed vigor. Upon seeing him, they instinctively halted their tasks, staring at him unabashedly, no longer retreating as they had before. Ashura smiled nonchalantly and strolled over to the newly kindled fire, calling out to the bearded mercenary, "Tyler, quickly, bring forth your treasured flask. Is it not time for you to treat me to a drink?" Upon hearing Ashura's words, the surrounding mercenaries relaxed, and Tyler hurriedly handed over his flask. Ashura took his customary hearty swig of the potent liquor. He had developed a fondness for such strong spirits. The fiery sensation sliding down his throat sent shivers throughout his body, a feeling he had come to cherish. Taylor observed that the youth remained as affable as ever, shedding his previous reticence. After several cups of wine, he insisted on treating Ashura to a night of revelry at the finest brothel in Pro City. That afternoon, he had secured spoils worth over 20 gold coins, and the camaraderie among mercenaries was indeed sincere and robust. Before long, everyone was thumping their chests, promising to take Ashura to the brothel upon their arrival in Pro City, engaging in a spirited debate over whose paramour was the most skilled, their faces flushed with excitement, nearly leading to blows. In truth, these mercenaries hardly possessed the means for such indulgences. Most sought fleeting pleasures in the impoverished districts. 20 gold coins might scarcely suffice for a meal at those grand establishments. Ashura, reveling in the banter with these rough-hewn men, lost track of time until evening's rest drew near. He dusted off his trousers and strolled toward Dai Fei's carriage, slipping into the carriage's interior amid the teasing gazes of onlookers. Captain John, seated by the campfire, grit his teeth as he grasped his spear, intent on storming the carriage. Before anyone could restrain him, out came Ashura, clutching a blood-stained bedding set. A glance at Captain John sent a shiver down the latter's spine. Ashura laid the bedding beside the fire pit, intending to continue his overnight meditation. He chuckled to himself, recalling the girl's flustered yet bashful expression when he had entered the carriage to retrieve the bedding. Chapter 53. Golden Trading Company. Thus, in a light-hearted days filled with laughter and jest, the Beta mercenary group finally arrived at their destination, Pro City. Yet, As they gazed upon the imposing city gates, Daifei's spirits seemed dim, her countenance clouded with melancholy throughout the morning. Azura chose not to comment, aware that farewells were inevitable. But he still wished to do something for Daifei before departing. Upon entering the gates of Pro City, Captain John urged his horse to approach Azura's carriage and said, "My Lord Azura, shortly we must attend to the cargo transfer. Could you kindly wait for me at the central plaza of Pro City?" Believing they wished to conceal the employer from him during the transaction, Azura readily agreed, indicating he also had matters to discuss with Captain John. Thus, he exchanged a brief farewell with Daifei, who deliberately averted her gaze before leaping down from the carriage and walking towards the opposite end of the street. Daifei bit her lip, stifling her tears, as she directed her gaze forward, steering the carriage at the head of the procession. Captain John let out a soft sigh, urging his horse to follow suit. After departing from the group, Azura made his way to the marketplace of Pro City. He retrieved his black cloak, pulling the hood over his head, shrouding his youthful visage in shadow. As he approached the entrance of the marketplace, a gaunt middle-aged man hastily approached him, bowing deeply and greeting him with great respect. "My lord, do you wish to purchase or sell goods at the market? I am Shios, a local resident who has lived here for over 30 years. I can provide you with all the information and services you may require in Pro City, for a modest fee of 10 silver coins in return for my diligent service." Ashura did not rush to respond, but instead scrutinized the astute man named Shios from head to toe. Although Shios could not see Ashura's face, he felt as if the gaze hidden beneath the broad-brimmed hat could penetrate the depths of one's soul, which made him feel an overwhelming pressure. After a brief moment, a hoarse voice finally spoke. "I wish to both sell and buy. I can offer you 20 silver coins, but you must ensure that I sell at a high price and buy at a low price. Do you understand my intentions? Please do not provoke my displeasure, for if I am unhappy, rest assured, you shall not find joy either." Ashura deliberately lowered his voice in an intimidating manner, knowing that even the slightest display of weakness would mark him as prey. The thin man named Shios bowed even lower, sweat beading on his forehead as he eagerly replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I will serve you with the utmost dedication to ensure your satisfaction." Having said this, Shios slightly raised himself, humbly inquiring, "Would you like to buy first or sell first, my lord?" After deliberation, Ashura replied, "First, I wish to sell some materials from 4th level magical beasts, and if the price of 4th level magic cores is reasonable, I may also consider selling those." Upon hearing this, the slender man Shios immediately responded, "Then let us proceed to the Jinli Trading Company. You can trust that their prices are always fair." Ashura was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter a business belonging to an esteemed family. However, upon reflection, he realized that Jinli was one of the 4 major trading houses in the Kingdom of Kings, and it was entirely reasonable for them to have a branch in Pro City. Eager to sell to Jinli, he gestured for Shios to lead the way. When Shios guided him to a splendid 3-story shop, Ashura couldn't help but admire the thriving business of the Jinza family. Upon entering the trading company, the opulent decorations dazzled him. The shelves were laden with a variety of goods for customers to choose from, and the bustling atmosphere was filled with patrons. Suppressing his curiosity, Ashura refrained from glancing around, aware that Shios was subtly observing him as well. Shortly after they entered, a staff member approached them to inquire about their needs. Upon learning that they were there to sell materials from 4th level magical beasts, the employee led them to a private room on the 1st floor, respectfully knocking 3 times on the door. After receiving a response from within, the employee informed them, "Our appraiser from Jinli has arrived. The seller may now proceed with the transaction." Glancing at Shios, Ashura noted his immediate response as Shios bowed and said, "I shall wait for you right here at the entrance." Ashura nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed 2 silver coins into Shiosi's embrace, prompting Shiosi to cradle the coins with delight, repeatedly praising the Lord's generosity. As Ashura stepped into the private room, he beheld an elderly gentleman with a plump visage and a beard flecked with gray seated across from him. Ashura inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect, to which the elder responded with a mere nod, urging him to present the magical beasts for trade. Without further hesitation, Ashura retrieved the remains of 4-level magical beasts from his spatial belt, laying out a total of 8 beast corpses, 6 pelts, assorted bones, teeth, and some herbs upon the long table before the elder. Only then did the elder regard the cloaked figure before him with a modicum of attention. Despite the black-robed individual having remained silent and hooded since entering, the elder, seasoned by countless encounters, discerned from the exposed hands of the figure that he was likely quite young. The wounds on the magical beasts indicated they had all been inflicted by the same individual, suggesting that a youth capable of slaying so many level 4 magical beasts in the forest was no ordinary person. The elder's demeanor softened considerably as he smiled and remarked, "Young man, I noticed that each of these magical beasts has had their heads hollowed out. How fortunate! Did you manage to procure any magic cores? If so, bring them forth for sale. The price will surely satisfy you." Upon hearing this, Azura's body tensed momentarily, and the elder, noticing this, smiled knowingly. Cursing the old fox under his breath, Azura then produced 3 level 4 magic cores from his spatial belt. The elder, observing the 2 earth-type magic cores and 1 water-type core, nodded in satisfaction. He then examined the quality of the magical beast corpses and, after a moment's contemplation, stated, considering everything, "I can offer you a neat sum of 300 gold coins for these items. As for the level 4 magic cores, I will give you 300 gold coins for each earth-type core and 350 for the water-type. What do you think?" Azura pondered briefly before retrieving 4 claws from the Earthshaker bear from his spatial ring and placing them on the table. Upon seeing the claws, the elder straightened in his seat, measuring their size with his hands, recognizing them as belonging to an adult Earthshaker bear. He re-evaluated the young man concealed within the cloak, realizing that a youth capable of slaying level 5 magical beasts was indeed an elite in this realm. With a cheerful demeanor, the elder exclaimed, "Young man, you are remarkable to have slain a level 5 magical beast. Now, let us see the rest of your materials. For a level 5 magic core, I can offer you 1,000 gold coins." Azura merely shook his head in response. The elder, finding the young man's cautiousness intriguing, laughed heartily. "How about I offer you 1,500 gold coins for everything?" Upon hearing this, Azura extended his right hand to shake the elder's, signifying the confirmation of their transaction. The elder promptly called for his aides to account for the items, ensuring a clear exchange of goods and gold. The elderly man received a crystalline card from his subordinate, smiling as he remarked, "This is a crystal card introduced by the 4 great empires, capable of storing gold coins. It currently holds 2,750 gold coins, which you may withdraw from the imperial treasury or spend in stores at your convenience." As Ashura accepted the crystal card and beheld the figure of 2,750, he recognized it as something he had heard of but never encountered. However, he surmised that the Jinli Lai Trading Company would not jeopardize him over such a modest sum. Otherwise, he could easily seek reimbursement from his leader, Jinza. With a serious demeanor, Ashura expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He then bid farewell and turned to leave the private room, intending to depart the Jinli Lai Trading Company with Shios. Just as he was about to exit, a voice called out from behind him, "Sir, please hold." Upon hearing the voice that halted him, Ashura instinctively clenched his fists. However, observing his surroundings, he relaxed his hands and slowly turned to face the source of the voice. It was a middle-aged man dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of elegance. The man stepped forward with a smile and said, "Greetings, sir. I am Pato, the manager of the Jinli Lai Trading Company in Pro City. I heard from my subordinates that you have just completed a transaction with us. As a token of our appreciation, I would like to present you with a blue-level VIP card, which will entitle you to better prices and services in our establishment in the future." Understanding the intent behind the middle-aged man's gesture, Ashura accepted the blue-level VIP card and slightly bowed in gratitude. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a low voice, "Mr. Pato, I appreciate your generous gift of the VIP card. I may require your assistance again shortly." Pato appeared momentarily taken aback by this statement, but quickly regained his composure, replying, "The Jinli Lai Trading Company welcomes you at any time. I will do my utmost to assist you." Ashura was immediately struck by the realization that the success of the Jinli Lai Trading Company was not without reason. With such commendable service, one could scarcely fail to prosper. Once Ashura exited the establishment, Shios eagerly approached him, inquiring, "My lord, what are your next needs?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ashura replied, "I wish to purchase a store in Pro City, preferably in a prime location. It need not be large, but it would be ideal if it has a second floor or a backyard for living quarters. What will be the cost?" After a thoughtful pause, Shios raised his head and said, "My lord, prime locations in Pro City are rarely available for sale. However, there's a grocery store that may be on the market. The owner's son has accrued substantial gambling debts, and the owner is nearing a desperate situation. Although he is still contemplating whether to sell, he is inclined to do so in order to relocate to another city." Intrigued by this prospect, Ashura recognized that such streetwise rumors often contain valuable information, though he chose not to display any outward excitement. Maintaining an enigmatic demeanor, he inquired, "Do you believe this store is suitable? What price do you anticipate the owner would ask?" Shios immediately assured him, "The location of that store is indeed commendable, and it includes a small courtyard with approximately 3 or 4 rooms. It would undoubtedly meet your requirements. Regarding the price, I believe it should be around 400 gold coins, as the shopkeeper's son owes nearly that amount to the casino." After contemplating for a moment, Ashura turned to Shios and declared, "Then it shall be 400 gold coins. Regardless of your purchase price for the shop, I will provide you with 400 gold coins. The remainder shall be yours." "I am eager to obtain that shop." Stunned, Shios feared he had misheard. Such immense fortune had unexpectedly fallen upon him, a mere guide earning his keep through leading others. He immediately knelt, assuring Ashura that he would expedite the matter, requesting Ashura to wait for him. With a sense of urgency, he scrambled to his feet and dashed down another street, with Ashura silently trailing behind. Witnessing Shios enter a well-located grain and oil shop, he observed Shios engaging in animated gestures and conversation with a middle-aged man whose face was etched with worry. Ashura felt quite satisfied with this establishment. Its location was excellent, not far from the previous Golden Fortune Trading Company, and the small courtyard suitable for living met his requirements perfectly. His intention was to purchase this shop as a gift for Dafe, fulfilling the young girl's dream of owning a delightful eatery and providing her with a secure place to reside, freeing her from the perils of wandering alongside rough men. As for the expense of acquiring the shop, this was Ashura's first display of such generosity, for he deemed it inconsequential to spend a few coins in gratitude for saving a life. Even after vanquishing a band of thieves to protect the girl, he still wished to offer her more. It appeared that Shios had successfully negotiated as he emerged from the shop with an elated expression. However, just as he turned the corner of the alley, a powerful hand seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. Shios, recoiling, turned his head and immediately ingratiated himself, saying, "My lord, the shop has been secured. The owner is ready to provide the deed at any moment, and his family will vacate immediately. As for the price, the 400 gold coins you mentioned." Ashura comprehended his implication and, still with a hoarse voice, replied, "I will provide you with 400 gold coins. I want the deed now, and I prefer the owner to leave at once. Do you understand?" Upon hearing his response, Shios trembled with excitement, eager to kneel in gratitude, but was once again lifted by Ashura, who urged him to finalize the transaction promptly. Thus, within less than an hour, Ashura held the deed to the shop. Watching as the former owner hurriedly loaded a cart with belongings and departed, he paid no mind to Shios, who was becoming increasingly frantic with 50 gold coins in hand, and strode towards the central square. Upon reaching the square, he spotted the members of the Beta mercenary corps waiting for him, particularly Dafe, who was anxiously on her toes, her face revealing anticipation and concern. Ashura removed the hood of his warrior's cloak and approached the Beta mercenary corps with a confident stride. Upon seeing him from a distance, Dafe's anxious heart finally found relief. Her previous worry that he might leave without a word dissipated, yet she turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Arriving before the eager crowd of the Beta mercenary corps, Ashura looked at them with a playful smile and inquired, "Was the delivery smooth? Why is everyone waiting here for me?" The bearded tailor chuckled. "Everything has been handed over. This time, my brothers have made a fortune, all thanks to your assistance. We are waiting here for you to fulfill your promise. We plan to show you the world." With that, he shot a lewd wink at Ashura. Instantly, Ashura comprehended the implications of Taylor's words, feeling somewhat awkward as he scratched his head. He was still inexperienced. Although he jested with these rough men, exchanging crude banter, he was reluctant to squander his first night on a tavern wench. At that moment, Captain John stepped forward, alleviating Ashura's discomfort. "My brothers wish to express their gratitude for your life-saving help by inviting you to a tavern in the city for a drink." Upon hearing this, Ashura nodded slightly, appreciating the camaraderie of these rugged men. He replied with a smile, "I appreciate your kindness, brothers. It's not easy for everyone to earn a bit of coin, so please refrain from spending extra gold on my behalf. Otherwise, what significance would the spoils I leave for you hold? Captain John opened his mouth to say something, but Azura interjected, Captain John, let everyone disperse. I have some matters to discuss with you and Dai Fei. The group exchanged knowing glances and discreetly moved away, though the young Dai Fei approached with apparent reluctance. Azura produced the property deed from his right hand and tossed it to Dai Fei, stating amidst their puzzled expressions, Dai Fei saved my life this time, and I have long wished to repay her. I just purchased a shop with a yard to gift her. Henceforth, she shall be the proprietress and can open the eatery of her dreams. Both Dai Fei and John were left astounded, their mouths agape, unable to fathom that Azura would bestow such a lavish gift upon her. Dai Fei, too stunned to even glance at the deed, immediately attempted to return it to Azura, exclaiming, Why would you spend this much? It's far too extravagant. I cannot accept. Dai Fei, having conversed with Azura previously, was aware that he did not hail from noble lineage and possessed little savings. Yet, his sudden generosity in purchasing a shop left her, who typically hesitated to part with even a single silver coin, utterly flabbergasted. Azura, however, did not take back the deed nor responded to her protests. Instead, he turned to Captain John, saying, The shop has several rooms in the yard, ample enough for your entire family to reside in. The location is excellent. Any business you embark upon should thrive. You need not continue as mercenaries but can live a stable life instead. Captain John, equally astonished, realized he had underestimated the young man. Yet, he shook his head, replying, I may not be worthy of such blessings, as I have over a dozen brothers who rely on me for sustenance. If we cease being mercenaries, we will not pursue other endeavors. I understand your intentions, and I will ensure Dai Fei remains in Pro City. Azura perceived the captain's concerns but found the latter part of his statement increasingly perplexing. Dai Fei, blushing, stepped forward and tugged at his sleeve, pulling him aside. With a shy expression, she quietly asked, Azura, do you intend to buy a house to keep me? Azura, Chapter 55, Tokens and Requests. Azura was utterly taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Since childhood, Dai Fei had accompanied the mercenary group across various regions, absorbing countless rumors from the coarse tongues of the mercenaries. She had heard too many tales of wealthy merchants acquiring residences for certain young ladies, indulging them with occasional visits. Upon receiving the property deed from Azura, her mind instantly conjured those scandalous narratives, yet she could not shake off her concern for her guardian, fearing the vastness of the house would be daunting for her alone. Azura, who had never contemplated such matters before, began to appreciate the beauty of life in her words. However, the piercing gaze of Captain John, as father nearby, swiftly steered him back to seriousness. He playfully rapped Dai Fei on the forehead and said earnestly, What are you thinking? I simply cannot bear to see you running around recklessly. The recent events were perilous. I merely wish for you to have a stable home. Besides, Captain John has a family. His wife could come stay with you. And opening a restaurant has always been your dream, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, Dai Fei's ears flushed crimson, realizing her misunderstanding of the young man, yet feeling inexplicably disheartened. She bit her lip and shook her head, declaring, I am concerned for my guardian. I'm not entirely useless within the group. Observing Dai Fei and then glancing at John, Azura sighed inwardly, recognizing that he could not alter their resolve. Thus, he decided to take them to two locations first. He led them to the shop he had recently acquired. Although Dai Fei remained silent, her eyes sparkled with desire and admiration, which did not go unnoticed by Captain John, who nodded in approval of the establishment. Next, he guided them to the Jinli Lai Commerce, still cloaked in his hood. The father and daughter duo were perplexed as to why he had brought them there. Had he intended to purchase something for Dai Fei once more? Upon entering the establishment, Azura approached a welcoming staff member and requested, Could you please summon Mr. Pato? I have matters to discuss with him. The staff member politely responded, Sir, may I inquire if you possess a VIP card for our establishment? Azura promptly produced the newly acquired blue VIP card, showing it to the attendant. The staff member immediately became deferential, stating, Please hold on, sir. I shall summon Supervisor Pato at once. With that, he stepped back to fetch the individual. The father and daughter exchanged cautious glances, astonished by Azura's VIP status. Supervisor Pato approached Azura with his characteristic elegance, extending his right hand in greeting. Sir, it is a pleasure to see you again. How may I assist you today? He inquired warmly. The duo behind them exchanged incredulous looks, their disbelief palpable. Azura, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Mr. Pado, I truly apologize for troubling you so soon. May we speak privately? Upon hearing this, Pado immediately suggested, let us converse in my tea room. I'm about to brew an exquisite pot of green tea. We can sit down, sip, and discuss. With that, he led the way to the second floor. Ashura informed the father and daughter behind him to wait a moment, and was soon joined by a staff member who escorted them to a nearby lounge, offering them pastries and tea. Entering the elegantly adorned tea room with Pado, Ashura was struck by the owner's refined taste, as even the simplest ornament exuded considerable value. Pado warmly invited Ashura to take a seat and promptly began preparing the tea. However, Ashura wasted no time. He earnestly stated, I have come to seek your assistance. With that, he retrieved the token bestowed upon him by the esteemed Jinza from his spatial belt. The moment the token was unveiled, Pado's teapot crashed onto the table, shattering into pieces. He rushed to Ashura, eagerly accepting the token and examining it closely. Then, with a resounding thud, he knelt before Ashura, exclaiming, I humbly welcome the young master. I am deeply ashamed for not receiving you properly. Ashura was momentarily taken aback by this display and quickly helped Pado to his feet, explaining the token's origins. Pado, far from feeling embarrassed, regarded the young man with increasing respect. The fact that the young master entrusted such a significant token to him indicated a deep bond between them, presenting a remarkable opportunity for Pado to make his mark. Thus, he treated Ashura with even greater enthusiasm, bordering on obsequiousness. Ashura felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated the token's immense influence. He then outlined his two requests. The first request was for the Jinli Trading Company to provide the Beta Mercenary Corps with specialized escort missions, sparing them from wandering the outskirts of the Beast Forest. Ashura understood that ensuring the Beta Mercenary Corps was settled in the city was crucial for keeping Dafei, the girl he had just acquired, safe. This demand posed no issue for the Jinli Trading Company, and Pado readily agreed. The second request entailed seeking the assistance of the Jinli Trading Company in discreetly overseeing Dafei, ensuring she would not be mistreated in Pro City. Upon hearing this, Pado wore a knowing, somewhat lecherous smile, confidently assuring Ashura that no one would dare lay a finger on Dafei in Pro City, and he guaranteed that the shop's courtyard would be off-limits to other men. Ashura felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing Pado had misconstrued his intentions. Yet, he refrained from clarifying, thinking perhaps this misunderstanding would prompt Pado to take greater care. After finalizing their requests, the two descended the stairs, enjoying a lively conversation. The father and daughter downstairs immediately rose to greet Ashura. Before he could speak, Pado approached Captain John, enthusiastically discussing the prospect of a long-term collaboration with the Beta Mercenary Corps, leaving Captain John utterly astonished. A colossal family like the Jinli Trading Company typically overlooked mercenary groups of their modest stature. He cast a grateful glance at the Azura beside him, fully aware that none of this would have been possible without the assistance of this young man. Deifi, who was nearby, also caught wind of the olive branch extended by the Jinli Trading Company and quickly grasped Azura's intentions for bringing them here. It seemed that this rascal had ulterior motives. Consequently, Deifi's cheeks flushed deeply, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Azura's eyes. Noticing her demeanor, Azura realized that she had misinterpreted his intentions and swiftly whispered, Do not overthink it. I merely wish to repay your life-saving grace. There is no other motive. You can stay here in Pro City without concern. Yet, despite his words, Deifi still did not lift her head, and large, silent tears began to fall to the ground. Azura, witnessing this scene, became increasingly flustered, unsure of where he had erred, anxiously scratching his head. Suddenly, Deifi raised her head, her tear-streaked eyes locking onto Azura with unwavering determination. At that moment, Azura felt akin to a heartless scoundrel, engulfed by an unexplainable sense of guilt. Deifi earnestly declared, I am willing to heed your wishes and remain in Pro City, residing in that shop. I will follow your guidance, but please do not abandon me, although I know I am unworthy of you. I have harbored feelings for you ever since you bravely vanquished the Black Wind mercenary group for my sake. I dread the thought of a future without you. With that, more tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Azura, taken aback by her heartfelt confession, remained speechless, letting out a soft sigh. He opened his arms and embraced the girl, offering her the utmost comfort. Deifi, overwhelmed by Azura's bold gesture, felt a rush of shyness, burying her face in his shoulder, unable to meet anyone's gaze, especially that of her guardian, Captain John. Captain John, observing the scene, said nothing but let out a slight, discontented sigh. However, Supervisor Pato, standing nearby, chuckled and pulled John aside to give the young couple some space. Once Deifi's sobs had subsided, Azura gently spoke, "You must first listen to me. I cannot make any promises at this moment, as I have vital matters to attend to. My current focus is on training to grow stronger. I promise I will come to see you when I can." Deifi, without raising her head, wiped her tears on Azura's shoulder and choked out, "You are lying." Azura, feeling a bit overwhelmed, continued to comfort her, saying, Azura, always keep my word." Deifi, her cheeks flushed, playfully poked him aside, then stepped back, her eyes still shimmering with unshed tears. After a long pause, she nodded and said, "You must keep your promises." "No deceit," Azura replied with a hint of exasperation. "What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? Just listen to me." Deifi nodded obediently this time, and only then did they both notice the curious glances from those around them. Deifi let out a soft sigh and nestled her head into Ashura's embrace, who, with his thick skin, remained unfazed due to the hood he wore. The pair informed Captain John of their intent to visit the shop, and then, hand in hand, they dashed out of the Golden Fortune Trading Company, laughing and chatting as they made their way to their newly acquired store. Upon arriving, they tidied up the shop, and Ashura decided to take Deifi to purchase some essential supplies. As they exited the store, Ashura sensed several pairs of eyes subtly observing them. Upon noticing, the watchers did not shy away. Ashura deduced that these were the skilled protectors dispatched by the Golden Fortune Trading Company to safeguard Deifi. He was surprised at Pato's swift action, realizing the influence of the token was indeed substantial. Soon, they returned with an array of necessities, resembling a young couple in their joyous venture. However, before they could share any whispered secrets, Captain John entered with an expression devoid of emotion. Deifi, feeling a wave of embarrassment, retreated to her chosen room, while Captain John addressed Ashura, saying, "My lord, may we find a place to converse?" Ashura readily agreed and accompanied Captain John to the front desk of the shop. John began, "First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude on behalf of the brothers of the Beta Mercenary Corps and their families for your recommendation and assistance. It has undoubtedly provided us with a path of respite. However, as a father, I implore you not to toy with my daughter's feelings. She is a kind-hearted soul, and I would prefer not to witness her sorrow." After a moment of silence, Ashura replied, "Recommending the Beta Mercenary Corps to the Golden Fortune Trading Company was solely my intention to ensure Deifi's peace of mind, so there is no need for your thanks. Furthermore, as you have observed, I had no desire for a deep connection with Deifi, as I too face my own challenges. However, given the situation we now find ourselves in, and having committed no wrongdoing, I am willing to walk alongside her. Who can predict what the future holds? Yet, I assure you that I can grant her 3 years to contemplate her feelings. Perhaps, by then, she will encounter someone she truly loves and forget about me. If, after 3 years, she still feels as she does now, I shall take her home to meet my parents." Upon hearing the young man's words, John nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "I have heard Deifi refer to you as Ashura. May I ask where you hail from?" Ashura, unreserved, replied, "My birth name is indeed Ashura, and I come from the distant western land of Olai." Captain John acknowledged his familiarity with Olai, recalling a previous mission involving the transport of goods there. Ashura, surprised by this revelation, continued, "My father is the National Protector General of Olai, Alphontion, and my family is currently facing threats and persecution from other factions. Should you have the opportunity to return to Olai, I would be grateful if you could deliver a message to my family. Ashura is well and has achieved his desires. They need not worry, for I shall return within 5 years at most, or 3 at the least." Captain John, taken aback by this disclosure, realized that the young man bore his own burdens. He solemnly promised to find an opportunity to convey the message. As Ashura listened, he quietly exhaled a breath of relief, then called out to the figure behind him, "Come out, do not hide." Daphne timidly emerged from behind the door, and, just as she was about to explain herself, Ashura pulled her back into the inner courtyard. The two sat facing each other in the room, and Ashura grasped Daphne's hand, saying, "You heard what I said earlier. I may not be able to stay here for long. I will return before long, so you must be obedient." Daphne remained silent, pouting as she gazed at him. After a long moment, she finally spoke. "I wish to hear your story. I want to uncover your secrets. You seem so mysterious to me." Ashura smirked slightly and replied, "Very well, I shall share my tale with you." He then recounted his mischievous childhood, his moments of laziness, how he bore the heavy burdens of familial enmity to attend the St. Goban Academy, and how he found himself amidst the beast forest, sharing everything with Daphne except for the encounters with the enigmatic man in black and the unfortunate experiences of being a sparring partner at the academy. Daphne listened in astonishment, realizing that the young man had endured so much. The amusing anecdotes from her own childhood had already been shared during their journey when Ashura was injured. Eventually, the two lay in Daphne's small bed, fully clothed, embracing each other as they drifted off to sleep, sharing their innermost thoughts without crossing any boundaries. For the first time, Ashura did not meditate, but enjoyed a peaceful, uninterrupted slumber. The next day, he planned to depart from Pro City, intending to consult Mentor Yuanda about his next training regimen, as he had accomplished his breakthrough plan in just 4 months. After bidding a long farewell to Daphne and reassuring her that he would return swiftly, Ashura donned his warrior's cloak and hood, striding towards the city's gate. However, after walking only 2 blocks, he heard someone calling out, "My lord." Turning around, he was surprised to see the guide, Shios. At that moment, Shios had donned a more appropriate attire, no longer resembling the street urchin he once was. Upon seeing Ashura, Shios immediately knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, do you have any further commands?" "Shios is eager to serve you." Ashura, taken aback, thought to himself that this fellow might assume he was a wealthy benefactor with a foolish disposition. Nevertheless, he decided to make use of the unexpected assistance. After a moment's contemplation, Ashura inquired, aside from the Jinli Trading Company, what other establishments in Pro City deal in trade? He sought to ascertain the market value of a level 5 magic core. Without hesitation, Shios responded, "My lord, aside from the Jinli Trading Company, there's indeed a fine place for buying and selling goods. Should you be interested?" Ashura raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where is this place?" Shios replied, "It is the black market of Pro City, where the goods traded are diverse and peculiar, primarily involving barter transactions. Would you like to take a look?" Intrigued, Ashura waved his hand and called out, "Lead the way." Chapter 57. The Dungeon of Cabin. Ashura, adorned in his hood, followed Shios to a hidden door in an alley. After paying the entrance fee of 40 silver coins to the formidable guards, the two individuals ventured through a concealed doorway, descending the stairs for an extended period. During this time, Ashura, feeling a twinge of regret for his audacity in following Shios into this underworld lair, a notorious den for murder and theft, clutched a dagger tightly in his hand. Fortunately, he soon glimpsed light and heard the cacophony of voices. They had arrived at an underground plaza. A grand crystal dome connected the subterranean realm to the sky above, illuminating the space with a brightness that dispelled any shadows. The plaza was a bustling hub, populated by hundreds of warriors and mages engaged in commerce, with numerous stalls dotting the area. Most individuals wore hoods to obscure their features, much like Ashura. This was Ashura's inaugural visit to such a clandestine black market, and after inquiring about its regulations from Shios, who was equally uninformed, he decided to let Shios wait at the entrance while he explored the heart of the plaza. As Ashura wandered through the market, he refrained from inquiring about prices, instead listening intently to the negotiations around him. He discerned that transactions predominantly involved bartering, though gold coins could also be used. Should a seller's price be deemed excessive, one was free to walk away. However, if a counteroffer was made and accepted, the buyer was obliged to complete the purchase. Deviating from this unwritten rule could attract the attention of the market's enforcers, who would not hesitate to intervene. All participants adhered to this fundamental principle of trade. With this knowledge, Ashura roamed the market, eyeing numerous enticing items. Yet, apart from a level 5 Earth Stormbear's magic core, he possessed little of value: a borrowed blue feather dagger and a battered suit of armor lent by Magina, which, while somewhat valuable, could only be exchanged for 2,000 gold coins. Regrettably, these items could not be casually traded, and he was still troubled by how to return the armor to Magina. Although he felt confident in confronting the fierce woman, he cherished the kindness she had shown him. At that moment, he approached a stall that was particularly crowded, run by a lean warrior. The offerings here were rare, including several exquisite pieces, which drew a small crowd of warriors engaged in price discussions. Among them, a burly man picked up a broken sword that, despite its shattered state, exhibited extraordinary craftsmanship. The man seemed torn between the desire to restore the sword and the apprehension of failing to perfect it. As the burly man hesitated, the stall owner, the lean warrior, spoke up. "This broken sword is no ordinary item. You should recognize its uniqueness. I unearthed it from the Godfall Abyss." The mention of the Godfall Abyss elicited a subtle change in expression among the warriors gathered, bestowing the lean man with an air of respect. For those who emerged from the abyss were formidable in their own right. Ashura had only encountered references to the Godfall Abyss in the Academy's library. It was not far from their location, situated to the northwest of Pro City, a site steeped in the legends of epic battles between divine beings. After their demise, the souls of various divine beings linger in the realm of fallen gods, where they indiscriminately attack any living creatures that dare to enter. Although their current power pales in comparison to a mere fraction of their former might, history has recorded the fall of numerous saintly beings within these cursed grounds. This place serves as a forbidden zone for all life, yet simultaneously it is a treasure trove. Countless powerful entities have perished here, leaving behind a multitude of invaluable artifacts. However, the wandering divine souls and the highly unstable spatial rifts pose a constant threat to those who venture forth in search of treasures, often leading to their untimely demise. Thus, it stands as one of the several great forbidden areas of the Continent of Kings. The vendor, remarkably, managed to extract treasures from this perilous location. Although the items he brought forth appear to be mere remnants from the outskirts of the realm of fallen gods, their worth is sufficient to barter for other goods. At that moment, a burly man holding a broken sword remarked, "This sword, while decent, is merely a fragment. I am uncertain if it can be restored." "What is your price?" The lean vendor quickly replied, "I require 2,000 gold coins or an exquisite piece of armor in exchange for this sword. As for the restoration, you may use this bracelet to aid in the process." He then handed the man a pair of unassuming, wide bracelets resembling wrist guards that were resting in the corner of his stall. The burly man examined the bracelet and inquired, "What makes this bracelet special?" "I see no extraordinary material." The vendor, appearing a bit embarrassed, explained, "This is also a treasure I retrieved from the realm of fallen gods. This pair of bracelets is intact, and the inner wall bears the inscription Cabin S Prison. I have tested it, and it possesses a unique ability to suppress the wearer's own strength, divided into 3 levels, capable of reducing it to below 50%. Upon hearing this, the bystanders found it perplexing, and the burly man disdainfully tossed the bracelet back to the vendor, exclaiming, "What use is this worthless trinket? Who will be foolish enough to suppress their own power? It doesn't seem to be made of quality material. Don't try to deceive me with a tale." The vendor, undeterred, placed the bracelet back in the corner of his stall and remarked, "I never claimed that this bracelet would cost you anything. It is a gift with the purchase of the sword. After all, it is a treasure from the realm of fallen gods. It might just aid in restoring your broken sword." The burly man, unimpressed, retorted, "I don't want that useless item. Lower the price on the sword." The vendor, now more resolute, asserted, 2,000 gold coins is the lowest I will go. If you do not wish to buy, there are many willing to do so." While the two continued their haggling, Azura approached the stall and picked up the bracelet named Cabin S Prison, scrutinizing it closely. The inscription on the inner wall indeed read Cabin S Prison. The magical patterns appeared ancient and enigmatic. After studying it for a while, Azura concluded that aside from the power suppression mentioned by the vendor, it seemed to possess no other function. Given the bracelet's name, Azura surmised it was likely an instrument of punishment intended to restrict the wearer's strength. Aside from its rarity, it truly lacked any notable qualities, explaining why neither the vendor nor the buyer held it in high regard. However, Ashura felt that it could serve to conceal his true capabilities. As the power of his dual cultivation in magic and martial arts gradually manifested, he feared revealing his true strength during practice with Lan Yu and Majina. He preferred to remain discreet within the academy. Thus, he approached the vendor with the prison of Cabin and inquired, "Would you sell this bracelet for 10 gold coins?" The vendor immediately responded with displeasure. "This is a treasure from the land of the fallen gods. Are you jesting with such a low offer?" Ashura retorted, 20 gold coins. The vendor haughtily turned his head away, ignoring Ashura entirely. Without hesitation, Ashura placed the bracelet down and turned to leave. Yet the vendor seized his arm, saying, 20 gold coins is far too low. You must offer more. Ashura, unfazed, insisted, only 20 gold coins. If you refuse, consider it as if I never asked. With that, he attempted to free himself from the vendor's grasp and depart. The vendor, recognizing the determination in Ashura's demeanor, sighed inwardly. Although this was the only complete item he had brought from the land of the fallen gods, it had been on display for half a month, and Ashura was the sole potential buyer. Relenting, he said, take it. Let's make a deal. Ashura's lips curled into a subtle smile beneath his hood as he produced 20 gold coins and handed them to the vendor. Amidst the incredulous gazes of others at the stall, he picked up the bracelet and turned to leave. Chapter 58. Fivefold Suppression After Purchasing Cabin's Prison. Ashura acquired several magical beast blood samples for inscribing magic runes from the black market. He then departed the underground square with Shios. During their journey, Ashura learned that Shios, having profited from assisting him in purchasing a shop, had acquired a modest residence and planned to become a broker, no longer wandering the streets aimlessly. Shios expressed profound gratitude towards Ashura, and when Ashura intended to offer him a reward, he firmly declined. Ashura assured him that he would seek him out for information on Pro City, promising to inquire if there were any insights beneficial to his cultivation during their next meeting. On the main road outside St. Goban City, a common black dragon horse was swiftly carrying a hooded warrior toward the city. It was none other than Ashura, who had been away from the academy for over 4 months. Perhaps emboldened by his newfound strength, the youth exuded an air of youthful vigor. Upon entering the city, Ashura hurried back to St. Goban Academy, coinciding perfectly with the afternoon self-cultivation period for students. Upon entering the academy, he paused for thought. Rather than returning to his dormitory, he made his way to the School of Magic, eager to share his joy regarding his advancement in strength with his mentor, Yuanda, the one who had guided him on his dual cultivation path and the only mentor privy to his true background. When Ashura arrived at the School of Magic, he initially intended to seek out Yuanda in his office or residence. However, he inexplicably found himself drawn to the classroom where they frequently discussed cultivation matters. It was discovered that the emaciated mentor Yuanda was engrossed in writing something at the lectern, oblivious to the approach of others. Ashura, with a playful smile, gently patted mentor Yuanda on the shoulder, prompting him to look up, startled, at the youth clad in a warrior's attire. Instantly, with excitement, he grasped the boy's shoulders and exclaimed, "You're back?" Ashura, equally exhilarated, replied with a grin, "I'm back. Old Yuan, did you miss me?" Mentor Yuan scrutinized Ashura from head to toe. Uncertain yet slightly hesitant, he inquired, "Have you made a breakthrough?" This was the very question Ashura had been eagerly anticipating. With a flourish, he retrieved a 5th-level Earthstorm Bear Magic Core from a spatial belt and placed it on Mentor Yuan Da's desk. He had refrained from selling this magic core solely for this moment. With an air of bravado, he declared, "I just slew it. It's still warm." Mentor Yuan gazed at the magic core on the desk and then at the youth before him, his mouth agape, speechless for a considerable time. Ashura seemed to relish the astonished look on his mentor's face, yearning for acknowledgement. After all, he had invested so much effort to attain such prowess. Ashura had anticipated that Mentor Yuanda would express disbelief, questioning how he could possibly have slain a 5th-level magical beast. However, the first words that escaped Yuanda's lips were, "You must have endured much hardship, my child." This single remark nearly brought Ashura to tears. Mentor Yuanda did not doubt his capability to slay a 5th-level magical beast, but instead expressed concern for the trials he had faced over the past few months. Ashura forced a smile as he lifted the hem of his warrior outfit, revealing numerous scars of varying sizes across his torso. Notably, a palm-sized wound on his abdomen displayed freshly healed flesh at the stitched edges. Upon witnessing this, Mentor Yuan discreetly wiped a tear from the corner of his eye, genuinely regarding Ashura as his own child. He then invited Ashura to sit beside him, encouraging him to recount his experiences over the past months. Ashura narrated his adventures in meticulous detail, particularly embellishing the tale of his encounter with the 5th-level Earthstorm Bear during his 3rd stage as a warrior, rendering it a thrilling saga. Mentor Yuan remained profoundly affected by Ashura's account, having spent the past months worrying about him and speculating on the arduous battles he might have faced. He was immensely proud to learn of Ashura's triumph over the 5th-level magical beast. As Ashura concluded with his thoughts on the enchanted bracelet he had acquired from the prison of Cabin, Mentor Yuanda pondered for a moment before requesting, "Let me see that bracelet." Without hesitation, Ashura produced the bracelet and handed it to Mentor Yuanda. While Yuanda was not particularly well versed in magical runes, Ashura took the time to explain the bracelet's function in detail. It was designed to be worn on another's wrist, capable of imposing 3 layers of seals to suppress the opponent's inherent power. One can reduce their strength to approximately 50% of their original capacity. By unlocking the first layer of the seal, their power can be elevated to around 70%. The second layer unlocks a further enhancement to 90%. Finally, upon fully unsealing the last layer, one achieves a complete restoration of their strength, reaching 100%. Of course, if Ashura adorns himself with the bracelet, he could entirely control the unsealing process. After a prolonged contemplation, Master Yuanda remarked, "Your thoughts hold merit. Perhaps this bracelet will indeed prove beneficial, serving not merely to conceal your strength. I speculate that by continuously wearing it during your cultivation, while suppressing your abilities, you may yield unforeseen results. Exercise caution and refrain from hastily removing the final layer of the seal. Once you have entirely unsealed all 3 layers, your strength may well ascend to 120%. However, I surmise that after fully unlocking the seals, reapplying them will not incite such a dramatic surge in power." Upon hearing this, Ashura's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, he had merely intended to purchase the bracelet to mask his strength, unaware of the unexpected advantages it could provide. Without hesitation, he donned the prison of carbon and, with a mere thought, activated the seals, instantly suppressing his power to 50%, approximately equivalent to a 3rd-tier mage or a 1st-tier grand mage. If assessed with a magical detection stone, he would still be classified at the 3rd-tier mage level. The abrupt drop in strength left Ashura somewhat disoriented, yet he placed his trust in Master Yuanda's judgment. Noticing Ashura's unwavering faith in him, Master Yuanda felt a swell of gratification, handing Ashura a thick stack of papers from his desk, stating, "This is your next training plan that I have prepared. Please take a moment to review it. Given your current state, I believe there are numerous aspects that require adjustment, but the overarching strategy remains to enhance your strength through combat. Certainly, should you encounter an opponent akin to the Earthstorm Bear, you must immediately unseal all layers without reservation." Ashura nodded earnestly, aware that despite his impulsive nature, he would never jest with his own life. The two continued their dialogue for some time. Ashura wished to present a 5th-tier magic core as a gift to Master Yuanda, but the latter firmly declined, asserting that such a vital resource for cultivation should be reserved for his students to expedite their growth. Upon returning to his dormitory at dusk, room 138 erupted in excitement. His 3 roommates had anticipated Ashura would boast about his newfound strength over the past months. Instead, he spoke of trivial matters and informed Jinze that he had leveraged the connections of Golden Prophet Trading Company in Pro City. Jinze showed little interest, not even inquiring about the identity of their family's representative in Pro City. Conversely, Angelo informed Ashura that many new students had already advanced to the ranks of Grand Martial Artists and Grand Mages, which astonished Ashura. The level he had painstakingly attained through trials and tribulations was now easily matched by the prodigious talents of newcomers. Even more disconcerting was the news that Lan Yu, Magina, and Clara had all surpassed to new heights as well. This unexpectedly dampened the spirits of the once self-assured individual for quite some time. Chapter 59. The morning exercise bet in the serene lakeside park of St. Gabain Academy. The diligent Lan Yu, clad in a sleek martial arts uniform, was engaging in a morning jog along the cobblestone path. Despite her exceptional talent, she remained among the most industrious students of the academy. Every morning before classes, she would come here to warm up and stretch her body. As she ran, her thoughts drifted to a certain infuriating individual who had yet to return. Suddenly, she became aware of footsteps leisurely trailing behind her. She could even feel the gaze of that person fixated on her posterior, which ignited a fierce anger within her. Resolutely, she halted her pace, hoping to let the person pass. However, as soon as she stopped, so did they, accompanied by a disapproving click of the tongue, seemingly unable to tear their eyes away from her swaying form. At this point, Lan Yu could no longer contain her fury. She tossed her waist-length blue hair and turned to reprimand the audacious individual following her. Yet, before she could utter a word, There he was, the insufferable face that had often invaded her dreams, leaning casually against a nearby tree with a mischievous grin. Lanyu felt her heart race, struggling to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, but the corners of her mouth betrayed her, curving upward despite her efforts. She opened her mouth several times, yet no words escaped. The rogue's first words almost prompted her to kick him, as he provocatively remarked, "Have you gained weight? Your backside seems larger since we last met. Have you been indulging in too many treats?" The girl's expression darkened immediately, and she retorted fiercely, "I am quite pleased that you returned so promptly. I haven't had a sparring partner in ages. It's never as satisfying to fight others as it is to take you on." Upon hearing this, Azura's lips twitched. He yearned to release all the seals of his confinement and engage this spirited girl in a proper duel, demonstrating his prowess. After all, he was capable of slaying even the formidable earth-breaking bear. However, he touched his bracelet and ultimately refrained. He would not easily unbind his final seal. Perhaps one day, when he did so, it would elevate his level significantly. After soothing himself with these thoughts, Azura composedly stated, "My training time is precious, and I have no time to amuse you. I came to return your dagger." He then drew forth the deep blue dagger from his boot, intending to hand it to Lanyu. Upon realizing it was retrieved from his boot, Lanyu's irritation flared anew. With 2 fingers, she pinched the blade's tip and took it from him, muttering, "You wretched guy, how could you put my dagger in your boot? How am I supposed to use it now? It reeks." Azura, however, seemed unperturbed by her remarks and provocatively replied, "You don't have to take it back. I found it quite useful during this time." Lanyu wrinkled her delicate nose and huffed, "You wish." Yet, as she grasped the dagger, she couldn't help but notice that its metallic scent had intensified significantly since she last held it. As Ashura observed Lanyu reclaiming the dagger, he felt that his task was complete and turned to leave. However, just as he pivoted, the girl appeared before him like a gust of wind, blocking his path. Ashura, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "What do you want? Good dogs don't obstruct the way." Yet, Lanyu refrained from engaging in a quarrel. Instead, she circled around him with her hands behind her back, smiling disdainfully as she said, "I thought you had gained some skills during your training, but it seems you have made little progress." In response, Ashura confidently lifted his chin and declared, "Do you have any idea how formidable I am now? If I told you, it would frighten you. Step aside. I have no time to be your sparring partner." Lanyu, visibly displeased, retorted, "You dare? Since you're back, you must continue to be my sparring partner. If you attempt to run away, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. I am now at the first stage of a Grand Martial Master." Lanyu had anticipated that Ashura would be astonished, even intimidated, at her revelation of reaching the first stage of a Grand Martial Master, but he merely smirked dismissively, saying, "So what if you're at the first stage? I don't find you particularly impressive." This response irked Lanyu, for among the newcomers, fewer than 10 had achieved the first stage of a Grand Martial Master, and his disdain for her was intolerable. Determined to settle the score, she contemplated retrieving the dagger she had just returned to confront Ashura. Seeing her intention, Ashura quickly cautioned, "The Academy forbids private duels. I want to accompany you to the arena, and if you dare to strike me, I will report you to the Academy." Lanyu scoffed at Ashura's cowardice. She had eagerly awaited his return and would not let him off easily. Suddenly, she tilted her head, an idea sparking joy within her. With a playful smile, she proposed to Ashura, "Since you are unwilling to duel me here, let us wager on something else. You claim to have become stronger recently. How about a race? Starting from this tree you're leaning against, if you can catch me during a lap around the lake, you win. If you can't, you lose. If you lose, you must continue being my sparring partner, and there will be no backing out." Ashura, initially skeptical, pondered for a moment, then grinned mischievously. "And what if I catch you before you finish your lap? What do I win?" Lanyu, sensing his playful demeanor, instinctively stepped back a few paces. Her greatest advantage was her speed. She was confident that no one at her level could match her full speed, which was precisely why she had chosen to bet against Ashura. After considering her position, she asserted, "If I lose, you can have whatever you desire." Ashura, with a sly grin, scrutinized her figure and said, "Whatever I desire, you say? Then if I catch you, you must kiss me." Lanyu, grinding her teeth in frustration, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Dream on. You think you can win against me? And attempt to be lewd with me?" As Ashura impatiently dug into his ear, he declared, "Are we betting or not? If not, I shall return to prepare for my magic class. In that moment, Lan Yu sensed his pretentiousness, trying to persuade her to abandon the wager. With an air of haughtiness, she retorted, "Why not bet? It's a deal. If you fail to catch me, you'll owe me a training session. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." With that, the young girl took a couple of steps back and, like a gust of wind, darted along the stone path encircling the lake. Ashura revealed his signature mischievous grin, swiftly unsealing a portion of his power, regaining 70% of his strength as he pursued the blue-haired maiden. At that moment, the stone pathway was dotted with martial artists engaged in their morning exercises, all astonished by the chase unfolding before them. Lan Yu glanced back at the relentless Ashura, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. She hadn't expected that insufferable rascal to have improved so significantly, especially in speed, now keeping up with her. However, she had yet to exert her full potential. With a proud huff, the girl unleashed her family's secret technique, surging forth like a streak of blue light. As her speed escalated, the sound of Ashura's footsteps began to fade, growing more distant and indistinct. Chapter 60, Caught You My Sweetheart, Tap Tap Tap. Lan Yu dashed along the stone path in the Academy's South Lakeside Park, glancing back intermittently to check the road behind her. It had been quite some time since she had seen that detestable figure. With a smug huff, she mused to herself that he was as foolish as ever. How could he possibly catch up to her with mere speed? He should obediently remain her sparring partner. With this thought, her steps became even lighter, and she could finally see the tree marking the starting point in the distance. She turned her head for another glance behind her, spotting only a few scattered early risers. Yet, an unsettling feeling tugged at her heart. Just as she was about to turn back, a figure suddenly burst forth from the thicket ahead, charging directly toward her. Caught in her musings, Lan Yu was taken by surprise, and with her current speed, the two figures swiftly closed the distance between them. Nevertheless, the girl exhibited extraordinary control and agility, twisting her body to evade, aiming to slip past that figure. However, it seemed that figure had anticipated her move. Sidestepping slightly and spreading his arms wide, he enveloped the startled girl in a tight embrace. A teasing voice rang out, "Got you, my darling?" Lan Yu, with her arms crossed defensively, stared blankly at the boy who had captured her, his smug grin accompanied by flippant words. After a few moments of stunned silence, a blush erupted across her fair cheeks. With a forceful shove against his chest, she retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at him. Ashura's expression changed instantaneously, and he hastily pressed his hands down to block her furious strike. The immense force propelled him into the air, narrowly avoiding her vicious counterattack. Before Ashura could voice his grievances, a blue figure swiftly appeared before him, followed by a cacophony of striking sounds. Ashura, with one layer of his seal released, struggled in vain against the onslaught, frequently receiving kicks from the furious blue feather, whose speed was truly terrifying. It seemed that even with all his seals undone, he could not outpace her. Within less than half a cup of tea's time, Ashura found himself pinned against a tree by blue feather, her hand gripping his throat. Desperately, he grasped her slender wrist, gasping, "What are you doing? Why are you attacking me? Let go." Blue Feather's face was flushed, though it was unclear whether from anger or the lingering warmth of their earlier embrace. The young girl spat, "You rogue. We agreed on a wager, and yet you resort to trickery. You." Her words faltered. Never before had any boy dared to embrace her in such a manner. Though she did not entirely reject the sensation, her pride ignited her indignation, rendering her speechless. Unfazed, Ashura retorted, "Where's the trickery? You said that whoever caught the other during the course of the lap would win. It doesn't matter how I caught you. As long as I did before you completed the lap, it's a victory for me." Realizing the situation, Blue Feather calmed down. It dawned on her that this mischievous fellow had never intended to run alongside her, but rather planned to hide in the bushes near the finish line, waiting for her to rush past. She had suspected he would not easily agree to her wager, but she had not anticipated his cunning. He found a loophole in the rules, and not only won, but also took advantage of her. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, unconsciously tightening her grip. Ashura felt her grip around his throat constricting further and knew he had to cease provoking her. He quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right, I concede. I'll be your practice partner." Hearing his plea, the girl snapped back to reality, and her grip loosened slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Ashura broke free from her hold, crouching on the ground, gasping for air while rubbing his neck. Internally, He was unwilling to accept defeat. But he realized that arguing with a girl was futile, a lesson he had learned from his submissive father. As he crouched, still massaging his neck and discreetly admiring her long, graceful legs, a delicate, pale hand seized his collar, lifting him up once more. Azura looked up in terror at the girl before him, her breath quickening, her bright eyes shining with determination. He braced himself to unleash the second layer of his seal, preparing to flee back to the beast forest if necessary. With a resolve settled in her heart, she grasped his collar, slightly rose on her toes, closed her eyes, leaned forward, and tremulously pressed her cherry lips against his. The kiss, almost a collision, was fleeting, yet Azura felt as if his very soul had been wrenched from him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Initially, he sought merely to gain a verbal advantage over the young maiden, never anticipating that the proud girl would honor the wager. The fleeting kiss did not bestow sweetness upon Ashura. Rather, it left his lips aching from the collision. A singular thought echoed in his mind. I have been forcefully kissed. I am no longer pure. The maiden, Lan Yu, trembled as she partially opened her eyes, bewildered by her own audacity, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Yet, upon witnessing Ashura's expression of seeming profound grievance, her frustration ignited anew. Just as she contemplated raising her hand to impart further reprimand, a soft sound from behind them jolted the two lost in their thoughts back to reality. They hurriedly turned towards the source of the noise, only to find two female martial arts freshmen gaping at their intimate posture. One of the girls had dropped her water bottle to the ground, and both remained momentarily stunned. What had they just witnessed? One of the top 10 beauties among freshmen, Lan Yu, had boldly kissed a dark-haired boy in the grove. The boy appeared reluctant. Goodness, such a scandal had fallen upon them. The two girls exchanged glances, their minds racing at the thought of the uproar this revelation would incite within the academy. In that instant, both Ashura and Lan Yu felt as if they had been caught in an act of infidelity. Neither possessed the experience to navigate this predicament, leaving them both flustered and uncertain. Their thoughts diverged. Ashura feared that this forceful kiss would tarnish his illustrious reputation forever, while Lan Yu harbored a growing urge to eliminate any witnesses, mortified at the thought of such an embarrassing incident becoming public knowledge. However, before she could make a decision, the two freshmen had already turned and fled, leaving Lan Yu gritting her teeth, resigned to the exposure of the incident. She glared at Ashura, who looked back at her in confusion. He opened his mouth, hesitant to provoke her unstable emotions. After a prolonged stare, Lan Yu finally declared, "It's all your fault," with a huff before stamping down hard on Ashura's foot and dashing away. Ashura winced in pain, silently reflecting on her long, graceful legs to soothe his feelings. He hummed a tune, intending to head to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. Although he feigned indignation, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curving upward, clearly. The recent events had not angered him as much as he pretended. Only he knew the extent of his satisfaction. Chapter 61. A hasty retreat as Ashura exited the grove and made his way towards the cafeteria. He was suddenly flanked by numerous boys, their faces contorted with fury, brandishing weapons as they brushed past him. The number of these boys continued to swell, and Ashura, puzzled, refrained from stopping any of them to inquire about the situation. Just as he was about to head to the training grounds, he overheard two boys rushing behind him, conversing heatedly. "Hurry, don't let that bastard escape. How dare he pursue my goddess, the beautiful Lan? I'll twist his neck." And, "I've heard it was Lan who kissed him forcefully? I find it hard to believe. If I catch that scoundrel, I shall certainly interrogate him rigorously to ascertain whether he has resorted to any unscrupulous means." Another freckled youth responded affirmatively, asserting that if two outstanding young men like us cannot win the favor of the enchanting beauty, what merit does that dark-haired lad possess? We must thoroughly search for that black-haired boy in the woods around the lake. I shall drag him to the arena, if need be. Listening to the conversation behind him, Azura did not turn around or utter a word. Instead, he silently donned the hood of his academy warrior attire. He took a moment to observe the fierce warriors rushing into the woods from the shadows of the trees lining the road. It was only upon noticing that two upperclassmen of the Grand Martial Master level were also armed and charging into the forest that Azura, without a second thought, turned and exited the academy gates. The youth's body still trembled slightly. He believed he was not afraid, merely feeling the need for further experience. He hoped that within those woods, a black-haired boy would be able to withstand it all for him, though his thoughts were somewhat ignoble. He genuinely felt a tinge of fear towards those bloodthirsty admirers. He could not fathom why. During his time at the academy, numerous students had pursued Lan Yu. Yet none had been as fervent as now, especially with upperclassmen involved. Unbeknownst to him, as Lan Yu broke through to the Grand Martial Master realm, her formidable prowess magnified her beauty. In the Kingdom of Kings, everyone reveres the strong, particularly those whose beauty eclipses their strength, leaving young male students utterly captivated. This was further fueled by the sensational gossip circulating within their dormitory. However, the maiden Lan Yu had never accepted the advances of any young man, even exhibiting aversion towards these bothersome suitors. Until today, when two girls fervently declared that they had witnessed Lan Yu passionately kissing an unknown black-haired youth in the woods. The news spread like wildfire throughout the male dormitory. Most self-important students initially found it hard to believe, especially that Lan Yu would actively kiss a boy. Based on their understanding of her, no matter how exceptional a young man might be, the goddess would not willingly embrace him. Yet, the two girls were willing to swear on their martial futures, presenting their testimony with such conviction that it incited a wave of resentment among the male students, prompting them to seek trouble with the black-haired boy by the lakeside. Azura sighed at the entrance, contemplated his options, and resolved to journey once more to Pro City in search of training opportunities. If all else failed, he would venture into the Beast Forest. Thus, he led forth his ordinary dragon steed, feeling fortunate that he had sought out Mentor Yuan the previous day. Otherwise, he would not have been able to attend the Magic Academy today. With that thought, Azura mounted his horse without hesitation and galloped towards Pro City. Little did he know, there indeed was a black-haired youth in the woods by the lake who had drawn Lan Yu's admirers out from the shadows, and he was a formidable first-year student. The young man, known for his fiery temper, was inexplicably surrounded by a group of freshmen, subjected to baseless accusations and insults. In a fit of rage, he swiftly made his way to the arena, accompanied by a cadre of admirers. After confronting 7 or 8 new students, outnumbered and at a disadvantage, he called upon a few familiar friends for assistance. Observing the arrival of reinforcements, the freshmen also began to summon their peers to the arena, with newcomers who were oblivious to the circumstances joining the fray. Ultimately, even the most formidable seniors from the academy found themselves embroiled in the chaos, and the arena had not witnessed such fervor in quite some time. On that very day, the female protagonist, Lan Yu, was cornered in the common area of her dormitory by several girls who pressed her for details about the situation. One of the familiar female students speculated that the black-haired youth must be the very sorcerer who had previously practiced with Lan Yu. His name had been the most frequently mentioned by her, though it had been a while since she last encountered that eccentric mage in the training grounds. Lan Yu curled up her chair, cradling her knees and pouting in silence. She found herself perplexed by her earlier audacity, but aside from her racing heart, she felt no regret. Upon hearing that many of those so-called admirers had gone to the lake to confront Ashura, she initially felt a twinge of concern. However, she quickly reassured herself that given his mischievous nature, if he could toy with her, those individuals would surely fail to catch him. With that thought, the once serious expression on her delicate face transformed into a radiant smile. The 3 girls surrounding her exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that it appeared the goddess Lan Yu had succumbed to infatuation. In a nearby female dormitory, 3 girls were chattering excitedly about the latest gossip, while Magina emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her damp hair. Her loose bathrobe could not conceal her striking figure, which often left the other 3 girls feeling a twinge of inadequacy. They wondered how such a perfect woman could exist in their lives, one so flawless that it stifled any competitive spirit among them. As Magina listened to the trio discuss the sensational news that Lan Yu had allegedly kissed a boy in the small grove by the lake, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, prompting her to draw closer to inquire about the details. The other 3 girls had never before witnessed Magina display such an interest in gossip. They animatedly delved into the topic, speaking as if they had witnessed the event themselves. However, when they mentioned that the male protagonist was a black-haired student, Magina's hand, which had been drying her hair, came to an abrupt halt. With calmness, she asked, "Do you know who that black-haired boy is?" The 3 girls shook their heads, but one from her dormitory interjected, stating that Lan Yu's admirers had caught a black-haired boy in the grove and that he was rumored to be an upperclassman, now engaged in a duel at the arena. Magina responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. then hurriedly returned to her room to don her martial arts academy uniform before making her way to the arena. Upon catching sight of the dark-haired student in the arena from a distance, she swiftly turned away, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. She was certain that the male protagonist could not possibly be the dark-haired boy. She had known Lan Yu since childhood, a proud and talented girl much like herself, and it was unfathomable that she would find any interest in the boy on the stage. Realization dawned upon her regarding the identity of the dark-haired youth, igniting an unnameable jealousy within her. How could he return and neglect to seek her out first, instead choosing to pursue Lan Yu and even sparking rumors with her? At that moment, Majina felt an immense longing for Ashura, vowing that upon their reunion, she would demonstrate every martial technique she had mastered upon him. Meanwhile, rumors of Lan Yu circulated throughout the Magic Academy, as the school bell's gossip always provided captivating discourse for the students. In a different part of the academy, a stunning girl with silver hair frowned slightly. Upon hearing that the male protagonist was a dark-haired youth, her heart skipped a beat, a sense of unease washing over her. She cast a glance at the empty seat beside her, sighed softly, and retrieved a notebook, gently flipping it open. As she gazed at the two distinct styles of handwriting within, a sweet smile gradually graced her lips, captivating the attention of the male students around her who were discreetly observing her. Chapter 62. The Purgatory Palace's woe. The fervor surrounding Lan Yu's rumors showed no signs of abating throughout the day, and by evening, the male and female students in the dormitory were fervently discussing the matter. It was rumored that an infatuated boy had rushed to the girls' dormitory, where Lan Yu resided, hoping for clarification, only to be met with rejection and expelled from the area with a dismissive word. In his desperation, he contemplated throwing himself into the central lake. But thankfully, his dorm mates managed to restrain him before he could act on his impulse. This farce only served to amplify the intrigue surrounding the rumors. At that moment, a figure stealthily opened the door to a boys' dormitory. As he stepped inside, a vigilant voice called out from within, "Who goes there?" The newcomer halted and replied, "It's me, Angelo." As the dim glow of a candle illuminated the living room, he saw Ginza and Arthur seated with grave expressions. Angelo's heart tightened at their demeanor. He cautiously asked, "Has Ashura sent you any messages?" After exchanging glances, Ginza and Arthur nodded in unison, with Ginza responding. He mentioned that he had urgent business and would be away for some time. The living room fell into silence once more. The lively Angelo could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Do you think that dark-haired boy by the lake might be Ashura?" Upon hearing this, Arthur immediately gestured for silence, straining to listen to the sounds beyond the door. With a grave expression, he responded, "Regardless of the truth, this matter must remain confidential. It is said that blood has been shed in the arena today. If it were to be discovered that Ashura is behind this, he would escape without a trace, leaving us in dire straits." The other two simultaneously gasped in shock, and Angelo, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "I had intended to cover this incident in our tabloid. What a splendid story it would make." Ginza and his companion both restrained Angelo's arms, with Ginza solemnly stating, "Let us cease this discussion. Do you not think it chaotic enough? If they were to learn that it was someone from our dormitory, I too would be compelled to flee immediately." Angelo withdrew slightly, and the trio exchanged silent glances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Angelo posed another question. "Do you really believe that Lan Yu forcefully kissed Ashura? Third brother truly exhibits a brooding charm. I never perceived him as particularly appealing to the ladies." The other two were at a loss for a response, equally incredulous about the veracity of the matter. Who would have thought that the typically harmless Ashura could be so fierce? After 3 days of relentless travel, Ashura finally arrived at Pro City before sunset. Feeling a pang of nostalgia for the city he had just departed, he had intended to seek out Daifei at his newly acquired shop. But after taking just a few steps, he spotted a familiar figure. It was the former lackey, Shios, who was now cheerfully heading in a specific direction within the city. Ashura tethered his dragon steed to a tree stump and swiftly pursued Shios, intercepting him at a corner. Upon seeing his benefactor, Shios immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Ashura inquired, "Where are you headed? You seem quite exhilarated. Are you off to gamble?" Shios awkwardly replied, "My lord, I am not going to a casino, though I may place a few bets. I am heading to the Dark Arena, the Stupa Palace, to witness the battles." The Stupa Palace? Ashura had never encountered this name before. Observing Ashura's confusion, Shios elaborated. The Stupa Palace is the dark arena in the King's continent. And every major city essentially has one. It organizes various types of combat and establishes betting odds based on the strength of the participating warriors. The term dark arena arises from the nature of the contestants, who are often ruthless fighters. Here, no rules exist, and the victor determines the fate of the vanquished. Contestants are also given a point token, with each point signifying a victory, which can also represent a life. Should you decide to compete tonight, the Stupa Palace will arrange an opponent for you, or you may choose one yourself. When warriors of equal rank challenge one another, if the challenged refuses to enter the arena, they must forfeit half of their points to the challenger. Once the challenge is accepted, whether you slay your opponent or grant them mercy, you will acquire all points from their token. Moreover, when lower-tier warriors challenge those of a higher tier, the latter cannot refuse. Losing the match results in a complete forfeiture of their points. The points accrued in the Pagoda Palace can be exchanged for numerous precious items or monetary rewards, which serves as a significant allure for the reckless to compete. Within the Pagoda Palace, there exists a cadre of star competitors, each having clawed their way up from the depths of death itself. They share a singular trait, an extreme ruthlessness, leaving no survivors in their wake. Their bloody tactics provoke a frenzied response from the audience. Naturally, those adorned with high-ranking badges also enjoy superior privileges within the Pagoda Palace. Upon achieving victory on the day of competition, culinary delights, fine wines, and beautiful companions are readily provided to satiate every desire. After listening to Shios' introduction of the Pagoda Palace, Ashura felt an overwhelming curiosity about this place. He suddenly recalled a saying from his mentor, Yuanda, more peerless than the beasts of the monster forest are the humans who dwell within. At that moment, Yuanda sought to warn him about the humans emerging from the forest, yet Ashura sensed that the Pagoda Palace appeared even more treacherous. A bitter smile crept across his lips. He believed he had discovered a new arena for his training. As he followed Shios into the underground dark arena, the very air seemed charged with a volatile fervor. The sight of frenzied spectators, clutching their betting slips and fervently cheering for their favored competitors, was intoxicating. The cacophony of cheers and jeers mingled with the sanguine atmosphere, perpetually stimulating the nerves of all present. Observing several matches alongside Shios, Ashura was deeply impressed by the brutal and savage techniques exhibited by the combatants. Among them, a burly warrior, after having his arms severed, forcefully gouged out his opponent's eye, savagely consuming the flesh of his own severed limb before delivering a crushing blow to the neck of his bewildered adversary. Mounted upon his foe, he ruthlessly executed his opponent while the audience erupted in euphoric applause, parading with the severed arm and the badge from his fallen rival as he descended from the ring. Beside him, Shios continued to shout in excitement, having placed a winning bet on the burly warrior, aptly named Bloodhand, thus reaping a tidy profit from the bout. Inquiring about the frequency of events at this dark arena, Ashura learned from Shios that they occur every 3 days at this very location. Ashura then excused himself with a pretext, slipping away, yet he did not exit the Pagoda Palace. Instead, he ventured to a side of the underground arena designated for competitor registration. Chapter 63. The Iron Badge within the registration area. A provocatively dressed siren regarded the hooded combatant with keen interest, discerning from his figure that he was still quite youthful. She unconsciously licked her lips and inquired, "What brings such a fledgling here? Do you wish to grace the arena? Perhaps you should first test your prowess in bed with me." Ashura felt a flush creep across his face. Striving for composure, he lowered his voice and replied, "I wish to register for the competition. I shall return in 3 days to partake in the duel." The alluring woman, with a smile that barely concealed her disdain, retorted, "So young and yet seeking death. How unfortunate! Why not indulge your sister first?" With that, he reached toward the space between Ashura's legs. Ashura immediately took a step back and shouted, "Annie, we are not suited for each other." The exposed woman's hand froze in midair, and a surge of fury erupted from within her. Ashura sensed her strength was likely at the 3rd tier of the Grandmaster level, surpassing his own capabilities significantly. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he contemplated whether to step forward and guide his own member toward the hand she had extended. Before he could make a decision, the woman huffed and said with displeasure, "If you wish to court death, just provide a name for your badge." After a moment's reflection, Ashura lowered his head and replied, "Ghostly Fear." When Ashura emerged from the pagoda of the floating tower, It was already deep into the night. He raised his hand to examine the iron badge of the pagoda's participants he held. The front bore a skull that seemed to crave a victim, while the back was etched with a chosen name, Ghostly Fear. He could not fathom why he had opted for that name. It had simply slipped from his lips in a moment of impulsive heat. He wondered if he had chosen to register as Ginza or Arthur. Would their formidable families have been startled by the audacity of such a name? Amused by his mischievous thoughts, Azura chuckled to himself. Yet his mood grew heavy as he gazed at the iron badge in his hand. The badge of the pagoda was categorized based on one's deathmatch points. Initially, it was an iron badge, earned through participating in deathmatches and acquiring points from defeated opponents. Upon reaching 100 points, one would be awarded a copper badge, signifying triumph over 100 foes. With the copper badge in hand, one could exchange their point for martial skills, equipment, elixirs, and other precious items within the pagoda. A true benefit for the strong. Azura, lacking points from the academy, turned his ambitions toward the pagoda's points, for he had no illustrious family behind him. Everything depended on his own efforts. Tightening his cloak, Azura led the dragon horse he had previously tethered back and strolled to the shop he had purchased. He sensed a gaze had fixed upon him. Discreetly, he produced the token Ginza had given him and waved it toward the night sky. Instantly, he felt that gaze vanish. Azura was quite pleased with the arrangements made by Pato, the manager of the Golden Commerce, as it was evident that someone was diligently guarding the shop, granting him a sense of security. He had no intention of knocking. After securing his mount at the entrance, he gracefully scaled the shop's courtyard wall and stealthily made his way to the rear yard. Casting a glance at the meticulously cleaned courtyard, Azura noticed the flickering candlelight from the girl's room. Quietly, he approached the door, opening it slightly to peek inside. There sat the young woman, serene, reading by the glow of the candle. A playful impulse surged within Azura. He slipped into the room silently, positioning himself behind her. Glancing at the medical book in her hands, he unleashed a gust of wind, extinguishing the flame. The sudden extinguishing of the candle startled Dai Fei, who had been engrossed in her reading. The young girl let out a nervous gasp and hastily fumbled for the flint on the table to reignite the flame. Yet, before she could fully relax in the now illuminated room, a gust of wind snuffed out the candle once more. Realizing something was amiss, Dai Fei called out anxiously, Who's there? Show yourself." However, the darkened room offered no reply. As she attempted to relight the candle once again, a chilling voice echoed from behind her. "Oh, how I died a tragic death. Oh, it has been so long since I have feasted on human flesh." The ghostly wail sent Dai Fei's flint tumbling to the ground, and she retreated to the corner, her pale face peering fearfully into the shadows. Suddenly, she remembered the dagger strapped to her waist and reached for it in a bid for self-defense. Just then, a hand seized her wrist, while another reached for her neck, accompanied by a sinister, wavering laugh. To her surprise, Dai Fei's tense body relaxed, and she gazed into the darkness with wide, gleaming eyes. The hand that gripped her neck hesitated momentarily, and then the Azura inquired, "How did you guess?" Dai Fei replied with a gentle smile, "I sensed your presence the moment your hand approached my neck." The Azura looked at her in astonishment, seemingly pondering how her senses could be so keen. Just as he intended to reach for the flint to light the candle, Dai Fei swiftly captured his hand. Before the Azura could react, her soft lips pressed against his. Not one to be passive, he embraced her and kissed her fervently. Unbeknownst to them, they tumbled from the table onto the bed. But just as they reached the brink of crossing the final threshold, the Azura abruptly halted, gasping for breath as he rolled off the bed and gulped down half a pot of cold tea from the table. Dai Fei, roused from her daze, covered her face with a nearby blanket and cautiously peered through a small gap to observe what the Azura was doing. As he sat back on the edge of the bed, feeling the awkwardness in the air due to her slightly hurried breaths, he reached into her blanket again. Startled by his advance, Dai Fei let out a soft whimper and pulled the blanket down slightly, yet did not dislodge his mischievous hand. Looking quizzically at the Azura in the darkness, she seemed to await his explanation. The Azura scratched his head awkwardly and slowly confessed, "I feel that continuing this would be irresponsible towards you. I have too many uncertainties right now. Moreover, I have a significant challenge in 3 days, and I am unsure if I can overcome it. This concern distracts me, and truthfully, I am quite anxious." Upon hearing his brief words, Fei felt a pang of sympathy for the young man and tightly grasped the hand that was playfully wandering on her chest. Silently, she inquired, "Is it possible for you not to push yourself so hard? It seems like you're forcing yourself to do so much." The Azura's eyes lit up at her words, feeling a rare sense of understanding. Despite their limited time together, she truly comprehended him. As Azura gently turned to lie beside the girl, he began to share tales of his homeland and the reasons behind his relentless pursuit of strength. The girl, captivated by his stories, alternated between laughter and tears, eventually succumbing to slumber under his soothing words. Noticing her rhythmic breathing, Azura carefully withdrew his hand from her chest, raising it to his nose for a deep inhalation. A subtle sense of loss washed over him, as if he were missing something significant. Nevertheless, he steadied his mind and commenced his magical meditation upon the girl's bed. Over the past year, he had grown accustomed to this nocturnal practice of meditation, perhaps finding the enhancement of his abilities more enthralling than the girl before him. Chapter 64. I Want to Fight 10. When Duffy awoke in the morning, Azura was already honing his martial skills in the courtyard, with a blush creeping on her cheeks. She hastily buttoned her shirt and rushed to wash up before preparing breakfast for him. For 3 consecutive days, Azura remained within the confines of the courtyard, diligently refining his martial techniques and adjusting his state of being. Meanwhile, Duffy was preoccupied with her pastry shop, managing to employ a few individuals during the day, resulting in a thriving business. Each evening, the two would indulge in reading and engaging in light-hearted conversations, sharing tender moments. The late hours were reserved for Azura's nightly magical meditation. Through their interactions over these 3 days, Azura recognized Duffy's high aptitude for learning, especially in the field of medicine. He began to jot down what he had learned from his grandfather, Qin Zongren, compiling his insights and experiences onto a substantial stack of notes, which he discreetly placed beneath the girl's pillow. On the 3rd evening, Azura adjusted his warrior attire and donned a mask resembling a grinning demon, a special request he had made for Duffy to procure. He stealthily scaled the wall, disappearing around the corner without disturbing her. Upon arriving at the registration booth, the formidable woman in revealing attire regarded him with keen interest. It was evident she recognized him as the fledgling from earlier that day, and with a teasing tone, she remarked, "Oh, darling, missing your sister, are you? Come in, and let me shower you with affection." Azura glanced at her ample bosom, concluding it was large yet sagging, entirely inferior to the girl's firmness. The woman seemed to perceive the meaning behind his gaze, her expression hardening as she retorted, "Feeling brave tonight, are we?" Azura calmly inquired, "How many contestants of my caliber are participating tonight?" The woman tossed a testing stone towards him with such force that it left his hand tingling upon impact. Women, it seemed, held grudges. Meanwhile, the woman's heart raced. She had intended for this oblivious lad to embarrass himself. Given her strength, a martial artist below the grandmaster level would never be able to catch it. Yet the testing stone clearly indicated a proficiency level of a 3rd-tier martial artist. Unbeknownst to her, Ashura had suppressed his power to 50% through the confines of Cabinet's prison, and the testing stone merely reflected his current capabilities. The revealing woman behind the desk cast a penetrating glance at Ashura and handed him a list of formidable martial artists, each at the 3rd stage of mastery, set to engage in tonight's deadly contest. The list included brief descriptions of their opponent's strengths. Ashura scanned the names of the 12 competitors, including himself. The strongest among them was a warrior named Sane, with an impressive score of 63 points, wielding a colossal axe. The summary noted that he had once fought to a standstill against a 1st-stage grandmaster, with neither able to claim victory. Without much contemplation, Ashura pointed to Sane's name and declared to the woman, "He shall be my opponent tonight." The revealing woman scoffed, "Do you truly wish to court death? Are you aware of the strength of the adversary you have chosen? To this day, he has never spared a life." Ashura, with a subtle smile concealed beneath his mask, replied, "I seek only the highest score. I prefer not to waste time on lesser opponents." The woman chuckled dismissively, having encountered too many reckless individuals before. Although this young man held an air of mystery, his eagerness to challenge Sane was a clear indication of his ignorance regarding the gravity of the situation. With a sly smile, she said nothing further, placing the nameplate of the feared fighter, Ghostly Fury, alongside Sane's and instructing the backstage crew to calculate the odds for both. Ghostly Fury, realizing the woman had lost interest in him, shrugged, and followed the staff to a waiting room to prepare for the match. It was impossible for Ashura to claim he felt no nerves. However, reassured by his true strength as a first-stage grandmaster, he knew he could activate the third-layer seal if necessary, which provided him some comfort. As the host of the arena called out the name of Ghostly Fury, Ashura took a deep breath and rose to follow the staff down the participant-ness corridor. Upon exiting the passage, a cacophony of derisive laughter and insults erupted from the crowd, primarily from gamblers who had wagered on Sane's victory, hurling curses and insults at Ashura. Ashura found the atmosphere distasteful, and the vitriol directed at his family ignited a simmering fury within him. Family was his Achilles heel. His relentless training was solely to protect them. Just then, a heavy thudding echoed from the opposing corridor, resonating like a drumbeat in the hearts of the onlookers. A towering figure emerged, bare-chested and formidable, lowering his head as he strode forth. The giant, with a bald head and fiery eyes, bore a physique marred by grotesque scars, gripping an axe that appeared even larger than Ashura himself. With a ferocious grin, he fixed his gaze on the young man clad in black. A thunderous roar erupted from him, causing the very ground of the underground arena to tremble. The arrival of Sane only heightened the fervor of the audience, who erupted in frenzied cheers. The gamblers, clutching their tickets betting on Sane, were nearly beside themselves with excitement, eager for him to swiftly dispatch the young challenger. As Ashura beheld the colossal axe of Sane, an involuntary tension gripped his heart. Instinctively, his right hand yearned to descend and grasp the dagger concealed within his boot. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he froze, recollecting that he had recently returned the dagger to Lanyu. Ashura felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, acknowledging his own foolishness, and thus he redirected his focus to the giant before him. The host of the event, witnessing the electrifying atmosphere of the arena, was elated. But the presence of Sane's opponent failed to ignite any interest in introducing Ashura. It seemed a waste of time to introduce someone destined for demise. Who truly cared what name belonged to the unfortunate soul facing extinction? With a grand introduction of the giant Sane, the match commenced hastily. Sane, grinning menacingly, bellowed, "I hear you voluntarily chose to challenge me. As a newcomer, you have no idea how foolish a decision you've made. Of course, be more cautious in your next life when making such choices." With that, he charged toward Ashura. Despite his cumbersome physique, his speed in the sprint was astonishing. He hoisted his massive axe high, aiming to cleave the masked young man in black before him in twain, even envisioning the sensation of youthful blood splattering across his face. Yet his full-force strike collided violently with the solid ground, sending sparks flying, numbing his arm, while Ashura had vanished from beneath the axe. Sane sought to locate Ashura. A fist crackling with lightning loomed larger in his vision. 3 thunderous booms echoed in his mind before his consciousness faded, and he collapsed. At that moment, Ashura's figure materialized beside the fallen giant, prompting the audience's immediate reaction. Such swiftness! Ashura planted a foot upon Sane's chest, forcing him back to the ground. Then, a flurry of fists, akin to a tempest, rained down upon Sane's face. Initially, the giant fought back, but soon blood erupted, and his chest ceased to rise and fall. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the sound of fists striking flesh resonating more chillingly than Sane's entrance. Although Sane could not be deemed the undisputed strongest among martial artists, he was certainly one of the most formidable in his rank. However, the other contenders of similar caliber were either recuperating or absent that night. In a cathartic release, Ashura unleashed his fists upon the fallen giant's head, finding a momentary solace within. Finally, he rose slowly, surveying the audience. None dared meet the gaze hidden behind his grotesque mask. The host, belatedly grasping the situation, announced, "The victor of this match is Ghostly Grief." This unfamiliar name would surely be etched in the memories of those present. Yet, the audience was further astounded as the masked young warrior declared, "Let the remaining 10 of the martial artist's third rank step forward. Tonight, I shall face them all." Chapter 65. The copper badge. As Ashura emerged from the underground arena of the floating pagoda, he bore a badge of exquisite copper in his grasp. Fueled by a surge of anger, he had initially yearned to challenge 10 opponents. Yet, in the end, only 4 warriors of equal rank had the audacity to confront him, while the others willingly forfeited their points. The remaining 4 ultimately lacked the courage to step onto the stage. perhaps because they believed they could muster the valor for one last battle. However, upon witnessing the staff drag away the massive corpse of Sane, regret washed over them for having ventured forth. Eventually, one individual succumbed to the pressure and surrendered, relinquishing his badge, followed by the others who did the same. Once they had surrendered their badges, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. They were acutely aware of Sane's formidable strength. Yet they had failed to endure even a single round against this masked figure, instilling in them a profound sense of dread. Consequently, Azura's points surged to an impressive 110, qualifying him for a new copper badge according to the rules of the floating pagoda. The previously flirtatious attendant at the registration desk now wore a solemn expression, her demeanor becoming markedly more formal. The floating pagoda also vowed to provide the victorious Azura with a plethora of gourmet food, fine wine, and beautiful women, should he desire to revel until dawn. Nevertheless, Azura merely gathered a selection of exquisite pastries into his storage belt before departing the floating pagoda in silence. The attendant watched his retreating figure with contemplation, suddenly awakening to a realization as she respectfully bowed toward the darkness behind her. "I pay my respects to Elder Walker. May I inquire about your instructions?" From the shadows emerged an unassuming middle-aged man, his gaze penetrating as he regarded the departing Azura without responding to her query. The attendant called out, "Elder, this young man appears somewhat peculiar. Should I send someone to investigate him?" Elder Walker chuckled softly, intriguing, "But that will not be necessary. No matter how impressive a genius may seem, if they have not yet matured, they remain merely a low-ranking warrior. There is no need for undue concern. We shall observe him further when he acquires the silver badge." With that, he vanished from the room, and the attendant replied respectfully, "As you command." Rather than returning directly to the shop, Azura took a winding route through the streets, ensuring he was not being followed before leaping back to the courtyard behind the shop. As he approached the yard, he heard a soft sobbing sound, revealing the young woman, Duffy, leaning against the doorframe, tears streaming down her face. A warmth enveloped Azura's heart. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. This time, he was devoid of any jesting intentions, hastening to her side, only to inadvertently startle Duffy, having forgotten to remove his ghastly mask. Chiding himself for his oversight, he had yet to remove the mask when a delicate, tear-streaked figure leaped into his embrace. Azura instinctively tightened his arms around her trembling form, his embrace seemingly providing her with the security she needed. And their close hold quelled her shivers. Dai Fei, her voice tinged with tears, inquired, "I thought you no longer wanted me. I found the medical book you left behind, and I remember you mentioning a difficult matter in 3 days. I recall everything, yet I am powerless to assist you." Before she could continue, Azura silenced her with a deep kiss, swiftly carrying her into the room. That night, the young man cast aside all reservations, no longer adhering to the principles of a gentleman. The two, somewhat awkwardly, engaged until dawn, marking the transformation of their bodies into maturity. This was one of the rare nights when Azura did not meditate through the night. As he gazed at the still sleeping Dai Fei, a sense of pride swelled within him, accompanied by a mischievous grin. Even after practicing martial skills in the courtyard for 2 hours, Dai Fei remained in slumber, leading Azura to realize that she was not merely being lazy, but had indeed been exhausted by their previous night's activities. Recalling the exquisite pastries he had procured from the floating pagoda, Azura arranged them on a plate and placed it on the table beside her bed, leaving a note suggesting a stroll before he slipped out of the courtyard. This time, Azura's intent was clear as he made his way to the largest weapon store in Pro City, seeking twin blades as his weapon. He was determined not to repeat the mistake of being unarmed as he had the previous night. His swift defeat of Sane was fueled by the anger incited by the audience's curses, which prompted him to unlock a layer of his seal and restore his power to the 7th level. Although he had suppressed his strength to 70% using Cabin's prison, his physical prowess and reflexes remained at the level of a great martial artist, allowing him to evade Sane effortlessly with his swift movements. However, after perusing the weapon shops, he found no suitable twin blades. Those that caught his eye were unaffordable, while those within his budget failed to impress him. Having wielded Lan-Yu's dagger, he felt that ordinary weapons hindered his potential. In the pursuit of quality over quantity, Azura left empty-handed. Upon returning to the small courtyard behind the shop, he discreetly entered Dai Fei's chamber. There, he found her stuffing her mouth with the pastries he had left. Caught off guard by Azura's astonished expression, her cheeks flushed as she attempted to swallow, only to choke and roll her eyes in distress. Amused and exasperated, Azura handed her a cup of water. Dai eagerly accepted the cup, taking large gulps, but her haste caused her thin blanket to slip, drawing Azura's gaze to her exposed form. Realizing her predicament, she let out a soft squeal, quickly covering herself with the blanket and retreating beneath its folds. Aware he had been somewhat lacking in gentlemanly conduct, Azura chuckled and joined her under the covers. Another 2 hours passed in a whirlwind, and only as the sun began to set did their fervent activities cease amidst her pleas for mercy. Azura lay content, while Dai, resembling a gentle puddle of exhaustion, drifted into a deep slumber in his embrace. As the Azura rose from his contemplative slumber at dawn, he refrained from troubling Dai for the ensuing 2 days, fearing that he might become ensnared in the allure of tenderness, thereby jeopardizing his performance in the upcoming duel. After all, this contest not only determined victory and defeat, but also life and death. When evening fell, and the Azura reappeared at the registration desk of the pagoda, adorned with a ghostly mask, the alluring attendant gazed at him intently, refraining from her previous flirtations. The Azura's lingering presence made her uncomfortable, clearing his throat. He initiated the conversation, inquiring about the list of opponents at his rank for the night. The attendant, leaning forward over the counter, disregarded the provocative exposure of her form, and coyly remarked, "I never imagined I would misjudge someone like you. I believed I had not underestimated you, yet your prowess surpasses my expectations." As she spoke, she handed him a list, adding, "Due to your participation, there are only 4 martial artists of the 3rd rank competing today, none of whom will pose a challenge for you." Upon glancing at the list, the Azura noted that the highest score among his opponents was merely 12 points, which promptly diminished his interest. After a moment of contemplation, he requested, "Please show me the list of the 1st rank martial artists." The attendant, seemingly having anticipated his request, swiftly produced another list. There were over 20 formidable contenders of the 1st rank eligible to compete that evening. Without hesitation, the Azura pointed to the participant at the bottom, who bore only 8 points, declaring, "He will suffice for tonight." The attendant, amused by his choice of a competitor named Vale, flashed a wicked smile and cautioned, "Have you truly considered this? Though he holds the lowest score in the 1st rank, it does not imply he is the weakest. His participation has been infrequent. Think wisely." The Azura, gazing at the woman before him, could not discern the truth in her words, and with determination, he replied, "Let it be him. After all, I know nothing of my opponents. If I cannot prevail, I shall concede my points to him and plead for my life." Her laughter at his resignation caused the Azura a fleeting dizziness. Once she regained her composure, she warned, "Upon the arena, your fate rests solely in your hands. Many have begged for mercy, yet few have survived. Even if your opponent wishes to spare you, those who wagered on your victory may demand your demise. Therefore, life and death may hinge upon a mere thought. Consider this carefully." The Azura found her counsel surprisingly astute. Had he not possessed the strength of a 1st-rank martial artist, he would not dare to gamble with his life. Affectedly, he feigned indifference, asserting, "Rest assured, I am not so easily vanquished. Arrange my match." The attendant nodded with a smile, and just as the Azura turned to depart, he abruptly halted, struck by a sudden realization. He gazed at the lady before him, perplexed, and inquired, "Now that I possess a bronze badge, may I exchange points for items with you?" The lady, initially thinking he had a different matter at hand, retorted, "What do you wish for?" Azura promptly responded, "What level of dual blades can my current points procure?" The lady, playfully tossing her hair, called out to someone behind her, "Bring forth the pair of radiant blades." From the shadows, a figure cloaked in black emerged, delivering a pair of dual blades that shimmered with a golden glow to the lady. She casually picked up the blades and remarked, "These are known as the radiant blades." Their previous owner was a war mage who perished alongside his opponent on the arena, leaving behind these blades. "If you fancy them, I can arrange for you to acquire them for 100 points. As Azura accepted the gleaming dual blades, he mustered honesty in admitting he wasn't particularly fond of such ostentatious weapons, as their brilliance clashed with his understated demeanor. However, upon grasping the blades, their weight revealed their extraordinary craftsmanship. He practiced a few moves with the blades and found them remarkably suited to his style, slightly longer than his previous pair. When he harnessed his vitality to execute a technique, the blades emitted a dazzling golden light, blinding his opponent and rendering them incapable of meeting his gaze, a fitting reason for the name Radiant Blades. Without hesitation, Ashura withdrew the badge and handed it to the lady. Feeling quite fortunate, she, without any pretense, deducted 100 points from his account and returned the badge to him. She then added, "Your match, Ghostly Grief, will commence around the third bout. Be prepared." Ashura nodded in acknowledgement, taking the dual blades toward a nearby lounge to familiarize himself with them, practicing his techniques. Just as he was engrossed in his training, a staff member knocked on the door to inform him it was time to enter the arena. He steadied his nerves, carefully stowing the dual blades in his storage belt, and followed the staff member to the contestant passage. As Ashura's ghostly visage appeared at the center of the arena, two distinct sounds erupted from the crowd, one comprised of the jeers of gamblers cursing him, while the other, although sparse, was a clear cheer for Ashura. Evidently, his prior prowess had garnered some recognition among the audience. He even spotted Shio's energetically waving his betting ticket, clearly acknowledging Ashura's identity as Ghostly Grief. Gazing across at his opponent, a contestant named Vale, who possessed a robust physique, Ashura noted the calmness in his crossed arms and the barely concealed disdain in his gaze. A chill ran down Ashura's spine, sensing the danger emanating from Vale. Quietly, he unsealed a prison within his mind and drew forth the Radiant Blades. Observing Ashura's unsheathing of the blades, Vale smirked derisively. "In my heart, I mused, this fellow opposite me is quite astute, yet he dares to challenge me at a higher level. My participation in deathmatches has been limited, but my strength is on the verge of breaking through to the second tier of a grand martial artist. Today, I shall demonstrate the vast disparity in power across levels." Without indulging in idle chatter, Vale charged forward as soon as the host announced the commencement of the match, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Ashura's face. Vale excels in strength, his martial techniques characterized by their sheer force and devastating lethality. Ashura, unwilling to underestimate this punch, crossed his dual blades to counter the blow. However, at the moment of impact, he was unexpectedly forced back 2 steps by the tremendous force before he could regain his footing. He stared in astonishment at Vale's fists, which were encased in an almost translucent silver gauntlet, adorned with magical runes that flickered like tattoos. Vale, with a dismissive chuckle, taunted, "Have you realized the gravity of the situation? Do you think defeating a few subpar opponents of your own level grants you the right to challenge me? Dying in my hands would not be unjust. Remember not to provoke those beyond your reach in your next life." With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches against Ashura, relying solely on his fists and those silver gauntlets to engage him in combat. Ashura was relentlessly beaten back, struggling to endure the onslaught. The audience outside the arena began with exuberance, exhilarated by Vale's assault on the faltering Ashura. Such instances of cross-level challenges were rare, especially with a novice like Ashura risking it all, which they perceived as an opportunity for entertainment and profit. However, as time passed and their voices grew hoarse, the match remained one-sided, yet Vale could not bring Ashura down, and the crowd's impatience transformed into jeers. Vale soon sensed that this young man was no ordinary opponent. The sheer resilience and endurance he displayed exceeded that of a typical martial artist. In a fit of frustration, Vale roared and unleashed his blue-tier martial technique, the Shattering Gold Fist. His punches grew increasingly forceful, nearly overwhelming Ashura's dual blades. Before Vale could revel in his impending victory, Ashura steadied himself against the assault and began to retaliate, striking back with relentless precision. Vale was incredulous as the tide of battle shifted, struggling to fend off the torrent of strikes that Ashura unleashed. After 9 consecutive strikes, Vale felt the biting pain from Ashura's blades, sending a shiver down his spine. Typically, the defenses of a first-tier grand martial artist should withstand such attacks. As fear seeped into Vale's heart, he found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. While the audience looked on in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how Vale, who had once dominated, was now being mercilessly cleaved as if he were a mere tree stump. The current situation revealed that Ashura had unlocked the second layer of the prison seal of the cabin, restoring 90% of his strength. Combined with his dual mastery of magic and martial prowess, he was naturally capable of overwhelming opponents of equal rank. After the 14th strike was unleashed, accompanied by a cry of anguish. A flash of crimson light emerged as Azura severed Valet's right arm cleanly from the shoulder. Chapter 67. Return to the Academy. The spectators gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as they beheld the dismembered limb soaring through the air. Valet, in utter terror, pleaded for mercy, disregarding the excruciating pain from his injury. Yet, Azura's only response was a dazzling arc of blade light, swiftly cleaving Valet's body in two, leaving a splatter of blood and entrails upon the ground. Azura took a few labored breaths. The act of slaying his adversary brought him no discomfort. He then proceeded to remove the gauntlets from Valet's severed arms and detach his storage belt. According to the customs of the floating pagoda, the victor was entitled to everything belonging to the vanquished, and he had long coveted those gauntlets, for their magical inscriptions hinted at extraordinary quality. At that moment, the audience erupted into fervent discussions, filled with screams, curses, and shouts that threatened to shake the very dome above. However, all present understood that the figure departing with dual blades, known as Ghostly Sorrow, was undoubtedly a formidable force. Following his victory over Valet, Azura chose not to have the floating pagoda arrange for another opponent, for he was far from the ease he appeared to exhibit. The grip of the blade still oozed blood, and his internal energy had been significantly drained. He feared that displaying even a hint of weakness might provoke challenges from other contenders. Thus, after tallying his points, he hastily departed the floating pagoda, ignoring the teasing remarks of the courtesans. Through months of life-and-death trials, his strength, speed, and reflexes had become his strong suits, making it exceedingly difficult for peers of equal rank to best him. Nevertheless, he had yet to achieve a seamless integration of martial skills and magic, and he was reluctant to reveal his dual mastery, for those with intent might uncover the identity concealed beneath his mask. Winding back to the rear of his shop, he spotted a frail figure leaning against the doorframe, gazing toward the entrance. Upon seeing him leap into the courtyard, Dafay, with tear-stained eyes, rushed into Azura's embrace. He sighed softly, and the two shared a prolonged, wordless embrace in the courtyard, understanding each other's struggles without the need for words. The following morning, Azura slowly emerged from meditation, casting a glance at the girl on the bed, her eyes still glistening with tears. After tucking her in gently, he quietly exited the room and stepped into the courtyard. He reflected on the previous night's battle, contemplating his gains and losses, assessing where he could improve. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding the timing of his unsealing 2 layers of power, believing he should have persevered a bit longer. Subsequently, he practiced a set of thunderbolt fists to loosen his body. More than half a month had passed since his last departure from the academy, and Azura felt that his prior conversation with Mentor Yuan had been somewhat rushed, leaving many of his training inquiries unresolved. Additionally, within his storage belt lay a set of damaged soft armor, and he was uncertain how to return it to Magina, which caused him considerable vexation. After a fleeting glance at the storage belt stripped from Vale last night, it became evident that aside from a handful of gold coins and some medicinal pills, there was little of substantial value. The martial artists who had previously participated in the competition were predominantly desperate individuals, seldom carrying storage equipment or valuable possessions. Most seemed to embrace a hedonistic lifestyle, reveling in the present moment without concern for survival. Those with any means would not dare to risk their lives within the floating pagoda. Vale was a formidable master of the martial realm, and it appeared that Azura had engaged in a challenge beyond his rank, compelling Vale to carry his entire fortune, inadvertently allowing Azura to profit. Azura was particularly enamored with a pair of gauntlets, which fit snugly against his skin like gossamer. The magical runes etched upon the gauntlets enhanced their strength, providing a 10% boost to both offensive and defensive capabilities. Remarkably, when not in a state of attack or defense, the gauntlets were virtually undetectable, even to the wearer. The prospect of such an increase in power was daunting. Azura mused that had he possessed these gauntlets last night, he could have effortlessly vanquished Vale without resorting to unleashing the second layer of his seals. Unbeknownst to him, these gauntlets were a treasured heirloom of Vale's family, once part of a prominent lineage in the Pagadong Empire. The family's decline had followed a loss of talent, yet these gauntlets remained among their most significant relics. Following his fall from grace, Vale had brought the gauntlets to the city of Pro in the Valenci Empire, unaware that he would soon succumb to Azura's prowess. Azura felt a surge of confidence in facing future battles within the floating pagoda, even contemplating the intricate runes, eager to replicate this ancient magic onto other equipment. After enjoying a lovingly prepared breakfast by Duffy, Azura took out the medical manuscripts he had intended for her, meticulously explaining the nuances contained within. The texts, penned by the esteemed physician Qin Zhongren from the Eastern Olay Kingdom, represented a lifetime of dedication. His medical practices diverged significantly from those prevalent in the West, particularly his acupuncture techniques, of which Duffy had never heard. Duffy's innate talent for medicine astonished Azura. She grasped the concepts with remarkable speed, often surpassing his own understanding. The thought crossed his mind to introduce her to his grandfather, Qin Zhongren, hoping that his grandfather would delight in recognizing such a promising and perceptive disciple. However, he quickly dismissed the notion, realizing that should Duffy indeed become his grandfather's pupil, her status would surpass his own, complicating their intimate relationship. The lessons in medicine extended from the break of dawn into the depths of night, transitioning from the desk to the bed. Following a personal demonstration of bone setting and acupoint identification, Azura announced his intention to return to the St. Gopon Academy, planning to depart the next day. Duffy, blushing and nestled under the covers, refrained from saying much, merely advising him to prioritize his studies and not rush back solely to see her. As Azura spoke, a flush crept across his face. Little did Daifei know that his hasty return was prompted by an incident where he was forcefully kissed by a certain young lady, rendering him an enemy of the male students at the academy and compelling him to seek refuge back in Pro City. The following morning, Azura bid farewell to Daifei and rode towards St. Goban City. After 3 days of travel, he found himself back at the familiar St. Goban Academy. It was early morning, with over an hour before classes commenced, and Azura stealthily entered the academy, donning the robe of the Magic Academy, pulling the hood over his head as he made his way to the bustling cafeteria. In the cafeteria, he attentively listened to the conversations around him, gleaning both good and bad news. The good news was that the chatter about Lan Yu's kiss had diminished significantly. The bad news was that an increasing number of students were breaking through to the great martial master rank, filling him with a renewed sense of urgency. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a captivating figure. Magina, having finished her breakfast, exited the cafeteria, her presence drawing countless admiring gazes. After a moment's contemplation, Azura resolutely followed her out, adjusting his hood as he trailed her to a secluded lakeside grove. Chapter 68. The Bet resurfaces this lakeside clearing, shielded from the road by towering bushes, offered excellent concealment. Magina had taken to this spot daily after breakfast, honing her combat skills for an hour before attending her martial arts classes. The red-haired girl was energetically striking a wooden target in the center of the clearing, the sharp sounds echoing as Azura, hidden behind the bushes, marveled at her ferocity. He noted with a smirk that the target bore an abstract face that, to his dismay, bore a striking resemblance to his own smirking visage. This realization stirred a sense of irritation within him, prompting a soft grunt to escape his lips. The sound caught Magina's attention, and she turned sharply towards the bushes, demanding, "Who-s there? Come out." Realizing he had been discovered, Azura reluctantly emerged from his hiding spot, removing his hood as he called out, "Don't shout, it's me." As Magina's eyes lit up at the sight of him, she seemed to recall something, her expression instantly darkening as she fixed a steely gaze upon Azura. Feeling the intensity of her stare, Azura's heart raced, and he contemplated whether to retrieve his armor for a confrontation or draw his twin blades for self-preservation. The two stood in silence, locking eyes for what felt like an eternity. Azura, feeling increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny, took the initiative to speak. I just got back, and I want to discuss some matters with you. Please, don't be upset. Just hear me out." Magina crossed her arms, a cold smile gracing her lips as she replied, "You just returned? Yet I've heard that someone made quite the stir at this lakeside half a month ago." Upon hearing this, Azura immediately denied it, saying, "Do not speak recklessly. I know nothing of the sort. I have come to you today for a serious matter, so promise me you won't be angry." Magina, seeing his mischievous demeanor, huffed softly and raised her chin in a proud gesture, signaling him to speak his mind. Azura glanced at the prominent curves of the young maiden's figure and awkwardly smiled. "First, I must thank you for lending me your armor. It was immensely helpful. However, there was a minor mishap, and the armor has sustained some damage. Could you please see if it can be repaired? If not, I am willing to compensate you." As he spoke, He retrieved the damaged armor from his storage space and handed it to Magina, who received it with a heart filled with astonishment. This armor had been a birthday gift from the esteemed elder of her family when she turned 14. The set consisted of a male and female version. She had always worn the female armor closely, while in a moment of impulsiveness, she had lent the male version to Ashura. The elder had even jested, if Magina encounters a boy she fancies, she should give him the male armor to wear. At this thought, Magina felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Yet the sight of the armor's damaged abdomen made her frown deeply. She understood the armor's capabilities all too well. It was nearly impervious unless struck by a formidable force from magic warrior. However, the damage appeared not to be inflicted by a person, but rather bore the marks of a beast's claws. Where had this vexing fellow been, and what had he encountered? Observing Magina's fluctuating expression of concern and anger, Ashura timidly stated, "I didn't mean to. Can it be repaired? If not, I will compensate you." His words jolted Magina back to reality, and she shot him a fierce glare, exclaiming, "You dare return it in such a state? What have you been doing to ruin my armor like this?" Ashura merely chuckled foolishly and evaded her inquiry, reiterating his willingness to compensate for her losses. Magina's frustration mounted with every passing moment. Gazing at the cheeky smile that frequently haunted her dreams only fueled her desire to teach him a lesson. Thus, she retaliated with determination. "I see that your strength has not improved much during your absence. Let us engage in a duel. Should you win, I shall forego any compensation for the armor. Should you lose, you will return and serve as my sparring partner until you graduate, even if you manage to pay for the armor's damages." Upon hearing her challenge, Ashura's lips curled into a slight smirk as he taunted, "Do we have a deal?" Magina, taken aback momentarily, sensed that this irritating fellow had grown more confident and composed, no longer fearing her formidable prowess, which raised her caution. She felt that Ashura's swift agreement was suspicious, yet the wager was her proposition, and with her strength, she had no reason to retreat. Magina proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Do you think you could take advantage of me? Come here and brace yourself for a beating. I've been itching for a good fight." Upon receiving her response, Ashura stretched lazily, eager to ascertain whether his recent training had indeed bridged the gap between himself and the exceptional talents of the academy. As Ashura refrained from overreaching, he withdrew the radiant twin blades from his spatial belt and silently unraveled the 2 layers of seals binding Cabin's prison, restoring himself to 90% of his former prowess. With the release of these seals, Magina's sixth sense instantly detected the shift in his aura. Although she was perplexed as to how this rogue had accomplished such a feat, Magina resolved to approach this wager with utmost caution. From her spatial ring, she donned a striking suit of crimson heavy armor, which, combined with her fiery red hair, bestowed upon her an imposing presence. Furthermore, as she brandished the colossal horse-slaying sword, she transformed into a veritable goddess of war before Ashura's eyes. Stunned by the sight of the fully armed Magina, Ashura felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had intended to leverage his explosive power as a grand martial artist to swiftly subdue her, yet her vigilant demeanor suggested she was taking him seriously. Much to his chagrin, deep down, Ashura recognized that Magina was not among the desperate warriors of the Buddhist temple. Her illustrious lineage was evident, and she undoubtedly possessed access to top-tier cultivation resources and guidance. The crimson armor she wore shimmered with magical runes that flickered with vibrant light, leading Ashura to believe that breaching his defenses would be no easy task. He was acutely aware of the inherent advantages that such resources afforded, and he bore no sense of injustice regarding this disparity. As his mind raced, Ashura concluded that direct confrontation would be futile. He would have to resort to cunning, just as he had done previously. A mischievous grin crept across his lips, which incited a seething rage within Magina. Brandishing her horse-slaying sword, she charged toward Ashura. With a muttered curse at the madwoman, he raised his twin blades to meet her strike head-on. A deafening clash resonated as both combatants staggered back a step, each secretly astounded. Ashura was taken aback by the sheer strength of Magina, akin to that of a level 5 magical beast, the earth-shaking bear. Conversely, Magina's first thought was that this rogue must have ascended to the realm of grand martial artist. His growth was alarmingly rapid. But why had she previously sensed his aura as merely that of a martial artist? Suppressing her doubts, Magina focused intently on the battle against Ashura, as they exchanged blows amidst the lakeside woods. Fortunately, The area was largely devoid of students, or else they would undoubtedly have been captivated spectators of this riveting clash. Chapter 69. Cunning strategy. The more Magina fought, the more astonished she became. In a mere span of half a year, this rogue's strength had escalated to a level that required her full attention. When she had previously sought him as a sparring partner, she had barely needed to exert 50% of her strength to send him scurrying. Yet now, he stood his ground against her with unwavering tenacity. It was crucial to note that as the pride of the Valen's empire, Magina had always enjoyed the finest cultivation resources and training since childhood. The power emanating from her devilishly alluring physique was beyond the reach of ordinary adversaries of her caliber. Before her stood a sorcerer clad in a mystical robe, capable of withstanding her formidable strikes without faltering, inciting both astonishment and ire within her. It seemed that her extensive practice sessions with him had inadvertently favored this insufferable fellow. Opposite her, Ashura was in considerable discomfort. Each of Magina's strikes sent waves of tumultuous energy coursing through his being. He sought to employ his ascending blade technique. Yet each time he attempted to unleash his series of strikes, Magina's relentless blows interrupted his combos. This was the inherent flaw of the ascending blade technique, a shortcoming he found himself unable to circumvent at present. However, he refrained from utilizing his speed to evade Magina's assaults, opting instead for a direct confrontation, as he believed that to triumph over her, he must devise a strategy. As their duel intensified, their positions gradually shifted, moving away from the thicket into a more open area. The surrounding trees suffered greatly, their branches severed by the fierce exchange of blade energy. The commotion of their battle attracted the attention of nearby students engaged in morning exercises, who eagerly gathered to witness the spectacle. Following another clash of blades, Magina retreated a step, while Ashura staggered back several paces, coming to rest beside a bush. Panting slightly, Magina reveled in the exhilaration of such an intense battle, her gaze toward Ashura growing increasingly fervent. Ashura, unnerved by her intense stare, envisioned her atop him and quickly shook his head to dispel the thought. He then shouted to Magina, "Is this all you've got? You cannot possibly defeat me with such meager skills. Hurry and unleash your strongest attack. I have classes to attend." Upon hearing this, Magina narrowed her eyes, seemingly ignited by genuine anger, yet hesitated, uncertain if her formidable technique could be withstood by this insufferable opponent. However, Ashura, oblivious to her internal struggle, taunted, "Mother Tyrannosaurus, have you made up your mind? If not, I might just unleash my finishing move first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." At that moment, Magina's mind echoed with the 3 syllables Tyrannosaurus. How dare he bestow such an unflattering nickname upon her? She resolved to tear his insolent mouth apart. With this thought, Magina cast aside her hesitation. Raising her blade and positioning it behind her, her body slightly crouched in preparation. Seeing her stance, a smirk crept across Ashura's face. He had awaited this moment when Magina would reveal her true power. Throughout their training, he had gleaned insights into her techniques. The move she was about to execute was known as the Gale Crescent Slash, one of her most potent abilities. Upon activation, it would swiftly launch towards her opponent, swinging the blade in a half-circle with devastating force. Ashura noted that Magina had positioned her weapon with the spine facing forward and the blade facing back, a silent relief washing over him. At least she recognized the gravity of the situation and did not intend to cleave him in two. Yet, before he could ponder further, Magina declared the name of her technique. Whether to bolster her own resolve or to warn Ashura, he could not tell. As the fierce projectile hurtled towards him, Ashura was well prepared. He shouted, "Swift Gale Half-Moon Slash," and unleashed his twin blades, illuminating the space with a dazzling golden radiance. Hearing his cry, Magina momentarily paused, only to be blinded by the brilliance, causing her to instinctively shut her eyes and swing her blade backward. However, the sharp crack that followed was not the sound of blades clashing against one another or of steel meeting flesh. It resembled the noise of a strike against a thicket. In mid-flight, as her body surged forward, she had yet to open her stinging eyes when she suddenly felt the ground beneath her vanish, plunging into the lake with a splash. This was the clever trap Ashura had devised. Just behind the thicket where he had been hiding lay the expansive surface of the lake, obscured from view by the foliage. By luring Magina to this location and retreating a few steps to the thicket, he had orchestrated the entire scheme. The fierce exchanges of weaponry had led Mage to mistakenly believe that he would always confront her head-on and never evade her attacks. Seeing her launch the Swiftgale half-moon slash, Ashura realized his plan had succeeded. He possessed no such technique. His shout was merely a tactic to influence Mage's judgment. Simultaneously, the blinding light from his blades momentarily disoriented the young girl, causing her to fall into the water. As she hit the surface, panic set in, and she cried out "bastard," while flailing her arms in desperation. The heavy armor she wore became a burden, dragging her deeper into the depths. What Ashura was unaware of was that Mage harbored a childhood trauma. She had nearly drowned in a pond at home due to her mischief, only to be saved by her mother. This traumatic experience instilled in her a deep-seated fear of water, leaving her unable to swim. Ashura, initially reveling in the thought of finally teaching her a lesson for her previous reckless attacks, soon grew anxious when he noticed her fingertips had not broken the surface for some time and the bubbles were diminishing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he leaped into the lake. The crystalline waters revealed Mage, motionless and descending like a statue towards the lake's depths. Panic surged through Ashura. He had never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. His original intent was merely to trick her into the water, knowing that she would be unable to utilize her strength underwater. He planned to force her back into the lake until she conceded. However, he was unprepared for her inability to swim. She had sunk with little struggle. If anything were to happen to her, Ashura would never forgive himself. He swam desperately towards her, and due to the weight of her armor, Mage sank rapidly. Fortunately, Ashura grasped her arm and propelled himself upward with all his might. As they broke through the surface, he quickly lifted her into his arms and rushed to the shore. Yet, the girl remained unresponsive, her eyes still tightly shut. As Ashura momentarily succumbed to panic, he laid the young girl gently upon the grassy bank of the lake and carefully removed her heavy helmet. Her face remained ashen, seemingly devoid of breath. Despite Ashura's frantic calls and attempts to rouse her, there was no response. In his desperation, he suddenly recalled the first aid techniques he had learned from his grandfather. Taking a deep breath, he leaned in to press his lips against her pale mouth. Chapter 70. Escape again. He engaged in a rhythmic exchange of breath, lips meeting and parting, yet Mage showed no sign of revival. Sweat beaded on Ashura's forehead as he realized that mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was ineffective. In a moment of urgency, he roughly unfastened Mage's heavy armor. He intended to press on her chest to restore her heartbeat, but underneath the crimson armor was a form-fitting layer that bore a striking resemblance to the soft armor he had borrowed. With no time to ponder such thoughts, Ashura pressed his hands into the valley between her two alabaster peaks, rhythmically compressing her chest. He repeated this process, alternating between compressions and breath, until finally, as he once again leaned in to breathe life into her, Mage slowly opened her tightly shut eyes. However, as she awoke, her gaze fell upon the insufferable boy leaning in to kiss her. Mage's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind momentarily clouded, and she felt utterly drained of strength. It was as if she could sense a breath being blown into her mouth when the boy abruptly rose and began to press on her chest once more. Just as Ashura took a deep breath and prepared to lean down to kiss her lips again, he caught sight of her astonished eyes, wide open in disbelief. They locked gazes for what felt like an eternity. It was Ashura's audacity that broke the silence. He discreetly withdrew his hand from its position on her chest and awkwardly remarked, "You're awake. Please don't misunderstand. You fell into the water, and I saved you." There is no need for excessive gratitude. It was merely a matter of saving a life. Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the woods, and Ashura, clutching his left cheek, looked at Mage with a mix of indignation and surprise. Mage, still regaining her strength, propped herself up with one hand while the other clutched her loosely fitting soft armor, attempting to conceal her modesty. With her lips pursed and an icy glare directed at the boy who had violated her space, she coldly retorted, "You tricked me into the water. And while I was unconscious, you dared to kiss me and touch my chest." Observing the girl on the verge of tears, Ashura's irritation began to dissipate. He was about to offer an explanation when he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to look. To his dismay, two girls stood nearby, mouths agape in astonishment as they watched the scene unfold. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he felt an uncanny familiarity with these two onlookers. Ashura was a man of decisive action, instantly propelling himself towards the two young women. His intent was to subdue them before offering any explanations. However, upon sensing the murderous aura emanating from him, the girls immediately shrieked and turned to flee. Just as Azura contemplated pursuing them, he noticed numerous figures rapidly approaching through the woods, and a sense of dread washed over him. He swiftly turned back to Magina, who was still lost in her thoughts and sorrow. He spoke hastily. "I was genuinely trying to save you, whether you believe it or not. Many people are converging here. Those two girls must have seen or heard something. Quickly, gather yourself and adjust your attire. I must take my leave. We shall discuss our matters another day." With that, he executed a series of swift movements and vanished into the depths of the forest, leaving Magina dazed and confused, only aware that the man who had tormented her had fled. Yet, upon hearing the multitude of approaching footsteps, she quickly retrieved a set of warrior attire from her storage ring to conceal her vulnerability. Before long, 7 or 8 students appeared before her, with the earlier 2 girls peeking from behind 2 male students, curiously glancing in her direction. They observed Magina, clad in her warrior garb, her hair damp and her complexion pale, though her lips were strikingly vibrant. The group exchanged glances, unsure of how to react. Silently, Magina stood up, intending to leave. However, a bold male student stepped forward, inquiring, "Magina, I heard that a dark-haired lad has wronged you. Is this true? Rest assured, we will apprehend him for you." Magina paused, turned to face the young man, and coldly uttered a single word: "Leave." Without another word, she donned her attire and departed. The young man was left mortified, while the 2 girls behind him chattered excitedly, recounting the sensational events they had witnessed. They had been drawn to the commotion in the woods and had seen a boy seemingly kissing a girl. Upon approaching, they heard the sound of a slap and the girls' fragmented accusations of deceit and inappropriate advances. When they finally recognized the protagonists, they were utterly astonished. The female lead was none other than Magina, one of the top 10 beauties among the new students, half reclined on the ground in a pitiable state. The male lead, however, left them even more dumbfounded. It was the very same boy who had been forcefully kissed by Lanyu in the woods previously. Indeed, they were witnesses to both incidents, and by sheer coincidence, they found themselves observing the dark-haired boy's latest transgression against Magina. The crowd of onlookers continued to swell, with most of the male students gritting their teeth in rage as they began to search the area for the dark-haired boy implicated in these scandalous events. Only those 2 young ladies excitedly recounted their experiences to the crowd, swearing with fervor, fearing that others might not believe their tale. As more and more people gathered, the incident of Magina being forcefully kissed by the dark-haired lad swept through the academy like a tempest. Meanwhile, the male protagonist, Ashura, without a second thought, hastily made his way outside the academy, glancing back at the entrance with a grimace that was more painful than tears, before mounting his dragon steed and galloping towards Prolo City. In an unusual turn of events, the female lead of the scandal did not attend her usual martial arts class. Instead, sitting alone on her bed, hugging her knees and lost in thought, her mind occupied by the image of that scoundrel kissing her. Gradually, it dawned on her that he must have been trying to save her at that moment, as the pain in her chest was situated between her bosoms. And if he had ulterior motives, he would have touched her elsewhere. Regardless, she felt that she had been wronged by that detestable fellow. What was she to do? Where had he gone? Would he deny in the future? Would he hold a grudge against her for the slap she had given him? Thus, Magina spent her day lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Although her roommates were brimming with gossip, none dared to knock on her door to inquire further. However, when the rumor made its way to the martial arts training ground and reached the ears of Lanyu from Class 7, the blue-haired girl silently approached Minter Engel, requesting to spar with all the boys in her class. Initially, the boys were thrilled and eagerly lined up to participate, only for Lanyu to coldly utter, "Let's all go at once." When the bell signaling the end of class rang, a group of battered and bruised male students tumbled out of the training ground, rolling and crawling in their haste. Chapter 71. The 1,000-man slaughter. The demon seas troubled a rumor of the dark-haired ruffian's fickle affections. Abandoning Lanyu and turning to assault Magina, spread like wildfire throughout the academy. Magina's foremost suitor, the freshman warrior Monroe, was incensed, posting a bounty in the library, offering a reward of 1,000 academy points to anyone who could provide information about that dark-haired lad. As the gossip intensified, in dormitory 138, Ginza, Arthur, and Angelo spent the entire afternoon staring at one another in the living room. Ever since they had heard news of that dark-haired lad in the morning, the three brothers had instinctively rushed back to their dormitory. They did not dare to step outside all afternoon, drawing the curtains tightly and anxiously peering out the window to see if any suspicious figures lingered near their door. They all suspected that the dark-haired ruffian must be their third brother, Ashura, but they could not fathom that Ashura would engage in such reckless behavior. The notion of forcefully kissing one of the Academy's top 10 beauties had only appeared in their dreams, yet Ashura had actually done it, and it was rumored he had even touched her bosom. Now, the three were concerned that Ashura might have cultivated some bizarre martial art and fallen into madness, leading him to seek out some perverse means of replenishing his energy. Angelo timidly asked, "Boss, can we go outside tomorrow?" Ginza, struggling to swallow a piece of rye bread, retorted, "How much food do you have left in your storage space?" After hearing this, Angelo let out a bitter laugh. Arthur, with his hands clasped over his head, exclaimed, "What on earth is Ashura doing? I'm so afraid he'll return only to be beaten to a pulp." The three of them convened in the living room, ultimately deciding to remain within the confines of their dormitory for 3 days, and should anyone inquire about Ashura, they would simply state that he had returned home to attend to matters and had not been back for quite some time. With a lackluster spirit, Ashura made his way back to Pro City after 3 days. He found himself in a perplexing situation. It seemed that any interaction with the female populace at school only led to trouble. He pondered how long this farce would endure, concluding that he would need to extend his stay before returning. Resolute in his decision, he refrained from visiting Duffy's shop, merely casting a glance at the girl's busy figure from a distance before turning to the street to find Shio's, requesting him to procure a secluded courtyard for his temporary residence. He was also apprehensive that someone might discover his connection to Duffy's shop. The fragile girl was now a family member he wished to protect. In truth, he worried about Duffy questioning him on his swift return. Despite his thick skin, he would feel embarrassed to reveal the truth. Residing in a courtyard would allow him to concentrate more diligently on honing his martial skills. From that point onward, on the nights following each 3-day interval, the arena of the floating pagoda would witness a black-haired warrior adorned with a ghostly mask challenging formidable opponents of the great martial master rank. Ashura's strategy was straightforward. He would challenge every contestant of that rank present that evening, adhering to the ranking system based on points, starting from the bottom and working his way up. Typically, he would challenge one opponent in a night, and if in good form, perhaps two. Due to the constraints of Cabin's prison, his displayed strength remained that of a third-rank martial artist, compelling those of the great martial master rank to accept his challenges. Initially, he found himself perplexed by the first few challengers, feeling their abilities were inferior to the first veil. However, an older great martial master imparted a valuable lesson. As he struck this opponent, whose age was comparable to his grandfather, Adolf, causing him to spew blood and be thrown back, he felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing the elder kneeling and begging for mercy. He resolved to spare the old man. Yet at that very moment, a flying knife shot forth from the old man's hands, aimed at him. Had he not reacted swiftly, it could have severed his throat. The knife grazed his cheek, knocking a piece from his mask, with blood trickling down onto the ground. Ashura turned, filled with anger and astonishment, to face the resentful elder. The old man dusted himself off and stood, clearly having concealed his true strength. His plea for mercy was merely a ruse to lower Ashura's guard, taking advantage of his youth and naivety regarding the perils of the arena. Without further ado, Ashura unleashed the second-tier confinement of Cabin's prison and executed the ascending blade technique, reducing the treacherous old man to 8 pieces before he ceased his assault. Exiting the arena, he was met with the merciless ridicule of the long-ago mocking courtesan, yet he refrained from retorting, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Thus, Ashura fought fiercely in the pagoda palace of Pro City for half a year, exerting his utmost effort each night. The formidable warriors capable of surviving within the pagoda palace were nothing short of extraordinary, showcasing an array of martial techniques and cunning stratagems that opened Ashura's eyes to new realms of combat. Often, he emerged from these encounters with Pyrrhic victories, sustaining grievous injuries, yet never once unbinding the triple seals of his prison. During this time, his prowess ascended to the second tier of Grand Martial Master and Grand Mage, recently sweeping through the entire Grand Martial Master tier, leaving it devoid of competitors apart from himself. The elite of the Martial Master tier hesitated to advance, while those of the Grand Martial Master tier dared not participate in the contests. The audience within the Pagoda Palace had long been captivated by this dark-haired warrior, who donned a ghastly mask for every bout. Each time he entered the arena, the cheers of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, a stark contrast to the initial reception he received. The spectators, having profited handsomely from betting on his victories, especially the early admirer, Shios, had now gained a respectable fortune and was recognized as a notable figure in Pro City. Commoners would greet him as Lord Shios. Ashura's battles were consistently a display of challenging opponents beyond his apparent capacity, particularly when he, posing as a Grand Martial Master of the first tier, faced adversaries of the third tier. The fervor of the audience nearly threatened to shatter the dome of the underground arena, for on the continent of kings, the strong were forever revered. At that moment, Ashura held a finely crafted silver badge, awarded to those who accumulated 1,000 points within the Pagoda Palace. Warriors bearing such a badge would have the announcer prep in the illustrious title Thousand Men, Slayer to their name, at each evening's contest. The moniker of Thousand Men, Slayer resonated throughout the underground arena of Pro City, attracting Grand Martial Masters from other cities who sought to challenge him for glory. Yet all invariably contributed to Ashura's tally of points. Since obtaining the silver badge, the flirty registrar had ceased her teasing, addressing him with the utmost respect as Lord Thousand Men Slayer. She even proposed arranging sumptuous feasts and beautiful companions for Ashura, offering to fulfill any desire he might have. However, Ashura never acquiesced, fearing the revelation of his still youthful visage beneath the mask. As for the accumulation of over 1,000 points, he remained unhurried in redeeming rewards, knowing that 10,000 points could be exchanged for a superior yellow-tier martial technique, far more coveted than ordinary yellow-tier techniques. Possessing 10,000 points would also grant him a golden badge and the resounding title of 10,000 enemies. It was said that across the entire continent of kings, only 10 individuals held the esteemed title of 10,000 enemies within the Pagoda Palace. Achieving such recognition would ensure Ashura's access to a superior yellow-tier technique, which was currently his sole pathway to that coveted realm, and for this goal, he would strive with all his might. Now, through relentless combat, Ashura had cultivated a confidence that led him to believe that no peer within the Grand Martial Master tier could surpass him. This conviction forged in the crucible of life and death battles. Chapter 72. The King of Skipping class returns. As a rule, Ashura participated in every session of the Tower of Death, save for a few occasions when he sustained significant injuries and took a week to recuperate. During his leisure time outside of these brutal contests, he devoted himself to the study of magical rune engraving. Over the course of 6 months, his proficiency in this art advanced remarkably, enabling him to inscribe basic runes onto ordinary equipment. His initial inspiration to learn rune engraving stemmed from witnessing his senior, Salmon, who excelled in the craft and amassed a considerable number of academy points by selling Magina's hair. Ashura was filled with envy. However, upon mastering the skill himself, he found himself bereft of the time needed to earn additional points through engraving. He was so pressed for time that even his sleep was sacrificed for magical meditation. One afternoon, while Ashura was diligently engraving runes, he suddenly sensed a vibration from his academy badge. Retrieving it from his spatial belt, he discovered a message from his mentor. Aya. To be candid, he had almost forgotten about his alluring instructor. The message was succinct. Ashura, your leave has exceeded its limit. A new assessment at the academy is about to commence. Please return immediately. Tossing the academy badge in his hand, Ashura recalled the enchanting faces of Blue Feather and Magina. A devilish smile crept upon his lips as he stretched lazily and set off towards St. Goban Academy. Upon reaching the task wall in the library of St. Goban Academy, Ashura noted the ongoing task seeking information about the dark-haired boy who bullied Magina still prominently displayed. Arriving at the academy in the evening, he tethered his dragon steed at the outermost spot of the stables, clearly intending to facilitate his next escape. Cloaked in the academy's uniform hood, he swiftly entered dormitory 138. As he stepped into the common room, he startled Jinza, who was brewing tea, causing the expensive teacup to slip from his grasp and shatter on the floor. Ashura assumed his long-lost friend was merely excited to see him and opened his arms, anticipating a heartfelt embrace. Instead, Jinza darted past him like a gust of wind. hastily drawing the curtains by the window, his heart racing with trepidation. Ashura was utterly perplexed by his behavior. Upstairs, Arthur heard the commotion and opened the dormitory door to peek down, exclaiming in surprise. He then knocked vigorously on Angelo's door, summoning the fourth member of their group. The three of them stared at Ashura in the common room, their gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration, but predominantly pity, leaving Ashura utterly bewildered. Before Ashura could utter a word, Jinza, the dorm leader, placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. "Third brother," he said earnestly, "tell me the truth. Did you force a kiss on Blue Feather and Magina?" Upon hearing this, Ashura resolutely shook his head. Before the three could exhale in relief, he declared, "It was Lanyu who kissed me forcefully. My kiss with Magina was also a misunderstanding. I did it to save her." As he finished speaking, he felt the hand resting on his shoulder tighten. The three in the dormitory glared at him with bloodshot eyes. The leader, Jinze, commanded, "Let's give him a beating first." With that, the four engaged in a playful scuffle. They did not truly fight, but rather pinned Ashura to the ground. Playfully kicking his behind, they shouted, "This is what you get for being arrogant. How dare you kiss beautiful women? What qualifications do you have? Don't you think of your brothers? Do you know how worried you've made us with all this trouble?" After venting their frustrations, Ashura slowly began to grasp the full extent of the situation. He realized that the repercussions of these two scandalous incidents were far more severe than he had anticipated. Notably, the suitors of the two beauties had formed an alliance of over 300 members dedicated to eradicating perverts, led by the Academy's top freshman, Monroe. They dispatched individuals daily to search for the black-haired pervert in the woods by the lake. The female students in the Academy had become so frightened by the tales of this pervert that they no longer dared to wander near the lake. Ashura's lips quivered slightly. Just as he was about to retort defiantly, he noticed Angelo pulling out a portrait from his bosom. The image depicted a young man with long black hair, strikingly similar to Ashura, likely drawn from memory by the two girls. Angelo said, "Third brother, I infiltrated the alliance against perverts for your sake. This portrait is distributed among our members, and our alliance's motto is better to mistakenly apprehend than to let slip away." Ashura, who had initially felt elated by his newfound strength, was now shattered by this revelation. No matter how formidable he was, he could not face over 300 fervent admirers. Grasping Angelo's shoulders with both hands, he implored earnestly, "Fourth brother, save me." Angelo circled around Ashura, scrutinizing him, and then produced a pair of scissors from his spatial ring. The other two nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Ashura, with his flowing black hair, now transformed into a simple short hairstyle, appeared more spirited and capable. He exuded a mischievous charm. Angelo was quite pleased with his haircutting skills, while Ashura himself was indifferent. As long as he avoided a beating, he would not mind being bald, though he still felt a bit embarrassed. The three brothers then cautioned Ashura on what to say and what not to say, insisting he maintain distance from Lanyu and Magina, lest he truly find himself beaten and tossed into the lake to feed the fish. The three were also quite curious about Ashura's recent activities, but he only shared trivial matters, refraining from mentioning his experiences in the Beast Forest and the Pagoda Palace, as those tales would be hard for the Academy's students to fathom. When he revealed that he had advanced to the first stage of Grand Martial Master, the three in the dormitory expressed mild surprise, noting that Jinze and Arthur had also reached the first stages of Grand Mage and Grand Martial Master, respectively. However, the progress of Ashura surpassed their expectations. Arthur even remarked, "Why bother attending a magic academy? Just come to the Martial Arts Academy instead." Unbeknownst to them, Ashura's true strength had already reached the second tier of both Grand Martial Artist and Grand Mage. Of course, there were 7 or 8 other strong newcomers in the academy who had also attained second-tier prowess, yet Ashura had quietly advanced to the forefront of their ranks. On the following morning, clad in a robe of magic, Ashura humbly made his way to the dining hall for breakfast, blending in with the crowd as he discreetly approached the Magic Academy. Upon his silent entrance into the classroom of the 13th Magic class, he found the atmosphere abuzz with chatter even before the lesson had commenced. The number of students had significantly increased, predominantly consisting of dashing young male mages engaged in lively discussions, seemingly vying for someone's attention. Ashura glanced up at his previous seat, only to find it still vacant. Yet, beside the empty chair, the silver-haired girl appeared even more radiant than before. Without giving it much thought, he settled into the familiar empty spot. However, the moment he did, the air within the classroom seemed to be drained, plunging it into an eerie silence. Chapter 73. Special training in the monster forest. Ashura felt as though he had inadvertently seated himself within the jaws of a colossal dragon, surrounded by piercing gazes that seemed intent on piercing through him. His initial unease escalated, and he broke into a cold sweat. Before he could react, the silver-haired girl beside him coldly stated, without lifting her gaze, "This seat is taken. Move aside." At the sound of her voice, the previously sharp stares transformed into expressions of malicious glee, as if such a scenario had unfolded before. Ashura, feeling awkward, scratched his head and, after a moment's contemplation, poked the girl's arm with his finger, a gesture he had often used during classes. Instantly, the girl stiffened before pivoting sharply to face him. Ashura flashed his most radiant smile, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Clara, the silver-haired girl, matched the boy's goofy grin with a fierce glare, her demeanor shifting from bright to menacing as she recognized him. Instead of the smile he had anticipated from the now more enchanting girl after a year apart, he was met with Clara swiftly retrieving her precious wand from her spatial ring. Chanting an incantation, she pointed the large gem atop her wand directly at Ashura's forehead. A seasoned warrior, Ashura immediately realized Clara intended to summon lightning to strike him down. Reacting swiftly, he pushed the wand aside with one hand while the other quickly covered Clara's mouth. Unwilling to let this insufferable boy escape, Clara twisted away, attempting to evade his grasp while using her wand as a makeshift club to strike at Ashura's head. As Ashura observed the endless chatter of the young lady before him, he instinctively reacted by wrapping one hand around Clara's delicate neck, gently covering her mouth, which appeared as though he was embracing the silenced girl in his arms. With his other hand, he grasped Clara's wrist, which wielded a magic wand, and urgently exclaimed, "It's me. What you on about? Have I offended you in any way?" Clara, with her enchanting large eyes glaring fiercely at Ashura, found her voice stifled by his hand and could only pinch the soft flesh at his waist with her unrestrained hand. The two engaged in a playful tussle reminiscent of young lovers, until an unexpected silence enveloped them. As they glanced around, they discovered that their classmates were all gaping in astonishment at the spectacle. Clara's cheeks flushed a bright red, and she pinched Ashura's waist once more before sitting upright in his embrace, feigning interest by flipping through the books on the desk. Ashura, feeling the weight of embarrassment, awkwardly ran his fingers through his short hair. At that moment, a timid voice from the front called out, "Are you Ashura?" Ashura recognized the speaker as Nawi, a chubby boy with whom he had shared a friendly rapport, and nodded in acknowledgement. "Greeting, it's been a while, everyone." The classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, with several classmates who had a modicum of acquaintance with Ashura surrounding his desk, bombarding him with a flurry of inquiries. The prevailing sentiment seemed to be, "The king of skipping classes has finally returned. Where have you been all this year? You are the first new student to have been away from the academy for so long." Ashura merely explained that he had matters at home, having returned to his hometown for a period of cultivation, and had just come back to the academy. At this juncture, he distinctly heard a silver-haired girl nearby huff disapprovingly. As the questions continued to pour in, male students from other classes, unaware of his background, began to inquire about Ashura's circumstances. Upon learning that he was an unremarkable underachiever, many of them scoffed in disdain. Just then, the bell for class rang, and a strikingly beautiful female instructor entered the classroom. It was none other than the homeroom teacher of Class 13, Instructor Ella. Everyone hurried back to their seats, while the surrounding boys cast furtive glances towards Ashura's table. Ella also took note of Ashura's return, feeling a profound sense of relief. Ashura responded with an apologetic smile. However, Ella rolled her eyes dramatically at him, a gesture that caused the hearts of the male students in the classroom to race. The influx of boys from other classes was not solely attributed to Clara. The entrance of flowers symbolizing affection was a common sight at Instructor Ella's office door. Ella then announced a startling piece of news that left everyone in uproar. The Academy's latest assessment would take place in 3 days, with the venue set in the beastly forest. Upon hearing the news, the young trainees gasped in astonishment. The Beast Forest had long been a forbidden realm for humanity, a place that these youths dared only to discuss, but never to explore. Even Clara, beside him, covered her mouth in disbelief. In contrast, Ashura maintained a serene demeanor. He had survived alone in the beast forest for several months. Although he had not ventured too deep, he had once single-handedly slain a terror bear. With his current strength, should he encounter another terror bear, he could effortlessly dispatch it without sustaining any harm. Thus, when he learned that the assessment would take place in the beast forest, he felt little surprise, though he was quite intrigued by the nature of the evaluation, especially if there were rewards involved. Once the astonished murmurs of the crowd subsided, Instructor Ella continued, stating that this assessment would be conducted by class units, with one magic class paired with two martial arts classes to form a team. Participants from other classes could return to their respective instructors for further details regarding the assessment. With a clatter, a significant number of students exited the classroom, leaving only 14 Thunder Elemental Mages from Class 13 exchanging glances. The classroom had not felt so spacious in quite some time. Instructor Ella chuckled helplessly and, with her melodious voice, elaborated, "This assessment will primarily focus on familiarizing yourselves with the beast forest. Each class will be accompanied by two instructors, who will only intervene when you encounter dangers that you cannot manage on your own. The rest will depend on your ability to reach the designated location on time. Every challenge you face in the beast forest must be resolved by you alone. Cherish this opportunity for teamwork, for afterward. You will be tasked with completing missions in randomly assigned small groups without the guidance of instructors, which may lead to casualties. Thus, this team assessment experience is particularly significant." After hearing this, the students of Class 13 breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Yet they were also filled with trepidation regarding the difficulty of the upcoming assessment. Subsequently, Instructor Ella commenced her lesson. Ashura listened intently for a while, but soon realized that he struggled to comprehend much of the material. A year without formal magical theory classes had left him lagging behind. Despite his considerable magical prowess due to his dual training in martial arts and magic, he had yet to fully integrate magic into practical combat. While he was lost in thought, a notebook with elegant handwriting was pushed toward him. Chapter 74, The Dual-Wielding Mage. Ashura gazed at the familiar notebook, recalling fond memories of his previous exchanges with Clara through written notes. A smile crept upon his face, but it faded when he read the words inscribed within. The neatly penned lines revealed a chilling sentiment. "You have grown stronger. Sneak back and kiss two girls from the Martial Arts Academy." In a flash, Ashura snapped the notebook shut, glancing around nervously. His peripheral vision caught Clara's furious gaze, clearly displeased by his guilty demeanor. Seizing the pen from the girl's hand, he scribbled a response. "Don't say such nonsense. I just returned to the academy. What strong kisses." "I completely fail to understand." Clara, upon receiving a letter, bit her lip and retorted, "Why on earth did you cut your dark hair?" "My first thought upon hearing the news was of you." Ashura, noticing the letter being passed to him, smirked, contemplating how remarkably accurate a woman's intuition can be. He hastily diverted the conversation with a feeble excuse, engaging Clara in trivial chatter. However, as he rambled on, Clara felt a seething resentment within her. What truly irked her was his failure to seek her out despite returning twice. In the following 3 days, Ashura adopted a discreet demeanor, refraining from frequenting the martial arts arena and instead dedicating most of his time to exchanging insights on cultivation with Mentor Yuanda. Upon discovering that his prized disciple had achieved the second tier of both Grand Warrior and Grand Mage, Mentor Yuanda exhibited a level of excitement that rivaled Ashura's own when he had ascended. Yet, when Ashura revealed the silver badge from the floating pagoda, Mentor Yuanda fell into a long silence. When the day of the Beast Forest assessment arrived, the new students of the Magic Academy gathered at the gates of St. Goban Academy. Mentor Ella and another fire magic instructor named Slade approached the students of Magic Class 13. Slade, observing the small number of students in the class, jested, "Your class is rather sparse. This task seems like it will be a breeze." Mentor Ella chuckled, but refrained from responding, turning to the 14 lightning magic students and earnestly stating, "The task map for the Beast Forest assessment has been distributed via your badges. Mentor Slade and I will be leading you as we join forces with 2 other martial classes." The students of Class 13 were visibly thrilled. The presence of instructors provided them with a sense of security, making it feel as though they were embarking on a delightful excursion to the Beast Forest. At that moment, 2 teams of martial arts freshmen, each led by their respective mentors, approached from either side. Ashura, hearing the excited calls of the plump Nawe ahead. Turned left and was nearly struck dumb with shock. For to his left was the team from Marshall Freshman Class 7, and the long legs of a girl with blue hair were undeniably captivating. Quickly, Ashura turned his head to the other side, only to be confronted by a fiery red mane that nearly made him despair. Hastily, he pulled the hood of his magic robe over his head, attempting to retreat to the back of his class, but the numbers were so few that even at the rear, he stood out conspicuously. Clara had been observing Ashura closely. Noticing his peculiar behavior, she glanced around and then delivered a sharp kick to him from behind. Yet, Ashura remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed downward. As the three classes merged, the boys in the group were particularly animated. 3 of the top 10 beauties among the freshmen were inexplicably all in one team, along with the elegant and enchanting Minterella. This beast forest assessment promised to be exceptional. The boys eagerly scanned the figures of the beautiful girls, overwhelmed by the splendor before them. Only Ashura stood motionless, cloaked and consumed by profound despair. Was the deity of fate intent on his demise? He could sense 3 malevolent gazes fixed upon him, one to his left, one to his right, and another that intermittently cast a chilling glance from in front. Lanyu and Magina had already set their sights on him. Despite his hooded disguise, their familiarity allowed them to recognize him at once. Both girls gazed at him with complex emotions, lost in their thoughts, unconsciously positioning themselves on either side of Ashura. They exchanged a glance, their cheeks flushing as they averted their faces. Ashura, like a soulless automaton, followed the line of students to the entrance of the beast forest, acutely aware that Clara stood before him, Magina to his left and Lanyu to his right. His spirit was utterly fractured, fearing that the 2 girls might once again unleash their madness, exposing him, the dark-haired mage, to the throng. Yet, the other boys regarded him with jealousy and envy. As their trio of classes reached the entrance of the beast forest, the handsome middle-aged mentor, Instructor Engel, called out to them, "You are about to enter the beast forest. Remain vigilant. Any lapse in attention could cost you your lives. Now, draw your weapons, ensure your hands are ready to wield your arms, and prepare to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the students promptly retrieved their respective weapons and staffs from their storage spaces. Instructor Engel was indeed correct. Taking out weapons from storage could waste precious time, and such details could ultimately determine life or death. Only Ashura stood there, seemingly unperturbed. Noticing this, Instructor Ella approached, her lovely brow furrowed in concern, and patted Ashura on the shoulder, asking, "What are you daydreaming about? Why haven't you drawn your staff?" Instructor Engel just reminded you. Ashura felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Although he wore a mage's robe, he possessed no staff. After a moment of contemplation, he drew his dual blades from his storage belt, sheathing them behind his back. The onlookers stared at his peculiar actions, followed by a ripple of subdued laughter. It was the first time they had seen a mage wielding dual blades. However, Ashura remained unfazed by their mocking murmurs and gestures, preoccupied with how to manage the 2 emotional time bombs beside him. Instructor Ella, witnessing Ashura's actions, felt exasperation rise within her. This student was truly testing her patience. She gave him another light pat on the shoulder and, lowering her voice, said, "Are you trying to provoke me? Have a little consideration for your homeroom teacher, will you? What kind of mage carries dual blades?" Ashura found himself unable to admit the truth of his lack of a staff, so he casually responded in a hushed tone, "I wield dual blades to protect you, Instructor Ella." After uttering those words, he felt they were somewhat inappropriate, yet having said them, he could not retract them, leaving him to awkwardly chuckle. Upon hearing his teasing remark, Instructor Ella was momentarily taken aback, then blushed slightly and retorted, "Only you could say such a thing. Well then, do protect me with your dual blades, if you wish." Ashura's response left him somewhat bewildered. However, the hushed exchange between the 2 caught the attention of 3 nearby girls, instantly amplifying the pressure surrounding Ashura. He promptly lowered his gaze and fell silent. Thus, Ashura found himself encircled by the elegant Clara in front, the enchanting Magina to his left, the graceful Lanyu to his right, and not far behind, the esteemed mentor, Ella. Enveloped by these 4 captivating ladies, Ashura bowed his head as he ventured deeper into the beast forest. Chapter 75. You must take responsibility. Ashura cautiously trailed the group along the outskirts of the dense forest. The academy had organized distinct teams comprising 3 classes each, assigning them specific routes to traverse within a stipulated time frame to complete the assessment. The formation consisted of the martial class students flanking the magical class students, ensuring their protection, while the mentors dispersed throughout the group. The team was projected to reach their destination in approximately 20 days. This assessment was comparatively lenient, primarily aimed at familiarizing the participants with the beast forest in preparation for future challenges. For Ashura, this felt like a squander of time. However, he bore no grievances, for even the slightest rustle in the surroundings sent chills down his spine. He was acutely aware that the 2 ladies had recognized him, and he silently rejoiced that they had yet to turn against him. He treaded lightly, fearful that any sound he made might displease the 2 esteemed ladies. Mentoreya, sensing the unusual atmosphere, recognized that Ashura was not one to remain so uncharacteristically quiet. Clara, who usually shared a close rapport with him, had not exchanged a word either, a stark contrast to their usual interactions. Occasionally, male students from the martial class would approach the 3 beautiful ladies, attempting to engage them in conversation, while even Mentor Ella found herself reluctantly entangled with a persistent young martial mentor named Anthony. The 3 charming female students offered little more than cold shoulders to their suitors. Yet Ella appeared somewhat helpless against Anthony's advances. Meanwhile, Ashura, clad in his hood, moved forward with the caution of a wooden figure. During this time, his classmate and study committee member, Kyle, sought Ashura to request a position swap. Having pursued Clara for some time without receiving a smile in return, Kyle was eager to seize the rare opportunity presented by the other 2 ladies, who were equally captivating. Ashura's heart leapt at the thought. He was keenly aware of the need to breathe freely ahead, just as he considered hastening away to the front. A massive cleaver sliced through a tree stump directly in his path, sending wood shavings flying. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with confusion. To Ashura's left, Magina sheathed the cleaver back onto her back. Though she was not adorned in her fiery red armor, her formidable presence was undeniably commanding. Magina spoke softly. "This tree stump is quite bothersome." As Ashura tentatively stepped forward with his left foot, he immediately retracted it, returning to his previous position while subtly gesturing to Kyle to leave hastily. Kyle, perplexed by the sudden shift, felt a pang of embarrassment, interpreting Ashura's actions as yet another slight against him. With a huff, he retreated to his former spot. Instantly, Ashura felt the oppressive atmosphere lighten considerably. But before he could savor his quick reflexes, he heard Magina's soft voice from his left. "I misunderstood you regarding the last incident." At this, Ashura stiffened, recognizing that Magina was addressing him. Her words alleviated some of the weight from his heart, prompting him to lean closer to her. Speaking in a conspiratorial whisper, "It's good that you know, but let's not discuss it further, especially not about having seen you at that time, understood?" Magina responded with an exaggerated eye roll, not offering a reply, but instead emphatically stating, "After this assessment, you will continue to serve as my practice partner." Ashura immediately protested. "Why should I?" His voice was a touch louder than intended, drawing the attention of Lanyu and Clara, causing him to shrink back, lowering his gaze. Magina lightly retorted, "Because you took advantage of me, shouldn't you be responsible for that?" Ashura felt an overwhelming urge to silence Magina. Desperately, he countered, "One can indulge in food recklessly, but not in words. What advantage did I take? I acted in haste to save you. If you choose not to repay my life-saving deed, you must not put me in such a predicament." Magina pouted playfully, "I don't care. Everyone saw you bully me, and now the entire academy knows. Are you not going to take responsibility? I shall consult our classmates about this." Ashura felt his head spin, realizing he had to placate Magina to prevent her from discussing the matter with others. Otherwise, he might as well reside in the beast forest, where he wouldn't have to contend with 300 individuals intent on his demise. As the 2 engaged in their lively exchange, Lanyu suddenly unleashed a powerful kick, severing a tree trunk the size of a bowl before her. With an airy remark, she added, "That tree was truly annoying." Ashura, feeling guilty, leaned toward her and asked, "What now?" "Last time, it was you who initiated things. It had nothing to do with me. You can't cause trouble. My first kiss is already gone." Lanyu, blushing, retorted with indignation, "I don't care. You held me, and that was my first kiss too. Besides, if you hadn't made such an outrageous request." Here, Her face flushed even deeper, and she lacked the courage to continue. Azura felt overwhelmed, realizing that reasoning with girls was indeed a challenge. With a resigned sigh, he explained, "I've been chased out of the academy by your admirers. It's been ages since I dared to return. What more do you want? Shouldn't I have my reprisal?" Lan Yu, amused by his plight, stifled a laugh before concealing her mouth, declaring with a touch of pride, "I don't care. You must take responsibility for me, and you are not allowed to hide from me again." Upon hearing this, Ashura was immediately drenched in a cold sweat. Feeling utterly wronged as he had been berated for what had seemingly been his fault, with both parties insisting he take responsibility. Was there no sense of justice left in the world? The indignation swelled within him, prompting Ashura to hastily remove his hood. The two girls beside him were momentarily taken aback by the sight of his short hair standing on end, before they both burst into muffled laughter. Although Ashura felt somewhat helpless, he was relieved that the matter had been clarified, and it appeared that neither girl intended to drag him down any further. With the weight lifted from his heart, he began to exhibit a more lively demeanor, occasionally engaging in quiet conversation with the two lovely ladies, eliciting soft giggles from them. In stark contrast, Clara in front wore an expression of displeasure, contemplating which tree she could summon lightning upon to vent her frustration. Behind her, Ella was astounded. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable boy from her class would garner such attention from the two girls from different classes. As Ella contemplated the rampant rumors circulating throughout the academy, a knowing smile crept across her face, as if she had uncovered a remarkable secret. For what girl does not relish in gossip? Nearby, the young male instructor, Anthony, misinterpreted Ella's laughter as a response to his tedious jokes. Thus he endeavored to showcase his self-proclaimed eloquence with even greater fervor. Yet Ella paid him no heed, her gaze sparkling as she observed the charming short-haired boy navigating the social currents with such ease. Thus, after a morning of arduous trekking, the group finally reached their first rest point. Some of the physically weaker mages lamented in distress, as though they had never traversed such a lengthy path before. At this moment, they remained at the outermost edge of the beast forest on the most level stretch of terrain. The journey ahead promised to be fraught with greater challenges and dangers. Chapter 76. The onset of chaos as midday approached. The gathered students took a respite at the first designated resting point marked on their badge maps. As the group gradually ventured deeper into the dense thicket, the trees grew increasingly thick, the air became stiflingly hot, and the swarming insects multiplied, prompting the more delicate female mages to incessantly voice their grievances. The 6 instructors observing the students' plight could only chuckle silently, offering no guidance or commands. After all, they too had once traversed similar paths in their youth, albeit with a somewhat mischievous grin now adorning their faces. The students settled onto the ground, consuming food and drinking water to replenish their energy, while sharing their fresh experiences of entering the beast forest. Ashura, however, did not immediately sit down. Instead, he stood and surveyed his surroundings for a moment. Noticing his hesitation, Clara finally broke the silence, addressing Ashura. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and take the time to rest." Ashura smiled faintly in response, sitting down while murmuring to himself, "This location is ill-suited for camping. The trees are so dense that I cannot discern the situation around us." After speaking, he nudged Lan Yu with his shoulder and remarked, "Shouldn't your martial arts class have someone on watch duty?" His words momentarily startled Lan Yu, while Magina and Clara also paused, taken aback by his musings. Although the 3 girls serve as class leaders from different divisions, they have never contemplated whether the camping site is suitable or if someone should be assigned to keep watch during their rest, especially considering the dangers lurking in the Warcraft forest. They merely followed the map within their badges, and upon the school's arrangement, they proceeded to camp here without considering these matters. Only Azura had the foresight to think of such concerns. The 3 young ladies, having experienced the world, exchanged glances and, after a moment of contemplation, appeared somewhat grave. They abruptly stood up, scanning their surroundings much like Azura had done previously. In contrast, Azura, sitting on the ground, looked up at the 3 beauties, indulging in the delightful sight before him. Magina and Lan Yu exchanged meaningful glances, and they promptly sought to arrange for the strongest members of their respective classes to stand guard in the left and right directions. Although the martial arts students were somewhat baffled by the leader's orders, they rose to prepare for perimeter vigilance. A few mentors behind them nodded in surprise at the unfolding scene. Yet, before the martial arts students could disperse from their formation, a series of beastly howls echoed through the surrounding jungle, stunning the students into silence. While several girls let out piercing screams, a few students positioned at the outskirts jumped up and ran toward the center of the group, and, seeing others flee, more followed in a chaotic rush. The formation descended into utter disarray. At that moment, several gray figures of magical beasts charged toward the student assembly. Only Magina, Lanyu, and a few other exceptional martial arts students rushed forward to confront the beasts. Azura, however, swiftly pulled Clara, who was eager to assist, up onto the thick trunk of the nearest tree, swinging his legs with interest as he observed the commotion below. Clara initially attempted to break free from his grasp to help, but upon gaining a vantage point from the tree, her demeanor calmed as she witnessed the beasts rushing into the crowd, alternating her gaze between the chaotic scene and Azura's gleeful expression. The turmoil did not last long. The commotion was swiftly quelled by the authoritative voices of a few students. Magina raised a slain beast's corpse high above her head, glaring angrily at the panicking crowd. It was then that the fear within the students subsided as they recognized the creature in Magina's grasp, a corpse of a level 2 magical beast, the Tsongwolf. The other students had similarly defeated several Tsongwolves, a feat easily achievable by any of them. Yet, the reality was that they had been sent into a frenzy by just a few of these creatures, with some girls even stumbling and sustaining injuries. Before the students could fully recover from their guilt, Mentor Engel's booming voice echoed mockingly. Behold the elite of St. Gabain Academy. 100-strong team has been sent into a panic by a mere 7 or 8 level 2 Tsongwolves. Each student felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, as this first incident during their assessment shattered their pride. The mentor, Kongo, continued, "What surprises me is that not all of you are fools. There are indeed some astute individuals among you who have realized the necessity of standing guard, as well as brave souls who are willing to confront the enemy. This reveals your potential. Though this assessment may appear straightforward, it is far from the leisurely outing you might envision. This is the Beast Forest, a perilous realm where several past participants have met their demise during this very evaluation. I implore you to approach it seriously. As mentors, we shall not provide excessive guidance. Everything depends on your own capabilities, unless you encounter a danger beyond your ability to resolve, at which point we shall intervene. Perhaps the next crisis will not be so easily surmountable." The students exchanged glances, their spirits bereft of any thought of rest, and they organized themselves, preparing to set forth. Kyle from Class 13 had just taken a tumble while evading a beast, leaving him disheveled and tarnishing his noble image. However, upon spotting Azura descending from a tree, he instantly regained his confidence and mockingly exclaimed, "Azura, you coward, hiding up in a tree from the beasts. It's utterly laughable. Haha." Yet, before he could bask in the joy of his mockery, he caught sight of Clara leaping down behind Azura, rendering him momentarily speechless as though his throat had been constricted. Clara shot a glare at Kyle, her expression a complex interplay of emotions as she glanced at Azura. She recognized that this troublesome individual was the only one who had identified and addressed issues, marking him as superior to the rest. Yet she pondered why his performance at the academy remained so unremarkable. As the group ventured deeper into the Beast Forest, the leadership qualities of Magina, Lanyu, and Clara began to manifest, with formations and perimeter vigilance meticulously organized. Magina and Lanyu distanced themselves from Azura, leading the group in succession, while Clara directed and coordinated from the center. The path ahead frequently encountered beasts, primarily low-level creatures of the first and second tiers, with a few third-tier beasts discovered by the team. The students regained their former confidence, vying to slay the beasts they encountered. These lower-tier monsters generally held little value, and no one bothered with their remains. However, Azura collected the corpse of a third-tier beast, the Greenwood Bull, into his storage belt. This action drew derisive glances from those around him, who believed he was simply coveting the trifling advantage of a third-tier creature's carcass. Especially the group of noble young men, led by Kyle, openly ridiculed Azura, whispers of terms like country bumpkin and pauper faintly reaching his ears. Azura remained unfazed by their taunts, though Clara felt a sense of injustice. Yet, she later realized that she could discern no emotional reaction in Azura's eyes, as if the mockery from his peers had never registered with him at all. The procession, marked by a rhythm of pauses and steps, arrived at the campsite depicted on the map, nestled beside a tranquil lake. Towering trees bordered the water, offering a broad and level expanse, rendering it an exquisite location for camping. The trio of female leaders expressed their satisfaction with this picturesque spot, exchanging details about the camping arrangements before directing their respective groups to set up for the night. Chapter 77. Camping. As dusk settled over a secluded lake within the Warcraft forest, a group of St. Gabain students busied themselves with the erection of tents. The tents of the martial students formed a protective perimeter, while those of the mages encircled the lakeside. Under the guidance of the three leaders, the students efficiently organized themselves for sentry duty as they began their camping venture, their youthful faces illuminated with excitement. For it was their inaugural experience of camping in the wild. Students eagerly retrieved tents from their storage spaces, with the male students often stepping forward to assist their female counterparts. Some, hailing from affluent backgrounds, produced opulent furnishings such as chairs and bedding to enhance their resting area. Clara struggled with her own tent, as she had never set one up before, finding the task quite challenging. She declined several offers of assistance from the martial male students, her gaze furtively fixed on Ashura, who was idly observing the surroundings by the lake. Pouting in frustration, she muttered, "That scoundrel doesn't even bother to lend a hand. Why is he just standing there instead of helping set up the tent and preparing for dinner?" Ashura, hearing her grumbling, glanced around before his eyes suddenly lit up. He hurried towards a large tree by the lakeside, its trunk thick enough to require 4 or 5 people to encircle it. Close to the ground, the trunk boasted a substantial natural hollow facing the lake. Satisfied after inspecting the hollow, he hopped out and returned with a large bundle of dried reeds, which he laid inside the hollow to create a makeshift bed. Stretching out comfortably, he let out a contented sigh. The hollow presented a splendid view of the glistening lake, and upon looking up, one could behold a vast expanse of starry sky, a truly idyllic natural abode. Before Ashura could fully relish the evening's beauty, a petite head peeked into the hollow. A lovely girl, with silver hair cascading like the most delicate ribbons, tilted her head curiously at him. In that moment, Ashura found himself torn between the enchanting scenery and the captivating girl at the entrance. Clara's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Ashura's hollow, her youthful spirit intrigued by its charm. Yet before she could thoroughly inspect it, Ashura's voice disrupted the moment. "What do you think? My room is quite splendid, isn't it? If you like it, feel free to join me." He patted the dry grass beside him. Clara gritted her teeth in response, refraining from answering him as she withdrew her magic wand and began to mutter incantations. In a swift motion, Ashura flipped over, attempting to cover the girl's mouth. Clara, blushing furiously, turned away, glaring at the rogue. Ashura, in a tone of feigned contrition, remarked, "If you won't sleep, then I shan't either. But this dwelling cannot withstand your lightning. If you damage my abode, I shall seek refuge in your tent come nightfall." Clara, incensed by his audacity, raised her magical staff to strike Ashura on the head, but he nimbly evaded her with laughter. Clara retorted angrily, "Everyone else is busy with the camping chores, and you laze about. Quickly gather some firewood." Recognizing the need to appease this little tyrant, Ashura grimaced and bounded off to collect firewood. Once Ashura had departed, Clara cast a lingering glance at the tree hollow, yearning to lie within and experience its allure, yet her shyness held her back. With a frustrated stamp of her foot, she turned away to continue her work on the tent. Ashura ventured into the surrounding woods to gather dry branches, only to encounter Magina, who was stationed on guard. Unwisely, he requested her assistance in gathering firewood, suggesting that her sword would be perfect for the task. Magina scoffed, drawing her blade, and retorted, "This sword is far better suited for slicing you than for hewing wood." What followed was a chaotic chase until Ashura managed to escape her watchful eye, prompting Magina to huff and return to her former post. Before Ashura could catch his breath, a long leg struck toward his face. He swiftly ducked and leapt to evade the attack, shouting to poised Blue Feather, "Have you lost your mind? Why would you kick me?" The tall Blue Feather merely replied, "Oh, it's you. I thought a beast had emerged from behind the trees. Turns out it's just you, the lecher." Ashura, infuriated by her words yet unable to rebut, found himself wishing to silence her 100 times in his mind. Noticing the lascivious glint in Ashura's eyes, Blue Feather discerned his impure thoughts and prepared to draw her azure dagger to confront him. However, the overly perceptive Azura had already slipped away, making faces as he ran. Fuming, Blue Feather considered pursuing him for retribution, but her sense of duty kept her grounded. In a fit of rage, she plunged her dagger into a nearby tree, burying it to the hilt. Her chest heaved with indignation, accentuating her alluring figure. It was only when Azura's silhouette vanished into the thicket that Blue Feather let out a soft chuckle, muttering the phrase, "Big lecher." Azura returned to the mage's camp, arms laden with a large bundle of firewood, only to find that most of the students had already pitched their tents. The noble students had even conjured firewood from their spatial rings to ignite a bonfire, eliciting a resigned smirk from Azura. The surrounding students pointed and whispered about Azura, who bore his hefty load, while those who had effortlessly summoned wood from their storage felt a sense of superiority. Azura set aside a portion of the firewood for Clara before heading to his tree hollow, clutching the majority of the bundle. At this moment, under the organization of the vice class leader Kyle, the 13th magic class had set up a grand dining table, ample enough to accommodate the numerous sorcerers of the class. Kyle, displaying his flair, produced an array of exquisite delicacies from his spatial storage, even presenting the culinary delights on silver platters, exuding an aristocratic charm. The other students also brought forth their own culinary offerings to share with the group. Since sorcerers were generally frail, the team had not assigned anyone to stand guard, allowing them to sit at the table early and indulge in their dinner. Clara was also pulled to the table by several girls from the class, sharing some of her carefully prepared dishes. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the bustling figure beneath the large tree. At that moment, the chubby Nawe called out to Ashura, "Ashura, come over for dinner. What are you lingering there for?" Upon hearing this, Ashura glanced at the laden table, tempted to join, but was immediately met with a chorus of sarcastic remarks. Does he need to be invited to eat for free? Should we beg him to come over? What could he possibly bring? Just his mouth, perhaps? Exactly. I saw him without even a tent prepared. He plans to sleep in a tree hollow and likely hasn't brought any food, like a savage. Among these unkind voices, Kyle's was the loudest, harboring resentment for Ashura not having swapped places with him earlier. Several vain girls also joined in with particularly harsh comments, causing Clara to frown in displeasure, while Nawe's face reflected embarrassment. The cacophony of ridicule made Ashura furrow his brow. He was always somewhat of a background character, his grades unremarkable and lacking any familial connections. Having only recently returned to the class after a year, he had few acquaintances. Even his friendship with Clara had stirred some discontent among the male students. Ashura shrugged and replied, "No need for that. You all enjoy your meal. I haven't brought much food, so I'll just prepare something for myself. Have at it." With that, he turned away from his classmates, igniting a pile of firewood instead. Chapter 78. The master of barbecue Ashura chose to ignore the snobbish classmates, focusing solely on kindling the fire beside his tree hollow. He then sharpened a long wooden stick and unsteadily made his way to the lake's edge, retrieving the carcass of a bluewood bull from his spatial belt. With deftness, he skinned and cleaned the innards by the lakeside, skewering the carcass with the sharpened stick before hauling it back to the campsite, propping the prepared bull on a wooden rack over the fire. His classmates, who had just mocked him, were now keenly observing this peculiar classmate's actions. Upon witnessing his intention to barbecue a bluewood bull, they were momentarily taken aback, followed by an eruption of derisive laughter. Clara could no longer remain seated at the table, as the laughter felt painfully piercing, almost as if they were mocking her. The once exquisite food on the table now turned her stomach. She had just resolved to rise and seek out Ashura, intending to share the provisions from her space with him, when a graceful figure approached Ashura's side. Crouching by the fire pit, Ashura looked up upon hearing her name called, only to find herself unable to discern the visitor's face, recognizing only that she was a female sorceress clad in a magical robe. This encounter instilled in Ashura an immediate understanding of the visitor's expansive heart. The enchanting sorceress, her voice tinged with excitement, inquired, "Ashura, are you preparing to grill something?" Realizing it was her mentor, Instructor Ella, Ashura promptly stood and replied, "Yes, Instructor Ella. Some of the beasts from the monster forest are quite delectable." Instructor Ella responded with the enthusiasm of a child. "So you can grill? May I join? I have never roasted a beast before." Taken aback for a moment, Ashura then smiled and said, "Of course. It would be my honor to have such a beautiful lady as yourself at my dinner." He then performed a refined gesture of invitation. bowing slightly and extending his hand toward Instructor Ella. Without hesitation, she gently placed her hand in his, completing the noble invitation. Instructor Ella's face radiated with excitement, resembling not a mentor but a girl enchanted by novelty. The other magic students, who had been mocking Ashura moments before, now stood in stunned silence. Even Clara, who had risen, froze at her seat, uncertain whether to approach. Kyle, snapping back to reality, exclaimed defiantly, "Instructor Ella, please dine with us. Look at the delicious spread we have prepared, with dishes crafted by the finest chefs of St. Gabain City. You are most welcome to savor them." Yet, Instructor Ella merely cast a casual glance at the group and the food on the table, smiling as she replied, "No, thank you. I prefer Ashura's dinner. You all enjoy." Kyle felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, even more so when the goddess he admired, Clara, lightly remarked, "I'm not hungry. You all enjoy," and made her way toward Ashura instead. Instructor Ella, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, asked Ashura, "Is there anything I can do? I wish to contribute." After pondering briefly, Ashura retrieved a box of sauce and a brush from his storage space and handed it to Instructor Ella, communicating as if they were friends. "Just brush my special sauce onto the meat. An even coating will suffice." Instructor Ella, undeterred by his tone, joyfully accepted the sauce and began to apply it to the meat. Just then, a voice interrupted abruptly. "Ella, I've been looking for you. I have prepared a feast from the second floor of the restaurant and hope to dine with you." The newcomer was the young Instructor Anthony from the Warrior Academy. Known to be of noble lineage as a count from the Valenzy Empire, a dashing and affluent knight of the second tier in martial arts. Upon encountering Ella during their school years, he became infatuated with her and pursued her fervently. Like Ella, he remained at the school to become a mentor as well. And this time he leveraged connections to join the task group alongside Ella's mentor. However, Ella's mentor graciously declined, saying, "No, thank you, Mentor Anthony. I prefer to be with my students. I have long wished to learn the art of barbecue from classmate Ashura, and now I finally have the opportunity. So I must apologize, Mentor Anthony." Hearing this clear refusal, Anthony did not lose heart. He seemed accustomed to such responses. With remarkable, gentlemanly composure, he replied, "Oh, splendid. I too have a penchant for culinary exploration. It would be delightful to learn barbecue techniques together." Ella maintained her smile, but turned to Ashura, asking warmly, "Classmate Ashura, is that convenient for you?" Ashura, who had been merely observing, felt an unexpected sense of threat in Ella's amiable smile as she directed her question at him. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to take a gamble and awkwardly said, "Well, Mentor Anthony, I must apologize. My barbecue skills are hereditary. There's a family tradition that this skill is passed down to the females, not the males, so it will be rather inconvenient for you." As Ashura spoke, he keenly observed Ella's expression, noticing her smile brightened further upon hearing his words. He realized he had played his cards right. However, the excuse he conjured was rather flimsy, and he felt a wave of embarrassment as he furtively glanced at Mentor Anthony. Witnessing Anthony's handsome features contort in frustration, with veins visibly pulsing on his forehead, Ashura instinctively turned away. Fortunately, Ella interjected, saying, "Mentor Anthony, it appears that this may not be feasible. I know a few friends with commendable barbecue skills. I could introduce you to them in the future." Realizing that remaining would only heighten the awkwardness, Anthony, with a displeased expression, turned to leave, casting a glare at Ashura that left the latter feeling quite helpless. As Ella watched Anthony depart, she exhaled deeply and appreciatively winked at Ashura. This playful, youthful gesture left Ashura momentarily stunned, but the young man was not easily swayed. Leaning closer to Ella, he whispered, "Dear Mentor Ella, having done you such a significant favor, how do you intend to reward me?" With the demeanor of a young girl, Ella immediately countered, "What favor? I am unaware of what you speak." Upon hearing this, Ashura let out a cold laugh, rising to call out toward Anthony's retreating figure. Yet, before he could utter a word, a delicate hand swiftly covered his mouth, and Ella indignantly remarked, "I am not intimidated by you. You were not so unyielding when you requested leave previously." Ashura chuckled, quickly adopting a sycophantic tone. "How could I dare to ask you for anything? However, during my year of absence, the Academy has not credited me the 100 points it issues each month. If you could arrange for those points to be granted to me, that would suffice." Instructor Era cast a glance at him, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, I had prepared this for you long ago, but I couldn't send it while you were away from the academy. Bring me your badge, and I shall transfer it to you. As Ashura, eager to flatter instructor Era's beauty and wisdom, handed over his badge. He watched as she transferred over 1,000 academy points accrued during his absence from the institution. While they were engaged in their quiet conversation, a gentle voice emerged from behind. Instructor Era, may I join you? Chapter 79. Earning points, both turned to behold a graceful young lady standing bashfully behind them, her silvery hair seemingly shimmering with a faint glow. Instructor Era responded with delight. Of course, you are most welcome, though I do wonder if Ashura's grilling skills are up to par, as I am not well versed in the art of barbecue. However, Ashura felt a twinge of displeasure, as it was his domain, and he wondered why she had not sought his approval first. Just as he opened his mouth to assert his authority, he noticed Clara discreetly producing her magic wand. Instantly, Ashura silenced himself and turned to resume his work. Clara joined instructor Era, both engaging in cheerful banter as they brushed Ashura's secret sauce onto the grilling meat, while Ashura busied himself with tending to the roast of the Qingtong barbarian cow. Nearby, the students of the 13th magic class were utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why Ashura's humble barbecue had drawn the attention of two stunning beauties. Did all lovely ladies have a penchant for grilled delicacies? The martial arts students in close proximity gazed enviously at the small gathering. Before they could fully grasp the unfolding events, two more enchanting figures approached the peculiar boy's barbecue fire, exchanged a few words with instructor Era, and joyfully joined the grilling team. This development left the members of the 13th magic class devoid of appetite, except for the carefree Nawi, who continued to indulge in the culinary delights while the boys, including Kyle, were left fuming with frustration. The latest additions to the group were Magina and Lan Yu, who had just completed their duty and, in unison, made their way toward Ashura. They had observed the earlier happenings from the sidelines, and though initially hesitant due to their modesty, the sight of Clara joining the team spurred them to approach without further delay. Upon seeing four charming ladies gathered around the fire, Ashura found himself momentarily perplexed. Thankfully, there was an ample supply of Qingtong barbarian meat. The girls likely wouldn't consume too much. Leaning against a sturdy tree, he reclined, crossing his legs as he directed the newly joined Magina to continuously turn the grilling meat while instructing Lan Yu to chop and add firewood. Meanwhile, Era and Clara diligently applied a second layer of secret sauce to the barbecue delights. The four ladies, witnessing Ashura's mischievous demeanor, felt an urge to kick him. But considering he was the provider of the barbecue, they refrained from matching his antics. Engaging in light-hearted conversation, Ashura occasionally interjected, creating an atmosphere of delightful camaraderie. As a rumble emanated from Magina's belly, her face flushed crimson as she indignantly called out to Ashura, "How much longer until the roast is ready?" There's not even a hint of aroma. Reclining on the grass, Ashura glanced at the thick layer of hardened glaze atop the Qingmu barbarian bull, a concoction he had instructed Ella and Clara to apply as the third sauce, royal jelly. Slowly rising, he approached the massive roast and proclaimed, "Ladies, the moment of excitement has arrived. Behold the time to witness culinary delight." With that, he produced a gleaming knife and sliced through the thick frosting on the bull's back. A torrent of hot, savory juices gushed forth, merging with the glaze and seeping into the meat. An intoxicating aroma of roasting meat swiftly enveloped the surroundings, causing the four women to gaze in disbelief at the roast, their mouths watering involuntarily. Nearby, both the magical and martial students, lured by the delectable scent, converged around the roast. At that moment, the enticing fragrance of the meat proved even more captivating than the four beauties. Magina, the first to react, instinctively reached for the roast, but before she could touch it, Ashura swatted her hand away. Blushing, she shot him an indignant glare. Unfazed, Ashura retorted, "I wouldn't want you to burn yourself. Let me serve you the meat." He then leapt from the trees, collecting several large leaves, and, using his knife, carved 4 tender strips of meat to present to the ladies. Whether driven by hunger or the irresistible aroma, the four women disregarded any semblance of decorum and devoured the meat, exclaiming their delight with each bite. Seeing their enthusiastic consumption brought Ashura joy, as he had often perused various culinary biographies in his youth. Coupled with his experiences in the beast forest, he had developed a certain expertise in roasting beast meat, allowing him to craft such delectable fare. Just as Ashura was preparing to slice off a piece for himself, a claw reached out for the roast beside him. Annoyed, he seized the intruding hand, discovering it belonged to a boy from the 13th class of magic, whose mouth was already watering profusely. The boy, feeling hindered, grumbled to Ashura, "Let me taste your roast to see how it fares." He attempted to free his hand to grab the meat. However, Ashura forcefully shook his hand away, irritated. "How could you have the audacity? I haven't touched your food, so keep your hands off my roast." The boy, feeling humiliated by the rejection, shouted defiantly, "What is so impressive about that? It's just some lowly roast. Everyone disperse. There's nothing worth tasting." Yet, the surrounding crowd paid him no mind, rendering his outburst all the more absurd. At that moment, a jovial voice rang out, "Ashura, you rascal. Your roast smells divine. Hand me a piece to accompany my drink." It was the charming middle-aged instructor, Engel, approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Ashura felt a wave of displeasure at the memories of past encounters with Engel. However, he could not refuse Mentor Engel as he did with the magical students. An idea flickered in his mind, and with a cheerful grin, Ashura exclaimed, "Mentor Engel, you are welcome to partake, but I have only roasted this single piece of meat, and there are numerous classmates around who wish to indulge as well. They have been waiting in line since early on. Therefore, to maintain fairness, those who wish to savor it should pay a small service fee, and I will gladly serve everyone. Of course, Mentor Engel, you would not wish to receive anything for free. A modest contribution towards my service fee, akin to the students, will suffice. I shall ensure you receive a generous portion of prime cuts." Mentor Engel's smile froze, realizing this young man was no fool. Before Engel could respond, a voice from the crowd called out, "Really? How much is the service fee? I can afford it. Hurry and give me a piece of that delicious meat." Ashura cast a commendatory glance at the inquisitive student, appreciating the question. He continued, "As we are all classmates, discussing monetary matters could tarnish the purity of our camaraderie. Therefore, let us settle on a rate of 10 academy points per pound of roasted meat. If you wish to enjoy my culinary delights tomorrow, I will require advance reservations. You may secure your order with points today. I assure you that tomorrow's offering will be distinct from today's. Should you choose not to reserve, the cost will double, as preparing this meat demands effort. So, feel free to exchange your points for this delectable beastly roast right now." After his words, silence enveloped the scene for a brief moment, before a cacophony of discontent erupted throughout the camp. Chapter 80. Equal Distribution. Upon hearing Ashura's remarks, the crowd expressed their dissatisfaction, deeming him mercenary and his prices exorbitant. Even the 4 girls standing behind him exhibited discomfort, wishing to distance themselves from him. Unperturbed, Ashura faced the crowd with his usual patience, offering no explanation but instead savoring a piece of roasted meat, grease dripping from his lips. As Ashura relished the roast, the clamoring around him gradually diminished, and the onlookers swallowed their saliva in silence. Suddenly, a plump hand extended a school badge, urgently calling out Ashura, "Please give me a pound of roasted meat to try." Ashura's eyes brightened. He immediately touched badges with the chubby student Niway, collecting 10 points, and enthusiastically handed over a generous slice of roast from his thigh. Niway, undeterred by the heat, eagerly devoured the meat, finishing a whole pound in mere bites, and then closed his eyes in a moment of reverie, seemingly relishing the flavor. The surrounding students quietly observed Niway, awaiting his feedback. After a prolonged silence, Niway suddenly opened his eyes wide, without commenting on the taste, and promptly retrieved his badge once more, requesting 3 more pounds of roasted meat. As the crowd witnessed Niway's reaction, they couldn't help but swallow hard. With the first purchase came the second and third, and gradually all the students eagerly produced their badges to buy the grilled meat. Ashura, flustered, juggled collecting points while slicing the meat, and the 4 women behind him exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding, and stepped forward to assist Ashura in selling the grilled meat. The barbecue delicacies were immensely popular among the students, many of whom, like Niway, made repeat purchases. Even Mentor Engel spent 100 points to buy a piece of grilled Aoki barbarian beefhead to enjoy with his drinks. Kyle and the others hesitated to buy Ashura's grilled meat out of pride, yet they could not resist the alluring aroma. Thus, They enlisted a familiar martial artist student to procure several pounds of grilled meat for them. With critical thoughts in mind, they took a bite, only to be instantly captivated by its exquisite flavor, devouring it eagerly. In no time, the meat from a single Aoki barbarian bowl was nearly consumed by the students, many of whom proactively exchanged points to reserve grilled meat for the next day, including the anonymous magic students like Kyle. Azura beamed with joy, counting the points in his badge, having earned 1,800 points from selling grilled meat tonight, with 2,000 points already reserved for tomorrow's orders. He felt life was exceedingly beautiful. After more than 20 days of training, he was reaping substantial rewards, and achieving Huang-level martial skills was no longer a distant dream. Just as he reveled in his thoughts about the bounty of academy points gained during this training period, four graceful figures encircled him. Azura looked at the women's meaningful gazes, scratching his head in confusion. Noticing their eyes fixed on his badge, he seemed to understand something, and with a grand gesture declared, "Rest assured, I will not charge you for the grilled meat. Isn't that generous?" Upon hearing this, the four women were momentarily taken aback, realizing they had underestimated Azura's audacity. They exchanged glances, each hesitating to speak. Ultimately, it was Magina who, unable to contain herself, addressed Azura. "Have you forgotten something?" Azura, bewildered by her words, pondered for a long time without realizing what he had overlooked, tilting his head innocently at the four beauties. Magina's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she persisted, saying, "You haven't divided the points from the grilled meat we sold. We grilled it together, and we sold it together." After speaking, her face turned even redder, seemingly embarrassed to utter such words, while the other three women nodded in agreement. However, Azura was left dumbfounded. He thought his thick skin was impressive, yet he discovered the women's resolve was even greater. He immediately jumped up to refute. "Impossible. Absolutely not. You must be dreaming." The four women, initially a bit shy, found it hard to resist the allure of the substantial academy points. In truth, they admired Azura's ability to earn such a fortune in a short time and felt fortunate for their decision to join him in grilling. However, seeing Azura's oblivious reaction, their spirits began to dampen. Ella, the mentor, calmly stated, "It's fine not to divide them. From now on, any requests for leave should be strictly executed according to the Academy's regulations." Azura, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the beautiful and intellectual mentor, unable to fathom such heartless words from her lips. Gritting his teeth, Azura seemed to concede to Ella's stance and shifted his gaze to the other three women. The trio of beauties, more straightforward, had no intention of engaging in conversation. They silently drew their weapons, battle axes, daggers, and staves. Immediately, Azura raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, all right, if it appeases you, I shall divide 100 academy points among you." The three women's eyes sparkled with interest, their lips curving into smiles, ready to respond. When Ella interjected from the back, "Did you not earn 1,800 points today? We are a team, after all, so the points must be evenly distributed, 360 points each, neither more nor less." Once again, Azura stood frozen, staring at the four women before him, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Silently, he retrieved his twin blades from his spatial belt, assuming a combat stance, poised to unleash his third seal. Observing his resolute demeanor, Ella smiled and drew forth her magical staff, radiating the aura of a second-tier mage, her flaxen hair billowing in the wind. The other three women also brandished their weapons, gazing at Azura with mirth. After a prolonged silence, Azura finally produced his badge and handed it over. Moments later, he lay expressionless within his tree hollow, gazing at the sky beyond the entrance, listening to the excited chatter of the four women outside. Azura felt as though a yellow-tier martial technique was slipping away from him. Time passed, and after considerable effort, Azura managed to calm his thoughts, sitting in meditative silence within the hollow. Besides the outermost sentinels, the other students in the camp gradually succumbed to slumber as the night in the monster forest unfolded in serene tranquility. In the dead of night, while Azura meditated, he heard faint footsteps approaching his tree hollow. Instantly, he lay on the dry reeds, feigning sleep. Before long, a small head peeked cautiously into the hollow. Upon seeing Azura in a deep slumber, the girl hesitated for a moment, then cautiously entered and sat down, hugging her knees while gazing up at the night sky. At that moment, a melancholic voice echoed within the hollow. Why are you here if you're not sleeping? The girl at the entrance nearly gasped in shock, turning to glare at Ashura, who wore a mischievous grin. The moonlight bathed the girl's exquisite face, accentuating her breathtaking beauty. Chapter 81. Conversations under the starry sky. Upon witnessing the girl's stunning visage, Ashura felt a surge of desire and moved closer to her side, settling beside her. Clara, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, pushed him away forcefully. Undeterred, Ashura boldly inquired, "Beautiful lady, what troubles you? Are you having a moral awakening and planning to return those 360 points to me?" Clara waved her tiny fists and playfully chastised him. "You wish. I find your tree hollow rather intriguing, and the scenery is delightful. I simply want to come and sit here." Ashura smirked and replied, "Boring. You can gaze at the stars here while I retire to your tent for some sleep." Clara, feigning indignation, pinched Ashura sharply and, after a moment of hesitation, shyly confessed, "Truthfully, I have difficulty sleeping in unfamiliar places, so I thought I might come here to admire the stars." Upon hearing this, Ashura nodded knowingly and remarked, "Ah, this reveals your insecurity. So, you have come to seek comfort in my presence." Clara blushed fiercely and retorted, "You're so full of yourself." As she buried her face between her knees, Ashura reclined beside her and gently suggested, "Lie down and gaze at the stars. If you find it hard to fall asleep in the future, you can count the stars. Before long, you'll drift off. Look at all these twinkling stars. Don't they shine as brilliantly as I do?" Clara lifted her head and laughed. "You truly have no shame." Unfazed, Ashura patted the dry reeds beside him and encouraged, "Lie down. Tell me if the stars are more beautiful than I am." Clara, her cheeks flushed, hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and gently lying on her side, too shy to glance at the boy beside her. Ashura clasped his hands behind his head and began reminiscing about their youthful adventures and future aspirations, while Clara listened intently, occasionally interjecting with light laughter. Beneath the resplendent night sky, the pair of youth lay in the tree hollow, sharing tales of the past and hopes for the future, creating a scene of serene beauty. As the night deepened, Ashura unexpectedly fell asleep, and upon awakening in the morning, he found the girl beside him had vanished. It felt as though he had experienced a beautiful dream, yet he had gained nothing from it, which left Ashura slightly disgruntled as he mumbled and exited the tree hollow. The camp gradually came to life, with fellow students emerging from their tents to wash up and prepare for departure. Some were engaged in lively discussions about the delicious roasted meat from the previous night and speculating on what delectable meals awaited them that evening. Ashura washed his face by the lake, stretched lazily, and turned to see Clara, the silver-haired maiden, approaching with a towel, seemingly also intending to freshen up. With a casual greeting, Ashura observed Clara as she washed, his mind wandering to mischievous thoughts of her entering his tree hollow last night and his desire to enter her tent tonight, while Clara pretended to be indifferent. She felt utterly uneasy under Ashura's lecherous gaze. Not bothering to wipe the water from her face, she shot him an annoyed glare before swiftly retreating to her tent. Ashura chuckled mischievously and strolled over to join his team, feeling rather unburdened, as he had the least to pack in the entire camp. After a leisurely hour, the students finally gathered themselves and formed a line. The instructors said little, allowing the students to organize themselves independently. Today's journey proved to be even more arduous than yesterday's. The deeper we ventured into the forest, the more treacherous the path became, particularly for a group of over 100 individuals. Intriguingly, each time the students vanquished second- or third-tier magical beasts, someone would bring them to Ashura, inquiring whether they were palatable. Ashura, ever welcoming, would accept any suitable beast for roasting and stow them away in his storage belt, eager to showcase his culinary skills that evening. He had resolved to grill the meat himself and sell it independently, determined to avoid exploitation by those four troublesome women. During today's trek, a warrior student who was clearing the path was bitten on the left cheek by a venomous insect, causing his face to swell to an alarming size. The other students hastily applied various antidotes and healing salves to his injury, yet he writhed in agony, showing no signs of improvement. Ultimately, Ashura could no longer bear to witness the scene. He scraped some tree resin from a nearby tree and applied it to the student's cheek. Within a short while, the swelling visibly subsided. Even Instructor Engel gazed at Ashura with surprise, astonished that this seemingly carefree youth possessed such knowledge. Ashura had merely employed the medical skills he learned from his grandfather during his youth. Motivated by the thought that if the injured student could not enjoy the grilled meat he had purchased for 50 points that evening, what would become of his business? Thus, the group reached their campsite for the second night without further incident. This evening, they arrived later than the previous night, selecting a mountaintop for their encampment where the trees were sparse, providing an open view that was easy to defend. Upon arrival, Ashura paid little mind to where he would sleep. Instead, he discreetly sought out a concealed area to begin preparing the evening's barbecue ingredients. However, just as he was about to light his fire, he turned around to find 4 lovely ladies watching him with cheerful smiles. A surge of indignation welled within him. Blue Feather cheerfully chimed in, "We come to help. We're all part of the same team. Just call on us when you need assistance. It's exhausting to do it all by yourself." Ashura helplessly gazed up at the sky, struggling to prevent tears from welling in his eyes. This was sheer bullying. Finally, under the strong persuasion of the 4 girls, he completed the barbecue sales. The 2,000 points earned yesterday were swiftly divided among them, leaving Ashura seething with unvoiced anger. Today's barbecue received similar accolades from the students, yet the reservations for tomorrow's barbecue points were disappointingly low, totaling only a little over 800 points. After a moment of contemplation, Ashura realized that a continuous diet of barbecue would lead to a loss of novelty among the students. Even the most delectable meat could become tiresome when consumed repeatedly, especially since girls generally had an aversion to greasy foods. Moreover, his barbecue was not particularly inexpensive, and many were reluctant to part with their precious points. Ashura could not allow his point sales to dwindle. An idea sparked in his mind as he began seeking a large pot for making soup. However, after inquiring around, he discovered that no one possessed a cooking pot. It seemed that no student had ever thought to prepare their own food, and thus, none had brought any cooking utensils. Ashura found himself in a predicament due to the limited storage capacity of his spatial belt, coupled with the unfortunate oversight of not bringing a cooking pot. Just as he was in a state of frantic dismay, Clara, her cheeks flushed, tugged him aside and presented him with a splendid, large silver basin, inquiring if this would suffice. Upon seeing it, Ashura was elated, nearly embracing Clara in gratitude before hastily rushing to the center of the camp, proclaiming loudly, "Tomorrow, we shall forego roasted meat in favor of stewed meat, which is certain to be even more delectable." The other students, intrigued by his announcement, clamored to place their orders for the stewed meat. Ashura, grinning widely at the 1,000 points he had just received, felt a surge of joy. Clara, however, blushed deeply, her lips parting several times to speak, but ultimately falling silent. Chapter 82. Silver Basin Stewed Meat. That evening, Ashura was unable to find a suitable tree hollow and planned to meditate and rest on a tree branch within the camp. However, Magina approached him, insisting he accompany her for the night watch until midnight, claiming that she was too bored alone and needed someone to converse with for distraction. Initially resolute in his refusal, Ashura changed his mind when Magina promised him 100 academy points for his company. He promptly stood up, retrieving his badge to demand payment up front for his services. Magina, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement, thought about how many boys in the academy sought her attention, yet she had chosen to approach this rogue. Yet, glancing at the distant, longing gaze of Blue Feather, she found herself secretly delighted, dismissing the loss of 100 points since they were, after all, taken from him. Thus, Ashura spent 2 hours by Magina's side, engaging in boastful banter interspersed with risque jokes, causing her to blush and kick him playfully. Finally, having completed his watch with Magina, Ashura intended to climb the tree for a moment of meditation when he was abruptly pulled down by Blue Feather, who insisted that it was her turn for the watch. In exchange for 100 points, she too wanted Ashura's company for conversation. Faced with the allure of more points, he sighed and complied, engaging in conversation for another 4 hours, leaving him parched and exhausted, feeling this was far more taxing than his meditative practices. By the time he ascended the tree once more, the sky was already lightening with the dawn. He seized the remaining 2 hours for meditation, determined not to squander a moment. The challenges of the third day's journey proved even more formidable, occasionally encountering mercenary groups venturing into the beast forest. Upon spotting the students in their St. Gabain Academy uniforms, the mercenaries would hastily retreat, wary of provoking such a formidable institution, knowing that any one of these students might be backed by immense power, while a small group might have posed less concern. The presence of such a large contingent surely indicated strong mentors accompanying them, and it was best to keep a wide berth. Fortunately, the day unfolded without any mishaps, and the students began to acclimate to the rhythm of the beast forest, effectively safeguarding themselves. However, the mages of Class 13 were increasingly beleaguered, as their physical resilience proved ill-suited for traversing the treacherous terrain of the beast forest. As evening descended, the group set up camp by the riverside. This time, Azura did not conceal himself. Instead, he animatedly directed the four women in their tasks. Tonight, he planned to prepare a hearty stew using the large silver basin that Clara had gifted him. He intended to simmer chunks of 5 or 6 different third-tier magical beasts, complemented by fragrant herbs from the forest, over a gentle flame. However, Clara had exchanged a few hushed words with the other 3 women, who then cast complex glances at both Azura and the silver basin. Azura, oblivious to their cryptic behavior, scooped a spoonful of broth, blowing gently to cool it before tasting. The savory flavor of the meat broth filled him with satisfaction, yet the 4 women averted their gazes, seemingly unable to look at him. This struck Azura as peculiar. They had always relished the delicacies he prepared, so what had caused this sudden change in demeanor? Regardless, he paid little mind, as the aroma of the stew had already drawn a long line of eager students awaiting their turn. With a beaming smile, Azura invited the 4 women to assist him in serving the stew, kindly offering to ladle out a bowl for each of them first, lest they miss out. Yet, they awkwardly shook their heads, indicating they did not require any. Azura's stew received resounding praise, the warm broth bringing comfort to all who tasted it. Even several instructors approached him for a serving, particularly Instructor Engel, who had been enjoying Azura's meals for days on end. Seizing the moment of favorable reviews, Azura announced that tomorrow's dinner would differ from tonight's, prompting a flurry of students to reserve their meals in advance. To their astonishment, the culinary delights crafted by Azura had proven to be so delectable that some students had unwittingly spent over 100 points on dinner. After selling all of tonight's stew, Azura willingly shared his points with the 4 women. Noticing that a little broth remained in the silver basin, he contentedly embraced it for a sip. Just as he was about to indulge, he felt a tug on his arm and looked down to find a visibly distressed Clara. Azura sensed something was amiss with the 4 women, who had been unusually silent. Clara bit her lip and hesitantly urged him, "Please refrain from drinking the broth. I have something else for you to eat." Confounded, Azura inquired why not. It would be such a shame to waste it. Clara took a deep breath and leaned in closer, whispering in his ear, "That silver basin is what I use to wash my feet." With a loud clatter, the basin slipped from Azura's grasp and fell to the ground, leaving him stunned and motionless. The other 3 women suppressed giggles at his reaction, while the surrounding students regarded Azura with bemusement. His eyes, vacant and bewildered, turned towards Clara, who lowered her head, blushing and unable to meet his gaze. Azura's voice, laced with disbelief, echoed, "You let me drink your foot-washing water." Before he could finish, Clara hastily covered his mouth, her face etched with urgency. "Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to demand a refund on their points?" The mention of refunds snapped Azura back to reality, and he stared at Clara with wide eyes, seemingly reproaching her for not having informed him sooner. Clara, feeling a bit embarrassed, whispered, "How was I to know you intended to use it for stewing meat? Besides, this is the only pot available for that purpose. Otherwise, how would you sell your stewed meat tonight?" Upon hearing this, Azura nodded, seemingly resigned to his fate. Gesturing for Clara to remove her hand, Clara hurriedly withdrew her small hand, discreetly wiping it on her magical robe after having covered Ashura's mouth with it. Ashura, witnessing this small gesture, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He thought to himself, "I don't mind having consumed your foot-washing water, yet you disdain touching my mouth." Sensing Ashura's tumultuous mood, Lanyu and Magina refrained from inviting him to join their conversation that evening. Ashura, relishing the rare moment of solitude, sought refuge behind a tree, engaging in meditation. In the dead of night, Clara, curious and peeking out of her tent, was surprised to find Ashura sitting there, deep in meditation instead of asleep. With a conflicted expression, she bit her lip and retreated to her tent. Not only Clara, but also Lanyu and Magina, returning from their night watch, noticed Ashura in meditation. They had overlooked the fact that Ashura was a magic apprentice, always clad in a wizard's robe while training with them in martial arts. His rapid advancement in combat skills had already astonished them, and now they discovered he was diligently practicing magical meditation as well. This carefree individual was surprisingly industrious, instilling a sense of urgency within the two girls, who returned to their tent with tense expressions. The accompanying instructors from the academy also took note of this young man, who, despite lacking a tent, had been silently meditating throughout the night. Even Mentor Engel nodded in approval from a distance. Chapter 83. Trust Me Thus. The students had traversed the monster forest for 16 days, having ventured from the outskirts into the central region. They frequently encountered level 4 magical beasts, and, relying on their numbers, were able to swiftly dispatch them. Particularly, some outstanding students who independently killed their first level 4 beast were brimming with excitement, eager to showcase their formidable strength. Throughout these 16 days, Ashura had reaped substantial rewards, selling a variety of dinners that filled his coffers. The 4 girls accompanying him were equally exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the nightfall to sell dinners and accumulate points. However, they could now only earn a few hundred academy points each night, as many students had unknowingly spent their badges points on dinners. This left some students feeling regretful and directly affected Ashura's dinner income. Currently, each of the 5 involved in selling meals had accumulated over 5,000 points and were already plotting how to spend their newfound wealth. Ashura planned to cease his dinner sales after tonight, as cooking in a monster forest had become increasingly perilous as they ventured deeper. At this moment, the Academy's team was traversing a ridge, with only 3 days remaining until they reached their designated evaluation endpoint. Ashura was clearing the underbrush in front of him with his twin blades. Behind her, Mentor Ella was struggling to fend off Mentor Anthony's persistent flirtation, often feeling that he was even more juvenile than the Ashura standing before her. Through her recent interactions with this troublesome student, she had come to realize that despite Ashura's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he possessed an uncanny ability to react and judge situations swiftly and accurately. For instance, during the nightly dinner sales, it was evident that she was reaping the rewards of Ashura's labor, which filled her with a sense of shame as a mentor. Initially, she merely intended to challenge this truant student, never anticipating that she would end up accumulating so many points. This revelation led her to regard Ashura with newfound respect, and the points she had earned brought her immense joy. She contemplated returning to the academy to request a magical artifact from her grandmaster, AV, as a gesture of compensation for Ashura. Moreover, Ashura occasionally exhibited a remarkable familiarity with the creatures of the beast forest, leaving Ella astounded and curious about the depth of his knowledge. Before Mentor Ella could collect her thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted a short distance ahead, causing the team to react with unprecedented panic. Ella and Mentor Anthony immediately rushed forward to assess the situation, while Ashura wrinkled his nose and followed suit. They soon discovered a group of students besieging a crimson python as thick as an arm, marked with a lotus-shaped emblem on its head. Although it was only a level 4 magical beast, its speed was astonishing, darting through the group like a streak of red, leaving the students in disarray. Moments earlier, this fierce serpent had leapt down from the treetops to attack a martial artist, and had it not been for the student's sturdy protective armor, he might have suffered severe injury. It was rare for magical beasts to attack a large group of students. Typically, they would flee or hide. Yet this aggressive red serpent showed no signs of retreat, confronting the students with ferocity, its body emanating a faint, dizzying mist that induced nausea upon inhalation. Upon recognizing the creature as a level 4 magical beast, Ella and Anthony felt a sense of relief, though they were unable to identify the specific type of serpent, given a multitude of species inhabiting the beast forest. Suddenly, after being wounded by a student wielding a broadsword, the fierce red serpent charged toward Ella and Anthony, seemingly seeking to escape. In a bid to impress the enamored Ella, Anthony swiftly drew his spear, but just as he was about to strike, a voice called out urgently from behind, "Do not kill it." Hearing the shout, Anthony hesitated for a brief moment, but that hesitation was fleeting as he thrust his spear forward, the tip piercing the serpent's head. A burst of crimson mist erupted from the serpent's skull, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The young mentor Anthony beamed with pride, but before he could revel in his triumph, a figure rushed forward, glanced at the serpent's corpse, and then anxiously scanned the surroundings. Both mentors and the surrounding students looked on in bewilderment at the short-haired youth. who was renowned for his culinary skills. It was a student who first reacted, teasingly inquiring, "What's the matter, Ashura? Are you planning to make snake soup tonight? Do you feel sorrow for the snake's severed head?" The crowd erupted in laughter, particularly Mentor Anthony, who disdainfully curled his lip, dismissing the notion that a student so fond of trivial pursuits could ever achieve greatness. However, the usually jovial Ashura wore a grave expression, and his first utterance left everyone perplexed. He urgently asked, "Mentors, is there a way to seek assistance from other teams or academies? We need help immediately. We are in serious trouble." Upon hearing Ashura's words, the surrounding individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Mentor Ella furrowed her brow and cautioned, "Do not jest. This matter is no laughing matter. If things go awry, you could face disciplinary action from the academy." Ashura, however, fixed his gaze on Mentor Ella's eyes and resolutely replied, "Trust me, I will explain after we summon help." Mentor Ella, taken aback by his unwavering determination, felt a sudden unease as Ashura exuded an overwhelming aura that quickened her breath, stirring a sense of disarray within her. Yet, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and produced a magical scroll, casting it into the sky. Instantly, the scroll transformed into a brilliant red beam of light, shining vividly amidst the forest. Witnessing this, Mentor Anthony erupted in anger, berating Ashura, "Foolishness! How dare you deceive Mentor Ella into using the distress scroll? Do you comprehend the gravity of the responsibility you bear? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I will see to your expulsion from the academy." Ashura cast a scornful glance at Anthony, utterly unfazed by the male mentor's threats, his expression suggesting he regarded him as a fool. This infuriated Mentor Anthony, who reached out to seize Ashura by the collar. However, Mentor Ella stepped forward protectively, anxiously asking, "I have followed your instructions. Now please explain what peril we face." As the distress scroll shimmered in the air, 6 mentors and numerous students gathered around Ashura, eager to hear his explanation. Among them were some students who had recently been displeased with Ashura's accumulation of points, whispering snide remarks. Ashura surveyed the crowd and quickly proclaimed, "Students present here, take a whiff of yourselves. Do you not detect a nauseating stench? Some of you may even have a reddish hue." Upon hearing this, many hurriedly raised their arms to sniff their own skin, and several students immediately retched, realizing even Mentor Ella and Mentor Anthony bore the repugnant scent. Before anyone could inquire further, Ashura lamented, "This snake is known as the Crimson Lotus Serpent, renowned for its speed and lethal venom. It is a fiercely territorial creature, living in packs, and is a growing magical beast that increases in strength with age, potentially evolving into a level 7 Crimson Lotus Serpent King. When this serpent perishes, the red mist it emits will cling to its foes, inciting its kin to seek vengeance without end." Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to confront a horde of Crimson Lotus Serpents, and their numbers could be immense. It is likely that among them lurks a level 7 Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Prepare yourselves for the worst. It is important to clarify that the points for tonight's pre-booked dinner are non-refundable and non-exchangeable. Chapter 84. The Crimson Lotus Serpents swarm upon hearing Ashura's account. Everyone was drenched in cold sweat, including the 6 mentors, whose expressions shifted dramatically. Particularly Mentor Anthony, who had been the one to pierce the Crimson Lotus Serpent's head with a single shot, regretted not heeding Ashura's warning from behind. Mentor Anthony exclaimed sternly, "You are called Ashura, correct? Do not speak nonsense. How could such a formidable beast exist here? How can you be certain that this serpent is the so-called Crimson Lotus Serpent? Do not incite panic among the troops." Ashura cast a glance at him, akin to that of a fool, feeling a surge of frustration. He had warned him a halt, yet to flaunt his prowess by slaying the serpent. And now he was the one gripped by fear. If his recklessness resulted in casualties among the students, Mentor Anthony would bear that burden. Mentor Ella, however, urgently inquired of Ashura, "Are you sure? What should our next step be? How can we save ourselves?" Reinforcements would take some time to arrive, and the mentors from surrounding teams were beginning to converge. Mentor Anthony, visibly displeased, remarked, "Mentor Ella, you choose to believe this young man's reckless claims? A 7th-level beast? Has he ever encountered one?" Before Mentor Anthony could finish, Mentor Ella interjected forcefully, "Silence. I trust him." A profound silence enveloped the area, particularly for Mentor Anthony, who gazed in disbelief at the woman he had long admired, as she shouted at him in defense of a student who seemed to be merely opportunistic. As the awkward tension mounted on Minter Anthony's face, Minter Engel's resonant baritone broke the silence. I have read accounts of the Crimson Lotus Serpent in a biography regarding the Beast Forest, and Ashura's description aligns closely. Even powerful mercenary groups are reluctant to provoke such a creature. The assembly was further gripped by fear upon hearing Minter Engel's statement, with the surrounding young men and women displaying expressions of terror. The mere mention of a 7th-level beast sent shivers down their spines. Initially, Ashura felt a sense of relief upon receiving Minter Engel's support, as it seemed a rational mind had taken charge of the situation. However, when Minter Engel directed a questioning gaze towards him, Ashura felt a wave of exasperation, knowing this was not the time for self-indulgence. After a brief contemplation, he addressed the mentors. Gather all the students. No one should act alone. Additionally, is there an open area that is defensible? It is preferable to avoid any cover from trees or underbrush. Minter Engel responded, there is a deep gorge nearby, relatively free of vegetation. By positioning ourselves against the cliff, we can reduce the number of sides we need to defend. Upon hearing this, Ashura decisively declared, let us proceed there at full speed and clear space upon arrival. The students, now devoid of dissent, hurriedly made their way toward that direction, even the frail magic students being dragged along by their warrior counterparts. Upon reaching the precipice of the deep valley, Ashura surveyed his surroundings. The area was strewn with jagged rocks, and the vegetation was sparse. Behind him loomed a bottomless cliff, though not perfectly vertical. Its steepness rendered it unfathomable to the eye. Recognizing this as a strategic defensive location, Ashura briefly conferred with the mentors and resolved to establish a defensive formation here. Regardless of their individual sentiments, the mentors instructed their respective classes to assume defensive stances, fully aware that they could not bear the responsibility of significant casualties among the students, especially in the face of the formidable level 7 Crimson Lotus Serpent King. The formation comprised 2 warrior classes shielding the magic students at the center, with 4 warrior mentors positioned at the forefront. Mentor Ayla and the fire element mentor, Slade, stood in the middle of the group, the latter continuously wiping the cold sweat from his brow while muttering inaudibly. The palpable tension affected the students profoundly. Some female magic students, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, burst into tears. Meanwhile, the male students, gripping their weapons with white-knuckled fingers, found themselves paralyzed by anxiety, as this was likely their first encounter with the specter of death. Ayla, too, was fraught with apprehension, acutely aware that her water magic would prove limited against such a swift serpent creature, particularly fearing the possibility of accidentally harming her fellow students. It was her first encounter with such peril, and her heartbeat raced. Just as her nerves reached a crescendo, a tall yet unassuming figure stepped in front of her. His short black hair stood resolute like steel, and he held 2 daggers gleaming with a golden hue at his sides. Ayla gazed at this figure, momentarily speechless. Sensing her scrutiny, the young man turned slightly, smiling as he spoke. I promised before we set off that I would protect you. Mentor Ayla. The lightheartedness of his words, combined with his handsome profile, caused Ayla's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. She huffed softly, refraining from a response. Yet her anxiety seemed to dissipate. Ashura, awaiting Ayla's reply, was instead met with a few sharp huffs. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a trio of girls, Magina, Lanua, and Clara, had positioned themselves around him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ashura felt a twinge of unease and instinctively shrank back. Magina shot him a stern glance and declared, "Stay put behind us when the time comes, understand?" Ashura's expression darkened, but the severity in their gazes silenced his retort. Whatever they chose to think was their prerogative. He hoped for the best and wished to avoid the worst. The group remained tense, their eyes fixed on the dense thicket before them as twilight descended. They kindled several campfires to illuminate their surroundings. Over an hour had passed, and murmurs began to circulate among the students, questioning whether Ashura had led them astray. Ignoring the growing chatter, Ashura suddenly focused intently and shouted, "It's here." The crowd fell silent at his call, their attention transfixed on the dense forest before them. Shortly after Ashura uttered those words, a cacophony of rustling emerged from the thicket, reminiscent of bones being gnawed upon, sending shivers down their spines. The students instinctively recoiled, and even the mentors wore solemn expressions. Instructor Engel bellowed. Courage, resilience, indomitable spirit. Face the foe. As these rallying cries echoed, they seemed to dissipate some of the fear that gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Gripping their weapons tightly, the students braced themselves for the impending battle. The rustling grew nearer, and under the dim light, pairs of deep crimson eyes suddenly flickered to life within the darkness of the woods, some as small as fireflies, others as large as a fist, all coldly observing the group with unblinking indifference. A few timid magic students collapsed in terror, lacking the physique of fighters. Even if they attempted to flee, they would not reach the front. Their minds were a muddled chaos, unable to recall any incantations. Yet, when a pair of lantern-sized crimson vertical pupils appeared, even Ashura gasped in shock, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Glancing at the women surrounding him, he pondered whom to flee with. Chapter 85. The Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. The throng trembled under the unyielding gaze of the multitude of crimson eyes in the forest, leaving no room for doubt regarding Ashura's earlier warnings. Had it not been for his foresight in bringing them here to prepare, they would have suffered catastrophic losses at the hands of the serpentine beasts lurking within the thicket. Yet, uncertainty loomed over their ability to conquer the serpent horde, as the dread emanating from the creatures enveloped the students. Instructor Engel brandished a massive axe, vociferously rallying the students to muster their spirits. After all, these students were young elites from the continent of kings. Following a fleeting moment of fear, they clutched their weapons, striving to quell the tremors in their legs and awaken every ounce of courage within them, aware that they were on the brink of a life-and-death struggle. Observing the somber atmosphere, Ashura refrained from mocking his peers. He remembered his own terror when he first encountered a level 5 beast, the earth-shaking bear. At that moment, the Scarlet Lotus serpents began to slither out of the forest, and the formidable Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, with its lantern-sized vertical pupils, revealed its massive form. Ashura noted the red lotus pattern upon the serpent's head and felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a hint of levity, he called out to the group, "Good news. This Scarlet Lotus Serpent King is merely at the pinnacle of level 6. It has not yet reached level 7. The crowd turned their heads to him, regarding him as if he were a fool, and Ashura felt a twinge of embarrassment for his proclamation. However, a few mentors in the group quietly exhaled in relief. A level 6 pinnacle beast was not beyond their combined strength. Still, they needed to consider the students behind them. If the level 6 Scarlet Lotus Serpent King went berserk, the consequences would be dire. Before they could devise a strategy, the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King reared its head high, its girth comparable to that of 3 men embracing, creating a formidable visual impact upon the onlookers. The Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, with a show of power, expelled a foul red mist towards the ranks of the students. With a thunderous roar, thousands of Scarlet Lotus serpents surged forward. Instructor Engel bellowed a fierce command, wielding a colossal axe as he charged alongside 2 other martial instructors toward the Serpent King, intent on keeping it at bay from the battlefield, leaving the other 3rd, 4th, and 5th level serpents disregarded. As the battle loomed, the red mist emitted by the Serpent King was a manifestation of its innate ability, leaving the students dizzy and sluggish, rendering them incapable of exerting more than 50% of their combat prowess. Just as the horde of serpents was about to descend upon them, a series of gentle blue ripples suddenly emanated from within the group, spreading outward. As these ripples passed through the students' bodies, the negative effects of the red mist were mostly dispelled, restoring their full strength. It was none other than Instructor Aira, wielding her magic staff, who employed the yellow tier spell blessing of the water god, aiding everyone in cleansing the detrimental effects and regaining their combat capabilities. The students, invigorated, cast grateful glances toward the center where Aira stood and rallied to engage the Scarlet Lotus serpents with their weapons. Fortunately, most of the serpents were of the 3rd and 4th levels, with relatively few 5th level ones. Ahead, Instructor Anthony wielded a silver spear, systematically eliminating each 5th level serpent. After the initial chaos, the group gradually stabilized their formation, methodically repelling the onslaught of the serpents. However, the magic students found themselves in a precarious position. The lightning spells summoned by the lightning mages rarely inflicted harm on the exceptionally swift serpents. Several mages struggled to complete their incantations, failing to cast even a single spell. The surrounding martial students guarded them with a hint of disdain, preventing the encroaching serpents from breaking through. Only Clara managed to summon lightning with remarkable speed and precision, her attacks proving devastating as she swiftly felled a 5th-level Scarlet Lotus Serpent, much to Azura's astonishment. Witnessing Clara's magical prowess for the first time, Azura realized that lightning magic indeed possessed the highest lethality, prompting him to consider refining his own lightning skills. Thus, Azura brandished his dual blades as if they were a magical staff, each strike unleashing arcs of lightning. His unique physique allowed him to store a significant amount of lightning magic elements through meditation, disregarding the cost of magic, focusing solely on mastery, and increasing his destructive power. This spectacle left instructor Aira astounded, unable to believe that this was one of her students. Mages are typically synonymous with elegance and wisdom, yet here was a student, leaping about with dual blades, alternating between slashing and casting lightning spells, an image far removed from any sense of grace. As the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King was held at bay by Engel and the other 3 martial instructors, and with the presence of Magic Warrior level instructor Anthony systematically eliminating 5th-level serpents, Aira and Slade, the 2 magical scholars, maintained order through their spells. Occasionally, stragglers were swiftly dispatched by outstanding students like Magina, and the red mist released upon the serpent's demise began to permeate the clearing. Although the students occasionally sustained injuries, fortunately, there were no casualties. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. "You beast! Dare you!" The 6th-level pinnacle Red Lotus Serpent King swung its massive tail with all its might, sending 3 attacking martial arts instructors flying, its fierce gaze fixed on the student formation. The foremost instructor, Anthony, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he beheld the ferocious advance of the Red Lotus Serpent King. Meanwhile, instructors Anger and his companions shouted, "Block it," while rushing to provide assistance. Yet, the young Anthony, gripped by fear, hesitated to thrust forth his spear, retreating to the side and unwittingly exposing the students behind him to the oncoming Serpent King. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as several students were instantly struck down by the Serpent King's tremendous force, their fates unknown upon hitting the ground. The students' defensive formation was swiftly shattered, and a few even contemplated fleeing in terror. Indeed, the higher the level, the greater the intellect. The 6th-level Pinnacle Red Lotus Serpent King clearly knew how to target the vulnerable. It wreaked havoc within the student ranks, dealing devastating blows. Anger shot a furious glare at the still trembling Anthony before leaping toward the Red Lotus Serpent King. At that moment, a fiery explosion struck the Serpent King's head, eliciting a pained roar as its crimson eyes locked onto Instructor Slade, who wielded a staff. Under the cold, emotionless gaze of those piercing red pupils, Slade felt an overwhelming chill, as if the weight of his staff had multiplied 1,000-fold, rendering it nearly immovable. The Red Lotus Serpent King opened its cavernous jaws and lunged at Slade, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. In that critical instant, Anger dashed forward, propelling Slade out of harm's way. Slade nearly lost consciousness from the impact, but was grateful to have avoided being devoured. At this point, the ground was littered with the wounded, and Anger and the others were apprehensive of inadvertently harming them, hesitant in their strikes, while the remaining Red Lotuses joined their king in retaliation. Ashura, intending to pull the forward blue feather and Magina back, was taken aback as the 2 girls resolutely seized their weapons and charged at the Red Lotus Serpent King, unleashing their martial skills in tandem with the instructors to inflict damage. Ashura frowned repeatedly, about to pull Clara back, but the silver-haired girl stubbornly refused to budge, gritting her teeth as she summoned the last remnants of her magic to eliminate the remaining Red Lotuses. This displeased Ashura, who glanced over at Instructor Ella, continuously casting the blessing of the water god, her complexion already pale. It was evident that the excessive consumption of her yellow-tier magic was taking its toll. Yet she could not cease. She had to combat the crimson poison mist emitted by the Red Lotus Serpent King. Observing this, Ashura sighed deeply and proclaimed loudly, "Students of Magic Class 13, heed my command. Do not concern yourselves with the 3rd, 4th, or 5th-level Red Lotuses. Unleash your thunder magic with all your might to assist the instructors in vanquishing the Red Lotus Serpent King. The remaining martial arts students guard the magic students. Tighten your formation and focus on defense." Chapter 86. Standing before her perhaps due to the earlier battle alert issued by Azura, the students, without hesitation, acted according to his command. Lan Yu and Majina retreated to protect the magic students, who, invigorated, unleashed their lightning spells upon the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Given the serpent's colossal size and the distraction caused by several mentors, the summoned lightning struck the Crimson Lotus Serpent King with greater efficacy. As bolts of lightning descended, scales were flung from the serpent's body. In pain, it writhed, and the paralysis induced by the electricity further hampered its movements. Seeing the tactical effectiveness so pronounced, Mentor Engel and the others were taken aback, urging themselves to exert all their strength in an effort to swiftly vanquish the serpent. The students, witnessing the success of their strategy, felt their spirits lift, secretly admiring Azura, who had just moments ago taken charge. No one had anticipated an effective way to thwart the serpent horde. Even the mentors had refrained from directing the students, leaving them at a loss on how to maximize their potential. It was only that adept culinary mage, who not only provided an early warning about the battle, but also organized the students into a coherent battle formation during this dire moment, allowing them to harness their magical prowess to the fullest. Especially Lan Yu, Majina, and Clara, their glances towards Azura were laden with admiration. Just as everyone felt that victory was within reach, the gentle blue waves surrounding them abruptly vanished. Turning to investigate, they found Mentor Era, who had been continuously casting the water god blessing, pale and kneeling on the ground, clearly having exhausted her magical reserves after prolonged exertion. With the disappearance of the water god blessing, the crimson toxic mist enveloped the group once more, significantly diminishing the students' combat capabilities. Mentor Era cast a sorrowful glance of apology towards them. She had truly given her all, recognizing the control the toxin had over the group. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King revealed a vicious glint in its eyes, gradually gaining the upper hand in the onslaught. After it violently shook its body, repelling several attacking warrior mentors, it turned its gaze towards the student ranks, lunging forward. Azura immediately shouted, "Scatter to the sides." The prolonged battle had left the students physically and mentally drained, and facing the oncoming serpent, their fighting spirit waned as they scattered. However, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King's target was clear. It disregarded the fleeing students and locked its attack on the female mage who had previously cast water magic. With its intelligence, it realized that eliminating the mage capable of countering its innate abilities would ensure its dominance in the battle. Mentor Era also noticed the massive form hurtling towards her, the serpent's enormous head opening wide, poised to strike. Yet, she had just been ambushed by a level 4 Crimson Lotus Serpent, which had bitten into her thigh, rendering her entire right leg numb and immobile. Moreover, with her magic depleted and her spirit utterly exhausted, it was a struggle for her to merely stand with the support of her staff, let alone flee. As the gaping maw of the creature drew ever closer, she could distinctly see its sharp fangs and smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Accepting her fate, Mentor Ella closed her eyes, resigned to the prospect of being torn apart and consumed by the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. In that fleeting moment, she reflected upon her past, lamenting the fact that she had never experienced the joys of love. Pouting her lips, she offered a tragic smile, confronting death with a quiet grace. Witnessing her perilous plight, her fellow students urged her to flee, while Mentor Anthony produced a precious teleportation scroll capable of transporting him to Ella's side to shield her from the serpent's assault. Yet in that instant of hesitation, he grappled with the decision of whether to expend such a valuable scroll, his safeguard for survival, wondering if it would be a waste to use it here. That moment of doubt cost him the opportunity to save Ella. He simply turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of the woman he admired facing imminent demise. Just as Mentor Ella awaited her fate with closed eyes, the anticipated sensation of being torn apart did not manifest. Instead, something collided against her back. Startled, she opened her eyes to see a young figure clad in a magical robe, wielding dual daggers, one pressed against the Serpent King's upper jaw, the other against its lower jaw. Straining with every ounce of muscle, he held the serpent's jaws apart, preventing the monstrous mouth from closing in on her. Ella gazed in awe at the slender figure before her, who was exerting every effort to protect her, momentarily forgetting the dire situation in which she found herself. Yet Ashura, breathless and frantic, shouted, "Are you foolish? Run!" I can't hold on much longer. Only then did Ella's cheeks flush as she regained her senses. Gently brushing Ashura's shoulder and attempting to straighten her posture, she spoke softly with an apologetic tone. I'm injured and cannot run. Perhaps you should find a way to escape? Hearing her frail voice, Ashura felt a wave of misfortune wash over him, yet he refused to retreat an inch. Over the course of their time together, he had come to deeply appreciate this enchanting mentor, the first to join his barbecue team upon entering the forest, and the first to offer him recognition and support when he felt isolated. Moreover, he had promised to protect her, having already unlocked 2 layers of cabin's prison seals. He was fortunate to possess invigorating herbs that counteracted the effects of the crimson serpent mist, ensuring his combat prowess remained intact. Just as he contemplated whether to release the 3rd seal, the crimson lotus serpent king, frustrated by its failed attempt to bite, violently whipped its head, sending both him and mentor Ella tumbling toward the precipice. Ashura sprang to his feet, disregarding the pain in his arms, and turned to see Ella, teary-eyed from the fall. He charged toward the Serpent King, determined to divert its attention, for the incapacitated Ella was at grave risk of death. Indeed, the Serpent King noticed the rogue youth before it, recognizing him as the one who had thwarted its plans, and with narrowed eyes, lunged towards Ashura with a ferocious bite. As Ashura pushed the art of chasing wind and lightning to its zenith, he initially intended to divert the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King with his agile movements. However, he was taken aback when both Lan Yu and Magina, undeterred by the imminent danger, rushed back to assist him. This unforeseen intervention thwarted Ashura's plan, leaving him with no choice but to engage the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King directly. Mentor Ung and another martial arts instructor soon arrived, though the latter had already sustained injuries that rendered him incapable of fighting. Mentor Ung was also nearing his limits. In a moment of absurdity, Mentor Anthony attempted to bypass the battle zone to curry favor with Mentor Ella, but a sharp rebuke from Mentor Ung halted him, compelling him to rejoin the fray. The Scarlet Lotus Serpent King was not without its own afflictions. Its serpentine body was riddled with numerous wounds, continuously bleeding and sapping its vitality. Yet its bloodthirsty ferocity remained unyielding. At that moment, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, struck its right eye, causing it to roar in agony. Partially closing its eye, it then turned its gaze towards the silver-haired girl wielding a staff, disregarding the onslaught from others, and lunged at her with one eye half closed. However, before it could reach her, a figure, swift as lightning, approached from the left. Suddenly, an explosion of blinding golden light erupted, prompting the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King to instinctively narrow its eyes. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, a pair of daggers pierced its intact left eye. With a heart-wrenching shriek, blood gushed from the serpent's left eye, causing it to writhe in pain on the ground. Its massive form made it perilous for the surrounding attackers to draw near. Chapter 87. The plunge the onlookers gazed at Ashura, who had rolled aside to evade danger, with immense admiration. It was he who had unleashed his utmost speed, illuminating the battlefield with the dazzling glow of his daggers, delivering a grievous blow to the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. Particularly Clara, whom Ashura had saved, looked at him with starry eyes, inciting a wave of jealousy among the male students nearby. Among them was Kyle, who hid behind a large rock, his gaze increasingly filled with malice as he silently cursed Ashura to meet his demise soon. With a subtle gesture, Ashura signaled Clara to retreat, then took a few deep breaths before rushing to the cliff's edge to assist the teary-eyed mentor Ella, who was struggling to stand, in leaving this perilous area. Just as he managed to lift the weeping mentor Ella, a chorus of alarmed voices rang out behind him. Watch out. A cold sweat broke out on Ashura as he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, blinded in one eye, had risen to its full height, glaring menacingly at him with its remaining eye. Without a second thought, Ashura scooped up Mentor Ella and fled to the side. But the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, in a frenzied rage, lunged at the both of them. Mentors Ung and others rushed forward to provide aid. Though the serpent's massive body was obstructed, it recklessly swung its powerful tail toward Ashura and Mentor Ella. The force of the tail sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, and Ashura assessed the situation, calculating that if he exerted his utmost speed while abandoning Mentor Ella, he had an 80% chance of evading this lethal strike. With a fleeting glance at the Mentor Ella, who tightly embraced his waist with her hands and buried her head in his chest, Ashura gritted his teeth and faced the vengeful strike of the Serpent King's tail. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the Serpent King's tail struck Ashura, who was holding Ella, sending him hurtling off towards the cliff, his arms still clinging to her. The one-eyed Serpent King, propelled by the force of its own tail, also plummeted into the valley below. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as several graceful figures raced towards the cliff's edge, particularly a silver-haired girl who, in her desperation, attempted to lean over the edge only to be yanked back by Minter Engel. Blue Feather sought to utilize her agility to descend the cliff, but was sternly halted by her mentor. Magina, filled with ire, plunged her sword into the crevice of the cliff, a shimmer of tears glistening in her eyes. The group fell into a solemn silence as they gazed into the mist-laden depths of the valley, faintly hearing the diminishing roars of the Serpent King. It was Engel who finally broke the silence, organizing the aftermath, assessing the casualties from the incident, tending to the wounded, and guiding the mentors who rushed to provide aid, all while preventing a further assault from the Serpent King. Yet, Clara, the silver-haired girl, was unwilling to leave, inquiring how they might rescue Ashura and Ella. The mentors exchanged glances of silence, agreeing to first secure the injured before attempting a rescue. However, Clara, Blue Feather, and Magina were dissatisfied with this arrangement. Eager to devise a plan to save the two, Engel candidly stated that their current strength was insufficient to venture deep into the canyon. The priority was to ensure the safety of the entire team. Observing the cries of their fellow students in the aftermath of the battle, the three reluctantly acquiesced and began tending to the wounded and counting the casualties. Fortunately, the final tally revealed 7 fatalities, 29 severely injured, 57 with minor injuries, and 2 missing. The unexpected ambush had left nearly every student wounded, and, as the battle concluded, the tension that had held them captive dissipated, leaving them collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath as they sought to regain their strength and dispel their fear, still trembling, grateful to have survived. The 2 missing individuals were none other than Ashura and Minter Ella, who, upon their fall, felt as if his back might tear apart. A metallic sweetness rising in his throat, which he suppressed, holding the startled Ella tightly. During their descent, they encountered a sloped section, crashing violently against the ground before rolling incessantly, colliding with trees and rocks. Yet Ashura steadfastly shielded Ella, absorbing the brunt of the impacts. Time felt distorted until, at last, Ashura managed to catch his breath. Seizing the moment, he drew a knife and forcefully lodged it into a nearby crevice, abruptly halting their descent. Though the instant brought a searing pain to his right arm, yet it successfully arrested their fall. Ella, the mentor, was disoriented and barely conscious from the impact. Ashura tightly embraced her with his left arm, climbing steadily up the not-so-steep cliff, shrouded in mist with no sight of the heavens above or the abyss below. After a prolonged descent, he finally discovered the entrance to a cave, modest in size, akin to a well opening. Yet within it was spacious, reminiscent of a classroom, with a trickle of spring water cascading down one side, forming a sizable puddle. Ashura cautiously peered inside, inhaling deeply to discern any scent of other magical beasts. Satisfied there were none, he carefully rolled Ella into the cave. Pain coursed through him, causing him to grimace as he turned to lie on the ground. The agony in his back prevented him from resting comfortably. He retrieved several healing pills, steadied his internal energy, and acknowledged that this was the most severe injury he had sustained since his encounter with the earth-shattering bear. After approximately half an hour of recovery, Ashura crawled out of the cave to gather some dry twigs. He returned, obscured the entrance, and ignited the twigs, illuminating the interior. Only then did he call out to the dazed Ella, aware that he had protected her well during the fall, sparing her from any impact. Yet upon lifting her head, he was alarmed to find her forehead burning and her complexion flushed. He recalled her mentioning a previous encounter with a scarlet lotus snake. It appeared the venom was now taking effect, and immediate action was necessary. Fortunately, Ashura had remedies for snake bites within his spatial storage. To address the current predicament, he needed to extract the venom before applying the herbs. He began searching for the site of Ella's injury, but upon close inspection, he was taken aback. The damage to her magical robe suggested the bite was located on the inner thigh. Through the bloodied tear, he glimpsed her fair skin, and he gulped involuntarily. He hesitated, grappling with the awkwardness of the situation, fearing that if Ella awoke, she might retaliate against him. However, Ella's feverish state and delirium from the venom left no room for delay. If he waited, the herbs might prove ineffective. After a moment of silence, he clasped his hands in prayer, murmuring, "Ella, this is all to save you. Please do not turn against me when you awaken." He fervently beseeched the deities for protection, steeling himself for what he must do. With determination, he lifted Ella's magical robe. As the robe was raised, the sight of her long, graceful legs momentarily dazed Azura. In the prime of youth, he felt a rush of blood to his head, threatening to overwhelm his senses. Just as he was on the verge of losing control, a soft, faint sound escaped Ella's lips, pulling him back to reality. He quickly averted his gaze and took several deep breaths to regain his composure. Azura, tormented by his own inadequacy, felt an unusual mixture of disdain and intrigue towards the scene before him. The legs of his mentor, Deify, were not lacking in beauty. Yet there was an unsettling tension, perhaps a byproduct of their teacher-student relationship, that seemed to tantalize Azura's senses. Fortuitously, his self-discipline was robust. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the injured area, recognizing the challenge it posed for treatment. With a furrowed brow, he resolutely removed Ella's undergarments, casting sidelong glances. Unwilling to face the unfolding intimacy directly, and bent to commence the extraction of the snake venom. Had he dared to raise his gaze, he would have observed Ella's face flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple, her lips caught between her teeth, fingers digging into the earth, her feet rigid with tension. Ella was acutely aware, for the mental fortitude of a sorceress far surpassed that of a warrior. Upon hearing Azura's fervent prayers, she nearly laughed aloud, and as he continued to beseech the divine for her safety, she chastised herself for her usual fierceness. It was only when Azura lifted her skirt that the purpose of his prayers became painfully clear. The venom coursed through her veins, leaving her feeble and immobile. Yet she understood his intentions, to save her. However, with each of Azura's actions, unfamiliar sensations surged through her nerves, overwhelming her. She fought to suppress her trembling body, exerting every ounce of strength to silence any sound. Azura, drawing forth dark crimson blood with each sip of venom, spat it onto the ground. The more he consumed, the brighter the blood became. Realizing he was nearing the end of his task, he quickened his pace, determined to eliminate the venom in one fell swoop. But then, a sound escaped Ella, uncontainable, and Azura, bewildered, lifted his head to meet her equally stunned gaze. Time seemed to freeze. Ella, breaking her composure, let out a small whimper and draped her magical robe over her head, hands shielding her face from Azura's sight. He managed a strained smile, acutely aware of the awkwardness of the moment, yet healing was paramount. They had come this far. Azura retrieved the herbs necessary for treating the venom from his spatial belt. Lacking a proper mortar, he chewed the herbs before spitting them out, applying the resulting deep green paste to her wound. Too embarrassed to remove the magical robe covering her face, Azura then produced a clean black warrior's outfit from his spatial storage, tearing a lengthy strip of fabric to serve as a bandage, wrapping the herbs around her injured thigh. After completing the task, he instinctively wiped his forehead and murmured to himself, "It's fine now. The venom is nearly neutralized. You must refrain from moving about freely for the next couple of days, and will need to change the dressing several times." With that, he rose and walked towards the water pool within the cave to wash his face. As his footsteps faded into the distance, Ella cautiously lifted a corner of her robe, stealing a glance at Azura washing his face, her cheeks blooming with youthful shyness. That fleeting charm went unnoticed by Azura. Otherwise, desire might have triumphed over reason. Mentor Ella felt the coolness of her exposed legs and suddenly realized something, muttering under her breath, "You scoundrel, knowing only to undress, yet not to cover me up." With a determined bite of her silver teeth, she extended her hand to drape the overturned magical robe back over her legs. Upon returning from washing his face, Azura noticed the robe restored to its rightful place and glanced at Mentor Ella, whose side profile was flushed as she averted her gaze. He scratched his head, uncertain of what to say. Fortunately, he possessed a thick skin and did not dwell on it, rising to the fire to prepare something to eat. In this unfamiliar cave, Azura refrained from cooking meat, fearing the attraction of beasts, while Ella was also not suited for greasy fare at that moment. Thus, he retrieved Clara's silver foot basin and took some corn from his storage space to begin boiling porridge. as Ashura stirred the simmering porridge. His mind wandered to the tasks ahead, how to escape this cliff, and whether the one-eyed Scarlet Lotus Serpent King would return. Meanwhile, Ella was lost in thought, contemplating the vulnerability she had shown as his mentor. This made it difficult for her to face the boy with whom she had shared such intimate moments. Lost in her musings, she did not notice Ashura had fashioned a wooden bowl and filled it with steaming corn porridge before approaching her. Seeing Ella in a trance, Ashura tilted his head in mild exasperation and cleared his throat softly. The gentle sound jolted Ella back to reality. Upon seeing Ashura before her, she gasped and instinctively pulled her magical robe up to cover her face. The sudden movement startled Ashura, and the alluring sight momentarily left him speechless. Realizing her folly, Ella hurriedly pulled the robe back over her legs, feeling shy once more. She could only let out a small whimper, covering her face with her hands, too embarrassed to meet Ashura's gaze. Ashura, lamenting the fleeting moment, found himself amused by Ella's childlike demeanor. He leaned down to place the wooden bowl beside her, then turned his back to her and sat by the fire, tending to his wounds. Blushing, Ella peered through her fingers at Ashura seated by the fire, her affection for him growing as he indulged her. Glancing at the wooden bowl, her stomach grumbling, she picked it up and, unafraid of the heat, eagerly consumed the porridge. After savoring the last morsel, she licked her lips and shyly glanced at Ashura, who was busy cleaning his numerous wounds, some old, some fresh, for reasons unknown. Seeing his injuries caused a dull ache in Ella's heart. Seemingly resolved, Ella blushed as she sat up, using her hand for support to move behind Ashura. She took the medicine from nearby and began to apply it to the wounds on his back. Ashura felt the gentle caress of her delicate hands, his muscles tensing as he was unsure whether to move. Before long, a soft voice emerged from behind him. How did you sustain these injuries? Chapter 89. Confessing secrets. Upon hearing the question, Ashura secretly sighed with relief. As long as there was an atmosphere for communication, the awkwardness would dissipate. Yet, he struggled to articulate the origin of his wounds. Instead, he deflected, saying, "You're still injured, so try not to move too much. Once you finish your porridge, I'll serve you some more." Ella, perceiving his dismissive words, instantly felt a surge of anger and a hint of grievance. He clearly did not trust her and was concealing secrets from her. Unaware of her shifting emotions, her gentle hands pressed harder as she applied the ointment, causing Ashura to wince in pain. Yet he remained silent, silently enduring Ella's assistance. The atmosphere fell into silence once more, with only the sound of dripping water echoing within the cave. Both were preoccupied with their own thoughts, one consuming porridge while the other tended to the fire. Ashura had relocated the previous fire pit, covering the original spot with dry grass to transfer warmth from the heated ground. Without uttering a word, Ashura leaned down to lift Ella and placed her gently on the prepared bed of grass, then leaned against the stone wall at the cave entrance, closing his eyes to rest, the pain from his back still lingering. That night, he intended to recuperate from the exhaustion of the recent battle. Ella, lying on the grass, felt the warmth rising beneath her, and she closed her eyes in comfort, surprised by Ashura's attentive care, which instilled in her an unfamiliar sense of dependence and security. She glanced at Ashura by the cave entrance and, in a fit of annoyance, huffed softly, but there was no response. With a more forceful huff, Ashura merely opened his eyes to glance at her before closing them again. Frustrated, Ella continued to huff and protest several times until Ashura, in exasperation, returned to her side and asked, "What is it now?" Ella, seeing his reluctant expression, felt irritated and pointed to the grass beside her, insisting, "Sit down and keep me company." Rolling his eyes, Ashura responded with dissatisfaction, "My dear mentor, Ella, I just carried you down from a great height, and now my whole body aches. I merely wish to sleep and recover. Let us discuss things tomorrow." Yet, upon saying this, Ella, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exclaimed, "You do know I'm your mentor, don't you?" She faltered, unable to continue, glaring at Ashura with indignation. Ashura, undeterred, waved his hand, attempting to return to his rest, but Ella's voice drifted softly. "Was it you who kissed Lanyu by the lake earlier?" As the Ashura was about to depart, his steps abruptly halted. Turning back, he was poised to retort, yet he was interrupted by Ella's words. "And you were also the one who passionately kissed Magina by the lakeside, weren't you?" The Ashura's expression conveyed a profound sense of injustice, and as he contemplated fabricating an alibi, Ella interjected, "If rumors circulate about any misconduct on your part, you will find yourself in a predicament at the academy." In a flash, the Azura lunged before Ella, covering her mouth with urgency as he exclaimed, "Do not slander me. I shall accuse you of defamation." Ella deftly maneuvered to evade his dirty hands, retorting defiantly, "You dare claim I am slandering you? Where, pray tell, are my undergarments? Where have you hidden them?" The Azura's face flushed with embarrassment. He himself was bewildered by his earlier impulsive decision to stow away her unmentionables in his storage space. Overcome with guilt, he dared not meet Ella's gaze, while she, like a victorious little rooster, proudly lifted her chin. Defeated, the Azura resigned himself to her will. Ella patted the hay beside her, gesturing for the Azura to sit and converse. Yet whether he misinterpreted her intent or was simply oblivious, he lay down beside her, propping himself on one elbow to gaze at the enchanting Ella. Startled by his audacity, she blushed and shifted away slightly. Feigning firmness, she demanded, "Now confess your secrets honestly, including how you kissed Lanyu and Magina. I have noticed Clara's interest in you as well." The Azura, contemplating how to fabricate a plausible excuse, sensed that Ella had pierced through his thoughts. "If I catch you concocting tales to deceive me, then?" Faced with this not-so-ominous threat, the Azura could only shake his head with a wry smile. For the events of the past days had been so surreal that he could scarcely conjure a story to explain them. Nevertheless, he cautiously said, "I will share with you. But first, you must promise to keep it a secret. Secondly, you must share one of your secrets in return. This is the exchange. And you shall not betray me henceforth." Ella, seeming like a gossip-loving girl, inadvertently turned her body towards the Azura. As they lay there, their eyes met, and after a moment of contemplation, she declared, "I can agree to the first condition, but I have no secrets worthy of exchange for yours." The Azura, unimpressed, was about to decline when Ella playfully punched his chest with her small fist, saying, "You ask for secrets in return? You have already seen my greatest secret. What more do you desire?" The Azura's gaze involuntarily drifted downward, provoking Ella's ire as she seized his ear, twisting it. He winced in pain and pleaded, "Let go. Let go. I will tell you." After a few more playful twists, Ella scrutinized the Azura's face, seemingly unsatisfied with his response, and continued her playful assault. In their frolic, the distance between them diminished, and the Azura could feel the warmth of Ella's breath as she exhaled in her vexation. As Ashura lamented the unexpected surge of rumors surrounding him, he found himself reflecting on his desire for a low profile. Just as he pondered where to begin his thoughts, the impatient Ella reached out to twist his ear. Swiftly, Ashura grasped her delicate hand, refusing to relinquish his hold despite her struggles. He then said, "Do not be troublesome. Since you wish to listen, let me share my story, but remember to keep it a secret." He proceeded to narrate his experiences from the past year away from the academy, even revealing his true strength without reservation. Ella listened intently, seemingly oblivious to the hand Ashura held captive, until the mention of Dai Fei and his rumored connection with Lanyu Magina stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. Upon learning of Ashura's prowess as a second-stage grand martial artist and grand mage, she appeared unfazed, wearing a smug expression as she remarked, "I noticed your distinction as soon as we entered the forest. You seem exceptionally knowledgeable and familiar with the beast forest. So, you have indeed trained here for quite some time." Ashura, with a hint of resignation, replied, "I intended to act discreetly. But when Mentor Anthony dispatched the Crimson Lotus Serpent with a single strike, I could not remain indifferent. Otherwise, many lives would be at stake. I dread to think of the casualties this time." Ella, her mood turning somber, responded, "Before we fell, our class member should have been well protected, as I did not witness any casualties. Moreover, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King fell alongside us, so I suspect there is not too much danger." Ashura expressed his hope that this was indeed the case. The two held hands, conversing for an extended period until night enveloped them, at which point Ella succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet, in her dreams, she seemed to clutch his hand even tighter. Chapter 90. Always by your side, the following morning. The campfire beside them had extinguished, and rays of sunlight filtered through the crevices of the cave entrance. Ella awakened, her enchanting eyes fluttering open. After blinking a few times, panic seized her as she realized the cave was devoid of life, and the soft hay beside her had lost its warmth. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of dread, an emotion she had never encountered in her 23 years, Ella felt an isolation akin to a relentless tide engulfing her. Desperately, she called out for Ashura. "Where are you?" Tears streamed down her face like a torrent breaking free. After several calls met with silence, Ella disregarded the pain from her injured right leg and staggered toward the cave entrance, sobbing as she went. The elevated position of the entrance made it impossible for her to climb with her injury. After several futile attempts, she sank to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. Through her tears, she cried, "Ashura, you scoundrel, how could you abandon me? You promised to protect me. I will never trust you again." A sudden voice unexpectedly echoed above. "Ella, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable habit. How have I become a scoundrel?" As these words were uttered, Ashura leaped down from an opening above, a delicate veil of morning mist clinging to his form, a recently slain second-tier magical beast in hand. Ella knelt on the ground, gazing vacantly at the defiant Ashura standing before her, tears glistening on her cheeks. Ashura intended to question why Ella had called him a scoundrel. However, unexpectedly, Ella dashed into his embrace, the sudden impact nearly causing him to stumble. He instinctively reached out to touch her forehead, wondering if she had become delirious with fever. But the heart-wrenching cries that escaped her lips halted his hand mid-air, as if he could sense the turmoil within the delicate beauty in his arms. After a moment of contemplation, Ashura cast aside the beast he held, encircling Ella's back with both arms. Yet her sobs seemed to intensify, her grip around his waist tightening as if she wished to merge him into her very being. The intimacy of their embrace sent a wave of sensation through Ashura, and he found himself at a loss, unable to simply push her away, instead awkwardly attempting to retreat. In the midst of her tears, Ella suddenly questioned him. "You scoundrel. Where have you been? How could you leave me here alone? Don't you know I was terrified?" Ashura struggled to control his body's rebellious reactions, attempting to soothe her distress, saying, "I merely stepped out to procure some food and to survey our surroundings for danger. How could I abandon you? I shall always remain by your side. Please behave. My waist is about to break." Ella's wails ceased abruptly as she lifted her head, staring blankly at Ashura. The tear-streaked visage did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it imparted an endearing quality that made one wish to protect her. She foolishly asked, "You say you will always be by my side?" Finally able to breathe again, Ashura frantically adjusted his magical robe, oblivious to Ella's peculiar reaction, and casually replied, "Of course." Before he could finish, a pair of crimson lips fervently met his own. Ashura's mind went blank in an instant, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet the unfamiliarity of the kiss confirmed its reality, and the suppressed desires within him surged forth once more. In his youthful fervor, Ashura succumbed to temptation, taking control of the kiss as his hands began to explore. This sudden turn left the inexperienced Ella utterly defenseless, her body yielding to Ashura's advances, her garments gradually slipping away. Just as they were about to escalate their fervor to its climax, Ashura's gaze fell upon the bandage wrapped around the upper thigh of Ella's right leg, causing his body to stiffen abruptly, withdrawing her head from between the majestic twin peaks. She pushed herself off the ground and swiftly leapt into the small pool within the cave. In an instant, the water enveloped her head, and she remained submerged for a considerable time. Immersed in her desires, Ella observed Ashura's actions and seemed to recall something. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks. Lying flat on the ground with her arms crossed over her chest, she wept in silence. After a while, Ashura emerged from the pool, hurriedly retrieved a garment from his storage space, and donned it, only to find Ella, who was shedding tears without sound. Confused, Asura Prawiteya, taking in her alluring figure, yet vacant gaze. A pang of sympathy struck him. "What troubles you? Why are you crying again?" he inquired, intending to cover her with the tattered remnants of his magical robe. But Ella vehemently pushed his hand away, angrily questioning, "Do you disdain me? Is it because I am 6 years your senior? Or am I less appealing than the other girls who admire you? Perhaps you're bothered by my status as a mentor?" Her voice trembled increasingly with each word. Ashura struggled to avert his gaze from her incredibly sensual form as he listened to her suspicions. He shook his head with a bitter smile, replying, "I do not even dare to look upon you directly. I fear my desire could overpower my magic. How can you doubt your own allure? Surely your admirers are no fewer than yesterday's horde of crimson serpents." Upon hearing these tender words, Ella finally succumbed to sobs, bashfully covering her bosom with her hands. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Then what about you?" Ashura responded with exasperation, "I noticed the bandage on your leg. You still bear an injury. If we were to engage, how could you endure it?" Thus, I plunged into the pool to cool down and regain my composure. Ella's eyes brightened at his explanation, and with renewed shyness, she shielded her chest with her arms. Still, she pouted, looking pitiful as she asked, "You aren't deceiving me, are you? You truly don't mind that I'm older than you?" Ashura, overwhelmed by the question, swore to the heavens that he meant no deception. After much coaxing, he finally succeeded in bringing a smile to Ella's face. He had never anticipated that the once elegant mentor, Ella, would resemble a lovesick girl. Ella, aware of her own embarrassment, resolved not to shy away from Ashura's fervent gaze after confessing her feelings. She wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head against his chest, nuzzling him affectionately. Yet, Ashura found himself in a state of painful yet joyous turmoil. Thus 2 days passed, with Ella clinging to Ashura like a koala, embodying the essence of a smitten young woman. This was Ella's first experience of love. Unsure of how to express her affections, she found immense comfort and happiness simply being close to Ashura. She was unaware if this was what love felt like, but she knew she could not bear to be apart from this younger man who had captured her heart. Powerful warriors and mages can live for over 2 centuries and can delay the aging process. Yet, Ella still harbors insecurities regarding her age. Perhaps it is the nature of women in love to indulge in self-pity. For the past few days, Ella has incessantly pestered Ashura, questioning whether he finds her age unappealing. She compared herself to Daphne regarding physique, to Clara concerning temperament, to Lanue about leg length, and to Magina in terms of bust size. Ashura, overwhelmed by her inquiries, realized that the underlying message was clear. No matter what, he must not despise her or abandon her. To Ashura's surprise, when it came to the question of whether to publicly acknowledge their relationship upon returning to the academy, he preferred to keep it a secret, wishing to maintain his low-profile training. However, Ella was eager to announce their romance, arguing that the academy imposed no restrictions on relationships between students and teachers. Moreover, it was commonplace for powerful men on the continent to have numerous women around them, as society revered the strong. Tired of the advances from younger male instructors and senior students, particularly the persistent declarations of love from Instructor Anthony, who had professed he would die for her, Ella found a profound sense of safety in the fact that the only person who stood in front of her when the Crimson Serpent King attacked was the very boy she embraced now. Ashura, feeling the weight of the situation, spent a considerable amount of time soothing her, appealing to her emotions, and reasoning with her. He explained that he was not yet strong enough to engage with her on equal footing within the academy. He urged her to wait a few more years until he had grown stronger, at which point he would organize a proper confession. After much persuasion, he finally calmed the breathless Ella. Their time together over the past few days had been intimate, with no interruptions from others. They explored every aspect of their relationship except for a single boundary they had yet to cross. Ella even suggested that once they returned to the academy and her injuries had healed, she would invite him to her mentor's dormitory, the implications of which were unmistakable. Ella was completely enamored with her young boyfriend, especially recalling the morning when he, mindful of her leg injury, refrained from taking advantage of her, which intensified her affection for him. During their time together, they engaged in deep conversations, gaining a better understanding of one another. Ashura even revealed his secret of mastering both magic and martial arts to Ella, who listened with wide-eyed wonder. She had not anticipated discovering such immense potential in her boyfriend, who was even on par with the Academy's star students. Of course, the stronger Ashura became, the more feasible their future together would be, especially considering her stubborn grandfather. The great mage Avi was not one to be trifled with. However, on the 3rd morning, Ashura declared that they needed to leave their secluded cave in search of a way out. Although Ella's leg had nearly healed, she grew irritable, concocting various excuses to avoid departing from their shared sanctuary. Despite Ashura's attempts at persuasion, he knew that the academy would undoubtedly send search parties for them, especially given that Ella had a powerful grandparent. They could not be disregarded, and he anticipated that someone would soon return to the academy with news of their whereabouts. Ella, with a countenance still marred by displeasure, was sulking until Ashura hoisted her onto his back. She playfully smacked his back a few times, then rested her face against him as he carried her out of the cave. Outside, the landscape was shrouded in mist, visibility reduced to a mere 5 meters. with neither sky nor ground discernible, interrupted occasionally by the distant roars of magical beasts. Ashura gave her a gentle pat on the rear, encouraging her to hold on tightly, and then began to ascend using both hands and feet. The cliff was not overly steep, and with Ashura's agility, they climbed swiftly. Ella whispered her concerns to Ashura, fretting that once he returned to the academy, he might ignore her. Ashura reassured her that he had not yet taken full advantage of their bond, and thus, it was impossible for him to disregard her. This provoked a blush from Ella, who playfully nipped at him in response, and the two engaged in a light-hearted tussle as they continued their ascent. Suddenly, a piercing call echoed above them. Ella, initially startled, let out a joyful whistle, but then, as if a thought had dampened her spirits, she slumped back against Ashura's shoulder. Ashura turned his head to inquire about her mood, to which Ella, her face clouded with discontent, replied, "My grandfather has arrived. This is his mount, a level 7 magical beast, the flamingo." Upon hearing her words, Ashura instinctively sought to set her down, worried that her grandfather might disapprove of their proximity. Ella responded with a sharp bite to his shoulder. Before long, a warm gust of wind heralded the arrival of a vibrant red level 7 flying magical beast, which swooped down and circled Ella, clearly delighted. After nipping Ashura, Ella let out a soft huff and leapt off his back, landing gracefully on the creature. She affectionately caressed the flamingo's neck, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Little Flame, has Grandpa arrived?" Little Flame responded with a series of jubilant calls. Just then, a formidable presence approached rapidly. Ashura squinted to see an elderly man clad in a scarlet magical robe, soaring through the air and landing on the flamingo's back. Ella immediately dashed into the old man's embrace, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I missed you so much. I thought I might never see you again." The elder, with a relieved sigh, patted his granddaughter's head and said, "It's all right. I'm just glad you're safe. Tell me, which beast has dared to bully my granddaughter? I shall flay its skin and exact revenge for you." The imposing aura of the Grand Mage spread outward, but after uttering these words, Ella cast a glance at Ashura on the cliff, as if to suggest that it was him who had wronged her. Alarmed, Ashura shot her a warning look to deter her from jesting. Ella stuck out her tongue at him and turned to her grandfather, saying, "It's nothing, Grandpa. That beast has already fallen into the valley below, so there is no need to pursue it. Let us return promptly to avoid worrying anyone else." After listening, the esteemed Archmage Ivy nodded, then turned to gaze at the Ashura, who was still clinging to the cliff wall. Under the influence of his formidable mental prowess, he had already sensed the subtle interactions between his granddaughter and this young male student. He began to scrutinize the individual before him, who bore little resemblance to a typical sorcerer. Chapter 92. The reward. The gaze of the Archmage was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The pressure of his mental force was immense. Fortunately, Ashura had a thick skin and managed to muster a forced smile, saying, "Respected Mentor Ivy, I am a student of Mentor Ella. I fell into this place alongside her, and fortunately, we found a gentle slope that spared us from disaster. May I also mount your steed?" Before Ivy could respond, the 7th-level magical beast, the Fire Phoenix, let out a disdainful screech, flapping its wings to create a gust of wind that blew towards Ashura, expressing its displeasure. Ashura inwardly cursed, quickly gripping the rock face to avoid being blown off the cliff. Thankfully, Ella hastily intervened to quell the Fire Phoenix's actions, casting an apologetic glance at Ashura, who was desperately clinging to the cliff. Archmage Ivy cast a deeper look at the young male student. Despite the dual pressure exerted by him and the Fire Phoenix, Ashura, though somewhat disheveled, remained composed and communicated with clarity, an achievement few of his academy's top graduates could claim. Moreover, the way his granddaughter looked at this young man was decidedly peculiar. Had anything untoward transpired during their days together? With this thought, Ivy resolved to investigate this young man further. He then casually remarked, jumped down, and shifted his gaze away. Upon hearing this, Ashura let out a quiet sigh of relief, then pushed off with his legs and gracefully leapt onto the back of the Fire Phoenix. Riding a 7th-level flying magical beast for the first time, Ashura was exceedingly exhilarated. Remembering the Fire Phoenix's previous hostility, he secretly exerted some force beneath him. Ella, observing his subtle movements, couldn't help but chuckle. While the Fire Phoenix emitted a few more displeased cries, its intelligence at this level being quite remarkable. It refrained from tossing the dark-haired youth off, likely due to its master, Archmage Ivy. Once again, Archmage Ivy scrutinized Ashura. He had not heard of any particularly outstanding new sorcerers in the academy. The gap between the talented students had not yet widened. However, the young man before him appeared to be in a far superior state compared to his granddaughter, who had exhibited signs of relief upon seeing Ella, while this boy seemed remarkably tranquil, as if everything was well within his grasp. With this thought, Mentor Ivy spoke. "You're called Ashura? I did not recall hearing your name among the rankings of strong newcomers at the academy. However, I was informed that you were the first to detect the impending danger and provided a warning to the team. You have done well." Upon hearing the opening remarks, which were half inquiry and half praise, Ashura feigned surprise and replied, "I am truly honored to receive your commendation. I am merely an ordinary magic student. However, I have also trained in martial arts, making me more adept at confronting magical beasts than most sorcerers. Additionally, my penchant for reading various texts has afforded me insights into the habits of the Crimson Lotus Serpent, which fortuitously allowed me to provide a warning to our team." Avery nodded in response, pondering the revelation that this young man had indeed practiced martial arts. It was no wonder that he only emanated the strength of a high-level sorcerer. Perhaps his martial prowess was of an even higher caliber. Yet, one question lingered. Why had he chosen to attend a magic academy? As Avery contemplated this, preparing to depart the cliffside on the fiery bird, Ashura interjected, "Esteemed Grand Sorcerer Avery, there is no need for excessive gratitude regarding my warning to the student team or my efforts to rescue Mentor Ella." Avery and Ella exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the meaning behind his seemingly nonsensical statement. Noticing that Mentor Avery did not grasp the intent behind his words, Ashura awkwardly chuckled. "Is there no representative from the academy here to bestow upon me any rewards? As the esteemed grandfather of Mentor Ella, would you not offer some token of appreciation?" At this moment, Ella wished to vanish into the ground, feeling a strong urge to kick her boyfriend for his lack of decorum during his first meeting with her grandfather, especially as he audaciously requested a reward. Grand Sorcerer Avery was equally stunned, gazing at the sycophantic youth before him. It was well known that he possessed a notoriously irritable temperament. Fire mages were seldom known for their amiable nature. The diligent students nearing graduation treated him with utmost respect, fearful of inciting his displeasure. Yet this young man had the audacity to demand a favor. Such boldness was truly eye-opening. Avery, seemingly both amused and exasperated, inquired with a smile, "A reward? I am unaware of what the academy has in store for you. But personally, considering your protection of Ella, I can offer you something. What would you desire?" Ashura's spirits soared upon hearing this, his mind racing with possibilities. However, Ella shot him a warning glance. She understood her grandfather's temperament and feared that Ashura's ambition might provoke him. After a moment of contemplation, Ashura, now resolute, replied with exaggerated servility, "I have seldom encountered anything of value. As a grand sorcerer, I trust you to determine a fitting reward for me." This response caused Avery's eyes to narrow, torn between irritation and amusement. He found himself unable to rebuke Ashura, as the request was both vague and presumptuous, leaving him in a quandary. After several deep breaths, and under Ashura's expectant gaze, Avery reluctantly declared, "In light of your protection of Ella, I shall grant you a yellow-tier martial technique as a reward. It is something I won in a wager during my youth, and has remained unused upon my shelf. Since you're also training in martial arts, I will bestow it upon you. Be sure to collect it from me upon your return to the academy." After hearing the news, Ashura was initially taken aback, but soon elation overwhelmed him. He hurriedly showered compliments upon the esteemed Grand Mage Ivy, expressing his deep admiration. This made Ivy's face flush with embarrassment, prompting him to clear his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. Ashura's heart swelled with joy. His finest martial skill was merely an approximation of a yellow-tier technique. Yet now he would possess a true yellow-tier martial art. He felt emboldened to confront the blind red Lotus Serpent King, for 6th-level magical beasts would inevitably yield crystal cores. Beside him, Ella shared in Ashura's delight, her exquisite features radiating happiness, completely unconcerned that her grandfather was bestowing valuable gifts upon her young friend. This caused Ivy, observing from the side, to furrow his brows in disapproval. Ivy then spoke up, "I've already notified the other rescue teams. We shall proceed to the safe zone to rendezvous with them. Steady yourselves. If you can no longer endure, simply lie down on the back of the phoenix. With that, he positioned himself in front of Ella, issuing a command to the phoenix. The creature, named Little Flame, responded with a resounding cry before soaring directly upward. Heading toward the cliffside, Ella benefited from Ivy's presence, which shielded her from the fierce winds of their rapid ascent, while Ashura had to rely solely on his own balance. Initially, he crouched low, but within a short while, he stood upright, fully adapting to the flight upon the beast. This adaptability astonished Ivy, who silently observed him with his mental prowess. It was the first time he had witnessed a young student acclimate to a 7th-level beast's flight so swiftly. His intrigue regarding the dark-haired youth deepened. Chapter 93. Soft jade and embrace. Ashura's playful spirit surged, for not everyone has the fortune to ride a 7th-level magical beast. As he reveled in this thrilling experience, he turned to glance at Ella, who was gazing at him with tender eyes. The force of the wind from their flight wrapped her magical robe tightly around her, accentuating her alluring figure, causing Ashura's eyes to widen in astonishment. Noticing his unabashed stare, Ella shyly shot him a glare, indicating with a subtle lift of her chin that her grandfather was ahead. Reluctantly, Ashura averted his gaze, unaware that Ivy, who was not looking back, was clenching his fists in frustration within his sleeves. In no time, the Phoenix's speed brought them to a clearing atop a hillside, the designated meeting point for the rescue teams, which Ivy had already informed. The trio dismounted from the Phoenix, though Ashura lingered for a moment. However, the creature, almost sentient, flapped its wings forcefully, pushing him away before proudly strutting aside. Ashura squinted in annoyance, contemplating the day he would pluck all the feathers from this beast, for he held grudges tightly in his heart. Before Ashura could devise a plan to deal with the Phoenix, the sound of rushing wind emerged from the dense forest of the hillside. As a search party led by instructor Engel burst forth. Upon spotting Ella and Ashura, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. At this moment, the young mentor Anthony hurriedly approached Ella, his gaze filled with concern. With deep affection, he said, "Thank the gods of war, Ella. I am so relieved that you are unscathed. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" He reached out, intending to take her hand. However, Ella took a significant step back, her expression icy as she replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mentor Anthony. It is good that you are well. There is no need to worry about me." Hearing such resolute words, Anthony felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, his hand frozen midair. He realized that his actions to safeguard himself had led to Ella's complete disappointment in him. Given the circumstances, he could only manage a wry smile, understanding that any possibility with the goddess of his heart had vanished. Meanwhile, Ashura observed the unfolding drama with detached amusement. He recognized that although Ella typically treated others with kindness, her pride was immense. Those she rejected could never enter her world. Before he could fully take in the spectacle, several searchers emerged from the dense forest above, their hurried footsteps echoing through the air. Among them was a slender figure who rushed towards him, clearly flustered. Ashura was taken aback to see Clara, her magical robe disheveled, her complexion pale, and her eyes reddened, with strands of grass tangled in her silvery hair. This was the first time he had witnessed such a disheveled state from her, as he had always seen her in her noble and graceful demeanor. As Ashura caught Clara's unwavering gaze, he sought to alleviate the awkwardness. He forced a charming smile and waved his hand before her eyes, saying, "It's been a while." Just as his words fell, the silver-haired girl closed her eyes and collapsed directly towards him. Ashura swiftly caught her in his arms, momentarily forgetting the warmth of her presence as the sudden situation left him flustered. Nearby, Mentor Engel remarked, "Initially, after your fall, we arranged for all students to evacuate the magical beast forest swiftly. Yet, this student insisted on staying, claiming that her classmates and mentor were missing, refusing to leave under any circumstances. She has endured considerable hardship searching with us for 3 days, and now she must be utterly exhausted." Upon hearing this, Ashura slightly bowed to express his gratitude to the mentors of the search teams. He then gently lifted Clara onto his back, disregarding the envious glances from the side. Eager to follow the mentors out of the magical beast forest, the bearded Grand Mage Avi waved his hand, instructing everyone to return to the academy, while he himself rode a flamingo ahead to prepare for upcoming classes with graduates. Ashura, carrying Clara, followed the mentors to the edge of the magical beast forest, where a team of dragon horses awaited them. They mounted the dragon horses and galloped towards the academy. Ella, smiling, approached Ashura, offering to care for the unconscious Clara. But Ashura declined, citing her own injuries as a reason. Ignoring Ella's increasingly cold smile, he urged the dragon horse onward, cradling Clara as they sped away. It was not mere lust that clouded his heart. Rather, he was profoundly moved by the efforts the young maiden had expended in her quest to find him over the past 3 days. Ashura had always been a person of gratitude, cherishing the kindness of others and yearning to repay it in every possible way. Clara, having exhausted herself in the search for him, had fainted, and he felt it was his duty to escort her safely back to the academy. For he could not trust anyone else with her well-being. As they journeyed halfway, the maiden slowly opened her hazy eyes and, after a moment of realization, discovered that she was cradled in Ashura's embrace, galloping on horseback. Clara's fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she squirmed, attempting to escape the warmth of his hold. However, the strong arm encircling her slender waist tightened its grip. Ashura calmly remarked, "Do not struggle. Rest easy. I will take you back to the academy." Upon hearing this, Clara's ears turned red. She feigned annoyance, saying, "Why are you so domineering? I worried about you for so long." Yet, her concern quickly surfaced as she inquired, "You aren't injured, are you? We have all been so worried." Ashura glanced down at the delicate beauty nestled in his arms, feeling a surge of warmth in his lower abdomen, and quickly suppressed any impure thoughts that arose. Affecting a nonchalant demeanor, he replied, "I'm fine. It was merely a close call. I will explain later. Hold tight to my waist. I need to speed up." Clara, irritated by his dismissive response, playfully punched his chest with her small fist. Yet, her ears flushed again as she buried her head into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Ashura's potent masculinity enveloped Clara like the finest of wines, leaving her dazed and her thoughts swirling. She dared not look up, but the close proximity allowed her to clearly perceive the muscular physique concealed beneath Ashura's expansive magical robe. This intimate contact with a boy left Clara flustered and at a loss for words, as she instinctively leaned further into his embrace. Unbeknownst to Clara, Ashura's own composure was wavering. The closer she pressed against him, the more he felt the soft curves of her body. Ashura was no naive novice. After 3 days of flirtation with Ella, the unfulfilled desires within him were difficult to suppress. It was not until Clara, belatedly realizing the hardness pressing against her waist, nearly lost her balance and fell from the dragon steed. Fortunately, Ashura feigned indifference and pulled her back into his arms. But the embarrassed Clara twisted her delicate hands around his waist in indignation. Thus, Ashura galloped towards the academy, cradling the beautiful maiden, his grin wide as the sunsets stretched their shadows long across the horizon. Chapter 94. The word cut in this manner. They playfully bantered until they reached the northern gate of St. Gabain Academy. Clara, her face once again flushed, insisted on sharing a dragon steed with instructor Ella, refusing to ride in with Ashura any longer. With a gentle smile, Mentor Ella gazed at the two riders, but Ashura felt an unsettling chill in that smile and quickly diverted his gaze towards the academy's entrance, where he noticed 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in red, peering in his direction. Upon catching his glance, they promptly turned and retreated into the academy. A subtle smile crept onto Ashura's lips. It felt wonderful to be cared for. His decision to share his culinary points with them had not been in vain. Just as Ashura was basking in this warm sentiment, Ella, riding alongside Clara, breezed past him and lightly remarked, "Stop staring. You can look when we return to the academy. It will be dark soon." Clara also shot him an exaggerated eye roll, and Ashura, feeling a bit embarrassed, joined the group in riding back to the academy. As he stepped through the city gates, a profound sense of security enveloped him. At that moment, Ashura found himself yearning for his distant home in the kingdom of Orleus. He glanced towards that direction, silently vowing to return to his loved one soon. The incident involving Ashura's freshman team being attacked by magical beasts soon spread throughout the academy, as it was quite rare for a training squad to suffer 7 fatalities and 29 injuries in the institution's history. Nevertheless, such events were inevitable. It was rumored that the mortality rate would be even higher in the next major assessment, leaving the new students with a lingering sense of trepidation. When news of Mentor Ella's and Ashura's safe return from the cliff incident reached the freshmen, they erupted with enthusiasm, as if they had achieved a monumental victory. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ashura was warmly embraced by his three brothers, and he could feel their genuine concern for him, especially from the fourth brother, Angelo, whose eyes were brimming with unshed tears. Several classmates, including Niwe, also came to visit Ashura in his dorm to express their sympathy. The lights in dormitory 138 shone brightly as Ashura regaled his few close friends within the academy with tales of his bravery against the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, embellishing his narrative to sound as though he had vanquished the beast and sent it plummeting over a cliff. The other boys listened, wide-eyed. After all, how many young students had encountered a 6th-level magical beast in the beast forest? It sounded thrilling. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning his encounter with Ella during that perilous moment. He had enough rumors swirling around him already, and if he wished to maintain a low profile in the academy, discretion was paramount. The following day, as Ashura entered the Magic Class 13 classroom, he was met with an enthusiastic welcome from his classmates. During the trials in the Beast Forest, Ashura had garnered goodwill through his culinary skills, and having previously been somewhat inconspicuous due to his frequent absences, he was now widely recognized for his gastronomic talents. Additionally, his timely warning regarding the Scarlet Lotus Serpent ambush had spared his fellow students from greater harm, particularly those in Class 13 who had been shielded by the warrior class. Suffered only minor injuries. Most classmates felt a deep sense of gratitude toward Ashura, except for a few, including Kyle, who were consumed by jealousy. Several female magic students regarded Ashura with newfound admiration, as his impressive final charge wielding dual blades against the Crimson Lotus Serpent King left an indelible mark on their memories. He even managed to inflict a grievous injury upon one of the Serpent King's eyes. In the realm of kings, strength is eternally revered. Just as Ashura began to feel a swell of pride, a soft yet scornful hum reached his ears. He glanced up at the haughty maiden, reminiscent of a graceful swan, and bashfully retreated to his seat. Though the silver-haired girl beside him didn't look his way, a charming smile graced her lips. As the students animatedly discussed their harrowing experiences, a noble and elegant figure entered the classroom. The sight of her elicited a crescendo of cheers from the students, and Isla smiled warmly, waving to her classmates. Observant students noted that instructor Isla appeared more radiant than before, sporting a new hairstyle reminiscent of married women from the Valentia Empire, which added an air of elegance to her demeanor. A casual glance in Ashura's direction revealed his astonished, yet somewhat mischievous gaze, causing a flicker of pride to swell within her. However, upon noticing the silver-haired girl seated closely beside Ashura, a pang of melancholy struck her heart, leaving her perplexed as to why this fellow garnered such attention from the ladies. During their time in the Beast Forest, she had noticed a distinct difference in the three outstanding female students who sold delicacies alongside Ashura. Their attitudes towards him were markedly warmer. These three girls were not only stunning and talented, but also youthful like Ashura, which instilled a sense of quiet frustration within Isla. She secretly resolved to secure this young boyfriend firmly. Clara seemed to sense the weight of Isla's gaze and slightly furrowed her lovely brows. She then turned to glare at Ashura, who wore a love-struck expression and in a fit of irritation, pinched his waist. Ashura winced at the sudden pain, bewildered as to why this young lady was upset again. He turned to Clara, but she averted her gaze, ignoring him entirely, though the slight pout of her lips clearly indicated her displeasure. At that moment, Ashura found himself wishing he could face the Crimson Lotus Serpent King rather than decipher the complexities of female emotions. The thought of the Serpent King sent a thrill through him. With one eye blinded, its power would be significantly diminished. He pondered the possibility of vanquishing it and extracting the precious 6th-level magic core, a rare treasure. He then recalled the promise made by Grand Magus AV regarding the yellow tier martial arts technique. The mere thought filled him with excitement, as it was indeed a yellow tier skill. He was instructed to seek out Grand Magus AV upon returning to the academy. Yet, Ashura's instincts, honed through his recent brushes with death, suggested that AV might not be particularly friendly towards him. The more he contemplated this, the more he sensed danger. Could it be that AV discerned the nature of his close friendship with his granddaughter? A shiver ran down Ashura's spine at the thought. For the Grand Magus possessed the ability to wield forbidden-level magic, and the prospect of claiming that so-called reward now seemed fraught with peril. However, that was indeed a yellow-tier martial art. Despite accumulating a considerable amount of academy points over the past 2 years, he still found himself unable to purchase any yellow-tier martial techniques, especially those left behind by the Grand Magus, which surely held a significant level of mastery. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of regret and reluctance to give up. Just as he was contemplating how to approach the Grand Magus AV for the yellow-tier martial art, the instructor Ella, who was lecturing at the podium, suddenly called out, "Ashura, where did I leave off? Please pay close attention." Startled by the unexpected question, Ashura first froze before his gaze brightened as he looked at Ella, revealing a mischievous grin that caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, leaving her somewhat flustered as she inwardly chastised him for being a troublemaker. Yet later that afternoon, in the serene forest by the lake, Ella, in a huff, tossed a yellow-tier martial technique to the gleeful Ashura, who eagerly caught it. The title inscribed on the technique read, Chapter 95. Immersive training. Seeing Ashura's elation as if he had found a treasure, Ella felt a mix of anger and amusement. She recalled how he had persistently pestered her after class to request the promised yellow-tier martial technique from her grandfather, Avi. Ella remembered the look of reluctance and indignation in her grandfather's eyes when he learned that she was helping Ashura procure the martial art. It seemed her grandfather had sensed something amiss, perhaps realizing that her boyfriend had intentionally sent her to request the technique. As this thought crossed her mind, Ella's cheeks flushed slightly, and she reached out to tug at Ashura, who was still caught up in his excitement over the martial technique. Ashura, eager to delve into the newfound knowledge, turned to the captivating woman before him, momentarily lost in her allure. Clearing her throat, Ella spoke. "I've procured the martial art for you. Do you have anything to say to me?" Ashura, finally coming to his senses, responded with a grateful, "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal someday." With that, he dashed off towards the dormitory, his eagerness to learn the martial technique surpassing even his fascination with her beauty. Ella, feeling vexed, seized his arm, declaring that unless he offered a more satisfactory response, she would retrieve the martial technique from her grandfather. With no other choice, Ashura sighed internally. Glancing around to ensure they were alone, he cleverly flattered her until her cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson, her lips blooming like exquisite flowers. Ella only recalled Ashura's sweet words, praising her beauty and his promise to spend quality time with her in a few days. When she finally regained her composure, she realized Ashura had vanished from her side. In frustration, she stamped her foot, remembering how lost she had been in the moment, quickly covering her flushed cheeks with her hands. Her boyfriend truly captivated her. This must be what falling in love felt like. With her thoughts swirling, Ella joyfully skipped back to her dormitory. Meanwhile, Ashura seemed to have adopted a swift, wind-like grace, racing back to his room and informing Jinza, who was leisurely sipping tea in the living room. "No need to call for me. I have some urgent matters to attend to." Before Jinza could respond, Ashura had already slammed the door shut behind him. Downstairs, Jinza appeared perplexed. As the future heir of the Jinli Trading Company, he prided himself on his ability to read people, yet he found himself increasingly baffled by his dorm mate, the enigmatic third. Although he seemed to hail from humble origins and maintained a low profile, the deeds he accomplished were nothing short of sensational, often leaving the academy in awe. Many were unaware that he was behind these remarkable events, but as a close companion, Jinza could easily deduce that they bore the hallmark of the unpredictable third. Especially intriguing were the reports from the family shop in Pro City, where a young man possessing the identity token had sold numerous beast corpses and materials. This was likely accomplished during the period when Ashura had vanished from the academy. It was unheard of for any freshman to dare venture alone into the beast forest to battle the monsters. Jinza sighed deeply, cradling his teacup, still grappling with the myriad peculiarities of the third, when he heard a loud bang from the room above. Ashura burst forth with great urgency, leaving Jinza in a state of disarray in the living room. Having briefly examined the martial techniques, Ashura noted that the essence within them had diminished significantly. Eager to practice, he rushed to the academy's private training room. The essence of martial techniques refers to the profound insights distilled by legendary masters at the peak of their prowess, enabling future practitioners to grasp the true essence of the techniques swiftly. However, this essence diminishes with use, particularly in the case of yellow-tier techniques, which are seldom passed down. Of course, should one master a technique, they could also transmit it, though the essence would then reflect their own understanding and insights. Ashura spent 50 points to rent the Academy's private training room for 10 days, and despite his usual frugality, he felt no remorse for his expenditure as he eagerly immersed himself in the practice of his techniques. Meanwhile, in Class 13 of Magic, Clara gazed at the empty seat beside her, her mood souring as her lips involuntarily pouted. Upon entering the classroom, Instructor Ella frowned at the vacant spot, recalling how that mischievous fellow had promised to keep her company, yet now he was nowhere to be found. The training grounds echoed with lamentations as Lanyu from Class 7 and Magina from Class 8, seemingly in a foul mood, requested a sparring session with all the male students. The male students of the class were left in stunned silence, perplexed as to what they had done in a past life to incur the wrath of these two formidable ladies. As the male students hobbled back to the dormitory, a heavy atmosphere enveloped them. At that moment, someone lamented, "If only Ashura were here, he could handle the sparring." Instantaneously, silence enveloped the group, and the speaker found himself under the intense gaze of his peers. After a brief pause, a chorus of voices erupted, clamoring to find out Ashura's whereabouts. They finally located Dormitory 138, where the group fervently knocked on the door, calling out Ashura's name with great fervor. In the dormitory, the trio of Ginza, Arthur, and Angelo stood in stunned silence, believing that the incident by the lakeside woods had been exposed. They frantically blocked the door, refraining from making a sound. It was only when they overheard the cacophony of questions from the boys outside that they realized they were seeking Ashura to serve as a practice partner for the female students in their class. This revelation left the three exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Ginza timidly called out through the door, informing them that Ashura had been absent from the dormitory for 2 days and that they were unaware of his whereabouts. The eager students outside remained insistent, with some even offering to exchange academy points for Ashura's location, causing Angelo's eyes to gleam with excitement. The trio, however, dared not let the male students in, fearing they would ransack the dormitory. After repeated assurances from the three, the boys outside grudgingly dispersed, grumbling as they left. "Has the third one caused some trouble again?" Arthur remarked, his expression serious. Angelo shook his head, stating that, according to his network of information, he had not heard of any sensational news emerging from the academy. The three exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. Within a training room of the academy, Ashura, bare-chested, suddenly lunged forward. In an instant, he swung his dual blades, unleashing a blade aura that carved into the walls of the training room, leaving deep scars on the otherwise impenetrable surface. Observing the marks he had made, Ashura chuckled to himself. After 10 days of seclusion, he had finally mastered the art of the blade aura. Noticing the faint odor of sweat emanating from himself, Ashura grinned as he sheathed his blades and stepped out of the training room. However, upon returning to the dormitory, he was met with the intense scrutiny of his three roommates. Faced with their piercing questions, he too was left in confusion, until a barrage of knocks and shouts echoed from outside. Looking up at the ceiling, Ashura silently wished he could shed a few tears. Yet all that escaped him was a long, resigned sigh. Chapter 96. Re-entering the monster forest after much contemplation, Ashura hesitated to open the door, surmising the reason behind the boy's visit. The thought of the two illustrious young women made him break into a cold sweat. Although Ashura's cultivation had progressed rapidly, the two ladies were not far behind, and their familial backgrounds were formidable, likely endowing them with several yellow-tier martial techniques. Their performance against the 6th-level Scarlet Lotus Serpent King had been commendable, indicating they still had strength in reserve. Ashura understood that his failure to seek them out upon his return might have led to some resentment, though his current strength allowed him to face them without fear. Reasoning with beautiful young women was not a simple task. He could hardly employ his newly learned blade aura against two delicate beauties. Could he? In truth, upon his return, Ashura had yearned to meet Mentor Yuanda, but time had eluded him. Now, with the door blocked, he lowered his head in contemplation, seemingly arriving at a resolute decision. At dawn, before the Magic Class 13 commenced its lessons, Ella received a leave request sent by Ginza, a fellow magic student. Upon seeing the powerful yet infuriating words above, Ella felt the veins on her forehead throb. She stifled her anger, forcing a smile to indicate her understanding, and ushered the bewildered Ginza out of the office. The moment Ginza exited, Ella was tempted to seize the leave request on her desk and shred it to pieces. However, as she grasped the paper, she hesitated, gazing at it for a long while before reluctantly returning it to the drawer. Ella felt a twinge of grievance, although it was her first experience with romance. She had witnessed others in sweet, blissful unions during their infatuation phase. Yet, why was it that her case, she could barely catch a glimpse of him? Even when he had to step out, he didn't bother to inform her face-to-face, nor did he leave a message through the Academy's emblem. He merely sent a leave request, as if to brush her off. What did that mean? When he returned, she would certainly make him pay for it. Meanwhile, Ella's mentor was seething with anger, and both Arthur and Angelo were busy spreading the news of Azura's leave from the Academy, causing the male students who had relied on him to lament in despair. The two ladies, upon hearing the news, grew even colder in demeanor. At this moment, Azura had shed his magical robe and donned a fitted black outfit, arriving at the edge of the beast forest and making his way to the renowned Triumph Town. The town remained bustling and vibrant, with mercenaries and adventurers gathering in droves, all hoping to strike it rich within the beast forest, which in turn fueled the town's prosperity. Azura's purpose for re-entering the beast forest was to confront the injured and blinded Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. Firstly, that creature had nearly claimed both his and Ella's lives, and Azura was not one to be forgiving. Secondly, he now possessed the powerful yellow-tier martial skill, Word Slash, and had begun to covet the magic core of the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. Nevertheless, he wished to proceed with caution, fearing encounters with other high-level beasts deeper within the forest. Thus, he planned to join a party for safety, ready to adapt to the circumstances as they arose. Navigating through the throngs of people, Azura arrived at the mercenary tavern in Triumph Town, where the cacophony was deafening, with burly mercenaries boasting loudly. Among them were several women enjoying drinks. Yet those who dared to frequent such a tavern were not of the gentler sort. It was rare to see a drunken male mercenary approach only to be met with a bruising response, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. At that moment, Azura reached a large wooden board filled with various requests for team formations and diverse mission listings. After scrutinizing the postings, he discovered a team seeking youthful elites, requiring martial artists of at least the first tier or sorcerers of equivalent rank, aiming to gather 7 members for an expedition into the forest without a specific objective. Azura's eyes lit up upon reading this. The high-level requirements of the team appealed to him. After checking the contact information listed, he made his way to the third stone pillar in the left corridor, where 6 individuals were engaged in somewhat awkward conversation beneath the pillar. 6 individuals comprised of 3 men and 3 women, among whom 1 man and 1 woman donned magical robes. The man, slender and slightly hunched, wore a striking crimson robe, indicative of a fire mage. The woman, clad in a grass-green robe, revealed long and fair thighs through the slits, her gaze imbued with a hint of allure that stirred envy in the fire mage beside her. Accompanying them were a pair of young individuals, adorned in silver light armor, who appeared to be of similar age to Ashura. Their extraordinary demeanor hinted at a familial resemblance, suggesting they were siblings. The man was tall and imposing, exuding an air of valor, while the woman possessed exquisite features and a commanding presence. Her figure filled out the silver armor splendidly, and her height surpassed that of most men, drawing envious glances from the male mercenaries nearby. At that moment, a long-haired male warrior from their group was fervently attempting to charm the woman, while the similarly tall man beside her observed the interaction with an amused expression. The suitor was evidently a robust figure, his arms resembling the slenderness of a woman's waist, and he wielded a hefty sword upon his back. Nearby, a strikingly handsome girl with long, light golden hair leaned against a pillar, a longbow slung across her back, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested she preferred solitude, though her exquisite features could not be concealed by her cascading locks. Ashura's eyes brightened at the sight of 3 remarkably beautiful women within this small group. If a comparison had to be made, the female mage seemed to pale slightly in comparison to the others. Unconsciously, Ashura adjusted his attire, revealing a radiant smile as he approached the group by the pillar. The individuals noticed a tall, slender young man with black hair approaching them, appearing quite youthful. As they exchanged glances, Ashura, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, "Are you the team seeking members for Group 16? May I join you?" Upon hearing this, they scrutinized the smiling youth, and the tallest among them, clad in silver armor, stepped forward, stating, "Greetings, I am Clay. I posted the team invitation. Have you understood the requirements outlined in it? After nodding in acknowledgement, Ashura replied, Hello, Clay. I understand the requirements, and I meet them. Would you like me to provide proof? Clay, after assessing the cheerful young man once more, asked, Could you introduce yourself? If I may be so bold. What is your age? Ashura nodded and responded, I am Ashura, 17 years old. I possess the strength of a first-tier great martial master, excelling in both power and speed. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Chapter 97. The team formation commotion, the others exchanged glances. Noting that a 17-year-old with the prowess of a first-tier great martial master could be classified as a genius. Yet, the youth spoke of his abilities with an unassuming calmness. Clay, however, was not overly surprised. Despite being 2 years older than the black-haired lad, he and his sister had also reached first-tier great martial master status at 17, giving him a sense of camaraderie with this talented peer. Before he could even open his arms to offer a welcoming embrace, an incongruous voice interrupted. Where did this wild brat come from? With your slight frame, do you really believe you excel in strength and speed? Come on, muster all the might you can and land a punch on my chest. I'm eager to see just how strong you are. Clay cast an irritable glance at the speaker, a burly warrior named White, who had recently joined their group and had been incessantly flirting with his sister. White was somewhat notorious in this adventurer's tavern, boasting of his participation in several Colosseum fights, a source of his prideful claims. Clay was on the verge of responding when he noticed Azura, across from him, smiling radiantly as she turned to White and lightly quipped, Oh, since you so sincerely wish for me to strike you, I shall grant your desire, but let it be known, the one who flinches is a coward. The crowd erupted in laughter at her teasing words. Even the usually stoic girl with a longbow let a smile grace her lips. The wood element sorceress cast a flirtatious glance in Azura's direction. White, who had intended to showcase his might, suddenly felt the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, perceiving them as if they were regarding a fool. This shift in attention caused the proud warrior's countenance to darken. He was accustomed to leveraging his strength to intimidate others, with few daring to oppose him. However, with an abundance of beautiful women in the group, particularly the silver-armored maiden with cascading golden waves, he had been struck with infatuation and had joined the party, hoping to win her favor once they ventured into the monster forest. Yet, despite his attempts to impress the golden-haired beauty, he received nothing but indifference. In a bid to assert his presence, he had considered bullying the newcomer, the dark-haired boy, only to be met with the infuriating words of this smiling youth. Humiliated, he shook off his shoulders, prepared to confront the boy, with those around him showing no inclination to intervene. Even Clay hesitated for a moment, opting for silence, while Azura maintained her smile, narrowing her eyes slightly as a fleeting glint of coldness flashed within them. Just as the two were about to engage, a hesitant voice interjected. Excuse me, esteemed individuals, do you require a guide? I am quite familiar with the monster forest and can lead you. You need only pay me 5 gold coins for my services. Is that agreeable? The interruption halted the impending confrontation, and both parties turned their attention to the source of the voice. They beheld a towering figure clad in tattered rags, hunched over, gazing at them with eager anticipation. This individual was exceptionally tall, towering over Clay in his silver armor, though his malnourished frame suggested a lack of strength. He appeared youthful, yet his head was completely bald, and his eyes glimmered with a pleading look as he regarded the group. As the gaze of the crowd converged upon him, the towering man lowered his stance, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I am willing to lead the way for you, to shield you from danger, and I shall not claim any of your spoils. However, might I request 5 gold coins in advance? Upon hearing this, the crowd lost interest, particularly the 2 self-important sorcerers who cast disdainful glances in his direction. Before the team leader, Clay, could utter a word, the brash warrior, White, began to laugh audaciously. What day is it today? Who are these 2 blind wretches? One needs a good beating, while the other comes begging. You, big fool, come over here. If you crawl through my legs, I shall reward you with 5 gold coins. Before he could finish his raucous laughter, a figure appeared before him like a specter, a hand like a claw gripping his throat, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. White's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the black-haired youth before him, desperately clawing at the arm constricting his throat, his feet flailing in the air in a futile attempt to find solid ground. No matter his struggle, it proved in vain, transforming his incredulity into sheer terror. The youth, still wearing a charming smile, remarked, "Now you understand my prowess in strength and speed, do you? Do you have any objections? Speak up. I can't hear you." Those nearby felt an involuntary shiver at the sight of the youth, whose laughter bordered on madness, categorizing him as someone not to be trifled with. The once mighty warrior, White, found himself helplessly at the mercy of a mere boy, and the onlookers regarded the youth's smile with an ominous chill, their skin prickling with unease. As White's struggles weakened, Clay cautiously interjected, "Fighting is permissible in the Adventurer's Tavern, but the loser must compensate for the damages. Killing is strictly forbidden, and violators will be hunted by all mercenaries." Ashura merely smiled faintly in response, then tossed the nearly unconscious White out of the Adventurer's Tavern like a discarded ragdoll, the ironwood door crashing loudly, eliciting a collective shudder from the crowd, who could only imagine the pain pounding in White's head, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Ashura clapped his hands and chuckled. "I promised to strike you once. Consider yourself fortunate," turning his attention to the bald giant who was staring at him intently. Ashura smiled and asked, "Now, why don't you introduce yourself, big fellow?" The hunched figure, seemingly shy, replied, "My lord, I have no name. The villagers call me Stone. I possess the strength of a third-tier warrior and am quite familiar with the beast forest. I can guide you, provided you grant me 5 gold coins." Intrigued, Ashura regarded the towering figure before him, nearly 2 heads taller, and smiled as he inquired, "Stone, that name is quite solid. What do you mean by possessing the strength of a third-tier warrior? And why do you insist on 5 gold coins?" Before the bald giant could respond, a similarly tattered youth rushed into the Adventurer's Tavern. Upon seeing the giant, he cried out, "Brother Stone, mother is nearly gone. The village chief said that if we don't summon a priest for her treatment, she won't make it through the night. What should I do?" Tears welled in the eyes of the bald giant as he crouched down and embraced the boy, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Rocky. It's my fault for not being able to save Auntie. It's all my inadequacy." As the two wept in each other's arms, a pouch was tossed onto the ground before them, producing a crisp sound of metal clinking. They looked up in astonishment at the smiling, dark-haired boy. The boy, who had just moments ago nearly choked a formidable warrior, calmly said, "Here are 20 gold coins. Take them and save her." Chapter 98. Introduction of team members. Not only were the two kneeling on the ground in tears, but even the others in the party stared in astonishment at the smiling boy. It is known that in the Kingdom of Kings, the powerful seldom concern themselves with the lives of ordinary peasants, as they inhabit 2 entirely different worlds. Yet this dark-haired youth, who is no saint, readily offered 20 gold coins to assist 2 strangers in saving a commoner, despite the treatment likely costing only 5 gold coins. While the other party members could have readily produced 20 gold coins, such a sum was trivial to them. Only the dark-haired boy showed no hesitation in presenting it. The giant, named Stone, eagerly snatched up the pouch from the ground, as though grasping a lifeline. However, with a hesitant gaze, he struggled to look at Ashura and said, "Sir, is it truly permissible? I only need 5 gold coins to hire the priest. I can return the excess to you." He began to open the pouch, intent on counting the coins. Before he could even open the pouch, Ashura lightly remarked, "By the time you finish counting, your aunt may have already passed. If she is truly important to you, you should immediately rush back to save her. Consider the remaining coins as your future sustenance." The seemingly dim-witted giant looked up at the still smiling youth, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Please wait for me, my lord. I'll be right back." With that, he hoisted the ordinary boy named Rocky onto his shoulder and dashed out of the Adventurer's Tavern like the wind. The surrounding mercenaries, seeing the lack of entertainment, began to mock him, suggesting that the giant would surely abscond with the boy's money and would never return. They even claimed that those 20 gold coins would be better spent on their own indulgences at the neighboring brothel. However, when Ashura cast a smile in their direction, they immediately fell silent. The bloodstains on the tavern door had yet to dry, and no one knew the fate of White, who had been thrown out. Ashura surveyed the area, noticing that the noise had ceased before letting out a derisive chuckle. He then turned to the few team members gathered beneath the column and, with a gentle smile, said, "Let us reintroduce ourselves. I am Ashura, skilled in strength and speed. May I ask how you all prefer to be addressed?" The individuals beneath the pillar immediately straightened their postures, earnestly introducing themselves, for the strong are eternally deserving of respect and acknowledgement. The call for assembling the team was issued by a pair of siblings clad in silver armor. The brother, named Clay, and the sister, named Christine, were both 2 years older than Ashura, with the former just having turned 19. They both possessed the prowess of a second-tier grand warrior and were knights. Intending to venture into the dense monster forest on foot, aware that their combat effectiveness would be diminished on horseback. Although they did not explicitly state their reasons for entering the monster forest, they mentioned their purpose was to hunt magical beasts. Clay felt a twinge of embarrassment for not having intervened when White had challenged Ashura earlier. He had merely wished to assess whether the seemingly youthful Ashura truly had the capability to join their ranks. Should Ashura falter under duress, he would have intervened to separate the two. However, the unfolding events surpassed his expectations, leaving him in an awkward position, yet Ashura responded with a cordial nod. To alleviate his discomfort, Christine gracefully performed a knightly salute, her golden waves cascading elegantly. As she bent slightly, Ashura, keen-eyed, caught a glimpse of her ample curves through the collar of her silver armor. He involuntarily compared their sizes to those of several women he had encountered before. Though he had not measured them, he surmised that they were comparable in stature. The two mages introduced themselves, the male being Guise, a first-tier grand mage specializing in fire magic. His extraordinary explosive power made him highly sought after in the Adventurer's Tavern, a coveted inclusion for various teams. He was forthright about his motivations for joining this particular group, revealing that he was pursuing a wood mage named Jella. The alluring Jella, though seemingly flirtatious, was the daughter of the vice president of the St. Golan City Magic Guild, which deterred most from courting her in the tavern. Notably, Jella herself was a second-tier grand mage in wood magic at the vibrant age of 21. Her adventurous spirit and restless nature radiated an irresistible charm. Yet few dared to think they could truly gain advantage with such a thorny rose. Since their first encounter, Guise had been utterly captivated by Jella, fervently pursuing her every step. This time, she too was drawn by the team's strength and intended to gain experience in the monster forest. With unwavering confidence in her abilities, she regarded herself as a blossoming flower that had never been confined to a vase. During her introduction, Jella unexpectedly embraced Ashura warmly, winking playfully with her lively eyes. The sudden impact of her embrace brought a fleeting thrill to Ashura, but before he could savor the moment, he caught a glimpse of Guise's darkened expression beside him, quickly realizing that this thorny rose was anything but ordinary. As for the last girl, who carried a bow and arrow with an air of coolness and possessed pale golden hair, she simply introduced herself as Luna, a formidable archer of the first rank and a dear friend of the sorceress Jella. After a brief nod of acknowledgement towards Ashura, she fell silent. It seemed she deliberately obscured her face with her flowing golden locks, leaving Ashura unable to discern her features. Though he noted the striking sharpness of her facial contours, he did not dwell on it, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. He returned Luna's nod with a smile, saying, "Once we enter the monster forest, should we encounter any high-ranking beasts, I would greatly appreciate your archery support, fair Luna." Luna appeared somewhat uncomfortable in conversing with strangers, shyly shrinking back and giving a timid nod. Meanwhile, Jella bounded over to Luna's side, engaging her in whispered conversation, causing Luna to shy away from meeting Ashura's gaze. This seemed to be the first occasion for everyone to introduce themselves in detail, creating a significantly warmer atmosphere than before. Clay gestured for the bar attendant to bring over a round table and 6 chairs, generously inviting everyone to partake in food and drink. As Ashura settled into a seat, the alluring Jella positioned herself beside him, her large eyes casting flirtatious glances his way, which prompted Ashura to furrow his brow slightly. Fortunately, Clay took a seat on Ashura's right, raising a glass to toast with a rum, which allowed Ashura to engage in conversation with him, much to Jella's mild annoyance. It was the first time she encountered someone her age who could withstand her allure, igniting her desire for conquest. She licked her enticing lips, contemplating how to ensnare this dark-haired lad beneath her magical robe, only to cast him aside mercilessly afterward. Guise, observing Ashura's demeanor, felt a sense of relief as he swiftly took his place beside Jella, eager to impress her before the endearing Luna could. Luna, seemingly at a loss for how to navigate such a situation, stood there momentarily dazed until the golden-haired Christine took the initiative, pulling her to sit beside her. The group appeared to enjoy their meal, and conversation until a sudden rush of footsteps approached the round table, followed by a distinct sound of someone kneeling, which resonated clearly amidst the clamor of the bar. A deep, resonant voice proclaimed, "Stone pays homage to his master." Chapter 99. The follower locked the members of the squad had sensed the newcomer early on and exchanged bewildered glances. Ashura, in particular, found himself at a loss. Yet he understood that the towering figure kneeling before him was addressing him. He turned slightly in his chair to regard the bald giant, who was nearly his height, and inquired slowly, "What did you just call me?" "Master," the kneeling stone declared without hesitation, still keeping his gaze fixed upon the ground. Ashura's lips twitched. The last time someone had referred to him as master was on the grand bed in Pro City, when he had requested Dafe to call him that. Such peculiarities of male vanity were well understood by those who were in the know. Yet now, the voice of the imposing bald giant calling him master sent a chill down his spine. He shook his head vigorously to dispel the unsettling thoughts and replied flatly, "Stand up and speak." "At your command, master." The giant, stone, responded promptly, rising swiftly to his full height, causing those seated around the round table to gaze up at him in awe, while the surrounding mercenaries pointed and whispered. Ashura, with a countenance akin to that of someone in distress, gritted his teeth and inquired, "Why do you address me as master?" Stone, with utmost reverence, replied, "I am grateful for the 20 gold coins you bestowed upon me to save my aunt's life. Now that she has regained her health, my life belongs to you, and I am willing to serve you unto death." With that, he prepared to kneel before Ashura once more. However, Ashura swiftly kicked out, straightening Stone's bent knee before he could lower himself. Furrowing his brow, he stated, "First, do not call me master again. Second, I have never demanded your service. Even if I gave you 20 gold coins previously, it was entirely my own volition." "Master," the clumsy giant began to explain, but upon meeting Ashura's unfriendly gaze, he promptly fell silent, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, unsure of how to proceed. Finally, as if coming to a realization, he lowered his head and stood silently before Ashura, resembling a statue. The fire mage, Guise, observing this exchange, chuckled and teased, "Ashura, you might as well accept this servant. With such stature, he should gain considerable strength from a meat-heavy diet. The slave market holds no finer specimen." Ashura paid no heed to Guise's jest, maintaining his indifference as he regarded the bald giant behind him, who stood immobile like a warrior's statue. The members of the small party ceased their interruptions, shifting the conversation to other topics. After a long moment of silent observation, Ashura finally spoke, "Follow me." He nodded apologetically to the others at the table before leading the way out of the adventurer's tavern, with the giant stone dutifully trailing behind him. Outside, the sky had begun to darken, and Ashura guided Stone to a secluded area illuminated by light. He turned to the visibly anxious Stone and asked, "I have a few questions for you. First, how old are you this year? Second, what is your relationship with the ant you saved? Third, what is your own strength?" Stone, visibly nervous, replied, "I should be around 15 or 16 years old, though I am uncertain of my exact age. I am an orphan, having wandered outside the city of St. Gobain since I can remember. It was Aunt Celine, seeing my plight, who took me in and ended my wandering. Thus, I must repay her kindness. Last month, my aunt fell ill with a cold and did not seek a physician, leading to a worsening condition that could only be cured by the hymns of a priest. However, I lack the 5 gold coins needed for assistance. As for my personal strength, to be honest, I have never received martial training. It seems my strength has developed from my bloodline. Currently, I possess the strength of a first-tier martial artist." As Ashura listened, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "I recall you claiming to possess the strength of a third-tier martial artist." The towering figure, Stone, trembled slightly at this, but resolutely replied, "Indeed, I did not speak falsely. However, I harbor a secret regarding my awakened bloodline ability. I am unaware of the exact nature of my bloodline, but this awakened skill guides me to enhance my strength as long as I maintain my anger. It manifests in 2 stages, fury and wrath. Currently, my fury can elevate me to the strength of a second-tier martial artist, but this enhancement lasts only for 1 hour, after which I will endure a 3-day period of weakness. Wrath, on the other hand, can elevate my strength to that of a third-tier martial artist, yet it lasts merely for half an hour, and afterward I may be incapacitated for a month, potentially suffering permanent damage to my body. When I stated that I could wield the strength of a third-tier martial artist, I did not lie. Please believe me, or I can enter a state of wrath now for you to witness my power." Ashura remained silent, but waved his hand, signaling that no proof was necessary. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a small knife from his storage space and handed it to Stone, who looked perplexed. Ashura instructed, "Cut your finger." Although bewildered, Stone complied and swiftly sliced his finger. As Ashura observed the blood flowing from his finger, he noticed a faint purple hue and understood. It was no wonder this hulking figure possessed such immense strength. He recognized the nature of Stone's bloodline. Previously, while perusing the chronicles of the Beast Forest, he had encountered a passage concerning an ancient tribal race known as the barbarians, who inhabited that very forest. They were extraordinarily robust, battling beasts for sustenance, and their blood ran purple. The greater the talent of a barbarian, the darker the hue of their blood. The chronicles warned, never provoke a barbarian in a state of rage. In later times, due to the onslaught of beast tides, the barbarians gradually vanished from the public eye. And now, to encounter one in this adventurer's tavern was remarkable. It seemed the chronicles' accounts were indeed related to the bloodline talent Stone had revealed. With this revelation, Ashura felt a significant portion of his wariness dissipate. Turning to the still nervous Stone, Ashura contemplated for a moment before asking, "Are you certain you wish to pledge your loyalty to me? Are you willing to follow me?" Stone immediately knelt before Ashura, declaring with unwavering conviction, "I swear upon my bloodline that I shall be loyal to you, my lord, and I shall never betray you should I violate this oath. My soul shall plunge into the endless abyss." With that, he smeared the blood from his cut across his forehead. Ashura nodded solemnly and replied, "Since you are willing to follow me, there are a few points I must clarify. First, always remember the oath you just made. Second, do not refer to me as master or lord. Simply call me young master. Third, you are to execute my commands unconditionally. Lastly, you are not to enter a state of wrath without my explicit permission. Finally, do not call you Stone any longer, for that name is rather mundane. I shall bestow upon you a new name. Henceforth you shall be known as Locke." Chapter 100. The terrifying bloodline of the barbarians before long. Ashura strode confidently into the adventurer's tavern, followed closely by the large, foolishly grinning Locke. Upon reaching the dining table, Ashura pointed to his left and called out to a nearby waiter, "Add a chair here." The waiter promptly fetched a chair and placed it down. The food and drink ordered by this table of guests were of the finest quality, far superior to the cheap swill consumed by the mercenaries at other tables. Thus the service was exceedingly enthusiastic. The rest of the team could roughly guess Ashura's intent. Although they remained silent, their faces betrayed their displeasure, particularly the beauty, Jella, seated to his left, who subtly shifted away. After taking his seat, Ashura gestured to the chair beside him and instructed Locke, "Sit." Locke hesitated, daunted by the thought that this table was not meant for a commoner like him. However, Ashura casually remarked, "If my words do not suffice, you may leave this instant." With a thud, Locke nervously plopped down, nearly shattering the chair beneath him, his body trembling slightly. He realized he had committed a foolish act by hesitating in response to his master's command. After Locke settled, Ashura addressed the others. "Previously, I noted that our party requires 7 members. Given the potential difficulty in quickly recruiting a 7th with adequate strength, allow me to introduce my newly acquired follower, Locke. He possesses the prowess of a second-tier martial artist and is familiar with the Beast Forest. Let him take the position of our 7th member. As for any concerns regarding his strength, rest assured, I will lead from the front, and I guarantee he will not hinder our overall capability. So regarding my proposal, who is in favor and who is against?" The others exchanged glances, yet no one voiced direct opposition. The strongest member of the group, Clay, decisively stated, "I trust you, Ashura." Thus, our 7-member party is established. The spoils will be distributed according to our contributions, and should any disputes arise, we shall resolve them by vote. We shall rest tomorrow, and on the day after, we will gather here and proceed directly into the Beast Forest. Everyone should prepare their supplies by then. Clay, the most formidable among them, subtly emerged as the leader of the group, and his proposed distribution plan was deemed fair, garnering no dissent from the others. With the decision made, they resumed their feasting and drinking. Locke felt somewhat awkward sitting next to Ashura. The master's words had deeply moved him. Rather than viewing him as a servant, Azura regarded him as an equal within the team. Locke clenched his fists, silently vowing to not disappoint his master in the beast forest, determined to protect him at all costs. Locke dared not gaze at the sumptuous food and fine wines laid before them, for he had never experienced a full meal since he could remember, as his appetite was insatiable. The enticing aromas wafting from the table threatened to expose his unrefined demeanor, and he could not bear to bring shame upon his master. As he struggled to suppress his hunger, the young master beside him summoned a servant, tossing 2 gold coins and commanding, "Bring this large fellow beside me some meat and pasta until he is fully satisfied." Locke stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the young master who had just spoken. It wasn't until the servant joyfully placed a large platter of meat before him that he regained his senses. Ashura, without glancing at him, merely stated, "Eat to your heart's content. I want you to be in the best shape to accompany me into the beast forest." Locke hurriedly lowered his gaze, fearful that tears might spill from his eyes, and he seized the meat before him, devouring it voraciously. Beside him, guys chuckled softly at his manner of eating. But when the servant brought in the 9th platter of meat, even Guy's expression turned to one of astonishment. This giant had consumed nearly half a month's worth of food in one sitting. After finishing the 9th platter, Locke sheepishly waved his hand at the astonished servant, signaling that he had eaten his fill. This was the first time in his life that he had felt completely satiated, and the meat had noticeably strengthened his physique. He looked at Ashura with eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. Still basking in the satisfaction of his meal, Locke's expression suddenly shifted, drawing Ashura's attention. "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Ashura inquired. Locke, somewhat bashful, leaned closer to Ashura and whispered, "Young master, I think I've advanced to the 2nd tier of a martial artist." Ashura, taken aback, was astonished by the formidable nature of the barbarian bloodline. Advancing a level simply by having a hearty meal was quite the revelation, leaving him a self-proclaimed genius. Feeling rather out of place, Locke's impressive appetite also prompted some of the team members to engage with him, particularly the exuberant Jella, who playfully asked if he could consume a whole barbarian bull or drink an entire barrel of rum. Eventually, as the cheerful atmosphere lingered, everyone returned to their lodgings to rest. Ashura arranged for a room for Locke at the inn. The tall Locke found himself half hanging off the bed, his legs dangling to the floor, yet he felt an overwhelming joy. It was his first time sleeping on a bed, as he had always slumbered on the floor before. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Ashura emerged from his meditation and opened the door, intending to procure some food, only to find Locke standing guard like a sentinel at his door. Upon seeing him, Locke respectfully greeted him with a morning salutation. Ashura simply smiled, shaking his head, and said, "Come with me." He first took Locke for breakfast, and Locke, as before, demonstrated his hearty appetite, though this time he did not advance in level, which relieved Ashura. If the barbarian bloodline allowed for level-ups simply through feasting, it might undermine his confidence in his own training. Ashura retrieved a storage pouch from his waist, a trophy from his battles in the Pagoda Palace, and handed it to Locke along with 100 gold coins, instructing him to purchase food and water and fill the pouch. Locke treasured it as if it were a precious gem, securing it close to him. Accompanied by Locke, Ashura visited a tailor to procure several customized sets of warrior attire, ensuring that the measurements were precise and the payment generous enough for immediate collection. Subsequently, they proceeded to a weapons shop, only to discover that none of the armor styles available could accommodate Locke's size. Even an increased payment would yield no results within a few days. Just as Ashura contemplated abandoning the endeavor, his gaze fell upon a towering statue of a warrior at the entrance of a shop, a grand stone figure clad in dark red armor, wielding a formidable battle axe. Noticing that the statue's height was nearly identical to Locke's, Ashura promptly proposed the idea of purchasing the armor from the statue, which left the shopkeeper in a rather difficult position. Eventually, after Ashura offered an irresistible price, the stone statue was revealed in all its polished glory, alongside a robust warrior fully equipped with an imposing presence that surpassed even the statue itself. Although Ashura worried that the weight of the armor might hinder Locke's movements, he was taken aback when Locke effortlessly lifted the massive axe as if it were a mere twig. While Ashura maintained a composed exterior, internally he was overwhelmed with envy, pondering whether he had merely acquired a human Tyrannosaurus as a companion. Chapter 101. The Quest for the Serpent on the following morning. Beneath one of the pillars of the Adventurer's Tavern, the 7-member exploration team assembled. They gazed in astonishment at Locke, now adorned in dark red armor, resembling a demigod, with the enormous axe on his back appearing taller than Guy's. The team reevaluated their perception of the once impoverished individual who had struggled to find sustenance just days prior. Even the aristocratic Clay regretted not recruiting Locke as his nightly retainer. How prestigious it would have been had he seized that opportunity. However, Ashura felt somewhat uneasy with Locke standing behind him, as it accentuated his own stature. Yet, seeing the envy in the eyes of his companions lifted his spirits considerably. Once everyone had gathered, Clay succinctly organized the formation. Ashura and Locke would lead at the forefront, followed by the mages Guys and Jella in the middle, with the archers Luna and the blonde, wavy-haired Christine flanking either side, while Knight Clay safeguarded the rear. The team unanimously agreed on this arrangement, and with no definitive destination in mind. After all, their mission was merely to hunt beasts. Any direction would suffice. Ashura's heart leapt with joy as a destination crystallized in his mind. They would venture to the vast canyon, where the blinded crimson lotus serpent awaited, a goal that had long been on his mind. Thus, the formidable 7-member team, bathed in the warm embrace of the morning sun, strode purposefully into the treacherous realm of the monster forest. Upon entering the forest, Ashura attentively observed his teammates' reactions, noting that, aside from Clay and Christine, the others likely possessed prior experience within the monster-laden woods. Particularly, the normally reticent archer Luna appeared to be in her element. Seemingly at home within the forest, her demeanor noticeably uplifted, leaving Ashura somewhat perplexed. The wood element mage, Jella, relished the dense forests, where her magical perception flourished far beyond that of other regions. As they ventured deeper into the monster forest, she could foresee potential dangers through her mental acuity. Guys, on the periphery of the forest, felt at ease, his excitement palpable at walking alongside Jella. When they encountered second- and third-tier magical beasts, he nonchalantly unleashed fireballs, dispatching them with flair. Although Jella maintained a cheerful conversation with him, Ashura occasionally caught a flicker of impatience in her lively eyes. He was hesitant to meet the gaze of this thorny rose, not wanting to be on the receiving end of one of those fireballs. As for the siblings, Clay and Christine, it was evident that this was their inaugural venture into the monster forest. They had drawn their knightly swords upon entry, their faces etched with tension as they scanned their surroundings. When other members cast puzzled glances their way, the siblings feigned indifference, turning their heads aside, which made Ashura stifle a laugh. It was clear they were newcomers to this perilous domain, yet their intentions remained shrouded in mystery. No wonder they sought companionship in their journey. However, their prowess seemed formidable, which delighted Ashura, as he preferred having such capable allies to increase the odds of vanquishing the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Locke, obediently following Ashura's directives, adopted the role of a loyal follower, leading the way and wielding his massive axe to clear obstructive undergrowth. This rendered Ashura notably relaxed, making him the most untroubled member of the group. The other companions exchanged glances, each assessing the others, as they had just formed this alliance, comprised of strong young talents, their curiosity about the monster forest outweighing their trepidation. While Ashura contemplated what culinary delights awaited them at noon, a delicate hand suddenly tapped his shoulder. Turning, he met Jella's radiant smile as she inquired, "Ashura, where do you intend to lead us? What mischievous thoughts occupy your mind?" A jolt coursed through him, yet he maintained an impassive facade, replying, "I was pondering how many beautiful women are in our party and what excuse I might conjure to initiate conversation with them during our rest." Jella stifled a laugh, causing her bosom to undulate enticingly, rendering Ashura momentarily mesmerized. However, he quickly regained his composure upon noticing Guy's dark expression, and with a noble air, he declared, "I am aware of a relatively safe route. I previously discussed it with Locke. We shall delve deeper into the monster forest before making further plans, as none can claim to know this place thoroughly." Jella observed the glimmer of mischief in his eyes, her lips curling into a subtle smile, thinking to herself, "It seems my charm has ensnared him. Let us see how long he can maintain this charade." Just as she contemplated further flirtation with Ashura, he suddenly shouted and charged into the thicket, engaging in a fierce skirmish with a third-tier magical beast, the verdant bull. The members of the squad exchanged bemused glances, perplexed as to why Ashura would challenge this grazing creature. Only Jella, sensing his intent to draw her into the fray, let out a soft huff and strode forward, aware that Ashura had caught onto her subtle machinations. She truly harbored a disdain for the presence of guys beside her, finding his jokes utterly unamusing and his incessant chatter grating on her ears. Initially, she had contemplated introducing a supposed rival to divert Guys' attention away from her, and among the men in their party, only Ashura seemed fitting for this role. However, it was evident that Ashura had discerned her intentions, which caused Jella to pout, her face etched with displeasure. Upon witnessing Jella's departure, Ashura realized she had grasped his motives as well. Communicating with an astute individual was indeed straightforward, where mere glance or gesture could resolve matters effectively. He effortlessly stowed away the carcass of the Aoki wild bull into his spatial realm, suddenly reminiscing about the one they had roasted during their entrance to the monster forest with the academy team. And he found himself yearning for the company of the women who had gathered around him at that time. Thus, the team surged forward into the depths of the monster forest with remarkable speed. The expansive forest appeared to stretch endlessly, and there were no accounts of any formidable warrior successfully traversing its entirety. The deeper one ventured, the greater the perils encountered. After journeying for over 10 days, the small party arrived at a gorge, and Ashura felt a surge of joy within, if his memory served him right. This should be the very gorge where the Crimson Lotus Serpent King had plummeted. With the robust physique of a 6th-level magical beast, it was unlikely it had perished from the fall, and Ashura was eager to locate it and extract its magic core. Over the course of these 10 days, the camaraderie among the team had grown increasingly harmonious, their cooperation becoming more adept, as they had collectively vanquished 4 5th-level magical beasts. Only Locke had sustained a minor injury to his left arm, while the others had reaped considerable rewards. Clay willingly proposed to relinquish the leadership of the team to Ashura, which was met with unanimous approval from the members. The route chosen by Ashura proved to be exceptionally astute. Whenever encountering high-level magical beasts, he invariably took the lead, providing timely warnings to prepare the group for battle. Though he rarely engaged directly, the devastation he wrought in a few instances was indeed astonishing, making him a far more suitable captain than Clay had been during their initial foray into the monster forest. At that moment, as the team observed Ashura lost in thought at the entrance of the gorge, they approached him, peering curiously into the depths. Suddenly, Ashura turned, a grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you brave enough to take on a grand undertaking?" Chapter 102, The Showdown in the Evening. At the entrance of a gorge within the monster forest, a party of 7 young individuals had set up camp in a clearing, gathered around campfire, partaking in simple fare brought from outside. The atmosphere felt somewhat heavy as the members subtly cast glances at Ashura, awaiting his guidance. At this moment, Ashura was munching on some basic provisions, having opted not to cook during this expedition into the forest. The reasons were twofold. The team was progressing swiftly, and after a day of battling magical beasts, fatigue had set in. Moreover, the group had not contributed any academy points for him to feel motivated to prepare a meal. Additionally, with a voracious eater like Locke in their midst, even a single Aoki wild bull would suffice for him alone. The towering figure of Locke had previously ventured into the monster forest, slaying low-level beasts merely to earn some coin. Lacking even a decent weapon, he was incapable of defeating any creatures above level 3. The monsters he did manage to kill were too precious to consume. He sold them instead for a meager supply of food to stave off starvation. However, this time, accompanying the young master Ashura into the monster forest proved fortuitous for him. Not only did his spatial pocket brim with provisions, but he also consumed the low-level monsters that the others in the party deemed unworthy, carelessly roasting them and filling his belly, which seemed to have grown even more robust. Ashura observed Locke's charred meat, which was devoid of salt, as Locke devoured it with grease dripping from his mouth, and couldn't he help but shake his head in amusement. Noticing the curious gazes of the team members around him, he realized it was time to reveal the truth. With a smile, he addressed the group. "There is no need for such tension. We are not in any immediate danger. We have become somewhat acquainted along this journey. Ahead, there lies an injured beast that we could hunt. I wonder if any of you are interested?" The team seemed to exhale collectively, their expressions relaxing considerably. Particularly, the Fire Mage guys elegantly raised his glass of rum for a sip and casually inquired, An injured beast? What kind of beast are we talking about? Azura replied. A mature level 6 red lotus serpent king. Guys, startled, spewed forth the rum he had yet to swallow, splattering some onto Jella, utterly disregarding the mess. He shouted in disbelief, what? A level 6 beast? The red lotus serpent king? Are you mad? Do you wish for us to perish? The others gazed at Azura in shock. Irritated, Azura furrowed his brow and retorted, what are you shouting for? Do you not fear attracting the beast? Mind your demeanor as a mage. I mentioned it is an injured red lotus serpent king, one I have wounded myself. Why I share this with you if I had no confidence? The group was further astonished, their mouths agape. Azura had managed to injure the red lotus serpent king? That was a level 6 beast. One could only wonder if they would have the courage to confront it should they find themselves in its presence. Seeing the admiration in their eyes, Azura felt a surge of pride. He had embellished the truth somewhat, while he had indeed wounded one of the serpent's eyes. The achievement was a result of a collective effort from their academy team to restrain the creature. His combat prowess had significantly improved since mastering the yellow tier martial technique. Yet he harbored no illusion of being able to slay the serpent single-handedly. Nevertheless, he feared that without his bravado, none would be willing to risk their lives alongside him. The opportunity was rare, and he wished to gauge the serpent's condition before making a decision. However, guys clearly lacked the resolve to engage in such reckless endeavor, grumbling as he attempted to walk away. Yet, after taking a few steps, he noticed no one followed him. Even the girls, though serious, did not share his panic. Casting a glance towards the dark abyss of the monster forest, guys begrudgingly returned to the fire, muttering, have you all lost your minds? Are you truly considering following this fool to certain death? I suspect he intended to lead us here from the very beginning. We have all been deceived by him. What have I deceived you about? Have I led you into any misfortune along the way? I confess that I deliberately came here, for I am well acquainted with this place. Moreover, I am merely seeking your opinions. I do not wish to impose upon those unwilling to take risks. Why are you making such a fuss here? Ashura interrupted Gai's complaints, visibly displeased. At that moment, Clay spoke up, asking, Ashura, could you elaborate on the situation for us? We hope you can share the truth, so we can make an informed choice. Ashura nodded slightly and replied, certainly. Here is the situation. He then recounted the circumstances surrounding the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King to his companions, though he did not mention the Holy Gabon Academy team, instead referring to them as part of another group. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, hesitant to make a decision. After surveying everyone, Ashura remarked, there is no rush to decide. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to slay the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. I intend to enter and assess its condition before making a decision. You need not respond to me tonight. Take your time to ponder as you rest, or discuss it privately among yourselves. Just inform me of your decision by tomorrow morning. No sooner had Ashura finished speaking than a melodious female voice chimed in. There is no need to wait until morning. I am willing to accompany you into the canyon to find the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. However, I must make it clear that if we encounter the Serpent King and it appears uninjured or in good condition, I will not join you in courting death. Ashura looked at the striking blonde woman, Christine, who was nearly his height, with astonishment. She had left a profound impression on him throughout their journey. Though she spoke little, her decisiveness in action was remarkable, and her prowess as a second-tier grand martial artist was impressive. Despite this being her first venture into the beast forest, she showed no hesitation in slaying magical beasts. Her alluring figure often caught Ashura's eye, and when she caught him sneaking a glance, she would glare at him with fierce admonition. Ashura also noted that, although Clay was the elder brother, it was often Christine who made the decisions in critical situations. He never anticipated that Christine would be the first to volunteer to accompany him into danger. As he expected, upon hearing his sister's declaration, Clay nodded in agreement, indicating that he too supported her decision to join Ashura in assessing the situation before making a final choice. Christine then addressed everyone earnestly. If we manage to slay the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, I hope you all will allow my brother and me to claim the magic core. We are willing to offer equivalent gold coins in exchange for the core, and we can even forego the spoils from any magical beasts we have previously defeated. Upon hearing Christine's proposal, the others appeared even more perplexed, and none stepped forward to agree to her request. Recognizing the need for transparency, Christine decided to lay her cards on the table. She explained, my brother and I are here to complete a family trial task. The level of magical beasts we can defeat will determine our qualifications and courage, which our family will use to equip us with contract mounts. Mounts are of paramount importance to us knights, and thus, the magical cores that signify the level of our steeds hold great significance. This is the very reason we are willing to venture into perilous battles together. Chapter 103. The draw of the bow. Upon hearing Christine's explanation, the expressions of the group shifted to one of relief. Jella seemed to have deduced something further, her demeanor now imbued with respect, and she expressed her agreement with the proposed distribution plan, although she had yet to make a decision regarding her participation in the canyon expedition. Only Azura and the inscrutable Locke appeared somewhat perplexed, unsure whether to feign enlightenment like the others. Currently, for individuals have consented to enter the canyon. Locke, of course, required no inquiry into his stance. Even if Azura suggested he venture alone to slay the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, he would unhesitatingly seize his great axe and stride into the canyon. The remaining three displayed hesitance, particularly Luna, the girl bearing the longbow, who had always been a silent presence within the team, content to linger quietly without voicing her thoughts. However, Azura had observed her skill on several occasions. Her arrows flew with both swiftness and accuracy, hitting their mark effortlessly. Each time she released an arrow, the rush of wind stirred the strands of hair that obscured her face, allowing Azura a fleeting glimpse of her astonishing beauty. Meanwhile, Jella, arms crossed and smiling silently, accentuated her impressive form, deliberately puffing her chest as she cast glances at Azura. Guise wore a reluctant expression, likely contemplating his departure from the group by the following day, frequently glancing at Jella as if he wished to draw his beloved goddess back to safety, away from the reckless pursuits of the others. Azura, understanding the unspoken sentiments, maintained a calm facade and remarked with a smile, "Let us refrain from discussing this topic tonight. I would appreciate your answers in the morning. For those who prefer not to join, we can allocate the spoils then and wait here for those who wish to return together or depart on their own accord, parting amicably. Now, let us converse about more pleasant matters, for it is still early before we retire for the night." The group chuckled in agreement, though momentarily at a loss for topics. In an effort to enliven the atmosphere, Azura scanned the faces around him, landing on the quiet presence of Luna, who sat silently with her wooden longbow. Upon catching his gaze, she instinctively turned away, attempting to evade his attention. With a mischievous smile, Azura decided to tease the reticent girl, calling out, "Luna, would you show me the bow upon your back? I've noticed your accuracy when you shoot." Startled by the call of her name, Luna jolted, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed crimson beneath her veil of hair. Slowly, she removed the wooden bow from her back, tracing the ancient patterns etched upon it. Memories flooded back of her coming-of-age ceremony 3 years prior, where she had earnestly prayed before the war ancient tree. "Oh, grandfather ancient tree, I wish for the safety and health of my kin, and for our tribe to forever thrive in peace and tranquility." The ancient war tree, resembling an elderly sage with its gnarled bark, spoke. "Ah, my dear children, each time you come of age, the wishes you make here are remarkably similar. Do you not have anything personal to inquire about?" Luna, kneeling beneath the tree, felt a rush of embarrassment and after a moment of hesitation, replied, "Grandfather Tree, my mother said that upon reaching adulthood, I could seek my partner and unite in marriage. May I ask, Grandfather Tree, who is my destined partner? Or might he be?" The war tree erupted in hearty laughter, causing the leaves to rustle in response. Embarrassed and vexed, Luna stood up, stamped her foot, and turned to flee. However, the war tree extended a root to block her path and chuckled. "Little Luna, are you shy? Very well. I shall cease my laughter and reveal to you the identity of your ideal partner." Upon hearing this, Luna halted, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at the contemplative war tree. The youth in the tribe who admired her were numerous, yet she was unaware of the intricacies of love and what it felt like to cherish someone. Thus, she sought the wisdom of the omniscient war tree. After a moment of reflection, the war tree looked at Luna meaningfully and said, "Little Luna, I cannot predict precisely who your ideal partner is, but he shall appear from afar, and you shall encounter him unexpectedly." Luna's heart skipped a beat, and she anxiously replied, "Grandfather Tree, are you saying he is not from our tribe? He is far away? How will I know who he is? What if I miss him?" Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. What girl does not yearn for love? The knowledge that her destined beloved was so elusive weighed heavily on her heart. Sensing her distress, the war tree suppressed a smile and said, "Do not fret, little Luna, I shall devise a solution for you." With that, the war tree broke off a branch and fashioned a wooden bough, entwining it with a vine, and presented it to Luna. Confused and with reddened eyes, Luna gazed at the ancient bough, unsure of its connection to her ideal partner. The war tree, still smiling, explained, "Take this bough. It will guide you to your destined partner. Only the man who is meant for you will possess the strength to draw this bough. Henceforth, should a man prove capable of wielding it, do not let him slip away." Upon receiving this archaic bough, Luna's cheeks flushed crimson. Eagerly, she accepted it, but just as she turned to flee, she paused to bow in gratitude to the war tree. As she heard the old tree's jovial laughter behind her, her face burned with warmth, and she hurried away. In a flurry, she returned to her treehouse, clutching the bough, and lay on her bed, allowing her emotions to settle. As she caressed the wooden bough, her thoughts drifted toward the horizon. Just then, she heard the melodious singing of a young man from the tribe outside her dwelling, drawing her attention. As a young princess and chief of the elven tribe, Luna's beauty is widely acknowledged as the most exquisite among her people. Now of age, the young men of the tribe have lost their desire to hunt, instead gathering outside her treehouse in hopes of capturing her attention. Slightly furrowing her brow, Luna felt discomfort at the thought of her former childhood companions, now seeking her affection with ulterior motives. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the bough in her hands. In recalling the words of the ancient war tree, she resolutely grasped the bough and stepped out of her treehouse. From that moment on, the unmarried young men of the tribe faced a tremendous blow, for none could draw the seemingly fragile wooden bough. Furthermore, with the guidance Luna received from the ancient war tree, the young men flocked to the tree, lamenting the unfairness of it all, leaving the ancient tree quite distressed. Eventually, Luna took the bough and stealthily left the elven tribe, yearning for adventures beyond. By chance, she encountered Jella, a wood mage, and perhaps due to Jella's affinity with nature, the two quickly formed a close bond, sharing confidences. Jella assisted Luna in concealing her pointed elven ears and advised her to be cautious of the attentions of insincere suitors. Luna, in turn, shared amusing anecdotes with Jella, yet chose to keep the true purpose of the bough a secret, claiming it was her personal bough. Observing Luna lost in thought while holding the bough, Ashura wondered if his curiosity had been misplaced. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I'm merely curious, if it's inconvenient." "I understand." This snapped Luna back to reality, and with some embarrassment, she handed the bough to Ashura. Just as she contemplated how to fabricate an excuse for why no one but herself could draw it, Ashura effortlessly pulled back the bowstring, aiming at a distant tree while exclaiming, "What a fine bough!" In that moment, Luna appeared as if her very soul had been extracted, staring blankly at the young man with a roguish smile who was now handling her bough. Chapter 104. Decision. The rest of the group soon noticed Luna's peculiar demeanor, with even her closest friend Jella unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Ashura, bewildered, tilted his head as he observed Luna's trance-like state. After what felt like an eternity, Luna slowly approached, alternating her gaze between Ashura and her bough. Coming closer, she fixed her eyes on Ashura for a prolonged moment. It was her first time directly meeting a man's gaze, and although she opened her mouth as if to speak, she ultimately snatched the bough back, cradling it as she hurried back to her tent. The others were left in a state of confusion, while Ashura, raising his hands in innocence, asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Only Jella seemed to grasp her friend's unusual behavior, rising to say, "I will check on her. She should be all right." Seeing this, Ashura felt that the fireside chat could not continue as it was, and he preemptively stated, "I shall refrain from my watch tonight. I suspect none of you will sleep soundly with me on watch. Perhaps we should arrange a replacement." The other members of the team shared a knowing smile, secretly admiring Ashura's keen insight into human nature. In truth, they had refrained from sleeping soundly throughout their journey, for no one dared to relinquish their safety entirely to others within the perilous confines of the beast forest. Ultimately, it was Locke and Clay who stood watch that night, and the camp was unusually quiet, devoid of conversation. Only within Luna's tent did the young girl, clutching her wooden bough, toss and turn restlessly, unable to believe that this was the design of her fate. Since embarking on her travels over a year ago, it was not the first time a man had taken the initiative to draw her bough. Yet this black-haired lad, with a mischievous grin, managed to draw a perfect moon with ease, seemingly more effortlessly than she could herself. According to the guidance of the ancient tree of war, was this jovial black-haired youth truly destined to be her partner? Luna, flushed with embarrassment, buried her head beneath her pillow, her feet taut with tension, as her thoughts spiraled into disarray. In the adjacent tent, the perceptive wood mage, Jera, gazed curiously towards Luna's direction, puzzled by her friend's unusual demeanor. Jera had never contemplated romantic matters concerning her close companion, as Luna had never before expressed any particular affection towards any man. Today's behavior was indeed perplexing. Meanwhile, Jera pondered her own uncertain path for the following day. Truth be told, she was reluctant to proceed, for as a frail mage, who would stand before her to protect her should the team falter? The one who daily professed his admiration, Guys, or the sly-eyed Azura? The mere thought of Azura ignited her frustration. Throughout their journey, she had discovered that this black-haired lad was adept at turning the tables, rendering her little tricks ineffective against him. He was more cunning than the forest spirit fox, which left Jera feeling irked as she struck her pillow with force. Thus, the group rested, each lost in their own thoughts until the dawn of the following day. In unspoken agreement, they emerged from their tents and gathered around the remnants of last night's fire, now extinguished. Azura leaned against a tree trunk, munching on a meat pie. He took his time, finishing the pie before washing his hands with water from his flask. Rising gracefully, he offered a noble morning greeting to the group, remarking, "Good morning, everyone. It appears you all did not rest well last night." The team maintained their stoic expressions, refraining from response, seemingly waiting for someone else to speak first. Observing this, Azura turned to Christine, inquiring with a smile, "Noble knight, do you still intend to pursue the 6th-level magic core?" Christine, tossing her golden locks over her shoulder, replied, "My brother and I are willing to delve deeper into the canyon with you, but only under the condition that your information is as you have described. Should your intelligence prove accurate, I swear on my knightly honor to vanquish the Crimson Lotus Serpent King with all my might." Hearing her assurance, Azura nodded in satisfaction, extending his right hand, a handshake in the realm of the king denoting partnership. Yet, beneath his resolute exterior, Azura's true intention was to grasp the delicate hand of the golden-haired maiden. Before the mischievous smile of Azura could fully grace his lips, a powerful hand firmly clasped his right hand. With sincere determination, Clay declared, "Rest assured, as the two strongest siblings, we are willing to confront the Crimson Lotus Serpent King head-on. Of course, remember to sell us the magic core afterward." Azura, visibly displeased, nodded in agreement, while Christine, standing behind Clay, suppressed a laugh and turned her head away. Clay, however, wore an enigmatic expression. He had long noticed that this dark-haired youth often stole glances at his sister. Throughout his life, he had dealt with numerous miscreants harboring inappropriate intentions. But it was only after his sister's strength matched his own that he began to relax, especially as she dealt with these lecherous individuals more severely than he ever could. Thus, when a warrior named White attempted to harass his sister in the bar, Clay merely observed, confident that his sister would never be interested in such a worthless character. Would White end up skewered by her lance? However, this dark-haired youth was different. Clay sensed an underlying danger. Although the youth claimed to be a first-tier grand martial artist, his presence emanated an unsettling aura. Particularly concerning was his assertion of having wounded the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, a boast Clay himself would never dare to make. Nonetheless, he unconditionally supported his sister's decision, knowing they truly needed that 6th-level magic core. As for why he interrupted their handshake, it was because Clay noticed the leering youth sneaking glances at his sister, while she merely shot him a few glares without further reaction. This left Clay bewildered. When did his typically aggressive sister become so docile? Since the siblings had not altered their decision, Azura turned his gaze to the other three. Before he could speak, Guys bellowed, "If you wish to accompany him to certain doom, then by all means go ahead. I shall not join you." Understanding Guys' disdainful posture, Azura replied, "I comprehend your stance. We shan't force you. We can divide the spoils later. And what about you two lovely ladies? Will you accompany him?" Surprisingly, it was Luna, the least likely to speak, who softly interjected, "I will join you inside. I can be of assistance." The team regarded the bow-wielding maiden with astonishment, not only at her unexpected initiative, but also at the ambiguous nature of her response. Unperturbed, Azura welcomed the addition of such a skilled archer, knowing it would significantly enhance their chances of success. He then extended his right hand, and with a determined bite of her lip, Luna met his gaze and placed her delicate hand in his. The moment their hands touched, Azura was momentarily entranced by the radiant beauty of her face, framed by her flowing hair, captivated by the clarity of her bright, innocent eyes. For a fleeting instant, he lost himself in her gaze. Chapter 105, 6th Level Magic Scroll, Fire Dragon Technique. After that brief moment of distraction, Azura awoke from his reverie, discreetly retracting his hand. He inwardly chastised himself for his lack of composure. How could he be so easily enchanted by a mere glance? After all, he was no novice, unacquainted with the world. Luna across the way flushed with a deep crimson hue, yet she steadfastly maintained her gaze locked with Azura. This caused Azura's eyes to flicker with a hint of avoidance. She recalled the ancient words of wisdom imparted by the War Tree Elder, urging her not to let such an opportunity slip away. Hence, Luna resolved to engage with him further. Her concern for his safety as he ventured into the canyon weighed heavily on her mind, prompting her to follow him without hesitation. The fate of slaying a 6th-level beast paled in comparison to the prospect of remaining by his side, for she realized she knew little of him. The onlookers regarded the recently clasped hands of the two with amused expressions. Perceiving their curious gazes, Azura cleared his throat awkwardly and turned to Jella, inquiring, "Fair sorceress, would you care to embark on an adventure into the canyon?" Jella did not rush to respond, instead casting a meaningful glance at the hopeful Luna, and she sighed inwardly. With a touch of shyness, she replied, "I wish to join as well, but as a delicate sorceress, I fear I may become a burden. If you can ensure my safety, Azura, I shall accompany you." What began as a teasing remark took Jella by surprise when Azura solemnly nodded, assuring her, "I promise to keep you safe. Even if we cannot vanquish the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, I will ensure your safe return." Jella was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected vow. She had often been serenaded with grand declarations by many suitors, yet she had grown weary of such empty words. However, something about Azura's promise instilled a profound sense of reassurance within her, making her believe he could fulfill it. Regaining her composure, Jella licked her luscious lips and declared, "Then I shall join you. Do remember your promise to protect me." As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand towards Azura, who grinned and took it gently, feeling her fingertips lightly graze his palm. Azura felt a stirring within him, silently vowing that he would ensure her safety. Externally, they both appeared utterly serious, as though sealing a sacred pact. At that moment, the most awkward figure was Guy's. Among the 7 members of their party, he was the only one hesitant to enter the canyon, which ignited a sense of indignation within his proud heart, particularly upon witnessing Jella's intent to join. He could no longer remain idle. Anxiously, he exclaimed, "Then I shall enter the canyon as well. I can protect Jella." To his astonishment, Azura shook his head, replying, "Guys, I harbor no intent to belittle you, but entering the canyon requires us to fight valiantly. Your resolve appears uncertain, and if you cannot commit to the battle, I cannot risk the lives of the others in our party. Thus, I cannot accept you into the team. What did you say? How dare you underestimate me?" A furious Guise muttered an incantation, ready to unleash his most adept spell, the explosive fireball. The crowd gasped in alarm, attempting to intervene before Guise could unleash his wrath. Yet, as the flames began to flicker in his grasp, they were snuffed out abruptly when Azura swiftly appeared before him, grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was reminded of White from the Adventurer's Tavern. Guise also recalled that this black-haired lad, though often wearing a cheerful smile, would undoubtedly not hesitate to kill him here. The thought sent cold sweat cascading down Guy's brow as he desperately struggled, but with his throat constricted, he could only emit muffled pleas for mercy. Azura, still wearing a smile, slowly remarked, "I have just made myself perfectly clear to you, yet you remain obstinate. What is your purpose here if you are unwilling to fight with all your might? Do you intend to bring about our demise? You may enter, but you must trust me. Should you refuse to exert yourself fully, I shall shatter your kneecap and feed you to the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Whether it is to secure a lethal opportunity for us or to assist in fending off the pursuit of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, you are our only choice. Are you satisfied with my arrangement?" At that moment, Guy's had surrendered all struggle, his hands limply falling to his sides. Ashura casually tossed him onto the grass, while still maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Geist lay on the ground, gagging and gasping for breath, while the others were at a loss as to how to mediate between the two. Only Jella watched the spectacle with excitement, as if the two were competing for her attention. After a long while, Geist finally composed himself, rolled over, and stood up, brushing off the dust from his garments, seemingly forgetting his earlier humiliation and regaining the noble demeanor of a mage. Looking at the smiling, black-haired youth before him, Geist's heart quivered. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he declared, "I have decided to accompany you into the canyon. I shall give my utmost effort." Upon hearing this, Ashura merely tilted his head, his smile growing more playful, yet he did not respond to Geist. The corners of Geist's mouth twitched slightly, and with a resigned sigh, he produced a scroll from his spatial belt, painfully stating, "This is my precious life-saving treasure, a level 6 magic scroll of fire dragon technique. It is equivalent to a full force strike from a magus. I shall offer this scroll, but should we succeed in slaying the Crimson Lotus Serpent King using it, I must receive a larger share of the spoils. Is that agreeable to everyone?" As soon as Geist finished speaking, Ashura swiftly snatched the scroll from his right hand and, with his left arm, affectionately draped it over Geist's shoulder, saying, "Geist, my dear brother, if you possess such a treasure, why not mention it sooner? I was merely jesting with you earlier. I hope you're not upset." As he spoke, Ashura tossed the magic scroll to Jella, knowing that as long as she possessed mental strength, she could wield its power effectively. Geist wore a grimace akin to someone in distress, attempting to shrug off Ashura's arm from his shoulder. However, upon feeling the strength of the embrace, he abandoned the thought, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. The others stifled their laughter, finding the sight unbearable. Ashura had not anticipated that by teasing Geist he would unexpectedly gain such a valuable asset. The level 6 magic scroll of fire dragon technique significantly increased their team's chances of defeating the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. As for why Geist had changed his attitude, Ashura did not dwell on it too much. As long as he possessed the strength to swiftly vanquish Geist, everything remained under his control. Thus, under Ashura's leadership, the team convened a brief tactical meeting to outline their strategy should they decide to confront the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Once everyone was clear on the battle plan, Ashura, with a grand flourish of his hand, exuberantly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, unleash your full potential. Defeating a level 6 beast will provide us with tales to regale in the Adventurer's Tavern for a lifetime. The God of War is with us." Chapter 106. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King in a secluded gorge within the beast forest, a pale blue mist enveloped the area, carrying a faint odor of decay. This mist appeared to possess a degree of toxicity, causing dizziness and paralysis to those who inhaled it. Within this low-visibility gorge, a team of 7 young adventurers cautiously searched, heightening their senses as they ventured deeper into the ravine. Along the way, they encountered numerous magical beasts, attempting to avoid conflict whenever possible. If evasion proved impossible, they swiftly resorted to decisive combat. After 3 days of travel, Ashura and his companions rested by a large rock, consuming some provisions. Their fruitless journey had severely dampened the morale of the group. Geist's face was etched with displeasure, yet every time he caught sight of Ashura's smile, he found himself unable to voice his grievances. However, Christine could no longer remain still. She rose and sat beside Ashura, who feigned nonchalance as he glanced at her long legs, inwardly marveling. Unaware of his gaze, Christine hesitated before speaking. "It has been 3 days, and we have found nothing. Are you certain the Crimson Lotus Serpent King resides here?" Maintaining his usual calm demeanor in the presence of a lady, Ashura replied, "I do not wish to lead you on a wild goose chase. I too have struggled to eat and sleep these past 3 days." He paused momentarily before continuing. "If news of an injured level 6 beast were announced in the Adventurer's Tavern, regardless of its veracity, seekers would flock to investigate. This information is mine to share, and I stand with you in this endeavor. I implore you all to remain composed. Do any of you have a more suitable target for our efforts?" Upon hearing this, the group, including Christine, nodded in resignation. Deep down, they harbored a conflicting desire to encounter the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, yet simultaneously wished to avoid such a confrontation. They had never anticipated that their expedition into the beast forest would involve hunting a level 6 beast. At times, they wondered if they had lost their sanity. While they were lost in their thoughts, a sudden, piercing roar echoed from afar, causing the mist in the gorge to dissipate significantly. Startled, the group sprang to their feet, grasping their weapons. Though the roar was distant, it sent a chill down their spines. Was this the might of a level 6 beast? As Azura listened intently for a moment, a grave expression crossed his face as he remarked, "This is not the roar of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. However, it is likely a creature of equal strength. It seems to be engaged in battle." He refrained from elaborating, casting a glance at the few individuals who gasped in trepidation. The mere presence of a Crimson Lotus Serpent had already instilled fear in them, and the thought of another formidable beast nearby made them contemplate fleeing. Particularly, the Fire Mage guys trembled uncontrollably, his voice quivering as he implored, "Azura, consider the magic scroll as my gift to you. Will you let me leave?" Azura, visibly displeased, retorted, "If you wish to depart, then go. You speak as if I have coerced you into this situation." He then inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave?" Jella opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent, casting a flirtatious glance at Azura. Luna, however, appeared oblivious, her gaze fixed intently on Azura. Clay and Christine seemed to have developed a disagreement. Azura soon discerned that Clay was urging Christine to exit first. Being siblings, Clay was concerned about the potential dangers ahead and sought to protect his sister, while Christine vehemently opposed the idea, unwilling to allow her brother to face peril alone. Just as their argument escalated, Azura, growing impatient, interjected, "What is this melodrama? We are not planning to confront that beast head-on. We will approach to observe. If the opportunity does not present itself, we shall withdraw. We are here to seize advantage, not to court death." Both Clay and Christine flushed slightly at his words, with Christine casting an indignant glare at Azura before falling silent. Azura then addressed guys, "You may leave if you wish. We shall proceed to investigate. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." With that, he intended to lead the group toward the source of the roar. However, Guys glanced back at the ominous blue mist, swallowing nervously. As a mage, he could not possibly venture back alone. His sense of direction was poor, and in his current state of panic, returning would surely lead to his demise. Realizing this, he hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Clay's arm, his voice choked with emotion. "Please, don't abandon me. I wish to accompany you." Clay felt a shiver run down his spine and swiftly shook off Guy's grip, maintaining his noble composure without resorting to the unscrupulous methods of Azura. In a low voice, Azura commanded, "If you wish to survive, silence yourself. Everyone, remain on high alert and keep quiet. Luna and Locke shall protect Jella and Guys from a distance of 300 meters. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall retreat at once. Understood?" The group drew their weapons in acknowledgement, and Azura unsheathed his twin blades, joining Christine and Clay as they ventured toward the source of the roar. As they drew closer, the roars became increasingly distinct, revealing that they emanated from two beasts. Azura recognized one as the very Crimson Lotus Serpent that had cast him down the cliff. After a moment of contemplation, excitement surged through him, prompting him to hasten forward with renewed vigor. Clay grasped Azura's arm. A look of bewilderment etched across his face as he pondered what mischief this dark-haired lad had conjured again. It was only then that Azura turned back to whisper to his siblings, "We are on the brink of fortune. Did you hear the roars of the two magical beasts? One of them is undoubtedly the Red Lotus Serpent King, and the other is likely a formidable 6th-level beast. Perhaps they are engaged in battle. Our opportunity has arrived." The knight's siblings exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend why they should feel exhilarated in the face of two 6th-level beasts. Was this fellow truly fearless, or was his mind somewhat unhinged? In a moment of distraction, Azura had already dashed ahead, creating distance between them. With resigned expressions, the siblings shared a look. Clay hurried to catch up with Azura, while Kristen ran to inform the others of the news she had just learned. Upon hearing the news, even Jella felt an urge to flee. However, Locke's derisive gaze swept over them as he strode forward, and Luna said nothing, gripping her bow tightly as she followed suit. Kristen could only shrug to the remaining two mages, intending to join the fray. Jella and Guys, with no warriors to shield them, reluctantly fell in line, feeling as if they had boarded a ship of thieves with no way to disembark. As the roars drew closer, Clay's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He tightened his grip on his knightly sword, observing Ashura crouched behind a massive stone, peering ahead. Clay could distinctly sense Ashura's body tense slightly, mimicking Ashura's actions. Clay leaned out to survey the scene, only to be rendered speechless the next moment. Not far away, a one-eyed serpent beast was locked in a ferocious struggle with a leopard beast, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. The clash was nothing short of cataclysmic, a spectacle of brutal ferocity. Clay swallowed hard, turning to Ashura, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and stammered, "Is that the Red Lotus Serpent King you seek?" Chapter 107. The final decision. Upon hearing Clay's inquiry, Ashura nodded gravely. He then retreated slightly and informed Clay, "Indeed, that one-eyed creature is the Red Lotus Serpent King. As for the other beast, if I am not mistaken, it should be the 6th-level Lightning Leopard." Clay gasped in astonishment. Though he had never encountered the Red Lotus Serpent King, the 6th-level Lightning Leopard was a coveted mount for knights, if it set its sights on them. Escape would be futile. Clay's complexion shifted, his gaze fixed intently on Ashura, fearful that this fellow might recklessly leap forth to confront the beasts. Should Ashura dare to act impulsively, Clay would not hesitate to deliver a stunning blow to this dark-haired lad. Ashura seemed to sense Clay's unease, startled by the crimson glint in his eyes, and timidly retreated to the rear of the group. Clay relayed what he had witnessed to the others, leaving the squad in stunned silence, the unmistakable air of retreat evident in their expressions. As Ashura sighed in resignation, he remarked, "Since you harbor thoughts of retreat, you may leave now. I shall grant you an hour to withdraw. Furthermore, my share of the spoils should be given to Locke." With that, Ashura intended to turn back towards the massive stone. Locke, in a deep and resonant voice, declared, "Master, Locke shall not depart. I wish to remain by your side." Ashura calmly replied, "Big fellow, you should exit with them. Your martial prowess is insufficient. I cannot afford to be distracted while safeguarding you." Locke's expression turned anxious as he nearly voiced his ability to enter a rage state to assist his master in vanquishing the beasts. But Ashura's piercing gaze silenced him. The words caught at the precipice of his lips. Feeling immensely wronged, he cast a pleading glance at Ashura, gripping the handle of his axe tightly. The others remained enveloped in a heavy silence. As Ashura surveyed the scene, he intended to take a step forward, but the sleeves of his garments were suddenly grasped by 2 delicate hands. He turned in bewilderment to see the 2 young maidens behind him. Luna, bearing a wooden bow, timidly asserted, "I will not leave. I wish to accompany you." Blushing, she lowered her gaze, yet her small hand did not release its hold on his sleeve. Furrowing his brow, Ashura realized he would not extract any clarity from this seemingly unassuming girl. He was puzzled by her willingness to brave danger alongside him. He then glanced at the golden-haired maiden, Christine, who seemed to sense that her actions were somewhat inappropriate. Her cheeks flushed, yet she too did not relinquish her grip, instead posing a simple question, "What is your level of confidence?" Ashura, with a dismissive curl of his lip, retorted, "Do I look like a fool to you?" He simply could not fathom why these individuals were so consumed by trepidation. He would not recklessly rush to his demise. What puzzled Ashura even more was the previously reticent girl beside him, who had always been shy and evasive in their brief interactions. Yet now, she dared to meet his gaze directly, rendering Ashura somewhat bashful in her presence. What could be the reason behind this transformation? It seemed as though after she had last demonstrated her archery skills, she had undergone a change. Ashura even speculated whether she had been enchanted or controlled by the 9-tailed spirit fox. However, this was not the time for such musings. Ashura resolved to engage her in conversation once the current ordeal was concluded. Observing that the 2 maidens were intent on joining him in battle, Clyde gritted his teeth and quietly drew forth his knightly lance from the spatial realm, moving silently to stand beside his sister, Christine, unable to quell his concern for her safety. Jella gazed at Ashura with a hint of melancholy, softly lamenting, "Someone had promised to protect me. I wonder if that still holds true now." Ashura, exasperated, rolled his eyes and took a moment to scrutinize Jella's imposing figure before extracting several runes imbued with wind power from his spatial storage, presenting them to her with a spark of excitement in her eyes. These wind power runes could enhance the user's speed for a limited time. Crafted by Ashura during his leisure, they were single-use items, the efficacy of which was directly correlated with the skill of the rune engraver. Jella grasped several runes imbued with the power of wind. As a sorceress, she could sense the latent energy within these runes. With their enhancement, her speed could be significantly augmented, granting her a measure of confidence even in flight. With a charming smile, Jilla wrapped her arms around Ashura's right arm and playfully exclaimed, "Why didn't you bring out such marvelous items sooner? What other treasures do you have for me?" Ashura, feeling his arm enveloped in softness, involuntarily shivered slightly. With indifference, he replied, "I already gave you the fire dragon spell scroll. What more could you possibly desire?" Jilla noticed his slight tremor and felt a surge of pride. Just as she was about to continue her playful antics, a voice, filled with exasperation, interrupted. "What are you two doing? Let go of him." Guys glared at the pair with gritted teeth, the fiery elements swirling around him in agitation, his fury akin to that of a wronged lover. Ashura frowned. But before he could respond, Jilla preemptively retorted, "What I do is none of your concern. Who are you to dictate my actions? I've tolerated you for long enough." Her words incensed Guys further, and he glared at her menacingly. Since becoming a fire mage, he had never been so brazenly insulted. Although he had initially felt little resentment when Ashura had transferred the spell scroll to Jilla, seeing it as akin to gifting it to his own beloved, recently Jilla had made decisions without consulting him, particularly her flirtatious posture while clinging to Ashura, which drove him to the brink of madness. As he opened his mouth to speak, he caught sight of Ashura's infuriating smile, causing him to swallow his retort. The specter of death he had once faced loomed in the back of his mind. After several attempts to voice his thoughts, he finally muttered darkly, "If you wish to court death, then by all means, go ahead. I shall not accompany you." With that, he turned and walked into the mist behind him. Ashura's lips curled into a smirk, just as he intended to rise and follow Guys, but Jilla held him back. She sweetly urged, "Let him go." Ashura frowned and glanced in the direction Guys had departed. At that moment, Clay stepped forward, suggesting, "Let him leave. After all, we've been together for quite some time." Ashura observed the group with interest. Although the others remained silent, they seemed inclined to let Guys go. He sighed inwardly, feeling as though he were the sole villain in this scenario. With a nonchalant smile, he turned to face the battlefield before them, where the sounds of conflict echoed incessantly. Chapter 108. Revelation. Having made a final decision, the group followed Ashura with solemn expressions, their gazes fixed upon the battlefield shrouded in mist, where the silhouettes of two magical beasts could be discerned locked in combat. After a moment of contemplation, Ashura addressed the group in anticipation of the battle that may ensue. "I propose we utilize the 4th and 5th level magic cores we have gathered along the way." Although several individuals were unaware of his intentions, they all nodded in agreement with a sense of anticipation. Soon, Jilla retrieved 4 5th level magic cores and 17 4th level magic cores from her spatial ring, which represented the spoils of their expedition into the forest over the past 20 days, collectively stored in the magical space of the sorceress Jilla. The decision to entrust the magic cores to Jilla was a consensus among the group, as there were reservations regarding the others. Only Jilla, being the daughter of the vice president of the Mage Association, was well known to the group, alleviating concerns about her potentially absconding with the treasures. Furthermore, entrusting the cores to anyone else would have raised doubts, especially for siblings Clay and Christine, who were the strongest among them, if any ulterior motives arose. The rest would find themselves at a loss. Upon receiving the exquisite magic cores, Ashura glanced at Luna and inquired, "Would affixing this magic core to your arrowhead affect your accuracy in archery?" Luna, somewhat bewildered, shook her head. Ashura did not press the matter further. Instead, he produced a magic rune engraving pen and a small vial of 5th level magical beast blood from his storage space. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he meticulously inscribed several miniature magical rune arrays onto each magic core. The gazes of the group towards Ashura transformed significantly. Everyone was acutely aware of the rarity of rune engravers, yet they were perplexed as to why Ashura, who could amass wealth through rune engraving, chose to venture into the perilous, beast-infested forest. His demeanor and attire did not suggest a scion of affluence. This dark-haired youth exuded an aura of madness and mystery. The females in the group regarded Ashura with sparkling eyes, considering a partnership with a rune engraver to be an excellent prospect. Before long, Ashura skillfully completed the engraving of the magic cores, handing them to Luna to affix sequentially to her arrows, which she obediently did. However, when Ashura cautioned her to handle the arrows with care, as he had inscribed explosive runes that could detonate upon impact. Luna's expression fell, and she gazed at him with a pitiful look, seemingly reproaching him for entrusting such a perilous item to her. Unfazed by her dismay, Azura, with a serious countenance, addressed the group. Should we engage in battle shortly, I implore you to unveil any hidden techniques. This is not the time for restraint. The others nodded solemnly in agreement, subsequently discussing their strategy briefly, primarily focusing on waiting for the two magical beasts to determine the victor before they united to confront one of them. The group then approached the previous location of the massive boulder, peering cautiously ahead. They observed that the pale blue mist had thinned considerably around the two magical beasts. Yet a swirling crimson mist enveloped the Red Lotus Serpent King. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. With the lightning leopard clamped tightly onto the neck of the Red Lotus Serpent King, dark red blood oozing from the serpent's wound, its head thrashing in pain. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King coiled its serpentine body tightly around the lightning leopard, seemingly intent on suffocating it. The lightning leopard, ensnared and immobilized, emitted faint creaks from its bones, just as the onlookers believed that time would ultimately favor the lightning leopard, which had clamped down on the serpent's vital point. The anguished roar of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King suggested otherwise. Unexpectedly, the lightning leopard released its grip on the serpent's neck, letting out a sorrowful cry filled with complex emotions of reluctance. This unforeseen turn of events momentarily stunned the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, which then flung the lightning leopard violently against the cliff face. The tremendous force caused the lightning leopard to spit blood, its gaze becoming vacant, and it breathed laboriously, as if on the brink of death. The Crimson Lotus Serpent King slithered closer, its malicious triangular eye fixating on the semi-conscious lightning leopard, displaying a human-like expression of mockery, as if contemplating where to begin devouring its flesh and blood. Nearby, 6 young men and women were secretly alarmed. Ashura noted that the Crimson Lotus Serpent King appeared even more formidable than before. The anticipated life-and-death struggle had concluded rather abruptly. Although the serpent bore wounds, it had not reached the point of mutual destruction. Realizing this, Ashura gritted his teeth and discreetly gestured for the others to retreat, sensing that this was not the opportune moment to engage. As the group nodded in agreement, Ashura's sharp gaze suddenly darted towards the mist behind them, and he muttered, "Damn it!" Just as his words echoed, a fireball erupted from the fog, hurtling towards them. Clay swiftly raised his knight's shield to deflect the deadly projectile. The team, after a brief moment of contemplation, deduced who was behind the ambush. Guys, undoubtedly intent on their demise. They regretted having previously deterred Ashura from confronting that scoundrel. They could now hear the distinct sound of something swiftly approaching them, and a wave of anxiety washed over them as they realized they had been exposed. Drawing his twin blades, Ashura shouted, "Lock, guard our rear, and protect Jella. The rest of you, fight alongside me." Without hesitation, he was the first to charge at the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Since entering the Beastmaster Forest, Ashura had been unlocking the first layer of the cabin prison seal, and his prowess as a grand martial artist, combined with his swift movements, allowed him to narrowly evade the serpent's onslaught. Clay and Christine, recognizing that there was no escaping this battle, retrieved their knightly lances. Though lacking the advantage of mounts, they swiftly maneuvered to flank the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, unleashing their family's signature knightly technique, Thunderstrike, which reverberated through the air as it struck towards the serpent's sides. Luna, though typically reserved, displayed no hesitation in battle. With a nimble leap, I ascended the expansive boulder, effortlessly drawing a 5th-level magic core arrow inscribed with arcane runes from my quiver. I aimed for the wound on the neck of the Blood Lotus Serpent King and released the arrow. Jella, on the other hand, first activated a rune of wind power to enhance her speed, then silently chanted a binding spell of wood magic. Vines erupted from the earth, wrapping around the Blood Lotus Serpent King. Although they could not fully restrain the beast, they significantly hampered its speed and agility. Locke, wielding a massive axe, silently shielded Jella while remaining vigilant of the fire mage lurking behind, ready to unleash his fury at any moment. He inwardly lamented his own weakness, wishing he could charge forward to protect his master from the Blood Lotus Serpent King. Chapter 109. Full force unleashed as the first wave of powerful attack struck. particularly the explosive arrow shot by Luna. The Blood Lotus Serpent King emitted furious roars, surrounded by a swirling red mist and rising dust. As Azura and the Clay siblings leaped to a nearby clearing, they gazed into the thickening red haze, unable to discern the events within. Azura turned to them and inquired, "What is our status?" The siblings understood he was asking about their results. Christine gravely responded, "I struck its left side, but the spear only penetrated slightly, inflicting minimal damage. Its defenses are astonishing." Clay nodded in agreement, indicating his results were similar to his sister's. At this moment, they could only hope that the explosive 5th-level magic core would deal significant damage to the Blood Lotus Serpent King, as the battle proved more arduous than anticipated. Just as the trio remained focused on the dense, crimson toxic mist, Azura suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Before he could finish, a serpent tail, as thick as a tree trunk, lashed out towards them like a steel whip. Instinctively, Azura rolled aside into a hollow space, while Clay and his sister braced themselves with their knight's shield to withstand the sweeping blow. The outcome sent them crashing against the cliff wall, the tremendous force causing them to spit blood, and Clay's shield bore deep cracks, a testament to the impact's ferocity. Azura shook his head in exasperation, despite their considerable strength. The siblings lacked combat experience, especially against ferocious beasts, as they seemed to believe a head-on confrontation was sufficient. Witnessing the bloodied duo on the ground, the distant archers firing erratically into the mist, Angela, who was exhausted from maintaining the binding vines, Azura felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. It appeared the burden of turning the tide rested upon him. Otherwise, they might all perish in this dire predicament. With this thought, Azura focused his mind, and the cuffs of the cabin prison on his wrist emitted a soft locking sound as it unlocked the second layer of its seal. Instantly, his aura surged to the second tier of a grand martial artist. He leapt towards Jella and called out, "Hand me the Fire Dragon Technique scroll, and do your utmost to control the vines restraining the Blood Lotus Serpent King." Although Jella was uncertain about the purpose of a magic scroll for a warrior like Ashura, she immediately handed him the Fire Dragon spell scroll, her delicate face reflecting a pitiful expression as she implored, "If you plan to flee, you must take me with you." Ashura, upon hearing her words, stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance, and shot a fierce glare at the captivating sorceress. He then turned his attention to the archer, Luna, and commanded, "Do not concern yourself with the consumption of magic cores. Continue to shoot at the previous position." Luna nodded vigorously, having previously fired arrows empowered by 4-level magic cores. This time, she readied an arrow imbued with a 5-level core, and with her innate acute perception, she released it towards the crimson toxic fog. An explosive sound erupted simultaneously with the roar of the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. This incited the serpent's ferocity. As its massive head emerged from the red mist, its remaining eye filled with malice, and the wound on its neck a gruesome sight. Ignoring the others, it fixed its gaze on Ashura, recognizing him as the human who had blinded one of its eyes, causing it prolonged suffering. The loss of its vision instilled a deep-seated hatred towards Ashura. It was determined to tear him apart and consume him whole. Ashura sensed the murderous intent emanating from the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, instinctively retracting his neck in trepidation. It was clear that he could not afford to hold back today, preparing to unbind the 3 layers of his seals at any moment. However, before either he or the serpent could make a move, a brilliant golden light struck the serpent's neck wound, emanating from Christine, who had awakened her family's combat technique. With the unwavering resolve of a knight, she charged towards the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. Ashura regarded her with a hint of admiration, appreciating the fierce spirit of this alluring warrior, whose determination far surpassed that of her half-kneeling brother. Yet, within a few exchanges, Christine was swatted aside by the serpent's thrashing head, landing near Ashura's feet. The golden-haired knight appeared disheveled, a piece of her silver armor shattered, revealing a glaring expanse of white from Ashura's vantage point. Struggling to shift his gaze from the blinding sight, Ashura focused on the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, as Clay finally brandished his 2-handed sword, joining forces with Luna's arrows to momentarily impede the serpent's advance. It was evident that the siblings' knightly combat techniques were grand and sweeping, lacking the agility needed to evade the far superior Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, putting them at a distinct disadvantage. Luna, wary of accidentally harming her comrades with the explosive magic cores, fought hesitantly. Meanwhile, Jella's complexion paled from the strain of casting spells. Ashura realized that delaying further would erode the team's morale. Feeling the surge of power within him from unbinding 2 layers of seals, he grasped his twin daggers, ready to charge into battle. Yet a fatigued voice called out beside him, "Be careful." Ashura turned to see the golden-haired knight, now half reclined on the ground, her well-proportioned figure undeniably on display. As Ashura's gaze swept across the scene, it lingered on the youthful, spirited visage of the girl, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Before he turned his attention ahead, swallowing hard as he replied, "Rest assured, I will not perish. Remain here and observe how I vanquish this serpent." With that, he unleashed his wind-chasing, thunder-striking movement technique, charging towards the Red Lotus Serpent King. Upon noticing Ashura's advance, the serpent lashed its long tail, forcing Clay to retreat. Ignoring the arrows shot by Luna, it opened its gaping maw wide, aiming to snap at Ashura. Yet, Ashura deftly evaded the vicious strike, employing his agile footwork, and swiftly executed the ascending blade technique, delivering a fierce slash at the serpent's sinuous form. As the blade descended, a bolt of lightning crackled down, striking the serpent's scales, sending shards flying. The Red Lotus Serpent King shuddered visibly, the lightning not only inflicting damage, but also inducing paralysis. This demonstrated the formidable power of Ashura's dual mastery of martial and magical arts, as he applied his training in a real battle for the first time. Previously, in the academy, he had refrained from revealing this capability. However, within this distinctive party, he felt liberated to unleash his prowess. While evading attacks with the agility of his wind-chasing, thunder-striking technique, he relentlessly slashed at the Red Lotus Serpent King's body with a lightning-infused ascending blade. It was evident that new wounds marred the serpent's form, crimson blood spraying in every direction with each convulsion. The other members of the party stood dumbfounded, witnessing Ashura's aura, which evidently rivaled that of Clay and Christine. What was this phenomenon of lightning? By the gods, he was not merely a warrior, but also a sorcerer. A sorcerer capable of casting spells without uttering incantations, and a sorcerer who wielded twin blades? Chapter 110. Serpent Slayer. At that moment, everyone's minds were in disarray, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Especially Clay and Christine, the siblings from the illustrious Cacao family, a prominent noble lineage in the Northern Empire of Sind. Their family was renowned for producing knights, and their patriarch, Craig, was a formidable paladin of light. Both were distinguished students of Honest Academy, currently undertaking a familial trial in the magical beast forest of St. Gabain. Coming from noble heritage, their experiences were extraordinary, and their own prowess was a source of pride. They had encountered numerous formidable individuals of their age, particularly those vying for Christine's affection. While there were indeed young warriors stronger than Ashura, they had never witnessed anyone so adeptly blending agility, martial techniques, and magic in practical combat as Ashura did. In comparison, their previous attacks seemed akin to those of a brutish ox. Both siblings felt a flush of embarrassment. Their earlier interactions had not belittled Ashura, which is why they had willingly entrusted him with the leadership of their team. They had previously charged into battle, believing themselves to be the strongest in the group, destined to confront the Red Lotus Serpent King at the forefront, only to realize that the true powerhouse was this typically reticent young man with raven black hair. Jella and Luna gazed in rapt admiration, for in the realm of warriors, strength is eternally revered. At this moment, Ashura undoubtedly stood as a paragon of youthful might, particularly for Jella, having grown up near the beast forest in St. Gabain City. She had witnessed countless peers basking in their own arrogance after merely entering the forest a few times or boasting about slaying a 5th-level beast. She often wondered if they would dare brandish their weapons upon encountering a 6th-level beast. Yet, Ashura perfectly embodied the essence of a true warrior. Strength is not solely defined by power, but by the courage and fighting spirit displayed in the face of formidable foes. Jella's breath quickened, her alluring gaze fixed upon Ashura as he deftly maneuvered across the battlefield. Previously, suitors had surrounded her, but for the first time, she felt the stirrings of affection towards a man. Locke, with an expression of awe, watched the combat unfold, his limited experience having never acquainted him with such high-level skirmishes. He felt a sense of pride in his master's overwhelming prowess. At this juncture, Ashura had unleashed his 16th strike. The might of his ascending blade technique had accumulated to an impressive level, with a single slash augmented by a thunderous impact. The Red Lotus Serpent King's flesh was cleaved, exposing its very bones. The serpent, endowed with a modicum of intelligence, sensed the escalating ferocity of Azura's blade. In a moment of desperation, it flashed a crimson light from the fleshy growth upon its forehead and surged towards Azura, its massive form whipping through the air. Caught off guard, Azura was compelled to retract his blade's momentum, crossing his dual swords protectively before him. Nevertheless, he was still sent hurtling into the air by the brute force of the serpent's strike. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he swallowed the bitter crimson, and suddenly, a scarlet beam shot forth like an arrow towards him, emanating from the serpent's gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs. Gasps of alarm erupted from the onlookers. Warning, be careful. Yet, Azura narrowed his eyes, channeling the radiance of his blades to emit a blinding golden light. The Red Lotus Serpent King, having learned from past encounters, instinctively closed its uninjured right eye and tilted its head slightly, yet its momentum remained unabated. This time, however, Azura refrained from targeting its eyes. Instead, he unfurled a magical scroll, summoning a fire dragon of comparable size to the serpent, which roared forth from the parchment, colliding with the serpent's gaping jaws. In a conflagration of sparks, the serpent's anguished scream reverberated through the air as waves of searing heat radiated outward. The serpent's head was charred black, wisps of smoke curling from its mouth, and its enormous body uncontrollably toppled backwards through the air. The members of the team were left in stunned silence, their minds reeling at Azura's battlefield adaptability and tactical execution, which were nothing short of spectacular, efficient, effective, and devastatingly lethal. Unbeknownst to them, these were the fruits of Azura's hard-earned combat experience, gleaned from countless trials in the beast forest and fierce battles within the Pagoda of Death. Such experiences in life and death foster rapid growth. Previously, White from the Adventurer's Tavern took immense pride in participating in several deadly contests at the Pagoda of Floating Souls. However, the silver badge, signifying his achievement of slaying 1,000 foes, lay quietly within the storage space of Azura. Before anyone could regain their composure, a swift figure suddenly emerged from the fiery clouds above, charging with the same resolute ferocity as the earlier strike of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Azura, bearing numerous charred wounds from the recent impact of the fire dragon, remained resolute, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the descending Serpent King. Gripping his dual daggers tightly, he bellowed, "Word slash!" as he closed the distance of less than 10 paces to the wounded neck of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, where it had been ravaged by the lightning leopard. In an instant, 3 golden flashes streaked through the air, and as the sound ceased, the serpent was cleaved into 2. The massive head of the serpent fell apart at the neck, its severed body collapsing onto the canyon floor. The onlookers gaped in disbelief, their eyes fixed upon the lifeless form of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. It was inconceivable to them that, within a mere 20 exchanges, the 6th-level magical beast had been vanquished, although the serpent had been severely weakened in its previous struggle with the lightning leopard. To slay such a formidable creature with the prowess of a grand martial artist in such swift fashion was unprecedented. Upon landing, Azura took a moment to catch his breath, gazing at the charred head before him, finally releasing the pent-up resentment that had weighed heavily on his heart. With a swift motion, he plunged a dagger into the serpent's head, stirring it to retrieve a small, blood-streaked red magic core the size of a finger. Turning joyfully, he beamed at his fellow team members, who were staring at him in astonishment. With a self-assured pose that he deemed striking, he beckoned, "Come here, everyone. Behold our spoils." The others hurried to the serpent's corpse, still grappling with the incredulity of the moment. While they had not personally delivered the final blow to the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, their participation in the battle granted them a remarkable tale to boast about for a long time to come. Jella, gazing at the deceased serpent, felt a shiver run through her. Whether from instinct or intention, she found herself leaning closer to Azura, almost as if to accentuate her figure. Luna, observing this, pouted in discontent, but lacked the courage to approach her own destined partner in such a manner. The ancient war tree did not deceive me. Such a young powerhouse is indeed my ideal companion, she mused, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 111. The lightning leopard cub's cline approached Azura with a hint of awkwardness, delivering a playful punch to his shoulder before exclaiming, "Azura, just how powerful are you? If only you had mentioned your prowess earlier, we could have spared ourselves the anxiety." As Azura chuckled with a hint of arrogance, he remarked, "I merely possess a slightly enhanced combat ability. I have always stated I would not lead you to your demise. However, to defeat the Crimson Lotus Serpent so effortlessly has indeed taken me by surprise. I did not expect it to confront the lightning leopard." At this juncture, Azura abruptly halted and swiftly dashed to the motionless form of the lightning leopard. At this moment, the creature was barely breathing, its abdomen slightly heaving, on the verge of death. With a sense of elation, Azura called out to the others, "We have struck gold. 2 level 6 magical beasts." The group, realizing the significance of this, followed suit with excitement. Christine gently caressed the massive head of the lightning leopard, sighing inwardly, what a magnificent mount it could have been. What a pity. Suddenly, the lightning leopard, which had its eyes tightly shut, sprang them open, revealing fierce eyes the size of fists. The intensity of its gaze startled Christine, causing her to retreat and collide into Azura's embrace. The others, equally alarmed, drew their weapons, preparing for potential danger, while Clay positioned his battered shield protectively in front of his sister, Christine. Azura wrapped his left arm around Christine's waist, savoring the softness of the beauty in his arms, while his right hand gripped a knife, poised for action. Blushing, Christine yearned to rise but felt her body weakened, unable to extricate herself from his hold. The lightning leopard, much like Christine, was unable to stand. After a few futile struggles, it resigned itself, its fierce gaze transforming into one of helplessness and a tinge of sorrow. After observing for a moment, Azura gently shifted Christine aside and took several steps closer to the lightning leopard, standing a mere yard away, locking eyes with the creature. The fierce glint in the leopard's eyes faded, replaced by a soft plea as it raised its forepaws protectively over its abdomen. Sensing the underlying reason, Azura sighed with a complex expression and nodded in understanding. He then advanced with his knife and carefully opened the lightning leopard's abdomen, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers as he retrieved 2 writhing masses of flesh, 2 cubs of the lightning leopard. It became clear that this magical beast had been weakened due to the impending birth and had been attacked by the Crimson Lotus Serpent, which sought to exploit the situation to kill the lightning leopard and seize its territory. On this fateful day, as the lightning leopard was about to give birth, it was confronted by the serpent, only to be encountered by Azura and his team. The lightning leopard had held back in battle, striving to protect its unborn cubs. Ultimately, under the constricting grasp of the Crimson Lotus Serpent, it had reluctantly released its deadly grip, knowing that if it persisted, its cubs would be the first to perish. Believing its fate to be the most tragic, the lightning leopard had lost all hope, yet the arrival of Azura and his team had vanquished the Crimson Lotus Serpent. However, its bones had been shattered in multiple places, piercing its innards, leaving it utterly drained. Yet, it still resolutely protected its abdomen with its forepaws, and only when it locked eyes with Azura did it plead for him to save its cubs. Although a magical beast, it evoked a profound sense of the greatness of maternal love within the hearts of all present. As the Azura presented 2 blood-soaked cubs before the lightning leopard, it allowed its fading eyes to gaze upon the offspring that it had fought so fiercely to protect. The lightning leopard yearned to extend its tongue to caress its young. Yet even this simple gesture proved to be exceedingly taxing. The Azura then brought the cubs closer to its mouth, and with a grateful glance towards the Azura, the lightning leopard lowered its head to tenderly kiss the 2 cubs, falling silent thereafter. A heavy silence enveloped the onlookers, with Luna's eyes brimming with tears. She longed dearly for her mother and yearned to return to her side. The Azura cradled the 2 lightning leopard cubs anew, who had now opened their eyes, curiously surveying the world around them, occasionally licking the Azura's palm, seemingly forming a bond with him. The Azura turned to the crowd and declared, "We may now discuss the spoils of our victory. Clay, the magic cores of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King that you seek are in my possession. Name your price." However, Clay and his sister remained speechless, their gazes fixated on the 2 cubs in the Azura's arms, nearly drooling in their desire. Clay was the first to regain his senses, nudging his sister Christine's arm to rouse her from a reverie. The siblings exchanged a silent understanding through their eyes. Ultimately, it was Christine, as if having made a pivotal decision, who tossed her golden hair and elegantly approached the Azura, wrapping her arms around one of his and playfully imploring, "Azura, we no longer desire the magic core of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. We wish to have these two lightning leopard cubs. Of course, we will show our sincerity, won't we?" With that, she playfully shook the Azura's arm, causing a commotion in her bosom, much to Clay's discomfort. Since taking up the knight's lance, Christine had never displayed such a feminine demeanor, let alone act so coyly towards a man. The Azura found himself momentarily dizzy from this unexpected wave of affection, but leaned into the embrace, savoring the soft sensation that enveloped him. After all, he was not a paragon of virtue. After indulging in this delightful softness for a while, the Azura, with a semblance of reluctant surrender, remarked, "I am aware that you too wish to claim these lightning leopard cubs as mounts. I am personally inclined to agree, but you must consult the others. Naturally, you will need to demonstrate your sincerity for a fair distribution." Clay and Christine immediately turned their excited gazes to the others. Locke, without needing to voice his opinion, understood that the Azura's words carried his consent. Luna, the quiet observer, was furtively glancing at the Azura, her countenance betraying her indecision. Meanwhile, Jella cast a disapproving look at Christine's arms wrapped around the Azura, prompting Christine to promptly release her hold and discreetly adjust her slipping armor. Jella pouted and remarked, "Since you two are the ones most in need of the two young beasts, I shall allocate them to you. I am well aware of the market value of level 6 magical beast cubs, especially those lightning leopards suitable for riding. Such opportunities are exceedingly rare and precious." Klein immediately interjected, "Rest assured, everyone. My sister and I require only these two lightning leopard cubs from the spoils of the magical beast forest. We shall take nothing else. We are prepared to offer 200,000 gold coins for them. While we do not currently possess such an amount on our crystal cards, please leave your card codes, and we will promptly recharge your accounts upon our return. We swear by the honor of the Cacao family." With that, Klein and Christine produced tokens representing their noble lineage. Upon recognizing the illustrious emblem of the Cacao family, Jilla regarded the siblings with newfound respect, seeing that no one opposed the distribution of the cubs. Azura gently placed the two cubs, who were still licking his arm, into the siblings' arms. The pair was elated, as if they had discovered a treasure. Klein turned to Azura and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be my dearest brother, Azura. My sister and I owe you a great favor. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Azura thought to himself, "I have no use for you, but I am quite interested in your sister. I just don't know how to approach that." Chapter 112. A bounty of riches after the distribution of the lightning leopard cubs concluded. Azura proposed a plan for the allocation of the remaining spoils. Of course, Klein and his sister wandered off to play with their newfound companions, having already acquired their most coveted possessions. The primary items at stake were 2 level 6 magical beast cores and 2 corpses of level 6 magical beasts. Jilla and Luna unanimously decided to forego these, as they were the direct result of Azura's slaying of the formidable Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. The previously agreed-upon distribution plan stipulated that shares would be determined by the effort expended. The two were more than satisfied with their share of 200,000 gold coins, which would elevate them to a status akin to minor aristocrats. Jilla had already envisioned purchasing magical equipment with her newfound wealth. Ultimately, Azura decided to retain the 2 level 6 magical beast cores and their corpses, opting out of the gold distribution. Jilla and Luna each received 90,000 gold coins, while Locke received 20,000. The remaining arrows inscribed with explosive runes were given to Luna. The corpses of the previously slain level 5 magical beasts were assigned to Locke, as the group had little interest in such lesser trophies now. This expedition into the magical beast forest had yielded an unimaginable bounty. They scarcely dared to dream of such wealth. Locke, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly contain himself. Having followed the young master without engaging in any labor, he had suddenly found himself with hundreds of thousands of gold coins, transforming from a mere pauper into a wealthy individual. His eyes brimmed with gratitude, and he would gladly brave any peril for the sake of his master. Azura himself was not as composed as he appeared. The cores and remains of the 2 6th-level magical beasts represented an immense fortune to him. Over the past few years, he had amassed approximately 200,000 gold coins, primarily through fierce battles at the Pagoda of Death, and now his assets had increased by an entire 0. What thrilled him even more was that following the recent battle, his strength had once again surged, elevating him to the ranks of a third-level Grand Martial Artist and a third-level Grand Mage, due to his dual cultivation in both martial and magical arts. The enhancement from this advancement was not merely additive. The recent confrontation with the Crimson Lotus Serpent King had already showcased the potency of his dual mastery. The group cheerfully cleaned up the battlefield, exchanging light-hearted banter about their recent skirmish. Their battle with the 6th-level Crimson Lotus Serpent King would certainly serve as a tale of bragging rights for a long time to come. Yet, amidst their joviality, Azura's expression suddenly turned serious. He perked up his ears and, with a grin, glanced toward a massive boulder not far off, subsequently murmuring a magical incantation. Azura could only unleash magical skills through weapons or physical means in close combat, a method influenced by the combat techniques outlined by Mentor Yuanda. In contrast, long-range spell casting required silent incantation like any other mage. Upon swiftly completing his incantation, Azura pointed at the boulder, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, descended from the heavens, striking the boulder with a resounding crash. A piercing scream echoed through the air, one that was eerily familiar. The group, startled, instinctively drew their weapons in preparation for battle, while Azura merely exchanged a knowing glance with Locke. Without hesitation, Locke charged towards the boulder, seizing a charred, humanoid figure and lifting it like a chick to present it before the group. As they beheld the smoking, wailing figure of the black man, they recognized it as Guy's, the one who had previously betrayed them. No one felt inclined to speak on his behalf. Even Clay contemplated unsheathing his knight's greatsword to sever that filthy head, but refrained, noting Azura's lack of response. Guys, amid his cries for mercy, realized the group was waiting for the wickedly grinning Azura to issue a command, and he decided to abandon his act of desperation. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, "Damn it, you lot are truly lucky. It's a pity the Crimson Lotus Serpent King didn't manage to kill you." Azura, his gaze fixed on the snarling Guys, retrieved the diminutive magical core of the Crimson Lotus Serpent King from his storage space, tossing it lightly in his hand. "I'm afraid," he said, "the Crimson Lotus Serpent King you mentioned has already had its core extracted by me. It will no longer be able to fulfill your wishes." Upon hearing this, Guy's face drained of color. He could scarcely fathom that they had managed to slay the Crimson Lotus Serpent King. Previously, in his fury at being ostracized from the group, he had turned back and used an explosive fireball spell to reveal their hiding place to the Serpent King. He had then quickly retreated to safety, only to soon sense the activation of his precious 6th-level Fire Dragon spell scroll, after which tranquility returned to the canyon. A lingering sense of doubt nagged at him. Could it be that not a single one had escaped? He yearned to see those who had sustained grave injuries and fled, so he could strike again. Alas, the alluring figure of Jella was destined to perish in the depths of the beast forest. Otherwise, she would escape and report to her father, the vice president of the Magic Association, leaving him with no sanctuary within its confines. Thus, he waited for what felt like an eternity before returning to the battlefield, eager to ascertain whether his comrades had already become mere flesh and blood within the bellies of the beasts. However, as he approached, he was taken aback by the sound of laughter and merriment, which caused him to recoil in shock, just as he intended to eavesdrop on their conversation. A bolt of lightning nearly turned him to charcoal. Then, like a lifeless corpse, he was seized by a giant of a man and flung before the others. Observing the magic core in Ashura's grasp, any trace of disdain within Guy's evaporated. He fell to his knees, weeping profusely and begging for mercy. His former noble demeanor as a mage utterly vanished. Ashura merely remarked to Locke, "Remember to retrieve the storage ring and clean it out." Locke nodded slightly and dragged Guy's by his hair to a nearby rock, where the cries abruptly ceased. Before long, Locke returned, holding a storage ring, which he reverently presented to Ashura. Just as Ashura was about to speak, Clay interjected, "My sister and I have no interest in this ring or its contents. I see you are still using a storage belt, so please accept this ring." The others nodded in agreement, and Jella added, "Guy's has no significant backing. If he did, I would have my father intervene, especially since he sought to harm me. His death is of no consequence." Ashura nodded in response, opting not to inspect the ring's contents immediately. Instead, he addressed the group, "We have gathered a bountiful harvest. To prevent any unforeseen events, I propose we leave the beast forest promptly." What does everyone think? The group unanimously agreed, particularly the Clay siblings, who were eager to return home and seek accolades. Training these two lightning leopards as their mounts would undoubtedly enhance their strength. After reaching a consensus, they swiftly tended to their wounds and proceeded at the fastest pace toward the adventurer's tavern, exiting the beast forest after a fortnight's journey. Upon their arrival, the six of them wore expressions of relief and shared knowing smiles. As they neared the tavern, the Clay siblings had already contacted their Kakao family via their clan's communication, and a fully assembled squad of 50 silver-armored knights awaited them at the forest's edge. The captain of the knights dismounted and bowed, presenting a crystal card containing 200,000 gold coins to Clay. He then carefully cradled the two young lightning leopards in his arms, his eyes brimming with envy. What knight wouldn't he desire? A formidable steed. The silver-armored knights escorted two young cubs away from St. Gobain, while the siblings, Clay and Christine, joined the others at the adventurer's tavern. They settled down to indulge in a drink before parting ways. The atmosphere was filled with relaxed smiles, and Jella was particularly jubilant, her little fortune having swelled by over 900,000 gold coins, marking her as a veritable wealthy lady. Luna, on the other hand, remained taciturn, seemingly unperturbed by the windfall, her demeanor unchanged since their venture into the monster forest, though she often found herself glancing at Azura, either deliberately or inadvertently. Upon exiting the monster forest, Rock exhibited an unusual excitement, eager to present the several 100,000 gold coins he had received to his benefactor, Aunt Celine. However, Azura cautioned him, suggesting that if he wished for any misfortune to befall Aunt Celine, he should deliver the coins. How could an ordinary person safeguard such a vast fortune? Rock, upon hearing this, felt immense gratitude towards Azura, realizing his own naivety. Azura granted him a few days' leave to procure some necessities before visiting Aunt Celine, advising that while he could give her coins, it should not exceed a few hundred, and perhaps he should purchase a shop for her to run a small business. The group spent the night at the tavern, drowning their stresses from the monster forest in revelry. Even inebriated, they refrained from boasting about their exploits within the tavern, providing Azura with some comfort that his companions were indeed reliable. The following morning, Rock eagerly bid farewell to everyone and rushed off to shop for Aunt Celine, while Jella, thoroughly intoxicated, was taken away by her vice president father's carriage. Clay and Christine approached Azura to bid their farewells, both embracing him warmly, particularly Christine, whose gaze held a peculiar emotion. Azura jested, "I know your thoughts are currently occupied with those two lightning leopards. These cubs will surely help you both pass your family assessments. It has been a pleasure to meet you both, and I believe you will become formidable knights in the near future." Clay expressed his admiration for Azura, hoping that he would have the opportunity to visit the northern empire of Shinda in the future, where he would extend a warm welcome to his newfound brother. Christine then pulled Azura aside, asking softly, "Will you still not reveal which family you belong to? Is Azura truly your name? How will I find you in the future?" Azura, somewhat amused by the barrage of questions, responded earnestly, "Firstly, Azura is indeed my true name. There is no need for speculation. I am not of any prominent family, so you need not question my identity. I believe we shall meet again, and I will visit the northern empire of Shinda for my own training." Christine, clearly unsatisfied with this response, pouted as if to voice more, but upon catching Azura's mischievous smile, she swallowed her words. In the end, she merely tossed a token of hers to Azura, allowing him to contact her through this emblem from any knightly order in the northern empire of Sindar. Azura gladly accepted the token, inhaling the faint scent of her essence, which prompted Christine to stomp her foot in annoyance before swiftly mounting her horse and fleeing. Observing his sister's prolonged absence, Clay chuckled foolishly, exchanging knowing glances with Azura before performing a knightly salute and galloping off in pursuit of his sister. Azura then turned to glance at the small figure behind him, the girl still shrouding her exquisite features within her light golden tresses. Noticing Azura's gaze, her hands tightened nervously around the wooden bough she held. Azura approached Luna, bending slightly to meet her eyes, which only made her more flustered and at a loss. With a teasing tone, Azura remarked, "You seem out of sorts. You've been covertly observing me for quite some time. I know, I am remarkable, so you needn't hide your admiration." This audacious declaration elicited a laugh from the girl, who covered her mouth as she stifled her amusement at Azura's sour expression. Struggling to contain her laughter, her cheeks flushed, she took Azura's hand and led him to a great tree behind the adventurer's tavern. Luna's first words left Azura astounded. Azura, would you be my partner? He had never anticipated such a direct proposal and wondered if she was jesting. However, upon seeing the determination in her eyes, he felt as if his merits shone like the brightest star in the night sky, impossible to conceal. With a playful flick of his hair, he inquired, "Since when have you intended to pursue me? What qualities of mine have captivated you?" Without hesitation, Luna replied, "Because you can draw my bow." Azura stood there, bewildered, utterly at a loss. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Luna felt an urge to laugh, yet the moment was too serious for such levity. Thus, she recounted the conversation with the war ancient tree in detail. Upon hearing her words, Azura realized he had been overly self-satisfied. Luna's affection stemmed solely from his ability to draw that unremarkable wooden bow. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face as he pointed to the bow resting on Luna's back, beckoning her to hand it over. Obediently, she retrieved the bow and offered it to him. Azura, as before, effortlessly drew a few smooth arcs, feeling no different than with any other bow. Yet, Luna beheld the radiant green auras emanating from the arrows with each pull, further solidifying her belief in the guidance of the war ancient tree, her eyes sparkling with admiration as they met Azura's. As Azura drew the bowstring, he murmured, "How could such peculiar guidance exist? Are you certain that others cannot draw this bow? I sense no difficulty at all. Furthermore, I have never even seen your face. How can I casually pledge to become your partner? Our family is quite traditional." Beside him, Luna bit her lip, produced a green herbal salve, and applied it to her delicate face, then tied her light golden hair into a neat style. In his distracted state, Azura cast a sidelong glance at Luna, captivated as if his soul had been drawn from him, watching her deftly arrange her hair. Finally, with a solemn tone, he declared, "I believe the war ancient tree speaks truthfully." At this moment, Luna had gathered her hair, revealing her features, the herbal salve having cleansed her visage, showcasing the exquisite beauty of her elven heritage. Her delicate brows arched like crescent moons, and her eyes sparkled with the clarity of a tranquil lake, radiating an innocent light. Her fair skin shimmered with a subtle glow, and her finely crafted features rendered Luna utterly enchanting. Her pointed ears added a playful sensuality to her allure. As the daughter of the queen of an elven tribe, Luna was indeed the most beautiful maiden in her clan, possessing formidable strength. Suitors among the eligible male elves were as plentiful as the branches of the war ancient tree. On this excursion into the outside world, she had deliberately masked her beauty, fearing that it might attract unwarranted trouble. However, upon revealing her true visage, Luna left Azura utterly speechless. In terms of beauty, she rivaled any woman he had ever encountered. Gazing at the charming and vivacious Luna, her large eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him, Azura cast aside his previous thoughts and, with an eagerness fueled by youthful exuberance, took her blushing hand and led her to a more secluded corner. Azura seated himself upon a large stone by the roadside, insisting that the stone was unclean while pulling the blushing Luna onto his lap. Thus, embracing the blushing beauty, he listened intently as Luna recounted her past. This was not Ashura's first encounter with the elven folk. Among the nobility of the great empires, to possess an elven concubine was a matter of pride. In the fierce battles at the Pagoda Palace, he had even slain an elven male warrior who had challenged him. The beauty in his arms stirred a tempest of desire within Azura. He never imagined such fortune would grace him. Young and impetuous, he found himself unable to resist the temptation that lay before him, his hands beginning to wander inappropriately. Luna, overwhelmed by his advances, felt her ears flush with a rosy hue, beads of sweat forming at their tips. Just as Azura pondered how to persuade the young maiden to accompany him to an inn, Luna timidly interjected, "You must stop. We cannot proceed like this. I must first take you home to meet my mother, or she will be displeased." Azura, his hands still in motion, casually inquired, "What would happen if your mother were angry? Would she come after me?" Luna nodded without hesitation, but upon seeing Azura remain unmoved, she softly remarked, "My mother dotes on me. She is a pinnacle grand sorceress." As soon as the words left her lips, Azura's large hand, which had ventured into the folds of the young girl's clothing, hesitated abruptly before he discreetly withdrew it. He adjusted her attire and, amidst Luna's bewildered gaze, lifted her from his lap and set her down on the ground. With a charming smile, Ashura inquired, "What level of power did you just say your mother possesses?" The innocent Luna repeated, "Mother is a pinnacle grand sorceress. Grandpa, ancient tree, said she will soon ascend to magic saint." Ashura's lips twitched, yet he maintained his smile as he replied, "Farewell." With that, he turned and attempted to leave without a backward glance. However, Luna clutched his arm, urgently asking, "Where are you going? You cannot abandon me. You weren't like this just now." Ashura pondered, "You didn't mention you had a grand sorceress for a mother. Now, how could I dare to lay a finger on you?" Yet, he said aloud, "I suddenly remembered an urgent matter I must attend to." Luna pouted, visibly displeased. "You men are all great deceivers. Jella warned me to be cautious of men outside, and I never expected you to be like this." Ashura, captivated by the adorable expression of the beautiful elf, found himself momentarily stunned. He weighed the potential wrath of the furious grand sorceress against his desires, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over temptation. He shook his head with a wry smile. "I cannot accompany you to meet your grand sorceress mother at this moment. Why truly desires to see my own mother." With no other option, Ashura patiently recounted his past to the perplexed Luna, explaining why he had come here to study, how he had gained such familiarity with the beast forest, and his yearning for strength. He also revealed his current, deeply platonic relationships with two women. Luna listened quietly for over an hour, feeling that Ashura's life was far more exciting than her own, as though being with him promised endless new experiences. After his tale, Luna inquired whether she should return to find her mother and assist in resolving the troubles with the Blackwater family. Ashura replied that his family should be fine for now, as he had promised to personally address their grievances upon his return. Thus, he must become powerful enough to confront everything when he goes home. Finally, Luna shyly questioned, "You already have two partners. What about me? How will you arrange things for me?" Ashura, taken aback, gazed at Luna's stunningly perfect visage, contemplating how impressive it would be to introduce her to his mother, Chinlon, back in the Olay kingdom. Yet, a thought crossed his mind regarding the family tradition of monogamy. Would his father make him kneel in the ancestral hall for bringing home 3 beautiful daughters-in-law? Upon witnessing Luna's resolute gaze, Ashura pondered momentarily before stating, "You should return to your tribe to visit your mother. After all, you have been away for quite some time. If she consents to our arrangement, I shall see if I can pull some strings to have you specially admitted to the Sacred Gopon Academy." Luna, her face alight with excitement, inquired, "Are you being serious? Are you willing to accept me? Will you allow me to accompany you to the academy for my studies?" Ashura replied with a smile, "Is my intent not clear enough? But let me make one thing clear. You must not let your formidable archmage mother come looking for me." Overjoyed, Luna stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on Ashura's cheek, then confidently asserted that she would undoubtedly persuade her mother. The two engaged in sweet nothings until dusk. Although Ashura sought numerous excuses to enter Luna's room, he ultimately found himself shyly pushed out by the blushing Luna. Recalling the formidable presence of the archmage, Ashura refrained from any further advances. The following day, Ashura took Luna to the bustling district of Sacred Gopon to procure living essentials, an idea he had proposed to provide her tribe with necessary supplies, especially since Luna seemed uncertain on how to spend the 80,000 gold coins. They acquired various necessities such as fabrics, utensils, and seasonings, filling Luna's spatial ring to the brim, yet they only expended 30,000 gold coins. Ashura then produced several magical cores he had previously obtained, inscribing explosive runes upon them, and entrusted these cores to Luna for her protection, including the 5th-level Earth-type core from the deadly Earth-breaking bear that had nearly cost him his life. On the following day, Ashura reluctantly bid farewell to Luna as he sent her back to her elven tribe, advising her that she could reach him at the academy upon her next visit to Sacred Gopon. Once Luna departed, Ashura, lacking immediate plans, resolved to visit Pro City, for he found himself yearning for his dear Daifei. Chapter 115. The underground trading fair outside a modest establishment on a bustling street in Pro City. A queue of 7 or 8 women extended beyond the shop's entrance. This establishment was a clinic specifically catering to women's health. Although newly established, the clinic had gained considerable renown due to the exceptional medical expertise of its beautiful and intelligent female physician, curing numerous ailments among women. It was particularly popular among the noble ladies of Pro City, resulting in a steady stream of patients seeking consultations. The success of a female physician in Pro City was no small feat, inevitably attracting jealousy and trouble from rival practitioners, as well as unwanted advances from nobles eager to coerce the enchanting physician into becoming a concubine. However, the malevolent instigators mysteriously vanished from Pro City without the physician needing to intervene, causing those with ulterior motives to retreat in fear. Inside the clinic, a young, knowledgeable, and beautiful woman was diligently writing patient notes at the consultation desk, casually brushing aside a lock of hair that had fallen across her forehead, adding an extra touch of allure to her presence. At that moment, Dai sensed someone's entrance into the consultation room without raising her head, casually inquiring, "What seems to be the discomfort? Or do you suffer from any chronic ailments?" To her surprise, a mocking voice resonated within the room, "Love sickness. I wonder if the goddess of healing can cure it?" Startled, Dai lifted her gaze and, upon seeing the mischievous grin of the young man before her, pushed aside the consultation table and rushed into Ashura's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Outside the establishment, a few women in line observed as a man clad in black conversed briefly with the attendant at the entrance before entering the consultation room. The women, perplexed by the man's presence in a place they had never seen a male before, speculated about his identity. However, before they could reach any conclusions, the attendant emerged with a smile, informing them that the shop would be closed for the day and inviting them to return in a few days, offering to reserve consultation slots for them to be seen ahead of others. The women, not suffering from any serious ailments, found their curiosity piqued more than their disappointment, and they chattered among themselves as they exited the medical hall. Meanwhile, Dai had already been carried by Ashura into a small room in the backyard, where no words could express her longing as powerfully as the intimacy shared between them. An hour later, as the clouds dispersed, Dai lay with disheveled hair atop Ashura's chest, her delicate hand gently caressing the scar on her abdomen where she had stitched herself up. She listened intently as Ashura recounted his experiences over the past few months, conveniently omitting any details involving other women. In turn, Dai shared her recent experiences, particularly her advancements in medicine, which led her to decide to transform her food shop into a women's clinic. Ashura recognized Dai's genuine talent for healing and contemplated introducing her to his grandfather as a potential apprentice. Thus, the two remained entwined together until the next day when Ashura mentioned he had errands to attend to. Dai did not pry further, but merely urged him to return early that evening. As she stood at the door, a vision of allure, Ashura felt a surge of heat in his abdomen and hurriedly suppressed his thoughts before vaulting over the wall to leave the small courtyard. Guided by his memories, Ashura navigated through winding alleys until he arrived at a dimly lit street. He then produced a black mask to conceal his features and approached a guarded secret entrance. After handing a gold coin to the sentinel, he smoothly entered through the hidden door and descended a long staircase, leading him to the underground black market he had previously visited, where he had acquired the shackles for the captive cabin. In this clandestine market, certain items were best kept in secrecy, offering far greater value than those found in the city shops. The market was filled with an array of peculiar goods, where individuals engaged in barter, remaining strangers after exiting the premises, a trading environment that Ashura found particularly appealing. Today, the underground black market was bustling with even more patrons than during his last visit, and as Ashura wandered through the crowd, he learned of a significant auction event scheduled for that day. The organizers will present some exquisite items for auction, which accounts for the remarkable popularity today. Ashura felt a surge of delight within, realizing that attending this event was indeed a fortunate choice. Even if he could not afford the auctioned items, he could still broaden his horizons. Reflecting on his assets, he acknowledged that the corpses of two 6th-level magical beasts and their cores constituted his greatest capital, particularly the fire and wind attribute 6th-level magical cores, which were highly sought after in the market. After wandering through the market for an hour, a melodious voice resonated across the underground plaza, announcing that the attendees could proceed to the auction venue. Ashura followed the crowd to a location reminiscent of a theater. It was surprising to find that an additional fee of 10 gold coins was required for entry, prompting many masked buyers to voice their grievances. However, this also deterred numerous onlookers merely there for amusement. Nevertheless, within the venue, A gathering of 300 to 400 individuals formed, and Azura surveyed the crowd, instinctively sensing that they were formidable figures. As the audience grew impatient, murmurs of discontent filled the air. Suddenly, a dazzling white light illuminated the stage, and a curvaceous elven beauty stepped into the center. Draped in a sheer veil, she greeted the attendees with a melodious voice, expressing her gratitude for their presence and assuring them that today's auction would not disappoint. Without further ado, the first item was unveiled, a suit of battle armor adorned with fire attribute magical engravings, exuding an aura of dominance. In the realm of the King's continent, weaponry and equipment are categorized into 6 tiers: mundane, exquisite, exceptional, magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and divine artifacts. The dual blades wielded by Azura currently belong to the category of magical artifacts, while this suit of armor, inscribed with fire attribute magical engravings, also falls into the magical artifact classification, making it a rare treasure. Moreover, this armor possesses the capability to cast a 6th level fire resistance spell once per day, capable of repelling any magical warrior or mage of lower rank. Several attendees, already in tune with the fire attribute armor, were visibly eager, prompting the host to commence the auction. The auction followed 2 formats, one based on gold coins, where the highest bidder wins, and the other on item exchange, where the bidder offering the most valuable or desirable item gains ownership of the auctioned item. This fire attribute magical armor was being auctioned solely based on the gold coin method, with no reserve price, allowing interested buyers to bid freely, each bid needing to surpass the previous one. In no time, the armor reached an astonishing price of 500,000 gold coins, causing Azura to marvel inwardly. Their expedition to the magical beast forest yielded such treasures, yet it could only afford them 1 or 2 items at best. Ultimately, the armor was sold for a staggering 680,000 gold coins to a robust, mass figure. Azura glanced at the buyer's physique, realizing that donning this armor would undoubtedly enhance his formidable presence. Regrettably, the armor was designed for men. Had it been a female version, Azura would have genuinely considered purchasing it as a gift for Magina. He had long remembered that the close-fitting armor she lent him had been damaged by the earth-breaking bear, a matter that weighed heavily on his mind. The kindness shown to him will surely be repaid 100-fold. I kindly request readers to leave a 5-star review. Your encouragement fuels my passion for writing. Chapter 116. The space magic blink. In the ensuing period, the host presented an array of weapons, combat techniques, potions, and magical beasts. The atmosphere surged with enthusiasm as the bidding amounts steadily increased. Ashura made several bids, but was swiftly outdone by subsequent offers. Consequently, he refrained from participating further, as it was challenging to find any overlooked treasures in the bustling auction hall filled with hundreds of attendees. However, when the enchanting host revealed a piece of yellow-tier magic, Ashura's composure wavered. The beautiful elven host announced, "This yellow-tier magic is a tome of space magic, known as Blink, which allows a magician to instantly traverse a certain distance. The distance is determined by the magician's level." Upon her brief introduction, the audience exhibited a lack of interest. Firstly, magicians were scarce, and space mages even more so. Moreover, this magic resembled a defensive spell, vastly differing in value from offensive spells. Additionally, the host failed to specify the range of the blink magic, leading to assumptions that it might not extend far, rendering the skill rather insignificant. Noticing the audience's tepid response, the host felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, being a yellow-tier magic, she continued her presentation. "This magical skill has been entrusted to us by a seller who wishes to exchange it for the complete corpse of a level 6 or higher wind attribute magical beast." She urged anyone possessing such a specimen to come forward for an exchange. This barter system further diminished interest among the crowd, with several vocal attendees urging a swift transition to the next item, eager to avoid wasting time. The host, observing the raucous atmosphere, felt a sense of frustration. If not for the favorable connections between the seller and her auction house, this yellow-tier magic would never have made it to the auction block. Just as she prepared to muster some stirring words to revive the mood, a raspy voice broke through. "I have just slain a level 6 magical beast, the lightning leopard. I wonder if it meets the exchange requirements?" A tall, slender figure, cloaked and masked, approached the central stage, carrying a single-edged sword wrapped in black cloth. It was none other than Ashura. While others dismissed the magic skill, He regarded it as a coveted prize, eager to acquire it. He had just discovered a lightning leopard, a level 6 wind attribute beast, in a magical beast forest, perfectly aligning with the seller's demands. The sword draped across his back was merely a ruse to mislead the crowd. As the Azura approached, before the host could utter a word, a short masked figure leaped forth from the shadows behind the central stage. The white beard peeking from beneath the mask indicated that this individual was of considerable age. The masked elder glanced at the Azura and eagerly exclaimed, "Young man, is it true that you have just slain a level 6 magical beast, the lightning leopard? Where's the carcass?" It was evident that this sudden appearance was the seller. The Azura did not rush to respond. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the beautiful host on stage. The host quickly affirmed that the elder was indeed the seller, urging them to communicate directly. Subsequently, the Azura retrieved the body of the lightning leopard from his storage belt and tossed it onto the stage. He had refrained from wearing or carelessly opening the storage ring obtained from guys to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. As the over 5-meter-long carcass of the lightning leopard lay before the audience, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Their eyes now filled with a newfound reverence for the Azura. The ability to slay a level 6 magical beast was undoubtedly a testament to his formidable prowess. Even the elder seller nodded solemnly at the sight, then proceeded to scrutinize the carcass meticulously. At this moment, the Azura feigned an air of superiority, relishing the admiration directed towards him. He keenly observed the elder's shrewd eyes, and when he detected an uncontrollable gleam of delight within them, he understood that a deal was imminent. After the elder finished inspecting the carcass, he rose and blandly inquired, "Indeed, this is the body of a level 6 lightning leopard, freshly slain within the past month, well preserved. You must have gutted it with a single strike, correct? Now, where's the magical core? Hand it over, and we can complete the transaction." The Azura frowned in displeasure and replied, "You refer to the carcass of a level 6 wind attribute beast. Yet you have not mentioned a magical core. Why should I provide you with that?" The masked elder retorted firmly, "The magical core is undoubtedly a part of the carcass. If you do not give it to me, I would be at a significant loss." The Azura chuckled lightly. "Oh, well, it seems I have already given away the magical core. It appears that I am destined to part ways with that particular magical skill." With that, he began to return the lightning leopard's carcass to his storage space. However, the elder abruptly pressed down on the leopard's head, prompting the Azura to squint at him and casually inquire, "What are you trying to do? Are you attempting to seize it by force?" Startled by the simplicity of the question, the elder quickly withdrew his hand. After all, the Azura was now a formidable being capable of vanquishing level 6 magical beasts, and his true martial prowess remained undetectable until he chose to act. The Azura surmised that the elder's strength was not particularly high. Otherwise, he would not resort to bartering for the carcass of a level 6 magical beast when he could easily hunt one in the beast forest himself. Realizing he had lost his composure, the elder cleared his throat, and though his mask concealed his face, it was impossible to discern if he was blushing. Reluctantly, he stated, "Since there are no more suitable level 6 or higher wind attribute beast carcasses available, despite your lack of the magical core, I shall accept this exchange, albeit at a loss." Upon hearing this, Ashura inwardly cursed, "You old fool, trying to play mind games with me." Yet, he maintained a hoarse chuckle, feigning amusement. The elderly seller, sensing a slight embarrassment, swiftly turned to seek assistance from the elegant elven hostess, demonstrating her seasoned expertise. The hostess interjected with a few words to ease the tension, ultimately facilitating the exchange of items between the two parties. With the acquisition of the lightning leopard's carcass, the old man wore a satisfied expression and vanished into the shadows behind the stage without a backward glance, while Ashura followed his attendant to retrieve the spell book on the teleportation skill. The attendant also presented Ashura with a token, assuring him that the auction house would protect the safety of buyers within Pro City. Should anyone dare to seize the auction treasures within the city, they would be opposing the underground auction, and the house would ensure justice for the buyer. However, outside the confines of Pro City, their protection would cease, rendering the token ineffective. Ashura nodded in understanding, storing both items in his spatial pouch, and, suppressing his inner euphoria, returned to his former position in the audience. Chapter 117. An uneasy familiarity having completed the transaction, Ashura initially contemplated leaving, yet apprehensive of being watched, he opted to remain and observe, curious if any other treasures would surface. Thus, he resolved to exit the underground trading hall alongside the departing crowd after the auction concluded. However, with the unveiling of the next item, a disquieting sense of familiarity surged within him, igniting a restless feeling of impending crisis. The beautiful hostess, noticing the previous lull caused by the spatial magic skill, immediately brightened her tone, exclaiming, "Esteemed guests, we now present the highlight of our auction. You must all remain alert, for this may be an extraordinary opportunity laid before you." The audience's attention quickly shifted to the central stage, with Ashura's interest piqued as he gazed at the enchanting hostess. As she basked in the gathered gaze of the crowd, she gracefully smiled and lifted an ancient scroll handed to her by an attendant. In a melodious voice, she proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, this scroll is of considerable antiquity. According to our auction house's council of elders, it is a treasure map, specifically a map leading to an artifact." The moment her words fell, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. Artifacts known throughout the King's continent, whether weapons or equipment, were possessions reserved for the most formidable of champions. Ashura was aware that there were only a handful of artifacts across the vast continent. The treasure map held by the hostess perhaps heralded the emergence of a brand new artifact. This prospect ignited fervent excitement among the audience, as even if they could not claim it for themselves, selling it to a top-tier champion could yield enough resources to elevate their status. Yet, amidst the crowd of formidable individuals, shrewd minds pondered, why would such a precious treasure map be put up for auction? The formidable individuals in the room remained silent, their gazes fixed upon the host at the center of the stage, with several of them even emitting disdainful sneers. The host, sensing the varied expressions of the crowd, steadied her nerves and continued, "This treasure map indeed pertains to the location of a buried artifact. However, it is incomplete. What I hold in my possession is merely a fragment of the whole. According to our elders' deductions, there should be a total of 3 maps that, when combined, will reveal the complete treasure map, allowing one to locate the lost artifact." Upon hearing this, the audience collectively exhaled, their disappointment palpable. Some masked figures, clearly unable to afford the treasure map, began to jeer. The beautiful host on the central stage, undeterred by the reactions below, patiently awaited the lull in the crowd's chatter before softly stating, "Our auction house has discovered the whereabouts of the second fragment of the treasure map. The esteemed individual who acquires this map will be informed of the second treasure's location at no additional cost. As for the final piece, it shall depend on your fortune." This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, reigniting their enthusiasm. As the prospect of the artifact's treasure map and the information regarding the second fragment stirred the ambitions of many powerful individuals present. Once the atmosphere reached a suitable fervor, the enchanting host declared, "Esteemed guests, we shall now commence bidding. The starting price is set at 1 million gold coins. Let the bidding begin." This marked the first item in the auction to have a base price, leaving Ashura scratching his head in confusion. Just then, a figure clad in black robes from Ashura's periphery called out in an eerie tone, 2 million gold coins. The room fell silent as everyone turned to identify the bold bidder. Other formidable competitors continued to raise their bids without concern. However, Ashura's attention remained fixed on the individual who had just bid 2 million. The cloaked figure, with a flowing robe and a rather unimposing stature, appeared somewhat stooped. The hood concealed his features entirely. Yet, Ashura felt an unsettling sense of familiarity emanating from this individual, a sensation that heightened his alertness. Honed by years of combat experience and an acute sixth sense for danger, tension gripped Ashura as he intently observed the black-robed figure, who, upon raising his hand to announce a bid of 3 million gold coins, inadvertently revealed a glimpse of his forearm adorned with black sun and moon tattoos. A chill ran down Ashura's spine as the realization dawned upon him. He recognized the source of his familiarity. This was the individual associated with the enigmatic organization, Blood Moon, who had once attempted to ambush the dwarven caravan during Ashura's journey to the academy. The tattoo's design was etched deeply in his memory. The figure clad in a black robe, observing the strong contenders eager to raise their bids, couldn't help but emit a low, sinister chuckle. "How amusing. I am eager to see who dares to claim this treasure map." Though his voice was barely audible, the vigilant Ashura, focused intently on him, felt a shiver run down his spine. Immediately, Azura scanned the gathering, and through the augmentation of his mental prowess, he discerned the presence of dozens of suspicious figures cloaked in black scattered throughout the venue, causing a surge of alarm within him. Even when confronting the Red Lotus Serpent King, Azura had not felt such trepidation. He understood that these black-robed individuals were poised to instigate trouble that very night. Thus, disregarding the escalating atmosphere of bidding, he turned away, feigning nonchalance as he moved towards the exit, tightly clutching a rune of wind power in his hand, prepared to enhance his speed should he need to flee. As he ascended the staircase leading to the ground level, he sensed several black-robed figures converging towards the foot of the stairs. While he lamented his narrow escape, he hastened his pace. The moment his feet touched the ground through the hidden door, a slight sense of relief washed over him. He glanced at the guards stationed at the entrance, contemplating whether to alert them to the impending danger so they could take precautions. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a cacophony of explosions erupted from below, accompanied by the shouts of the alarmed crowd, and faintly, the mocking laughter echoed through the air. Through the crevice of the hidden door, he glimpsed flickering crimson light. The expressions of Azura and the guards instantly turned grave, both realizing that calamity had undoubtedly struck below. Before any of them could act, several black-robed figures emerged from around the corner of the street, ruthlessly attacking the guards. The 4 guards at the entrance engaged the black-robed assailants, and Azura perceived that they were formidable warriors of the same rank as himself, yet they struggled against their foes, causing him to feel a twinge of fear. The black-robed individuals he faced this time were significantly stronger than those he had encountered previously. One could only imagine the prowess of their counterparts within the underground trading venue. Azura wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just as he contemplated retreating, one of the black-robed figures spotted him, brandishing a scythe-like weapon and lunging towards Azura with a sinister grin. Recognizing the imminent threat, he swiftly drew his twin blades, unleashing a blinding golden radiance that momentarily dazzled the black-robed assailant, who recoiled in shock. By the time the figure regained his sight and looked back, Azura had vanished from view. The black-robed figure cursed angrily before turning to join his comrades in overwhelming the guards. Azura, however, did not venture far. He took refuge atop a nearby rooftop, observing the unfolding situation at the entrance to the underground trading venue. His decision to evade the attacking black-robed figure was not born from inability to combat him, but rather from the realization that lingering here could spell disaster. After all, he had already crossed paths with the enigmatic organization known as Blood Mist, and he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. The radiant golden light not only repelled the cloaked figures, but also stood out starkly against the pitch-black night, serving as a warning signal. Azura could already see from above that the city defense forces of Pro City were hastening towards this location. However, the guards at the entrance were on the brink of collapse, about to be besieged, and thus far, no one had emerged from the underground plaza, which filled Azura with a mix of astonishment and fury. Just how formidable were these cloaked individuals? Below, there were over 300 powerful warriors, not to mention the forces guarding the underground trading event. Azura, perched atop a building, sensed a slight tremor beneath, likely a remnant of the fierce battle occurring below. After a moment of contemplation, Azura recited an incantation and unleashed several bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, towards the entrance of the underground trading venue. Hearing shouts and curses from below, Azura swiftly shifted to a different vantage point atop a more distant rooftop to observe once again. The bolts of lightning had seriously injured several of the cloaked assailants, particularly the one who had attempted to strike Azura with a scythe. Now visibly incapacitated with a charred and smoking right arm, howling in agony. The lightning also illuminated the path for the approaching city defense forces, who were the first to engage the injured cloaked figures at the entrance, while other powerful beings from within the city rushed to join them. Notably, a terrifying aura surged from the direction of the city lord's residence, and Azura recognized that it must be the formidable Lord Cadillo of Pro City, a master of dark magic. Just as Azura contemplated silently departing the scene, the door of the underground trading venue was shattered outward, revealing a robust cloaked figure who seized an elderly man with a grizzled beard, lifting him into the air as he crashed through the entrance. Following behind were more than 20 bloodied, cloaked figures who surged forth, swiftly decimating a significant portion of the city defense forces that had arrived at the entrance. As the cloaked figures prepared to unleash further carnage, A sudden violet glow pierced the air, striking down several of the foremost attackers with lethal precision, their heads exploding like overripe melons. The remaining cloaked figures, filled with rage and fear, quickly took refuge behind their formidable leader. Looking up, Ashura beheld a tall, elegant middle-aged man, suspended in midair, wielding a purple spear and casting a grim gaze upon the cloaked assailants below. Ashura surmised that this man was none other than Lord Cadillo of Pro City, and the spear he held, known as the Purple Dragon, was reputed to contain the spirit of a dragon. Before Lord Cadillo could utter a word, the robust cloaked figure below sneered, "Cadillo, you have arrived too late. Were you just climbing out from beneath your alluring wife? I haven't seen you take action in years. Have you spent all your strength on women?" This taunt elicited a cacophony of harsh laughter from the surrounding cloaked figures. Yet Lord Cadillo remained unfazed, his grip on the purple spear tightening as its hue deepened. His resonant voice rang out with authority. "Why do you, cowardly rats, dare to disturb the peace of Pro City? Do you wish to hasten your demise? Quickly, kneel and surrender, or I shall have you minced and fed to the dogs." The imposing presence of the black-robed figure diminished sharply as the formidable aura of a hovering grand sorcerer loomed before them, a sight few could confront without trepidation. Yet, the burly leader of the black-robed men merely tossed the elderly captive to his accomplices as if he were a discarded rag, dismissively proclaiming, "Since we dare to conduct our affairs in your city, we are unafraid of inciting your wrath, O city lord. This old man possesses what we desire. Allow us to take him, and we shall depart forthwith." Lord Jadalo cast a glance at the feeble elder. Recognizing him as the esteemed Grand Elder of the Underground Trading Guild, a figure of substantial magical prowess. Their clandestine meetings were frequent, and the profits from their operations in Pro City contributed significantly to his coffers as city lord. Permit the black-robed men to whisk him away. And where would his dignity lie? Who would dare to conduct business in Pro City under his governance thereafter? Thus, Lord Jadalo refrained from further discourse, brandishing his spear. The silhouette of a colossal purple dragon erupted behind him, a fierce roar resonating through the air, instilling a powerful pressure that rendered the onlookers unable to meet his gaze. As Azura, cloaked in shadow, felt the surge of his own life force, the overwhelming might of the grand sorcerer ignited a fervent desire within him to attain such heights, envisioning himself soaring above all. However, the burly black-robed leader merely furrowed his brow, donning a blood-red claw weapon that amplified his ferocity, while a phantom of a crimson tiger materialized behind him. A wicked grin spread across his face as he bellowed, "Jadalo, let me see if your marksmanship has been honed on the bellies of women. Taste my fist." With that, he lunged forward, propelled by a powerful gust, delivering a fierce punch aimed at the airborne Lord Jadalo. The city lord, his expression grave, twirled his purple dragon spear, clashing with the formidable black-robed man. A thunderous crash echoed as both warriors staggered back 3 steps, gazing at each other, suspended in midair. Shock and fury coursed through Jadalo. This adversary, too, was a grand sorcerer, which explained his audacity to challenge him so openly. Yet, an inexplicable familiarity lingered in his mind. Suppressing his doubts, Lord Jadalo engaged once more with the advancing black-robed brute. The clash between grand sorcerers was a spectacle to behold, and Azura, hidden below, watched with rapt attention, absorbing much yet struggling to grasp the essence of their combat. Above, the two warriors exchanged fierce blows, while the black-robed men battled the city's defense forces below. Although the defenders were outmatched, their numbers and tactical acumen, bolstered by several formidable generals, created a stalemate. In the midst of this chaos, the burly black-robed man unleashed a ruthlessly powerful strike, sending Lord Jadalo hurtling through the air, the sharp claws staining his left shoulder with crimson. Ignoring his wounds, Jadalo seethed. "Star Shatter Fist? How do you wield such a technique? Who are you, really?" The imposing figure clad in black robes, suspended in mid-air, let out a cold laugh. "Did you ever imagine, Jadiluo, that the combat techniques you once imparted to me would now be the very means to inflict harm upon you? Truly, this is poetic justice." Haha. Upon hearing this, Jadiluo was struck with horror. "Is that you, Brong? You're alive?" The formidable man across from him then cast aside his hood, revealing a scarred bald head. With a gaze filled with resentment, he fixed his eyes on the city lord, Jadiluo, and said, You still remember me, General Jadiluo? I am deeply honored, for I have spent the past decade plotting your demise. Chapter 119. Past grievances beholding the familiar visage. A reluctant past resurfaced in Jadiluo's mind. The man before him, Bruong, had been a dear comrade during Jadiluo's military service. In the years of relentless warfare waged by the Valentian Empire, it was within such tumultuous circumstances that Jadiluo had rapidly risen through the ranks. He had ultimately ascended to the status of a commanding general, possessing formidable prowess as a sorceress warrior, with Bruong serving as his loyal captain of the guard. Steadfastly by his side, though Bruong's strength paled in comparison to Jadiluo's, his courage in battle and unwavering loyalty were commendable. Their bond was akin to that of brothers, frequently enjoying revelry together, and it was Bruong who had been the first to scale the walls of Pro City as a vanguard. However, while Bruong was an admirable brother-in-arms, he harbored a grievous flaw, his insatiable lust. Following the conquest of Pro City, he indulged in excessive drinking with his men to celebrate. Despite Jadiluo's strict orders against disturbing the local populace, a drunken Bruong stormed into a noble's estate, where he brutally killed several men who dared to resist him. The bloodshed only further incited his drunken fervor, leading him to commit heinous acts against several young women within the estate. This atrocity quickly reverberated throughout the war-torn Pro City. The humiliated nobility sought out Jadiluo, demanding that he enact severe punishment upon the perpetrator, lest they leverage their connections to influential figures within the Valentian Empire to address the matter themselves. At that juncture, General Jadiluo found himself in a precarious position, requiring the support of the local nobility while also needing to uphold the military discipline he had established. Reluctantly, he ordered Bruong's apprehension and brought him before the military tribunal. When Bruong awoke from his drunken stupor, he realized the gravity of his transgressions and trembled in fear at the impending military justice he was to face. Bound in chains and brought to kneel before the tribunal, Bruong gazed at his elder brother, General Jadiluo, with a face full of pleading, imploring him to spare his life for the sake of their past camaraderie, promising to redeem himself through valorous deeds. Yet, under immense pressure from various factions, Jadiluo, suppressing his own anguish, commanded that Bruong receive 100 lashes with the fire vine whip before facing execution. This whip, crafted from a vine plant found in the beast forest, contained venom that inflicted excruciating pain akin to being set ablaze, leaving a lasting mark, a lesson meant to instill lasting awareness in those who erred within the military. Unable to bear the sound of Bruong's anguished cries, Jadiluo turned away, stifling his heartache as he departed the camp. Bruong was bound to a post in the camp by the military discipline officer and mercilessly whipped. The agony inflicted by the fire vine whip penetrated deeply into his soul. Instead of reflecting upon his transgressions, he harbored resentment towards Jadiluo, whom he had once regarded as a brother, for refusing to spare his life. It was not until the 71st lash that a sudden downpour descended from the heavens, prompting the military officer and the guards to pause the punishment and seek refuge in a nearby tent from the rain. However, when the rain ceased an hour later, they discovered that Bruong had mysteriously vanished, the iron chains that bound him broken into several segments and strewn upon the ground. The military officer promptly reported to General Jadiluo while assembling men to pursue Bruong. After enduring 4 days of torment from the lashes, Bruong was finally cornered by the pursuers at the edge of a precipice. Outnumbered and exhausted, he could escape no longer at the moment of imminent capture. He leaped into the unfathomable abyss. Nearby, Jadiluo, who had refrained from intervening, witnessed the entire event. He cast a glance at the chasm and subsequently ordered the troops to return to camp. Thereafter, Jadiluo was bestowed the title of Lord of Pro City, while Bruong's fate remained unknown, with all believing he had perished in the depths of that gorge. Yet now, standing before Jadiluo was Bruong, alive and well. Observing the scars from the fire vine whip etched upon Bruong's face, Jadiluo's heart was a tumult of emotions. He yearned to explain himself, but fell silent. Conversely, Bruong seemed to harbor an inexhaustible resentment, his expression twisted with fury as he exclaimed, "Jadiluo, you never anticipated this, did you? You never imagined I would survive, nor that I would have attained the same martial prowess as you. All these years, I have longed to return and exact my vengeance, to confront you, the Lord of Pro City who ascended by betraying his brothers. The scars on my body remain as a reminder of the grievances from those days. Today, I shall trample you underfoot and mar your hypocritical face." Bronn erupted into a maniacal laughter. Cadillo, gazing at his former brother, could only let out a wistful sigh before falling silent, his demeanor suddenly shifting as he lunged forward, the tip of his spear aimed at Bronn. As Bronn engaged Cadillo once more, he realized that the speed of Cadillo's spear had more than doubled. His finger claw was a close-range weapon, rendering him unable to approach. Several times he narrowly avoided having his throat pierced by the spear tip, and a greater fear consumed him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Since his near-death escape from the cliff, Bronn had fortuitously joined Bloodblaze, rapidly enhancing his strength through secret techniques. Last month, he had finally broken through to the first tier of the great demon warrior realm. Fueled by a burning desire for revenge, he eagerly participated in this operation. Yet, the current battle revealed to him that Cadillo's prowess was at least at the second tier of the great demon warrior realm. Enraged, Bronn found himself increasingly fatigued by Cadillo's elusive thrusts, his body riddled with wounds of varying severity. He was all too familiar with Cadillo. The latter had yet to unleash the family heirloom yellow-tier martial technique, the star-shattering spear, and if he did, Bronn knew he would undoubtedly face defeat. He was well aware of the formidable power of the star-shattering gun, for Cadillo had passed down to him a treasured family martial art, the yellow-ranked star-shattering fist, which had benefited him immensely throughout his life. The ancestral martial arts of Cadillo were indeed formidable. As Blanc observed the purple hue of Cadillo's purple dragon spear deepening, he could no longer contain himself and shouted towards the black-robed faction on the ground, "Elder Jace, will you not make your move?" Upon hearing this, Cadillo's spirit jolted, and he cast a glance over the battlefield below. Suddenly, a dark mist shot forth from the black-robed faction, swiftly enveloping his body. Regardless of how Cadillo attempted to evade or counter with his spear, the dark mist penetrated his form with alarming speed. The city lord, Cadillo, felt his body sway mid-air, struggling to maintain his suspended position, and cast a grim look towards the black-robed figure below, gritting his teeth in anger as he exclaimed, "Despicable!" A raspy, sinister laugh echoed, and a hunched black-robed figure leisurely floated into the air. From the shadows below, Ashura immediately recognized this as the black-robed individual he had observed earlier. To his astonishment, this figure was a formidable master of dark magic, explaining why so many powerful beings had failed to escape the underground. This realization filled Ashura with relief for his earlier choices. Cadillo, in a fit of rage, demanded, "Who are you? What have you done to me?" Perhaps due to the encroaching darkness, Ashura perceived fleeting black magical patterns appearing on Cadillo's face, even as the purple dragon spear in his grasp dimmed slightly. Chapter 120. The shaman wizard, the hunched, black-robed figure slowly produced a pitch-black skull, speaking in a leisurely manner. "Lord Cadillo, it matters not who I am. We have no prior grievances. You have merely become an obstacle to our organization. If you yield the path now, we may coexist peacefully. Otherwise, the curse may lead to your demise." Cadillo, both alarmed and enraged, retorted, "A curse? You are a shaman wizard? How dare such a filthy creature enter the Valenxi Empire?" Ashura, concealed in the nearby shadows, was equally astonished. He had learned about the existence of shaman wizards from the tomes in the Academy Library. They were a mysterious group residing in the beast forest beyond the northern empire of Shinda, allied with magical beasts and feasting on toxins. Similar to mages, they wield curses and control, lacking combat prowess themselves. Their bodies were inscribed with magical patterns. The greater the number of patterns, the stronger the individual. Shaman wizards had always been hostile towards humanity, often using humans for curse experiments, even manipulating beasts to incite rampages and slaughter cities. Consequently, every empire harbored a deep-seated hatred for shaman wizards, offering substantial bounties for their extermination. Yet here stood a shaman wizard, audacious enough to penetrate the heart of the Valenxi Empire and provoke its city lord, indicating that this organization, known as Blood Halo, was far more powerful and malevolent than one could imagine. The shaman named Jess did not spare a glance at Lord Cadillo, instead toying with a black skull in his hand, from which wisps of dark energy intertwined with the lord. Indifferently, Shaman Jess remarked, "You must be feeling quite miserable now. Lord Cadillo, how much of your strength remains? Step aside. We only wish to take that old man with us." He possesses the information and items we desire, and his stubbornness shall be met with the torment of 100 curses. Beside him, Blonde wished to contest this, but fell silent under Jess's penetrating gaze. His eyes filled with resentment as they met Lord Jadalo. The Lord's expression was one of hesitation. He was in a dire state, cursed and likely reduced to a mere 60% of his power. Moreover, as he exerted his vitality, the curse's influence only intensified. Just as he grappled with his indecision, the previously subdued old man with a long beard suddenly erupted. He deftly unleashed a spell scroll of anti-fire ring, sending the two cloaked figures guarding him sprawling. He then hurled several high-level instant spell scrolls into the crowd, causing chaos as magic detonated, leaving several black-robed figures lifeless at close range. Blonde and Jess, witnessing this, were filled with shock and rage, immediately attempting to seize the old man. Yet, a barrage of gunfire, like meteors, surged toward the two. Blonde instinctively shielded the defenseless shaman Jess, enduring the diminished might of the yellow-grade technique, the shattering star, and lamenting internally. Behind him, shaman Jess surveyed the bombarded street, now shrouded in dust, struggling to locate the old man. Anger surged within him. Their meticulously orchestrated plan had been thwarted by unforeseen events, leaving him to ponder how he would report back to their organization. Thus, his malice intensified as he brandished the black skull once more, casting a curse to further weaken Lord Jadalo. Chanting incantations, a red beam emanated from the skull, striking Blonde, who instantly found his eyes blood-red, muscles bulging, and veins protruding. He charged at Lord Jadalo like a madman, disregarding his own injuries and launching a brutal assault. Lord Jadalo felt the pressure mount, being forced to retreat under the onslaught, unable to effectively wield his spear in close combat, struggling desperately. This sudden turn of events left the hidden watcher, Ashura, in stunned disbelief. Before he could regain his composure, he saw the long-bearded old man stumble towards the shelter where he was hiding. Before Ashura could decide whether to relocate, the old man produced an item from his storage ring and concealed it within a crevice at the door, then swiftly turned and fled in another direction. Ashura's heart raced as he pondered the nature of the concealed item. Surely, it was something the Bloodlight organization had coerced him to surrender. Could it possibly be that treasure map? Before Ashura could stabilize the tumult within his heart, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and demolishing a nearby building. Ashura abruptly lifted his gaze to the heavens, spotting only the silhouettes of two cloaked figures, Braun and Jess. A sense of dread washed over him. It was evident that Lord Jadalo had been defeated. Braun, suspended in midair, resembled a frenzied earth bear. Bellowing in a fit of rage, his body marred by gunshot wounds and stained with blood on one side. Yet he appeared impervious to pain. Just as he prepared to dive down and eliminate Lord Jadalo, the shamanic wizard Jess retracted the crimson aura enveloping Braun, feigning anger as he commanded, "Fool, pay no heed to Jadalo. First, capture the Grand Elder of the underground black market. We cannot allow that old wretch to escape." Stripped of the red glow, Braun instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, his condition seemingly worse than that of Lord Jadalo. With eyes filled with resentment and trepidation, he cast a glance at Jess, the shamanic wizard beside him, but ultimately gritted his teeth and pursued the Grand Elder with a long beard. Meanwhile, Jess regarded Braun with disdain. To him, Braun was merely a controllable beast. Did he truly believe that the organization's investment in his power was due to his potential? He was nothing more than a dog within the organization. With that, Jess turned his attention away from Braun, instead summoning the Black Skull to unleash negative effects, continuing to entangle Lord Jadalo, who struggled to rise from the rubble. Ashura observed that neither party was paying him any mind and contemplated stepping from the shadows to discern the treasures concealed within the crevices of the stones. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The formidable prowess of the martial master instilled fear in him. If he made a misstep and was detected by the cloaked figures, his life would surely be forfeit. Furthermore, he remained uncertain whether there were other powerful beings, akin to himself, covertly monitoring the scene, or if any among the cloaked figures held dominion over the unfolding events. He could see the injured elder with a white beard cornered by Braun in a secluded alley. A wounded mage, even with the enhancement of wind magic, would find it impossible to outrun a martial artist, especially one of significantly higher rank. Though Braun was currently weakened, he approached the elder with a sinister grin, already contemplating how to shatter the elder's limbs to thwart any further schemes. Knowing he faced an inescapable demise, the elder straightened his slightly hunched form, as if to adjust his noble mage's demeanor. He faced Braun and shouted defiantly, "You bastard shall not escape unscathed. The underground guild will avenge me. You will gain nothing from me." With that declaration, he produced a 7th-level instant spell scroll of hellfire, pressing it against his chest, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the entire street. The long-bearded elder and all surrounding him were reduced to mere ashes in the inferno. Chapter 121. A hot potato. As the inferno surged, the shamanic wizard Jess seethed with rage in the air, exclaiming, "You imbecile! You couldn't handle such a trivial task? It drives me to madness." Due to his proximity, Braun was scorched by the hellfire unleashed by the Grand Sorcerer, leaving his chest charred and emitting a faint scent of singed flesh as he knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Witnessing this, the shaman priest Jess summoned his fury. Bellowing in midair, "Quickly, find that old fool's spatial ring and bring it back to me at once, or you shall all meet your demise." The remaining 7 or 8 cloaked figures disregarded the searing heat of the flames and rushed into the inferno in search of the ring. Before long, one of the black-robed individuals emerged, cradling a molten and misshapen mithril spatial ring in both hands, hastening towards Jess's feet. "Elder Jess, we have located the spatial ring," he stammered, but before he could finish, Jess descended from the air and snatched the still-warm ring from him. Upon seeing the ring's severe damage, Jess realized that its contents were likely irretrievable. In a fit of rage, he kicked the kneeling figure aside and glanced at Braun, who was still gasping on the ground, and at Godhood, who just crawled from the rubble. The shaman priest Jess seemed to harbor an endless fury he wished to unleash, aware that the organization would hold them accountable. The mere thought of the blood-red organization's tortures sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he understood that it was futile. Their plan had utterly failed. Consumed by reluctance, he shouted a single word: "Withdraw." The remaining cloaked figures hoisted Braun and swiftly followed Elder Jess towards the city gates. Godhood, the lord of the city, and the city defense forces had just begun to pursue when Jess hurled a 7th-level magic scroll, creating a chaotic barrier towards them. Instantly, darkness enveloped the entire area. Within the chaotic barrier, there was no light, no discernible direction, and no distinction between friend and foe. Even Godhood, in poor condition, hesitated to act recklessly. Reluctantly, he ordered all forces retreat in an orderly manner. Do not pursue. The city defense forces gradually withdrew from the chaotic barrier, while the cloaked figures had already breached the tightly shut city gates, escaping into the night. Godhood, witnessing the ravaged streets, felt a surge of anger that nearly made him spit blood. He realized he would become a laughingstock among the other lords and vowed to make the black-robed figures pay dearly. He promptly issued military orders to extinguish the lingering flames and to rush to the underground trading post to rescue survivors. He decided to assess the damages the following day and report the events of that night to the Valentian Empire, declaring a bounty of 100,000 gold coins for anyone who could provide information about the black-robed figures. With that, Godhood flew back to the Lord's Manor to tend to his injuries, his flight indicating the severity of his wounds. Meanwhile, the city defense forces busied themselves in the streets. As for Azura, he remained quietly concealed in the shadows, watching the old man conceal his belongings in the crevices while observing the city defense forces carry out the lifeless bodies from the underground trading venue. Especially when they extracted the corpse of the elven beauty who had hosted the event, her expression of terror suggested the fright she had endured. Azura sighed inwardly, lamenting the loss of yet another enchanting beauty from this world. A dozen survivors were rescued from the depths by the city defense forces. These individuals were adept at concealment. Had they not hidden swiftly, they would have perished among the dead, feigning death to escape the calamity. Upon emerging, they wept inconsolably, devoid of any semblance of dignity befitting their strength. It appeared that the underground had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Ashura shook his head in dismay. Such a promising underground marketplace had been lost, and it seemed that trading would necessitate relocating to another city. Thus, the city defense forces labored tirelessly until the first light of dawn, sealing the entrance to the underground trade fair. After leaving a small contingent to guard the gate, The rest grumbled as they returned to their encampment for rest. Meanwhile, Ashura remained motionless in the shadows until the sun rose, casting golden rays that nearly illuminated the stone crevice where the old man had hidden his belongings. Like a specter, Ashura swiftly descended, retrieving the hidden items and hastily departing the silent street. Upon his return to the small courtyard of Daifei, he was met by a tear-streaked young woman who rushed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Ashura quickly patted her back, carrying her into the bedroom and cautiously surveying their surroundings before closing the door. With red-rimmed eyes, Daifei exclaimed, "I told you to return early. Last night, I heard explosions and the sounds of battle. Even the lord of the city participated. The city defense forces declared that no one was to leave their homes or face death without mercy. Do you know how worried I was about you?" The burden of a beautiful woman's affection weighed heavily on Ashura. He understood her concern was rooted in care. Thus, he refrained from unnecessary explanations. Accompanied by the morning chorus of birds, he prepared for the day, ultimately exhausting Daifei, who had not slept a wink. Ashura, however, was invigorated as he approached a corner of the writing desk. After ensuring the area was clear of onlookers with his spiritual perception, he retrieved the treasure hidden within the stone crevice from his storage space. As he had anticipated, it was the fragmented treasure map concerning the artifact from the auction. It seemed the figure in the black robe sought this map, craving information about another, yet undisclosed treasure map. The elderly man had refused to surrender it, and now, with the map in Ashura's possession, he hoped the Blood Dawn organization would refrain from pursuing it with ill intent. With this thought, Ashura swiftly unfurled the ancient treasure map, crafted from the hide of an unknown creature, inscribed with numerous lines and characters, aligning with the details revealed at the auction. However, the map was incomplete. 2 additional segments are necessary to reconstruct a whole. This predicament left Ashura somewhat speechless, for the information about the other map had perished with the old man, rendering his fragment nearly worthless and too perilous to trade, as it would undoubtedly invite endless troubles. What had once been a coveted treasure now felt like a scalding hot potato, leaving Ashura in a bemused state. With an extraordinary memory, Ashura swiftly memorized all the information on the treasure map, just as he intended to burn the map by the candlelight. He hesitated and instead tucked it away into his storage space. Listening to the city guards outside shouting as they searched house by house for suspicious individuals and inquiring about the cloaked figures, Ashura realized it was unwise to linger. He awakened the sleeping Daifei and explained that he had an urgent matter at school that required his immediate return. With Daifei's forlorn gaze upon him, Ashura earnestly promised to spend more time on his next visit, ultimately persuading Daifei with affectionate reassurances. He advised Daifei not to open the clinic during this chaotic time and to stay safe at home. Afterward, he let out the black charcoal and, with the emblem of the St. Gabain Academy, left Prolo City without hindrance, hastening toward the academy. Chapter 122. Reunion with roommates. Ashura rushed back to St. Gabain City under the stars, and upon arrival, the weight on his heart finally lifted. If the Blood Dawn organization were powerful enough to cause trouble at the academy, Ashura would undoubtedly surrender the treasure map in exchange for a chance at survival. The mere thought of possessing a treasure map valued at millions of gold coins, which he could neither use nor dare to sell, left Ashura feeling somewhat stifled. He contemplated whether he could uncover the treasure's location upon his return to the academy. Once in St. Gabain City, Ashura sought out a member of the local dental guild, offering a gold coin for assistance in locating Locke and delivering a message urging him to apply for this year's admissions assessment at the academy. With Locke's prowess as a second-tier martial artist, he could easily gain admission, and Ashura promised to seek him out once he was enrolled and studying diligently. The dental guild member gratefully rushed off, thrilled by the prospect of a gold coin, equivalent to nearly 3 months of his earnings. They were intimately familiar with every street in St. Gabain City, making the task of finding someone a simple one. Having learned from the lesson of his previous forced departure from the academy, Ashura hesitated for a long time, ultimately donning a hood to conceal himself as he entered the academy. More than 2 months had passed since his last departure, yet the atmosphere in the academy remained vibrant and serene, as if tranquility reigned in his absence. Ashura lingered at the entrance of dormitory 138 for a considerable time, relieved to find no one blocking the door. He exhaled deeply and pushed the door open. His eyes immediately fell upon Jinza, the eldest, sipping tea in the common room. Jeans spotted the furtive Ashura, and in that fleeting moment when their gazes met, it was evident that Jeans's hand trembled slightly as he held his teacup. With a wry smile, Jeans remarked, "Little 3, seeing you here makes me quite anxious. It's been nearly 3 years since you joined the academy, yet it feels as though you've only spent a year here. Every time I see you, chaos ensues. Just last month, our dormitory door was smashed and replaced." Upon hearing this, Ashura couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, saying, "Boss, you know me well. I am merely a straightforward and honest student. It's just that I've encountered a bottleneck in my training, which is why I occasionally wander out in search of inspiration." Jean, upon hearing this, involuntarily twitched his lips, secretly thinking to himself, "I can't believe a word of that." However, he changed the subject, stating, "After you left, your homeroom teacher, Ella, came to our dormitory, inquiring why you had skipped class again. She asked me to inform you to see her as soon as you return." Ashura's expression darkened. His academy badge had received countless messages from Ella, yet he had never bothered to check them, well aware of their content. Now that she had come looking for him, he could only force a smile and acknowledge her request. Subsequently, Jean shared some details about their dormitory's members. He had recently advanced to the 2nd tier of Grand Mage and was diligently striving to break through to the 3rd tier. Ashura couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In his eyes, Jean seemed to spend more time sipping tea than training. Yet, he remained among the top tier of new students in the academy. Was it possible that the tea he drank was infused with rare and potent ingredients for enhancing strength? The second member, Arthur, had just recently broken through to the 3rd tier of a Grand Warrior and had become a prominent figure among the academy's new martial artists, spending every day in the training room honing his skills. Ashura felt a surge of happiness for Arthur. When he first arrived at the dormitory, Arthur was the strongest among them, and now he was excelling even among the talented newcomers, a testament to his royal lineage and extraordinary gifts. Ashura casually inquired, "Can he defeat his cousin, Magina?" Jean hesitated, gathering his words for a moment before finally grimacing and saying, "On the day Arthur advanced to the 3rd tier of a Grand Warrior, the 3 of us were quite excited and decided to celebrate with a meal on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. However, his cousin showed up asking if you were around." Arthur, sensing her unfriendly tone, grew a bit irate and, riding the momentum of his recent advancement, ended up in a brawl with Magina on the 1st floor. But to our surprise, she is also at the 3rd tier of a Grand Warrior and managed to give Arthur a sound thrashing right there in the lounge. It was Magina who smashed the entrance to our dormitory. After being beaten, Arthur remained in his room for a week without stepping outside. When he finally emerged, he was silent and immediately immersed himself in the training room. "Third in command, this beating was also to relieve some of your grievances, so when you return, do try to comfort him. I fear he may be left with a psychological scar." Ashura swallowed hard upon hearing this, resolutely deciding to keep his distance from Magina. To be honest, he was beginning to feel uncertain about his own strength. To alleviate the heavy atmosphere, Jean finally shared a piece of good news. He transferred over 5,000 points to Ashura, his share of the recent profit from the tabloid established by Angelo, which Jean had been saving for him. Ashura's face lit up with joy as he stared at the points displayed on his badge, grinning foolishly and casually asking, "Why are there so many points? Has the school bell's popularity not waned yet?" Jean, upon seeing him, felt a surge of joy and secretly exhaled in relief. With a sheepish smile, he remarked, "Angelo has crafted a narrative inspired by you, detailing the emotional entanglements of the campus bells, which has led to a commendable sales performance for the tabloid." At this moment, Ashura's smile froze on his face, and he mechanically turned his head to inquire, "Does it mention Magina?" Jean could only feign ignorance, nodding slightly before cautiously adding, "It also includes Lanyu and Clara." To Jean surprise, Ashura erupted into laughter, then clapped Jean on the shoulder, saying, "Boss, notify me when the college graduation assessments are scheduled. I shall refrain from returning to the academy during the interim." Jean hastily grabbed Ashura, who was feigning an escape, and assured him, "Rest assured, your name is not mentioned at all. The 4th merely concocted some nonsense based on your vague remarks, so do not take it to heart." Ashura, filled with ire, thought to himself that he would have to use the ascending blade technique to strike the 4th 18 times. The audacity of taking their dormitory banter and turning it into news was tantamount to jeopardizing his very life. The more he pondered, the more he felt a palpable sense of danger lurking within the school. Just as the two were grappling, Arthur entered the room with a serious expression. Upon seeing Ashura, he momentarily froze, and tears seemed to well up in his eyes. Ashura, overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of his brother, opened his arms to offer a hearty embrace. However, Arthur abruptly turned and walked out, leaving the two inside in utter bewilderment. Jinze, perplexed, asked, "Second brother, where are you going?" Without looking back, Arthur replied, "I need to inform my cousin that Ashura has returned, so she should refrain from involving me in her affairs." After a few moments of stunned silence, Ashura dashed out of the dormitory wielding his dual blades, and thus, the three brothers engaged in a playful chase throughout the dormitory area. Chapter 123. The peculiar maiden in the library as evening descended, within a secluded booth of the dining hall on the second floor of the academy. The four brothers from dormitory 138 were raising their glasses in merriment. Despite their playful antics, the camaraderie among the brothers remained strong. Although Ashura was often absent, he could sense the genuine concern the other three held for him. He briefly recounted his recent experiences, though he only touched upon them lightly. Boasting about slaying a level 6 magical beast, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King would likely be dismissed as mere bravado. Thus, Ashura wove a tale that was half truth, half exaggeration, and when discussing his martial prowess, he claimed to possess the strength of a second-rank grand martial artist. Due to the constraints imposed by the cabin prison, the extent of Ashura's displayed power was indeed limited to that of a second-rank grand martial artist. His brothers congratulated him, for when Ashura first arrived at the academy, he had been the weakest among them. Yet through his diligent self-training, he had now caught up with the pace of the academy's main cohort, earning their respect. Little did they know the sacrifices Ashura had made. Countless life-and-death trials had honed his combat abilities far beyond those of his peers. After all, the combat skills taught in the academy pale in comparison to the indelible memories forged in the crucible of real-life skirmishes. Ashura relished this long-awaited sense of relaxation, engaging in light-hearted banter with his three brothers, which brought him immense ease. However, he sternly warned Angelo not to share any of his exaggerated tales with others, lest he feared that those enchanting school beauties would dismember him. It was not until dusk that Ashura proposed a visit to the library in search of some resources. His companions were taken aback by this decision, as the library was seldom frequented in the evening. Thus, the brothers parted ways. Ashura approached the academy library with heightened vigilance, spotting the ancient war tree from a distance. Suddenly, he was reminded of Luna's exquisitely perfect visage and wondered if that little girl had returned to her tribe yet, and how long it would take for her to seek him out. He promptly shook his head to dispel such thoughts, clasped his fists in gratitude towards the towering war tree, and proceeded directly to the library's east entrance. Although the library remained open around the clock, it was nearly deserted at night. Most students focused their energies on enhancing their own abilities, showing little interest in the tomes housed within the library. Yet, Ashura's purpose for visiting was to uncover the location indicated on a treasure map. The lines and inscriptions of the map were etched clearly in his memory, and he sought geographical travelogues to unearth clues. In the vast library, Ashura located the section containing travel literature. He surveyed the extensive array of books on the shelves, shook his head with a wry smile, and began to pull out volumes one by one. Fortunately, Ashura possessed an exceptional memory. Seated on the floor, he swiftly scanned the contents of the books, finishing one in no time before reaching for another. Just as he began to feel parched while perusing, he looked up to see a demure young lady approaching him with graceful steps. Clad in the academy's non-combat uniform, she exuded an air of sweetness that instantly captivated Ashura. Standing at around 1.7 meters, she did not appear short, yet she radiated a charmingly petite aura, with her small head adorned by long twin tails and a modest figure that caught his gaze. Ashura quickly suppressed his mischievous thoughts but found himself stealing glances at her. With his keen observational skills, he noticed her large, twinkling eyes were devoid of light and lacked focus, suggesting she might be blind. A gentle sigh escaped his lips, lamenting the fate of such a delightful girl who could not see. By this time, the girl had reached the bookshelf before Ashura, extending her delicate hand to feel around for the books. After some time of searching, she seemed to grow a tad restless, tapping her foot in mild frustration. As Ashura glanced at the agitated young girl, and then at the travelogue he had just perused, he suddenly spoke. "Are you searching for this book?" The unexpected masculine voice startled the girl, causing her to let out a sharp gasp as she turned and pressed herself against the bookshelf behind her, her chest rising and falling rapidly with each breath. Ashura, with his formidable willpower, averted his gaze from her bosom, realizing he had been rather abrupt, and hurriedly offered an apology. Fortunately, the library was nearly deserted, and despite her previous outcry, no one came to investigate. The girl, feeling a flush of embarrassment from her startled reaction, was adorned with a rosy hue that made Ashura's eyes gleam with intrigue. Realizing she had misjudged him, the girl softly murmured, "I'm sorry," and attempted to steady herself against the bookshelf as she prepared to depart. Ashura, intrigued by the girl who had been frightened by him, yet still apologized, gently said, "Wait a moment, I mean no harm. Are you looking for this book, The Geomorphology of the Denver Plateau?" Upon being called back, the girl cautiously turned around, seemingly lacking experience in conversing with peers. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were reading. You can continue. I'll leave." And she attempted to turn away once more. Ashura found her peculiar, yet amusing. In truth, he was captivated by her beauty and wished to tease her a little. Thus, he continued, "You needn't be so anxious or keep apologizing. I've finished reading this book. It's yours now." With that, he pressed the book into her hands. The girl, now holding the book, appeared even more flustered, her small hands unsure of where to rest, and she seemed on the verge of tears. Observing her distress, Ashura quickly reassured her, "Please don't be nervous. May I chat with you for a moment? Forgive my abruptness, but I couldn't help but notice your eyes seem to be troubled. I'm curious about how you read." If she preferred not to speak, she was under no obligation to do so. The girl lowered her head even further, as if trying to hide within herself. After a long silence, she finally whispered, "I have been blind since birth, but I can sense objects near me. By touch, I can perceive what I am feeling, and by walking, I can discern the condition of the ground in a small area around me. Thus, I can understand the words in books through my hands." After her timid confession, she once again bowed her head. Ashura felt both sympathy for her and awe at her extraordinary perception, casually asking, "What makes you wish to read a travel book?" In a voice that seemed to be more for her own reflection, the girl replied, "Because I want to know what the outside world is like." After this exchange, a profound silence enveloped them. Eventually, Ashura took her right hand gently, giving a light squeeze, and said, "Allow me to introduce myself, beautiful lady. I am Ashura from the first-year magic class 13. It is a pleasure to meet you here." The girl, startled by the contact, felt her palm dampen with sweat from his grasp. In a voice imbued with a tender tremor, I replied, "I am Tangua, a student of the first class of New Alchemists." Chapter 124. The perception of the young lady, Tangua, upon hearing the girl's name. Ashura gently released her delicate hand and sincerely remarked, "Tangua, what a lovely name. It is as sweet as you are." Tangua appeared taken aback by such words, her fair complexion blossoming into a rose-tinted blush. Ashura, witnessing such a charming display of shyness from her, understood that teasing her would be unwise. Thus he shifted the topic, patting the wooden floor beside him and saying, "Tangua, now that we are friends, why not sit down and have a chat?" The young girl paused at the mention of friendship, hesitating for a few moments as if summoning great resolve. She adjusted her long robe and knelt gracefully upon the library's wooden floor. Observing her demeanor, Ashura could not help but comment, "When reading, one should be as comfortable as possible. Besides, at this hour, we are alone. Feel free to be at ease and do not be overly constrained by decorum." Tangua merely nodded in acknowledgement, yet maintained her dignified posture, as if her upbringing forbade her from engaging in what she deemed an improper act. As Ashura contemplated asking her why she had come to the library so late, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. She might feel self-conscious about her eyes, fearing the judgment of others as she read. Thus, he casually inquired, "You must be from the non-combat vocational academy, right? Our dormitory's fourth member, Angelo, is also from your academy. He specializes in weapon crafting." Tangua, still lowering her gaze, replied softly, "I do not know any students in weapon crafting. I only know how to concoct elixirs." Ashura sighed inwardly. With so few students in the non-combat vocational academy, it seemed evident that Tangua had not made many friends. Realizing that discussing academy matters would be futile, as she likely knew less than he, the notorious truant, he redirected the conversation to the book she held. He spoke enthusiastically about its contents, recounting his travels across the entire Valenci Empire from west to east, and his recent adventures in the monster forest over the past 2 years. His rich travel experiences, coupled with the knowledge gleaned from the book, allowed him to engage in a spirited discourse before Tangua. Ashura, naturally eloquent, found himself unfazed as he regaled the inexperienced young girl with tales of his journeys, making it seem as though he had traversed every place he mentioned. Tangua listened, wide-eyed and captivated, her curiosity sparkling in her once-empty gaze. Thus, Ashura pulled various geographical travelogues from the shelves, sharing the fascinating highlights with Tangua. She listened with rapt attention, occasionally posing soft, inquisitive questions, her expressions of admiration for Ashura growing ever more profound. In turn, Ashura reveled in the delight of her admiration, boasting with a sense of accomplishment. As the hours slipped away unnoticed, drawing near to the midnight hour, as Ashura sensed that the hour was growing late, he closed the book in his hands and remarked, "It is getting late. You ought to return and rest, for you have classes tomorrow, correct?" Tangua's small face fell instantly, and she could only nod pitifully, preparing to rise from the library. However, having knelt for so long without robust health, as she stood, her calves tingled, and she nearly collapsed against the bookshelf. Before she could utter a cry, a strong arm encircled her slender waist, pulling her back to safety and preventing her adorable head from making contact with the shelves. Ashura could not help but reproach, "I told you that sitting like that was uncomfortable, yet you wouldn't listen. Your legs are numb, aren't they?" Tanguo, her cheeks flushed to the tips of her ears, attempted to stand upright, but found herself devoid of strength, thinking that she might be unable to stand due to her numb legs. Ashura wrapped one arm around her waist while the other gently massaged her calves through the fabric of her school uniform. At that moment, Tangua's mind became a blank canvas, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. After a moment of composure, she softly declared, "I'm fine now." Only then did Ashura reluctantly release her soft calves. If Tangua had been able to see, she would have undoubtedly noticed the mischievous grin on his face. The two slowly exited the library, and upon witnessing the unusually quiet campus, Ashura calmly stated, "I will accompany you back to your dormitory." Without waiting for the absent-minded Tangua to agree, he took her small hand and placed it in the crook of his arm, nonchalantly strolling toward the girls' dormitory area. Ashura could distinctly sense the tremor of her hand nestled in his arm, yet he wore a devilish smile, leading the girl along the college pathway as if nothing were amiss. They walked in silence, the college paths nearly deserted of students at this hour. Before long, they arrived at the girls' dormitory area. Ashura turned to Tangua and casually inquired, "Which dormitory number are you in?" Tangua, seemingly a bit anxious, replied in a hushed voice, "I'm in dormitory number 17. Upon hearing this, Ashura did not press further and quickly located the building based on its number. The girls' dormitory resembled the boys', both being two-story buildings accommodating 4 students each. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Ashura turned to Tangua and said, "Here we are. I shall not enter, so please be cautious of the steps." Tangua, appearing to breathe a sigh of relief, quickly nodded and withdrew her hand from the crook of his arm. Nervously, she took a couple of steps up the stairs, and just as she was about to open the dormitory door, she suddenly mustered her courage to turn back and ask, "Ashura, will you still come to the library to tell me stories tomorrow?" Ashura's mischievous smile faltered for a moment, but he soon replied with candor, "I have recently developed an interest in travel literature, so I should be going to the library quite often." Hearing the answer she had longed for, Tangua nodded rapidly and dashed into the dormitory, unaware that her almost imperceptible nod had nearly escaped Ashura's notice. Fortunately, Ashura possessed keen observational skills. He gazed at the tightly shut dormitory door, shaking his head with a bitter smile, pondering the peculiar nature of the beautiful girl within. As he turned away, humming a tune, intending to exit the girls' dormitory area, the visually impaired girl behind the door leaned against it, struggling to suppress her racing heart. Born into nobility, she had long grappled with feelings of inferiority due to her blindness, resulting in a life devoid of friendships. Although young suitors had approached her with declarations of love, her heightened sensitivity allowed her to perceive their concealed contempt and disdain. This only deepened her sense of inadequacy and isolation. She yearned for connection, yet feared contact with others. Until that evening, when she encountered a mischievous boy who, despite frequently stealing glances at her chest and attempting to take advantage of her, emanated no malicious intent in her perception, especially when he declared, "We are friends." A tumultuous wave surged through her calm heart. That night marked the most conversation she had shared with a male outside her family, and it was also her happiest night. She couldn't help but glance down at her exaggerated figure, whispering softly, "Naughty boy." Chapter 125, Financial Loss as a Blessing. Azura, humming a little tune, departed from the dormitory, feeling a sense of delight at having encountered such a charming girl. Unbeknownst to him, a breathtaking girl with blue hair was perched on the windowsill of a nearby girls' dormitory, sipping a cup of beauty-enhancing floral tea, quietly observing the retreating figure of the boy. At some point, she had developed a fondness for this exquisite tea, despite its steep cost of 20 academy points. Every night, after her late-night cultivation, she would indulge in a cup of this floral tea before resting. Although her expression remained impassive, the cup in her hand had begun to crack under her grip. Eventually, the blue-haired girl gently placed the cup on the table beside her, and the moment it touched the surface, her figure vanished from the window, leaving only the curtains fluttering in the breeze. Meanwhile, Azura contemplated whether to attend classes at the Magic Academy the following day, as his current path of cultivation diverged significantly from traditional academic teachings. The thought of his stunning homeroom teacher, Ella, caused him considerable distress. Ultimately, he resolved to practice the newly acquired spatial magic Blink in the training room during the day, while planning to visit the library in the evening to read and tell stories. Just as he exited the girls' dormitory area and was about to cross a stone-paved path leading to the boys' dormitory, a powerful whip-like kick suddenly struck toward the back of his head. Azura's reflexes were swift. He quickly ducked, turned, and raised his arm to block the blow, which landed with a dull thud against his forearm. Squinting to discern the assailant's identity, he caught only a glimpse of a dazzlingly white leg. Yet, the long leg instantly revealed the identity of a newcomer to Azura, for he had previously taken advantage of their training sessions to secretly admire this exquisite limb countless times. However, upon seeing it now, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. Without uttering a word, he contemplated fleeing to the boys' dormitory, but a soft yet commanding voice from behind halted him. "If you dare to run, I shall come to your dormitory and drag you back." Just as he summoned the courage to employ his swift movements, Azura felt deflated and came to an abrupt stop. After a few moments of weighing the pros and cons, he turned around with an exceedingly ingratiating smile to face the blue-haired girl, whose gaze was as frigid as ice. With the exuberance of a long-lost friend, he exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, Lanyu. You have grown even more beautiful in just a few days. I scarcely recognized you. I thought I was about to encounter a villain that would send me fleeing in panic." Lanyu, still crossing her arms, regarded Azura with an impassive expression and retorted coldly, "A few days, you say? What a delightful phrase. When was the last time we met? Did you ever consider seeking me out upon your return? You, who dares to confront the 6th-level magical beast, the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King, are frightened enough to flee at a mere strike from me. Very well, since you claim not to recognize me, I shall ensure you do until you do." With that, Lanyu reached for the azure dagger strapped to her long leg. Azura, alarmed by this action, swiftly stepped in front of her, his left hand pinning hers to prevent her from drawing the weapon, while his right fist was raised, poised to strike her face, and his left leg was lifted defensively to protect his lower region. Seeing the fierce expression on Lanyu's face, and without waiting for her next move, Azura instinctively shouted, "Wait, let me explain. The reason I haven't seen you lately is that I was preparing a surprise for you." After his outburst, Lanyu indeed took a step back, creating some distance, yet her right hand remained poised above the dagger, her gaze a mixture of anticipation and skepticism directed at Azura. Despite the beads of sweat forming on his brow, Azura's mind raced, frantically concocting a plausible surprise. He even contemplated whether he could incapacitate Lanyu swiftly and escape without consequence. However, the thought of her unparalleled speed made him realize that subduing her in a short time was likely unrealistic. If she chose to chase him to the boys' dormitory, tomorrow her admirers would surely dismantle their dorm door in fury. As Lanyu's expression grew increasingly impatient and menacing, Azura suddenly gritted his teeth, his heart aching internally. Yet outwardly, he presented a facade of deep affection as he produced a 6th-level wind-type magic core and held it before Lanyu. The core from the lightning leopard shimmered with a faint azure glow under the silvery moonlight, as Ashura raised it like a precious offering before her. Lan Yu gazed at Ashura, whose sincere expression shone in the moonlight as he presented the magic core, and her heart skipped a beat, only to then race wildly. As if the world around her faded away, leaving only the sound of her own heartbeat echoing in the silence. The 6th level wind attribute magic core is perfectly suited for a speedster assassin like Lan Yu, providing significant enhancement whether embedded in equipment or worn directly. However, Lan Yu, born into nobility, is not lacking in 6th level wind attribute magic cores. In fact, she could easily acquire even more advanced ones. Yet, this particular 6th level magic core is a gift from Ashura, stirring a boundless sweetness within the young girl's heart. Lan Yu did not even ponder whether this 6th level magic core was originally intended for her. She simply gazed blankly at Ashura. Meanwhile, Ashura felt an immense pang of regret. Hailing from a modest noble background, he had never possessed such rare treasures. This 6th level magic core was hard-earned spoils of battle, representing a significant portion of his modest fortune, and he silently prayed, "Reject me. Please, reject me." Why are you blushing? Ultimately, however, Lan Yu blushed as she accepted the 6th level magic core, leaving Ashura's smile frozen in place. Just then, some students happened to pass by, prompting Ashura to swiftly pull Lan Yu into the shadows of a nearby grove. It was the middle of the night, and the last thing he wanted was for other students to catch him and the esteemed Lan Yu in such an intimate moment by the side of the academy road, where he would be facing trouble again the next day. In Ashura's embrace, Lan Yu appeared shy and demure, a stark contrast to her earlier fierce demeanor. Ashura, not being oblivious, sensed that Lan Yu harbored feelings for him that were beyond mere friendship. However, whether she liked or loved him remained unclear. He could not fathom how this illustrious girl found anything appealing in a poor lad like himself. Not a novice in matters of the heart, Ashura spun charming tales effortlessly, soon leaving Lan Yu blushing and elated. During their playful banter, Ashura inquired, "Do you believe this magic core was obtained from slaying a 6th level magical beast for you?" Without hesitation, Lan Yu nodded, replying, "I believe you. I trust everything you say." This response left Ashura utterly perplexed. Thus, the two lingered in the grove by the roadside for an hour before parting ways, one skipping joyfully while the other trudged heavily. Chapter 126. Misfortunes never come alone. The following morning, Lan Yu joyfully jogged along the lakeside woods, adorned with a 6th level magic core, simply tied with a thin cord, nestled within her deep neckline. Many boys had attempted to replicate Ashura's success by approaching Lan Yu, only to be swiftly dispatched into the lake with a well-placed kick, causing the number of oblivious suitors to dwindle significantly. At that moment, Lan Yu spotted Majina approaching from a distance, her tall and athletic figure drawing the attention of passers-by. Her fiery red hair danced like flames in the sunlight. Though their families were longtime friends, the two had always engaged in friendly rivalry. Noticing Majina with her face turned away, Lan Yu devised a playful scheme to tease her. Just as they were about to pass each other, Lan Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Ashura has returned to the academy." At that very moment, Majina abruptly halted her steps and turned to fix her gaze upon her, while Lan Yu, with a beaming smile, extracted the 6th grade magic core pendant from the depths of her bosom. Like a young girl, she proudly declared, "This is the 6th grade magic core he gifted me," claiming he personally hunted down a 6th grade magical beast to acquire it. With a playful giggle, she disregarded Majina's reaction and merrily dashed away into the distance, her laughter echoing faintly behind her. Meanwhile, Majina's fiery red hair blazed even more vibrantly, resembling flames. On this day, Ashura found himself in a rather foul mood, having lost a significant portion of his wealth the previous night. However, after diligently practicing spatial magic teleportation in the academy's training room, he managed to turn his melancholy into joy, humming a cheerful tune as he strolled toward the dormitory beneath the setting sun. Yet, upon reaching the familiar door of dormitory 138, he was bewildered to find the entrance missing. As he stepped inside, confusion enveloped him. The door lay quietly in the center of the living room. His elder brother, Jinza, stood trembling nearby, pouring tea, while his second brother, Arthur, sat on the floor, silently sobbing with a bruised eye. The fourth brother, Angelo, peered down from the second-floor doorway, shivering with trepidation. At the center of the living room, A tall and alluring red-haired girl lounged with her legs crossed, gazing towards the entrance. Ashura felt as though the very sky was collapsing upon him, his mind racing with thoughts of the spatial magic teleportation he had practiced that day, desperately hoping to execute it flawlessly to escape this predicament. Just as he endeavored to summon the spatial magic elements within him, Magina, seated in the living room, spoke in a measured tone. I hear you gifted Lanyu a 6th grade magic core, one you personally hunted from a 6th grade magical beast? Upon hearing this question laden with resentment, Ashura, a formidable 3rd-tier martial artist, reacted with remarkable swiftness. He knelt promptly, retrieving a 6th grade fire attribute magic core from his storage space, and tenderly presenting it to Magina. Half an hour later, Magina exited dormitory 138, her face radiant with a smile as she waved sweetly at Ashura, who stood at the door. Like Lanyu the day before, she skipped joyfully away from the boys' dormitory. Meanwhile, Ashura remained statue-like at the entrance, unmoving for an extended period, leading Jinza to approach him with concern after observing his silence for some time. Gently, Jinza stepped closer to Ashura, who now wore tears streaming down his face. Didn't you two just seem to be enjoying a pleasant conversation? Why are you crying now? He inquired, perplexed, turning his gaze toward his 3 brothers inside. Ashura bitterly exclaimed, that 6th grade Red Lotus Serpent King's magic core was half of my fortune. Just like that, it's gone. And you lot didn't even have the decency to inform me. Jinze, with an air of embarrassment, remarked, it's not that we wish to remain silent. Rather, Magina has warned us that if we fail to encounter you today, she will challenge each of us to a duel, just because you returned a tad late. Look at poor Arthur over there, reduced to tears. He'll likely be confined to the dormitory for another week. As he spoke, the eldest, Jinze, gestured towards Arthur, who was silently sobbing on the ground. As Ashura was about to speak, Arthur suddenly clutched Ashura's left leg, his face etched with despair. 3rd brother, he cried, from now on, you shall be my brother-in-law. I have discerned that my cousin has taken a liking to you. You must manage your insane fiancé. My warrior's heart is on the verge of shattering. The title of brother-in-law sent a shiver down Ashura's spine, leading him to hastily protest, do not speak so recklessly. You are my 2nd brother, the illustrious 2nd prince of the Valenxi Empire, a paragon destined to inherit the throne. How can you lose confidence simply because you've been bested by your cousin? Yet, Arthur paid no heed to Ashura's words of encouragement, resolutely stating, from now on, we'll address each other as we see fit. You may call me 2nd brother, and I will call you brother-in-law. You must keep your wife in check. If you can ensure that Magina behaves, I shall persuade my father to bequeath the throne of your homeland, the kingdom of Olay, to your family. And I will appoint you as the Grand General for the protection of the nation. Listening to Arthur's rambling aspirations, Ashura pondered if the boy had been rendered foolish by his defeat. However, Jinze nodded in agreement, promptly declaring that as long as Magina refrained from barging in, as the heir of the Jean Lee commercial firm, would take it upon himself to procure a 6th or 7th grade magic core. Ashura smacked his forehead in exasperation, while the 4th, Angelo, expressed his lingering anxiety. You nearly scare me to death just now. 3rd brother. From now on, you shall receive an additional 2 shares of the profits from our gossip column. I've come to realize that the material you provide is truly invaluable. One cannot imagine how terrifying such a beautiful girl can be when angered. The other 2 concurred wholeheartedly, and the trio shared a singular understanding. They must prevent Magina or any other girl from storming their dormitory again. Gazing into their eager eyes, Ashura let out a resigned sigh. After reaching a consensus, the 4 of them silently began to tidy the disheveled dormitory, repairing the collapsed door. After a considerable amount of time spent in labor, night had fallen, and the 4 finally completed their cleanup. At that moment, Ashura recalled that he was to tell a story to a lovely little girl at the library that evening, and his spirits lifted slightly. He quickly consumed a couple of bites of the meal Angelo had brought back and then, buoyed with excitement, made his way toward the Academy's library. On his way, he encountered Tangwa, who was also headed in the same direction. The girl was adorned with her charming twin ponytails, cautiously navigating along the roadside. Ashura noted that Tangwa had arrived significantly earlier than the previous day. A smile of understanding crossed his face as he approached and took her right hand, just as he had done the night before, placing it in the crook of his arm. Tangwa, startled by the sudden grasp, instinctively prepared to scream. But the warmth of his hand brought her awareness of his identity. Aside from her flushed cheeks, she offered no resistance and obediently followed Ashura into the library. Arriving once more at the shelf adorned with geographical travelogues, just as they had the previous day, Ashura promptly selected a book and seated himself on the floor, gesturing for her to join him. Tang's face reddened anew, yet she mimicked Ashura's actions, sitting on the ground rather than maintaining her previous, more reserved kneeling posture. Ashura, noticing her transformation, smiled knowingly, and after casting a glance at the girl's ample bosom, resumed narrating tales as he had the night before. The evening found Tang markedly more cheerful than the previous night, leaning against the bookshelf with her knees drawn to her chest, listening intently as Ashura expounded on various subjects. She occasionally posed questions and let out soft giggles, though the outside world was obscured from her view. Ashura felt as though her gaze was solely fixed upon him. While he adeptly wove stories, he simultaneously perused the pages of books, sometimes sharing tales that bore little relation to the material at hand. Yet Tang remained thoroughly engrossed. Time slipped away swiftly, and, as midnight approached, Ashura closed the book and naturally took Tang's hand, placing it gently in the crook of his arm. Aside from her blushing cheeks, she exhibited no other reaction, engaging in quiet conversation about amusing anecdotes from her dormitory. She revealed that her 3 roommates treated her quite kindly and had never bullied her. Thus, Ashura escorted her to the entrance of dormitory 17 before turning to depart. Tangwa, akin to a playful rabbit, bounded up the stairs toward her room. A gentle voice drifted down from above. Tangwa, have you just come back from reading? Who was that boy you were with? Tangwa's cheeks flushed as she vigorously shook her head in denial. Lily, don't be ridiculous. He's just a friend I met at the library. There's no way he could be interested in me. I'm going to sleep now. With that, she hurried up the stairs, her face still aglow, while her roommate Lily cast a meaningful glance at the closed door. Lily then retreated to her own room, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a communication scroll. Reporting to the head of the family, the young lady has been spending considerable time with the boy. They were together at the library this evening, and I am uncertain of his intentions. The young lady appears to be quite close to him. I shall investigate this boy further. As her words transformed into written form upon the scroll, they swiftly vanished, seemingly dispatched to distant realms. As Ashura made his way back to the dormitory, he proceeded with caution, wary of another unexpected kick. However, this time, no such incident occurred. Instead, he encountered a striking beauty with blue hair, standing gracefully at the roadside like a blooming blue lotus, her hands clasped behind her back, awaiting his arrival. In an instant, Ashura felt his calves weaken. There was no way he could procure a level 6 magic core this time. With a heavy heart, he approached Lanyu, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, "Why are you out here so late for training? Surely you are not waiting for me?" Lanyu's demeanor had noticeably softened as she gracefully stepped closer to Ashura, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "I waited for you all day at the training grounds, but when you didn't show, I had no choice but to wait here for you in the evening." Feigning ignorance, Ashura replied, "I've been quite busy since my return. Today, I was engrossed in researching a new magical skill in the training room, so I won't be attending the training ground for a while." Lanyu, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and said, "Ah, so you're focused on honing your magical skills? I see now that I misjudged you. What magical skill requires you to escort a girl with twin ponytails back to the dormitory every night?" As he gazed upon her radiant smile, beads of cold sweat trickled down Ashura's back. He understood the weight of his next response, adhering to the principle that a clear conscience fears no shadows. He recounted his encounter with Tangwa in the library, their exchanges, and the reason he had been accompanying her back to her dormitory. Lanyu listened with an unwavering smile, yet a flicker of sympathy for Tangwa stirred within her. Finally, she lowered her hands, sheathing the dagger she had been holding against her thigh. Like a delicate bird, she approached Ashura, adjusting the magical robe draped over his shoulders, and said with an easy tone, "I have no intention of meddling in your friendships. I merely worry that others might misinterpret your late-night outings. She waited for you all day, and now she seeks to converse with you. Please don't take it the wrong way." Ashura forced a stiff smile, his muscles taut from tension. Nevertheless, he quickly assured her that once he finished his current commitments, he would accompany her for practice. Once the tension dissipated, he drew Lanyu aside into the woods, where he sweet-talked her until she could no longer bear it and fled, covering her face in laughter. Returning to his dormitory, Ashura sincerely believed that his time at the academy was far more perilous than in the monster forest. In just 2 days, he had lost 2 level 6 magic cores, which constituted a significant portion of his wealth. With a heavy heart, he commenced his meditation for the night. The following morning, Lan Yu was again jogging along the lakeside path when she encountered the tall and striking Magina, who was dressed in a collared training outfit. A pendant of a level 6 fire attribute magic core bounced playfully between her ample bosom. As their paths crossed, both women instinctively slowed their pace. Magina deliberately thrust her chest forward, haughtily letting out a dismissive hum before striding away with pride. Behind her, Lan Yu clenched her teeth and muttered, "You insufferable wretch. Just wait until tonight." Meanwhile, Ashura continued his solitary training of spatial magic in the training room during the day. And once night fell, he donned a fresh set of clean school robes to head toward the library. From a distance, Ashura spotted Tang Guo cautiously walking along the roadside. Upon realizing that the young girl was heading to the library once again, a knowing smile graced his lips as he intended to hasten his steps to greet her. However, an unforeseen incident occurred. A novice warrior was seen struggling to control a level 5 magical beast, the bloodthirsty wolf, as it approached from the opposite side of the road. The warrior appeared quite flustered, being dragged along by the unruly creature. Observing this, fellow students swiftly moved aside, but Tang Guo, unable to see, was unfortunately knocked down by the ferocious beast despite her attempts to stay close to the edge. With a startled cry, she fell to the ground, scraping her arms and knees, leaving trails of blood. Before she could muster the strength to rise, a foul stench wafted towards her face, emanating from the bloodthirsty wolf, which extended its crimson tongue, fixating on the defenseless Tang Guo as if she were its prey. Tang Guo sensed the formidable beast towering before her. Having never encountered such a situation before, she trembled in fear, instinctively scooting backward on the ground. The novice, upon realizing that Tang Guo was a blind newcomer, wore a mocking expression, loosening his grip on the reins just enough to allow the bloodthirsty wolf to lean closer. As he reveled in her fear, an unexpected intervention occurred. A foot suddenly kicked the beast sharply on the head, causing it to yelp and retreat several steps, its rage ignited as it glared at Ashura, who stood protectively in front of Tang Guo. At that moment, Ashura's face lacked his usual smile. Instead, a cold detachment replaced it as he regarded the peculiar duo before him, seemingly genuinely infuriated. He reached out to gently pat Tang Guo's head, softly uttering, "Do not fear. I am here." Those simple words and tender gesture instantly calmed the trembling girl. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Ashura, her unfocused gaze reflecting a world of unspoken grievances yearning to be shared. Ashura bent down to lift the girl, brushing off the dust from her clothes and inspecting her wounds. Seeing that there was no significant harm, he released a sigh of relief. Yet, the novice behind him bellowed, "Hey, who gave you the right to kick my bloodthirsty wolf? It's a level 5 beast. If it gets enraged and injures someone, can you take responsibility?" Without turning to address the fool, Ashura laughed in disbelief. "Your beast has harmed someone, and yet you blame others for provoking it? If you cannot manage it properly, perhaps I should examine its brain for a magic core." The disdainful words of Ashura rendered the new student utterly humiliated. Hailing from a noble lineage, he had painstakingly pleaded with his father, the clan leader, for half a year to obtain the bloodthirsty demon wolf as his magical companion. He had intended to showcase it in the academy, yet his meager strength, limited to the first tier of a grand martial master, failed to earn the creature's full allegiance. Rather than leading the demon beast, it appeared as though the beast was leading him, leaving him in a rather embarrassing predicament. Now, a newly arrived mage clad in a magical robe dared to mock him, an affront he could hardly tolerate given his penchant for maintaining appearances, especially as a crowd of students gathered to gawk and whisper. With a fierce tone, he proclaimed, "If you wish for death, I shall oblige. How dare you provoke my beast? Soon, I shall have you begging for mercy." As he spoke, he discreetly issued a command for the bloodthirsty demon wolf to attack Ashura. The creature, already agitated from a previous kick, was poised to lunge at Ashura. Just as it prepared to leap, a sudden shift in the mage's demeanor caught its attention. The mage's gaze hardened, and an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped him, causing the wolf's fur to stand on end. The instincts of magical beasts are far more acute than those of humans, and the wolf sensed that this tall, lean mage had undoubtedly slain more than one fifth-tier magical beast. It was as if the corpses of its kin lay at the mage's feet, and the palpable bloodlust was unmistakable. Faced with the unmasked malice in the mage's eyes, the bloodthirsty demon wolf hastily withdrew its outstretched paw, abandoning its aggressive stance and slowly retreating, unbeknownst to the new student behind it, who continued to urge the wolf forward. The creature retreated a few paces to a safer distance, then, disregarding his commands, bolted away in a frenzied escape. Ironically, the haughty student was still tethered to the fleeing wolf by a tight leash. The sudden inertia of the wolf's flight sent him tumbling through the air. Regardless of his frantic commands, the bloodthirsty demon wolf was determined to flee. The leash tightened painfully around his wrist as he was dragged across the ground, leaving him in a most undignified state. Fortunately, his robust physique as a first-tier Grand Martial Master prevented severe injury. However, the spectacle of being dragged through the campus by his own magical companion would undoubtedly become the latest source of amusement at the academy, a humiliation far worse than death for someone so concerned with appearances. Ashura smirked disdainfully, feeling a twinge of regret for not having dispatched the bloodthirsty wolf. He casually took Tangua's hand and placed it in the crook of his arm, disregarding the murmurs of the onlookers as he led her toward the library. They arrived at their usual bookshelf, where Ashura pulled out a book and sat down, patting the floor beside him. However, this time, Tangua did not follow suit. When Ashura looked up, he noticed her large eyes were brimming with tears. Quickly, he offered words of comfort. "Why are you crying? I just avenged you. Did you not see how that fool was dragged across the ground by his own beast?" As soon as the topic was broached, the tears in the young girl's eyes cascaded forth like a deluge breaching its dam. She buried her face in Ashura's embrace, weeping unabashedly. Ashura, taken aback by this sudden onslaught, steadied himself, repeatedly reminding himself to maintain composure, lest he lose his poise before the girl. He found that since transitioning from boyhood to manhood, his self-control had markedly diminished. After weeping for what seemed an eternity, Tangua shyly nudged her head against Ashura's chest. Yet, she remained nestled in his arms, softly inquiring, "Was I not just terribly awkward? Am I truly so ineffectual?" Ashura, attuned to the tumult within her heart, initially intended to offer words of solace. However, he hesitated, instead gently lifting her chin, drawing her closer. In that moment, Tangua's mind was a blank slate, filled with emotions that danced between anticipation and delight, yet devoid of any inclination to resist. She closed her eyes, her alluring lips slightly puckered, but Ashura's fingers pried open her eyelids, scrutinizing them with an inquisitive gaze. Realizing she had misjudged his intentions, Tangua let out a shy whimper and instinctively sought refuge in Ashura's embrace. Ashura, however, playfully swatted her pert posterior and earnestly instructed, "Stay still and listen." He then cradled her delicate face, meticulously examining her eyes, flipping her eyelids, and gently probing her wrist. Tangua, blushing profusely, allowed Ashura to inspect her without objection, bewildered as to his true intentions. After what felt like half an hour, Ashura gently released her wrist and, in an earnest tone, asked Tangua, "Would you like to see the world beyond?" The girl momentarily froze, on the brink of tears once more. Yet she understood her plight, and merely nodded with a profound sense of sorrow. Observing her assent, Ashura organized his thoughts and continued, "My grandfather is a renowned physician in my hometown. In my youth, I foolishly neglected to study his medical expertise, yet I believe I have grasped a fair portion of his knowledge. From my earlier examination, I have reason to believe your ocular affliction still holds a chance for recovery." Upon hearing that her condition might be treatable, Tangua's eyes widened in surprise. However, that flicker of hope quickly dimmed. Since her birth, her parents and grandfather had sought countless physicians and remedies, subjecting her to an array of precious herbs and treatments. Yet, she had never glimpsed even a glimmer of light. Her faith in the pursuit of clarity had long since withered. Her family was among the most esteemed medicinal clans in the royal continent, and even her doting grandfather was powerless to assist her. How could this boy possibly possess the ability to heal her? Perhaps he was merely offering her empty consolation. Yet, she could sense the earnestness radiating from Ashura as he awaited her response, and warmth spread through her heart. In a tone laced with playful affection, she asked, Then how confident are you in your ability to heal me? As Azura revealed his mischievous smile, he declared, I have a 50% chance. Either it will succeed, or it will not. We must try, right? If it fails, the outcome cannot be worse. Turning to the lady, he inquired, Are you willing to accept my treatment? Chapter 129, A 50% Chance. Upon hearing Azura's assertion of a 50% likelihood, Tangua was initially taken aback. However, as she listened to his explanation, she couldn't help but smile. Just as Azura had stated, what worse outcome could there be if it did not work? Though they had known each other for merely 3 days, Tangua felt an inexplicable kinship with him, especially while nestled in his embrace. Reflecting on this, she resolved without hesitation, playfully asserting, Very well, then treat me. But you must promise, you cannot take off my clothes. Azura's expression darkened, and he replied with annoyance, How could you think of me that way? By the gods of war, I am a model of virtue and integrity, a pure-hearted male student. How could I possess such base thoughts? Yet Tangua remained skeptical, burying her head against his chest and whispering, I don't believe that. You often sneak glances at my chest. Don't think I'm unaware. At this, Azura stiffened, feeling his persona shatter, his demeanor faltering. Tangua noticed a shift in his emotions and smiled softly, asking, But how will you treat my eyes? Azura responded with mock ferocity. I shall use a needle the size of my palm to jab at your head, turning it into a hedgehog. Tangua, startled, playfully burrowed further into his embrace, her twin ponytails swaying, stirring Azura's heart. He then became earnest, asking, Have you ever undergone silver needle acupuncture treatment before? Tangua shook her head in confusion. Azura thought to himself, it seemed that aside from her grandfather, Qin Zongren, he had not encountered any other physicians in the Valenzi Empire skilled in acupuncture. Most treatments relied on potions and the holy light of priests. It appeared that his grandfather's medical prowess was indeed a family heirloom. Regretting not having learned from him, Azura contemplated that even if he could not cure her, he would take Tangua to the kingdom of Alai to have her grandfather examine her. With this resolve, Azura said to Tangua, I will need to prepare some herbs tomorrow. In the evening at this time, I will take you to the Academy's private training room for your treatment. I will cover your eyes with a black veil for an entire day, and by the same time the day after tomorrow, we shall remove the veil to assess the treatment's effectiveness. Tangua nodded eagerly. In truth, she held no grand expectations, merely relishing the feeling of being cared for. After receiving her consent, Azura sat down and began recounting today's geography stories. This time, Tangua nestled close beside him on the floor, resting her head on his shoulder, quietly absorbing his tales of the world. In the stillness of the night, when Azura stood to return to the dormitory, Tangua, blushing, took the initiative to link her arm with his, following him back to her residence like a delicate bird. Meanwhile, Azura encountered a blue-haired girl waiting by the roadside. After exchanging sweet words in the nearby woods, he managed to coax the tall girl back to her dormitory. During this interaction, Azura's wandering hands ventured into Lan Yu's school uniform several times, only to be met with her firm and unyielding slaps, leaving him in a state of vexation. He found himself reminiscing about how much he preferred the endearing Tangua, who willingly nestled against him. The next day, Azura arrived early at the Academy's herb pavilion, located to the west of the ancient war tree, spending over 800 Academy points to procure the necessary healing medicines. He then retreated to the training room to continue his studies in spatial magic and teleportation. By evening, Azura strolled to the entrance of girls' dormitory number 17, where he found Tangua waiting for him with a lively demeanor. With a smile, he greeted her, and she eagerly linked her arm with his as they departed the dormitory together. At that moment, in the dormitory above, their roommate Lily squinted in disbelief as she witnessed Tangua willingly leaving with a boy. Initially wishing to report this to her family head, she decided to hold her tongue, planning to wait until Tangua returned to inquire about their relationship. Little did she know that the usually obedient and sensible Tangua would not return that night. Azura brought Tangua to the Academy's private training room, where, for a price, one could train undisturbed. The ceiling was adorned with a large crystal, allowing students to feel the passage of day and night, preventing them from losing track of time. Azura instructed Tangua to sit on a round mat on the floor, briefly explaining the treatment steps ahead, emphasizing that she must remain awake and alert for an entire day, assuring her that he would stay by her side throughout. Initially anxious, Tangwa felt an overwhelming sense of calm upon hearing Ashura's promise of companionship. Nodding in understanding, Ashura casually inquired if she had any questions, offering to provide answers at that moment. Tangwa hesitated, then nervously asked, "May I touch your face?" Taken aback by this request, Ashura repeated in confusion, "What did you say? You want to touch my face?" With a blush, Tangwa nodded, prompting Ashura to reluctantly lean closer. Her delicate fingers gently explored his face, causing a ticklish sensation. After a while, she shyly withdrew her hands, prompting Ashura to ask, "Can you tell me why you wanted to touch my face?" With her head bowed and her voice barely above a whisper, she replied, "If one day my eyes can see, I hope to recognize you at first glance." As Ashura fell into silence upon hearing her words, he gently reached out to caress her small head and remarked, "If your eyes recover by tomorrow night, the first person you shall see will undoubtedly be me, for I am the only one here besides you." In response, Tangwa squinted her eyes and smiled, nodding in agreement. She then embraced Ashura before obediently sitting still, allowing him to proceed with his intentions. Taking a deep breath, Ashura retrieved the herbal remedies he had procured earlier, grinding them into a soothing ointment to apply to Tangwa's tightly shut eyes. He then covered her eyes with a black gauze. From his storage space, he extracted a set of silver needles, heating their tips over the candlelight before taking another deep breath and beginning the acupuncture process on Tangwa's head. Initially, she felt a slight sting, followed by a tingling sensation. As Ashura punctured her skin, he inquired about her feelings, and upon hearing her mention the tingling, he felt considerably reassured. After 2 full hours of continuous needling, Tangwa's head was adorned with silver needles. Fortunately, she was unaware of their presence. Otherwise, she would have surely been frightened to tears. Ashura, too, was not faring well. His concentration on the procedure nearly drained his mental energy, and his magical robe was drenched in sweat. When the final needle was placed, Tangwa emitted an involuntary groan, prompting the bashful young girl to instinctively want to burrow into Ashura's embrace. He quickly pressed a hand against her shoulder, mindful of the needles still protruding from her head. Should she lean in, it would not be her alone who felt discomfort. Fortunately, the acupuncture treatment was complete, and the silver needles could be extracted after an hour, leaving them to await the outcome of the following day. In the meantime, as the clock struck midnight, the discontented Lanyu in a neighboring dormitory drew her curtains and retired to bed. However, Lily from dormitory 17 found herself unable to sleep, distressed that her lady, Tangwa, had not returned home for the night, and worse, had ventured out with a boy. This revelation plunged Lily into despair. Should the family head become aware, her predicament would be dire. Thus, she rushed to the library, searching in vain for her mistress, and sent countless messages through the academy's emblem, yet received no response. Now, Lily was wandering the campus, fervently praying to the heavens for guidance to locate their esteemed lady. Meanwhile, despite her blindfold, Tangwa was in high spirits, eagerly engaging Ashura with a barrage of questions about everything she wished to know. Ashura, parched and unable to refuse her inquiries, found it impossible to divert his attention to the study of spatial magic. Thus, the two conversed throughout the day, from the radiant sun to the gentle moonlight, with Tangwa chattering away in a state of delightful excitement. However, Ashura had been in a state of mental exhaustion, yet the moment for his treatment had finally arrived. Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, Ashura slowly approached Tangwa, who seemed to sense his tension, instinctively clutching at his robe. The training room was now illuminated by candlelight, as Ashura gently began to unravel the gauze that covered Tangwa's eyes. With each layer removed, the girl's tightly shut eyelids were revealed. Her eyelashes fluttered, indicating her own nervousness. Ashura did not rush her. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon her eyes, patiently waiting for her to open them. Suddenly, Tangwa, with her eyes still closed, asked, "Ashura, what if I still cannot see this time?" Taken aback by her question, Ashura paused momentarily before reassuring her with a smile. "Then I shall be your eyes, allowing you to witness the wonders of this world. And we've stories to share with you." Upon hearing this, Tangwa broke into a sweet smile, inhaled deeply, and gradually opened her eyes. In that instant, Ashura felt as if a myriad of brilliance flickered within her gaze. Tangwa stared blankly at him, seemingly forgetting to breathe. Ashura's heart raced with anxiety. He wondered if the girl had been rendered speechless. He quickly waved his hand in front of her, urgently asking, Tangua, can you see me? Speak to me. Please don't scare me. It seemed that Ashura's voice snapped Tangua back to reality, as she suddenly leaped into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. With a heart-wrenching cry, she exclaimed, I see you. I see you, Ashura. My eyes can see again. I'm no longer blind. I can finally behold the world outside. Tears streaming down her face, the girl gazed around with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity about everything she encountered. Ashura, relieved by her words, felt a genuine happiness for her. He reminded her not to look directly at the candlelight, allowing her eyes to adjust to the brightness. After hearing his advice, she turned her gaze back to Ashura, her eyes now filled with vibrancy and life, devoid of the previous vacant stare. Feeling somewhat unnerved by her intense scrutiny, Ashura asked, What is wrong? Are you perhaps disappointed by my appearance? However, her response was direct. She wrapped her arms around his neck and, rising on her toes, suddenly pressed her lips against his. Taken aback by this inexperienced kiss, Ashura, adhering to the principle of seizing the opportunity presented to him, eagerly reciprocated her fervor. Tangua, a delicate lamb, had never encountered such a bold wolf. Before long, several buttons of her school uniform had been undone, and a hand had ventured to heights unknown. In a last-ditch effort to maintain her composure, Tangua bit down fiercely on Ashura's probing tongue. He yelped in pain, jumping around with his hands over his mouth, while Tangua hurriedly fastened her robe, watching him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Blushing and playfully pouting, she exclaimed, You mischievous one. Ashura, feeling a twinge of displeasure, retorted, It was you who sought to take advantage of me. How can you accuse me of mischief? Women truly have no sense of reason. Realizing that arguing was futile, Tangua chose to ignore him and eagerly observe her surroundings, striving to widen her eyes and take in the wonders of this world. Ashura, pleased that Tangua no longer engaged with him, relished the memory of his recent advantage. How could such a petite figure possess such an intriguing allure? Now that Tangua had just acquired her eyesight, Ashura encouraged her to continue her observations for the night. If all went well, by morning and she could see the sunlight, they could return to the dormitory for classes. After a day of relentless treatment, Ashura felt fatigued and suggested Tangua rest on a nearby mat, but she adamantly refused to sleep, instead exploring everything within reach. With no other option, Ashura retrieved some lesser items from his storage space for her amusement. Tangua, like a child discovering delightful toys, was captivated by everything around her. Meanwhile, Ashura, having depleted his mental energy from yesterday's treatment, entered a meditative state. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight streamed through the crystal ceiling of the training room, Ashura awakened from his magical meditation. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a charming little girl with twin ponytails, staring intently at him without blinking. Ashura couldn't shake the feeling that ever since this girl had grown closer to him, her once demure demeanor had transformed into one of boundless energy, a delightful yet exhausting presence. It seemed as if he had unleashed a tiny demon. After examining her eyes, Ashura asked, Now that the sun is out, do you feel any discomfort or unease? Tangua shook her head, replying, I feel perfectly fine. I still can't believe I have vision. It feels like a dream. Ashura, I'm so afraid this is merely a dream, and I might wake up at any moment. Ashura gently patted her head, soothing her like a child. Silly girl. How could this be a dream? A dreamer cannot feel pain. If you don't believe me, pinch your arm and see if it hurts. No sooner had he spoken than he let out a yelp. Tangua had bitten the arm he was using to pat her head. Ashura was at a loss, unable to scold or retaliate, fearing that he might hurt her with too much movement. In a moment of desperation, he grabbed the girl's chest, causing her to gasp and release her bite. Rubbing his arm in dissatisfaction, Ashura exclaimed, Why do you bite me? You should bite yourself. Tangua, grinning foolishly, replied, Because I'm afraid of pain. By evening, Ashura finally led Tangua out of the training room. She, as before, eagerly linked her arm with his, and Ashura reveled in the softness of her presence. Despite nearly 2 days without sleep, Tangua remained full of energy, her eyes sparkling as she absorbed every detail of the academy around her. Ashura urged her to ensure a good night's rest, warning that it would otherwise hinder her vision recovery. Tangua, this time, obediently nodded in agreement, until they returned to the girls' dormitory number 17. Before Tangua could wave goodbye to Ashura, a disheveled girl burst out of the dormitory, resembling a frenzy, and enveloped Tanghua in an emotional embrace, bursting into tears. Ashira observed in bewilderment. Were their dormitory relations truly so close? Unbeknownst to him, the girl, Lily, had just contemplated sending news of the young lady's disappearance to the family head before considering ending her own life to escape a fate worse than death. In a moment of daze, she heard Tanghua's laughter from below, akin to celestial music, and recklessly dashed down to embrace her young lady. Once her spirit returned to her body, Lily abruptly confronted Ashura, demanding to know where he had taken Tanghua the previous night, accusing him of bullying her. She warned him to tread carefully, or she would not let him off easily. Ashura was taken aback by this nonsensical barrage, and before he could retort, the little girl, Tanghua, discontentedly interjected, "Lily, you must not speak to him that way. You must apologize immediately." Lily gazed incredulously at the girl before her, seemingly not recognizing the Tang, which she knew. Yet, as she sought to explain further, Tanghua commanded unequivocally, "Apologize at once, or you shall return to your family, and no longer follow me." Lily was left dumbfounded, and after a brief moment of shock, she promptly bowed to Ashura in apology before turning to kneel before Tanghua, panic-stricken, and pleaded, "Young lady, I realize my mistake. Please forgive me for the sake of our years together. How did you guess I was sent by the family?" Tanghua hurriedly bent down to assist her up, responding earnestly, "Though I may have been blind, my heart was not. You have always cared for me unconditionally, aside from being a member of the family. I could think of no other reason." But as Lily stood, she gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Young lady, your eyes, your eyes." She dared not continue. Yet Tanghua joyfully revealed, "I can see again, thanks to Ashira's healing. I have been undergoing his treatment these past few days, so you must not show him disrespect." Upon hearing this, Lily immediately turned to Ashura, bowing in gratitude, repeatedly thanking him for restoring the young lady's sight. Ashura found the reaction somewhat exaggerated and, fearing misunderstandings from other students, decided to leave the girls' dormitory area. However, Tanghua obstructed his path, silently pouting in displeasure. Ashura had no choice but to tell her to rest well, assuring her that he would return to the library tomorrow night to tell her stories. The pigtail little girl finally stepped aside, allowing Ashura to depart. Lily, elated, supported Tanghua as they made their way back to the dormitory, but Tanghua, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Lily, I'm a normal person now. I no longer need your assistance." After speaking, she bounced back to her dormitory with her twin ponytails swaying. Lily, still adjusting to the transformation of the young lady, promptly returned to her own quarters and meticulously relayed all that had transpired to her family through a communication scroll. Thus, Ashura devoted his days to practicing spatial magic and spent his evenings accompanying Tanghua to the library to share tales. Even though Tanghua had regained her eyesight, she still preferred to sit on the floor leaning against Ashura as he narrated stories. During these days, as Ashura perused geographical travelogues, he discovered that the fragmented treasure map might lead to a desolate ancient battlefield in the Garainan Empire. However, confirmation of its location would require the assembly of 2 additional treasure maps. Unfortunately, such blissful moments were fleeting. One morning, as Ashura stepped out of the dormitory, he was called to a halt by Lily, who awaited him by the roadside. With utmost respect, she inquired, "Ashura, may I have a few moments of your time?" Ashura flashed a radiant smile and replied, "I cannot," intending to walk past her. Lily, slightly taken aback by his response, realized she could not allow him to leave so easily. She swiftly blocked his path again, pleading, "Please, you must spare some time to meet a distinguished individual. I implore you, I shall kneel before you." As she attempted to bow down, Ashura, with a slight smirk, helped her up, inadvertently brushing against her softness, and feigned nonchalance as he said, "Very well, lead the way." Blushing profusely, Lily quickly stood up and guided Ashura out of St. Gaban Academy, arriving at a renowned tavern outside the institution. However, to their surprise, the tavern, which should have been bustling with patrons, was eerily quiet. With only a few guards stationed nearby, not a single passerby dared to approach. Ashura steadied his nerves and entered the tavern, while Lily dutifully waited outside. Inside, the establishment was brightly lit, and in the most conspicuous spot sat a handsome middle-aged gentleman who regarded him with a meaningful smile. As Ashura approached, he chose silence, and the gentleman, after appraising him for a moment, rose and performed a noble bow before saying, Azura, I am Tang Ding, Tangwa's father. I thank you for healing my daughter's affliction. As her father, it is my duty to express my gratitude in person. If you desire any reward, please do not hesitate to ask. Our family will not refuse what we can provide. Upon hearing this, Azura shared his sentiments and bowed respectfully, responding, Uncle, Tangwa and I are friends. It is only natural for me to assist her in regaining her health. I did not do it for any reward. Yet, Tang Ding did not pursue the matter further. Instead, with a knowing smile, he remarked, I underestimated the healers of this world. I never imagined such miraculous medicine could come from a small nation like Owli. Had I known, I would have sent for Elder Cheen much earlier. He then paused briefly before adding, I have heard that you share a close bond with Tangwa. I believe it would be prudent for you to mention a reward. Azura instantly grasped the essence of Tang Ding's words. Firstly, Tang had already investigated his background, informing him that he was unworthy of his daughter and should cease any further entanglement, for they hailed from two disparate worlds. Although Azura felt a twinge of discomfort, he understood that in this realm, noble marriages were predicated on social standing. A poor lad could never be deemed suitable for the daughter of a prominent family, even if she were once a blind heiress. Thus, Azura chuckled self-deprecatingly and replied with a light-hearted tone, Then, I kindly request that the head of the Tang family pay me a gold coin for my consultation. From this moment forth, your daughter shall owe me nothing, and I shall harbor no further delusions. What say you? Chapter 132. The meeting of master and disciple with a gold coin tossed in his hand. Azura emerged from the tavern, wearing an air of indifference, having spent no more than a brief interval there. At the entrance, Lily promptly bowed and entered the tavern, kneeling at the feet of the family head, Tang Ding, awaiting his command. A conflicted Tang Ding inquired, Is it true what you say? This fellow, named Azura, truly ranks among the lowest in the Magic Academy? Lily quickly responded, The information I gleaned from the Academy corroborates this, and it appears he frequently skips classes. Tang Ding furrowed his brow, remarking, I sense that this young man's depth and vision are not traits typical of an ordinary student. After all, how many youths of his age can maintain composure and engage in discourse before those of higher status? He then chuckled nonchalantly. There are countless talented youths in this world. How could my daughter, Tang Ding's child, ever find interest in a poor boy from a small town? He remains oblivious to the opportunity he has just squandered. Since he does not cherish it, it matters little to me. Keep a close watch on him, and ensure he does not approach my daughter again. I wish to see my beloved daughter now. When Lily found Tangwa at noon to inform her that her father wished to meet her outside the academy, her immediate reaction was, Father has come. Should I bring Azura along? Wouldn't that be too abrupt? What if his serious demeanor frightens him? Perhaps it's best not to include him this time. Listening to the young lady's musings, Lily sensed that the head's plan might falter. It was not Azura who sought proximity to the young lady, but rather she who seemed eager to cling to him. Without delving into the joy of the father-daughter meeting, Azura returned to the academy and, after a moment's contemplation, made his way to the Magic Academy. Upon entering Class 13, the students had grown accustomed to his frequent absences, and he approached the spot that seemed eternally reserved for him. Nearby, the silver-haired girl radiated like the sun. She glanced at the seemingly more mature and taller young man, her lips involuntarily curling upward. Before long, a notebook was passed to him from her direction. Azura gazed at the pages filled with notes and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Life appeared to be returning to its familiar rhythm. Azura chatted with Clara while exchanging the notebook, occasionally tuning into the monotonous lecture being delivered by the instructor at the podium. Azura found himself struggling to keep pace with the magical curriculum of the academy, opting instead to focus on exchanging notes with Clara. At noon, he accompanied Clara to the dining hall on the second floor, enduring the murderous glares of the surrounding male students while feigning composure as he quickly consumed the delectable dishes before him, eliciting a series of suppressed giggles from Clara. After successfully dispersing the silver-haired young lady, Azura hastened back to the Magic Academy, where he discovered Minter Yonda still immersed in his work at the office. Approaching him, Azura enveloped the Minter in a warm embrace. Minter Yonda, having not seen his beloved disciple for quite some time, had been concerned about Azura's well-being. Upon witnessing the now even more handsome and poised Azura, the usually taciturn Yuan couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder in delight. Ashira glanced at the documents strewn across the mentor's desk and noticed they detailed a strategy for advancing to the third tier of Grand Martial Artist. A plan he realized was tailored for him. With a sense of pride, he remarked to Mentor Yuanda, "My esteemed mentor, I believe it is time for you to draft a new plan, one focused on how to ascend to the realm of the magic warrior." Mentor Yuanda widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at his pupil. Many top-tier new students had already advanced to the third tier of Grand Martial Artist. Yet the youth before him was truly a late bloomer. Additionally, the dual cultivation of martial and magical arts posed a far greater challenge than pursuing either discipline alone. However, strength is not merely a matter of addition. Though Mentor Yuanda had never witnessed Ashira's prowess firsthand, he was unequivocally certain that this black-haired youth was indeed the most formidable newcomer in the academy. Filled with pride for Ashira's growth, Mentor Yuanda invited him to sit beside him and inquired about his recent training regimen. Ashira shared his experiences, omitting only the forbidden details concerning treasure maps, as he held a familial trust in Mentor Yuanda. When the mentor learned that his disciple could slay level 6 magical beasts, he was left speechless in astonishment. While he had surmised Ashira possessed considerable strength, he had not anticipated such an extraordinary feat. With a hint of melancholy, Mentor Yuanda confessed, "Ashira, it seems I may have little left to teach you. My own limitations in strength hinder my ability to provide you with further guidance." Momentarily taken aback, Ashira gently patted the mentor's shoulder and replied, "Old Yuan, there is no need for self-doubt. My growth is inextricably linked to your guidance. This is merely the beginning. Once I ascend to the status of a martial god, then you may claim you can no longer teach me." Hearing Ashira affectionately refer to him as Old Yuan and the warmth in the youth's words brought a sense of relief to Mentor Yuanda, who earnestly stated, "I believe you will indeed become a martial god." This time, it was Ashira who felt a wave of embarrassment, silently thinking, "I was merely boasting. How could Old Yuan take it so seriously?" The remainder of the afternoon was spent in a lively exchange of questions and insights between mentor and disciple. As Mentor Yuanda had previously noted, due to his own status as a third-tier Grand Mage, his limited perspective made it challenging for him to offer more training suggestions to Ashira. Yet, he could sense that Ashira held immense respect and trust for him, which filled his heart with profound reflections. He genuinely regarded Ashira as his own child, nurturing him with care. The insights and experiences Ashira shared about cultivation even inspired and assisted him significantly, igniting within him a subtle urge to transcend into the realm of the sorcerer. After departing from Mentor Yuanda, the night had already descended. Ashira glanced at the academy's ancient tree, sighed with a bitter smile, and retrieved some jerky from his storage space, munching on it as he made his way to the academy's training room. He resolved to continue practicing the spatial magic of Blink. He had nearly touched the threshold of this magical skill, yet an elusive sensation prevented him from fully crossing it. Underneath the familiar bookshelves in the library, a girl with twin ponytails sat anxiously on the ground, cradling an exquisite food box. The delicacies within were leftovers from a fine restaurant where she had seen her father dining outside the city that day. Her first thought upon tasting the delicious food was to save it for him, but as the night deepened, the familiar silhouette she awaited never materialized. When she contacted him through the academy's emblem, a lengthy pause ensued before he replied, stating that he had matters to attend to and would no longer visit the library, urging her to learn to read on her own. Such a distant message plunged the girl into despair, leaving her to weep through the entire night in her dormitory. Her roommate, Lily, felt an ache in her heart, pondering whether the family head had been excessively cruel to the young lady this time. Nonetheless, that very night the girl, with swollen eyes, still made her way to the library, hugging her knees and waiting the entire night, appearing utterly forlorn and helpless from a distance. Chapter 133. The Golden Coach reappears in the following days. Ashura seemed to have returned to his previous rhythm of life. As long as there were no classes from the homeroom teacher, Ella, he would attend the Magic Academy. If Ella had a class, he would head to the training ground. He truly struggled with how to confront the fiery enthusiasm of the female instructor, who persistently attempted to draw him into the dormitory. Reluctantly, he also did not wish to go to the training ground. But the threatening messages from Blue Feather and Magina within the emblem compelled him to continue serving as their golden coach. Upon entering the training ground, the keen-eyed students of Class 8 immediately spotted him. His flamboyant mage robe made him stand out. and soon he was met with an uproarious cheer from the boys of Class 8. Without consulting him, several burly lads rushed over and hoisted him before Magina, whose expression was one of amusement. To everyone's astonishment, the voluptuous Magina burst into laughter. The entire Class 8 was taken aback. How long had it been since Magina smiled? It seemed the goddess relished in teasing the mage. Should I also don a mage robe for class tomorrow? The boys of Class 8 were lost in their fanciful musings. Meanwhile, Ashura's gaze fell upon the neckline of Magina's attire, where he caught a glimpse of the red lotus serpent king's magic core, partially exposed. The core emitted a faint crimson glow, casting a subtle blush upon the girl's skin, causing Ashura's heart to bleed silently. As Ashura fixed his gaze upon Magina's chest, a gentle blush crept across her delicate face, and she inwardly cursed him for his audacity. However, she maintained a composed demeanor, greeting Instructor Engel, who was observing from the sidelines, before leading Ashura away to a secluded area for practice. The boys from Class 8 exchanged expressions that conveyed a resigned acceptance of their fate, having previously misjudged Ashura, believing that training alongside the goddess would be a bittersweet joy. Yet, in Ashura's absence, when it was their turn to face Magina wielding her formidable blade, the thrill quickly dissipated. Some students even resorted to feigning illness to evade class. Even Monroe, Magina's most ardent admirer and the strongest contender from the freshman martial arts entrance examination, found himself on the receiving end of her blade, nearly losing an arm to the grievous wound that left Instructor Engel in a cold sweat. Despite this, Monroe's eyes burned with excitement, only to be forcibly pulled back to his designated area by his instructor, who sternly forbade him from returning to Class 8 as a sparring partner. Consequently, the boys of Class 8 refrained from making any eye contact with Magina, whose demeanor grew increasingly reclusive. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to them, it was evident that her spirits had lifted considerably in recent days. Today, upon encountering Ashura, she even broke into a smile, igniting a flicker of hope among the boys that Ashura was their savior. They silently vowed not to let him slip away again, even considering binding him next time. Meanwhile, Ashura struggled to free himself from Magina's grip on his collar, adjusting his magical robe with irritation. This fierce girl, of similar stature, possessed an astonishing strength. Ashura repeatedly reassured himself that he was merely upholding the decorum befitting a noble gentleman by not stooping to her level. Unperturbed by his internal musings, Magina's eyes sparkled with combativeness as she fixed her gaze on Ashura, startling him into a hasty retreat. "What are you planning?" he exclaimed. "I'm merely a second-tier martial artist. Don't go overboard." Magina licked her lips and retorted, "I don't care about your ranks. You claim to have slain the scarlet lotus serpent for me, bringing me its core as a gift. Are you afraid of a mere third-tier girl? Cool me. Let us have a thrilling battle. I've been eagerly awaiting this." Ashura felt a wave of despair wash over him. In his attempt to placate Magina when she first entered the dormitory, he had uttered all manner of shameless words, and now he faced the consequences. With a resigned glance at Magina, who stood at his height, he muttered, "You're just a girl?" No sooner had he spoken than he realized his error. But Magina's furious fist was quicker than his realization, closing the distance in an instant. Ashura, wary of underestimating her, swiftly unsealed a layer of the cabana's prison and executed his family's signature thunder fist to barely ward off Magina's onslaught. At this moment, the Ashura unleashed the thunder fist, each strike resonating with the force of triple-layered thunder. Although the martial technique itself was not of high rank, in the hands of the accomplished Ashura, it exuded a formidable aura that left the opposing Magina quite pleased, her ancestral amplification technique, the Scarlet Flame, growing increasingly fervent. Meanwhile, the students of Class 8, who were observing the duel, were filled with schadenfreude, while simultaneously finding the mage perplexing. Was this truly a mage? How could this mage possess martial prowess that surpassed their own? Yet when Magina drew her great sword, the boys of Class 8 fell silent. For aside from her encounters with the dual-bladed swordsman, Monroe, she had never wielded her great sword in combat against them. Now, faced with this mage, one who excelled in both magic and martial arts, she had unsheathed her weapon first. Magina was clearly exhilarated, while the Ashura felt a twinge of despair. The prodigious Magina was indeed formidable. Previously, bolstered by experiences in the Beast Forest and the Stupa Palace, he had felt somewhat invincible, brimming with confidence. However, Now confronted by a powerhouse nurtured by a prominent family, the depth and strength of that lineage became evident. The Azura surmised that at his current strength, engaging in an all-out battle without unsealing the three-layered seal would not guarantee his victory over Magina. Yet, with the great sword now drawn, Azura's battle spirit surged. He released the two-layered seal from his bracelet, simultaneously extracting his dual blades from his spatial storage. With a smirk, he resolved to give this girl a memorable contest. He propelled himself off the ground, executing a descending strike with his blade technique. Magina, momentarily taken aback, noted the unusual assertiveness from her adversary after so long. She felt an exhilarating thrill, licking her lips as she engaged with Azura with all her might. The captivating battle drew the attention of students from various classes in the training grounds. Initially drawn by the beauty of Magina, they soon became enthralled by the high-caliber confrontation. As the skirmish progressed, Magina grew increasingly astounded. She had previously doubted Azura's claim of single-handedly slaying the level 6 Scarlet Lotus Serpent King. Yet through their clash, she recognized his combat abilities were terrifyingly proficient, executing simple offensive skills with flawless precision and taking opportunities without a hint of hesitation. She sensed that Azura possessed the strength of a second-stage Grand Martial Artist, yet he matched her, an established third-stage Grand Martial Artist, blow for blow, at times leaving her flustered and overwhelmed by his combat techniques, although she still had her yellow-tier martial arts ultimate move in reserve. The current battle had already proven immensely beneficial. Growing more exhilarated with each exchange, she felt an inkling that she had stumbled upon a treasure. She must hold on to this individual tightly, ideally for daily practice sessions together. Chapter 134. You Are My Eyes on the Other Hand. Azura appeared to navigate the battle with ease. Aware of the crowd surrounding them, he refrained from unleashing the full force of his dual cultivation in magic and martial arts. He understood that Magina was not exerting her full strength either. He relied solely on his combat experience to keep Magina subdued. Unbeknownst to him, Magina had also set her sights on his combat experience, secretly devising ways to claim him for herself. If Azura were aware of Magina's intentions, he would surely be tempted to slap himself in exasperation. However, Magina remained relentless, growing increasingly spirited in their sparring. As Azura noticed more and more students gathering around, including some instructors who had come to observe, a sense of discomfort washed over him. After a moment's hesitation, he saw Magina raising her blade to strike, and he swiftly unleashed a dazzling burst of golden light from his twin swords. The sudden brilliance momentarily blinded Magina, prompting her to hastily retreat and defend herself, realizing that the situation was turning dire. Yet, rather than seizing this opportunity to attack, Azura stepped aside, sheathing his swords and dismissively declaring, "I'm tired. I shall not continue." Magina, incensed by his dismissal, contemplated seizing his collar to drag him back for further practice. Just then, the bell signifying the end of class rang out. An instructor, Aang, aptly announced the conclusion of their session. He promptly intercepted Azura, who was attempting to escape, and with a resonant voice filled with warmth, he remarked, "You've grown impressive, my boy. It has been some time since we last met, and to think you have become so formidable. I sensed your potential back in the Beast Forest, and it seems appointing you as a premium sparring partner was indeed a sagacious choice." Azura, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, replied, "Instructor Aang, please spare me the flattery. I hardly deserve the title of a premium sparring partner. I am utterly exhausted." Aang, however, merely chuckled and did not engage further on that subject. Instead, he inquired, "Are you interested in joining our martial art class? If so, I can speak to your homeroom teacher, and you should also collect a set of martial arts uniforms. It is rather unbecoming to practice in a magical robe every day." Upon hearing this, Azura envisioned the smile of his homeroom teacher, Ella, and quickly shook his head, expressing his desire to remain at the Magic Academy. The thought of Aang discussing this with Ella sent a chill down his spine. Her temper would surely provoke her grandfather, the Grand Mage Avi, to unleash his wrath upon him. Witnessing Ashura's resolute stance, Aang merely shook his head in mock disappointment before turning to leave. Ashura sighed, lowering his gaze. But as he did so, an exceptionally long pair of legs came into his line of sight. He recognized those legs all too well, and with a sheepish smile, he looked up to find Lan Yu, arms crossed, glaring at him, her face a portrait of discontent. Captivated by their sparring, Lan Yu had become increasingly displeased as Ashura's prowess grew, particularly because he had chosen to practice with Magina instead of seeking her out. What she did not know was that Ashura had been brought before Magina by the students of Class 8, not by his own volition. Feeling a pang of bitterness, Ashura instinctively took a step back, only to bump into a soft body. Turning around, he discovered it was Magina, who appeared to be in a rather pleasant mood. She stepped past Ashura, positioning herself in front of him like a protective hen, lifting her chin and emitting a soft huff. The pallor of Lan Yu's face grew even colder, while Ashura dared not utter a word, concealing himself behind Magina, silently repeating, "You cannot see me. You cannot see me." Ultimately, Lan Yu left him with a chilling remark. "If you do not come to find me tomorrow, you shall meet your demise." With that, she strode away with long, graceful strides. Before Ashura could exhale in relief, Magina spoke in a similarly haunting tone. "If you do not come to find me tomorrow, you shall meet your demise." Ashura gaped at the retreating figures of the two enchanting women, their identical phrases echoing in his mind, compelling him to envision them in a myriad of whimsical scenarios. With a frustrated bite of his lip, he could only depart helplessly, retreating to the training room, consumed by melancholy. The following day, Ashura indeed refrained from seeking discomfort in the martial arts arena, dutifully attending classes at the Magic Academy. The weather was most unkind, with fierce winds and ominous clouds, soon giving way to a torrential downpour. After the morning lessons concluded, the students, equipped with umbrellas, departed the teaching building amidst laughter and chatter. Ashura, alongside a few peers including Nawi, swaggered towards the cafeteria, exchanging tales of bravado. However, a faint call halted him in his tracks, and upon turning, he was struck with astonishment. There, in the heart of the rain-drenched courtyard, stood a delicate girl with twin ponytails, silently gazing at Ashura as he emerged. Uncertain how long she had been standing in the rain, Ashura noticed her clothes were thoroughly soaked, her lips devoid of color. Yet her unwavering gaze remained fixated on the one she yearned to see every day. Without hesitation, he dashed into the deluge, swiftly retrieving a cloak from his spatial storage to envelop her snugly. He chided her sternly. "Are you foolish? Why stand in the rain during such a downpour? Have your eyes recovered, only for your mind to falter?" Tangwa fixated on Ashura, her eyes reflecting the wonder of newfound sight. He carried her to a sheltered alcove, placing his palm against her back, channeling the vitality within him to warm her trembling form. It seemed only then did she find the strength to speak, her voice quivering as she confessed, "I feared you would not see me, and I was afraid you might pretend not to see me." Ashura paused momentarily at her words, yet remained silent, continuing to offer warmth to her back. "Why do you care for me now if you no longer wish to see me? Why do you grow angry when I stand in the rain? On what grounds do you shout at me? You have cast me aside. What gives you the right to raise your voice?" Tangwa's agitation mounted as she sought some revelation in Ashura's expression. Yet, he continued to respond with silence, believing that through this recent distance, she might forget him. He had learned from Angelo that a blind beauty from their non-combat academy had recently regained her sight, and with her striking beauty, she had ascended into the top 10 of the new student rankings, already attracting the attention of male admirers. Yet, seeing her now, with a gaunt visage revealed that her recent experiences had not been kind, leaving Ashura astonished at the significance he held in her life. He had already made a promise to her father. He was not indulging in any delusions. Tangwa observed his continued silence, which only seemed to chill her heart further. After a prolonged silence, she spoke softly. "You once said that if my eyes could not be healed, you would become my eyes. Now that my sight has been restored by you, I find myself bereft of you. What use is this vision to me?" With that, she raised two fingers and aimed them fiercely at her own eyes. Chapter 135. I will complain to grandfather. As Ashura witnessed this, he was taken aback and could no longer remain silent. His right hand shot out like lightning, seizing her fingers. In a state of distress, he exclaimed, "Are you mad? Why would you harm yourself? How am I supposed to explain this to your family?" Indeed, Ashura was genuinely frightened by Tangwa's actions. It was evident that she had not hesitated for a moment. If this matter remained unresolved, he dreaded to think of the consequences should she act foolishly again. Seeing that Ashura finally responded, Tangwa, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance, rushed into his embrace, pounding her fists against his chest while weeping inconsolably. Ashura let out a helpless sigh, After a considerable time, when her sobs began to subside, he reached into his storage space and pulled out a gold coin, offering it to Tangua. The girl, caught off guard by this unexpected gesture, blinked her tear-filled eyes at him in confusion. Azura, with a hint of resignation, said, "Stop crying. Your father sought me out previously. We met outside the academy. I accepted this coin as a consultation fee and promised him that I would no longer pursue you. I can surmise that your family is either affluent or noble, while I am merely a humble and impoverished lad." Before he could finish, Tangua's arms wrapped around his neck once more, her soft lips crashing against his with even greater fervor than before. Feeling her delicate tongue seeking entry, Azura instinctively succumbed to desire, eager to savor the moment. Suddenly, his gaze swept across the scene, and he noticed nearly 100 students and faculty from the Magic Academy staring intently at them, especially a silver-haired girl who had drawn her wand. Startled, Azura quickly distanced himself from the enchanting girl, softly reminding her that this was not the appropriate moment. Tangua, equally startled by the onlookers, blushed yet maintained her gaze on Azura. Abruptly, she snatched the gold coin from his hand. Following this, she retrieved a pill from her spatial ring and swallowed it, her complexion visibly brightening. Ignoring Azura's inquiries, she hurried towards the school gates, calling out as she ran, "Azura, wait for me. I'm going to complain to my grandfather." As Azura observed her flurry of actions, he initially felt a twinge of concern. However, seeing Lily chase after her reassured him considerably. As he reflected on the recent events, he began to wonder if he had been ensnared in a clever ruse. As he stood lost in thought, a sudden instinct of danger surged within him. In an instant, he rolled sideways to evade a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, striking down precisely where he had stood just moments before, startling the onlookers in a hasty retreat. Ashura gazed up at the ominous, overcast sky and then cast a glance at the retreating silhouette of the silver-haired girl, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Before he could regain his composure, a pair of long legs entered his line of sight, and upon looking up, he saw the mocking smile of Ella magnified before him. With a chilling tone, Ella remarked, "Ashura, I wondered why you were so reluctant to see me upon your return to the academy, but with such an adorable little girlfriend, it's no wonder." With that, she swayed her hips and turned to leave, leaving Ashura to ponder the bleakness of his situation. He understood that should he allow the events to unfold unchecked, the outcome would be intolerable. Thus, disregarding the murmurs of his fellow students, he swiftly followed after Ella, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted. As Ella returned to the faculty dormitory and turned to close the door, a hand slipped through the gap, preventing her from shutting it. A roguishly handsome face, adorned with an awkward grin, forced its way inside. Despite Ella's reddened eyes and her desperate attempts to close the door, the strength of a martial artist proved too much for a mere sorceress, and Ashura soon found himself inside, shutting the door behind him. Ashura, confronted by Ella's furious demeanor as she crossed her arms and glared at him, felt a pang of unease. Having avoided her since his return to the academy, he was acutely aware of his guilt. It was not that he disliked Ella. Rather, he felt the weight of their roles. She was his mentor, the idol of many young male instructors, and he sensed an inherent awkwardness in their relationship. Although the academy did not prohibit romances between students and mentors, Ashura could not shake the feeling of inadequacy, leading him to instinctively evade his feelings for Ella. Ella, noticing Ashura's silence, was overwhelmed by a tide of grievance. She knew he had returned to the academy days ago, yet he had failed to appear in any of her classes. She had long awaited his initiative to seek her out, only to witness the scene at the entrance of a lecture hall today. Ella recognized that Ashura was well liked by girls. During their time in the Beast Forest, 3 exceptional girls had surrounded him. She could not fathom the source of his allure until she spent 3 days with him, during which her heart had succumbed completely to this young man. Yet, the fact that he seemed unwilling to even meet her gaze left her heartbroken. Ella was not one to lack dignity. If Ashura had not followed her or failed to provide a reasonable explanation now, Ella would resolve to end this unfruitful relationship. Ashura, aware that this moment was a pivotal trial, understood that failing to navigate it could render even the luxury of skipping classes a distant dream. Thus, his mind raced as he desperately sought a way to break the impasse. As Ella furrowed her brow deeper in contemplation, Ashura suddenly waved his hand, revealing a colossal serpent's head that materialized on the floor of her dormitory. Startled by this abrupt apparition, Ella soon realized it was none other than the infamous Red Lotus Serpent King, the very creature that had cast them both down the cliff. The gaping wound on its left eye was grotesque and terrifying. Amid her shock, Ashura spoke in a voice imbued with profound affection. The reason for my sudden departure last time was the thought of this beast that caused you harm. I yearned to flay its skin. As soon as I recovered from my injuries, I stealthily ventured into the beast forest, exerting tremendous effort to track down and slay this creature. I then brought its carcass back with the intention of presenting it to you as a gift on your birthday. His words were laden with sentiment. Ella, captivated and seemingly moved, suddenly frowned and remarked, "But my birthday was last month." Ashura's heart raced. He had no knowledge of when Ella's birthday was. It was merely a fabrication of his. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "Thus, I am at a loss as to when to present this gift to you, which has been a source of my distress. I have been avoiding you in hopes of finding the perfect moment to surprise you." Before he could finish his elaborate excuse, Ella had already flung her arms around him, seeking solace in his embrace. Ashura, concealing his own beads of sweat, was inwardly relieved. Chapter 136. Resolving Inner Turmoil in Truth. What vexed Ella was the fact that Ashura had been avoiding her for so long since his return. However, upon hearing a reason that she could accept, her heart swelled with joy, and she forgave him readily, for it is often the case that a woman in anger requires gentle coaxing. As for the incident involving a certain twin-tail girl, Ella was not particularly irked. Ashura willingly recounted how he had met Tangua, the treatment he had provided her, as well as how her father had approached him for a conversation, and the events that transpired at the door earlier that day. Ella seemed to be aware of Tangwa's illustrious family background, but scoffed at her father's judgment, finding her young boyfriend increasingly admirable. To slay a level 6 magical beast at the 3rd stage of martial arts was no small feat. Such an accomplishment had not been heard of in the entire St. Gawain Academy. Thus, her gaze towards Ashura grew ever more enchanted. She held no doubt about Ashura's ability to vanquish the level 6 beast, especially with the massive serpent head still resting in her room. Suddenly recalling the creature, she inquired, "Darling, do you still possess the body of the Red Lotus Serpent?" Ashura felt his bones weaken at the endearment, and nodded in response. "I traded the magic core, but I have preserved the serpent's body intact." Ella exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful. My grandfather is about to create a set of leather armor for me, and he requires the corpse of a level 6 magical beast." Upon hearing this, Ashura decisively replied, "No problem. This is precisely the gift I intended for you. I will retrieve the serpent's body shortly. It may not fit here." Ella's heart swelled with sweetness, her eyes shimmering with an intensity that seemed almost tangible. As the Ashura turned his gaze, he inquired, "Will our grandfather still craft equipment?" The mention of our grandfather caused Ella to blush deeply, and she promptly replied, "Crafting equipment is my grandfather's personal passion. Creating a set of fitted leather armor for me should pose no challenge." Upon hearing this, the Ashura chuckled mischievously. "Ella, could you possibly ask our grandfather if he knows any high-level mages specializing in spatial magic? I have obtained a tome on spatial magic, yet despite my extensive research, I have only managed to graze the surface. I long to find a mentor in this field for guidance." Previously, the Ashura had confided in Ella about his own pursuits in spatial magic, so his request did not surprise her. After a moment of contemplation, she tilted her head and responded, "I cannot offer you advice on spatial magic, but my grandfather's friend, the great Mage, fits your requirements perfectly. I shall inquire about this matter while delivering the serpent's corpse." The Ashura was overjoyed. At last, a solution to his lingering confusion had emerged, bringing him a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Ella, nestled in his embrace, began to draw circles on his chest and asked, "How do you plan to express your gratitude?" The Ashura grinned mischievously and queried, "How soundproof is your dormitory?" Before Ella could react, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and swiftly dashed toward the bedroom on the 2nd floor, leaving behind a fearsome serpent head in the living room below. 2 hours later, the Ashura stealthily slipped out of the mentor's quarters, a mischievous smile adorning his face, occasionally smacking his lips as if savoring the moment. By the time he returned to the boys' dormitory, rumors of his passionate kiss with the twin-tailed lowly had already spread throughout the academy. The Ashura's demeanor had calmed considerably. Compared to the earlier dormitory escapade, this seemed trivial. He relished the rare opportunity to rest in his dormitory and rejuvenate his strength. Meanwhile, Tanguy had exited the academy, flanked not only by Lily but also by two tall bodyguards who followed closely behind her for protection. They traversed through a series of teleportation arrays, ultimately arriving at dusk on the third day at the mouth of the canyon, marking the border between the Valency Empire and the Grainan Empire. Upon entering the canyon, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista, reminiscent of a paradise, with towering edifices and the sweet songs of birds filling the air. A multitude of guards and maidservants greeted Tanguy with deep respect, bowing and addressing her as Mississippi, no longer the cautious traveler she once was. Tanguy rushed fervently toward the palace at the heart of the architectural complex, leaving the onlookers astonished. At that moment, a robust elder awaited at the entrance, gazing into the distance. Upon spotting his cherished granddaughter approaching, his heart swelled with joy, and his boisterous laughter caused the trees in the courtyard to rustle. "Grandfather!" Tanguy called out as she dashed into the elder's embrace. The elder was none other than Tang Tianda, the true patriarch of the Tang family and the most distinguished alchemist on the continent of kings. After holding his granddaughter tightly, he eagerly examined her eyes. Upon confirming that she could indeed see, tears of joy streamed down his face. When the news of his granddaughter's restored eyesight reached him, Old Tang felt an overwhelming desire to rush over and see her in person. However, due to an unfinished elixir he had promised to a formidable warrior, he refrained from doing so immediately. Instead, he sent his son, the current head of the family, Tang Ding, to confirm the situation regarding his granddaughter. Upon his return, Tang Ding verified that indeed, her eyesight had improved. When asked about the specifics of her recovery, he merely mentioned that the healer had been compensated, which, in the midst of his joy over his granddaughter's well-being, Old Tang did not dwell on. However, Tang soon began to voice her grievances, complaining about how her father, Tang Ding, had bullied her classmates with his influence. Old Tang was momentarily taken aback, gradually piecing together the implications of her words as he regarded his pouting granddaughter with a mix of amusement and concern. As Tang noticed the peculiar glint in her grandfather's eyes, she became increasingly shy, her voice dwindling and her cheeks flushing. Finding her reaction amusing, Old Tang decided to give her an out, stating, "Your father's actions in this matter were misguided. The healing of your eyesight is a tremendous blessing for our family, and such matters should not be treated lightly. I shall have a word with him about it." Tanguy, shaking her little fist with determination, declared, "Grandpa, you must spank Daddy." If Tang Ding had been present to hear such a proclamation from his beloved daughter, he would likely have been left speechless. Old Tang chuckled and nodded in agreement. Then, with a playful smirk, asked, "Shall we invite the classmate who aided in your recovery to our home? I would like to personally express my gratitude. What do you think?" Tanguy, taken aback, stammered and hesitated, finally managing to utter, "I'll ask him when I get back." Tang Tina laughed heartily. "Guogua, do hurry and tell Grandpa how your eyesight was restored. I must share this with your grandmother on the back mountain to bring her some joy as well." Tanguy's eyes glistened with emotion as she took her grandfather's hand, saying, "Grandpa, I want to go with you to tell Grandma my story. It's been such a long time since I visited her grave." With that, the grandfather and granddaughter walked together, sharing laughter and conversation, heading towards the back mountain where a tomb lay. Tanguy's grandmother had succumbed to illness after the distress of her granddaughter being born with congenital blindness. Regardless of the potent elixirs Tang Tianda could concoct, his wife had passed away when Tanguy was merely 6 years old, never to awaken again. Chapter 137. Purely aimless practice. Recently, Ashura had been exceptionally discreet, pouring his efforts into crafting a voluminous notebook filled with excessively flattering remarks. He meticulously recounted his experiences with Tanguy, omitting any suggestive undertones. He placed the notebook on Clara's desk well before class started and then stealthily observed from outside the door. Upon seeing Clara hesitatingly open the notebook, he felt a wave of relief wash over him when he noticed her reaction was limited to a slight pout, devoid of any severe negativity. With a sigh of relief, Ashura entered the classroom, carefully taking his seat with an earnest demeanor, embodying a dedicated student awaiting the arrival of his instructor. The surrounding students cast ambiguous glances in his direction, yet Ashura remained oblivious, extending his mental prowess to its utmost. Should he detect any aberrant fluctuations in the elements of lightning magic, he would promptly roll away to evade them. However, after a prolonged wait, all he heard was a light huff. Upon hearing this sound, Ashura understood that the moment had passed. Based on his experience over the past few years in charming girls, he knew that as long as a girl was willing to engage him, even with a mere huff, it signified that he had successfully navigated this hurdle. Consequently, Ashura turned to Clara and flashed a goofy smile, only for her to pinch his waist sharply, an action he dared not evade, silently enduring the discomfort. Meanwhile, the boys in the class who admired Clara seized the opportunity to ridicule Ashura, doing their utmost to portray him as a frivolous scoundrel. Just as Clara's frown deepened with each taunt, the class bell rang, and instructor Ella entered the classroom with a vibrant demeanor, instantly silencing the chatter. The students gazed at their increasingly charismatic homeroom teacher. A fleeting glance at the dark-haired youth in his seat caused Ella to involuntarily lower her head in bashfulness, after which she gathered herself and began her lecture. Though Ashura found little interest in the dogmatic magical curriculum, he feigned attentiveness, directing his gaze toward Ella at the podium. When the bell rang to signal the end of class, instructor Ella announced to the entire class, "Ashura, please come to my office to discuss your reason for skipping class last time." Laughter erupted among the students, who subconsciously believed Ashura had resigned himself to failure, unaware of his true magical prowess. Especially given the rumors of his frequent training at the martial arts arena, they presumed he had forsaken magic to pursue martial arts instead. With remarkable composure, Ashura followed Ella to her private office. Observing her somewhat awkward gait from behind filled him with a sense of pride. As a powerful sorceress, Ella's keen perception soon detected Ashura's unusual demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, her cheeks flushed crimson. The instant she closed the office door, she playfully leaped into Ashura's embrace, pinching and playfully scratching him. Drawing from his experience, Ashura employed both hands and words for nearly half an hour, managing to render Ella flushed and compliant, nestled against him while firmly holding her mischievous hands at bay. After indulging in their affectionate banter, Ella finally spoke. "I have delivered the corpse of the Scarlet Lotus Serpent King to my grandfather, and I mentioned your request. He wishes to meet you." Ashura, still striving for greater heights, involuntarily trembled at the news. Ella, feeling the tension in his reaction, cast a flirtatious glance his way, as if to convey, "You are not to bully me anymore. I have a powerful ally, and you know it, don't you?" Ashura understood the implication in Ella's gaze, and his rebellious thoughts responded with a resolute attitude. "What do I have to fear? What a grand sorcerer! If he dares to confront me, I shall return to tease his granddaughter." He then grinned mischievously and inquired of Ella when he could go. Ella replied that he could go right away. After pondering for a moment, Ashura resolved to pay a visit to the great Mage Avi immediately. When Ella guided Ashura to Avi's office, Ashura was astounded by the grandeur of the space. The office even housed a forging chamber, and the corpse of the Crimson Serpent King appeared diminutive within such an imposing environment, indicating the Academy's high regard for Avi. At that moment, Avi was engaged in crafting an item at the weapon forging table. Upon seeing his beloved granddaughter shyly accompany her so-called student to his office, he felt a rush of irritation. A powerful archmage with such formidable mental acuity could hardly overlook the peculiar demeanor of his granddaughter towards the dark-haired lad. Yet simultaneously, Avi felt a subtle distinction in this young man compared to other students, particularly as Ella proudly presented the corpse of the Crimson Serpent King, attributing its demise to Ashura. This revelation left him genuinely astonished, for it is exceedingly rare for a mage to independently slay a magical beast of equal rank, let alone one of a significantly higher level. This compelled Avi to scrutinize the dark-haired youth with utmost seriousness. Ashura felt a chill under Avi's piercing gaze, but maintained an exterior of composure, respectfully bowing to the great mage with feigned humility. Meanwhile, Ella rushed over, playfully tugging at her grandfather's arm and whispering sweet nothings, while Avi, with a sigh of resignation, retrieved the Academy's emblem to send a message, having not uttered a single word to Ashura throughout. Moments later, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the office as an elderly man with white hair and a beard, donning a minter's robe, strolled in with ease. Without any preamble, the newcomer called out, "Avi, what did you summon me for? Is there another item you need me to inscribe with runes?" Avi's demeanor softened considerably upon the entrance of the old man, and he replied solemnly, "Indeed, there is an item that requires your rune inscription, but primarily my granddaughter has a matter for which she needs your assistance." Ella respectfully greeted the elderly mage, saying, "Greetings, Master Eyes. My student has a query regarding spatial magic training that I hope you can help with." Upon hearing this, Ashura immediately recognized Eyes as the esteemed mentor of the Rune Inscription Academy that Angelo had mentioned, and he promptly bowed in respect. Eyes appeared somewhat bewildered but nodded, indicating his willingness to hear Ashura's request. Thus, Ashura proceeded to articulate the challenges he faced in his study of spatial magic, specifically regarding the teleportation technique. After listening, Eyes looked even more perplexed and remarked, "Young man, you claim to possess spatial magic? Show me the results of your current research." In response, Ashura focused his mind and summoned the spatial magic within him, causing his form to momentarily blur before he helplessly reappeared in place. Apologies for the oversight, but Ashura sheepishly addressed Master Eyes, saying, "Master Eyes, I am only proficient in this singular spatial magic. I feel as though I have grazed the threshold. Yet I am perpetually unable to cross that final step." Master Eyes, taken aback, inquired with an amused expression, "You have no mentor? Have you been fumbling through this on your own all this time?" Ashura nodded earnestly, prompting Master Eyes to shake his head with a gentle laugh. "Young man, do you comprehend why spatial mages are so rare?" Without waiting for Ashura's reply, he continued, "Firstly, most spatial mages aspire to create storage space equipment for profit. Yet this demands immense talent. Those devoid of such gifts find it exceedingly arduous to succeed in this field. Thus they cannot become spatial mages. Secondly, all practices of spatial magic necessitate the presence of a mentor for protection, as the nature of space is profoundly enigmatic and unstable. Take your spatial magic, for instance. Without a mentor to guide you with their mental prowess, you could easily lose your way in the void or be torn apart by spatial rifts. Therefore, the fact that you have reached this point unscathed is either sheer luck or a testament to your resilience. You have merely been practicing blindly. Chapter 138. The Gamble. Upon hearing Master Eyes' words, Ashura was left dumbfounded, realizing that his recent endeavors might have led him to an untimely demise. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, and even Ella beside him clutched her chest in alarm, casting an irritated glance at her young boyfriend. However, both Master Avi and Master Eyes held differing thoughts. Their combined wisdom made them acutely aware that spatial magic is one of the most challenging forms of sorcery to comprehend. Without direct mentorship, a student struggles to grasp the threshold. Yet, this young man had evidently touched upon it and achieved some understanding. Could it be that he possesses extraordinary talent? Little did they know, Ashura had only diligently studied the spatial magic of teleportation for about half a month. Had they been aware, their jaws would have dropped in astonishment. Ella was the first to regain her composure, promptly beseeching Master Eyes to instruct her pupil. Master Eyes, seemingly intrigued by Ashura, glanced at Ella and then at his old friend's sour expression, as if he had come to a realization. He then smiled and said, "Very well. I shall take this young man under my wing. Coincidentally, I am set to collaborate with AV on crafting a batch of equipment soon, so I will be visiting here frequently. Let this lad report to me every afternoon." Upon hearing this, Ashura hastily expressed his gratitude with a bow, then turned to Master Avi to do the same. However, Avi remained indifferent to him. Unfazed, Ashura smiled lightly, while Ella appeared dissatisfied with her grandfather's demeanor, pouting and wearing an unhappy expression. As Ashura hurriedly escorted Ella away from the office of Grand Magus Ivy, his within the room erupted into unabashed laughter, pointing at Ivy's face and exclaiming, "Look at that sour expression of yours. Huh, you have utterly amused me." Upon exiting the office, Ashura found himself being dragged into Ella's independent dormitory, where she insisted he recount his recent experiences. Their conversation swiftly escalated into a fervent exchange lasting over an hour, filled with animated discussions of battle. The following day, Ashura dutifully arrived at Class 13 of the Magic Academy. With a silver-haired girl beside him no longer exuded her previous icy demeanor. She began engaging with him in their shared notebook. Ashura hesitated, fearing that his status as a lackluster student might adversely affect Clara's academic performance. He subtly expressed his concerns in the notebook, to which Clara responded with a slight smile. revealing that she too found the classes rather dull, despite having attained the rank of a third-tier Grand Sorceress. The widening gap in strength among her classmates rendered the instructor's lessons largely insignificant to her. Upon reading her response, Azura could only sigh in resignation before continuing their correspondence in the notebook. Though his own abilities had not seen significant advancement lately, he possessed a repertoire of charming words to brighten a girl's day. Recently, Azura had refrained from visiting the training grounds, leaving a message for Lan Yu and Mag Ina that he intended to focus on studying magical skills and would not be attending the practice arena for the time being. Neither girl replied to him, and although Azura felt a sense of unease, he chose to set those concerns aside. After a modest meal of complimentary food in the cafeteria, he arrived early at Grand Magus Ivy's office. Inside, the two Grand Magi were already engrossed in their respective tasks at the equipment forging station. Ignoring Azura, he chose not to disturb their work, instead standing quietly to observe their endeavors. He watched as Grand Magus Ivy forged a mithril ring, harnessing the power of fire magic to elevate the furnace's temperature to the desired level, maintaining a stable heat conducive to the shaping of the equipment. Meanwhile, Grand Magus is meticulously inscribed spatial magic runes onto the forming mithril ring, his engraving tool steady in hand as he gauged the stability of the storage space within. Even the formidable could not guarantee complete stability of the storage space, with a success rate hovering around 60 to 70%. An unstable storage space would be deemed a failure. This is precisely why spatial rings are so precious and rare. Azura, to this day, had yet to possess his own spatial ring, having only the one from the slain guys, which he was reluctant to reveal for fear of attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. He had examined the storage space within that ring and found it rather limited, even smaller than that of his storage belt. Hence, he had not given it much thought. The value of a spatial ring is intrinsically linked to the size of its storage capacity, while mithril itself is not overly rare. What holds true worth is the scarcity of spatial magic runes inscribed by skilled spatial sorcerers. One might wonder why he did not opt for a spatial belt or storage bracelet instead. The larger the equipment inscribed with magical patterns, the higher the success rate. However, the strong desire that their belts and bracelets bear protective or enhancement magical patterns, rather than merely inscribing spatial ones for storage, elucidates the popularity of spatial rings among the powerful. The spatial rings are also the primary profit-making products for Eyes and Avi. The path of a magician's cultivation is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, and the resources consumed by Grand Magus are nothing short of staggering. Thus, the two frequently forge spatial rings and equipment for sale to the Academy, exchanging them for points to support their training. Observing Azura's rapt attention to their forging and magical pattern inscribing skills, the duo remained unfazed until the sun began to set, prompting them to cease their labors. Eyes, the Grand Magus, gazed at Azura with a smile, noting that the young man had remained unperturbed after being sidelined for an entire afternoon, watching intently. He then jestingly inquired, "Young man, do you comprehend what you're witnessing?" To his surprise, Azura nodded, then shook his head, replying, "Aside from how you control the storage space, I understand everything else." Upon hearing this, both Grand Magi stared at him in astonishment, followed by Avi letting out a derisive snort. Meanwhile, Eyes chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Such youthful bravado. I have taught 7 or 8 batches of students, and even the most talented took a year to grasp the basics, failing numerous times before inscribing a single storage ring. You claim to have gleaned the fundamentals after merely standing by for a few hours? Huh." Avi wore a similarly scornful expression, while Azura, with a glint in his eye, retorted, "My lack of complete mastery stems from your failure to teach me. If you instruct me on how to inscribe a spatial ring, I believe I will learn swiftly." Eyes, still smirking, asked, "How soon do you mean by swiftly?" Azura tilted his head in contemplation, uncertainly responding, 3 months? This time, even Avi laughed aloud, while Eyes, chuckling in disbelief, exclaimed, "What a bold statement. If you can forge a spatial ring in 3 months, does that not render all my previous students fools?" Azura's eyes sparkled even brighter as he proposed. "Grand Magus Eyes, how about a wager? If you teach me the method for crafting a spatial ring, and I fail to produce one within 3 months, I shall submit to your judgment. But if I succeed within that time frame, what then?" Chapter 139. The warm smile on Eyes' face vanished, replaced by a look of incredulity as he scrutinized Azura from head to toe. He then casually waved his hand, causing a spatial rift to materialize above a nearby flower pot, slicing a leaf in half that floated to the ground. Azura sensed the presence of the rift and gasped in astonishment. The great mage eyes spoke, "Young man, should you master the art of crafting a spatial ring within 3 months, I shall impart to you my renowned magical technique, the Void Slash. This yellow-tier magical skill is available at the Academy's Martial Arts Hall, valued at 100,000 Academy points. However, if you fail to produce a satisfactory spatial ring within that time, you shall serve as my apprentice for 3 years, remedying your propensity for reckless boasts. Do you dare?" Before Ashura could respond, the esteemed Mage Avi interjected, "I too am willing to engage in this wager. If you succeed in crafting a spatial ring within 3 months, I shall bestow upon you a complete set of magical equipment. But if you fail, you shall toil as an apprentice, setting aside any other ambitions and keeping your distance from Era. Do you accept?" Upon hearing the assertive declarations from both mages, Ashura took a deep breath, maintaining a faint smile as he replied, "Provided that you both guide me earnestly, allowing me access to this forge at all times and supplying me with materials free of charge, I accept this wager." With that, he extended his right hand. In the Kingdom of Kings, a wager is solidified when both parties clap their right hands together. Yet, at this moment, the two great mages exchanged silent glances. Truth be told, Iz had merely intended to intimidate Ashura into adopting a more pragmatic approach. He had no desire to squander 3 years of students' valuable training on menial tasks. Similarly, Avi sought to frighten this bothersome dark-haired youth, especially considering Era was his pupil. It was evident from a recent awkward gait that Ashura had taken advantage of her. Avi, frustrated yet unable to chastise a novice, seized this opportunity to express his dissatisfaction. To their astonishment, Ashura boldly accepted the challenge. Should this wager truly come to fruition, how could his granddaughter, who had once held him in high regard, continue to treat him kindly? Previously, any students under their tutelage, no matter how exceptional, had approached them with utmost reverence, often trembling at the prospect of engaging them in a wager. None had dared to defy convention as this young man did. Ashura, however, was filled with excitement. He had not spoken idly. With a foundation in magical rune engraving, bolstered by an exceptional memory, he had already committed the runes for the spatial ring to memory. The crafting of the ring itself was not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in ensuring the stability of the space within. Ashura was confident that with a few attempts, he could achieve stability within the ring. His mind raced with thoughts of Iz's Void Slash, a technique he felt was perfectly suited to him, and he was determined to master it. The prospect of acquiring a yellow-tier magical skill worth 100,000 Academy points filled him with uncontainable excitement. Yet, the indecision of the two great mages caused Ashura to display a hint of displeasure, a subtle change in expression that irked both mages, causing their beards to bristle. Finally, the three right hands came together with a resounding clap, and a triumphant smile spread across Ashura's face. The wager was settled, and Ashura promptly and logically demanded the two Grand Magisters to impart their knowledge on the creation of storage space rings, particularly focusing on how to stabilize the space within the rings. Ashura was earnest in his studies, asking detailed questions. The two Grand Magisters, fearing that Ashura might accuse them of insufficient guidance leading to his failure in crafting the rings, dedicated themselves to teaching him diligently. Magister Iz even shared a compilation of his insights regarding space rings, lending it to Ashura for his perusal. This act elevated Ashura's respect for the two Magisters, and his words reflected a newfound reverence. Thus, Ashura found residence in Magister Avi's office, resorting to consuming the jerky stored within his space, remnants from their previous excursion to the monster forest. Observing Ashura's relentless pursuit of knowledge, the two Grand Magisters exchanged glances, particularly Magister Avi, who wore an expression of constipated amusement at the thought of Ashura residing in his office. Consequently, Ashura ceased attending classes at the academy. He explained the situation to Ella, who, upon learning of the wager, stormed into Magister Avi's office, alternating between throwing tantrums and charming him, leaving the Magister in a state of exasperation. However, the wager was irrevocable, and all that remained was to await the passage of 3 months. Meanwhile, Azura voraciously delved into Iza's notes on space rings. For the Magister's insights had unlocked a new realm of magical understanding for him. The initial instruction in space magic proved immensely beneficial, igniting Azura's curiosity to explore magic beyond the realm of space rings. After 3 days, Azura astonishingly commenced forging mithril rings at the anvil, prompting puzzled expressions from the 2 Grand Magisters. Yet, the products of Azura's labor were a haphazard collection of mithril rings in various sizes and styles, leaving the Magisters utterly baffled. After 3 days of crafting mithril rings, Azura had produced dozens of uniquely sized rings, chaotically arranged on the workbench. Their appearance far from appealing, yet unmistakably recognizable as rings. With a soiled visage, Azura extracted a magical etching pen from the storage ring, inhaling deeply before embarking on the intricate task of etching magical patterns. From a distance, Magister eyes expressed astonishment, pondering how this young man had acquired the skill of magical etching. A vague sense of apprehension about losing the wager stirred within him. However, 3 days later, despite the table being cleared of all the mithril rings Azura had forged, it seemed he had not succeeded in completing a single one. The 2 Grand Magisters stroked their beards, smiling silently, as if everything was well within their control. Yet, Azura remained undeterred, returning to the forge to resume his clanging work. After another 3 days, he filled the table once more with a chaotic assortment of rings, noticeably surpassing the quantity produced previously. Now grimy and disheveled, Azura continued to wield the magical etching pen, diligently inscribing the patterns on the space rings. During this time, Ella visited frequently, watching from a distance without daring to interrupt, captivated by Azura's earnest dedication. 3 days later, Azura stood in a daze, holding a ring for an hour, before tossing it into the trash and turning back to the forge to commence crafting another ring. The expressions of the 2 Grand Magisters grew increasingly solemn. Setting aside other matters, they found themselves quite impressed by Azura's earnest dedication to his task. Grand Magister Eyes, utilizing his mental prowess, observed with astonishment the remarkable precision with which Azura inscribed the spatial runes, though it seemed he struggled to stabilize the internal space. This prompted a strong desire in Eyes to take Azura as his apprentice. Thus, the monotonous labor continued, and by the evening of the 18th day, a disheveled Azura appeared before the 2 Grand Magisters, grinning broadly while holding an unassuming spatial ring. At this moment, both Grand Magisters fell into a profound silence. They were no strangers to genius. After all, they themselves had risen to greatness through their extraordinary talents. However, if the spatial ring in Azura's possession were indeed successful, it would serve to humble their years of pride. Grand Magister Eyes took a deep breath and reached for the ordinary ring. Despite its plain appearance and considerable width, the spatial runes etched upon it were flawless. Immersing himself in the ring's essence, Eyes discovered it contained a space no larger than a fist. He felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a competent spatial ring. Noticing the incredulous expression on his old friend Eyes' face, Grand Magister Ave swiftly seized the ring for inspection, equally astonished as he gazed at the disheveled but bright-eyed young man before him. Azura flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth, and spoke. Esteemed mentors, while this ring may lack elegance and the space is somewhat limited, it is the largest storage capacity I can achieve at present. I believe I could further enhance the space within the ring with more attempts, but I simply cannot wait to secure your wager. Do you both find this spatial ring satisfactory? After Azura's words, a long silence ensued between the 2 Grand Magisters, until, after some time, Eyes finally broke the quietude. Are you implying that you have crafted more than one spatial ring? Azura nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I created another ring with a space merely the size of a broad bean in the last batch, but I deemed it too insignificant to present. Hence, I forged another batch of mithril rings, continually striving to expand the space, yet the maximum size I could achieve was still only that of a fist. I apologize for any disappointment this may cause. Yet, Grand Magister Eyes could find no humor in the situation. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with gravity. You have won this wager. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the Void Slash, along with the spatial magic of Blink that you wish to comprehend. As for how long it will take you to learn, that will depend on your talent, young man. Azura's grin nearly reached his ears as he turned his gaze toward Grand Magister Ave, who seemed still in disbelief at the reality before him. After a moment of compromise with an old friend, he spoke in a rather ungracious tone. "You are welcome to select a set of magical equipment from my armory at any time. I stand by my word and will not shortchange you." Upon hearing this, Ashura let out a hearty laugh and then reclined on the floor of the office of the great Mage Avi, snoring thunderously. The 18 days spent diligently crafting space rings had drained all of his mental energy, and he desperately needed a good rest to replenish his reserves. The two grand mages gazed at the slumbering Ashura, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions. Suddenly, Grand Mage Eyes broke the silence, saying, "Avi, I know you are not fond of this lad becoming your granddaughter's husband. After decades of friendship, I cannot bear to see you troubled by this matter. Let my little granddaughter, Eva, take Ella's place to spare you from such vexation. What do you think?" However, Avi, seemingly transformed, disdainfully replied, "If I recall correctly, your granddaughter Eva is merely 12 years old. Are you truly willing to give her to this young man? This is not like you, Eyes." Grand Mage Eyes, with a sense of righteous resolve, responded, "What can I say? We are brothers. If you are unwilling, it is my duty to assist you." Since Ashura was indifferent to the 6-year age gap with Ella, surely he would not mind one with Eva. Before Eyes could elaborate further, Avi brusquely interrupted. "Do not entertain thoughts of my granddaughter marrying him. I have already set my sights on Ella. She has truly discerning taste. Ha ha ha." Avi's hearty laughter filled the entire office. Eyes, with a scowl, muttered under his breath, "You old fool. How shameless. You were not saying this before." His mind raced to consider which eligible young woman from his family would be suitable to present to Ashura. This lad was adept in lightning magic and possessed remarkable talent in spatial magic. Both grand mages understood that Ashura's magical aptitude was exceptional, and if he continued to develop, his future achievements would rival their own. Initially, they had considered taking him as a disciple, but now the prospect of marrying a granddaughter to such a promising individual was incredibly appealing. They had conducted inquiries into Ashura's background and discovered that he was a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts, with unremarkable entrance exam results and even some embarrassing incidents. Yet, he had managed to slay a level 6 magical beast, the Crimson Lotus Serpent King, although they had not witnessed it firsthand. Ashura's mystery and potential had captured their admiration, especially for Grand Mage Avi. His attitude underwent a complete transformation as he summoned Ella, requesting her to care for her sleeping fiancé in the coming days. The abrupt change in address sent chills down Ella's spine, leaving her bewildered as to what enchantment Ashura had cast upon her grandfather. Regardless, gaining her grandfather's approval was the greatest fortune. Upon his awakening, she would be sure to inquire how he accomplished this. Her young boyfriend never ceased to surprise her. Before the forging table of the great Mage Eyes, he meticulously examined a series of mithril rings, his expression growing increasingly grim with each inspection. Not to speak of quality, but in terms of success rate, even Ashura had surpassed him. After Ashura awoke from a 3-day slumber, Eyes could hardly contain his eagerness to impart the intricacies of spatial magic to him, with even the esteemed Mage Ivy setting aside her own tasks to listen in. However, she was soon compelled by Ella to take a bath and change into fresh garments. Once cleaned, Ashura radiated the unique vigor of a youthful gentleman, captivating Ella evermore, while the two elder mages found themselves increasingly satisfied. Yet, a delicate matter arose. Their esteemed statuses rendered it inappropriate to compete with their granddaughter Ella for a student, leaving the two old men at a loss, pulling out countless strands of their white hair in frustration. Thus, Ashura commenced his studies in spatial magic under Eyes' tutelage, revealing his remarkable talent. The essential points of magic explained by Eyes required no repetition. Ashura could grasp them clearly and apply them effectively in his casting. Eyes found it difficult to scold him for any shortcomings, as many of Ashura's inquiries were ones he had never contemplated. At times, he needed to ponder deeply before providing an answer, leading Eyes to admire Ashura all the more. So intense was his admiration that when he later taught his higher year students, he was left infuriated, unable to comprehend how he had previously instructed such dullards. Thus, Ashura remained in Ivy's office, diligently studying for half a year. Now, having turned 18, Ashura brimmed with youthful exuberance. With a mere thought, his figure materialized several meters away, where he focused and executed a downward strike. causing a potted plant to sever at the base from 8 meters away. Just as Azura was about to revel in his accomplishment, a furious roar erupted from ivy behind him. Startled, Azura blinked and instantly appeared beside Ella. A fiery explosion erupted precisely where he had stood moments before. As the scowling figure of Ivy emerged, glaring daggers at him. Ever since Azura had begun learning the art of spatial slashes in his office, the items within had suffered unprecedented damage, inciting Ivy's wrath and prompting him to consider sending Azura back to Eyes for further instruction. However, his granddaughter Ella objected, claiming it would be inconvenient for her to visit him there. Fearing that his old friend might usurp his granddaughter's suitor, Ivy reluctantly acquiesced. In truth, Ivy had been observing Azura closely and had unearthed a troubling realization. When not employing powerful high-level spells, he found that even rapid low-level incantations could not accurately strike this infuriating boy. Ivy contemplated that if he were to match Azura's magical prowess, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Thus, the once short-tempered Ivy found his patience significantly tested. Azura initially intended to further hone his spatial magic, believing that his blink and void slash could still be enhanced. Currently, he could consecutively cast blink around 5 times within a short span, each time covering a maximum distance of several meters, after which the magical elements within him would be nearly depleted. Void slash, on the other hand, could only be executed twice in quick succession, with a range limited to 30 meters, yet its power remained formidable. Testing his equipment from the great Mage Avi's arsenal, Azura discovered that each strike dealt damage equivalent to approximately the 18th blow of a staircase ascent, a testament to the prowess of a spellcraft valued at 100,000 Academy points. Having witnessed the great Mage Eyes unleash a full-powered void slash, Azura marveled as a rift seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space from 100 meters away, revealing a tempest of spatial storms beyond. This spurred Azura to strive for a greater intensity in his own void slash. However, the news brought by Aira that day compelled him to conclude his spatial magic training swiftly, for the 3-year examination at St. Gabain Academy was imminent, and he needed to prepare for the upcoming assessments. The 3-year examination stands as the most significant evaluation at St. Gabain Academy. Passing it would fulfill the graduation requirements, allowing students to choose to graduate. The conditions include reaching the 3rd stage of both Martial Master and Mage. Over 10 exemplary freshmen, including Azura, had already met these criteria. The examination would take place in the Beast Forest, where participants would enter in randomly assigned teams of 5 to hunt magical beasts. The number and rank of the beasts slain would determine their evaluation points, with obtaining rare herbs and precious treasures also contributing to their scores. Teams failing to achieve the minimum points would have to wait 3 years for a retake, while the highest-scoring teams would receive rewards from the Academy. The previous expedition into the Beast Forest was a preparatory endeavor for this examination, as the 5-member teams would be randomly assigned to survive for a month without the protection of mentors, relying solely on their collective prowess. Of course, there would be rescue scrolls available. Upon activation, nearby mentors would come to their aid, though the response time would depend on their proximity. Additionally, using a rescue scroll would be interpreted as forfeiting the examination, and if the team lacked sufficient points at the time of the call for help, they would be deemed to have failed. Should a student feel inadequately prepared, they could opt out of this examination, with a maximum of 3 attempts allowed. Students could remain at the academy for up to 9 years, and this examination was a mandatory hurdle for all. Generally, senior students would not be mixed with newcomers during the assessment. Most notably, the historical mortality rate for this examination reached a staggering 30%. If a team of 5 suffered more than 1 casualty, they would be disqualified from the assessment. Thus, students eagerly anticipated assembling a competent team. Teams consisting of 2 or more mages would forfeit their eligibility for this year's examination outright. Consequently, Azura approached the great Mage Avi with a mischievous grin, declaring his intent to select the set of magical artifacts promised in their previous wager. Avi the great mage cast a sidelong glance at him, about to suggest that his equipment should suffice as compensation for the losses incurred in her office over the past 6 months. However, upon noticing her granddaughter with her elbow jutting outward behind her, the words caught in her throat, and she decided instead to hand over the keys to the storeroom. allowing the two to select whatever they desired, out of sight, out of mind. Azura did not take long to choose. He simply picked a set of close-fitting soft armor, knowing well that numerous items had been damaged during the past 6 months under Avi's care. Feeling a pang of conscience, he opted for a single piece of women's soft armor, which he intended for Magina. During their first venture into the monster forest, Magina had lent him her close-fitting armor, which had been ruined by a single blow from the earth-devouring bear. Fortunately, the armor had provided some protection. Otherwise, Azura might have met his demise from that strike. Upon returning to the academy, Magina had never pursued compensation from him, as he could not afford her exquisite armor. Nevertheless, Azura had always kept it in mind, and today, upon seeing the armor that enhanced speed, he was resolute in acquiring it as a gift for Magina. After leaving Avi's office, Azura emerged from Ella's independent dormitory 2 hours later, feeling invigorated. Having not walked the academy paths for half a year, he suddenly noticed an atmosphere of tension. The students appeared burdened with worries, likely due to the significant pressure of the upcoming major examination. However, Azura paid little heed to it. Having ventured into the monster forest multiple times, he believed that with his agility and strength, escaping unscathed would not pose a challenge. The only uncertainty lay with his team. If the other 4 members were weak, trouble would ensue. Azura hoped that this expedition into the monster forest would allow him to hunt high-level beasts, as he had long been stuck at the threshold between great warrior and great mage, yearning to break through to the next grand realm during this assessment. As he walked, bored, Azura pulled out the academy badge, noticing the multitude of messages it contained. Ginza, Arthur, Angelo, Clara, Lanua, Magina, and others had all left notes, and he discovered that Luna and Locke had successfully passed the freshman assessment and entered the academy. In a fleeting moment, he realized he had become an upperclassman. However, the most frequent messages came from Tangua, and a vivid image of the cute girl with twin ponytails sprang to mind. A chill ran through him. Would that foolish girl do something reckless since she couldn't reach him? The last he heard, she had mentioned reporting to her grandfather, but he was uncertain of how that situation had unfolded. Thus, Azura sent a message to Tangua, inquiring about what she was doing. To his surprise, she replied almost instantaneously, "Thinking of you." Azura encountered the ever-adorable Tangua in the library square, where the little girl dashed into his embrace, her small head nuzzling against him as it had before. Unsure where to place his hands, Azura seized the moment, and while the surrounding students were still oblivious to their interaction, he carried the petite girl into a nearby grove. Tangua, nestled in Azura's embrace, conveyed her longing for him during their time apart. Her cheeks flushed as she informed him that she had spoken with her grandfather. He requested that she find time to express her gratitude to Azura in person. Instantly, Azura's mind conjured the formidable figure of the great Mage Wei, realizing that a meeting with the young girl's grandfather could spell trouble. Thus, while he verbally acquiesced, his heart was filled with reluctance. As a non-combatant, Tangua was exempt from the rigorous 3-year examination, leaving her unconcerned about the upcoming assessment. However, upon learning that Azura would be participating, a wave of anxiety and concern washed over her. After much coaxing, Azura finally escorted the little girl back to her dormitory. Observing her obedient demeanor, he mused that had he not just indulged in a hearty meal with Ira, he would have certainly taken her to explore the nearby woods. Upon returning to dormitory 138, he found Ginza and Arthur diligently preparing for the 3-year examination in the training room. In contrast, Angelo, also a non-combatant, busied himself gathering information about the top 10 beauties among the new students, proving to be more occupied than his dorm mates. After a restful night, Azura awoke early the next morning, joining a throng of students assembled in the academy's War God Square for the examination. He blended into the crowd, which numbered over 3,000, comprising both current and previous students. Before long, the 2 deans, Fearman and Sanning, descended from the sky, reminiscent of the new students' orientation. Dean Fearman addressed the assembly, stating, "Congratulations on completing 3 years of study at the academy. Now, you stand before the greatest assessment of your academic journey. Your homeroom teachers should have thoroughly briefed you on the details. The upperclassmen must exert themselves even more this time. I hope you all give your utmost in this assessment." Without further ado, he announced the commencement of team selection by drawing lots. Students with matching numbers would have the opportunity to meet today, while the following day, They would embark on the assessment as teams from this very location. With that, Dean Sanning sprinkled a cascade of red number balls above the crowd, each student instinctively grasping one. Ashura found himself with the number 88. Feeling satisfied with his number, he tossed the ball lightly while making his way toward the designated area for Group 88, curiosity coursing through the other students as they sought their respective teams. As Ashura approached the area, his spirits lifted, only to be met by two statuesque beauties seemingly poised in opposition on the open ground. Without a second thought, he turned to seek another path. However, a flash of blue, swift and enchanting, darted past him, and in a moment of startled confusion, he felt his number ball lighten in his hand. The blue-haired beauty had seized it. Glancing at the number, she revealed a knowing smile that hinted at deeper meanings. As Ashura retreated a step, unnerved by the smile, he inadvertently leaned against a soft figure behind him. The distinct pressure against his back sent a shiver through him. Turning his head, he beheld the charming yet reproachful face of Magina. Instantly, Ashura darted aside, standing there like a guilty child, anxious and tense. Magina seemed to sense something amiss, casting a glance at Ashura before shifting her gaze to Lanyu. Lanyu, reveling in the mischief, remarked, "This assessment 1T be dull. At least we 1T lack for delicacies along the way." With that, she showcased Ashura's number ball to Magina. Upon seeing the number 88, Magina's face broke into a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on Ashura, making him feel uneasy. Internally, he lamented, "How did I end up in a team with these two formidable ladies, whom I usually avoid at all costs?" The two beauties flanked Ashura, akin to a scene of schoolyard bullying, waiting for him to confess. However, before he could devise a strategy to appease them, a booming yet elated voice resonated from behind. "Magina, is that really you? We're on the same team. How wonderful. I'm absolutely thrilled." The trio turned to see a remarkably robust martial artist standing behind them. His short hair stood upright like steel needles, and his rugged visage was adorned with a delighted grin. It was none other than the Academy's top freshman, Monroe, wielding a double-handed sword, and also Magina's most ardent admirer. Magina's expression immediately soured as she furtively glanced at Ashura, then spoke sharply, "Who said we're on the same team?" "We are Team 88. Yet Monroe, brimming with excitement, produced his own number ball, also marked 88, to show Magina, his usual reticence swept away by elation. Ashura sighed inwardly, relieved to have a teammate to share the burden, realizing he would only need to contend with Lanyu from here on out. It seemed that only a simpleton like Monroe could match Magina's fierce demeanor. Consequently, Ashura eagerly approached Monroe, grasping his hand vigorously and exclaiming, "Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have such a formidable ally. We're sure to excel in this assessment." Monroe, bewildered by the Mage's enthusiastic grip and sincere expression, felt overwhelmed by the warmth. However, being welcomed was always a positive experience, especially in light of the thrilling news of being on the same team as Magina. Meanwhile, Magina scrutinized Ashura coldly from behind, while Lanyu, appearing equally delighted, wore a mischievous expression. In the midst of this awkward atmosphere, a cool voice inquired, "Are you members of Team 88? It seems you are all present. My name is Aurelia, and I will be your teammate." A striking beauty, rivaling both Lanyu and Magina in stature, stood not far away, her bright silver hair styled into two playful buns, lending her an endearing charm. Yet that exquisite visage emanated an icy demeanor, devoid of overt emotion, while a palpable aura of nobility enveloped her, creating an unspoken sense of distance. Similarly, the beautiful Lanyu and Magina furrowed their brows, while Monroe merely nodded, gazing at Magina with fervent admiration. Upon hearing the name Aurelia, a flash of recognition struck Ashura's mind. She was one of the top 10 beauties of the new students, a prodigious talent at the Magic Academy. He recalled the enchanting figure adorned with two playful buns atop her head, realizing that this small group of 5 contained 3 stunning school beauties. With this revelation, Ashura, emboldened, opened his arms to offer Aurelia a grand embrace. However, before he could approach her, he felt a sudden kick to his rear, leading him to tumble to the ground in an undignified sprawl. Thus, the grand examination at St. Gabain Academy concluded, and the teams were formed. Each small group of 5 gathered to familiarize themselves and promised to rendezvous at the square the following day. Team 88 undoubtedly boasted the strongest composition, featuring a formidable blend of 3 warriors and 2 mages. Yet, unlike other teams that engaged in strategic discussions before their departure, this group dispersed unhappily. Some teams fell into discord due to imbalanced strengths or an excess of mages, resulting in a complete abandonment of the assessment. With a countenance marked by dissatisfaction, Ashura returned to the dormitory. He was acutely aware of the identities of those who had kicked him, leaving him embarrassed in front of the beautiful Aurelia. Yet, he dared not voice his anger, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he contemplated the dynamics within his team. Inside the dorm, Jinza and Arthur were engaged in a serious discussion over tea. Upon noticing Ashura's entrance, they quickly approached him, each delivering a punch to his arm and exclaiming, "Third brother, what on earth have you been up to? You seem elusive both inside and outside the academy." Ashura forced a smile, responding dismissively, "Just keeping busy. I've been immersed in the training room to enhance my strength in preparation for this assessment." Arthur inquired, "What is your current level? Did you manage to gather at the square? Were teams assigned?" Ashura nodded, saying, "I am around the 2nd tier of a great warrior now. I did attend and met my teammates." Arthur beamed. "I was fortunate enough to be placed in a group with the leader. We also have 3 other warrior students whom I am familiar with. The weakest among us is also a 2nd-tier great warrior. With our combination of 4 warriors and 1 mage, we are bound to excel in this assessment." Ashura could not help but express his envy. "You two are incredibly fortunate. I wish I could be on your team." Jinza, with a subtle smile, asked, "Third brother, what is the composition of your team?" As Ashura pursed his lips, he remarked, 3 warriors and 2 mages, or alternatively 4 warriors and 1 mage. "You all know I am adept in both martial and magical arts." Arthur replied, "Your team composition is quite commendable. Who are the members? Are there any lovely ladies among them?" With a resigned expression, Ashura responded, "There are 3 ladies and 2 gentlemen." Both Jinja and Arthur simultaneously exclaimed expletives. "Damn, that's impressive, old 3. Quickly, tell us about the quality of the ladies." Ashura, with a face akin to someone in distress, replied, "All 3 are among the top 10 beauties. However, I am not on good terms with 2 of them. One is Lanyu, and the other is Magina, who is the cousin of old 2. The last one is the prodigious magical girl, Aurelia. She is quite beautiful, but her demeanor is rather frosty." Initially excited, the 2 men suddenly felt doused with cold water upon hearing Magina's name, and they exchanged glances at the dormitory door. Arthur, humiliated, lowered his head in silence, while Jinja pondered for a moment before saying, "You must exercise caution for the next month. Endure if you can." Fortunately, the team's strength is formidable. Ashura solemnly nodded. "I will be careful. The team's strength is indeed adequate. And there is also Monroe, Magina's foremost admirer." Upon hearing this, the 2 stared at Ashura in astonishment. Arthur, with earnest concern, cautioned, "Old 3, you must be vigilant. I sense my cousin has an interest in you. If Monroe discovers your past entanglements with her, I fear I cannot contend with him." Ashura, both angry and frustrated, shot a glare at Arthur, thinking, "What past entanglements could I possibly have with Magina? If you can't even handle her, how would you contend with Monroe?" Noticing Ashura's defiant expression, Arthur threatened irritably, "Am I wronging you? If Monroe finds out that it was you who dragged Magina into this mess." Before he could finish, Ashura swiftly covered his mouth. "Please, dear brother, refrain from complicating matters further. If you threaten me again, I shall forfeit this assessment, and you can await your cousin's wrath at the door." Arthur's pupils visibly widened, and he quickly nodded in agreement, conceding. Ashura released Arthur, and the 3 brothers exchanged weary smiles, their arms draped across each other's shoulders as they headed to the cafeteria to procure provisions. Along the way, they observed their fellow candidates hastening towards the cafeteria, as well as the Her Pavilion and Armory, all preparing for the impending assessment. Due to their noble lineage, one being the heir of the Jinli group and the other the 2nd prince of the Valen's empire, Jinja and Arthur had no need for potions or weaponry. Noticing Ashura's lack of intention to procure any, they each retrieved some potions and gear from their storage spaces, intending to offer them to him. Ashura graciously declined, fully appreciating the bond of brotherhood they shared. During the remaining time, he visited Mentor Yuanda to discuss his recent training progress and inform him of his intention to participate in the assessment. Yuanda held high hopes for his favored disciple, assured of the young man's extensive experience surviving in the beast forest, thus he felt little concern. Subsequently, He busied himself at Ella's dormitory for 2 hours, focusing on a tender exchange. Since Ella did not accompany the team to the Beast Forest this time, she expressed her worries about Ashura, urging him repeatedly to exercise caution and to flee at the first sign of danger. Ashura acknowledged her concerns, for he was not one to seek the limelight. With so many formidable individuals in the team, there was little need for him to take action. He merely aimed to pass the assessment. Upon exiting Ella's dormitory, Ashura retrieved the academy badge, which was incessantly buzzing with messages. Upon inspection, he discovered that the majority were from Tangua, prompting him to message the mischievous little girl to meet him at the library. The little girl dashed into his embrace, her small head nuzzling against him, before suddenly looking up and asking, "Why do you smell so much like a woman? And there's a strange odor. Did you eat fish? Or something?" Ashura felt a moment of panic but maintained an outward calm, replying, "I just came from the square to register for the assessment. Perhaps I picked up some scent from the crowd." The little girl, unperturbed, retrieved a pink package adorned with hearts from her spatial ring and eagerly presented it to him. Pouting slightly, Tangua said, "I heard this assessment is particularly perilous, so I prepared a medical kit for you, containing some emergency elixirs. Make sure to use them promptly if you get hurt." Ashura gazed at the charming pink heart-shaped medical kit, his lips twitching slightly. Nevertheless, he feigned delight as he quickly stowed it away in his storage belt, subsequently engaging in sweet talk while subtly taking advantage of the situation. Though Tangua's cheeks flushed crimson, she allowed his hand to roam, caught between resistance and acceptance. Fortunately, Ashura had just satisfied his hunger at Ella's, where he might have been unable to resist indulging in the adorable little girl. As the night passed in silence, the following morning enveloped the campus in a chilling atmosphere. The students participating in the assessment gathered early at the square, forming teams and awaiting departure, while those not partaking also rose early to join the spectacle. Among the onlookers, Ashura spotted the unmistakable figure of the newcomer, Locke, whose stature was particularly striking. Beside Locke stood a girl with pale golden hair obscuring her face, clad in oversized school attire, unremarkable in appearance. Yet Ashura was aware of the breathtaking beauty concealed beneath that veil of hair. After some contemplation, he approached the pair. Luna was the first to notice him, waving her arms in excitement, while Locke, overwhelmed, nearly shed tears at the sight of his master after more than half a year apart. Ashura pulled them aside, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he spoke. "I've been in seclusion for training and haven't been able to look after you too, especially you, Luna. I had promised to bring you into the academy. Yet here you are, having entered on your own." Luna gazed intently at Ashura, her eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, "Upon my arrival in St. Gobain City, I managed to contact Jella. She requested her father to write me a recommendation letter, and with that letter in hand, I successfully gained admission to the academy." Ashura nodded thoughtfully, feeling indebted to Jella, and glanced at Locke, asking, "Have you sorted everything out with your family?" Locke, brimming with excitement, replied, "Rest assured, my lord. Aunt Celine has opened a breakfast shop in St. Gobain City, and her daily earnings are quite satisfactory, thanks to your generosity." Ashura waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for superfluous words. Focus on your training at the academy. I shall seek you out once I complete my assessments." Both nodded in agreement, while Luna, with a look of deep concern, urged Ashura to take extra care. He responded with a knowing smile, causing Luna's cheeks to flush with shyness. Subsequently, Ashura made his way to the gathering spot of their team from the previous day. Today, the students had traded their uniforms for their own gear, a dazzling array of armor and magical robes that left one awestruck. Some affluent, noble students flaunted their resplendent equipment, adorned with glittering gemstones. In contrast, Ashura, clad in simple black attire, bore the mark of a less fortunate upbringing, his gaze occasionally wavering with uncertainty. However, he paid little mind to such concerns, observing the various armaments as if he were perusing a market, particularly drawn to those bedecked in opulent gear. He silently resolved to keep his distance from such individuals in the monster forest, fearing he might attract undue attention from the beasts. Upon reaching the designated assembly point, Ashura found the remaining members of his team already awaiting him. Monroe was engaged in conversation with the visibly displeased Magina, while the other two stood apart, seemingly unacquainted. Notably, the three warriors were clad in soft armor, whereas Aurelia, much like Ashura, donned a sleek silver outfit instead of the customary robes of a mage. Aurelia, upon noticing Ashura's attire, appeared momentarily taken aback, and the two seemed to share a semblance of couple-like coordination in their outfits, which brought a rare blush to her usually stoic face. Observing her blush, Ashura was tempted to approach her playfully. However, a gruff voice interrupted him, calling Ashura, "Since you have arrived, let us discuss the command of the team." The voice belonged to Monroe, the towering freshman warrior clad in soft armor. Ashura, regarding him with a slight grimace, replied, "Feel free to decide. I have no objections." Monroe nodded, unreservedly stating, "Very well. Just ensure you protect yourself in the monster forest. If you encounter any beasts, stay behind us. Do not let your presence hinder our team's performance. Being less capable is no excuse. Do not be a burden to the team." Ashura was taken aback by this remark, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Am I a burden?" he thought while nearby. Lanyu was doubled over in laughter, and Magina, who had previously sported a frown, now covered her mouth, chuckling softly. Monroe and Aurelia remained oblivious to the source of their laughter. Yet Monroe found himself uplifted by the goddess's joy. He continued, "I propose that our team be led by Magina. Does anyone object?" The blatant flattery provoked a scoff from Ashura. Magina, initially taken aback and blushing, shot a furious glare at the presumptuous Monroe and retorted, "When did I ever express a desire to be captain? Even if I wished to, I would voice it myself. I don't need you to speak for me." Lanyu disdainfully curled her lip, her demeanor clearly indicating her disapproval. Meanwhile, Aurelia maintained an aloof attitude, arms crossed, merely observing the unfolding drama. Sensing the awkwardness of the situation, the inarticulate Monroe rubbed his nose and said, "If Magina is unwilling, then I shall take on the role of captain, given that I am the strongest." This statement elicited further dissent, as the three girls, excluding Ashura, voiced their disagreement. "What do you mean by being the strongest? Just because others call you the top freshman warrior, do you truly believe you're the best? Does strength alone qualify you to lead?" Monroe found himself momentarily speechless, and, after a long pause, suggested, "Then let Lanyu be the captain." As soon as he uttered this, Magina expressed her dissatisfaction, and the two girls exchanged fierce glares, each unwilling to yield. Noticing the rising tension, Monroe hastily intervened, proposing, "Let Aurelia be the captain." Yet Aurelia replied, "I do not wish to be captain, nor will I lead. I have no objection to whoever takes the position." Monroe felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Then who should lead our team? Surely we cannot allow Ashura to take the role." Ashura, who had been quietly observing, rolled her eyes in annoyance. But a cool, feminine voice interjected, "I agree." Monroe turned in surprise towards Lanyu. Immediately afterward, an equally displeased Magina chimed in, "I also support Ashura as captain." Aurelia, now equally astonished, glanced between the two girls and Ashura, coolly stating, "I have no objections." At this point, the two boys in the group exchanged bewildered glances, mouths agape. Seeing that Magina had expressed her agreement, though reluctant, Monroe gritted his teeth and said, "Since you all agree, let Ashura be the captain." Only then did Ashura register the situation and quickly waved her hands, saying, "Why don't you ask if I agree? I don't want to be captain. Let whoever desires it take the role." The group's gaze toward her turned unfriendly, particularly Monroe, who was already irked. He rolled his neck, ready to confront Ashura. As the situation unfolded unfavorably, Ashura promptly conceded, stating, "Calm down, everyone. Since you have appointed me as the captain, let it be clear that I shall wield absolute command over this team. You must heed my orders regarding our strategy against the magical beasts. Should you find this unacceptable, I shall decline the role of captain." The four warriors exchanged glances. Each was proud and formidable in their own right, reluctant to submit to another's authority. Yet, faced with the current predicament, they acquiesced with reluctant nods. Thus, the underdog of the team assumed the position of captain. Chapter 145. Arrival at the destination at long last. Team 88 had established their leader, but the atmosphere was far from jubilant. Even Ashura wore a glum expression. At that moment, all participants in the Academy's assessment received a notification. Each team was assigned a unique map coordinate, a task to retrieve a flag placed by the Academy within a month. Failure to reach the coordinate and obtain the flag, or if the team's points fell below the required threshold, or if more than one member perished, would result in a failure of the mission. The participants bore solemn expressions, and after reviewing the mission directive, the members of Team 88 turned their gazes toward Ashura. Recognizing it was time for him, As captain, to formulate a battle plan, Ashura pondered briefly before articulating. Our primary objective is to reach the coordinates swiftly to procure the Academy's flag. Subsequently, we shall engage the magical beast to accumulate points, avoiding unnecessary confrontations along the way. What do you all think? The group nodded in agreement, finding no fault in Ashura's strategy. Even Minlo exhibited a slight reduction in his previous disdain. Meanwhile, numerous teams had already rushed out of the academy, eager to venture into the forest of magical beasts. In contrast, Ashura settled onto the ground and retrieved a map of the magical beast forests sold by the academy. Utilizing the markers from their badges, he swiftly sketched the most optimal route, meticulously avoiding potential hazards. He also organized the formation of the team, assigning the swiftest member, Blue Feather, as a scout, ensuring a distance of approximately 200 meters ahead for reconnaissance. Should they encounter high-level beasts or threats, Blue Feather was to return and provide a warning, never straying more than 300 meters from the group. Minlo was positioned at the forefront, Magina at the rear, while he and Aurelia remained centrally located. During combat, his primary responsibility would be to protect Aurelia. The others nodded in understanding. With no objections raised, Ashura stood with an air of self-importance, gesturing grandly as he proclaimed, "Team 88, let us embark." However, the team members paid him little heed, busily adjusting their gear in preparation for the long trek ahead. Only Aurelia, with a teasing smile, looked at the awkward Ashura and remarked, "Let us go, Captain. Remember to protect me." Thus, the team swiftly exited the St. Gawain Academy and made their way into the magical beast forest. During their rapid progress through the forest, Ashura glanced at Minlo, who was focused on the path ahead, and then turned to observe Magina, who appeared to be scrutinizing him. He deliberately slowed his pace, creating a slight distance from Aurelia before turning his back to retrieve the set of enchanted armor he had selected from the great Mage AV, discreetly handing it to Magina while signaling her with his eyes to quickly conceal it. Magina, bewildered by his actions, blushed slightly as she accepted the armor. Ashura whispered furtively, "Resembling a thief, the armor you gave me previously was damaged during an attack, so I procured this new set for you." Magina tilted her head and replied, "Are you implying that we are even now?" Noticing her voice had risen a bit too high, Ashura anxiously glanced to see if Minro had turned around. This timid and anxious gesture prompted Magina to kick him in the rear. Ashura, rubbing his sore backside, looked at Magina in silence, while she regarded the innocent-looking Ashura with exasperation before ultimately storing the armor in her spatial ring. As she passed by Ashura, she remarked, "I have nothing to do with that guy." Ashura, still massaging his aching posterior, chuckled helplessly and continued forward, only to receive a meaningful glance from the bun-haired beauty, Aurelia. When he reached her side, Team 88 progressed swiftly, reaching the location marked by the Academy flag in approximately 12 days. After a cautious search, they discovered a flag hidden behind a massive stone. Upon spotting the flag, the team members beamed with joy, and they convened a tactical meeting nearby to discuss how to hunt magical beasts for points. Throughout their journey, they had refrained from engaging magical beasts to conserve time, having only slain 2 level 4 serpentine beasts that had ambushed them. Now, with the Academy flag secured, their next objective was to earn points. Ashura studied the map intently for a considerable time before circling a particular area. Though he had never ventured there before, it was near a water source, an indication of potential beast congregation, and the terrain was relatively flat, devoid of mountains or valleys. In the event of an unexpected encounter, they could swiftly retreat to avoid being pursued by beasts due to unfamiliar geography. The other team members, equally unacquainted with the magical forest, observed Ashura's confident arrangements and refrained from voicing any objections. Through their shared experiences, even Minro had come to trust Ashura's leadership. Ashura instructed the group to rest by the massive stone, as they had now delved deep into the magical forest, and starting a fire in the open wilderness would undoubtedly invite trouble. He produced a cloth bag and scattered some brown powder around the campsite. It was high-grade magical beast dung he had prepared in advance, which earned Ashura a newfound respect from his companions. That night, aside from Aurelia, 2 members would take turns keeping watch, with Minro adamantly insisting on pairing with Magina. Throughout the journey, whenever Minro rested, he would eagerly approach Magina, seeking conversation. Kamajina consistently disregarded him, even brandishing her sword on several occasions. Each time Ashura witnessed this spectacle, a phrase flickered in his mind. A sycophant meets an untimely end. However, at that moment, he dared not approach her. Doing so would surely render him a mere outlet for Comagina's frustrations. His first attempt to counsel her as captain had ended poorly, with her chasing him to the river, sword in hand, until he leaped into the water to escape. At dawn the following day, the five of them swiftly traversed the dense forest. Ashura glanced at Aurelia beside him. The prodigious young woman left him in awe. The relentless march had posed no challenge for this sorceress, who kept pace effortlessly with the team. They were, after all, the first to seize the Academy's banner, maintaining an astonishing speed of progress. Remarkably, Aurelia had not uttered a single complaint. Her stamina was nothing short of extraordinary, even seeming to surpass Ashura's own physical prowess. This left Ashura perplexed. He had considered himself an anomaly among sorcerers, yet this young girl was the true oddity of their realm. Noticing Ashura's gaze, Aurelia turned her head to him, casting a fierce and piercing look before resuming her focus on the path ahead. Ashura, feeling slightly chastised, decided to set aside his musings and concentrate on the challenges posed by the forest. Chapter 146. The Ruined Castle. At this juncture, Team 88 had ceased to withhold their strength, engaging any magical beasts they encountered. Typically, a formidable warrior of the third tier could vanquish a level 5 beast with all their might, and the team comprised elite students of the third tier. Throughout their journey, Ashura and Aurelia had hardly needed to intervene, having already felled over a dozen level 5 magical beasts. Team members collected the beast cores or heads to store in their spatial compartments, anticipating the point tally upon their return to the academy. Ashura was particularly intrigued by Aurelia's composure in the face of danger. She exhibited no signs of fear or anxiety when confronted with the beasts, which furrowed Ashura's brow in contemplation. Suddenly, their scout, Lanue, came rushing back, and the group instinctively drew their weapons, bracing for whatever news he bore. With a serious expression, Lanue reported, "There lies a vast, ancient castle complex not far ahead, seemingly abandoned for ages. Should we investigate?" Ashura surveyed the dense thicket ahead and then regarded his teammates, speaking firmly, "All members on combat alert. Let us proceed to inspect the site." As they navigated through the underbrush and beheld the full expanse of the ruins, astonishment washed over the team. Who could have constructed such a castle within the confines of the magical beast forest? In a shallow basin stood a towering castle, half submerged in earth, half exposed above ground, comparable in size to the Academy's god of War Plaza. The unexpected emergence of this ancient castle within the magical beast forest was astounding. The degree of its decay suggested it had long been untouched by human presence. In the depths of the Warcraft forest, one frequently encounters ancient ruins, some of which house a plethora of treasures and opportunities. Before them stood a castle exuding an air of mystery and peril, shrouded in a faint, dark mist. Ashura felt an unsettling intuition, a sixth sense of danger enveloping his heart. He gestured for his team to retreat, and they all nodded in agreement. Just as they were cautiously stepping back, a low growl from a beast echoed from the castle's depths. At the sound of the roar, Aurelia abruptly halted, her expression a mixture of shock and fury as she fixed her gaze on the castle ruins. The other team members also noticed her unusual reaction, and Aurelia, rarely one to speak, declared, "I must investigate the ruins. You all may leave first." Her icy words puzzled the others. Ashura cast another glance at the castle ruins and softly stated, "I sense great danger there. Our primary objective is to participate in the assessment, and we should not stray from it. I have a responsibility to the team." The others nodded in agreement, yet Aurelia remained fixated on the castle, insisting, "I can go alone. You should continue with your tasks. Even if I encounter misfortune, it will not affect your assessment. If I do not emerge from the ruins in 3 days, you need not wait for me." The team was taken aback by Aurelia's words. This usually reserved girl exhibited an unexpected resolve. What could possibly be within those ruins that compelled her so? Just as Aurelia took a step forward, Ashura suddenly grasped her arm. Infuriated, she turned to glare at him, causing a shiver to run down Ashura's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Yet he did not release her, furrowing his brow and stating, "We agreed back at the academy that I would lead the team. As such, you must follow my commands." "What do you think you're doing, leaving the group so recklessly?" Aurelia narrowed her eyes, her icy demeanor hardening as she uttered two chilling words. Let go. The atmosphere tensed instantly, and Blue Feather discreetly drew her dagger. However, Ashura defiantly met her gaze, asserting, I have said that as a team, you must heed my leadership. It is not a matter of coming and going at your whim. Aurelia retorted sharply, you are courting death. As the magical elements in the air became volatile, Ashura remained undeterred, coldly observing her. Meanwhile, Blue Feather and Magina exchanged worried glances, both preparing to shield Ashura. Even Monroe felt compelled to intervene between the two heated individuals. Ashura contemptuously remarked, there is no need for you to feign ferocity before me. I do not know what lies within those ruins that captivates you so, compelling you to venture forth without certainty of success. But believe me when I say, I can alert whatever resides within the ruins to the fact that someone intends to intrude. Aurelia's momentum faltered, her spirit for battle seemingly melting away like ice meeting fire. She cast a resentful glance at Ashura for a prolonged moment before turning away with a swift motion of her arm. Observing her capitulation, Ashura refrained from further provocation and, with a smug expression, remarked to the astonished Monroe, see, one must not indulge women. Once you do, it leads to trouble. Before he could finish his boast, 2 feet simultaneously kicked him squarely in the rear, sending him crashing to the ground. Ashura sprang up, ready to retaliate against the 2 mischievous girls. But a massive broadsword sliced through the air, narrowly missing his nose and embedding itself into the ground before him. Instantly subdued, Ashura lowered his head and began to pursue the departing Aurelia. Monroe, witnessing the turn of events, appeared disheartened and followed suit behind Ashura. Once the 5-member team retreated to a safe zone, Aurelia halted, glaring at the grinning Ashura with indignation. After surveying their surroundings, Ashura found a desiccated tree trunk to sit upon, crossing his legs and remaining silent. The other 3 members of the team either sat or stood nearby. Sensing Ashura's disinclination to speak, Aurelia, gritting her teeth, finally declared, entering the ancient ruins is my personal decision. I need to verify certain matters. There are dangers within that we cannot face, yet I must explore. I hope you can understand my position. The others exchanged glances, and Ashura, still reclining, casually replied, I personally suggest that regardless of your intentions, we should first complete the Academy's task and fulfill the responsibilities of team member. After a moment of silence, Aurelia nodded in agreement, asking, can we at least hunt magical beasts without straying too far from this location? Ashura, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, retorted, in reality, we are not far from the Academy's assessment tasks. However, your expedition into the ruins will undoubtedly impact our team's final performance. Ashura's words bore weight, and Aurelia recognized their validity, having anticipated this unforeseen circumstance. With a hint of regret, she glanced at her companions. They, too, appeared uncertain, but it was evident that Aurelia's resolve was firm. Just as indecision hung in the air, Ashura interjected, since your personal ambitions have affected the team's interests, dear sorceress, how do you intend to compensate us? Chapter 147. The malevolent black dragon Gust Ashura's unscrupulous demeanor and audacious words even caused Monroe to shyly avert his gaze. Aurelia, taken aback, found herself momentarily speechless. Regaining her composure, she felt an overwhelming urge to punch the insufferable rogue, but ultimately restrained herself. In a measured tone, she replied, very well, what do you wish for? As long as it is not excessive, I can provide compensation, gold, equipment, or martial skills. At the prospect of encountering a wealthy benefactor, Ashura's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he pondered. First, tell me, are there treasures within those ruins? Aurelia was immediately repulsed by Ashura's unabashedly greedy gaze. Suppressing her displeasure, she remarked, if we truly encounter that fellow, there will undoubtedly be treasures within. Upon hearing the mention of treasures, not only Ashura, but the others as well brightened with intrigue. Ashura, brimming with excitement, rose to his feet and inquired, what kind of treasures are we talking about? How many are there? Will there be enough for everyone? Wishing to distance herself from this insufferable individual, Aurelia quickly replied, I cannot say what treasures might exist, but if there are any, the gold will surpass your wildest imagination. Ashura, contemplating her vague response, stroked his chin and slowly sat back down, pondering aloud. Is what you say truly the case? Aurelia chose not to respond, haughtily turning her head away. Not taking offense, Ashura glanced at the other three and declared, "Friends, perhaps we need to make a decision. After completing our academy task, I wish to embark on an expedition to the ruins with Aurelia. You three may choose to join or abstain. For those who partake in the adventure, should any mishaps occur, each will bear their own responsibility. Should we discover treasures, we shall share them equally on the spot. For those who opt out, you may leave before we return, and we shall give you the monster cores and remains as compensation, allowing you to participate in the next assessment instead. Please, feel free to voice your thoughts." Aurelia, taken aback by this proposition, immediately protested, "I never said I would take you all along. It is far too perilous. You cannot handle it." The other three wore solemn expressions, while Ashura, unabashed, insisted, "We are a team. How could I allow you to face danger alone? I do not know what the others think, but I am determined to accompany you inside." Aurelia was infuriated, her teeth gritting in frustration, yet she asserted firmly, "It is truly dangerous within, and you will regret it. I am not jesting. Moreover, I do not need your company. I find your presence distasteful." Ashura disregarded her words, turning to the others and stating, "Her claim of danger is likely true. I too sense a terrifying aura within. What are your thoughts?" Lanyu, arms crossed, responded nonchalantly, "If you go, then I shall go too." This somewhat ambiguous statement elicited nuanced glances among the others. Magina swiftly added, "If you go, I shall accompany you." She then cast a provocative glance at Lanyu, who turned away with a huff. Minro glanced between Magina and Ashura, sensing an underlying tension. Before he could ponder further, he blurted out, "If Magina goes, then I shall go too." However, Magina shot him a scornful glare, seemingly disapproving of his interjection, leaving Minro feeling quite wounded. Seeing that the group had made their decisions, Ashura spoke gravely, "This is no jest. You all have today to reconsider. We shall first slay the monsters to fulfill our academy task. Tomorrow morning, if you still wish to proceed with today's decision, we shall face the dangers and challenges together." Upon seeing several nods, Aurelia chose not to elaborate further. With a gentle sigh, she joined her companions in the pursuit of magical beasts to earn points. The following morning, the 5 members of the team appeared in the camp, impeccably donned in their gear. Except for Azura, everyone was fully equipped. Magina had donned the soft armor gifted by Azura, and even Aurelia was clad in shimmering silver armor, her grave expression revealing a hint of apprehension. At that moment, Azura spoke softly, "Aurelia, everyone has decided to accompany you on this expedition to the ruins. Surely, you can now share what lies within? If it proves beyond our capabilities, we can reconsider our decision." Aurelia gazed at Azura for a long moment before replying in a hushed tone, "Today, whatever I share, you must vow to keep it a secret, for otherwise, you will face the wrath of the Targaryen family." Upon hearing the name of the Targaryen family, the other 3 members gasped in unison, their faces turning grave. They nodded solemnly, while Azura looked on in confusion, uncertain of what was unfolding. Yet he too nodded in agreement. Seeing their acquiescence, Aurelia continued, "I suspect that the ancient castle within the ruins harbors the malevolent black dragon, Gust. I have heard his roar and sense his presence." The atmosphere thickened with tension as her words sank in. The team members looked particularly pale, and even Azura, astonished, inquired, "Are you saying there is a black dragon concealed within the castle ruins?" "Yes," Aurelia affirmed. "A black dragon of formidable strength, comparable to a grand mage. Are you all still willing to embark on this perilous adventure?" Silence enveloped them. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Monroe's forehead. Only Azura continued to scrutinize Aurelia, a gaze that made her feel uneasy. Just as she contemplated reprimanding this impudent boy, Azura suddenly asked, "If you are aware of the dragon's presence, why would you still venture forth? What is your level of strength?" Aurelia was taken aback by the question and reconsidered the young man before her. She tempered her initial disdain and replied, "This black dragon, Gust, infiltrated our family to steal treasures, but upon being discovered, he wrathfully slaughtered several of our kin before fleeing. Thus, our family has relentlessly sought him to exact vengeance. However, he has evaded us, hiding skillfully. This time, I must locate him and avenge my family." When he escaped, one of our elders severely injured him with ice magic, likely reducing his strength to that of a grand mage. I possess the strength of a 3rd-tier magus, and regardless of the outcome, I must try. The revelation of Aurelia's third-tier Mage status left the team in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Only Azura's eyes sparkled with excitement upon learning that the dragon's strength had diminished to that of a grand mage. As Ashura approached Aurelia, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, he inquired, "Pray tell, what treasures does this black dragon Gus possess?" Aurelia furrowed her brow and replied haughtily, "Though he is indeed a malevolent black dragon, he carries the noble blood of the dragon lineage. Dragons have an affinity for accumulating wealth and often repose upon their hoards of gold and jewels. Given Gus years of accumulation, he must possess an immense fortune." Suddenly, a pair of strong hands grasped Aurelia's right hand firmly. In the midst of her astonished and furious gaze, Ashura declared earnestly, "Aurelia, I am determined to accompany you in vanquishing this nefarious black dragon, to cleanse your family's vendetta. I know you're grateful to me. Let us divide Gus' treasures, 3 parts for you, 7 for me." Ashura's sincere words rendered Aurelia momentarily speechless. Forgetting to withdraw her delicate hand, Lan Yu and Mag-Ina concealed their faces, signaling their unfamiliarity with Ashura, while Monroe regarded him with contempt. Finally regaining her composure, Aurelia felt an overwhelming desire to strike down this robe before her. How could there be a human more avaricious than a dragon? And what nonsense about helping her cleanse her family's grievances? Typically aloof, Aurelia failed to notice how Ashura's influence had altered her demeanor over the past few days. She disdainfully thought, "You, a mere second-tier sorcerer, dare to covet the dragon's treasures? If you seek your demise, do not blame me." Resolute in her decision, she maintained a displeased facade, yet spoke with a measured tone. "You should consider this carefully. Should you perish within, do not hold me accountable. The treasures inside may not guarantee your survival." Ashura, however, responded with a faint smile, "Life and death are fated. Wealth is bestowed by the heavens. Fear not. Even if I cannot assist you, I shall not be a burden." Yet before Aurelia could reply, Lan Yu interjected forcefully, "You shall not go." Her penetrating gaze, fixed upon Ashura, seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. Mag-Ina, who had been on the verge of speaking, stifled her words in frustration, clenching her fists. Nevertheless, her eyes reflected an urgency as she glanced at Ashura. Feeling warmth in his heart from the concern of the two women, Ashura smiled broadly, acknowledging that despite the presence of outsiders, their care for him was genuine. He remarked, "Your skills are far inferior to that of a magical warrior. Continue to hunt magical beasts and complete the Academy's tasks. Aurelia and I shall venture to the ruins castle, and I anticipate we will return within 3 days." Before he could finish, Lan Yu forcefully interrupted, "You shall not go." Gazing at the furious blue-haired maiden, Ashura adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Obey, I am the captain. You must heed my commands." Yet Lan Yu, pouting defiantly, retorted, "If you dare to go, I shall accompany you." As Ashura opened his mouth, he found himself unable to utter any firm words. He glanced at the resolutely stubborn Lan Yu, then at Mag-Ina, who stood beside him, her fists clenched in frustration, turning pale. With a sigh, he raised their hands and led the 2 young women into the nearby dense forest. At this moment, only Aurelia, seemingly enlightened, and the dazed Monroe remained in the arena. Suddenly, Monroe erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Did he just hold Magina's hand? How dare he?" He intended to pursue, sword in hand. But Aurelia's icy voice cut through the air, commanding, "Be quiet, stand still." This proclamation immediately rooted Monroe in place. Despite his anger, he stiffly turned to look at the girl with 2 adorable buns in her hair. Although he was unafraid of a third-tier mage, his family dared not contend with the Targaryen clan, which belonged to an entirely different echelon. Unable to be as carefree as Ashura, he gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and stepped aside. Meanwhile, Ashura led the 2 blushing beauties to a secluded spot, observing their flushed faces as they defiantly glared at him. With a sheepish smile, Ashura said, "I know you both are worried about me. I am aware of the dangers within the ruins, but this opportunity is rare, and I must seize it." Noticing that his words elicited no response from the 2 women, he realized that he needed to present his most persuasive argument to convince them. Thus, he adopted a deeply earnest expression and declared, "I understand you care for me, but as a poor boy from a humble background, lacking resources and connections, if I do not fight for my future, what will I have? Though I have not inquired about your family backgrounds, I can sense that you are not ordinary young ladies from typical families. I'm striving to improve myself to be worthy of both of you." Upon hearing this, the faces of the two young women flushed a deep crimson, and the previously stubborn Lanyu fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, while Magina's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling in waves. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Ashura took their delicate hands, which seemed to have nowhere to rest, and continued with heartfelt sincerity. "I'm not without sense. That black dragon, Gust, although formidable, is merely a magical beast. Moreover, it is now severely wounded, possessing only the strength of a level 6 beast. I have the capability to defeat a level 6 magical beast, and should the battle prove too daunting, I will certainly find a way to escape unscathed. However," Magina nervously interjected, "do not speak so carelessly. Regardless, it is a noble dragon, an independent race. Their strength is entirely different from that of magical beasts. The pride of the dragon clan does not permit you to refer to them as mere beasts. Especially do not utter such words in front of Aurelia. Be wary of the consequences." Ashura listened bewildered, for he had never encountered a dragon and did not take the matter seriously. After all, he was about to slay a dragon. Why should he fear speaking of it? As Ashura was about to continue playing the emotional card, Lan Yu's soft voice interjected. "I know you have your own strong opinions, and once you set your mind on something, it's hard to sway you. Just be cautious, and if things go awry, retreat immediately. Please don't make me worry, all right?" Upon seeing the glimmer of tears in the girl's eyes, Ashura retracted his playful demeanor and solemnly nodded. "There are still many things I wish to accomplish. I will not seek death lightly." Satisfied with his response, Lanyu refrained from saying more. She bent down to retrieve her weapon, drawing the dagger from her right thigh and handing it to Ashura, saying, "You've used this dagger before. It's a magical weapon that enhances your speed by 30%. Take it and do not refuse." As Ashura gazed at the familiar dagger glowing with a faint azure light, a profound wave of emotion surged within him, causing the barriers he had erected in his heart to crack open. With a smile, he accepted the dagger and tucked it into his boot. Lanyu, seeing her cherished weapon placed in his boot, felt a surge of irritation and playfully reached out to tease Ashura. Meanwhile, Margina grew anxious. Her own weapon was ill-suited for Ashura, and she had nothing appropriate to offer him. In her desperation, she turned to remove the soft armor given to her by Ashura, intending for him to wear it. Ashura quickly grasped her hand before she could lift the armor, exclaiming with exasperation, "Stop it! That's women's armor. How could I wear it outside? Besides, I'm accustomed to fighting without gear. Wearing it might hinder my agility." The masculine scent emanating from him enveloped Margina, causing her to lean into Ashura's embrace, her hands captured within his. She found herself slightly entranced until a light huff of complaint from nearby jolted her back to reality, prompting her to shyly struggle away from his hold. With a playful reproach, she insisted, "You must be careful. Don't make me worry about you, understand?" Ashura savored the memory of their earlier embrace. Margina's physique was undeniably alluring, and despite their days in the monster forest, she still carried a hint of fragrance. With the two women finally relenting, Ashura exhaled in relief and began to weave sweet words, promising that should he acquire the dragon's treasures, he would bestow gifts upon them. The two beauties were charmed, their hearts blossoming with joy as they informed Ashura that their birthdays fell within the long break after the assessment, insisting he must attend their birthday celebrations. Ashura eagerly agreed, promising to bring gifts, securing their affection for the time, being regardless of whether he would ultimately attend. Chapter 149. The castle expedition. As Ashura walked back to the temporary camp with the two blushing maidens, Minro's eyes seemed ablaze with fury. Though he was not one for eloquence, he was no fool. He recognized that his goddess harbored feelings for that young man. Meanwhile, Aurelia maintained her aloof demeanor, appearing utterly indifferent to the situation. Ashura indicated that he had completed the necessary communications and was ready to accompany Aurelia into the ancient castle of the ruins. At that moment, Aurelia hesitated, for she could discern that the two remarkable young women harbored affections for this Ashura. This was a perplexing matter for her. What charm could this roguish, dark-haired lad possess to win the favor of two beautiful women? She felt an intense desire to slap this insufferable fellow. Moreover, judging by the expressions of the two women moments ago, they did not agree with his joining them on their adventure. Yet, after merely half an hour in the dense forest, they altered their minds. How had he persuaded them? This fellow possessed only the strength of a second-tier grand mage, making him the weakest in their party. Logically, he should not be accompanying her on this venture. This astute lad did not seem to lack intelligence. So why did he dare to face an evil black dragon alongside her? Aurelia had previously hoped that Azura would reconsider. She did not wish for him to lose his life over those so-called treasures. If he truly cherished wealth, she could offer him a small token, but only a meager amount. Before Aurelia could articulate her thoughts, Azura seized her arm, eagerly pulling her toward the ancient castle, exclaiming, "What are you daydreaming about? Let us hasten to the ruins while there is still daylight." Aurelia was utterly bewildered by Azura's actions, and after being tugged along for some time, she finally swatted his hand away, glaring at him with an expression that seemed to wish him dead. Unperturbed, Azura replied with excitement, Come on. I managed to persuade them to let me join you in the ruins. We must seize the moment." Aurelia found his words rather peculiar, akin to a wife permitting her husband to venture out with other women. She shot a fierce glare at Azura, regretting her decision to bring him to the ruins. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Once we enter the castle, you must heed my every command. No wandering, no speaking out of turn. Do you understand?" Azura nodded obediently, eagerly urging Aurelia to move faster. With no recourse against this incorrigible fellow, Aurelia gritted her teeth and resolved to proceed briskly. When they arrived once more at the entrance of the ancient castle, Azura's demeanor shifted from casual to serious as he keenly surveyed the surrounding environment. He pointed to a dilapidated window, and Aurelia nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she followed Azura as they climbed a nearby large tree, using the branches that extended toward the castle to leap into the broken window. The closer they approached the castle, the more Aurelia could feel the malevolent aura of the black dragon, intensifying her hatred. A cousin from her clan had perished at the hands of the black dragon, Gust, and her animosity toward Gust was profound. The castle was permeated with an air of decay, as if it had long been abandoned. A thick layer of dust coated the ground. Yet, Azura sensed that the temperature within the castle was considerably warmer than outside. He promptly shared this discovery with Aurelia in hushed tones. Aurelia merely frowned, offering no further comment, cautioning Azura to be careful as she descended the staircase. The decaying wooden steps emitted a sound that was almost unbearable, and both endeavored to tread lightly. Azura, enveloped by the subtle black mist surrounding them, suddenly felt dizzy. He quickly retrieved a detoxification pill from his storage space, consuming one and offering another to Aurelia. Aurelia appeared to engage in a significant internal struggle before reluctantly accepting the pill and swallowing it, which provoked a sense of irritation in Azura. However, as they ventured deeper into the underground section of the ancient castle, the light grew dimmer, and despite their extensive search above, they had yet to catch sight of the elusive black dragon. Resolutely, they continued their descent. As they progressed, Azura noted a rising temperature and an increasingly viscous black mist. Fortunately, the protection of the detoxification pill kept him from succumbing to the oppressive atmosphere. Aurelia pressed on, her focus unwavering, not once casting a glance back at Azura, as if she were inching ever closer to the dragon's lair. Meanwhile, Azura discreetly sketched a map of the castle's layout, ensuring he would not lose his way should they need to flee. Though the castle was cluttered with various items, he saw nothing of value upon a cursory glance. Just as Azura's frustration mounted due to the absence of treasure, Aurelia abruptly halted and signaled for silence. Azura quickly lowered himself to her side and peered down. Before them, the staircase had crumbled, revealing a chaotic jumble of massive black stones below, faint red glimmers emanating from the shadows, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of monstrous breaths. Azura surmised that the black dragon was likely lurking beneath, estimating that they were still quite a distance from the castle's depths. Drawing his twin blades, he lightly prodded Aurelia's back with the hilts. Aurelia shot him a sharp glare before producing an exquisite silver staff. Azura's gaze fell upon a 7th-level magical beast core embedded in the staff, causing tears to involuntarily spill from the corners of his mouth. Sensing his reaction, Aurelia tightened her grip on the staff, apprehensive that this reckless individual might covet her magical artifact. Regaining his composure, Azura offered a sheepish smile and leaped onto the massive stone below, feeling its warmth against his palm, which filled him with foreboding. Yet, he was determined to behold the dragon's treasure. Azura and Aurelia navigated between the colossal stones, descending further. With each step, the temperature soared and the black mist thickened, while the sounds of the monstrous breaths grew increasingly pronounced. Azura's expression grew grave. He glanced back at Aurelia, whose youthful visage was slick with sweat, the cause of which remained uncertain, whether from the heat or the tension. As the charging Azura suddenly pivoted, he pulled Aurelia to the side of a massive boulder to evade danger, disregarding the fierce glare from the young girl, and pointed downwards. Following his gesture, Aurelia's gaze fell upon a region teeming with molten lava, where some boulders floated upon the seething liquid, the fiery magma roiling and occasionally releasing enormous bubbles. At the center of the lava, on a dark, flat stone platform, a colossal black dragon lay coiled atop a mountain of gold and jewels, seemingly in a deep slumber. Wisps of dark mist escaped from its mouth with each breath, permeating the cavernous space below. Chapter 150. The Wrathful Black Dragon. This was Azura's first encounter with a dragon, and the imposing figure of the black dragon, towering 5 stories high, sent a chill down his spine. Its wings, spread wide, measured an impressive 70 to 80 meters, while the 2 sharp horns atop its head were thicker than Azura's thighs. Despite the dragon's peaceful slumber, its terrifying presence was enough to instill fear. Azura swallowed hard and offered a smile that was more grimace than anything else to Aurelia, who was keenly observing him. He had not even taken a proper look at the treasure pile beneath the dragon, mistakenly believing that a dragon of the mage warrior level was merely a 6th-tier magical beast. However, gazing upon its immense form, it was no wonder that this creature was the aerial sovereign of the continent of kings. Why is the dragon clan known as the aerial sovereigns? Because the mightiest race on land is the Titans, while the rulers of the endless sea remain shrouded in mystery. Aurelia wrote in the black stone with her finger. Are you afraid? Regretting your decision? You can still leave now. Azura hesitated before writing back. This dragon is too large. I have no idea how to defeat it. Aurelia, feeling a surge of irritation, continued to write. You can still leave. This is not a place for a great mage like you. Azura tilted his head and looked at her, writing. How would you propose to slay this black dragon? Seeing his persistence, Aurelia paused, as if summoning great resolve, and simply wrote. Previously, I considered setting up a magical array to trap and kill the black dragon. However, the current environment does not permit such an arrangement. Now, I have a new idea for defeating it. As long as we can strike the reverse scale beneath the dragon's neck, we can directly slay it. Azura glanced at the black dragon, which lay obscured, making it impossible to see its neck. He frowned, just about to write something, when Aurelia had already inscribed in the ground. The reverse scale on the neck of the black dragon, Gust, is its absolute weakness and the key to its defeat. Upon reading this, Azura nodded earnestly and wrote, What formidable abilities does this black dragon possess? Please share. Aurelia, casting him a look that suggested he wasn't entirely foolish, wrote, The Black Dragon clan is not only physically formidable, but also adept at using poison. Its claws and teeth are venomous, and the black mist that fills this space is the toxic fog it exhales. Though Gust is notorious, his prowess is indisputable. Truth be told, had it not been for the elder of his clan who grievously injured him with ice magic during the pursuit, I would scarcely dare confront this malevolent being. After perusing the situation, Azura silently consumed several detoxifying pills and pondered before inscribing. Now he lies there. How shall you strike at his vulnerable spot? Aurelia, seemingly having anticipated this dilemma, glanced at Azura and directly wrote upon the stone. I can cast a level 7 light magic binding spell, which is the pinnacle of my magical capability. As long as I maintain a steady flow of mana, the severely wounded Gust cannot escape this controlling enchantment. Since you wish to claim a share of the treasures beneath Gust, once I have him under control, you may wield your weapon against his weak point to slay him. At this moment, Azura regarded Aurelia with an incredulous expression, yet upon meeting her menacing gaze and noticing the towering pile of gold behind her, he gritted his teeth and wrote with the radiance. I demand 80% of the spoils. Otherwise, I shall not partake in this venture. Aurelia cast a scornful glance at Azura and continued writing. Granting you 80% is feasible, but you must restrain him for 30 breaths. My binding spell requires that duration to prepare. Is that agreeable? Azura stared blankly at the inscriptions on the ground, and ultimately wrote with radiance. Are you attempting to eliminate me and hoard the treasure for yourself? Aurelia smirked, though she felt a rush of temptation at this suggestion. She managed to suppress her greed. Taking a deep breath, she wrote, Will you proceed or not? If not, begone. I shall devise another plan. Azura gazed silently at the treasure pile for an extended moment, then suddenly turned to Aurelia and gestured an 8 with his fingers. Upon her nod, he stealthily approached the enormous black dragon. The closer Azura drew to the dragon, the more he sensed its immense presence. The golden heap of treasures reflecting his pupils in a brilliant hue. Azura positioned himself beneath the massive stone where the black dragon lay, glancing at the head adorned with 2 bun-like hairdos peeking out not far away. Resolutely, he leapt onto the platform from the side. At this moment, he was situated to the right of the dragon Gust, unable to see its head from his vantage point. With no other thoughts occupying his mind, he began to gather the scattered gold and gems into his storage space. Meanwhile, Aurelia stood vigilant, utterly flabbergasted by his avarice that surpassed even that of the dragon. Just as Azura was engrossed in his treasure hunt, he suddenly felt the light above dim considerably, a wave of warm, dark energy causing his hair to lift. His heart raced as he reluctantly lifted his gaze, only to behold an immense black dragon head hovering directly above him, its cold, barrel-sized eyes curiously fixed upon him. Suddenly, one side of the dragon's fangs emerged, resembling a cruel, contemptuous smile. The black dragon, Gust, spoke with an almost human tone. I Gust delight in plundering and thieving treasures. Thus I am labeled as wicked. Yet, I have encountered a human audacious enough to steal from me. Young one, you truly amuse me. As a reward, you shall meet your demise. As he spoke, the black dragon's robust claws descended with a force that stirred the surrounding dust into a frenzy. However, the anthropomorphized visage of Gust furrowed its brow, swiftly focusing on the Azura, who had just revealed himself from a distance. In that critical moment, Azura had invoked a newly learned spatial magic to teleport away. Upon witnessing this, the black dragon, with a grim demeanor, remarked, I wondered who would dare to disrupt my domain. It appears you possess some skill. Let us see how you escape from my grasp. With a ferocious roar, the black dragon leapt towards Azura, who had just broken into a cold sweat, silently counting the seconds in his mind. In an instant, he unlocked the 2 layers of the restraints confining him within the cabin prison, and, as the black dragon charged, he relied on his wind and thunder movement technique to seek refuge behind a colossal rock. The dragon's assault shattered the boulder where Azura had sought shelter, causing him to tumble awkwardly aside, nearly slipping into the molten lava pit below. Before he could catch his breath, a tail as thick as a tree trunk swung down upon him. Once again, Azura activated his magic to evade the lethal strike. With his vast reserve of spatial magic, he could only execute 5 teleportations within a short span. Having already been forced to utilize 2 in mere moments, Azura realized that continuing this passive evasion was untenable. Otherwise, he would soon find himself without any chance of escape. Thus, Azura drew his twin blades, Radiant Light, and resolutely unleashed his most potent martial technique, the word slash, directly targeting the base of the black dragon's tail. A shower of sparks erupted, leaving 3 lines of crimson on the dragon's tail. The dragon's extraordinary defensive scales absorbed most of the damage from Azura's yellow tear technique, yet it still penetrated the flesh of the dragon's rear, though it did not reach the bone. Nevertheless, the massive head of the black dragon slowly turned towards him, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating outward. With dark mist billowing from its nostrils, thickening ominously, Azura swallowed hard, his hands gripping Radiant Light, trembling slightly. He understood that he was about to confront an enraged black dragon, wounded at its rear. At that moment, the intensity of Gust's murderous intent seemed almost palpable. Azura sought to buy some time, contemplating uttering a few words, but a phantasmal dragon tail swept towards him with alarming speed. Gritting his teeth, Azura crossed his twin blades defensively across his chest. The consequence was that he struck the colossal boulder like a meteor, collapsing to the ground in a kneeling position. A torrent of blood surging from his throat. The body of the dragon was terrifyingly formidable. As Azura lowered his head and coughed up blood, he cast a glance at his twin blades, Radiance, which had become warped and riddled with cracks. His left arm seemed to lack strength, likely due to a broken bone. With a bitter smile, Azura discarded the now-defunct twin blades and retrieved several healing elixirs from his storage space, swallowing them hastily. In that moment, he appeared even more composed than before, his gaze fixed intently on the distant black dragon, Gust. Just as the black dragon, with a menacing grin, propelled itself forward once more, Ashura shouted backward, "Now is the time to strike." As his words echoed, a massive net of brilliant light, formed by several intense beams, surged forth from behind a nearby boulder, ensnaring the airborne black dragon and binding it against the stone wall behind. Gust struggled violently, roaring in fury, but the luminous net held him firmly in place. At that moment, Aurelia leaped onto the boulder, brandishing her staff. With a sigh of relief, Ashura complained, "It's been 32 breaths already. If you don't act soon, I might truly perish at your hands." Yet Aurelia's face was taut with concentration, seemingly exerting all her power into the spell, as she urged Ashura, "Hurry and slay him. This spell is draining too much from me." Heeding her words, Ashura seized his bravado, drawing the ethereal dagger, blue feather, that had been lent to him. He surged forward, stepping onto a protruding rock, and leaped high towards the trapped black dragon. Arcing his body like a drawn bow, he focused intently on a scale protruding beneath the dragon's neck. However, as he soared through the air, Ashura suddenly noticed a malevolent smile spread across Gust's face, triggering an overwhelming sense of danger within him. Instinctively, he attempted to cast a spatial teleportation spell. Yet, before his form could fully vanish, a claw struck him with the speed of a rending space, sending him hurtling away. The ethereal dagger slipped from his grasp, plummeting into the molten rock below, while Ashura once again suffered grievous injuries, crashing to the ground. The searing pain in his chest and abdomen suggested several of his ribs were likely fractured. Lifting his gaze, he observed the black dragon Gust, now free from the luminous net, laughing maniacally. He glanced at Aurelia, who stood there in disbelief, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Gust, after his wild laughter subsided, addressed Aurelia with a mocking tone. "Dear Miss Aurelia, I never imagined you would track me down to this place. From the moment you two stealthily entered this realm, I sensed your presence. Are you surprised at how easily I escaped your 7th level light control magic? Did you truly believe that the old man's ice magic had severely diminished my power? Huh, I have long since recuperated my injuries in this molten land, relying on its heat. How could a mere 7th level spell possibly bind me? Ha ha ha." Aurelia bit her lip in frustration, glaring at the wildly triumphant Gust, while Ashura cradled his recently broken ribs, anxiously peering down in search of his lost blue feather dagger. In the heart of Ashura, the furious blue feather and the black dragon Gust were indistinguishable. As Gust's laughter faded, his expression grew cold, for he felt a sharp pain in his tailbone from his earlier mirth, which compelled him to fixate on Ashura, who was still searching for something. For the first time, Gust experienced a genuine disdain for the dark-haired youth before him, and with a fierce determination, he declared, "Since you two have come here seeking death, you shall not leave. I shall devour this detestable dark-haired boy." With that, Gust propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, his wings flapping mightily as he dove towards the kneeling Ashura, his massive jaws agape, intent on swallowing him whole. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of the dragon, Ashura could almost smell the foul stench emanating from Gust's gaping maw. Internally despairing, he prepared to unlock the 3rd tier of his bracelet's restraints, intending to use his teleportation ability to flee. However, a fleeting glance revealed Aurelia charging towards him, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve, warming Ashura's heart. Just as he was about to shout for her to stay back, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The beautiful girl, in mid-run, suddenly transformed into an elegant silver dragon, her wings unfurling as she collided fiercely with Gust, knocking the black dragon aside. Immediately, the two colossal dragons engaged in a fierce battle. Ashura stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that Aurelia was a dragon, and a silver one at that. It was well known that silver dragons excelled in all forms of magic. No wonder she possessed the strength of a 3rd-tier mage. It became clear why her family held enmity with Gust. They were both of the dragon lineage. How could a dragon attend St. Goban Academy? Upon reflection, it seemed the others in the squad were aware of Aurelia's true heritage, while he, a mere country boy from a small place, remained oblivious to the significance of the Targaryen family. At that moment, Aurelia, in her dragon form, was noticeably smaller than Gust, and despite her relentless magical assaults, she was clearly at a disadvantage in their fierce struggle. Seeing that even Aurelia, transformed into a dragon, was no match for Gust, Ashura turned to flee, only to remember the look in Aurelia's eyes when she rushed to save him. His leg, poised to escape, hesitated and retreated. Yet, Ashura understood that even if he unbound the third tier of his restraints, it would be futile, especially given Aurelia's massive form. How could he possibly save her? His most potent yellow tier martial skill, the word slash, would only inflict minor wounds on the black dragon, failing to deliver any lethal damage. As for the space slash, it likely wouldn't be much stronger, and considering the meager reserves of spatial magic he had left, using the space slash would render him incapable of executing the remaining 2 teleportations. The teleportation was to be preserved for his final moments of survival. He absolutely could not squander his spatial magic now. Not far away, the battle between the 2 dragons had escalated to a fever pitch, with the silver dragon clearly at a disadvantage. Numerous wounds marred her body, and the blood oozing from those gashes grew increasingly dark, evidently tainted with poison. The flames and lightning conjured by the silver dragon's mouth proved insufficient to inflict significant harm upon the malevolent black dragon. Ashura, witnessing this with mounting anxiety, realized that had it not been for Aurelia's timely intervention, he would have felt justified in fleeing. Yet, as he beheld the silver dragon's anguished roars, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. He pondered desperately on how to overcome the daunting, monstrous presence of the black dragon before him. What means did he possess to vanquish such an evil creature? In his turmoil, a sudden realization struck Ashura. He recalled a self-created magical technique that he had once devised in his youth, a technique so volatile that he struggled to control it. Chapter 152. The Resurgence of Dynamic Light Waves. Ashura remembered his youthful invention, the dynamic light wave. He questioned whether it could truly be classified as a magical skill, for its casting process diverged from conventional spells. The elemental energies of lightning surged chaotically within his meridians, accelerating like a rolling snowball. This extreme compression and rotation rendered the magical elements highly unstable and uncontrollable. Consequently, Ashura had refrained from delving deeper into this haphazardly conceived technique, which was notoriously challenging to apply in combat. However, previous attempts had demonstrated its formidable destructive potential. At this moment, it appeared that only this unstable yet powerful dynamic light wave could turn the tide. Resolute, Ashura began to summon the lightning elements within him, concentrating intently as they coursed through his veins. Meanwhile, Aurelia hovered in the air, her condition dire. Her body was bruised and battered, and maintaining her position was exceedingly taxing. She lamented her overconfidence. The fervor for vengeance had clouded her judgment. It seemed she was destined to perish here, while that insufferable boy must have escaped by now. Casting a furtive glance downward, Aurelia was nearly overwhelmed with fury. The chance for survival she had fought so hard to secure was squandered, as that wretched fellow stood frozen in place, his expression fraught with anxiety, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Had he become so paralyzed by fear that he could not even flee? As these thoughts consumed her in that fleeting moment of distraction, the black dragon, Gust, unleashed a plume of dark mist upon her face, followed by a powerful strike from its claws that sent her crashing to the ground, skidding for quite a distance before finally coming to a halt. At this juncture, the silver dragon found it nearly impossible to rise, a massive gash on her back threatening to rend her apart. Aurelia felt the world spinning around her, acutely aware of her waning vitality. Am I truly to perish here? The thought was unbearable. Struggling to rise, she longed to glance in Ashura's direction, but all she could see was the menacing figure of the black dragon, Gust, closing in with a sinister grin. With a bitter smile, she resigned herself to her fate, slowly shutting her eyes as she awaited the embrace of death. As Aurelia's eyes were on the brink of closing, a familiar voice pierced through the air, calling out, "Aurelia, quickly revert to your bun-headed form." At the sound of this infuriating command, the silver dragon, on the verge of resignation, abruptly opened her eyes and, without hesitation, transformed back into her human shape. This transformation was an innate ability of dragons, though some chose to embrace their human forms while others did not. As Aurelia's body shrank and morphed into that of a human, she beheld a tall figure materializing before her, who swiftly conjured a silver orb the size of a basin with his right hand, before turning to scoop her up in his arms and sprinting away with great urgency. Amused by the expression of terror on his face, Aurelia couldn't help but smile. It was her first genuine smile in the presence of another, typically aloof and distant. She scolded him internally for his cowardice, while secretly grateful for the companionship in what seemed to be their impending demise, alleviating her profound loneliness. The approaching black dragon, Gust, wore a victorious sneer, fully aware that he had severely wounded Aurelia. He intended to slay her, as he had her kin. But the commanding shout halted him in his tracks. The young man with black hair had evidently employed some form of spatial magic, suddenly appearing before the transformed silver dragon, and hurled a luminous orb towards him, which, in comparison to the massive black dragon, appeared as a flickering candle. The orb, seemingly erratic and slow, wobbled towards him. Gust cast a glance at the two fleeing figures, a disdainful smirk creeping onto his lips as he felt a sense of amusement akin to a cat playing with a mouse. As he observed the mischief-like orb approaching, Gust nonchalantly waved his right arm, intending to obliterate it. However, upon contact with the minuscule sphere, his pupils dilated in shock, a chilling sense of peril flooding his being. Before he could react, a tremendous thunderous explosion echoed throughout the subterranean realm. The dimly lit space was instantly illuminated as if it were midday, and within a 50-meter radius of the explosion's epicenter, a colossal tempest of lightning erupted, wreaking havoc through the cavern. The shockwave from the explosion sent everything within the already confined underground space soaring into disarray, while the molten rocks surged like tumultuous waves. Accompanying the cacophony of the blast was Gust's excruciating howl of agony. Much of his robust right claw had been obliterated, leaving behind a gruesome sight. His wings were tattered, and his once glossy black scales now resembled charred remnants, emitting a faint scent of burning flesh. The right side of his snout was torn, exposing fragments of bone and teeth, while wisps of smoke rising from his body indicated that some of his flesh had been seared. Gust's anguished roar reverberated through the underground expanse, even reaching the ears of a trio outside the ancient ruins, who were engaged in hunting a sixth-tier magical beast, the once ferocious sixth-level beast. Upon hearing the resounding roar of the dragon, fled desperately into the distance. Concern etched on the faces of Lan Yu and Mag Ina. They silently lamented their inability to assist. The training partner they once easily dominated had now outpaced them, leaving them helpless. A fierce determination ignited within them, vowing to swiftly elevate their own abilities to stand beside him once more. Nearby, Monroe felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Though he could not fathom the true extent of Azura's strength and prowess, he recognized that he lacked the courage to venture into the dragon's lair alongside Aurelia. Meanwhile, within the ancient ruins, the thick clouds of dust had yet to settle. The black dragon, Gust, writhed in agony upon the boulder, cursing everything around him. The recent thunderous explosion had instilled a primal fear deep within his soul. Regretting his reckless decision to engage with the luminous orb, he lamented that he could have easily evaded it had he not been blinded by victory, dismissing the threat posed by a seemingly insignificant human. This hubris had led to his current predicament. He swore he would consume that dark-haired human whole to avenge his severed limbs. Yet, before he could endure the pain and rise again, a lithe black figure surged forth from the swirling dust. Azura charged directly towards the writhing black dragon, aiming for a specific darkened spot on its neck. With a well-preserved right arm, he unleashed a powerful punch, creating a rift in the very fabric of space. Having already utilized his spatial magic 4 times, Azura found his remaining power insufficient for a long-range strike. Thus, he concentrated the last vestiges of his spatial energy into his fist. This blow, seemingly capable of rending the void, struck Gust's neck at the sight of a charred scale. Azura's keen memory ensured he would never forget the location after seeing it just once. His fist, encountering little resistance, penetrated deeply into the dragon's flesh, his entire right arm disappearing into Gust's neck. The black dragon lifted its head, eyes wide with shock and despair, its maw agape yet silent, its body ceasing to struggle. Simultaneously, on a distant, vast island across the endless sea from the continent of kings, within a cave, the token representing the black dragon Gust in the clan's lineage shattered into dust, dissipating into the cosmos. Chapter 153. The astonishing healing kit. Only when Gust's head struck the ground, his body no longer convulsing, did Azura withdraw his entire right arm from the dragon's body. In that moment, a wave of mental fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Struggling to suppress his revulsion, he shook the bloodstains from his right arm and cast a glance at the lifeless black dragon, before collapsing onto the dragon's corpse in a fit of maniacal laughter. The arm that had just pierced the dragon's body could no longer sense its heartbeat, and he could scarcely believe that he had vanquished such a colossal creature. More than anything, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having survived the ordeal. In the midst of his uproarious laughter, the Azura suddenly recalled something of significance. With a swift roll, he sprang to his feet and sprinted toward the massive boulder. Previously, he had concealed himself and Aurelia here to evade the tempest. And as soon as the storm had abated, he had set off to confront the dragon gust. In his moment of triumph, he had forgotten about the silver dragon maiden who had recklessly saved him. Now, a wave of anxiety washed over him as he rushed towards the boulder, having neglected to check on Aurelia's injuries in his haste to slay the black dragon. He silently prayed that no misfortune had befallen her. When he reached the boulder at breakneck speed, he nearly lost his composure. Aurelia lay gravely injured and unconscious, her clothing in tatters from her transformation back in her dragon form, leaving her utterly exposed upon reverting to her human shape. Her alabaster skin and voluptuous figure captivated the Azura, and despite the gruesome wounds covering her body, the allure was irresistible, rendering him momentarily speechless. It was only when he felt a warm rush in his nostrils that he snapped back to reality, forcing down the turmoil within him. Reluctantly, he retrieved a cloak from his storage belt and draped it over Aurelia's vulnerable form. His gaze then shifted to her face, where dark energy enveloped her delicate features. Even with the dragon's formidable vitality, she lay unconscious, a testament to the severity of her injuries. The Azura quickly placed his fingers on her pulse, sensing the faint rhythm of her heartbeat, which deepened his concern. Aurelia's condition was dire. She was poisoned and had lost a significant amount of blood, placing her life in jeopardy. Without prompt medical intervention, her survival was uncertain. Possessing a modest understanding of medicine, the Azura was acutely aware of the peril Aurelia faced, and his mind raced through potential remedies. The immediate priority was to detoxify her. The potent poison was steadily eroding her life force. Yet, he found himself powerless against the malevolent toxin. He attempted to expel the poison from her mouth, but to no avail, and he knew that the antidotes he carried would be ineffective. Just as he began to sweat with urgency, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the adorable twin-tailed girl who had gifted him a heart-shaped medical kit upon his departure from the academy, instructing him to use it promptly in the event of injury. Without hesitation, the Azura rummaged through his spatial belt to retrieve the charming medical kit, hoping against hope that it contained antidotes or life-saving elixirs capable of suppressing the toxin. As he eagerly opened the heart-shaped medical kit, he was greeted by an array of boxes of varying sizes. Each box bore elegant inscriptions detailing their specific uses: for severe injuries, for blood loss, for poisoning, and even elixirs for colds and fevers. Ashura's lips twitched in anticipation as he hastily opened the box labeled for poison relief. At the moment it was unsealed, a blinding golden light burst forth, followed closely by an enchanting aroma that wafted into the air. Gazing into the box, Ashura was astounded by the softly glowing antidote pill within. Though his knowledge was limited, he was well aware of the distinct characteristics of a 7th-tier elixir. Inhaling the refreshing scent, Ashura pondered whether he was caught in a dream. How could such an adorable heart-shaped medical kit contain a 7th-tier antidote? The rarity of such an elixir was undeniable. He had only encountered one at a previous underground auction, where it fetched a price beyond his means, even if he pooled all his resources. Yet, the antidote before him seemed even more potent than the one he had previously seen. His thoughts wandered to the formidable power of the Tang family. Could she be the wealthiest young lady at the academy? Shaking off the notion of becoming a door-to-door son-in-law, he quickly rummaged through the remaining boxes, discovering 2 more 7th-tier antidotes and mostly 6th-tier elixirs, with even the box for colds containing 5th-tier pills. Overwhelmed by shock, Ashura swiftly tucked away the other elixirs and placed the antidote in Aurelia's mouth, watching it dissolve and flow into her body. Before his eyes, Aurelia's previously pallid face began to regain its rosy hue, and the wounds on her exposed arms rapidly healed, new skin forming in their stead. Even her heartbeat grew stronger. Ashura exhaled in relief. The efficacy of the 7th-tier antidote was indeed formidable, and he knew Aurelia had escaped danger and would awaken soon. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he was suddenly reminded of his own injuries. His left arm was broken, and he felt a dull pain in his ribs, likely from several fractured bones. He immediately rummaged through the heart-shaped medical kit once more, and with a wince, he retrieved a 6th-tier elixir and swallowed it. The moment the pill dissolved, a warm current surged through him, mending his injuries. The sensation in his severed arm was both prickly and soothing, while his ribs radiated warmth. Before long, his physical wounds were fully healed, with the residual energy of the elixir still coursing through him, revitalizing his body and meridians. Ashura suddenly trembled with joy. Having just emerged from battle, he had achieved a breakthrough. His powers as both a demon warrior and a mage surged within him, filling him with newfound strength as he felt his physical prowess and mental acuity expand exponentially. Sitting on the ground, he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. The transition from great martial master to demon warrior represents a significant watershed, a formidable threshold of power that is difficult to surpass. Ashura has lingered within the realms of Great Martial Master 3rd Stage and Great Mage 3rd Stage for an extended period. Although his dual cultivation of martial and magical arts has progressed simultaneously, the difficulty of advancement is notably more arduous than for others. Yet, having just emerged from a fierce battle, Ashura, with the aid of a 6th grade elixir, has remarkably ascended. This has filled him with an exuberance akin to that of a child, leaping with joy. Despite facing such peril, he refrained from recklessly activating the 3rd layer of confinement within his cabin prison, which serves as his ultimate escape mechanism in dire situations. Once his excitement subsided, Ashura turned to gaze upon the still unconscious Aurelia, who lay there, her breathing steady yet unresponsive. Suddenly, he was reminded of her alluring and voluptuous form. In an instant, his body reacted, and a flush crept across his face as he hastily adjusted his trousers. However, the youthful vigor within him remained unyielding, prompting Ashura to bend slightly. Relieved that no one else was present to witness his embarrassment, a bold idea sparked in his mind. Having previously been preoccupied with saving her, he now sought to admire her exquisite beauty while she remained asleep. After a tumultuous internal struggle, desire triumphed over reason, and Ashura, with a mischievous grin, reached to lift a corner of the cloak draped over Aurelia. Yet in that very moment, he found himself locked in a gaze with a pair of eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Chapter 154. The Dragon Slayer. Ashura's hand, gripping the corner of the cloak, froze mid-air. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, and even the once steadfast spear fell lifelessly to the ground. His mind raced as he calculated the odds of overcoming the silver dragon before him. His strength as a 1st stage demon warrior was not without its chances against Aurelia, a 3rd stage mage. However, should she transform into her dragon form, his only recourse would be to flee back to the St. Gohan Academy. Surely, Aurelia would not eliminate him within the Academy's walls, would she? While Ashura remained embroiled in this mental storm, Aurelia abruptly sat up. Still dazed and disoriented, she did not immediately register her surroundings. As she rose, the cloak slipped away, and Ashura felt a rush of heat threatening to overwhelm him. Instinctively, he adopted a gaze towards the heavens, diverting his attention to regain composure. Aurelia glanced down, quickly pulling the cloak up to cover her chest, her mind racing back to the insufferable man who had just lifted it. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "What were you doing just now? What did you see? You wretched black dragon." Goose. As Aurelia's mind began to clear, she realized her vulnerability, entirely unclothed. Uncertain of how much advantage Ashura had taken, she was about to confront him when a sudden recollection struck her. She was in a perilous situation, having been gravely injured by the black dragon Gus and left unconscious. Surely, addressing that lecherous man was less pressing than her current predicament. Aurelia anxiously scanned her surroundings, her hand unable to conceal the ample beauty before her. Ashura's gaze, almost instinctively, strayed towards her elevated form. In her state of distress, Aurelia peered around, yet the boulders obstructed her view, preventing her from fully grasping the expanse of the subterranean realm. Just as she contemplated standing, she noticed Ashura's unwavering stare fixated on her chest. A flush crept across her cheeks as she abruptly rose and kicked at him. In that very moment, Ashura's keen eyes caught an even more enigmatic sight. The exquisite moment left him momentarily mesmerized, blood trickling uncontrollably from his nose. Yet Aurelia's delicate foot also connected with his face. Ashura was sent reeling backwards, crashing into the towering mountain behind him, his appearance quite disheveled. Yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Wiping the blood from his nose, he hastily exclaimed, "Calm down. I have already slain the black dragon Gust. I just fed you a 7th-level elixir to save you. I was merely checking on your wound's recovery, so don't repay my kindness with malice." Initially fraught with anxiety, Aurelia stood frozen in disbelief upon hearing Ashura's proclamation. She eagerly rushed to him, her long legs carrying her swiftly, asking, "What did you say? You killed Gust? How is that possible?" Ashura, with a smug expression, retorted, "It's just a black dragon. Slaying him was a mere trifle. You should have witnessed my valor. If you don't believe me, you can go see the utterly lifeless dragon for yourself. Does that not make me a dragon-slaying champion of the continent?" Before Ashura could continue his boastful tales, Aurelia, hastily clutching her cloak, ascended the boulder to gaze at the distant corpse of the black dragon Gust. Ashura, glancing at the beauty beneath her cloak, felt buoyed and continued to boast, "See, now do you believe in my prowess? You recognize my strength, don't you? But remember, as we previously agreed, the treasures of the black dragon." Suddenly, Ashura's bravado faltered, as if a hand had clasped around his throat, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Where are my treasures? Where are my gold coins?" In a frenzy, he dashed to the platform where the black dragon had once slumbered, only to find a few scattered coins and treasures strewn across the surface. His heart shattered. He surmised that the earlier shockwave from the dynamic light had swept the treasures into the molten depths below. It was only then that Aurelia regained her composure. Observing the pitiful state of the deceased dragon Gust, and then glancing at Ashura, who sat dejectedly on the platform, a wave of secret delight washed over her. "Serves you right for being a greedy miser, thinking you could claim 80% of the treasure." Seizing the opportunity, while Ashura was lost in despair, Aurelia quickly turned aside to the shelter of a nearby boulder, preparing to change her attire. She was acutely aware of how her clothing had vanished. That lecherous rogue had surely feasted his eyes upon her. Blushing, she felt reassured that her body had not suffered any violation, and she let out a quiet sigh of relief. The image of Ashura suddenly appearing before her and whisking her away filled her with warmth, deepening the hue of her cheeks. That notorious rogue had claimed he had given her a 7th-tier elixir to save her, and she believed him wholeheartedly. She was acutely aware of the severity of her injuries. Without the 7th-tier elixir, her recovery would not have been so swift. Contemplating her condition, Aurelia decided to assess her wounds, only to be taken aback by a sudden realization. She had broken through to the realm of the Archmage. This revelation filled her with unrestrained joy. It seemed that the trials of life and death truly were the most expedient way to elevate one's power. In high spirits, having avenged her family's grievances and vanquished the criminals, Aurelia delightedly donned her favorite magical robe. As she hummed a tune and leaped onto the platform, Ashura remained lost in his sorrow. Seeing his forlorn expression amused her, and she thought to herself, "Serves you right, you lecher." Yet, with a tone of feigned arrogance, she inquired, "How did you slay the black dragon Gust?" At that moment, Ashura was hardly inclined to indulge her curiosity. He cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly composed, yet perpetually smirking silver dragon maiden. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I casually cast a lightning spell that nearly killed the black dragon. Then, I merely poked a hole in his reverse scale, and he perished." Confessing his folly in opposing me as he knelt before me, Aurelia listened to his tall tale, finding it amusing. She replied nonchalantly, "Since you choose not to tell the truth, you should be cautious in the future, especially around our kin. For any traitors within the dragon lineage are dealt with by our own kind. Humans who slay our kind will incite the wrath of all dragons, even if the one slain is a transgressor among our clan. As you mentioned, we dragons typically coexist peacefully with humans. Those who betray our kind are deemed evil, and humans who kill such malevolent dragons are labeled dragon slayers. They bear the essence of our lineage, a distinction usually reserved for the mightiest warriors of the King's continent, who earn our acknowledgement through their formidable strength. However, should a weak human dare to slay a dragon, it would bring great shame upon us, and we would seek to obliterate such a disgrace. I had initially intended to speak favorably of you at the Elder Council to clarify any misunderstandings between us, but since you are so formidable, I see no need for that. I wish you a pleasant journey in the King's continent." With that, Aurelia turned to leave, suppressing a smile. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands wrapped around her legs, and a head nestled against her backside. Before she could react in indignation, Ashura's voice, laden with grievance, rang out. Aurelia, I just saved you. You can't just put on your clothes and deny it. Aurelia, on Saturday and Sunday, I shall present 3 updates in succession, solely seeking a 5-star review. Dear readers who appreciate my work, I kindly urge you to lend a helping hand. Chapter 155, Purple Thunderfall, Iron. As Azura pressed a hand against his darkened eye socket, he recounted in vivid detail how he vanquished the black dragon Gust, embellishing the tale of how he rescued Aurelia. While Aurelia maintained a calm facade, her heart surged with tumultuous waves. She could scarcely fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous student at the academy possessed such formidable strength and fortitude. It is no wonder he had the audacity to accompany her on an expedition to explore the ruins. No wonder the elders of her clan consistently warned her that the true dominators of the continent were not the Titans, but humanity, whose potential is indeed boundless. In this moment, she truly comprehended the foresight of those words. Seeing the aggrieved expression on Azura's face, Aurelia could not suppress her laughter. She realized that today she had smiled more than she had in the entire previous year. Suppressing her mirth, she cleared her throat and stated, All right, I have understood the essence of your account. I will return and clarify matters with our clan's elders, and rest assured, no one from our tribe will trouble you. Upon hearing this, Azura finally exhaled in relief, applying some healing ointment to his bruised eye. He grumbled, This trip has been a complete loss. The promised treasure remains elusive, and I've lost my twin weapons, a magical dagger, and a 7th-grade elixir that you devoured, and now your dragonkin wish to hunt me down? What an utter disgrace. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Aurelia acknowledged that Azura had indeed sacrificed much and saved her life. Thus, her tone softened as she replied, All right, do search again for any remaining treasures. Whatever you find shall be yours. Furthermore, I will take the head of Black Dragon Gust back to my clan, while the dragon crystal and the remains can be yours. Does that satisfy you? Azura instantly sprang to life, gripping Aurelia's shoulders with fervor. Really? All for me? A dragon crystal? Do your kind possess magical cores as well? Is there one nestled within your very being? His eyes sparkled with curiosity as they fixated on Aurelia's forehead. At that moment, Aurelia's forehead pulsed with a vein, and with a swift motion, she delivered a forceful punch to his other eye, sending him sprawling across the ground. Although Aurelia, as a silver dragon, excelled in magic, her formidable physique surpassed even that of Azura. As Azura landed some distance away, he felt a sense of humiliation wash over him. Just as he attempted to rise and reclaim his dignity, his right hand grazed something, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. Instantly, he leaped aside, alert and ready, but as he reached for his twin blades, his hands found nothing but emptiness. Prompting a resigned sigh, after observing his surroundings for a while, he noticed a purple stone to the right of where he had stood, with arcs of electricity flickering around it intermittently. As a master of lightning magic, Azura immediately became captivated by the half-human-sized purple stone. He approached it eagerly, suppressing the tingling sensation caused by the electricity, and carefully reached out to touch its surface. To his astonishment, he discovered that this stone was not made of rock, but rather of metal, producing a remarkably crisp metallic echo when struck. Its surface was riddled with countless tiny holes. Even more surprising was the apparent sentience of the metal. It had previously repelled him with electric shocks. However, when he released a hint of his own lightning magic, the purple metal responded warmly, no longer exhibiting hostility, while the arcs of electricity on its surface seemed to dance with excitement. Intuitively, Azura sensed that this purple metal was a precious treasure, and he could not resist caressing it. Not far away, Aurelia approached him with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing the purple metal, she appeared utterly shocked, and Azura quickly discerned that she seemed to know the true nature of the purple metal. Eager to curry favor, he inquired about its origins with a somewhat mischievous grin, seemingly having forgotten the recent blow he had received. Aurelia, bemused by his antics, was in an unusually good mood, and, after a moment of playful pride, informed Azura that this purple metal was likely a piece of celestial iron. When it fell, it was struck by more than 9 bolts of lightning, and the lightning's forging transformed it into a gleaming purple metal, hence its name, Purple Thunder Iron. Furthermore, the iron possessed inherent lightning attributes, making it the optimal enhancement material for lightning magic. It was the dream material for any lightning mage's staff. Aurelia's father had a palm-sized piece of purple thunder iron in his treasure vault, which is why she recognized it. Indeed, the Dragon Clan's knowledge is extraordinary. Yet it was Aurelia's first encounter with such a sizable piece of purple thunder iron, which left her visibly astonished. She speculated that the underground space was the crater created when this purple thunder iron fell, wondering which powerful being had constructed the ruinous castle above this deep pit. It was likely that the ancient black dragon, Gust, who sought refuge here, remained unaware of this precious treasure. Upon hearing this, Azura felt exhilarated. The loss of the gold and silver treasures to the magma had pained him deeply, but now the acquisition of the purple thunder iron brightened his spirits. As he excitedly continued to explore the metal, he noticed Aurelia gazing at it with a similarly entranced expression. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he quickly positioned himself to block her view, adopting a fiercely protective stance as he warned her, "Should you dare to covet this purple thunder iron, I shall not hesitate to fight you." Aurelia, realizing her own lapse in composure, acknowledged that her earlier fascination stemmed from the innate greed of her dragon lineage. It was a natural instinct. She assured Azura that she would not renege on her word. With an air of haughty pride, she turned her head away, letting out a dismissive huff, as if to say, "I have no interest in such a trinket." As Azura transformed his worries into joy, he posed another question. "Is it possible that this creature feels a sense of affinity towards me due to my mastery of lightning magic?" Aurelia, somewhat skeptical, placed her hand upon the purple thunder iron, channeling her own elemental magic. However, the response she received was merely a tingling sensation, devoid of the familiarity Azura had mentioned. Aurelia dismissed it as a psychological illusion born from Ashura's excitement over the treasure and turned her attention to the carcass of the black dragon, Gust. Noticing Aurelia's indifference, Ashura refrained from pressing the matter further, pondering how to utilize the purple thunder iron. According to Aurelia, this material was the coveted dream of lightning mages seeking to craft their wands, yet Ashura had no intention of using it for such a purpose. He contemplated forging it into a pair of dual blades instead. Before he could solidify his decision, he observed Aurelia approaching Gust's corpse. A swift glance around revealed no additional treasures, and a look at the molten lava below suggested that any gold and silver had likely melted beyond recovery, prompting a frustrated gnash of his teeth. He then hastened after Aurelia towards the dragon's remains. Chapter 156. Dragon Knight. Aurelia couldn't help but smirk as she noticed Ashura eagerly sprinting towards her. It was hard to believe that this seemingly roguish individual had just vanquished one of their kind. Upon seeing the pitiful sight of Gust lying there, her lips twitched involuntarily. Before she could sever the dragon's head, Ashura leaped in front of the corpse, arms outstretched, exclaiming, "Wait, let me extract the dragon crystal first." "And is it too much to ask for a few dragon teeth as well?" Aurelia's eyes twitched violently, and she instinctively turned her head aside, as if her own teeth ached at the thought. Ashura, noticing her reaction, chuckled and hopped atop Gust's head. He knocked on the tough flesh of the dragon's forehead, producing a sound that seemed even harder than metal. Lacking a suitable weapon, he raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, just as he considered asking Aurelia for assistance. He caught sight of her teasing expression and disdainfully turned his lips. An idea struck him. He leaped down from the dragon's head and lifted its slightly ajar mouth even higher. To Aurelia's astonishment, Ashura actually crawled into the black dragon's maw in search of the crystal. Before Aurelia could fully process her surprise, Ashura emerged from the dragon's mouth, brandishing a pink, meatball-like object with an exhilarated expression. Rushing towards her, he eagerly asked, "Hey, look at this. Do you think it contains the dragon crystal? I found it inside the black dragon's mouth." Aurelia, equally bewildered, had never encountered such a pink ore before, but she was certain it was not the dragon crystal. As for the object in Ashura's hand, she had no idea what it was. As the expectant Ashura gazed at her, Aurelia felt a twinge of embarrassment at her ignorance and could only feign understanding, extending her finger to poke the pink orb. However, this gentle prod caused the pink orb to burst like a balloon, unleashing a vast cloud of pink gas that rapidly dispersed around them. The abrupt turn of events left both of them momentarily stunned. Ashura, having inhaled a slight whiff of the pink gas, was instantly struck with horror, being well-versed in medicine. He quickly deduced that it was a potent aphrodisiac. He immediately held his breath, concentrating as he crouched down to rummage through his beloved medical kit for antidotes. But after several frantic searches, he found no elixirs for the aphrodisiac within the small boxes. Just as he contemplated scolding Tangua for not including an antidote, a magnificent magical robe suddenly captured his attention. Ashura, who was hunched over searching for antidotes, froze in place as he sensed a wave of heated breath against his neck. A chill of dread washed over him as he slowly raised his gaze. There stood Aurelia, her skin flushed a vivid pink, her eyes fixated on Ashura with an intensity that mirrored molten lava's fervor. For the first time, Ashura witnessed a girl as eyes ablaze with unrestrained desire. Aurelia, having inhaled a considerable amount of the pink gas, was engulfed by her innate dragon nature. The malevolent black dragon, Gust, was particularly adept at such temptations. The pink orb was a specially concocted potent aphrodisiac, which he had cunningly kept ready for use. Gust would never have anticipated that Ashura would unearth this nefarious object. Aurelia herself was taken aback by the sinister nature of the substance. As a dragon, she found herself utterly defenseless against the aphrodisiac. Her consciousness began to waver, fixating solely on Ashura, who was now crawling away in fear. Though Ashura was petrified by Aurelia's state and had fallen to the ground, his instincts kicked in swiftly. Without hesitation, he released the second seal of his cabin prison, feeling the power of the magic night surge throughout his body. Almost instantaneously, he blinked to a spot over 20 meters away. With the enhancement of his abilities, the range of his teleportation had significantly increased. Before Ashura could employ his wind chaser technique to ascend, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a tree trunk, struck downwards. He barely managed to sidestep in time to evade the strike. Seizing the moment, he pressed himself against a nearby rock wall and began to climb vertically. However, a fire dragon materialized from thin air, forcing Ashura back to the ground. He executed another blink, intending to sprint toward the far end of the ground. But a stone wall, as thick as a door, erupted from the earth, sealing off his escape route. Ashura was on the brink of panic. He dare not glance back at Aurelia. The silver dragon was proficient in all forms of magic, and he was at a loss as to how to escape her grasp. Surely, he could not resort to using Void Slash against her. He truly wished to avoid the role of Dragon Slayer again. Yet, before he could devise a plan for escape, a surprisingly weak arm seized the back of his neck. As the expression of shock and bewilderment crossed Ashura's face, a hand forcefully flipped him against the newly formed stone wall. Just as Ashura attempted to push away the girl, Aurelia, his hands were firmly pinned against the boulder by her delicate grip. No matter how immense his strength, he could not withstand the might of the dragon, even if this dragon now appeared as a frail sorceress. Desperately, Ashura struggled in vain, trapped in a most humiliating position upon the stone surface. Finally, with terror etched upon his features, he gazed at Aurelia's face, which was nearly pressed against his, and perceived the overwhelming desire flickering in her eyes. Realizing that he was trapped in an inescapable predicament, he clenched his teeth and shamefully uttered, "Promise me, please do not transform into a silver dragon." Nearly 4 hours later, in the subterranean chambers of the ancient castle, Ashura lay naked upon the ground, his eyes vacant as if awaiting the return of his soul to its vessel. The surroundings were strewn with remnants of battle. His body bore vivid crimson scratches and kiss marks, his garments torn asunder and scattered about. Draped across his chest was the enchanting Aurelia, her long, silvery hair cascading around her as she succumbed to a deep slumber. Her face adorned with a profound sense of weary satisfaction. Her skin had regained its normal, pristine complexion, rendering the sleeping Aurelia exceptionally alluring. After a prolonged silence, Ashura finally stirred, trembling as he extended his right hand towards the storage belt that lay just out of reach. Perhaps his movement was too vigorous, for it roused the slumbering Aurelia, who instinctively shifted and tightened her embrace around him, eliciting an involuntary reaction from Ashura as he gasped in discomfort. Regaining his composure, he once more reached for his storage belt. Through relentless effort, he finally grasped it, nearly moved to tears by the relief it brought. He retrieved a healing kit from the belt, extracting a 6-tier elixir to restore his vitality and consuming it. Moments later, the potion coursed through him like a warm tide, revitalizing his weary body. In no time, the fatigue dissipated and his strength returned. Ashura glanced down at Aurelia, still tightly clinging to him in her sleep. Feeling the pressure of her embrace, rejuvenated, he murmured to himself, "I have truly become a dragon knight." Chapter 157. We are not meant to be. Ashura's quiet musings inadvertently roused Aurelia from her slumber. As she rubbed her eyes and looked up, she was met with the awkward visage of Ashura. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, a scream erupted from the girl, rivaling the roar of a dragon, echoing throughout the underground space. Aurelia hastily sprang to her feet, the soreness between her legs causing her to sway slightly. Realizing her complete nudity, she frantically grasped the magical robe on the ground, desperate to cover her body. However, her most cherished magical robe lay in tatters, the numerous tears vividly illustrating the ferocity of the recent battle. Aurelia's eyes brimmed with indignation as she swiftly drew her beloved wand, foregoing any incantation, and aimed a strike at Azura, who stood there momentarily dazed. Fortunately, Azura had consumed a 6th grade elixir to restore his strength. He managed to shift backward slightly, feeling the chill of debris scatter beneath him, and quickly glanced down at his prized weapon, relieved to have evaded disaster. Yet, the wand, wielded like a hammer, was raised once more, and disregarding his state of undress, Azura executed a swift somersault, grasping Aurelia's hands high above their heads. "Calm down, please. Consider this carefully. You were the one who tormented me," he implored urgently. Aurelia, seemingly oblivious to her identity as a sorceress, resembled a frantic ordinary girl venting her frustrations upon her boyfriend. Upon hearing Azura's plea, she gradually regained her composure, memories of recent events flooding back, how she had punctured that pink orb, the uncontrollable desires that ensued, how she had compelled Azura, and the 4 hours of intimate exchanges they had shared, causing her face to flush crimson. Azura, noticing her embarrassment, mistakenly believed that the effects of the aphrodisiac still lingered, and he felt a tremor in his calves. Aurelia, glancing at their bare bodies and awkward positions, instinctively turned her head away, defiantly declaring, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't brought out that pink orb, none of this would have happened. This is entirely on you." Seeing that she had calmed, albeit still speaking incoherently, Azura recognized that reason would not prevail in this moment. He quickly conceded, all right, it's my fault. I admit I bear some responsibility, but you cannot place all the blame on me. Now that you've had your fun, let us hasten to tidy up and depart." Initially feeling a bit embarrassed, Aurelia was soon engulfed by anger, suppressing her shyness as she retorted, "What do you mean I had my fun? What advantage did I gain? I never." Her voice dwindled as she became acutely aware of the numerous scratches and kisses adorning Azura's body, all products of her recent endeavors, causing her cheeks to burn with heat. Azura, feeling a sense of injustice, protested, "Haven't you taken advantage? You tormented me for 4 hours, from dusk till dawn. You nearly rendered me incapacitated. Do you realize that? Look at all these injuries." Growing increasingly animated, he disregarded his nakedness and displayed the marks on his body, prompting Aurelia to cover her eyes in mortification. Seeing her reaction, Azura sighed and chose not to dwell on it further. He retrieved some healing ointment from his storage belt and began to apply it to his wounds. While he was in the midst of this, he heard Aurelia, her face flushed, timidly inquire, "Do you think, could this lead to us having a baby?" As Ashura listened, he was so taken aback that he nearly dropped the ointment in his hand, gazing incredulously at Aurelia, who remained bashfully looking down. After a long moment of contemplation, he retorted, "So, will you bear a child or lay an egg?" The atmosphere fell into silence for several seconds. Once Aurelia regained her composure, she angrily seized a nearby stone and hurled it at Ashura, who swiftly raised his hands to evade it. Observing Aurelia frantically searching for stones, he hastily remarked, "You are being impulsive. Calm down. I truly do not know what you will give birth to." With her eyes reddening from anger and an expression of profound grievance directed at Ashura, it was the first time he had witnessed this delicate demeanor from her. Reflecting on the passionate details from moments earlier, he quietly inquired, "Is this your first time?" Aurelia finally calmed down, blushing as she nodded, then lowered her head in silence. Ashura, grinning foolishly, scratched his head and insincerely declared, "This is my first time too." Though her face was flushed, Aurelia shot him a skeptical glance, retorting, "I don't believe you. You're lying. You've been entangled with Lanyu and Majina. How could someone as wicked as you be a novice?" Ashura's face flushed with embarrassment as he firmly asserted, "I am absolutely a novice today. By the way, may I ask why, as a dragon, you came to the St. Gabain Academy?" Aurelia seemed oblivious to the flaw in his question and, following his lead, responded, "Our Silver Dragon clan has maintained a long-standing friendship with your St. Gabain Academy. Those among our kin who wish to study here are always welcomed. This arrangement has the tacit approval of your academy's higher-ups. The knowledge and experience contained in your human texts have been preserved remarkably well. My clan arranged for me to study at the academy, and I personally enjoy visiting your library to read. As for my identity, very few are aware of it. Generally, I do not participate in your evaluations, but I felt I had been at the academy for too long and wanted to take a break. I never expected. At this point, Aurelia found it difficult to continue. The thought that she might perish here crossed her mind, yet she had never imagined it would be alongside this scoundrel. Thus, she shyly glanced up at Ashura, who was also unclothed. The allure of that glance caught Ashura's attention. His youthful body reacted, prompting him to awkwardly cover his vital area. Seeing his reaction, Aurelia inwardly scoffed and quickly exclaimed, "You big pervert, put on some clothes." Ashura's eyes twitched, seemingly displeased with this appellation. In a cheeky manner, he removed his hand and said, "What secrets remain between us? We've seen what we ought to see. Why bother with modesty?" Aurelia found his audacious words infuriating, yet she felt powerless against this rogue. A sidelong glance at his impressive weapon made her feel as though her head might bury itself in her chest. Noticing Aurelia's continued shyness, Ashura grew bolder, flaunting himself before her. Aurelia was filled with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, ultimately unable to restrain herself from softly asking, "What will happen to me in the future?" Ashura, immediately sobered by her query, glanced at Aurelia's exquisitely perfect figure. Reluctant yet resigned, he confessed, "I simply cannot endure more than 4 hours each time. Thus, we are not compatible." Chapter 158. The dragon crystal acquired. Upon hearing this, Aurelia felt a surge of both shame and fury. Ignoring her exposed form, she sprang to her feet and chased after Ashura, striking at him. The two naked youths frolicked and wrestled in the underground space for quite some time. Eventually, Ashura seized Aurelia in his arms, and the two tumbled together once more. A passionate kiss from Ashura was all it took to quell Aurelia's ire. After a while, still unable to meet his gaze, Aurelia murmured softly, "I was under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Normally, I wouldn't require such a duration." Ashura, astonished, looked down at the bashful Aurelia nestled in his embrace. Her sensuous form pressed tightly against him made Ashura forget his earlier discomfort. With a mischievous grin, he replied, "I don't believe you." With that, he playfully pushed the blushing Aurelia beneath him again, and rhythmic sounds of their playful tussle reverberated throughout the vast underground space. In a nearby valley outside the ancient castle ruins, a figure with long, graceful legs, blue feather, stood atop a massive stone, gazing toward the distant ruins. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind, followed by Magina's voice, "It's nearly been a day. Are they still not out?" Blue Feather shook his head helplessly, his eyes betraying deep concern. He turned to Magina and asked, "Should we go down and search for them?" Magina, looking weary, shook her head and replied, "You must have heard that dragon's roar. There are no 6th-tier magical beasts in the vicinity anymore. They have clearly been frightened away by the sound. Our strength would be of no help, and I hope Aurelia can bring him out." Blue Feather's expression darkened as he remarked, "Have you noticed how quickly that fellow is growing? Although I have yet to witness his full strength, I sense he has surpassed me by a significant margin. I've been diligently practicing, yet how has he achieved this?" Magina nodded in agreement, harboring similar sentiments. Even the typically proud Magina felt a deep sense of frustration. But then she glanced at Blue Feather and silently resolved to claim Ashura for herself. More than an hour later, in the underground space, Aurelia lay soundly asleep on Ashura's chest. Ashura felt quite well, aside from the fatigue from their exertions, and his spirits remained high. Their shared intimacy had unfolded in a state of awareness, with Aurelia seemingly having shed her previous reservations and willingly reciprocating. Ashura, invigorated, embraced his role as a dragon rider once more, his joy soaring to new heights. As the darkness of night enveloped the world once more, Aurelia gradually awakened, her shyness dissipating, her large eyes gazing dreamily at Ashura. Ashura, caught by her unwavering stare, felt a wave of bashfulness wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he affectionately patted Aurelia's head, to which she merely pouted but did not shy away from his playful hand. Just as Ashura was becoming engrossed in his tender gesture, Aurelia softly inquired, "Now that we find ourselves in this situation, what are your intentions?" Her tone, though still tinged with a hint of nervousness, were in newfound boldness. Ashura's hand faltered slightly before he adopted a demeanor of moral rectitude and replied, "I believe we are still young and should not devote our energies to matters of love." "We should." Before he could finish his thought, Aurelia abruptly rose from him in silence, retrieving her garments and beginning to dress. Still somewhat bewildered, Ashura questioned, "Do you comprehend what I meant?" Without turning to face him, Aurelia continued to don her clothes, stating, "I understand perfectly. You do not wish to take responsibility. I shall return to my kin and inform them that you have tarnished my innocence. You aspire to be a dragon knight, do you not? I am eager to see just how capable you truly are." Ashura's complexion paled instantly, and he hastily donned a conciliatory smile, attempting to placate her with promises of accountability, albeit wishing for discretion in their relationship. He elaborated on the circumstances surrounding Duffet, Era, and Tangua, explaining that his hesitance stemmed from a desire to spare her feelings. Aurelia, flustered by his earnestness, appeared to accept his explanation. She expressed her heartfelt sentiment that as long as Ashura treated her well, she harbored no concerns. Noting that both humans and dragons often have multiple partners, her father, for instance, had 9 wives. Observing Aurelia's deepening affection, Ashura was compelled to gently massage his lower back, realizing her desires were rather insatiable. Yet, the atmosphere had already reached an intimate crescendo, and with a firm resolve, Ashura took the plunge once more. Thus, the two spent an indulgent 2 days in the subterranean realm, Ashura's eyes growing increasingly weary. This was despite his clandestine consumption of a 5th-tier elixir from his healing pack to recuperate his vitality. While partaking the medicine, he reassured himself, after all, he was conquering a dragon, and taking a bit of medicine was hardly shameful. Meanwhile, Aurelia appeared remarkably vibrant, her skin radiant and luminous. She had grown increasingly reliant on Ashura, often resting her head upon his chest, relishing his gentle caresses. Ashura found her affection sometimes exceeded that of Tangua, leaving him both pained and delighted. Although they had previously refrained from discussing their departure, today, Ashura finally broached the subject of leaving this place. Firstly, they had likely been underground in the ruins for 3 or 4 days, with a team of members awaiting their return outside. Secondly, Ashura would not admit that his kidneys had begun to ache and that he needed to rest for a few days. Aurelia was also aware that the two of them should not linger any longer, yet her eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. After she ventured out, she would need to return to her family to bring back the head of Gust, which meant she would be unable to see Ashura for a considerable time. After all, a young woman in love tends to be quite clingy. Ashura reached out to gently pat her bun, continuing to weave grand visions of their future together. For in order to gain the approval of her family and secure a beautiful life ahead, he must first strive to enhance his own abilities. Aurelia, sweetly nestled in Ashura's embrace, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two began to dress, having spent the past few days in a state of unadorned honesty. Ashura glanced at the corpse of the black dragon, then proceeded to delve into its maw once more. This time, he extracted a tooth from the dragon to fashion as a dagger. Before long, he retrieved a fist-sized, irregular black crystal from within. Ashura dared not bring the dark crystal too close to Aurelia. Only after receiving her nod of approval did he excitedly begin to examine it. Although Aurelia instinctively felt discomfort at his possession of a dragon crystal, seeing him so elated caused her to smile in return. Unbeknownst to Aurelia, Ashura had also gathered several pink flesh orbs during his exploration inside the dragon's mouth, secretly stashing them in his storage space. Chapter 159. A visit here. Having acquired the dragon crystal, Ashura again entered the dragon's mouth to extract a tooth, his gaze fixated on the black dragon's long, majestic horns. Aurelia, observing Ashura's intense focus, though their time together had been brief, recognized the depths of his avarice. Hastily, she unsheathed a long knife shimmering with a gray light and, murmuring incantations, struck down the dragon's head with a single, decisive blow akin to a spatial slash. This startled Ashura, who then gazed intently at the gray blade in Aurelia's hand. Alarmed, Aurelia quickly returned the long knife to her spatial ring. It was a treasured artifact of her clan, and she dared not offer it lightly. With a mischievous grin, Ashura approached Aurelia, but sensing his intent, she turned away, ignoring him. Realizing the knife was out of reach, Ashura softly murmured in her ear, suggesting that once they returned with the dragon's head, perhaps she could retrieve the 2 horns for him. Aurelia, finding herself at a loss against his charm, reluctantly agreed to appease him. She then placed the black dragon's head into her spatial ring. Yet Ashura faced a dilemma. His spatial belt could not accommodate the dragon's corpse. Ultimately, it was Aurelia who provided him with a spatial ring to store the black dragon's body. And Ashura was thoroughly enamored with this newfound treasure. Within the confines of the space, the remains of the black dragon were encased, leaving ample room to spare. With his current prowess in spatial magic, he could only conjure a storage space of approximately 3 cubic meters. Such a spatial ring was indeed of exceptional value. Ashura cast a lecherous gaze at Aurelia, realizing that his silver dragon girlfriend possessed an abundance of treasures. The heritage of the dragon clan was truly remarkable. Upon noticing his greedy stare, Aurelia immediately averted her gaze in alarm. Ashura, gritting his teeth, prepared to strip, knowing that one must sacrifice to gain. A fleeting glance from Aurelia revealed his intentions, prompting her to scoff quietly. With a few agile leaps, she scaled the stone wall, racing towards the castle above. Her laughter ringing like silver bells in the subterranean space after her mischievous triumph. Half undressed, Ashura could only watch helplessly as the girl darted away, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he ceased to dwell on it, hastily donning his clothes before pursuing her towards the castle. As the two burst forth from the fortress, the sunlight, although blinding, felt immensely warm, a stark contrast to the stifling air of the underground. They greedily inhaled the fresh air of the beast forest. Before they could fully gather their bearings, 2 exclamatory voices echoed nearby. Ashura instinctively turned to see Blue Feather and Magina rushing towards them, followed closely by stunned Monroe. He opened his arms, and the 2 girls dove into his embrace, nearly toppling the weakened Ashura. Monroe, witnessing this, lowered his head in silence. He could see that his goddess had no affection for him. Her heart was entirely captured by that dark-haired lad, and during their days apart, Magina had lost her smile. The 2 girls could no longer contain their feelings. They were determined to search the castle ruins for Ashura and had not anticipated encountering them so soon. Monroe realized that since the 2 had emerged unscathed, it implied they had triumphed over the black dragon within the ruins, which left him utterly incredulous. How had they accomplished such a feat? After all, that dragon was a colossal beast of the grand martial master level. Monroe also sensed that the dark-haired boy, whom he found so irksome, now exuded an aura even more formidable than before entering the castle ruins. It seemed to rival his own strength, which astonished Monroe. Had he perhaps enhanced his power while underground? Unbeknownst to Monroe, Ashura's strength was currently restrained by the seals of the cabin prison, merely revealing an aura of a 3rd-tier grand martial master, while in reality, he had already attained the prowess of a 1st-tier mage warrior in Mage. The dark-haired lad from the kingdom of Olay was gradually surpassing the other students at the academy, and the aspirations he had cherished when leaving home were no longer distant dreams. Just as Ashura reveled in his embrace of both girls, he suddenly sensed a menacing presence looming behind him, akin to the gaze of a beast. A cold sweat broke out on his back. He had become overly complacent and forgotten that a genuine mother dragon lurked nearby, as Ashura discreetly extricated the 2 women from his embrace. He promptly inquired about their unexpected presence, which diverged from their prior plans. Upon discovering that the 2 were genuinely concerned for him and intended to explore the ruins today in search of his whereabouts, Ashura breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful for his decision to venture out, otherwise, the sight of him taming dragons would certainly have led to their wrath. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Ashura briefly recounted the circumstances within the castle ruins, revealing that they had vanquished the malevolent black dragon. He explained that the dragon had been severely weakened due to previous injuries, allowing them to achieve victory, but he refrained from mentioning any of the more thrilling details. When questioned about the delay in their emergence, he simply stated that they had sustained minor injuries during the battle and needed time to recuperate within the ruins. Realizing their oversight regarding Aurelia, Lan Yu and Magina felt a pang of guilt and took Aurelia's hands to express their concern. Meanwhile, Aurelia, while managing the 2 women's inquiries, cast a sidelong glance at Ashura, who was spinning tales with remarkable ease. She had heard his earlier words and resolved not to take his fabrications at face value in the future. Ashura then invited the trio to tour the ancient castle, guiding them to the underground chambers where Aurelia proudly unveiled the dragoness head, although he chose not to display the dragon's carcass. He requested that they keep this matter confidential, citing the need to protect Aurelia's family secrets. The three readily agreed. Fully aware of the formidable nature of Aurelia's lineage and eager to avoid unnecessary trouble, the five-member team subsequently convened for a brief meeting. Noting that over 20 days had passed since the assessment began, with only a few days remaining, Azura inquired about their recent monster-slaying efforts and learned that their numbers were not as substantial as anticipated, largely due to the surrounding beasts fleeing at the sound of dragon roars. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that they should maximize their monster hunts in the remaining days, as rewards awaited the top contenders. He proposed to split the team into two groups. Himself and Aurelia would form one, while the other three would form the second, searching in different directions for monsters. This decision was met with immediate discontent from Lan Yu and Magina. Azura took the two aside, reassuring them that upon returning to the academy, he would spend more time with them. For now, accumulating points was paramount. Eventually, he secured their reluctant consent. As the two teams parted ways, Azura stood before the ancient castle, now free of the ominous black mist due to the defeat of the black dragon, feeling elated. He took out a dragon tooth and inscribed upon the castle wall, "Azura was here." Witnessing Azura's childlike exuberance elicited laughter from the others. Even Monroe, who had maintained a stern demeanor, found himself secretly amused. He mused that if this black-haired youth did not vie for Magina's attention, they might have forged a genuine friendship. Several individuals resolved to part ways, agreeing to reconvene on the final day of evaluation. Amid the reluctant gazes of Lan Yu and Magina, Ashura dashed into the dense forest alongside Aurelia from an alternate direction. Shortly after departing from the ruins of the castle, Ashura suddenly turned, grasping Aurelia's hand, who wore a perplexed expression. In a hushed whisper, he shared a few words with her. Aurelia promptly shook off his grip and advanced ahead, while Ashura, with a mischievous grin, sweet-talked her. In no time, a magnificent silver dragon burst forth from the thicket, soaring above the monster forest. On the dragon's back sat a young man with dark hair, clad in tight-fitting attire, struggling to acclimate to the fierce winds of the dragon's rapid flight, endeavoring to maintain his balance. After a brief interval, the skies above the monster forest resounded with the dragon's piercing cries and Ashura's exhilarated shouts. He had fully adapted to the thrill of riding the dragon, relishing the exhilarating experience of a legendary dragon rider. He shouted joyfully, while beneath him, Aurelia, transformed in her dragon form, rolled her eyes in exasperation. After much coaxing in the forest, Ashura had finally persuaded her to take him for a flight. Aurelia, with a fondness for her youthful companion, willingly indulged his whimsical desires. While it was not uncommon for dragons to serve as mounts for humans, such a privilege was typically reserved for the most formidable warriors, those recognized by the dragon kind. Thus, Ashura was overjoyed. However, their flight above sent the beasts below into a frenzied panic. Several students from the Academy's assessment teams narrowly escaped being trampled by the stampeding creatures. With trepidation, they gazed up at the colossal silver dragon, faintly hearing a boisterous laugh echoing through the air, leading them to speculate which supreme being from the continent of kings was responsible. After frolicking in the skies for a considerable time, Ashura and Aurelia descended into the forest. Upon witnessing Aurelia revert to her human form, clad only in her natural state, Ashura's youthful body responded instinctively. It was not a matter of Ashura's lack of restraint. Rather, Aurelia's allure was simply overwhelming. Noticing his reaction, Aurelia blushed slightly, taking her time to don her attire in front of him. She felt no need for secrets before Ashura, relishing in his captivated gaze, a source of pride for her. Had it not been for their objective of slaying monsters to earn points, Ashura would have been tempted to assume the dragon-taming pose once more amidst the thicket. Together, they quickly located and dispatched the hidden monsters, employing their formidable mental prowess. Thus, they spent their days hunting beasts and their nights finding secluded spots for more intimate activities. When noon arrived on the 8th day, the quintet reconvened before the castle. Collectively, they had slain 4 level 6 monsters, 15 level 5 monsters, and an uncounted number of level 4 monsters, returning laden with success. They felt confident that their accomplishments would secure their team the top position in this evaluation, and with spirits high, they produced the scroll to conclude the assessment. Shortly after utilizing the scroll, a male instructor from the academy arrived, skillfully guiding a level 5 flying beast, a griffin, to escort them back to the academy. As Aurelia approached the griffin, the formidable creature nearly overturned its handler, who fled in panic. Fortunately, Aurelia managed to suppress her aura once more and issued a warning to the griffin, enabling a successful ascent towards the academy. As Azura perched upon the griffin's back, he could not help but compare the experience with that of riding a silver dragon, ultimately grimacing at the stark contrast between the two. The other 3 members of the group, having evidently ridden flying beasts before, displayed little joy in their expressions. Meanwhile, behind Azura, Lanyu gazed thoughtfully at Aurelia, who unconsciously inched closer to Azura. With a clenched jaw, Lanyu silently noted this in her heart, harboring a growing resentment. The speed of the flying beast was remarkable, and they arrived at the God of War Square at St. Gabain Academy before nightfall. The square had already gathered numerous students returning from their assessments, as today marked the final day of evaluations and the announcement of results. Most students had returned early upon meeting the assessment criteria, understanding that lingering in the beast-infested forest posed an increased risk of death. However, some teams, having failed to meet the standards, exited the evaluations for various reasons. Consequently, the expressions of the gathered students varied. Some were exuberant, others proud, while many appeared dejected or regretful, all silently awaiting the Academy's final verdict. As Azura's team returned in the closing moments, they noted the diverse expressions of their peers and chose to adopt a humble demeanor, patiently waiting for the evaluations to conclude. Ultimately, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, the last team arrived via flying beast. Dean Saining of the Magic Academy soared into the air, greeting the students with a smile and delivering an inspiring speech, followed by delegating other instructors to finalize the assessment calculations. Azura's team decided to send Monroe to present their hunted beasts for evaluation. As the foremost new warrior, Monroe attracted considerable attention from the crowd. When he produced the heads of various high-level magical beasts from his storage space, astonishment rippled through the students, with chants of admiration for Monroe echoing around them. Yet, Monroe felt a twinge of discomfort, aware that he was not the strongest in the group. If Aurelia were to reveal the head of the black dragon, it would undoubtedly create an even greater sensation. In the end, Azura's team rightfully claimed the first place in this assessment, earning each member 5,000 Academy points. To Azura's surprise, his second-in-command, Arthur's team, secured the second position, receiving a reward of 3,000 points. This signified that both Ginza and Arthur had successfully passed the rigorous examination, implying that the 3 of them could graduate if they so desired. However, Ashura was acutely aware that he still lacked the strength to eliminate the enemies of his family. He needed to continue enhancing his abilities at the academy. After the assessments concluded, Aurelia pulled Ashura aside to discuss her immediate need to return to her family and report the slaying of the Black Dragon Gust. She mentioned that she might not return to the academy for some time. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Ashura embraced Aurelia, urging her to be cautious on her journey. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. With a mischievous grin, he teased her about the pair of black dragon horns, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Unexpectedly, the next person to approach Ashura was Monroe, a towering figure who fixed an intense gaze upon Ashura, who stood a head shorter. Finally, Monroe declared with determination, "I know you're strong. Although we have yet to spar, I will not relinquish my pursuit of Magina. Be prepared to accept my challenge at any time." With that, he turned to leave. Ashura, bewildered by this sudden declaration, reached out to halt Monroe's departure, asking, "Do you think defeating me will win Magina's affection? Have you ever pursued a girl before?" This question left Monroe momentarily speechless. The muscular giant eventually nodded shyly, then shook his head in confusion. Ashura found Monroe's bashfulness amusing, sending a shiver down his spine. With a sly grin, he advised, "Chasing a girl isn't quite so straightforward, especially for someone like Magina. Here's an idea. As members of the same team, if you provide me with 5,000 points, I will conduct a love coaching session for you, guaranteeing that you become adept in matters of the heart." Monroe's expression shifted from bewilderment to shock, his body trembling slightly. Ashura felt a sense of triumph at the prospect of this deal. However, he was unprepared for the source of Monroe's astonishment, the tall, red-haired girl standing behind him. Chapter 161. A favor from the fourth. While Ashura continued to enthusiastically promote his love coaching program, Monroe was already sweating profusely. Ashura pondered whether the price was perhaps too steep and contemplated offering a discount of 500 points. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. 5,000 points. You say? Quite a lucrative transaction. Who would have guessed you possessed a flair for business? Shouldn't you share half of that with me? This voice rendered Ashura motionless, cold sweat trickling down his back more abundantly than Monroe's. He cursed his own negligence, realizing he had let his guard down within the academy. Rapid calculations raced through his mind for a response, and he spotted Arthur, the second in command, celebrating with his teammates in the distance. Ashura quickly made his way toward Arthur, waving and calling out, "Brother, I've been searching for you. I have something important to discuss." Arthur, hearing Ashura's call, initially turned to respond with a smile. However, upon noticing the ominous presence of Magina closely following Ashura, his legs felt weak beneath him. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "You go ahead. My mentor is looking for me regarding an urgent matter. We shall discuss it further in the dormitory." With that, Arthur activated the royal familial martial arts of the Valen's empire and propelled himself swiftly in the opposite direction, which was decidedly not toward the martial arts academy. Ashura's form momentarily stiffened, but in an instant, he sought to hasten his pace to follow Arthur. However, the collar of his shirt was firmly grasped by a delicate yet powerful jade hand, leaving Ashura's heart chilled to the bone. He awkwardly turned his head, forcing a smile. But behind him, Magina was brimming with fierce determination, genuinely infuriated by Ashura's actions. Understanding his fault, Ashura quickly sought forgiveness, shamelessly uttering sweet nothings. Magina, initially enraged with clenched fists, suddenly blushed and glanced around, fearful of other students overhearing his affections. Following the conclusion of the 3-year grand examination, the Academy grants successful candidates a 6-month-long vacation to arrange their time as they please. Magina's birthday falls on the 13th day of the 4th month of this holiday, and Ashura promised to celebrate it with her in Marseilles, presenting her with a birthday gift. At that moment, Magina forgot her earlier displeasure and bashfully expressed that Ashura's presence was sufficient and that a gift was unnecessary. Having recently gifted her a set of magical armor, which she was still wearing, she did not wish for him to incur further expenses. Ashura eagerly nodded in agreement, assuring her of his timely attendance at her birthday celebration. Just as he felt satisfied watching Magina depart, he had yet to wipe the sweat from his forehead when another voice softly echoed behind him. "My birthday is on the 23rd of the 3rd month of the holiday. I will be waiting for you at the Blue City, Blue Manor. Do not let me miss your presence." With that, a graceful figure clad in blue floated past him, leaving behind a sweet scent of youthful fragrance. Ashura could only smile wryly to himself. It seemed this holiday would be anything but tranquil. Just as Ashura was feeling dejected, a lively silhouette came bounding toward him, calling out his name. With her twin ponytails bouncing adorably, she dove into his embrace, playfully burrowing her head into his chest. Ashura's spirits lifted, for the charming Tangwa was indeed a comforting presence, and the heart-shaped medical kit she had gifted him proved immensely helpful. He wished to express his gratitude in person. Ashura briefly recounted the events of their assessment, omitting the encounter with the Black Dragon Gust, and then produced the heart-shaped medical kit, intending to return the remaining pills to Tangwa. However, Tangwa was elated that Ashura had utilized her pills and showed no inclination to reclaim them. Instead, she eagerly sought to retrieve more pills from her storage ring to fill Ashura's medical kit. Yet, Ashura dared not allow her to continue, for the debt of gratitude he would owe would be too great. Suddenly, with a serious expression, he asked, "Tangwa, may I inquire if you or your family possesses any pills capable of enabling someone who has lost their kneecap to regenerate the bone and stand once more?" Tangwa, noticing the gravity with which he posed his question, was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Indeed, I possess numerous elixirs capable of achieving such effects. The most potent among them is the 7th-grade Dan medicine, the Black Jade Discontinuity Ointment. However, I do not have it with me. Do you urgently require it, Brother Ashura?" Ashura was deeply moved. The calamity that had befallen his family seemed to be trivialized as a mere trifle in the eyes of these illustrious families. He nodded earnestly, stating, "I do not require it immediately, but the Black Jade Discontinuity Ointment is vital for my family's well-being. I am willing to pay any price to obtain this medicine, as long as it is within my means." Taken aback by his earnest demeanor, Tangwa quickly reassured him, "Do not fret, Brother Ashura. I shall send someone to procure it immediately, or better yet, I will retrieve it myself. You need not offer anything in return. Our bond does not demand such things. What is mine is yours." Though her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Her words were imbued with sincerity. She gazed intently into Ashura's eyes, as if an endless affection yearned to be expressed. Ashura, moved by the endearing girl, felt a profound sense of indebtedness. As she accompanied him when he left and awaited his return, he resolved to make amends for the debt he felt he owed her. Suddenly, with shy demeanor, she lowered her gaze and softly murmured, "Grandfather has mentioned several times that he wishes to invite you to our home to personally thank you for restoring my eyesight." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and her head sank lower. Yet, Ashura found himself in a predicament. He had already committed to attending the birthday celebrations of Lan Yu and Mage, whose families resided in a direction entirely opposite to Tangway's, which was quite distant. Thus, Ashura replied, "My holiday schedule is quite full at the moment. How about this? When I return from my break, I shall accompany you to your family estate. Does that sound agreeable?" Tangwa was elated merely at the prospect of his agreement to return with her, her shyness manifesting anew. Taking advantage of their secluded surroundings, Ashura discreetly led the girl to a nearby grove to share some intimate moments. Upon returning to dormitory 138, Ashura found that Arthur had yet to arrive. While Jinze and Angelo sat solemnly in the common area, they breathed a sigh of relief at his safe return. Angelo dashed to the door, peered outside to confirm there were no others present, and then firmly shut the dormitory door behind him. He turned to Jinze, saying, "There is no one following, boss. We can let Arthur come back now." Jinze then retrieved the academy badge to send a safety message to Arthur. Ashura shook his head in bemusement. His dormitory brothers seemed even more apprehensive than he was. He refrained from mentioning the previous matter to spare them any discomfort and inquired about their plans for the holiday. Jinze expressed his intention to visit his family and then return to continue his studies. Angelo echoed this sentiment, indicating that he too wished to return home before resuming his academic pursuits. As Ashura suddenly recalled something, he abruptly embraced his younger brother Angelo's shoulders and said, "Fourth brother, do me a favor." Chapter 162, Holiday. Angelo turned to look at his mischievous brother, intrigued, as it was the first time he had been asked for assistance. He tilted his head and inquired, "What is it, third brother?" "Whatever I can do, I will certainly help." Upon hearing this, Ashura patted his shoulder again and replied, "I recall you mentioning that your family has been forging weapons for generations. Could you possibly enlist the aid of the most skilled elder from your family to forge me a pair of dual daggers? I have recently acquired a splendid material for this purpose." Angelo, unfazed by the request, smirked and said, "Is that all? A trivial matter. We don't even need the elders for this. I can craft a divine weapon myself. Just bring me the material, and I shall have it ready for you by tomorrow." Listening to his boastful claims, Ashura smiled and calmly remarked, "Farewell." With that, he headed toward his room. Angelo, feeling thwarted in his attempts to boast, seized his brother's arm with a look of discontent. Ashura, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Fourth brother, I am but a poor man. Unlike our eldest and second brother, who are affluent, I cannot afford to let you use such precious material for practice." The two others in the room couldn't help but chuckle at this. Angelo nudged Ashura playfully with his shoulder and said, "All right then, what is so mysterious about this material? I can ask my uncle to forge the daggers for you, can't I?" Content with this proposition, Ashura nodded and retrieved a piece of purple thunder meteorite from his storage ring. The moment it was revealed, the hair of the two others in the room stood on end, except for Ashura. Angelo exclaimed, "Wow." The eldest brother, Jinza, hurried over to take a look and remarked, "What a magnificent treasure. Where did you obtain such a large piece of purple thunder meteorite?" Indeed, the young master of the Jinli commerce and the scion of a weapon-forging family were both well-versed in the lore of precious materials, instantly recognizing the origin of this treasure. With a proud stance, Ashura declared, "This was a fortuitous encounter during my recent assessment. Fourth brother, do you think this piece of meteorite is sufficient to forge a pair of dual daggers? My previous ones were damaged during the assessment." After carefully examining the intricate patterns of the purple thunder meteorite, Angelo replied seriously, "Given my current abilities, I cannot forge weapons from this material. I will have our family's most skilled uncle take charge. This sizable meteorite is more than enough for a pair of dual daggers, and there will likely be a surplus of material left." Ashura nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "Could the leftover purple thunder meteorite be fashioned into a magic staff? I have heard that such a staff can enhance lightning magic." Angelo nodded in agreement. Indeed, A magic staff made from purple thunder meteorite is far more suitable than dual daggers, especially for a lightning mage. Third brother, are you not a lightning mage yourself? A staff will be quite fitting for you. Azura simply smiled in response, and then asked, what compensation would be required for your uncle to forge both a pair of dual daggers and a magic staff? Upon hearing this, Angelo straightened his back and smirked, saying, you're certainly not treating me as a stranger. Rest assured, my uncle dotes on me immensely. It's merely a matter of some effort. Furthermore, my uncle exclusively crafts equipment from high-grade materials, as he finds ordinary ones beneath his notice. He may indeed take a greater interest in this piece of purple thunder meteorite. Ashura felt somewhat reassured, but still wished to offer some form of compensation. However, after much contemplation, he realized that apart from the dragon crystal and the black dragon's corpse, he had little of value to present. Given that the situation regarding the black dragon, Gust, remained unresolved, he dared not disclose anything about it. Thus, he decided to keep this favor in mind and repay it when the opportunity arose. Ashura was not one to be overly sentimental, so he promptly instructed Angelo to store the purple thunder meteorite in his spatial ring. The three then settled in the living room on the first floor, sipping the tea prepared by Ginza while exchanging amusing anecdotes from the recent assessment and sharing their hopes for the upcoming holiday. After a considerable wait, Arthur finally arrived, offering a sheepish smile upon encountering Ashura. He then attempted to invite Ashura to visit the imperial palace, but Ashura, somewhat irked, politely declined, stating he needed to celebrate his cousin's birthday in Maya City. Upon hearing that the celebration was for Magina, Arthur inwardly sighed in relief, realizing he had almost forgotten and resolved to bring a gift for his cousin to avoid giving her any leverage against him. Thus, the four young men enjoyed a jovial time in their dormitory, seeming to relish a rare moment of happiness and relaxation. In the following days, Ashura chose to forego attending classes as the academy began preparations to grant the current cohort a holiday. He found time to meet with Mentor Yuanda, proudly boasting about his prowess in both the magic warrior and magic scholar disciplines. Naturally, Mentor Yuan was immensely pleased for him and proceeded to discuss strategies. Based on Ashura's current capabilities, he advised him to not only utilize the cabin prison to suppress his strength, but also to employ external weight to further restrain his power and speed. When the external pressure was lifted, it would lead to a temporary explosive increase in his abilities. Ashura placed unconditional trust in Mentor Yuan and promptly sought out a set of armor crafted from earth core iron in the Academy's magical armory. This armor boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, as the earth core iron had been compressed to the utmost degree deep within the earth, resulting in exceptional hardness. However, its significant weight was a considerable drawback. The disadvantages far outweighed the advantages, which is why it had never gained favor among students in a magical armory. Even with Ashura's impressive physical attributes, donning the armor proved somewhat cumbersome, diminishing his speed advantage. Mentor Yuan hesitated at the sight, but Ashura reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, promising to adapt to the weight swiftly. Henceforth, Ashura frequently donned this earth core iron armor, removing it only for bathing. That very night, Ashura stealthily infiltrated the dormitory area for mentors, slipping into the room of Ella, who had kindly left the door ajar for him. Having endured the previous 4 hours of dragon-taming battles, Ashura found himself remarkably at ease in the presence of the delicate and graceful Clara. With the holiday approaching, Ashura invited Clara to the second floor of a restaurant for a sumptuous meal. As he caught sight of Clara, who had subtly applied light makeup across from him, he could not help but chuckle. Clara, already shy by nature, felt her cheeks flush and was inclined to leave the restaurant. However, Ashura gently pressed her back in her seat and whispered in her ear, "Trust me, your beauty does not require adornment." Consequently, Clara spent the meal grinning foolishly while barely touching her food, whereas Ashura, unwilling to waste the culinary delights earned through his hard work, devoured his meal with gusto. The more he ate, the brighter Clara's smile became. Clara mentioned that during the holiday, she would accompany her father to visit a powerful lightning mage from the Pegadong Empire, hoping to study under him for a while, which meant she might return later than expected. Ashura encouraged her to seize this rare opportunity and promised to gift her something special upon her return. This thought filled Clara with joy, causing her to reconsider her plans and momentarily wish to forego the holiday and the lessons in magic. A few days later, when St. Goban Academy officially announced the holiday for this year's students, Azura led his dragon steed, Charcoal, out through the grand gates of the academy. Glancing back at the magnificent entrance, he felt a sense of dignity that surpassed his previous exits. With a soft sigh, he mounted Charcoal and sped towards the distant ancient city of Pompeii. Pompeii was the largest city close to Blue City and Maya City, boasting a scale 10 times that of the earlier Pro City and a history spanning over 1,000 years. The ruling Pang family within the city was even said to have a martial saint among them. After weeks of traveling and enduring the elements, Azura finally arrived at Pompeii with a singular purpose: to assess his current strength and refine his combat skills. The most fitting venue for this was the chaotic arena known as the Stupa Palace. The Stupa Palace in Pompeii was renowned for its abundance of skilled fighters. Unlike Pro City, where competitions occurred every 3 days, Pompeii hosted death matches daily. As night fell, Azura donned a ghostly mask and entered the arena, taken aback by the vastness of the fighting grounds and the cacophony of the crowd. Initially, he quietly settled into the stands to observe the battles, eager to gauge the prowess of the warriors present. To his surprise, he witnessed a 5-on-5 team battle, featuring both warriors and mages. Despite their varying levels of skill, the team's synergy was remarkable. The life-and-death struggle forged a profound connection among the 5, prompting Azura to nod in silent approval. Subsequently, Azura observed several brutal battles, each culminating in the tragic demise of the defeated. The frenzied shouts of the audience caused Azura to furrow his brow, particularly due to the overwhelming odor emanating from the nearby man who had won some money. Indeed, the competitors in the Pagoda Palace of Pompeii exhibited a prowess surpassing that of those from Pro City, which was precisely what Azura had hoped to witness. Stretching languidly, Azura then ambled towards the contestant passage on the side of the Pagoda Palace, where he encountered a provocatively dressed registration clerk. This sight reminded him of the registration clerk from Pro City's Pagoda Palace, who perpetually sought to take advantage of him. With a resigned shake of his head, he approached the counter. The clerk behind the registration desk scrutinized Azura, who donned a ghostly mask. She discerned his youth, despite the mask. The vitality radiating from his youthful form was unmistakable. Assuming he was merely another young nobleman seeking amusement by participating in the contest, she thought of the countless young corpses that had been dragged out over the years. Thus, she raised an eyebrow in disdain, remaining silent as if waiting for Azura to speak first. Unperturbed, Azura extended a silver badge across the counter and stated, "Please show me the contestant details for tonight's Demon Warrior segment. I wish to select an opponent." The previously indifferent registration clerk's demeanor shifted dramatically upon catching sight of the 1,000-kill badge, as she leapt up in astonishment like a startled rabbit. She gazed incredulously at the badge before turning her attention back to Azura. Azura tilted his head, rasping, "What? Is there a problem?" Regaining her composure, the clerk quickly adopted a respectful tone, lifting the badge with both hands as she replied, "Esteemed sir, welcome. Your request poses no issue at all. I shall proceed with your registration immediately. Here is the list of contestants for tonight's Demon Warrior segment. Please review it, and feel free to inquire if you have any questions." Receiving the contestant list, Azura glanced over it and noted the presence of more than 30 competitors, confirming that Pompeii indeed boasted numerous formidable individuals. However, upon observing the scores next to the contestants' names, he frowned slightly, as they typically ranged around 100 points or even mere tens. The death matches at the Pagoda Palace were notoriously peerless, and it was rare for competitors to participate consecutively. The more one competed, the greater the likelihood of being targeted by stronger opponents. Thus, these daredevils would celebrate their victories with lavish expenditures until they found themselves compelled to return for another match. Few, like Azura, treated the Pagoda Palace as a training ground for martial arts, even having severed the ranks of Grand Martial Masters in Pro City. Furthermore, he consistently engaged in challenges against opponents of higher martial ranks, who were obligated to compete. While Azura was not entirely satisfied with the contestant scores, he noticed the registration clerk opposite him, trembling and hesitating to speak. He cast her a puzzled glance. The registration attendant across the counter immediately spoke with palpable anxiety. "Esteemed Lord Guei Jiancho, do you wish to challenge the participant of the first segment of the Magic Warrior? Might I trouble you to undergo a strength test?" Azura nodded slightly and reached out to take the Crimson Vitality Testing Stone. The stone ultimately displayed a formidable prowess equivalent to that of a third-tier martial master. Azura nodded in satisfaction, deeply pleased with his capability to confine within the confines of his cabin prison at the 3rd level. However, the registration attendant felt a chill run down her spine. For the silver badge associated with Gue Jian Cho bore a description that highlighted his skill in challenging opponents beyond his tier, with a combat style that was both succinct and ruthless, boasting an unblemished record. A mere few words vividly illustrated the might of Gue Jian Cho, a formidable figure who could swiftly conclude battles, now gracing their ancient city of Pompeii's Pagoda Palace. The attendant recalled her newly acquired boyfriend, a magic warrior tier fighter, and felt an urgent need to inform him to refrain from participating in the upcoming contest. With a casual gesture, Ashura marked a fighter with approximately 100 points on the form and continued in his gravelly voice, "Let it be him tonight. I would appreciate it if you could arrange this swiftly, as I am eager to return home for some rest." With that, Ashura turned away from the registration counter and proceeded to the competitors backstage to await his brutal match arrangements. The attendant cast a sympathetic glance at the name Ashura had chosen before hastening to the backstage to report the matter to the elder of the Pagoda Palace. Upon hearing the attendant's report, the elder, mostly shrouded in shadow, inquired, "You say he is quite young?" The attendant quickly bowed her head in response, "Elder, based on my experience with men, this Gue Jian Cho cannot be of great age. He is undoubtedly a young powerhouse." The elder, seemingly nodding from within the darkness, instructed, "Accommodate all his requests, and adjust his match odds to the lowest to mitigate our losses." Furthermore, he paused, sent someone to contact Ding, arranging for him to face Gue Jian Cho. "We cannot allow Gue Jian Cho to rampage on our territory in Pompeii. I wish to ascertain just how powerful he truly is." Chapter 164. Ing as the announcer in the underground arena called out the name of the competitor Gue Jian Cho, Ashura strode forth, following the attendant into the arena. To his surprise, some spectators recognized him upon his entrance. These were the astute merchants who traversed various cities, and anyone who had visited the Pagoda Palace in Pro City was familiar with Gue Jian Cho. Observing the dismal odds against Gue Jian Cho, these shrewd merchants hurriedly made their way to the betting stations of the underground arena, expressing their dissatisfaction, yet still placing all their gold and silver on the line. Witnessing their actions compelled the registration attendant to admire the elder's foresight. Even she was tempted to witness the unfolding battle firsthand. Then, from a small door across the arena emerged a stocky middle-aged man, wielding a spike club, the bloodied weapon suggesting either an intimidation tactic or a recent bout in a death match. The grotesque sight of blood clinging to the club was undeniably chilling. The middle-aged man wielding a spiked club was utterly bewildered upon learning that he had been challenged by a contestant of significantly lower rank. Having never before encountered the fearsome name that echoed ominously, it was evident that this individual was not one of the local champions. However, as he confidently strode into the arena, the loudspeaker announced his opponent with the ominous title of Thousand Slaughters, nearly causing him to drop his weapon in shock. The audience collectively gasped, and those quick on their feet rushed to the betting stations, only to lament in frustration upon discovering that betting had been suspended, an opportunity for profit lost. The cacophony from the crowd buzzed in Ashura's ears, casting a shadow over his mood. He contemplated changing his identity to partake in the death match, yet hesitated, unwilling to part with the points accumulated in his badge. Just as Ashura wrestled with his indecision, the middle-aged challenger charged at him with a ferocious momentum, swinging his spiked club with the intent to crush. Participants in the underground arena were all desperate souls, and although he faced a formidable opponent known as Thousand Slaughters, Ashura felt emboldened by his superior strength. Upon witnessing the opponent's rapid advance, Ashura quickly steeled himself for the impending clash. The spiked club glimmered ominously with a red hue. The vitality of a warrior at the level of a demon warrior was imbued with elemental properties that enhanced the potency of their techniques. The middle-aged marauder's vitality was of the fire attribute, while Ashura, being a sorcerer, possessed a natural affinity for lightning. Moreover, Ashura's dual mastery of magic and martial prowess far surpassed any mere enhancement of elemental attributes. Ashura adeptly evaded the middle-aged man's frenzied onslaught, though his movements were somewhat hindered by his heavy iron armor. Nonetheless, when the spiked club grazed his abdomen, it merely sparked without inflicting any significant harm, prompting a slight smile from Ashura. After the middle-aged man had exhausted his repertoire of techniques, Ashura found the encounter rather lackluster. Grasping two dragon fangs that had fallen into his hands, he wielded them like short blades and activated his swift chasing wind, pursuing thunder technique to engage the burly man in close combat. After a series of exchanges, the middle-aged warrior could no longer maintain his grip on the spike club. Disarmed and disheartened, he attempted to retreat. However, a sharp dragon fang pierced through the nape of his neck, emerging from his throat. Desperately clutching at his neck, he collapsed to his knees, his life extinguished in mere moments. The roar of the audience erupted in applause, with those who had wagered on the victory of 1,000 slaughters rejoicing fervently, while others, nursing losses, expressed their ire vocally. Azura, accustomed to the faces of these gamblers, paid little heed to their reactions and turned to exit the arena. With a respectful demeanor, the registrar returned his silver badge, and he departed from the floating pagoda. Thus, for 3 consecutive nights, Azura donned a grotesque mask to participate in the Pagoda Palace combat tournament, consistently challenging formidable foes from the first rank of demon warriors. Last night, he engaged in 5 successive battles, and now the moniker Ghostly Apparition resonates throughout the entire Pagoda Palace. However, upon discovering the absence of competitors in the first rank of demon warriors on the participant list this evening, Azura could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. After a moment of contemplation, he requested, "Could you please bring me the details of the competitors from the second rank of demon warriors?" The registrar, a young woman, experienced a brief twitch of her face as she attempted to muster a smile. But her expression shifted abruptly upon receiving a message through the communication crystal nestled behind her ear. With renewed confidence, she straightened her posture and addressed him, "Lord Ghostly Apparition, I have just received news that a warrior from the first rank of demon warriors wishes to challenge you. Would you accept?" Azura paused momentarily, discreetly glancing at the woman's prominent bosom, and refrained from an immediate response, instead extending his hand to request details about the challenger. This gesture prompted the registrar to regard Azura with newfound admiration. Despite his formidable record against numerous first-rank demon warriors, he did not respond with the reckless bravado typical of muscle-bound brutes, but rather sought information about his opponent first. Swiftly, she handed him the challenger's profile. Azura lowered his gaze and felt his pupils constrict upon reading the title preceding the challenger's name, 1,000 Slaughters. The name was deceptively simple, just a single character, Shadow. The details were equally succinct, ethereal movements, a born assassin. It appeared that the Pagoda Palace had dispatched someone to thwart him. Azura thoughtfully stroked the stubble on his chin, fixating on the words 1,000 Slaughters for a lengthy moment. Finally, he chuckled hoarsely and declared, "Then let it be tonight." With that, he turned and made his way to the competitor's waiting room. When Azura heard the announcer bellow that the next match would feature Ghostly Apparition, conspicuously omitting the name of the challenger, he could only manage a wry smile. It seemed the Pagoda Palace was intent on reaping substantial profits. After a moment's thought, he decided to remove his cumbersome core iron armor, for he was to face a remarkably swift assassin, possibly his most formidable adversary yet. The heavy armor offered no protection and would only hinder him, as his neck remained exposed. As his turn to enter the arena approached, amidst the thunderous cheers, Azura maintained a grave focus on the entrance where his opponent would emerge. When the announcer revealed the name of the challenger, a profound silence enveloped the ancient underground Pagoda Palace of Pompeii. The name Shadow gripped the audience like a powerful hand around their throats, rendering them utterly speechless. It was not that the spectators were overreacting. Rather, Shadow had become a taboo figure within the Pagoda Palace, as the audience could scarcely glimpse his visage, only witnessing fleeting shadows when he made his move. His opponent, too, met a mysterious demise, unable to see the face of the adversary before suffering a fatal throat slit. After becoming renowned for his prowess in slaying 1,000 foes, Ing vanished from the scene last year, only to resurface at the floating pagoda. Tonight heralds a fierce clash between two masters of slaughter. Chapter 165. Shadow clone as Ashura stood vigilant, his attention sharpened suddenly. He sensed an elusive presence not far from the arena. Strangely, he could not discern the entirety of his opponent's form. Despite his exceptional mental acuity, he could merely perceive a vague silhouette quietly scrutinizing him from the opposite side. Alarmed, Ashura instinctively drew forth his dragon tooth, clutching it firmly. Though his heart raced, he felt no fear. He was no easy prey. Meanwhile, Ing was equally unsettled. He had been observing Gue Jian Chao's matches for 3 consecutive days. Each time, Gue Jian Chao effortlessly dispatched his foes in brutal combat. Ying's presence here was driven by circumstance. Last year, he had sustained severe injuries during an expedition to a forbidden realm, leaving him unable to secure life-saving elixirs due to insufficient points at the floating pagoda. It was a mysterious elder, the pagoda's overseer, who had taken it upon himself to provide Ying with the necessary elixir, thereby creating an immense debt of gratitude. Just days prior, representatives from the floating pagoda sought him out, requesting that he eliminate Gue Jianchou, though they did not explicitly mention the notion of repaying a favor. Ying understood the weight of obligation that compelled him to comply. Now, standing in the arena before Gue Jianchou, confronted by the unyielding gaze characteristic of a true warrior, Ying felt a surge of trepidation. He steeled his resolve, determined to swiftly vanquish Gue Jianchou. As the host concluded the opening remarks with fervor, the battle was declared. With the signal given, Ashura attempted to strike first but found himself unable to locate Ying. Remaining calm, he assumed a defensive posture and began to survey his surroundings, while the audience held their breath, fixated on the unfolding conflict. Despite Ashura's diligent search, he could only catch fleeting glimpses of Ying's rapid movements. Ying circled him, and Ashura felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, instinctively retracting his neck. In that crucial moment, he swung his right arm to the side, seemingly dispersing a cloud of darkness. Yet, a crimson line erupted from his shoulder, forcing Ashura to retreat and assess the severity of his wound with growing concern. Before he could spot Ying again, another scarlet streak appeared on his back, prompting Ashura to lunge forward and roll, employing the wind-chasing, thunder-racing technique to move at high speed within the arena. The audience struggled to catch a glimpse of Ashura's form, their eyes wide with astonishment as the battle intensified. At this moment, Ashura found himself at a loss for words. He was not pursuing his opponent, but rather striving to evade the pinpoint focus on his vulnerable spots. He is currently unable to pinpoint his opponent's location, only revealing fleeting clues when he launches an attack. Despite this, Ashura has sustained numerous lacerations across his body within a mere span of time, staining his formidable attire with his own blood. Even at such a cost, Ashura's most significant achievement has been to deflect a few strikes from his adversary's short blades with his dragon-tooth weapon, observing the opponent wielding a transparent dagger. Akin to grasping a shard of ice, coupled with the elusive movements of shadow, it indeed proves to be a deadly instrument. Though Ashura finds himself in a precarious situation, he is not without gains. Leveraging his exceptional memory, he meticulously observes and memorizes Shadow's every appearance and the angles of his strikes. Gradually, he discerns a pattern in Shadow's movements and attacking tendencies. Every formidable warrior, regardless of their martial prowess, leaves traces behind. With Ashura's remarkable memory and extensive combat experience, he adeptly uncovers these nuances. After enduring another severe blow to his back, Ashura steadies his advancing body and suddenly glides diagonally to his right. The dragon-tooth weapon slices through the air, creating a mist of blood and a flutter of black fabric. Ashura grins wickedly as he clutches a fragment of that black garment. Not far off, an open space reveals a figure cloaked in black burlap, obscured even at the eyes by a veil. However, this dark-clad individual clutches his abdomen with his left hand, where a crimson wound seeps through his fingers. Shadow, racked with agony, hastily consumes a few healing pills, his expression marred by fear as he gazes at his bloodied opponent. How could he have anticipated his position? Such keen insight sends shivers down the spine of this elite assassin. Meanwhile, Ashura wipes the blood from his dragon-tooth weapon, tauntingly remarking, "Why not run now? You can turn invisible, can't you? With blood flowing, I wonder how you'll conceal yourself." Shadow remains silent, knowing Ashura speaks the truth. His injury has not only diminished his strength, but also the blood he sheds betrays his location. His prowess does not stem from speed, but from a family legacy of martial arts that allows him to blend into the interplay of light and shadow, revealing himself only during an attack. Seemingly resolved, Shadow refrains from engaging in verbal sparring with Ashura, instead forming intricate hand seals before him. Just as Ashura contemplates expressing his annoyance, he suddenly notices Shadow's figure multiplying. As Ashura gapes in astonishment, he finds himself surrounded by 10 manifestations of Shadow. The audience, equally stunned by this spectacle, marvels at witnessing this technique for the first time. Within the fray, Ashura finds himself unable to discern which among the 10 shadows is the true form, as they brandish their short blades and charge toward him. Ashura can't help but smirk, as the 10 shadows, swift as lightning, pierce the body of the formidable Ashura with their short blades from all directions. The Ashura, who was supposed to be grounded, inexplicably vanished. The shadows were instantly taken aback, their panic compelling them to scan their surroundings. To their astonishment, they spotted Ashura, seemingly intrigued, standing 20 meters away on a patch of open ground, observing them. The shadows felt their grip on their blades falter. They had just unleashed their ancestral yellow-tier martial technique, the shadow clone, which consumed tenfold their energy. Yet, what should have been a near-certain strike had missed entirely, and the shadows, who prided themselves on their stealthy movements, could not fathom how Ashura had escaped their encirclement. A chilling dread enveloped their hearts, but with no alternative. They gritted their teeth and summoned their shadow clones once more to charge at Ashura. This time, however, only 8 shadows surged forward, as 2 of their clones had silently dissipated. Upon nearing their target, Ashura vanished once again, leaving not only the shadows but also the onlookers bewildered. They were at a loss, having seen the shadows vanish before, now witnessing the same phenomenon with Ashura. Confusion reigned among all present, including the elder of the floating pagoda, who, hidden in the darkness, was utterly astonished. At this moment, the shadow was on the verge of collapse, acutely aware of his impending defeat. Yet, he was unwilling to concede. He drew upon the last vestiges of his vitality, and 4 shadows roared as they charged towards Ashura. But once more, their short blades met nothing but air. The remaining 3 clones shattered beside him. The shadow swayed slightly, and before he could regain his balance, a powerful hand had seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Chapter 166. The map of the fallen god's domain suspended in mid-air. The shadow seemed to lack even the strength to struggle, his hands futilely attempting to pry apart the iron grip. The fervent spectators appeared equally choked, their mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before them. The shadow's earlier display of the shadow clone had astonished the audience, yet now, the swift transitions of Ashura left them speechless, having lifted the shadow into the air in mere moments. Even the elder cloaked in shadows let his hands droop helplessly. He resolved never to oppose Ashura again, recognizing that such a formidable future power must not be antagonized. Ashura regarded the flailing shadow with a tilted smile, but the movement strained his wounds, causing him to grimace. He furrowed his brow and declared, "If you possess no new techniques, then let this be the end." With that, he tightened his grip. Yet, the seemingly defeated shadow struggled anew. Unable to break free from Ashura's grasp, he exerted every ounce of his strength to inscribe a single character, equal, upon Ashura's arm. Ashura sensed the significance of the character and, from beneath the shadow's veil, perceived a fierce will to survive. After a moment of contemplation, he relaxed his grip and lowered the shadow to the ground. Yet, the hand did not relinquish its grip on his throat, remaining vigilant while observing the figure kneeling on the ground, gasping and coughing. He yearned to hear what this individual might utter next. The audience, who had initially begun to cheer for the victor, now found themselves in a state of confusion as the hand that was meant to strangle the life out of him had loosened its hold. With one standing and one kneeling in the arena, the spectators were perplexed, unable to discern the words exchanged between the two. After a considerable moment, the figure finally steadied his breath, daring not to move, and gazed at Gue Jiancho with a pleading expression, imploring, "My lord, might you spare my life?" Upon hearing this, Ashura was momentarily taken aback. The voice that emerged was distinctly feminine, soft, and melodious, evoking a natural instinct to protect. Ashura's gaze swept over the figure, cloaked entirely in dark fabric, lingering briefly on the chest area, which, contrary to that of man, suggested the presence of a seal of sorts. Realizing where Gue Jianchao's attention lay, the figure lowered her head, only to have Ashura grip her neck and lift her face once more. Ashura regarded the woman, swathed in black cloth, with indifference. He had slain countless women within the floating pagoda. Being a woman would not guarantee her survival, and the thought of an unattractive visage hidden beneath the fabric would only further disgust him. Seemingly grasping the implication of Gue Jianchao's thoughts, the figure hastily pleaded, "I beseech you, do not take my life. I cannot die yet. I yearn for a chance to avenge my kin." Ashura, initially intent on tightening his grip, found himself intrigued by her words. With a wary demeanor, he grinned and inquired, "Why can you not die? Who among us here is immune to death? What leverage do you possess that might compel me to grant you a reprieve?" Though Gue Jian Cho smiled, the expression chilled the figure's heart further. Thus, she ceased her hesitation, sitting upright and articulating slowly, "I harbor a deep-seated vendetta. My family of over 300 souls was mercilessly slaughtered by our enemies. Had I not been forcibly concealed in a dry well by my mother, my lineage would have vanished from this world. I cannot forget the horrific fates of my kin. I vow to avenge them. Yet, I am far too weak at present. My participation in this deadly arena is solely to procure resources for cultivation, as I have no other means to grow stronger. I do not fear death. Rather, I dread dying without avenging my family's blood debt. Therefore, my lord Gue Jiancho, I implore you to grant me a chance at life." Upon finishing, she seemed inclined to bow her head in reverence, but with Ashura's grip still firmly around her neck. She could only tilt her head back, awaiting Ashura's final judgment. Ashura's expression remained largely inscrutable. In this underground arena of death, a supplicant one moment could very well become an assassin the next. Thus, he maintained an unwavering vigilance, regardless of the veracity of the figure's claims. Her narrative of familial vengeance resonated deeply with him, for he too was silently cultivating strength, driven by the desire to return and avenge his own family. After a prolonged silence, Ashura slowly spoke, inquiring what the shadowy figure could offer in exchange for her life. Previously overwhelmed by despair, upon hearing these words, a spark of hope ignited in her eyes. Cautiously, she retrieved a scroll from her storage ring, wary of any abrupt movements that might mislead the entity before her. With a reluctance that was palpable, she raised the ancient scroll high above her head, proclaiming, "My lord, the most precious possession I possess is this family heirloom map. I implore you to spare my life." Ashura, upon realizing it was merely a map, felt a sense of disillusionment as it diverged entirely from his expectations. His gaze fell upon the time-worn scroll in her hands, causing him to furrow his brow. He recalled the animal skin map residing in his own storage space, an object fiercely coveted by many. Thus, Ashura replied nonchalantly, "What is this?" With a clenched jaw, the shadow replied softly, "Our Fukushin family excels in concealment, tracking, and assassination. Generations of our kin have ventured into a forbidden realm, ultimately creating this map that grants access to the depths of that very place, the land of fallen gods. Not far from here." Ashura inhaled sharply. The land of fallen gods was undeniably one of the most prohibited territories on the King S continent. For reasons unknown, once mighty deities and powerful beings, upon death, transformed into soulless wraiths. The stronger the being was in life, the more defined their incorporeal form became after death. Humans could not detect the presence of these wraiths, and could only observe them with the naked eye. When these wandering souls encountered intruding humans, they would launch indiscriminate attacks. Though these wraiths retained only a fraction of their former strength, there were numerous cases of martial gods meeting their demise within that realm, rendering the land of fallen gods an unequivocal no-go zone. In addition to the errant wraiths, the area was rife with unstable spatial rifts that could tear a person apart without warning. Despite these dangers, countless strong individuals sought to explore it, lured by the abundant treasures left behind by the deceased gods and powerful beings. Occasionally, whispers of fortunate souls discovering treasures within would circulate. If the map before him were genuine, it would indeed be a remarkable find. Yet, Ashura refrained from reaching for the map, instead expressing his confusion. If you possess such a map, why do you not venture forth to seek the treasures yourself, rather than risking your life here? The shadow, slightly embarrassed by the inquiry, fidgeted before responding, "I have ventured into the land of fallen gods before, but the wraiths within were far too powerful. I emerged gravely injured and sought a life-saving elixir from the Tower of Floating Pagodas, hence incurring a significant debt to them." Though she left her statement unfinished, Ashura understood her implication. Casting a sweeping glance around the blood-soaked venue, he seized the map from her grasp and stored it away. The shadow breathed a sigh of relief. However, Ashura maintained a smile, his voice a soft, sinister whisper, "This map alone does not suffice to secure your life." Chapter 167. Master upon hearing the words of Ashura, Ing was nearly brought to tears by frustration. She truly possessed no treasures of greater worth. If her fortune were substantial, why would she risk her life within the pagoda palace? Observing her silence, Azura refrained from speaking, contemplating the pros and cons in his mind. Before long, Ing raised her gaze to him and said, "My lord, I genuinely possess no treasures of greater value. I can allow you to inspect my spatial ring. If you deem this map insufficient to warrant my life at that moment." It seemed as though she had struggled internally for quite some time, finally whispering, "My most valuable asset remains my body. If you do not interfere with my quest for vengeance on behalf of my family, I am willing to submit to you, to regard you as my master, and to obey your every command." With that, she attempted to kneel and bow her head. Yet Azura firmly grasped her throat, not loosening his grip. However, a tumult of emotions stirred within him. She was the second individual to express a desire to serve him, the first being the barbarian Bloodedlock. Gazing at Ing, who knelt before him, and listening to her gentle words while holding her delicate neck, Azura felt a peculiar itch of curiosity. He wondered what lay beneath the layers of black cloth enveloping her. Azura had not released Ing after acquiring the map for two reasons. First, he sought to ascertain whether she possessed any further treasures, and second, he harbored a degree of trepidation regarding her elusive martial prowess. Within the confines of this arena, he could focus entirely on their battle, yet beyond the Pagoda Palace. Should Ing seek revenge and attempt to assassinate him, he truly questioned his chances of survival. Now that Ing had proposed her willingness to submit, it undeniably alleviated his previous uncertainties. However, he was also concerned about provoking the hidden assailants responsible for the massacre of Ing's family. He had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. After much contemplation, Azura finally spoke, "Obey my every command." He intended to command her to refrain from seeking vengeance until she had amassed sufficient strength. Yet upon hearing this, Ing shivered slightly before humbly responding, "Yes, I am still untainted. You may command me as you wish." Azura felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen at her response, and to mask his embarrassment, he hastily coughed twice and said, "How can I trust you?" Kneeling on the ground, Ing sighed softly and then met Azura's gaze directly. Removing the black veil that obscured her forehead, she bit her right index finger, allowing her blood to trace an ancient symbol upon her brow, as if enduring great anguish. She extracted a wisp of her soul from her brow and, gritting her teeth, reverently offered it to Azura with both hands. A flicker of surprise crossed Azura's eyes, but he did not hesitate. With his other hand, he accepted the fragment of her soul, and at the moment their fingers touched, it entered his body. Instantly, Azura felt an overwhelming sense of determination regarding the life and death of Ing, who knelt before him. This was an ancient sacrificial ritual of the King's continent, wherein Ing offered a fragment of her soul to Azura, declaring him her master. Any hint of rebellion against her master or the Azura's intent to execute her would lead to an instant obliteration of her very soul. Should her master perish, the servant would also suffer a fatal blow due to the fragmentation of her spirit. The Azura, taken aback, had not anticipated that Ing would be so willing to risk everything for her life. It seemed her desire for vengeance was indeed genuine. He released his grip from Ying's throat, deeming it unnecessary, for her existence hung solely on his whims. Exceedingly weakened, Ing lacked the strength to support herself and collapsed softly at the Azura's feet. She endeavored to rise but found her body too feeble. Resorting to resting her head against the Azura's calf, her eyes filled with a desperate plea, fearful that he might scorn her uselessness and entertain thoughts of her demise. Suddenly, a pill was presented to her lips, and the Azura gestured for her to open her mouth to take the medicine. Without hesitation, Ing lifted a corner of her black mask and swallowed the medicinal pill from his hand. The Azura felt a fleeting sensation as Ing inadvertently grazed his fingers with her lips, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through him, prompting him to stand abruptly to conceal his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Ing was taken aback. The pill she received was a 6-tier healing elixir from the esteemed Tang family. The potency of this 6-tier pill was undeniably formidable. As soon as it entered her mouth, her injuries began to mend rapidly, the gaping wound in her abdomen itching fiercely from the vigorous growth of new flesh. Even past injuries that had long plagued her were nearly healed. The efficacy of this pill far surpassed that of the medicine she had sought from the Futu Palace. Such a precious elixir was so casually administered by this man. If given a choice, she would have preferred to keep the pill and gradually heal from her current afflictions. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards her newly recognized master. It was the first time someone had shown her such kindness since her family's upheaval. Seeing Ing still dazed on the ground, the Azura wondered if he had mistakenly given her the wrong medicine. However, sensing her previously languid spirit suddenly swell with vitality, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He nudged the still-dazed Ing with his foot, and she quickly realized her lapse in awareness. Instantly, she composed herself, kneeling in reverence and proclaiming, "Thank you for the medicine, my master. Your grace is beyond my ability to repay." The Azura's eyelid twitched as he gazed down at the obedient Ing at his feet, then surveyed the bewildered audience in the stands. He promptly instructed, "Get up quickly, conceal your presence, and follow me closely. You are not to appear without my permission." Ing rose respectfully, responding affirmatively, and then her form dissipated like smoke before the Azura's eyes. With the tether of their souls, the Azura could distinctly sense Ying's position, feeling a twinge of envy for her family's unique martial prowess. As the audience remained in stunned silence, he slowly exited the arena. Hearing the thunderous cheers and discussions behind him, Ashura couldn't help but shake his head. Today's events had taken him by surprise. Casually, he retrieved a 5th-grade elixir and placed it into his mouth. Although the injuries on his body were severe, they did not warrant the use of high-grade elixirs, as their quantity was limited and saving them was prudent. Approaching the martial artist registration desk to tally his battle points, he noticed the registrar standing at attention, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The points from his recent battle, exceeding 1,200, were promptly credited to Ashura's badge, bringing his total to nearly 4,000. However, the registrar then spoke. "Lord Gui Jianshou, the elder of the Pagoda Palace in ancient Pompeii, has decided to grant you an additional 1,000 points in recognition of your extraordinary prowess for your discretionary use within the Pagoda Palace. We hope you graciously accept this." Chapter 168. A sincere encounter. Upon hearing this, Ashura understood the elder was extending goodwill towards him. The unspoken agreement regarding the challenge was apparent to all, and the gesture of 1,000 points was indeed substantial. After a moment of contemplation, Ashura smiled and nodded, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to the elder. I likely will not return here anytime soon." The registrar secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ashura was clearly not one of those mindless brutes. This outcome was mutually desired, and she swiftly increased the points on Ashura's silver badge by 1,000. He became the first competitor to reach 5,000 points in the Grandmaster tier. Typically, such high scores were held by formidable individuals of greater rank, and 5,000 points would afford him royal treatment within the Pagoda Palace. Ashura's indication that he would not be frequenting the Pagoda Palace in Pompeii anytime soon was also a gesture of goodwill on his part. The Pagoda Palace had summoned the Shadow to contend with him precisely because he was always victorious, resulting in considerable losses for the betting establishment. His temporary absence fundamentally resolved the conflict, culminating in a harmonious conclusion for both parties. Even the mysterious elder hidden behind the registration desk could be seen smiling with satisfaction. As Ashura exited the Pagoda Palace, he continued walking, casually stating, "Check if there are any tails following me." Moments later, a voice echoed softly from the air, "All is normal, master." A grin spread across Ashura's face. Having such a useful servant was indeed delightful and would spare him much worry in the future. The Shadow could effectively serve as reconnaissance and an early warning system. Quickening his pace, Ashura returned to a secluded courtyard in ancient Pompeii, a temporary refuge he had rented upon his arrival. Stepping into the courtyard, he made his way to the room where he rested and lit a candle. Leaning back in a chair, he languidly declared, "Come forth." Instantly, the figure cloaked in black materialized, kneeling at Ashura's feet and softly inquiring, "Master, what commands do you have for me?" As Ashura heard the enticing cry, his heart involuntarily stirred, yet he maintained a solemn demeanor and declared, "In the future, you need not kneel before me. Simply stand by my side." However, Ing responded, "Master, my family shows respect to those close to us through kneeling. Please grant me this request." With that, she knelt once more, her forehead brushing against Ashura's feet. Ashura, feeling a flicker of discomfort, retreated slightly in his chair and said, "Lift your head." Obediently, Ing raised her head, seemingly awaiting Ashura's command. Ashura, noticing the black cloth atop Ying's head, could not help but smirk. He then removed his ghostly mask and placed it into his storage space. Upon seeing the mischievous smile of such a youthful visage, Ying's heart fluttered, and she shyly lowered her gaze. She had sensed that ghostly worry was a young warrior, yet upon removing the mask, she realized he might be even younger than her at 20, and the thought of continually addressing this young man as her master made her heart race and her cheeks flush. Ashura observed Ing, who sat before him, head bowed and silent, with a look of confusion on her face. This servant seemed somewhat dim-witted. His unmasking was an indication for her to reveal her true self. Yet she appeared lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, Ashura could no longer contain himself and said, "Should you not remove the black cloth and allow me to see your true visage?" Finally snapping back to reality, Ing hastily removed the black cloth from her head. As it fell away, a radiant young girl with black hair, akin to Ashura's, gradually came into view. Her skin was delicate, with a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Even the tips of her ears were rosy, devoid of any trace of the ruthlessness typically associated with an arena assassin. She resembled a gentle girl from the neighborhood. After unveiling her face, Ing dared not meet Ashura's gaze and continued to remove her garments. Ashura's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing the girl discard her top, revealing a thick layer of black cloth wrapped around her chest. Taken aback by the size and the curves accentuated by the fabric, he gasped in surprise. Ing's head sank lower, yet she persisted in her actions, prompting Ashura to finally react and urgently call for her to stop. Observing Ing, bewildered with her trousers half off, Ashura felt somewhat uncomfortable in his seated position and shifted backward, hastily saying, "Please recount your story in detail." Ashura's movements did not escape Ying's notice. She stole a glance at her master, then quickly lowered her head. Her face flushed and began to share her tale. Ying's family, known as the Fukuda clan, resided in the Pagarong Empire, a small vassal state bordering the Valencian Empire. The clan was not particularly populous, comprising only about 300 members. But their ancestral martial arts were renowned for their skills in stealth and assassination, allowing them to maintain a status that other local factions preferred to avoid. Until the ascension of the new monarch of the Eastern Kingdom, she aspired to bring her family under his banner, becoming the sharpest dagger in his hand. However, her patriarch father was unwilling to lead their kin down this irrevocable path, which led to the wrath of the tyrannical new king. On a tempestuous day 8 years ago, he allied with other formidable families to besiege and annihilate the Fukuda clan. The only survivor, Shadow, was concealed by her mother in a desolate well, thus escaping a grim fate. When she finally emerged from the depths, her family had been reduced to ashes, and the harrowing demise of her kin brought her to the brink of despair. Yet, the unripe heart of the young girl vowed to avenge her family. She discovered a secret cache of her patriarch father's, containing not only gold and silver, but also a map of the fabled land of the fallen gods, the most treasured of all. Thus began her 8-year odyssey of wandering, until today when she encountered Ashura. Upon recounting her decision to take Ashura as her master, a palpable sense of relief washed over her. Ashura mused that this young lady must have endured considerable suffering over the years, perhaps finally sensing that she had found a reliable anchor. After hearing her story and gazing into her eyes, Ashura nodded and proclaimed, "First, I grant you permission to seek vengeance for your family, but only when you have grown strong enough to ensure success. Perhaps then, I shall aid you in your quest for retribution, but until that time, you must adhere to my guidance. Second, I am Ashura, your master. Do not forget this. I shall become the mightiest force on the continent of kings." Shadow, taken aback, gazed at Ashura in astonishment before collapsing in tears at his feet. Understanding the burden she had borne for so long, Ashura gently stroked her head and encouraged, "Let your tears flow freely." This simple reassurance prompted her to throw herself into Ashura's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably as she released years of pent-up emotions. For quite some time, Shadow wept in Ashura's arms. Eventually, feeling something hard pressing against her, she startled upright, quickly kneeling and apologizing for her impropriety. Ashura, somewhat exasperated, shrugged. He could not entirely control certain aspects of his anatomy, but as there were only the two of them present, he felt no embarrassment. He gestured toward 2 vacant tables in the room and suggested, "Tonight, you may combine these 2 tables and rest here with bedding. There is but 1 bedroom, and I, your master, shall need the bed for meditation." With that, Ashura moved to the kitchen adjacent to the bedroom, where a large wooden tub awaited, intending to cleanse himself of the grime and blood. However, Shadow suddenly emerged from behind and snatched the tub from his hands, eagerly rushing to the well to fetch water for his bath. Upon witnessing her tattered garments, shredded by her own blade, Ashura felt a twinge of fear. Had she not willingly offered her soul to him, he would have surely ended her life in the arena, regardless of the treasures she might have presented. As Ashura reclined in a tub brimming with water, contemplating what birthday gifts to prepare for Lanyu and Magina, the sound of delicate footsteps approached the edge of his tub. There stood Shadow, her shoulders bare and her chest still swathed in thick black cloth, blushing as she extended her soft, pale hands to gently massage Ashura. Never before had Ashura been attended to in such a manner. With his eyes closed, he awkwardly surrendered to the pleasure of Shadow's ministrations. However, when her delicate hands began to knead his abdomen, he could no longer contain himself and, with a startled exclamation from Shadow, swept her into the tub. The following morning, having enjoyed a rare, restful slumber, Ashura awoke to find Shadow sitting at the edge of the bed, hurriedly wrapping black cloth around her chest. With a mischievous smile, he leaned towards the now soft-bodied Shadow and inquired, "Why bother with that thing?" Shadow, her face flushed, quietly replied, "It's too large and cumbersome without it. I sometimes can't see my feet." Ashura nodded in understanding, retracting his mischievous hands and gazing vacantly out at the rainy day. Observing his stillness, Shadow, feeling somewhat guilty, spoke up, "Master, it was my first time yesterday, and I didn't perform well. Please bear with me. I shall strive to improve." Ashura, taken aback, blurted out an inappropriate question. "Are all 10 of your shadow clones real?" Sensing the atmosphere turn awkward, Ashura quickly changed the subject with a nervous laugh. "Just do your best. How are you feeling now?" "I plan to leave this place." With a blush, Shadow replied, "Master, I feel splendid. The elixir you bestowed upon me has completely healed my injuries, and last night I even advanced to the 2nd tier of the demon warrior." Ashura, astonished, stammered, "When did you achieve this breakthrough last night?" "I had no idea." With her head nearly buried in her chest, Shadow weakly murmured, "It was during last night in the tub." Her voice trailed off to a whisper, and Ashura felt a twinge of annoyance. Why had his own strength not improved in the same tub? After toiling for over an hour, it seemed his efforts had yielded nothing. Growing increasingly irate, Ashura playfully smacked Shadow's pert backside, the sound echoing sharply. The girl gasped, covering her rear with a look of innocent grievance, unsure of where she had gone wrong. After delivering the playful slap, Ashura felt considerably lighter in spirit as he retrieved the map of the land of the fallen gods. Turning to the short-haired girl, whose face still bore a look of complaint, he said, "Now, tell me about this map." "I have decided we shall venture to the land of the fallen gods." Shadow's mouth fell open in surprise. Her master seemed to always engage in the most unexpected endeavors. Just the previous day, she had speculated that Ashura would not be visiting the pagoda palace in Pompeii anytime soon, presuming they might explore other cities' pagodas, and after last night, she had anticipated they would linger in this room for some time. However, she never anticipated that he had firmly resolved to venture into the land of divine ruin. Despite possessing the map, that place was a forbidden domain for humanity, a realm where even deities could meet their demise. She had previously informed her master of the grievous injuries she sustained in the land of divine ruin, emphasizing her exceptional prowess in stealth and speed as a warrior. Yet now, he proposed a journey there, even suggesting it was akin to a leisurely shopping trip. In an instant, she felt her future growing dim. She opened her mouth to protest, but upon witnessing Ashura's exuberant demeanor, the words were swallowed back. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and joined Ashura at the table, recounting her experiences in the land of divine ruin in meticulous detail. Ashura, armed with a pen, diligently marked the map according to her narration, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his usual playful self. At that moment, Ashura radiated an extraordinary seriousness and confidence, making him irresistibly charismatic. Enning found herself frequently lost in thought as she gazed at his profile. 5 days later, on a morning draped in stillness, Ashura rode his dragon steed, Charcoal, to the desolate outskirts of the land of divine ruin, with Ing concealed behind him, her presence palpable to Ashura. Reining in the reins, Ashura surveyed the mist-laden expanse before him, where flashes of lightning pierced through the fog, revealing glimpses of an ominous unknown. Dismounting, he guided Charcoal aside and scrutinized the map, carefully observing the surrounding environment before inquiring into the void. "Is this the place?" Ying's silhouette emerged from the shadows, and she bowed her head in reverence. But Ashura swiftly grasped her by the front, lifting her up. Addressing her blushing countenance, he stated, "There is no need for such formalities in unfamiliar territory. Understood?" Ing nodded, meekly responding, "I understand, master." Satisfied, Ashura retracted his hand and then cast his gaze upon the misty region ahead. He spoke earnestly, "Once we enter, you may offer reminders. But do not act independently. Stay close to me. I have not commanded you to engage without my order. Is that clear?" Ing yearned to voice her objections, wishing to lead the way for Ashura, yet the furrow of his brow silenced her. Despite his youth, her master possessed a remarkable knack for manipulation, and throughout their journey, she had been thoroughly trained. Thus, though she harbored deep reluctance, she could only acquiesce, pouting as she observed Ashura's nonchalant demeanor. Noticing her compliance, Ashura glanced at the map once more. He had committed its details to memory with his extraordinary recall. Without further hesitation, he tightened his black attire and plunged into the perilous mists of the land of divine ruin. Chapter 170. The Six-Winged Archangel. Upon entering the misty region, Ashura immediately sensed that the gravitational force here was more than double that of the outside world, resulting in a significant reduction in human speed by nearly 30%. Although Ing had forewarned him, the reality of the experience ignited a twinge of anxiety within him. The visibility in the surroundings was exceedingly low, yet the mist bore no toxicity. Occasionally, flashes of lightning struck the ground in a chaotic manner. As a spatial mage, Ashura sensed the instability of the surrounding space, a fact that caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Currently, he found himself at the periphery of the Godfall land, and with a deep breath, he began to venture deeper into this realm forbidden to humanity, guided by the map. Shadow, ever the silent companion, remained closely hidden behind him. Following the mapped route, Ashura traversed a considerable distance without encountering significant peril. The Godfall land lacked the distinction of day and night. The visibility remained perpetually shrouded in mist, devoid of celestial bodies. Ashura encountered the so-called specters, unmistakably the remnants of human adventurers, their forms ethereal and floating, a clear indication of their diminished intellect. When Ashura attempted to strike at one of the specters, he felt no tangible resistance, as if his blade sliced through air. Yet there was a palpable force opposing his attack, causing the specter to weaken and potentially disperse. Perhaps the dissolution of these former human champion souls was their most fitting fate. Conversely, the specter's assaults were undeniably real, inflicting damage upon him, accompanied by a disorienting sensation akin to soul-shattering fatigue. Along his journey, Ashura collected various pieces of equipment and weaponry, most of which were incomplete. While they were not entirely without value, their significance was limited. Undeterred, Ashura remained focused, continuing his advance into the depths of the Godfall land according to the map. Upon reaching a low-lying hill, Ashura halted, sensing the urgency in Shadow's gentle tug on his sleeve. Without turning, he acknowledged her with a slight nod. Ahead lay the site where Shadow had previously sustained an injury. From this point onward, the stability of the space would drastically diminish, with random spatial rifts appearing like gashes in the void. On a prior occasion, Shadow had narrowly escaped a specter-esque pursuit, only to collide with one of these sudden rifts, nearly severing her left shoulder. Fortunately, the specter could not leave the hilly region. Otherwise, Shadow would undoubtedly have joined the ranks of the wandering spirits. It was from this juncture that they would truly delve into the Godfall land, though even the Fukutani family's map did not distinctly mark the central area. Generations of Fukutani warriors had explored only a fraction of the territory, yet this small expanse had yielded considerable treasures for the family, many of which originated from the Godfall land itself. Even the translucent dagger in Shadow's possession was a prize from this realm, a legacy passed down from her chieftain father. Drawing forth a long spear he had recently acquired, Ashura found himself without a suitable weapon. The dragon tooth was too short for combat against the specters. Thus, he chose the spear as his means of defense and resolutely stepped into the hills. Within the mists of the hills, the fog thickened further, and Ashura glimpsed 5 or 6 specters wandering amidst it. Among them, one specter appeared particularly corporeal, its armor's intricate patterns discernible, and its stature significantly larger than that of the others. At that moment, the shadow was being relentlessly pursued, for its perception was far superior to that of other souls. Surprisingly, its concealment in the void was detected, leaving it in a rather precarious situation. However, Ashura refrained from rash actions, meticulously observing the paths taken by those wandering souls. While these paths appeared erratic, they actually followed a certain pattern. To memorize all these routes would require an exceptional memory, but this was not a challenge for Ashura. After observing for nearly an hour, he plunged into the hills, altering his pace, sometimes swift, sometimes slow, always choosing the paths that kept him at a distance from the souls and moved when they turned away. In this manner, Ashura swiftly traversed the hilly terrain in the time it takes to brew tea, with the shadow trailing behind, utterly impressed. Unable to fathom how her master accomplished such a feat, Ashura, feeling a sense of pride, thought that the land of fallen gods was not so formidable after all. With a bit of caution, he believed he could navigate it without significant trouble. However, before he could suppress his smile, his expression suddenly changed, and he swiftly sidestepped to the right. A rift in space abruptly appeared where he had just stood, severing a lock of his hair in the process. The shadow gasped in alarm, her face paling, only to realize the inappropriateness of her outcry and quickly covered her mouth. Cold sweat trickled down Ashura's brow. Fortunately, he was sensitive to spatial elements and sensed the anomaly in time to evade it, or his fate would have been akin to that of his severed hair. He forced a smile, more painful than tears, as a form of consolation for the shadow. After steadying himself, he continued deeper into the land of fallen gods. Guided by the map, the further they ventured, the more wandering souls and spatial rifts they encountered. On one occasion, while attempting to evade a rift, Ashura was spotted by the soul of an ancient beast, forcing him to flee until he reached the hilly area, effectively nullifying the progress they had made. While Ashura managed well enough, the shadow, who followed closely, was nearly driven to tears. All day long, her nerves were taut. She lacked Ashura's affinity for spatial elements and was entirely dependent on him for escape. She had reluctantly pledged allegiance to Ashura, driven by a desire for survival and vengeance for her family. Yet in their current predicament, it felt as though Ashura was playing with fire, and she cast him a resentful gaze at all times. Unbeknownst to Ashura, he continued to explore the land of fallen gods until, after several days, they reached the end of the map. This was the culmination of generations of exploration by the Fekushan family. If Ashura wished to proceed further, it would solely depend on him and the shadow. Moreover, a red circle marked on the map indicated a presence of extreme danger ahead. Ashura stared at the red circle. His curiosity piqued. Since he was uncertain of the next route, he thought it prudent to investigate what dangers lay within that ominous circle. As the shadow behind sensed Ashura's gaze fixated on the crimson circle, an unsettling premonition gripped her heart. Years of wandering had led her to believe her resolve was sufficiently robust. Yet, after nearly a month in the God-forsaken land, all that remained in her eyes was anxiety and exhaustion. Ashura turned towards her hiding place and said, "I wish to explore this area. It may harbor dangers. Stay outside and rest. Do not follow me, understand?" The shadow felt both awkward and slightly amused upon hearing this. For Ashura currently displayed the prowess of a third-stage Grand Martial Master, while she herself was merely a second-stage demon warrior. The disparity in their abilities instilled a profound sense of self-doubt within her. Although she yearned to accompany Ashura into the perilous zone, her current state rendered her ill-equipped to proceed further. Thus, she nodded obediently and concealed herself behind the stone wall to rest and await news from Ashura. Upon Ashura's solitary venture into the ominous red zone of the map, he traversed for quite some time without encountering any wandering souls. This anomaly left him both tense and bewildered, unable to fathom why this region was devoid of spirits. He maintained his vigilance, proceeding with utmost caution. As he ascended a steep earthen slope and peered over, the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. In the basin beyond the slope floated a specter towering as high as a 5-story building, with 6 enormous wings that appeared almost lifelike. It wielded a colossal sword in its right hand, and its armor was adorned with intricate magical runes. The ghost's gaze, as tangible as reality, locked onto Ashura, who stood at the same elevation on the hillside. Feeling the weight of the giant specter's stare, Ashura's hair stood on end, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Stammering, he uttered, "Six-winged seraph, the grand angel." Chapter 171. A frenzied scheme, the six-winged seraph unfurled its magnificent wings and, in an instant, closed the distance to Ashura with a speed akin to teleportation, its exquisitely beautiful visage drawing near to the hillside where Ashura stood. It seemed as if it had not encountered a being of humanity in quite some time, for a look of human-like curiosity flickered across the angelic specter's face. Indeed, the stronger the spirit, the greater its intellect. At that moment, Ashura found himself paralyzed, unable to move as he gazed at the towering head of the six-winged seraph. He could feel his muscles twitching slightly from tension. Silently, he released the 2 layers of seals on his cabin confinement, restoring his strength to that of a first-stage demon warrior. Suddenly, the breathtaking six-winged seraph bestowed upon him a sweet smile. Ashura, momentarily taken aback, responded with a smile he deemed elegant yet courteous, secretly reveling in the thought that even a specter could not resist his charm. Suddenly, the six-winged archangel opened its mouth wide and let out a piercing shriek directed at him. The terrifying sound waves seemed capable of striking directly at the soul, overwhelming Ashura. Despite being a seasoned sorcerer with formidable mental fortitude, blood began to flow from his mouth and nose. The intense dizziness and weakness rendered Ashura unable to see or hear. He bit down on his tongue to regain a moment of clarity. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he felt a rush of wind above his head. Without hesitation, he invoked a teleportation spell to escape the hillside, just as a massive sword cleaved the ground where he had stood in two. Ashura reappeared 20 meters away at the base of the slope, a gruesome wound gaping on his chest, blood gushing forth. He paid no heed to his injury, quickly casting another teleportation spell to extend the distance by 60 or 70 meters. Fortunately, the six-winged archangel seemed constrained by the basin, unable to traverse beyond that area. Yet, the sharp echoes of its chilling shriek reverberated throughout the space. Gazing at the massive sword scar that had bisected the slope like a cake, Ashura felt a surge of warmth threatening to spill from below. Fortunately, his immense willpower allowed him to suppress it. The excruciating pain and the debilitating effects of blood loss clouded his thoughts, prompting him to hastily retrieve a healing elixir from his satchel and consume a 6-tier pill, which finally staunched his wounds. Leaning on his spear, he limped outward, and it wasn't long before he was spotted by the anxious Shadow, who rushed to support him back to the base of the stone wall where they had separated. This location served as a naturally formed cavern, devoid of wandering souls or spatial rifts from above, making it an ideal spot for recuperation. However, Ashura, feeling utterly weak, could not muster a smile. He turned to Shadow, who was now in tears, and asked, "Didn't I tell you to wait here? Why did you come after me?" Shadow, sobbing, replied upon hearing that terrifying shriek, "I feared for your safety, my master, and hastened in the direction you had departed. Thankfully, you appear to be unharmed." Ashura, hearing this, managed a grimace, uncertain whether it was a smile or a grimace of pain. He could not fathom the terrifying power the six-winged archangel must have possessed in life, even in death. Its spirit was formidable. Had it not been for his unique abilities, even a martial sorcerer would have been cleaved in twain by that sword strike. Taking a few deep breaths to assess the healing of his wounds, he pulled out the map and marked the six-winged archangel's location in the designated red area. His remarkable memory allowed him to recall the route without needing the map, yet he could not swallow the humiliation of nearly being slain today. Should he fail to confront the six-winged archangel, he would resort to auctioning or publicizing the map, claiming that immense treasures lay within, enticing other powerful beings to come and vanquish the archangel to avenge the affront of that sword strike. Truly, Ashura's cunning was quite limited. Ashura and Shadow took refuge beneath the cliff for several days, the wounds inflicted by the restless souls proving more arduous to mend. Ashura had consumed a 6th-level healing elixir, unwilling to squander any further potions. During their time there, they even observed a party of 4 human adventurers arriving, 3 warriors and a mage, their true prowess unknown. However, the mage exhibited the remarkable ability to levitate, a feat attainable only by those of archmage caliber. This indicated the formidable strength of the adventuring party. It was no small feat to navigate to this location without a map. Ashura and Shadow had no intention of greeting them. To them, these humans were indistinguishable from the restless spirits, and they chose to remain hidden, watching as the adventurers ventured into the perilous area. Before long, piercing shrieks that seemed to stab at the soul echoed, accompanied by the clash of great swords. Yet after only a few moments, silence returned. Azura had resolved that should they encounter anyone similarly wounded and fleeing, he and Shadow would strike decisively. However, after an extended wait, no one emerged. Shadow cast a wary glance at the still trembling Azura, contemplating the terrifying specter that lay within. Not long after returning to their camp, Azura suddenly embraced her, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he inquired, "Do you think those individuals possessed any valuable treasures? Let us investigate tomorrow for any salvageable items." Shadow, glancing at the recently healed scars on Azura's chest, opened her mouth but found no words to express her thoughts, letting out a resigned sigh and nodding in acquiescence. After resting for a few hours, Azura stealthily retrieved the exquisite spear he had salvaged and made his way back to the foot of the slope. He could hear Shadow nervously swallowing behind him. Signaling for her to wait at the base, he quietly ascended the hill. Nearing the summit, he leaned against a massive boulder, refraining from revealing himself as he had previously. Instead, he procured a crystal mirror from his storage space, affixing it to the spear's tip, and leaned over the boulder to observe the basin below. In the dim light of the Godfall realm, he was untroubled by the risk of reflection, and upon confirming the absence of the six-winged archangel nearby, Azura breathed a sigh of relief. Adjusting the crystal mirror, he began to survey the basin below. Soon, he discovered the remains of the 4 adventurers from the previous day. The 3 warriors had been brutally cleaved from behind into a pulpy mass. The mage had fled slightly farther, but his upper body was embedded in the earth, leaving only his legs dangling at the edge of the pit. His high-quality staff shattered in two. Upon witnessing the grim fate of the 4, Azura couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment, then turned the bronze mirror to search for the location of the 6-winged archangel. To his delight, he noticed a variety of treasures scattered throughout the basin, equipment and weapons alike, while at the center, a colossal skeleton, smooth and luminous like jade, faintly glimmered. Azura speculated that it was indeed the skeletal remains of the 6-winged archangel. Perhaps it was due to the presence of its bones that its soul was condemned to wander within this basin. Gazing at the scattered treasures upon the ground, Azura felt saliva nearly pooling at his feet, yet the distance rendered the quality of these riches indiscernible. Just as Azura was consumed by excitement at the sight of the abundant treasures, a colossal floating figure materialized in the reflection of his gaze. The 6-winged archangel moved with remarkable swiftness, and Azura sensed that its hollow, profound eyes had briefly glanced in his direction, only to slowly divert their gaze thereafter. Perhaps it detected no living entities within its line of sight, tirelessly patrolling its dominion.